In a quaint, old-fashioned room, several new apprentices had just settled in. Wang Yang stood quietly by the window, his gaze drifting toward the vast, empty training grounds in the distance, though his thoughts had already wandered far away. "We're so lucky. We actually made it into Kamar-Taj. Do you guys think we have a real chance of becoming true sorcerers?" Someone in the room exclaimed, excitement brimming in their voice. "It really is something to look forward to. I just hope we can learn real magic here. I'm just worried that if we're not talented enough, we might get sent away." Another apprentice chimed in, a note of anxiety in their tone. The others joined the discussion, their eyes shining with complicated emotions, some anxious, some thrilled, but most unable to hide their excitement. Wang Yang, still reeling from the discovery that he had somehow transmigrated to Kamar-Taj, was in a state of utter shock. Just the day before, he'd been watching the movie Doctor Strange at home, and now, after a single night's sleep, he found himself in a place he'd only ever seen on screen. Kamar-Taj, that mysterious village nestled in the Himalayas, was the residence of the Ancient One and the very place where Strange had trained before becoming the Sorcerer Supreme. Today it attracted countless people yearning for magic, some seeking power, others looking for aid. What worried Wang Yang even more was his clear memory of the dangers lurking in the Marvel Universe. Alien invasions, constant clashes between superpowered beings, and he, after all, was just one of many ordinary people, hoping to learn magic. Watching his fellow apprentices change into their robes full of anticipation, Wang Yang found it hard to muster up the same enthusiasm. Just then a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Soul compatibility with the system detected. Gene fragment fusion system successfully loaded. Detected. Nearby magical talent fragments. Would you like to fuse? Before Wang Yang could recover from his shock, he saw several glowing fragments floating before him, as if they had quietly fallen from the others in the room. Could these be fragments of magical talent? Wang Yang pondered. In this world filled with danger, he seemed to have no choice but to become stronger. Fuse, Wang Yang responded firmly in his mind. The glowing fragments immediately shot towards him, merging into his body in an instant. In that moment, he felt the presence of magical energy all around him. He saw the currents of magic flowing through the air. These energies seemed to react to him in a special way, if he wished he could guide them, but lacking any real knowledge of spells. He was unable to cast a portal or any advanced magic for the time being. Wang Yang, are you all right? Are you worried too? Al patted Wang Yang on the shoulder, assuming he was troubled by the same concerns as everyone else about whether he could stay in Kamar-Taj. With a reassuring smile, Al said, "Don't worry too much." Wang Yang snapped back to his senses and gave El a gentle smile. "I'm fine, El. You should get some rest. We have to get up early tomorrow." He glanced back at El, a look of anticipation on his face. Although his magical talent might not be exceptional, after merging with these few magic fragments, he should at least be above average. With this thought in mind, Wang Yang lay down on his bed and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, countless men and women dressed in monks' robes had gathered in the central plaza of Kamar-Taj. Most of them were newly initiated apprentices. Their faces were filled with both excitement and nervousness as they whispered among themselves. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, as if speaking directly into everyone's ear. "What do you think Kamar-Taj is? With all this noise and disorder, how can you hope to learn magic?" As soon as these words were spoken, the plaza fell silent. Every new apprentice turned to look at the source of the voice. A tall, slender girl, she looked no more than 17 or 18. Yet her presence was commanding. Even the plain robes of Kamar-Taj could not conceal her graceful figure. If anything, they only accentuated her poise. Her expression was stern, and her eyes radiated an undeniable authority. "Who are you?" a young man in the crowd asked, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction, clearly unaccustomed to being reproached by someone his own age. "My name is Beller. I am the future Sorcerer Supreme," the girl replied with absolute confidence. Her resolute demeanor and powerful aura set her apart from the rest of the apprentices. It was clear she was already an advanced student of Kamar-Taj. The young man who had questioned her was visibly cowed by her imposing presence. Wang Yang watched the scene unfold, keenly aware of the magical energy flowing within Beller. The energy circulated through her body along precise pathways. Wang Yang thought to himself that if he could mimic the way her magic energy moved, perhaps he could unlock the secrets of magic as well. After all, now that he was in a Marvel universe, Learning some basic magical skills to protect himself was a necessity. Just then another exclamation came from among the apprentices. "Who is that? He looks so impressive. Is he a Kamar-Taj mage? His robes are different from ours." Following the voice, Wang Yang saw a man in brown monk's robes walking slowly toward them. He appeared to be in his 30s, his hands clasped behind his back, his steps calm and measured. His expression was composed and detached, like a sage untouched by the mundane world. Most striking of all, his robes fluttered as if in an unseen breeze, and the force of his presence was overwhelming. The training ground, which had been noisy just moments before, now fell completely silent. Even Beller, who had stood so proudly a moment ago, now stood respectfully to the side, seeing her so deferential. The rest of the apprentices instinctively fell silent as well. The man approached slowly, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone on the training ground. "I am Reagan Theodore. You may address me as Senior Brother Theodore. From today onward, I will be responsible for teaching you magic." Wang Yang had no recollection of this name. In all his knowledge of the Marvel Universe, aside from the Ancient One, Doctor Strange, and Wong, he hardly knew of any other sorcerers. Yet he understood that magic had always been a force of immense power in the Marvel Universe, and there were surely more than just one or two formidable mages within Kamar-Taj. Theodore's bearing indeed exuded an air of transcendence, and his unsmiling face only added to his mysterious aura. Judging by Beller's attitude toward him, it was clear that this senior brother held a position of considerable importance. Although Wang Yang hadn't been at Kamar-Taj for long and knew little about the place, he believed that after absorbing the fragments of magical talent, he should be able to grasp magic more easily than most. Theodore looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Becoming a sorcerer is no easy task. You must demonstrate your resolve to endure hardship and unwavering perseverance. One day, when the universe calls for you, you must be ready to sacrifice yourselves at any moment." His words were sincere and weighty, making all the apprentices present adopt solemn expressions. Those who had come with excitement and anticipation now wore serious looks. Wang Yang, too, dared not take things lightly. He had come to this world by some strange twist of fate, but since he was here, he resolved to make the best of it. This was a rare opportunity if he failed to gain enough strength. He feared that when faced with terrifying monsters in the future, he might not even have the chance to escape. For the sake of survival, he had to give it his all. He didn't expect to reach the level of Doctor Strange, but at the very least, he wanted the power to protect himself. "Very good," Theodore continued. "Now, I will teach you the first step in learning magic. Look at the rings on your hands. These are called sling rings. Focus your attention and silently recite the incantations you've learned. You may think this sounds unrealistic, but you can think of the incantations as keys to unlock magic. Feel the flow of natural energy, and you will understand how to guide it." As Theodore explained the basics, he demonstrated in person. He raised his hand and closed his eyes, continuing, "Sense the energy of the heavens and the universe. Use the incantation to stir the magic and gather the light." As Theodore slowly drew a horizontal line in the air, a golden magical light appeared shimmering before him. "Oh, this is incredible! If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never have believed such a thing was possible. So this is magic? How amazing! It's simply unbelievable. How is this even done?" At that moment, every apprentice wore an expression of shock and awe. Their mouths hung open as if they had just witnessed a miracle unfold before their eyes. Eager to try for themselves, they immediately began to imitate Theodore's movements, each hoping to conjure a streak of magical light. Yet this was far more challenging than it appeared. Most of the apprentices couldn't even produce the faintest glimmer of light. Only one stood apart. Belair, the young girl who had already studied some magic. Calmly, she followed Theodore's instructions, slowly pulling her hands apart just as he had demonstrated. As she did, a faint, flickering magical light appeared before everyone. Its glow dim and unstable, as if it could vanish at any moment. Still, compared to Theodore's brilliant display, Belair's magic was lackluster. But she had progressed far beyond the others, who couldn't cast any spell at all. Belair's small success inspired the other apprentices to try even harder. Observing this, Theodore nodded to himself. He had worried these students would be difficult to teach, but it seemed things weren't so dire. Their attitudes were earnest and attentive. Belair's performance, in particular, reassured him. As the descendant of a mage, she'd already been exposed to magic, so it was no surprise she learned faster than those with no foundation at all. With a stern expression and hands clasped behind his back, Theodore addressed the apprentices in a serious tone. "Everyone focus. Put in your best effort and learn for Belair." As he spoke, Theodore walked among the apprentices, carefully observing each one's progress. Soon, he noticed Wang Yang, still standing in place, watching Belair and the others without making any attempt to practice. "Why aren't you trying?" Theodore asked, startled by the reprimand. Wang Yang snapped out of his thoughts, pulled back from his musings about Doctor Strange spellcasting techniques. He had realized that conjuring the magic light was only the first step. There were far more advanced skills ahead, like magical shields and portals. He'd been scrutinizing the flow of magical energy around Theodore and the other apprentices, pondering their methods, and had become lost in thought. "I'm sorry. I'll try right away," Wang Yang answered quickly. Theodore looked at Wang Yang's obedient expression and couldn't help but nod approvingly. The sight reminded him of his own early days at Kamar-Taj. His tone softened as he turned to Zhang Yang, saying kindly, "Failure is nothing to fear. Only by daring to try can you truly master it. Don't be afraid. Try as many times as you need." Theodore's unexpectedly gentle attitude was a relief to everyone present. After all, cultivation was not just about honing magic, but also about nurturing one's character. Feeling Theodore's gaze on him, Wang Yang took a deep breath. Though he had seen magic performed countless times in Marvel movies, this was his first time learning it for real, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. After listening to Theodore's guidance, he set aside all distracting thoughts, focusing his entire being on sensing the flow of magic. Silently reciting the incantation, he began channeling magic exactly as Theodore had demonstrated. Wang Yang raised his hands, and in an instant, countless streams of magical energy swirled around him. As he slowly parted his hands, the energy began to gather. His original intention was simply to condense a single yellow beam of magical light. But with a resonant hum, the energy converged rapidly, forming not one, but two complete rings of light, magical shields. Boom! A surge of powerful magical energy burst from his hands, radiating outward. The force was so overwhelming that the surrounding apprentices instinctively took several steps back, stunned by the intensity. Now in each of Wang Yang's hands a glowing shield had appeared. Belair, witnessing this, was shaken to his core, barely able to believe his own eyes. The other apprentices were equally dumbfounded. While they still struggled to condense even the most basic magical lines, the newcomer had already conjured fully formed magical shields. Theodore's expression shifted from stern to utterly shocked. Though he tried hard to mask his reaction, his widened pupils betrayed his inner turmoil. For a moment, Theodore even doubted his own senses. Magical shields. This new apprentice had followed his instructions to gather magical energy and condense magical light, yet in the blink of an eye managed to form actual shields. While magical shields were essentially just highly condensed lines of magic, fundamental spell, it was simply unheard of for a novice who had only been learning for a few minutes and witnessed the demonstration just once to create a complete magical shield. Theodore remembered how it had taken him an entire month of building foundations, starting with drawing magical lines, before he finally managed to form his own magical shield. Could this young man truly possess such an extraordinary innate talent for magic? Was he a rare prodigy, destined for greatness in the magical arts? Not only that, but the magic he had unleashed seemed even more powerful than usual. Could he be one of those exceptionally rare magical geniuses? Even among all the people Theodore had met, hardly anyone had ever grasped and controlled magic so quickly. Boom! The magical shield vanished, clearly showing that Wang Yang still couldn't fully control or stabilize them. Nevertheless, to summon shields so swiftly on his very first attempt had already far exceeded Theodore's expectations. You must have encountered magic before, haven't you? Theodore fixed his gaze on Wang Yang, his brows furrowed with doubt. Wang Yang, breathing heavily from the effort, shook his head, indicating that he had never come into contact with magic before. This answer sent a fresh wave of shock through Theodore's heart. Although it's true that there are differences in talent when it comes to learning magic, this boy's talent was simply astonishing. He had no prior foundation, yet he succeeded in casting a spell on his very first attempt. Once Wang Yang had recovered a little, he looked up at Theodore's inscrutable expression and cautiously asked Senior Brother, "How did I do just now?" This question snapped Theodore out of his thoughts. Seeing the humble look on Wang Yang's face, Theodore couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Such extraordinary talent. Yet the boy remained modest. This kind of quality was rare these days. It made Theodore's impression of Wang Yang even more favorable. However, Theodore knew all too well that excessive praise for a gifted apprentice would only breed complacency and arrogance, serving no good purpose. So he suppressed his own surprise and replied with a blank expression, "Not bad." He then continued, "The magic shield has various functions. The stronger a mage's magical power, the sturdier the shield they can conjure. You still need to practice more. Moreover," Theodore paused deliberately, then looked up and spoke in a deliberately profound tone, "Magical energy can be shaped into more than just shields. It can also transform into weapons, blades, whips, and all kinds of forms. Right now, you've only grasped the construction of a shield. There's still much for you to learn. These transformations, incantations, and the use of energy are things you'll have to explore on your own." Theodore's words were sincere and deeply meaningful. The apprentices around them couldn't help but nod in agreement, a sense of awe for the mysteries of magic swelling in their hearts. Wang Yang nodded as well. He was well aware that he had only just started learning magic and recognized his own beginner status. Unfortunately, the system that allowed him to absorb talent hadn't shown any changes since yesterday, and he still didn't understand what those talent fragments were all about. Still, no matter what, he was now ahead of most apprentices, holding a distinct advantage. Yet this was only entry-level magic. He still needed to work much harder to master more advanced spells, I understand. "Senior Brother, I'll practice diligently," Wang Yang promised solemnly with a nod. Seeing Wang Yang's earnest and studious attitude, Theodore nodded in satisfaction. "Good." Then he looked around at the other apprentices. Those who have already mastered the magic ray can start learning the magic shield, and then try other spells. If you haven't mastered it yet, keep practicing. Remember, learning magic requires studying more, observing more, and experiencing more. Everyone practice freely. With that, Theodore turned and left the training ground. The apprentices immediately began practicing on their own, voices buzzing with excitement and disbelief. "It's incredible. Someone actually managed to conjure a magic shield on their very first try. We can't even conjure the most basic magical light. What a failure we are at. Looks like we'll need to work twice as hard, or we'll be left behind in no time." As Theodore walked away, the apprentices continued their practice, quietly exchanging whispers among themselves. Most of the discussion revolved around Wang Yang's performance just moments ago. Bella, in particular, was deeply unsettled. As a descendant of a prestigious mage family, she had never imagined she would fall short compared to an ordinary magic apprentice. This realization solidified her resolve to work even harder. She glanced over in Wang Yang's direction, her eyes flashing with anger. Deep down, she made a silent vow. "This man will become my greatest rival." After a whole afternoon of practice, Wang Yang suddenly heard the system prompt in his mind. Ding! Magic talent fragment detected. "Would you like to fuse?" Wang Yang noticed a fragment had appeared on Beller, just like what happened the previous night. None of the other apprentices, however, had any fragments drop. "Fuse," Wang Yang responded internally. At his command, the magic talent fragment swiftly flew toward him and merged seamlessly into his being. A surge of powerful magical and mental energy flooded his body, significantly enhancing his spiritual strength. At the same time, several of his doubts were resolved. The system, it seemed, operated randomly. It could extract talent fragments from others, but only from those with higher innate gifts. The day before, he had received fragments from L and a few others, but today he sensed nothing from them. Perhaps the system could not extract more than once from the same person, or perhaps their talents were simply too limited. As for Theodore, though he was undoubtedly powerful, Wang Yang sensed he could not obtain fragments from him. Maybe Theodore's level was simply too far beyond his own for now. Regardless, Wang Yang knew he had to work even harder. Especially now, with his special system at his disposal, the weight of responsibility had only grown. The next morning, Wang Yang rose at dawn and headed straight to the training grounds. He was well aware that his understanding of magic was still very superficial. Everything would have to be improved through hard work and diligence. The training field was empty. Wang Yang began his practice alone, wasting no time. After a while, someone else stepped on the grounds. Bella. She was surprised to see Wang Yang already there. She had thought she was early, but Wang Yang had beaten her to it. She watched him intently, his hands moving ceaselessly, eyes closed as he sensed the flow of magic around him. Witnessing this scene, Bella couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration rise in her heart. Perhaps raw talent wasn't the most terrifying thing. What truly mattered was someone who possessed talent and was willing to put in even more effort than you. Bella was certain now. This man would truly become her formidable rival. Inside the library of Kamar-Taj, Wang was deeply engrossed in. Reading a book on magic, Theodore entered quietly. How are the current batch of apprentices doing? Wang didn't look up, but it was clear he had already sensed Theodore's arrival. Nodding, Theodore replied, "This year's apprentices are indeed stronger than those from previous years, and among them, there's a newcomer with an exceptionally outstanding talent. Every year there are always a few apprentices with decent talent." Wang responded calmly, his tone carrying a hint of indifference born of habit. After all, with so many apprentices each year, there were always a few who stood out, but very few could truly meet their high standards. Even fewer were those who were both hardworking and willing to endure hardship. For those with real talent, you'll just have to put in extra effort to teach them well, Wang said, turning a page with ease and smiling slightly. "Of course I will. But Wang, aren't you curious who the most talented apprentice is this time?" Theodore asked, probing. "I guess it's our old friend Child Ballard." Wang replied offhandedly. In his eyes, Ballard was likely the most gifted among this year's apprentices. Wang, "You guessed wrong." Theodore laughed merrily, then continued, "The most gifted apprentice this year is someone who had never come into contact with magic before. He's from the East, and his name is Wang Yang." Wang did not seem particularly surprised. Every year brought some promising new apprentices, though most had their limits. "Oh, he mastered the magic ray on his first day." "That's a decent performance," Wang said, still focused on his book, as if nothing could truly pique his interest. "No, he mastered the magic shield on his very first day." Theodore shook his head, his voice filled with awe and emotion. "What?" Wang snapped his book shut and looked up at Theodore, his eyes wide. "He learned the magic shield in just one day. Even the renowned Master Caecilius, acknowledged as the most talented in magic, took half a month to master that spell back in his day," Theodore explained. "Even for me, it took a whole month. This isn't just about strong talent anymore." Wang's eyes were full of astonishment. "That's exactly why I came to you today. Do you think Master Kamar-Taj should be the one to teach him? That way his talent could be put to even greater use," Theodore suggested. "If his talent is truly that extraordinary, then he absolutely needs the best guidance. Otherwise, it would be a waste," Wang agreed. The practice of magic did not require a wealth of external resources. It relied mainly on one's innate talent and effort. The guidance of a great teacher was equally crucial. Kamar-Taj had always hoped to nurture more powerful successors, stalwarts among the ranks of sorcerers, to ensure they had enough strength to repel any invasion from outside forces. "You can tell him to seek out Master Kamar-Taj. I'm sure Master Kamar-Taj would be delighted to guide such a talented individual." Wang nodded as he spoke. Theodore acknowledged the instruction and turned to leave. He had assumed it was still early and that Wang Yang would be resting, but to his surprise, the room was empty. Eventually, he found Wang Yang on the training grounds, deep in practice, with Ballard at his side. After a night of diligent training, Wang Yang's mastery of the magic shield technique had improved noticeably. While there was still room for growth in terms of power and speed, his progress was already remarkable for a beginner. In fact, standing before Wang Yang, Ballard, whom Theodore had once considered exceptionally gifted, now seemed to pale in comparison. Ballard's own talent was indeed impressive. She had managed to skillfully draw a magic ray within a single day, a feat that set her above most apprentices. Yet compared to Wang Yang's ability to conjure a magic shield, the difference was clear. "Senior brother." Upon seeing Theodore approach, both Wang Yang and Ballard paused their training and greeted him respectfully. "Excellent, excellent," Theodore nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Ballard. "Ballard, your talent is outstanding. To master the magic ray in just one day. Given time, you will surely be able to form a magic shield." Ballard lifted her head slightly at the praise, the sting of being surpassed by Wang Yang easing somewhat in her heart. As a child of the Kamar-Taj sorcerers, she carried her own pride. She could not and should not fall behind the ordinary apprentices. However, while you pursue magical Training, don't neglect your physical conditioning, Theodore added. Though all of them hailed from Kamar-Taj, training in martial arts was equally important. Not only did it strengthen the body, it also helped them better sense magic and speed up their progress. Yes, senior brother, Balar replied respectfully. Theodore nodded, then turned to Wang Yang. Your talent has exceeded all our expectations. We've all agreed that you should seek guidance from Master Kamar. If I continue to teach you myself, I might actually hold back your progress. Though Master Kamar's innate talent was not considered the greatest, his nearly 80 years of cultivation had made him a seasoned sorcerer. His vast knowledge and extensive teaching experience made him the ideal mentor for younger generations. Far better than any young instructor. Typically, only advanced apprentices were granted the opportunity to learn under Kamar. Upon hearing that Wang Yang was being sent to study with Kamar, Balar couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. Go on, Theodore said with a warm smile, his tone courteous. Go ahead. Wang Yang nodded in gratitude, then walked in the direction Theodore had indicated, soon finding where Kamar was waiting. He bowed respectfully and said, Master Kamar, I have come to visit you on the recommendation of senior brother Theodore. Oh, Master Kamar looked somewhat surprised when he saw Wang Yang. There were not many apprentices who could obtain such a recommendation, and it was even rarer for someone as new as Wang Yang to be introduced in this way. Kamar studied him up and down, his eyes narrowing with a hint of satisfaction. It seems you truly are quite gifted. Very well, Master Kamar. I hope to learn some new magic. Wang Yang had hoped to detect a fragment of magical talent, and although that wish had not been fulfilled, he was not discouraged. He stated his purpose directly. This did not surprise Kamar. He had seen countless apprentices with the same flaw, an eagerness to reach for the unattainable, especially among those with a touch of talent. In a calm tone, he asked, Do you know what is most important in learning magic? Wang Yang thought for a moment before replying, knowledge and talent. Knowledge and talent are indeed important factors. Kamar nodded in affirmation, but in my view, the most crucial thing is a solid foundation. Only with a firm foundation can you truly master magic. In the process of learning, you must not be overly ambitious. Do you understand? His voice was gentle yet carried an undeniable seriousness. I understand, Master. Wang Yang nodded sincerely. He knew well that the world of magic was vast and boundless, its forms myriad and complex. Not even the supreme magi dared to claim mastery of all magic without a solid foundation. Greed and haste would only leave one crushed beneath the weight of magic's demands. Every word from Kamar, an experienced mage, was a precious lesson, hard one. As long as you understand. Kamar was pleased with Wang Yang's response. He could see that although this young man was a bit impatient, he was also perceptive, a common trait among the young. But, Master Kamar, Wang Yang ventured cautiously, could you teach me some new magical techniques? At present, the only spell he could cast proficiently was the magic shield. Other spells still eluded him. At these words, the smile on Kamar's face froze. He had just felt that Wang Yang was obedient and sensible. Yet so quickly had he revealed his eagerness for quick success. Though Kamar was known for his gentle temperament, he could not help but feel a flicker of annoyance. Do you realize, Kamar's tone grew stern, that just like your people in the East say, a tall building starts with its foundation. The basics of magic are the most important of all. The reason we have you study magic lines is so you can construct stronger, more precise magical structures. As he spoke, Kamar raised his hand and conjured a shimmering magical shield, its surface gleaming with radiant light. He continued, do you realize that even a seemingly simple magic shield like this requires countless precisely arranged magical threads to support it? You should focus on practicing the basics for now. As for other spells, you must take it one step at a time. Kamar said patiently. At that moment, a notification chimed in Wang Yang's mind. Ding! Magic shield talent fragment detected. Would you like to fuse it? He watched as a small fragment seemed to drop from Kamar's body. Fuse! Wang Yang responded instantly. Immediately, he felt his understanding of the magic shield deepen significantly. He had initially thought that the system could only sense fragments of basic magical talents. But now he realized that while magical talent formed the foundation of everything, each specific spell also required its own unique aptitude. It was just like how some people excel at sprinting but struggle with hurdles, or how some have a feel for the ball but lack dribbling skills. in a world of magic. These differences were even more pronounced. Every spell demanded its own kind of talent. At this moment, Wang Yang's understanding of how his system operated became much clearer. Kamar-Taj, seeing Wang Yang fall silent, assumed he was pondering his teachings and nodded in satisfaction, his tone growing gentler. Foundational training is crucial for your path in magic. The reason we have you study magical threads is to help you gain mastery over your mental power. Your mental strength will determine what kinds of magic you'll be able to wield in the future. As he spoke, the magical shield Kamar-Taj had conjured slowly faded away. Though he felt a trace of dissatisfaction with this somewhat arrogant apprentice, he had no intention of holding anything back. He recalled his own youth, how he'd been eager to learn complex spells, only to realize much later the true importance of a solid foundation. Ambition was a common flaw among the young. Even for a student recommended by Theodore, he would not advise being overly aggressive in magical studies. Only by progressing step by step could one become a truly powerful mage. I understand your eagerness to learn more advanced spells, but until you have fully mastered magical threads, I won't teach you any. Higher magic, Kamar-Taj declared firmly, smoothing his beard as his expression grew more resolute than ever. Wang Yang looked at Kamar-Taj with deep respect in his eyes. This, he thought, was the mark of a teacher who truly cared for his students. However, since he possessed a system that let him absorb magical talents, he was naturally unwilling to let this opportunity slip by. But Master Kamar-Taj, I have already mastered the magic shield, Wang Yang said quietly. You've already mastered the magic ray? Kamar-Taj asked in surprise, his brows furrowing. The magic shield was notoriously difficult for beginners, so he instinctively thought Wang Yang must be referring to the much simpler magic ray. No, it's a magical shield, Wang Yang corrected. What? A magical shield? Kamar-Taj frowned, his face filled with disbelief. As far as he knew, even the fastest apprentices in history had needed at least half a month to master the magical shield. And this student, how long had he been here? He only entered Kamar-Taj the day before yesterday, started practicing yesterday, and today he's already mastered the magical shield? This was simply impossible. What did you say? Kamar-Taj stared at Wang Yang, eyes wide with shock, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Master, I have already mastered the magical shield, Wang Yang answered respectfully. Then show me. Kamar-Taj's voice trembled. He truly couldn't believe such a thing. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Yang bowed, then traced elegant patterns in the air with both hands. Instantly, a golden glow appeared before him, swirling and forming countless intricate runes. At last, the light condensed into a golden shield. Kamar-Taj was stunned. This beginner's magical shield was almost on par with his own. What kind of prodigy was this? Though Kamar-Taj appeared to be in his 60s, he was in fact nearly 90 years old. He had been teaching apprentices at the sanctum for over 40 years, having trained countless sorcerers. Several of the current masters had once been his students, yet never had he seen anyone master the magical shield in a single day. Though the magical shield was considered a basic spell, its complexity was not to be underestimated. The caster needed precise control of magical energy, a strong connection to cosmic forces, and the skill to weave intricate runes. The slightest mistake during this process would lead to failure. For most apprentices, it took at least half a month to acquire this skill, some needed years. Even then, the strength of the shield varied depending on the caster's magical power, mental focus, and depth of connection to cosmic energy. What astonished Kamar-Taj most was that Wang Yang's magical shield was not only stable, but its strength rivaled that of sorcerers who had trained for over a year, and it even faintly carried the characteristics of his own shield. Such a genius he had never seen in his lifetime. Now he understood why Theodore had gone out his way to recommend Wang Yang. Yet, faced with such an extraordinary apprentice, Kamar-Taj couldn't help but feel at a loss. Wang Yang withdrew his magical shield and looked at Kamar-Taj, feeling a bit nervous. Although he had absorbed the talent for Kamar-Taj's magical shield, he knew his own power was still far from perfect. Seeing his teacher remain silent, he grew increasingly anxious. Not bad. You've mastered it quite well, Kamar-Taj said at last, striving to maintain his composure and choosing his words with care. In the face of such a prodigy, he wished for the boy's healthy growth, yet worried that excessive praise might foster arrogance. Still, the recognition that was due could not be withheld. Your magical shield is far stronger than what most apprentice mages can conjure. He paused, then added, more importantly, there's a certain vitality within your shield. This was precisely what Kamar-Taj valued most. Typically, mages would craft these shields in a mechanical, uninspired way, lacking flexibility or inner spirit. Yet in Wang Yang's shield, there was a trace of liveliness, a sign that his shield still had immense potential for growth. After only a single day of practice, Wang Yang had not only mastered the magical shield, but also infused it with a spark of inner vitality. It was impossible to deny. This youth from the East was indeed a rare genius. Kamar-Taj's hands clasped behind his back, tightened unconsciously. His gaze on Wang Yang grew more intense, though he kept his expression calm. Although you have mastered the magical shield, you must understand that magic is not only about destruction, it is also the key to unlocking the mysteries of the world, Kamar-Taj said in a composed voice. Your disciple understands, Wang Yang replied respectfully, committing Kamar-Taj's teachings to memory. Kamar-Taj was very satisfied with Wang Yang's response. After a brief pause, he continued, although you have mastered the magical shield, you must not become arrogant or complacent. You may learn faster than your peers, but here, in Kamar-Taj, such ability is merely considered average. It is nothing special. You must remain diligent, or you may soon be surpassed by others. Wang Yang wholeheartedly agreed with Kamar-Taj's words. Even with his unique talents, he knew his current achievements were insignificant. His magical shield was still fragile. After all, he had only been training for a day. How could he compare to Kamar-Taj, who had practiced for countless years, let alone the Sorcerer Supreme? Watching Wang Yang nod sincerely, Kamar-Taj could barely restrain himself. He had always been an honest man, not adept at lying, if not for the need to avoid squandering a genius's potential with too much praise. He would never have called Wang Yang's talents average. He had to suppress his inner astonishment, which was no easy task. Yet thanks to years of experience, his performance was flawless, and Wang Yang noticed nothing amiss. You're quite obedient. May I ask your name? Kamar-Taj coughed lightly, suddenly realizing he did not know the boy's name. Master Kamar-Taj, my name is Wang Yang, came the respectful reply. Very good, Wang Yang. Since you have already learned the magical shield, you may indeed begin studying other spells. Kamar-Taj nodded in satisfaction, his appreciation for Wang Yang's attitude evident in his eyes. Then, putting on an air of mystery, he said, the magic shield is merely the most basic spell in Kamar-Taj. Countless advanced magical arts are built upon this very foundation. By condensing runes, you can create magical weapons to your satisfaction. Hearing Kamar-Taj's words, Wang Yang was filled with delight and listened with rapt attention. This is an advanced application of the magic shield rune, but stabilizing the structure of the weapon is by no means an easy task, Kamar-Taj explained. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will practice diligently when I return, Wang Yang responded respectfully. He had long been fascinated by the Supreme Sorcerer's dazzling magical transformations. Now that he was at Kamar-Taj, it meant he finally had the chance to learn these wondrous spells himself. At present, he had only just grasped the basic ability to conjure a magic shield, yet in the hands of the Supreme Sorcerer those spells, drawing upon energies from the cosmos and other dimensions, could shift at will, taking the forms of shields, fans, whips, and more. For the Supreme Sorcerer, one person was as mighty as an entire army, enough to strike terror into the hearts of traitors like Caecilius. Such power to defend oneself was immeasurably valuable in this world, and Wang Yang yearned for it deeply. As Wang Yang was lost in his thoughts, Kamar-Taj had already begun his next lesson. Next, I will teach you the arrangement of runes and the techniques for stabilizing the structure of magical weapons. Kamar-Taj began to explain in detail. On the surface, Wang Yang listened respectfully, but inside he was completely at a loss, though he could hear every word clearly when strung together. These specialized terms made no sense to him at all. Just then, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Basic rune talent fragment detected. Do you wish to fuse? So it's true. Every kind of magic requires a corresponding talent. Even theoretical knowledge needs a foundation of talent. Wang Yang rejoiced inwardly, realizing his earlier suspicions had been correct. No magic could be separated from talent. Physical magic required physical aptitude. Basic runes were like talent in the arts. While manipulating and condensing energy, demanded a logic akin to scientific thinking. Fuse, Wang Yang chose. Without hesitation, as the fusion began, a flood of knowledge about basic magic runes poured into his mind. Now, as he listened to Kamar-Taj's explanations, he was able to grasp their true subtleties. Indeed, with talent, even the most difficult knowledge became simple. Wang Yang devoted himself wholeheartedly to Kamar-Taj's teaching. Though Kamar-Taj's magical talent was not the strongest, his years as an experienced mage and teacher made him adept at guiding others step by step. Many exceptionally gifted mages often fail to grasp the importance of building knowledge from the basics when teaching others. However, under the systematic guidance of the Kamar-Taj system, Wang Yang's understanding of magic was advancing at an astonishing pace. Before long, he had developed a clear grasp of the fundamental runes. What was even more exciting was that every time he encountered a new piece of magical knowledge, the system would detect the corresponding talent fragments, providing powerful support for his learning. For Wang Yang, this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. Kamar-Taj didn't simply pour all his knowledge into Wang Yang at once. Instead, he taught step by step, laying a solid foundation. After more than half an hour of explanation, Kamar-Taj's mouth was parched, but he finally finished covering all the basics. Well, Wang Yang, did you understand everything? Kamar-Taj asked patiently. Don't worry if you haven't grasped it all just yet. You can go back and digest the material first. If you have any questions, feel free to come and ask me at any time. Thank you for your guidance, Master Kamar-Taj. Wang Yang bowed respectfully. Remember, a solid foundation is the only path to becoming a powerful mage. Go back and work on your fundamentals. Kamar-Taj encouraged him. Yes. Master Kamar-Taj. After bowing again, Wang Yang took his leave. Kamar-Taj watched Wang Yang's figure disappear from view and finally let out a long sigh of relief. Teaching a student with such extraordinary talent truly required immense patience. What surprised him even more was that Wang Yang was not only exceptionally gifted, but also so humble and courteous. Never arrogant or impatient. At first, I thought Wang Yang was too conceited. Kamar-Taj murmured to himself, shaking his head. Now I see I underestimated him. This boy's future is limitless for a student of such unparalleled talent. I must discuss things with the other masters. With that, Kamar-Taj raised his hand and drew a circle in front of him. A golden portal appeared immediately, and he stepped through it. Meanwhile, in an open clearing, Wang Yang raised his hand to cast a spell. A magical shield materialized in his grasp. After practicing the fundamentals of runes, the number of runes on my magic shield has increased, and their arrangement is much more compact, Wang Yang noted to himself. The enhancement of the shield's power perfectly reflected his growing mastery over basic magical runes. If he could control more runes, his magic shield would become even stronger. Wang Yang waved his hand, dispelling the spell, and the shield in his hand dissolved into a shimmer of light. At this moment, he was filled with anticipation. This world's magic utterly fascinated him. As long as he mastered the use of magical runes, he could create all kinds of weapons and equipment at will, whether it be fans, whips, or spears. Anything was possible in Kamar-Taj. Mages typically use shields and energy whips as their primary weapons, even the Sorcerer Supreme among them. These two spells are relatively simple and easy to learn, so most mages choose to master them first. Of course, this doesn't mean that the applications of magic are limited to just these spells. In theory, by arranging runes differently and constructing energy in various ways, Wang Yang could create all kinds of melee weapons. And even complex magical armaments are not out of reach, as countless tiny golden runes gathered and swirled in the air. A gleaming short sword materialized in Wang Yang's hand. This magical blade radiated an astonishing energy, with golden sparks leaping occasionally from its surface, hinting at the immense power contained within. This effect was partly due to the weapon's structure and the runes not yet being fully stabilized. In Kamar-Taj, magical conjurations are often accompanied by sparks, a phenomenon caused by minuscule rune fractures that occur when one's mental control isn't quite precise enough. Still, this doesn't affect the weapon's overall performance, as the gaps are quickly filled in by magical energy. As Wang Yang's mental control grew stronger, the sword became more solid and dazzling, taking on an impressively ornate form. Not bad. Wang Yang was quite satisfied with the weapon's appearance. Meanwhile, In the library, a teleportation circle shimmered into existence, and Kamar-Taj stepped out gracefully. "Kamar-Taj, what brings you here?" Wang, though maintaining his usual stern expression, was known by those close to him as someone whose outward coolness concealed a kind heart. "Wasn't it you who recommended Wang Yang to me this time?" Kamar-Taj asked in surprise. Though Wang appeared young, he was in fact quite advanced in years, making him and Kamar-Taj peers. "Oh, so you're here about that Eastern apprentice." Enlightenment dawned on Wang's face at Kamar-Taj's words. He then invited Kamar-Taj to sit and brewed him a cup of tea. "I heard from Theodore that this young man for the East has remarkable magical talent." "Yes." Kamar-Taj nodded in affirmation. "He really is a promising student." "That's nothing to be so surprised about," Wang replied casually, taking a sip of his tea. After all, outstanding apprentices appeared every year. Kamar-Taj had no shortage of apprentices, all handpicked for their exceptional gifts. It wasn't unusual for a handful to stand out even among such a talented group, but he managed to conjure a combat-ready magical shield in just one day, Kamar-Taj emphasized. Wang, however, showed no sign of surprise. He simply replied, "That's not much. At best, it's just a preliminary formation." In his view, what Theodore described was merely the initial condensation of a magical shield. It was still far from being fully stable or ready for true combat, although this did indeed prove that Wang Yang possessed impressive talent. Enough for Theodore to recommend him to meet Kamar-Taj. It still didn't seem to warrant such high regard from Kamar-Taj as Grand Mages. "We both know that the initial and somewhat accidental formation of a magical shield isn't all that remarkable. To truly stabilize it still takes time," Wang said calmly, lifting his teacup once more for a sip. "No, you misunderstand." Kamar-Taj shook his head. "I witnessed with my own eyes that his magical shield had already fully solidified and was ready for actual combat, though the number of runes within it wasn't great yet. It already contained a clear sense of spirit." At this point, Kamar-Taj seemed to recall the moment when Wang Yang cast his magical shield, and his tone was filled with emotion. "What?" Crack! The cup in Wang's hand shattered at that instant, revealing the depth of his shock. However, the spilling tea was instantly enveloped by magic, presenting a strangely wondrous sight. "Kamar-Taj, you realize what you're describing is nearly impossible. Even supreme mages rarely achieve such a feat." Wang stared at Kamar-Taj in disbelief. "Wang, it's precisely because I witnessed this remarkable talent myself that I came to discuss this with you. This matter cannot be ignored," Kamar-Taj replied gravely. Wang abruptly stood up, guiding the floating tea back into the teapot with a wave of his hand. "Let's go," he declared. Kamar-Taj looked puzzled. "Wang, where are we going?" "Where else? To see this genius apprentice with our own eyes." Though Wang appeared composed, the slight tremor in his voice betrayed his inner upheaval. He had at first assumed this young man had only accidentally shown some promise, managing to form a rudimentary magical shield by sheer luck. Never had he imagined it was actually a stable, spiritually resonant shield. Such talent surpassed the vast majority of apprentices in Kamar-Taj. No wonder Kamar-Taj was so excited. Any Grand Mage would be deeply interested upon encountering such a student. After a few steps, Wang paused, raised his hand, and traced a circle in the air. A golden portal unfolded before him. At the same time, countless spaces refracting like glassy mirrors appeared within the portal. Mirror dimension. "So you want to observe secretly first." Kamar-Taj immediately understood Wang's intention upon seeing this. If he had suddenly heard of an apprentice with such talent, he would likely be skeptical as well. The mirror dimension, as a reflection of the real world, could not only be used for magical experiments, but also for unobtrusive observation of others, as long as the person being observed didn't possess greater mental strength than Wang. The two of them entered the mirror dimension. As they walked, Kamar-Taj continued to introduce, "This young man is truly outstanding. Not only is he diligent and eager to learn, but the moment I taught him the basics of magical runes, he demonstrated an extraordinary level of comprehension." As they searched for Wang Yang in the mirror dimension, Kamar-Taj couldn't help but praise his new apprentice. Although the Supreme Sorcerer's Order didn't impose strict requirements on a practitioner's temperament, good character certainly counted as a bonus. Diligent and humble individuals often advanced further on the path of sorcery. Having known Kamar-Taj for years, Wang was well aware of his honest nature. He would never exaggerate without reason. "I sense a magical fluctuation," Wang suddenly noticed a surge of magical energy from afar. That must be Wang Yang, practicing the basic framework Kamar-Taj surmised. Even for sorcerers who had already mastered the magical shield, honing the basic framework was a necessary exercise. Yet with Wang Yang's talent and diligence, he was sure to grasp these magical rune fundamentals far faster than most. "Let's go have a look," Wang suggested, and the two of them made their way toward the source of the magical disturbance. Wang himself was eager to meet the prodigy. Anyone capable of conjuring such a solid and sentient magical shield in so short a time was certainly a curiosity. Soon, Wang and Kamar-Taj saw Wang Yang standing in a clearing, focused intently as he manipulated his magical shield. The sight made Wang's eyes light up. The young man from the east demonstrated a mastery of magic that rivaled sorcerers who had trained for years. Had Wang not known that Wang Yang had only been learning for a short time, he would have assumed the young man had been practicing in Kamar-Taj for many years. "What's he doing now? Is he forming a sword?" Wang asked in surprise. They watched as Wang Yang dispersed the magical shield and began to slowly conjure a sword. What was even more astonishing was the way countless magical runes were seamlessly integrated into the conjuration, eventually forming a stable structure. The entire process was so skillful, it seemed almost effortless. The two master sorcerers watched in disbelief, as if they'd seen a ghost. "Kamar-Taj, are you sure this is just the basic framework you taught him? He's more adept than sorcerers who've studied for years," Wang exclaimed in astonishment. "I really only taught him recently," Kamar-Taj replied urgently, his own face full of bewilderment. "I swear it's only been a short while." "Then how is this possible?" Wang pressed, suspicion and confusion written all over his face. Kamar-Taj was just as stunned. He'd assumed Wang Yang was simply practicing a basic magical shield. Never did he expect the young man to attempt constructing a magical weapon, let alone succeed so easily. Such proficiency was rare, even among those who had studied for years. There was a world of difference between learning the foundations of magical weapon conjuration and truly mastering it. Mastery required relentless training, especially in adjusting magical runes to ensure structural stability. A test of one's fundamentals, magical control, and patience. Usually, it took at least a year and a half for an apprentice to fully master weapon frameworks. But what they were witnessing now simply defied all logic. Kamar-Taj had long since become a senior sorcerer at Kamar-Taj, having served for over 60 years. He had followed the Sorcerer Supreme through many battles against threats from other dimensions, but never before had he felt so shocked and at a loss as he did today. This apprentice was simply unbelievable. "Wang, I really just taught him," Kamar-Taj said with a helpless, wry smile. "As for how he managed to master it so quickly, I can't explain it myself." Wang, of course, trusted Kamar-Taj's honesty. Throughout Kamar-Taj, Kamar-Taj was renowned for his integrity and reliability. Even the masters held him in high esteem. Not even the aloof Kaisalius ever put on airs with Kamar-Taj. That was how deeply respected he was at Kamar-Taj, a man of such virtue and standing. How could he possibly lie about something like this? And there was, after all, a real apprentice before them. There could be only one explanation. This young man had, in the course of a single morning, not only grasped the theoretical foundations of magic, but could already put them into practice. Wang himself was a genius. He would not have become a master sorcerer otherwise. Precisely because of this, he understood just how incredible this was. Not only could he himself never have accomplished such a feat, even the Ancient One, in her youth, had not learned so swiftly just how gifted was this young man. When Theodore first told him about the apprentice, Wang had assumed he was dealing with an ordinary prodigy. But now, it seemed that the word genius was no longer adequate. This was a magical prodigy the likes of which they had never seen. The shock was still plain on Wang's face. Sometimes the difference between two people could be greater than that between a human and an animal. But soon Wang collected himself, a flicker of joy rising in his heart. The appearance of such a talent at Kamar-Taj might be an opportunity for them all. This young man might even become the next Sorcerer Supreme. Wang turned to look at Kamar-Taj. Normally, Wang was not one for idle conversation, but the intensity of his gaze made Kamar-Taj feel a little uneasy. "Wang, isn't there something extraordinary about this young man? His talent is truly astonishing," Kamar-Taj said, glancing at Wang Yang outside the mirror dimension. Wang, too, looked at Wang Yang, his emotions complicated. He had originally thought Kamar-Taj could handle the teaching, but at this rate Kamar-Taj might not have much time to instruct him at all. Taking a deep breath, Wang said, Kamar-Taj, this young man is indeed a rare genius. Perhaps the Sorcerer Supreme should teach him personally. If we do it, we might only limit his potential. You're right, Wang. Kamar-Taj sighed as well. He was well aware of his own limits. Although there were many powerful sorcerers in Kamar-Taj, some even direct disciples of the Sorcerer Supreme. They all understood that compared to the Sorcerer Supreme, they were like fireflies beneath the bright moon, not even worth comparing. There were certain magical tomes that they could not even decipher. For someone with such nearly supernatural talent, only the Sorcerer Supreme could provide proper guidance. Wang, you're right, but the Sorcerer Supreme still hasn't returned yet. Kamar-Taj's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Wang pondered for a moment before replying. He should be back soon. Lately, the Sorcerer Supreme had been dealing with formidable threats, like Dormammu from the Dark Dimension. There were always powerful enemies trying to invade Earth, and the Sorcerer Supreme was the one, standing in their way. In terms of instructing disciples, his time was indeed stretched thin. Wang nodded in understanding. So, until the Sorcerer Supreme returns, I'm afraid I must trouble you to oversee his training. You have a wealth of magical knowledge that you can pass on to him directly. Even if you can't teach him every spell, you can at least get him started with Sanskrit and other ancient languages. Genius though he may be, those basics still take time to master. Wang added with a smile. Kamar-Taj library was filled with magical texts from every corner of the world. Many of these were written in languages that had already been lost to the outside world. Only here could they still be found, ancient. Sanskrit was one such language. Mastering these intricate linguistic systems was not something that could be done overnight. No matter how gifted Wang Yang might be in some areas, it was impossible for him to excel in everything. Besides, language was the foundation of any sorcerer's education. If he wanted to pursue more advanced magic, knowledge of these languages was indispensable. You're absolutely right, Wang. Kamar-Taj agreed with a nod. The library at Kamar-Taj was indeed a treasure trove, filled with rare collections carefully gathered by generations of Sorcerer Supremes. At Kamar-Taj, knowledge was shared. Apart from certain dark arts, the majority of magical texts were freely available to even apprentices. Even if Wang Yang mastered all the magic Kamar-Taj could teach, he could still study ancient languages and read the magical tomes on his own. That would be enough to keep him occupied until the Sorcerer Supreme returned. Well then, Kamar-Taj, I'm leaving the task of teaching this young man to you, Wang said solemnly. Looking Kamar-Taj in the eye, this youngster might have the potential to become the next Sorcerer Supreme. Be sure to guide him with all your heart. I understand, Wang. You can count on me. Kamar-Taj promised sincerely. Let's go. This youngster is truly full of surprises. I'm afraid if we keep watching, we'll only witness even more astonishing things, Wang said with a laugh. Kamar-Taj nodded in wholehearted agreement. For a beginner to craft magical weapons so effortlessly was truly astonishing. With that, the two of them turned and left. Wang Yang had no idea he was being watched at this moment. He was still completely absorbed in constructing various weapons, finding great joy in the process. Although he hadn't obtained many talent fragments, he had already mastered the basics of weapon construction. As a result, weapons such as long knives, swords, and whips all took shape one by one under his hands. The next morning at 8 o'clock, many apprentices at Kamar-Taj had already begun their training. The crisp, unified commands echoed throughout the training grounds. Theodore was leading a group of apprentices in their exercises, everyone drenched in sweat. Some had already learned to release magical beams, a sign that they had taken their first steps in mastering magic. However, they still had a long way to go before they could skillfully use magic shields. Watching this scene, Theodore felt a surge of satisfaction. Although these apprentices didn't possess Wang Yang's level of talent, they were still quite impressive. As long as they could absorb cosmic energy and convert it into runes, it meant they had truly stepped onto the path of learning magic. Usually Theodore would be genuinely pleased by the student's progress. But today, though he fulfilled his teaching duties, his mind kept wandering. I wonder how Wang Yang is doing with Master Kamar-Taj, he thought to himself. Not long after, an imposing elderly man strode over. The apprentices immediately paused their practice, all eyes turning in unison toward the visitor. Even the beginners could sense the extraordinary aura about this old man. His appearance fit the image of a great mage even more than Theodore's did. As soon as Theodore saw the elder, he hurried over and bowed respectfully. "Master Kamar, what brings you here personally?" Kamar's gaze swept over the gathered apprentices and lingered on Beller, who stood out for her talent, but he didn't see the one he was looking for. "Hasn't Wang Yang arrived yet?" he asked, having expected Wang Yang would already be there. "That's right. I thought Wang Yang would have gone to see you by now." Theodore frowned, disappointment evident in his voice. "How disappointing. Yesterday, I thought he was a diligent apprentice, but after just one day..." Theodore shook his head. He knew Wang Yang was exceptionally gifted, but he firmly believed that no matter how great one's talent was, it would be wasted without hard work. Beller, who had been worried the day before that she might not measure up to Wang Yang, now felt secretly delighted. She was convinced that Wang Yang had let his guard down because he knew he was gifted, giving her the chance to prove herself through hard work. She thought to herself, if talent is not matched with diligence, it will eventually be surpassed. He hasn't come. To everyone's surprise, Kamar actually seemed relieved. With Wang Yang's natural abilities, a little relaxation might actually be a good thing. If he continued to push himself so relentlessly, Kamar feared that few among his peers would be able to keep up. And perhaps, in the future, even Kamar himself would have nothing left to teach him. "Master Kamar, I'll go get him right away." Theodore assumed the master had come specifically for Wang Yang, his tone edged with urgency. "No need." Kamar waved his hand, signaling there was no need for the trouble. Inwardly, Theodore sighed. Wang Yang had such a rare opportunity, yet he didn't cherish it, even causing Master Kamar to come looking for him personally. What a pity. Beller's confidence surged. She was certain that she, not Wang Yang, was the ideal apprentice, gifted, diligent, and hard-working. "Theodore, Wang Yang's here." At that moment, Beller suddenly pointed toward the dormitory. Everyone followed her gaze to see Wang Yang approaching. Yawning, looking utterly exhausted as if he hadn't slept all night, the apprentices held their breath, eager to witness Wang Yang's embarrassment for being late. Especially when the master himself had come to find him, such behavior was hardly befitting of an apprentice. Theodore frowned. "Wang Yang, what's going on? You're late even for morning lessons. Do you even want to learn magic seriously?" Although Kamar didn't seem particularly concerned about Wang Yang's tardiness, he was curious about the reason behind it. "Sorry, Senior Theodore," Wang Yang replied respectfully. "I was up all night studying the fundamentals of rune structures. That's why I'm late." "Rune structures?" Theodore was stunned, then visibly shocked. While the other apprentices were still learning basic magic arrays, Wang Yang was already delving into the complex fundamentals of magical runes. Kamar, too, was startled by this. No wonder Wang Yang was late. A talented apprentice who was also this hardworking was truly remarkable. "Nonsense," Theodore said in disbelief. "You've only been practicing for a few days. How could you possibly grasp rune structures already?" It was true that Wang Yang's magic shield had exceeded his expectations, but it was impossible for him to be so far ahead of his peers. Even apprentices who had trained for a year might not have started rune structures yet, let alone a newcomer, who knew that after just one day, "Our new apprentice would start boasting already." Beller laughed. The other apprentices joined in. Silence. Theodore's brow furrowed, and the laughter stopped at once. He turned to Wang Yang. "Since you claim to be working on rune structures, demonstrate it for us right now." Seeing it with their own eyes would settle the matter. If Wang Yang had really mastered it overnight, none of them had any right to question his dedication. "Yes, Senior Theodore," Wang Yang replied respectfully, immediately assuming a casting stance at this moment. Curiosity was written all over the faces of the apprentices. Many of them were merely here for the spectacle, not believing for a second that Wang Yang had actually begun to master the fundamentals of magical rune structures. Yet Wang Yang paid no mind to their gazes. He extended a hand and gave a gentle twist in the air before him. With a sharp whoosh, it was as if the very air had ignited. Countless golden sparks burst into view, swirling and gathering under his control. Before the crowd, a golden magical shield began to take shape. Its surface was etched with a myriad of intricate runes, their presence lending the shield an added sense of solidity and weight. And yet, there was something more. The shield itself seemed to hint at countless possibilities for transformation. For a moment, Theodore could only stare in disbelief. eyes wide as he took in the scene before him. A magical shield, perfectly fused with the foundational structure of magical runes. It changes the shield's very foundation, reshaping its form and properties. Is this really something a beginner could achieve? If someone had told him that Wang Yang was a seasoned mage who had studied for years, Theodore would have believed it without a moment's hesitation. If even Theodore was this shocked, it was no wonder that the other apprentices were left utterly speechless. At best, they had only learned some of the most basic spells, such as magical illumination. Constructing something as complex as this shield was far beyond their reach. To apply what he's learned so quickly, and even use it on a magical shield, all in just one night, Kamar-Taj couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This was the mark of a true genius, an extraordinary prodigy. What was even more astonishing was Wang Yang's dedication. He had studied magic tirelessly through the night. Faced with such a situation, Kamar-Taj found himself a loss for words. Senior Theodore? I'm sorry, Wang Yang said humbly. I tried to restructure the magical shield according to the rune framework. If there are any shortcomings, please advise me. After all, his understanding of magic was still limited, and in the presence of two experienced masters, he dared not be arrogant. Hearing Wang Yang's words, Theodore couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. He himself had never even attempted to restructure a magical shield. How could he possibly offer any advice? Theodore wore a look of utter shock, and even Balar was dumbfounded. Though Balar's grasp of magic far surpassed that of most apprentices, she knew well that conjuring a magical shield was no simple task, let alone reconstructing one with runes. Watching Wang Yang complete the feat as easily as if he were eating or drinking, she couldn't help but question her understanding. Could the gap between people truly be this great? The other apprentices, who hadn't even begun to master the basics, were even more astounded. Every eye was fixed on a magical shield in Wang Yang's hand, as if staring at a priceless treasure. Senior, Wang Yang called softly when Theodore failed to respond. Startled from his reverie, Theodore finally came to his senses. Excellent. It's more than just impressive. It's downright astonishing, he thought, unable to keep his eyes from drifting toward Kamar-Taj, as if seeking reassurance. Ahem. Not only Theodore and the apprentices, but even Kamar-Taj himself found it hard to believe. It seemed that every time he saw Wang Yang, this young man would surprise him with something extraordinary. All right, continue your training. Wang Yang, come with me. Kamar-Taj cleared his throat and addressed Theodore. Theodore nodded repeatedly. He truly had no idea how to instruct such a prodigy. What are you all waiting for? Get back to your training. You're all apprentices of the same cohort. Look at Wang Yang, he's already mastered the magic shield, and yet you still can't properly control the most basic magic ray. Theodore's voice rang out behind them as Wang Yang followed Kamar-Taj off the training grounds. Once back in his cottage, Kamar-Taj poured tea for them both. Master Kamar-Taj, Wang Yang said humbly, I feel like the magic shield I reforged isn't strong enough, but I can't figure out what's wrong. Hearing this, Kamar-Taj nearly dropped his teacup. If not for his usual composure, he might have lost his dignity right then and there. Was this really something a novice would say? The other apprentices couldn't even grasp the basics of the magic shield. Yet Wang Yang had already mastered it, reforged it, and now was dissatisfied with his own results. In all of Kamar-Taj, it would be hard to find another apprentice like Wang Yang. Still, Kamar-Taj had to maintain his image as a master and not let his astonishment show. You needn't worry. The reforged shield you've created is already quite formidable. And since you reconstructed it yourself, if any issues arise, I believe you'll be able to resolve them on your own, Kamar-Taj replied. It was the truth. There was little he could do to help, since only Wang Yang truly understood the structure of his magic runes. This was something that could only be refined through personal insight. Judging by Wang Yang's dedication, he would likely perfect any perceived flaws within a few days. Master Kamar-Taj, may I ask what you wanted to see me about? Wang Yang looked at him puzzled. If there was a chance to learn more magic, he would welcome it eagerly. Kamar-Taj handed Wang Yang a cup of tea, which he accepted respectfully. You study magic with extraordinary diligence. All you've achieved is entirely due to your own effort, but you mustn't become complacent when it comes to magic. The most important quality is composure, Kamar-Taj said slowly. Wang Yang nodded respectfully and took a sip of tea. Master Kamar-Taj, would you be willing to teach me some new spells? He inquired humbly. Though Kamar-Taj's expression remained unreadable, His mind was anything but calm. Yesterday, he had thought that Wang Yang's ability to reconstruct magical weapons was already his limit. He hadn't expected that even the magical shield could be restructured as well. Such talent, such diligence. At this rate, there would be nothing left for him to teach in just a few days. Kamar-Taj's emotions were conflicted. While he was pleased that Kamar-Taj had produced such a gifted apprentice, he also worried about what he would do if he could no longer teach him anything. Outwardly, however, he maintained his usual warm and affable demeanor. Since you've already mastered the basics of magic, it's indeed time for you to try learning more advanced spells, Kamar-Taj said. Now, I'm going to teach you another fundamental spell that every sorcerer in Kamar-Taj must master. Wang Yang already had an inkling of which spell this would be. Portals. Portals were considered one of the most powerful forms of magic. Even an ordinary sorcerer, once they had mastered this spell, could travel freely across the earth. A truly astonishing feat. In other worlds, this kind of ability would be almost impossible to achieve. You should already have a sling ring, right? Kamar-Taj asked. Wang Yang nodded and raised his hand, revealing a golden sling ring on his finger. The sling ring helps a sorcerer enhance their mental focus and draw together magical and cosmic energies, Kamar-Taj explained. Wang Yang nodded in understanding. He recalled how, when he had first learned to cast a magical shield, he had needed the sling ring's assistance. Now, he could do it barehanded, a testament to the progress he had made in mastering magic. You've probably noticed that at the beginning, you needed the sling ring to cast spells, but now you don't anymore. This proves that both your mental strength and magical control have improved significantly. The same applies to casting portal spells. Kamar-Taj explained patiently. In essence, portal spells don't require magical artifacts. It's just that unlike the Sorcerer Supreme, we aren't born with extraordinary magical talent. So when we use these advanced spells, we still need aids like the sling ring to channel and amplify our magic. Wang Yang nodded again, fully understanding. Of course, he knew that the Sorcerer Supreme was the most powerful being in Kamar-Taj. Her strength was likely beyond what all the other sorcerers combined could achieve. Naturally, she had no need for external objects when casting spells. When using a portal, you need to rely on your sling ring, and then use your mind to clearly visualize the place you wish to go. Kamar-Taj continued, the clearer the image of your destination in your mind, the higher the chance of successfully opening a portal. Wang Yang listened attentively. Portal magic was among the most fundamental and practical spells in Kamar-Taj, offering immense self-preservation capabilities. Even the king had managed to sever Black Dwarf's arm with the help of a portal. Such a spell was certainly worth learning with the utmost dedication. Now let me demonstrate for you. Kamar-Taj set down his teacup, assumed a spell-casting stance, and traced a circle in the air that shimmered with golden light. As the circle took shape, a frigid wind, laced with snowflakes, blew in from the other side. Ah, that's freezing, Wang Yang gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. The other end of the portal connects to the polar regions, Kamar-Taj explained. Once you master the essence of portals, you can travel anywhere. Wang Yang nodded in understanding. Just then the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Portal magic talent fragment detected. Would you like to merge? As the prompt faded, Wang Yang saw several glowing fragments of light appear around Kamar-Taj. Merge, Wang Yang confirmed in his heart. Instantly, a torrent of knowledge and information about portal magic flooded his mind. It felt as though these insights had always been buried deep within his memory, only now awakening. Theodore's face was filled with shock, and Bella was just as dumbfounded. Though she already had some understanding of magic and was far stronger than most apprentices, she knew well how difficult it was to conjure a magic shield, let alone reshape it with magical runes. Watching Wang Yang do it so effortlessly, as if it were no harder than eating or drinking, she couldn't help but wonder if this was the true difference between people. Bella began to question everything she thought she knew. As for those apprentices who hadn't even touched the threshold of magic, the sight was nothing short of miraculous. Every apprentice stared at Wang Yang, their eyes fixed on the magic shield in his hand. Senior brother? Senior brother? Wang Yang, still waiting for Theodore's guidance, looked up at him. Only then did Theodore snap back to his senses. Excellent, excellent, he exclaimed. In truth, it was far more than excellent. It was extraordinary. Theodore glanced over at Kamar-Taj. Ahem. Fact, not only Theodore and the apprentices, but even Kamar-Taj himself found it hard to believe. It seemed that every time he saw Wang Yang, the young man managed to surprise him again and again. "All right, resume your training, everyone. Wang Yang, come with me." Kamar-Taj cleared his throat and finally spoke to Theodore. Theodore nodded repeatedly. He had no idea how to teach a genius like this. "What are you waiting for? Get back to your training. You're all from the same group of apprentices. Yet look at Wang Yang. He's already mastered the magic shield, while you haven't even grasped the magic ray." Theodore's voice rang out behind them as Wang Yang followed Kamar-Taj away. Kamar-Taj led Wang Yang back to his own small cottage. "Master Kamar-Taj, I feel that the magic shield I've reshaped still isn't strong enough. I wonder what the reason could be," Wang Yang asked modestly. Master Kamar-Taj set out 2 cups of tea, but upon hearing Wang Yang's words, nearly dropped them, if not for his usual calm. His ability to remain unruffled even if the sky were falling. He might have embarrassed himself right there before Wang Yang. Was this even something a normal person would say? Others hadn't even managed to master the magic shield, while Wang Yang not only had mastered it, but had already reshaped it, and apparently wasn't satisfied. You could search the whole of Kamar-Taj and never find another like him. Still, for the sake of his dignity as a master, Kamar-Taj kept his composure. "There's no need to worry. The power of your reshaped magic shield is already considerable. Besides, since you reshaped it yourself, if there's any problem, I believe you're more than capable of solving it on your own." And it was true. There was little he could do to help. Only Wang Yang himself understood the structure of the runes within, and such things could only be comprehended through personal insight. Given Wang Yang's diligence, Kamar-Taj was sure that within a few days the young man would perfect any flaw he sensed. "I wonder, Master Kamar-Taj, why have you called me here today?" Wang Yang looked at Kamar-Taj with a hint of curiosity. If he could teach him a little more, he would, of course, be more than happy to do so. Kamar-Taj handed over a cup of tea. Wang Yang accepted it. "You've worked hard at studying magic, and all the progress you've made is thanks to your own efforts. But remember, never let pride get the better of you. The most important thing in learning magic is to remain calm and steady." Kamar-Taj spoke slowly and deliberately. Wang Yang took the advice to heart, nodding as he took a sip of tea. "Master Kamar-Taj, I wonder if you could teach me another new spell?" Wang Yang looked at Master Kamar-Taj with genuine humility. Though Kamar-Taj's expression remained mostly unchanged, inside he was anything but calm. Yesterday, he'd thought Wang Yang's ability to construct magical weapons was already the limit of his potential. Yet to his surprise, Wang Yang had managed to reconstruct a magic shield as well. Such talent, such diligence. Kamar-Taj suspected there were only a few days left before he had nothing more to teach. He felt both delighted and a little uneasy. On the one hand, Kamar-Taj had produced a gifted apprentice. On the other, what would he do when he could no longer be of use as a teacher? Outwardly, however, he maintained a warm and friendly demeanor. "Since you've already mastered the basics of magic, it is indeed time for you to try learning something new," he said gently. "Now, I shall teach you another fundamental spell that every mage of Kamar-Taj must learn." Wang Yang had already guessed which spell this would be. The portal. The portal was considered quite a powerful piece of magic. Even an ordinary mage could teleport anywhere on Earth at will. It was frankly an astonishing feat. In any other world, this would probably be impossible. "You have a sling ring, don't you?" Kamar-Taj asked, glancing at Wang Yang. Wang Yang nodded, raising his hand to reveal a golden sling ring gleaming on his finger. The sling ring helps a mage focus the mind, gathering magical and cosmic energy. Kamar-Taj explained, his voice calm and measured. Wang Yang nodded again. At first, he had needed the sling ring's help to conjure a magic shield, but now he could manage it barehanded. You've probably noticed that at first you needed the sling ring, but now you don't. This shows that your mental strength and magical control have improved greatly. And it will be the same when you create a portal. Portals, in fact, don't require magical tools at all in their original form. However, since we cannot reach the level of the Sorcerer Supreme, who is born with immense magical power, we still need an aid like the sling ring to help us cast such spells, Kamar-Taj patiently explained. Wang Yang nodded in understanding. He knew well that the Sorcerer Supreme was the most powerful being in all of Kamar-Taj. Her strength was likely greater than all the other mages here combined, so naturally there was no need to rely on magical artifacts. Use the sling ring and then focus your mind. Picture clearly the place you want to go. The more vivid your mental image, the greater your chance of successfully opening a portal. Wang Yang listened intently. After all, this was the most fundamental spell in all of Kamar-Taj, and the very foundation of his self-defense. He had to learn it well. Even the Sorcerer Supreme could use portals to sever an arm from a black dwarf. Next, let me show you how it's done. With that, Kamar set down his teacup, assumed a practice stance, and traced a shining golden circle in the air. A rush of cold wind and flurries of snow swept through from the other side. "BRR, that's freezing," Wang Yang couldn't help but exclaim. "It leads to the polar regions," Kamar explained with a smile. "As long as you master the portal, you can travel to any place you wish." Wang Yang nodded. At the same time, the system's notification chimed in his mind. "Ding. Teleportation magic talent fragment detected. Would you like to fuse it?" As the system message faded, Wang Yang saw several glowing fragments appear on Kamar. "Fuse," he replied his mind. Instantly, a torrent of knowledge about portals flooded Wang Yang's consciousness. Throughout the demonstration, Kamar's attention never left Wang Yang, worried that something might go wrong. After all, such a gifted student was a rare find, and any mishap would be a great loss for Kamar-Taj. Now, seeing the look of gravity on Wang Yang's face, Kamar grew anxious. Could it be that the portal spell was proving too difficult? He dropped all pretense and hurriedly asked, "Wang Yang, are you all right? Is something wrong? Are you having trouble?" Even though the portal is considered a basic spell, it's admittedly more challenging than most. If you can't master it right away, there's no need to worry. Don't let yourself get discouraged, and definitely don't start doubting your abilities. Kamar assumed Wang Yang was struggling to understand and quickly tried to reassure him. After all, when geniuses encounter difficulties, it's easy for them to resist or fall into self-doubt. Speaking with heartfelt concern, Kamar tried to comfort Wang Yang, his expression full of genuine worry, clearly caring greatly for his student. Seeing the master so anxious, Wang Yang felt deeply moved and nodded. "Don't worry, Master Kamar, I'm all right." Kamar wasn't related to him by blood. He was simply a mentor guiding his apprentice. Yet he cared so much. Wang Yang was sincerely touched. Still, seeing Wang Yang's expression, Kamar couldn't help but worry. Some people have too much pride and might try to tough it out regardless. He had taught many prodigies before. Although none were as gifted as Wang Yang, their initial training had always gone smoothly. However, once they encountered setbacks, those prodigies were struck hard, sometimes losing all motivation and never recovering. This was not uncommon. Those who had never faced obstacles were worlds apart from apprentices who were constantly challenged by adversity. In fact, geniuses were often more likely to give up, simply because they couldn't bear the weight of failure. If someone as extraordinary as Wang Yang were to falter in the same way, it would be a great loss for all of Kamar-Taj. At this moment, Kamar spoke in a heartfelt tone. "Wang Yang, it's perfectly normal to encounter difficulties or hit a bottleneck while studying magic. After all, magic requires effort, insight, talent, and perseverance. Only then does one have a chance to become a true master of the mystical arts. To be honest with you, don't be fooled by the fact that I'm now a seasoned mage. When I first became an apprentice, my talent was nothing remarkable. It took me more than a year to master even a simple magic shield. There was a time when I doubted myself, thinking perhaps I wasn't cut out for magic at all. But look at me now, haven't I turned out just fine? So a temporary problem is nothing to worry about. As long as you keep working hard, you'll find a way through the bottleneck and step into a broader world." Kamar's words were earnest and sincere, and he gave Wang Yang a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Wang Yang couldn't help but laugh. But he understood that Master Kamar was simply worried. Something might go wrong for him. The warmth of this concern touched Wang Yang deeply, filling his heart with gratitude. He smiled and said, "Master Kamar, thank you so much for your guidance. I promise I'll give it my all." Wang Yang spoke with utmost seriousness. Then he set down his teacup and said, "Let me give it a try." Hearing this, Master Kamar felt truly relieved. At least his words hadn't been in vain. As long as Wang Yang was willing to put in the effort, even if he couldn't master it immediately, Kamar believed it wouldn't take more than a week or two for him to succeed. "Excellent, excellent." Kamar nodded approvingly and went on, "As a member of our order, you must always have this kind of resolve. Never expect instant results." He nodded again, clearly satisfied, and then turned his attention to Wang Yang, ready to observe his attempt at casting a portal spell and offer guidance if needed. Wang Yang raised his hand, with the ring of levitation gleaming on his finger. and began to trace a slow, deliberate circle in the air with his other hand, tiny golden. Flames flickered into existence. Very good, very good. If he can already produce some magical runes, that's an excellent start. Before he could finish his sentence, a golden ring of light appeared in the air, and through it Kamar-Taj saw Wang Yang's own room on the other side. Kamar-Taj was utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't Wang Yang just saying he couldn't do it? He'd gone to all that trouble encouraging him, but with just one attempt. Wang Yang had succeeded? In comparison, he was the one truly. Facing setbacks, the moment Wang Yang tried, he could cast a magical shield. The basics of magical rune structures came just as effortlessly. Even the portal spell was mastered in no time. Meanwhile, he himself had spent months learning the magical shield, a whole year on basic rune structures, and half a year studying portals. It wasn't that he was particularly gifted at portals. Rather, portals were built on foundational runes, and a solid base simply made them easier to learn. But when you compared him to Wang Yang would pick up a new spell every single day and master it instantly. And yet it was Wang Yang who still needed his encouragement. Master Kamar-Taj, is there anything wrong with the portal I just created? Wang Yang asked, glancing over at Kamar-Taj while maintaining the integrity of the portal. You can stabilize the portal even while distracted? Kamar-Taj had thought he'd already come to terms with Wang Yang's extraordinary magical talent, but at this moment, he found it hard to stay composed. In the face of such an uncanny prodigy, it seemed impossible to judge Wang Yang by ordinary standards. No problems at all. But why did you have that expression just now? Kamar-Taj asked, his curiosity piqued. I was thinking about how I could further stabilize the portal using the rune framework, Wang Yang replied honestly. After inheriting the gift for portal magic, he'd gained a wealth of knowledge about magical portals. Kamar-Taj gave a wry smile. He'd assumed Wang Yang found the spell too complex and hadn't grasped it. In reality, the young man was simply reflecting on how to make his magic even more powerful. Master Kamar-Taj? Master Kamar-Taj, Wang Yang called a couple of times, noticing the odd look on Kamar-Taj's face. Excellent, excellent. You've mastered the portal spell, but whatever you do, don't get cocky. Kamar-Taj finally responded, though his heart was a tangle of pride and frustration. He was proud because Wang Yang truly was a prodigy, mastering everything at a glance, but frustrated because he'd ever doubted Wang Yang's abilities. Now it was painfully clear that he was the one lagging behind. If not for his early start in magic, he might not even be qualified to teach Wang Yang at all. Still, frustration aside, teaching was his duty. When using a portal, always remember to stay focused. Kamar-Taj warned solemnly. Otherwise, things can get dangerous in a heartbeat. If something goes wrong with the magic during transit, it could cost you your very life. Of course, such mishaps were rare, but anything was possible in magic, understood Master Kamar-Taj. Wang Yang nodded. He knew that portals could do more than just transport. They could serve as formidable weapons capable of shattering anything in their path. As he watched Wang Yang's silhouette fade into the distance, Kamar-Taj couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Students as gifted as Wang Yang were truly rare. But being the teacher of such a genius also came with considerable pressure. If it weren't for his many years of magical study, he feared there'd be nothing left he could teach the boy. Even so, he didn't think he would be able to keep teaching for much longer. Kamar-Taj was not a small place. Over time, with so many sorcerers gathered here, it had gradually developed into a town in its own right. Naturally, they needed ways to connect with each other, and places like taverns had sprung up to meet that need. Amidst the ancient, quaint buildings, Kamar-Taj stepped into one such tavern. Every time he took a break, he liked to come here for a drink or two. That habit hadn't changed in decades. Although they were sorcerers, none of them had much money to their names. Fortunately, the tavern was run by people from Kamar-Taj, so the prices were not steep. Otherwise, with their modest resources, they would hardly be able to afford such pleasures. The place was already lively with patrons, most of them sorcerers from Kamar-Taj as well. The sorcerers here were a close-knit community, though even among them various small circles had formed. Wang tended to be closer with a group of more conservative members, those with somewhat old-fashioned views. Of course, these factions were subtle. Nothing was ever openly declared. After all, wherever there are people, there is intrigue. Kamar-Taj was no exception. Kamar-Taj himself had several friends here, belonging to a group he was especially close with. Kamar-Taj, you're here early today? Called out a middle-aged man with a hearty laugh as Kamar-Taj entered the tavern. The speaker was Jorsen. He, too, was a seasoned sorcerer. One of the few who were genuinely outgoing, well-liked by most, and naturally, he got along well with Kamar-Taj. Huh, you think everyone has the free time you do? I'm still teaching apprentices, you know, Kamar-Taj replied with a grin. We all teach apprentices around here, Jorson said in surprise. But I heard you'd stopped taking apprentices? The sorcerers nearby burst into cheerful laughter. Most of them were responsible for guiding apprentices. The next generation of sorcerers, Kamar-Taj, being older, rarely taught anymore. What can I do? A genius suddenly appeared, and I found myself teaching. Again, Kamar-Taj said, settling into a nearby seat. His words prompted laughter from those around him. A genius. We've all got a few promising newcomers. Surely none so extraordinary as to trouble Master Kamar-Taj himself. Another sorcerer named Gully boomed with laughter. Take my apprentice Rolls. He's mastered the magic shield and some theory in just half a year. The boy's future is bright. I've met Rolls. He's a fine student. Another sorcerer chimed in, nodding in agreement most. Apprentices eventually learned to conjure a magic shield. As it was the most basic form of magic, still it usually took months. Half a year, even, for most to master it. Anything less would have been impossible. To master the magic shield in just half a year, while also grasping some theory, is already quite impressive. After all, even the renowned Master Cassius from back in the day spent several months on it. The difficulty of magic is not something that can be overcome with mere talk, for these mages with little else to occupy their time. Comparing the talents of their respective apprentices is one of their favorite pastimes. Seeing Gully's progress sparked a wave of envy among them. Kamar-Taj, however, was utterly unimpressed. Kamar-Taj, what's with that look on your face? Gully frowned. Noticing the admiration in the eyes around him, his pride swelled. But Kamar-Taj's expression irked him deeply. It's nothing, Kamar-Taj replied coolly. I just don't think your apprentice is anything special, Gully. So what if he learned the magic shield in half a year? Does that make him a genius? If you met my genius apprentice, you'd be frightened out of your wits. Kamar-Taj's words naturally piqued everyone's curiosity. Kamar-Taj was not known for arguing with others, but here he was trading barbs. That alone drew the crowd's attention. Kamar-Taj, you say your apprentice is remarkable? Tell us, let's hear it. Sun laughed heartily, urging him on. Kamar-Taj took a sip of wine, then shook his head with an air of mystery. If I told you, I'd only scare you all. How long did it take your apprentice to master the magic shield? Gully, now even more intrigued, pressed for details, seeing how confident Kamar-Taj is. I bet it was only 4 months. Sun frowned, making his guess. The other mages nodded in agreement. Since Kamar-Taj was so sure of himself, his apprentice must have mastered it even faster than Gully's. Hearing their speculation, Kamar-Taj's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He raised a single finger. The mages around him stared in disbelief. 1 month? Impossible. That's right. Even Master Cassius needed 3 months back then for someone to do it in just 1 month. That's almost unbelievable. Seeing the shock on their faces, Kamar-Taj couldn't help but think how sheltered these mages were. He shook his head mysteriously. A year, maybe, but 1 month. No way. Gully said, unconvinced. Not 1 month. One day, Kamar-Taj declared. The mages around him gasped, struck dumb with astonishment. What? How could that be possible? A month was already astonishing, but at least conceivable. Yet 1 day, what did that even mean? Even a legendary supreme mage Gu, he had never achieved such a feat. Gully, more skeptical than ever, sneered. Kamar-Taj, there's no need to spin such an outrageous tale. We all train apprentices here. We know full well what they're capable of. The other sorcerers quickly chimed in. That's right, Kamar-Taj, there's no need to brag about your apprentice. 1 day? Absolutely impossible. If your apprentice really is that talented, he'd be the next supreme sorcerer. No way. That can't be true. If it is, I'll eat this table right here. Gully stared confidently at the table in front of him as he made his bold declaration. For the first time, Kamar-Taj felt genuinely proud of his apprentice, Wang Yang, at least. He could boast a little in front of his old friends. And honestly, these people had no concept of what a true genius looked like. I have no reason to lie. You can just ask Wang yourself. He's the one who recommended him to me. Kamar-Taj shrugged, then poured himself another drink and continued sipping. The surrounding sorcerers were even more stunned, and soon the room buzzed with their heated discussions. To master a magical shield in just 1 day? Is he even human? Seriously, mastering a magic shield in a single day? That's unheard of. When did Kamar-Taj start producing such terrifying prodigies? Listening to their incredulous chatter, Kamar-Taj shook his head with a smile. If he told them Wang Yang could learn a new spell every single day, they'd probably be scared out of their wits. The astonishment on their faces made Kamado smile, despite himself. Wang Yang had certainly given him a lot to talk about, but when it came to actually teaching Wang Yang, Kamado couldn't help but feel a deep sense of inadequacy. Although Kamar-Taj was hailed as a sanctuary of magic, that didn't mean all of its sorcerers were powerful. Really, it was the supreme sorcerer who was extraordinary. Most of them, after teaching the basic magical runes and portal spells, considered their job done. After all, the true essence of magic was something each person had to explore and master on their own. The truth was, as teachers, there wasn't all that much they could pass on. Kamado still had a few things he could teach, but for an apprentice with such potential, keeping him here felt like a waste. After a while, Kamado set down his drink and left the tavern, making his way to the library where Wang was at that moment. Wang was listening to music as he read a book on magic. Sensing Kamado's arrival, he set the book aside and looked up. "Kamado, is something the matter?" Wang asked calmly, his gaze steady. Kamado looked at Wang, as if steeling himself for a decision. He took a deep breath before speaking. "Wang, I've given this a lot of thought. I think it would be best if Wang Yang studied under you from now on." "Why?" Wang frowned slightly, looking at Kamado. With Kamado's experience, it was rare for him to voluntarily give up an apprentice. After all, at Kamar-Taj, the bond between master and apprentice was considered very close, and the teachers would never easily give up on any apprentice. An incident like Kamado voluntarily giving up on a student was truly unprecedented. Kamado spoke with a sense of helplessness. "Wang Yang is a genius, as both you and I know well. Keeping such a genius under my tutelage would only hold him back. I can train ordinary apprentices, but for someone of his rare talent, my own knowledge is clearly insufficient." Wang himself felt a swirl of complicated emotions. He naturally understood why Kamado had made such a decision, but honestly, he too doubted his ability to guide someone as extraordinary as Wang Yang. Though they were both grand magi, it was mainly because they had studied magic for a long time and possessed strong mental power. Yet when faced with a prodigy like Wang Yang, Wang feared he might only be able to teach him for a short while before his abilities were outstripped. However, since Kamado had already said as much, Wang knew he couldn't refuse so easily. "Well, Kamado, if you truly feel that way, then let him come to me." Kamado finally let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Then I'll entrust Wang Yang to you." "Don't worry, Kamado, there's no need for such concern," Wang reassured him with a nod. With that, Kamado relaxed even more, feeling the weight on his shoulders lighten considerably. After chatting with Wang for a while longer, he turned and left. Returning to his room, he instructed someone to bring Wang Yang over. In just a short while, Wang Yang arrived at Kamado's quarters. "Master Kamado, you wanted to see me?" Wang Yang asked respectfully. "That's right," Kamado replied, pouring Wang Yang a cup of tea. "Wang Yang, you've studied with me for several days now. I know you're a good child, but I'm afraid I can't let you continue your training with me." Upon hearing this, Wang Yang grew anxious and asked, "Why, Master Kamado? Is it because I haven't been learning well enough?" Wang Yang was troubled, for he held Kamado in high regard. Studying under Kamado had been a pleasure. Kamado was both diligent and caring. Most importantly, Wang Yang could acquire fragments of talent from him, which were extremely valuable. Compared to what he could obtain from others, Kamado's fragments were much better. Hearing Wang Yang's words, Kamado couldn't help but give a wry smile. Not learning well enough? What a joke. The truth was, Wang Yang learned so well that Kamado wished for him to have an even better teacher. To have such a genius under his care felt like a waste. And compared to Wang Yang, Kamado felt almost useless. No, you're an excellent student. It's just that here at Kamar-Taj, our mission is to cultivate sorcerers. With your accelerated mastery of magic, you already possess the foundation for battle. Unfortunately, I'm not truly skilled in those arts. That's why you need a teacher who's even more skilled in these matters. A smile appeared on Kamar-Taj's face as he spoke. Hearing this, Wang Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of deep respect. Kamar-Taj was truly not just a school. It was more like an order devoted to training warriors, all for the purpose of protecting the world. For example, even before Dr. Strange had fully mastered his powers, Mordo had already begun his combat training. At Kamar-Taj, magical training was only part of the journey. I see, Master. I'm truly grateful for your guidance these past few days. I've learned so much about the art of magic, Wang Yang said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Kamar-Taj was moved as well, Feeling both happy and a little saddened, he was glad because Wang Yang was indeed an excellent student, but it pained him to see that every time Wang Yang stayed here, he faced tremendous challenges, so the thought of sending Wang Yang to another teacher left him with mixed feelings. Still, as a great sorcerer, he quickly composed himself. Wang Yang, there's no need for you to feel this way, he reassured. Every student must find their own battle mentor. Kamar-Taj added with a gentle smile. Master Kamar-Taj, may I ask who my new teacher will be? Wang Yang's curiosity was piqued. It's Master Wang. He is one of the most powerful sorcerers in Kamar-Taj. Kamar-Taj replied, and more importantly, he comes from the same place as you. He'll surely look after you. With a broad smile, he added, go on now. Wang is waiting for you in the library. Wang Yang nodded, and after a moment's pause, turned and left. Wang was indeed one of the most formidable sorcerers in Kamar-Taj. His strength was formidable, able to stand toe-to-toe with Thanos' minions in battle. As Wang Yang approached the entrance of the library, even before he stepped inside, he heard Wang's steady voice. Come in. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yang entered. This was the library that held the collective magical knowledge of all Kamar-Taj, a place brimming with countless secrets of sorcery. Soon he caught sight of Wang. Greetings, Master Sorcerer, Wang Yang said politely, full of respect. Wang simply nodded, then said, follow me. Yes, Master. Naturally, teaching a student couldn't take place in the library. As for Wang's demeanor, Wang Yang wasn't surprised, although Wang was warm-hearted and kind. His face always bore a stern, serious look. From now on, you'll study directly under me, Wang said as they walked, his tone courteous. Yes, Master, Wang Yang replied. Wang continued, though you're a prodigy, if you wish to become a great sorcerer, you must continue to work hard and learn. He paused before adding, do you know why despite so many prodigies, only a handful ever become great sorcerers? Why is that? Wang Yang asked, genuinely intrigued. Most could only be called sorcerers, not grand sorcerers. Even Kamar-Taj could barely be considered a grand sorcerer, and that was due to his age and many years of dedication, not his actual power. Wang, however, was a true grand sorcerer. Seeing Wang Yang's curious expression, Wang was quite pleased. The reason is that they are far too confident in themselves. They think they can challenge enemies beyond their ability to handle. Remember this. A genius may have confidence, but must never be arrogant. In true combat, sheer power is never enough to solve everything. The sorcerers of Kamar-Taj, untested by battle, are like flowers grown in a greenhouse, fragile and always at risk of perishing. If you're afraid, you can turn back now. You could stay in Kamar-Taj and become a teacher, guiding new apprentices on their path. Wang looked at Wang Yang, his voice settling softly into the air. This was a moment of choice to see what kind of person Wang Yang wished to become. Would he choose the uncertain path of battle, where death could come at any moment, or stay here and seek a safe, uneventful life? True combat is never as fair and straightforward as others imagine. More often than not, battles are filled with ambushes, underhanded tricks, and ever-changing tactics. The danger is ever-present, Grand Sorcerer. I understand, Wang Yang nodded. He was well aware of the dangers outside. But when powerful enemies eventually appeared, leaving his fate in someone else's hands was just as risky. Take Thanos. For instance, a snap of his fingers, and your life hangs by a thread of luck? Excellent. Wang saw the unwavering resolve in Wang Yang's eyes, and his satisfaction was clear. Unlike Kamar-Taj, he was a true battle sorcerer of Kamar-Taj, forged by countless conflicts. Although Wang Yang was gifted, if he lacked the will to fight, Wang would never have kept him as a pupil. Come with me. Wang nodded, raising his hands. Magical runes appeared, forming shields that shimmered in the air. With a twist, the space before them fractured, as though reality itself had become a window of countless panes. Wang Yang couldn't help but show his astonishment at the sight. This must be the legendary mirror dimension. It was indeed marvelous, and as he sensed the energy of the space, Wang Yang let out a low whistle of amazement. A chime echoed in his mind. A fragment of talent for the magic mirror dimension detected. Would you like to merge it? Merge. Wang Yang's eyes lit up. As soon as he spoke, a flood of knowledge poured into his mind. The mirror dimension was a powerful spell, a separate pocket of reality, distinct from the world they knew. Sorcerers used it to experiment with magic, practice combat, or keep watch on the world. Step inside, Wang said, glancing back at Wang Yang. Wang Yang nodded and walked forward, entering the dimension. Wang followed close behind. "This is a mirror space. Here we can experiment with some rather dangerous spells, and no matter what you do, it won't affect reality. If you want to leave, the only way is through a portal. I heard you've already learned how to open portals. Why not try creating one now?" Wang Yang glanced around. Everything looked exactly the same as the real world. Yet he could sense that the entire space was enveloped by a powerful magic. Within this place, everything was subject to the caster's control. Naturally, casting a portal here was far more difficult than would be outside, especially so since this was someone else's mirror space. Even opening a single portal was a tremendous challenge. It made little difference that Wang had no intention of making things hard for Wang Yang. The space itself was teeming with the energies of countless other dimensions. For a mage accustomed only to drawing energy from the universe, this task was nearly impossible. It was also a way to humble Wang Yang just a bit, for his talents were simply too extraordinary. If he never encountered any setbacks, even a small failure in the future might utterly crush him. Wang Yang, of course, had no idea that the honest, kindly-looking Wang before him was quietly calculating behind the scenes. He simply followed Wang's instructions, raising the hand that wore the floating ring and tracing circles in the air with the other. Gradually, golden sparks began to flicker and dance in midair. Yet the process of forming a portal here was exponentially harder than usual. But Wang Yang paid no mind to these difficulties. He focused his mind, attuning himself to the energies of the dimension as a multitude of runes began to align themselves. Moments later, a portal crackling with golden sparks appeared before him. "It's a pity I still can't cast it on my own," he murmured. Every spell requires a corresponding magical instrument. The floating ring helped him focus his mind, a standard tool for apprentices. Other instruments could be used for different spells, enhancing them or making them easier to cast. Yet reliance on external tools only proved the caster's own power and focus were lacking. If one could cast the spell unaided, then using a tool would only amplify its strength. A complex mix of feelings churned in Wang Yang's heart, though Wang's expression remained unchanged. But in a far corner of the mirror space, a storm of emotions surged, a reflection of Wang's true state of mind. He never expected Wang Yang could actually open a portal inside his mirror space. It was nothing short of astounding. By his knowledge, Wang Yang had only been learning portal magic for a single day. The fact he could open a portal outside was already remarkable. Yet now he had managed to open one in a place where the difficulty was multiplied countless times, a feat bordering on the impossible. Wang's mind was in utter turmoil, turned upside down by what he had just witnessed. Just as the mirrored space behind them was churning with turbulent energy, fortunately, the mirror realm itself was inherently bizarre. So even when Wang Yang witnessed it, he simply took it as part of the norm. After opening the portal, Wang Yang turned to look at Wang. Wang's expression remained stern and unreadable, which made Wang Yang the apprentice grow a little anxious. "Grand Magus, do you think I've passed?" Wang Yang asked. He had never entered the mirror space before, and naturally feared there might be something wrong with the portal he had created. After all, he had no idea how well it actually worked. Outside, portals weren't easily disturbed, but here, things were different. If not for his innate gift for mirror magic, he probably wouldn't have been able to open it at all. Hearing Wang Yang's question, Wang felt a tangle of emotions rise within him. The mirrored space behind was still seething with wild energy, even for a Grand Magus. Entering a space with such volatile fluctuations would almost certainly result in serious injury. Wang forced himself to suppress the conflicting feelings within and replied with a stoic face, "Not bad." Now he finally understood why Kamar-Taj had sent Wang Yang to study under him. This kind of talent was nothing short of a blow to magi like themselves. A special note of gratitude goes to the reader Fuafua, who helped the author spot typos. After writing several thousand words, it's easy for the eyes to glaze over. Truly, thank you. If possible, the author would love to show appreciation with a burst of extra chapters. But with the spring festival upon us, it's not so easy. Nonetheless, heartfelt thanks to everyone. Also, the new book needs all the support it can get. Thank you to every friend who stands by it. With you here, the new story can truly flourish. Gazing at the portal standing before Wang Yang, Wang's heart was a whirl of emotions and a touch of existential doubt. He remembered the old days, when it took him more than half a year to master portal magic, and then several more years before he could open a portal in someone else's mirror space. Now looking at Wang Yang's portal. Its energy perfectly stable, not a hint of instability. It was clear Wang Yang hadn't just mastered the spell, but had achieved remarkable skill far beyond that of any ordinary apprentice. Wang couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Was this even humanly possible? Compared to Wang Yang, it felt as if all his own years of effort had amounted to nothing. Of course, despite his shock, Wang's expression remained unchanged. He said calmly, "Not bad. It seems you've got a good grasp of portal magic. It's clear you've practiced diligently." Wang nodded, hearing these words. Wang Yang dismissed the portal, evidently feeling that Wang had acknowledged his efforts. Still, Wang Yang remained humble and respectfully said, "I owe it all to the guidance of the Magi." Wang waved his hand and said, "There's no need for such self-deprecation. You've certainly put in your own share of hard work." He continued, "Now that you've mastered the portal spell, you're qualified to begin the next stage of training." Hearing Wang's words, Wang Yang's face lit up with delight. Relying solely on magical spells isn't enough. To possess true combat strength, one must also master skilled fighting techniques. In a world as perilous as Marvel's, only those with formidable combat power can hope to protect themselves. Looking at Wang Yang before him, Wang's expression grew stern. "What I'm about to teach you next is real combat. A sorcerer of Kamar-Taj is no feeble scholar. We are all mighty warriors. That's why for every sorcerer, the most important thing is to learn how to fight. I'll start teaching you the art of combat right now." Wang studied Wang Yang intently, although he appeared solemn. Deep down, he was curious to see how Wang Yang would fare. His magical talent was undeniable, but actual combat was a different matter entirely. After all, the gift for magic and the gift for battle are not the same. Mastering magic alone isn't enough. You need both innate talent and the tempering of life and death struggles to become a true fighter. Even the finest fighting techniques require rigorous training, otherwise they're little more than empty talk. Though Wang Yang was certainly a prodigy, Wang suspected that when it came to combat, he might still be just an ordinary person. Upon hearing Wang's words, Wang Yang's expression also turned serious. Wang continued, "What I want to teach you is the martial art of Kamar-Taj. Across countless dimensions, the energies we draw upon don't only empower our spells. They can also enhance our physical abilities. But the strength we can endure has its limits, which is why so many magical artifacts have been created. These artifacts can amplify our power, make our magic easier and more fluid to cast, and even increase our speed." Wang explained this in measured tones, then opened a portal with a practiced swiftness that Wang Yang could hardly match. From the portal, two staffs appeared. Wang caught them and tossed one to Wang Yang. "This is the staff of the Living Tribunal, one of our key weapons." With a flick of his wrist, Wang extended the staff, causing it to segment into several parts, each connected by magical runes. As he swung it, sparks flew, and the ground beneath was left scorched and blackened. "This is the Wand of Wadam," he declared, "and these are the boots of the Vaulter." As Wang tapped the boots, a magic circle flashed briefly across them. Wang Yang was not unfamiliar with these magical artifacts. He remembered that when Mordo trained Dr. Strange, he had used these very items. Such artifacts, which can greatly enhance a sorcerer's strength, are not something the average apprentice ever gets a handle. Most apprentices lack control and are prone to accidents. But you are different. Wang glanced at Wang Yang. To him, Wang Yang was quite extraordinary. Not only had he mastered magic, but unlike typical apprentices, he could wield it with remarkable stability. In fact, Wang Yang's command over magic had already reached the level of an ordinary mage. Naturally, that meant he was ready to learn about magical implements. "Channel your magic into the artifact," Wang instructed, "and use your mind to guide its movements." Holding the magical device, he let his inner power flow seamlessly into it. Instantly, the Vatu wand in his hand glimmered with a golden sheen, as if it had been cast from pure gold. The wand segments were joined together by glowing runes of magic. Wang Yang followed his example, mimicking every step. This was the simplest application of magic. In no time, the staff in his hand transformed, becoming as supple and flexible as a whip. "Excellent. You've already mastered the use of the Vatu wand." Wang nodded approvingly at this sight, then continued, "Very good. Now let's begin a duel." With a single stride, Wang's boots flashed with light, and in a blink he appeared right before Wang Yang, swinging the wand down with force. Wang Yang could only scramble to defend himself as quickly as possible. A mechanical voice chimed within him, ding combat talent shard detected. "Would you like to merge?" "Merge," he replied. As the fusion completed, a surge of mysterious knowledge flooded his mind and body. In his thoughts, intricate fighting techniques unfolded, while his muscles seemed to remember moves as if he had practiced them dozens of times before. His body responded instinctively, just as one would reach out for a cup without thinking while drinking water. Gradually, Wang Yang transitioned from hurried panic parries to calm, measured defenses. The wand in his grasp moved with increasing dexterity, shifting smoothly between the rigidity of the staff and the fluidity of a whip, his mindset adapting effortlessly. At the same time, his other hand conjured a magical shield, or sometimes another weapon, launching counterattacks at Wang whenever the opportunity arose. With each exchange, Wang found himself increasingly astonished. At first, it was clear Wang Yang was a mere beginner, a complete novice unable to withstand even the simplest blows. Wang had deliberately held back most of his strength, but soon he realized Wang Yang was starting to hold his ground. Even as Wang gradually increased the force, speed, and complexity of his attacks, he had expected to completely overwhelm his young opponent. But to his surprise, Wang Yang not only defended himself on all fronts, he soon began to fight back. In that moment, Wang's heart was a tangle of conflicting feelings, his worldview shaken to its core. Wasn't true mastery supposed to come only through life and death trials? How could someone improve this quickly from just a simple bout of sparring? This was no longer the progress of an apprentice. Even an ordinary mage would have trouble matching this young man now. And not only that, even Wang himself on occasion found it difficult to keep up. The frequency of Wang Yang's counterattacks increased, forcing Wang to pay closer attention, lest he risk injury at the hands of his own student. "It seems I really need to put some pressure on Wang Yang." A glint flashed in Wang's eyes as his strength suddenly surged. He knew well that if there was no sense of danger in battle, Wang Yang would simply feel at ease. Then when facing real enemies, he would never be able to summon that crucial sense of crisis. Since this was Wang Yang's first lesson, it was vital for him to understand just how terrifying combat could be. Wang's grip tightened, his power increasing in an instant. Faced with this sudden and fierce assault, Wang Yang could do nothing but retreat. The pressure grew heavier with every passing moment. Just then a golden light shimmered from Wang's boots. He stepped forward, and it was as if he trod directly upon the air itself. With just a couple of steps, he closed the distance and was suddenly at Wang Yang's side. This was the first time Wang Yang had ever faced such an attack. Though he managed to raise his guard, he was still sent flying by the force. With a heavy thud, Wang Yang crashed to the ground, landing hard. Remember this: in battle, life and death are always at stake. If you do not hold reverence for that fact, you will not survive. Lying on the ground, Wang Yang gazed up at Wang, admiration shining in his eyes. No wonder he was a grand sorcerer. His combat prowess was truly formidable. If Wang Yang hadn't integrated some of Wang's combat talent, he would have already lost by now. Yet as Wang met Wang Yang's gaze, his own face flushed faintly. After all, this victory hadn't been entirely fair. He looked at Wang Yang with a complicated expression, an emotion rarely seen on his face, showing just how astonished he truly was at this moment. But it was no wonder. He had expected Wang Yang to possess an extraordinary gift for magic, but never imagined that his talent for battle would be just as remarkable. It was as if the boy was born to fight. If not for Wang's own wealth of combat experience and overwhelming power, had he fought Wang Yang with equal strength, he might not have been able to win at all. In a sense, this victory was hardly a fair one. Usually in Kamar-Taj, it was rare for a grand sorcerer to need to use greater strength than an apprentice just to win. After all, these were mere novices, just beginning their training. No wonder his feelings were so conflicted. But Wang Yang, now the subject of Wang's intense gaze, felt even more uneasy. He was only a beginner, bound to make mistakes. And with Wang looking at him like that, his worries only grew. Grand sorcerer, I know I must have done something wrong. Please, just tell me directly. Nervousness crept into Wang Yang's heart. Even after absorbing Wang's combat talent, he was still unable to withstand Wang's attacks. To reach this level is already impressive. Though Wang's feelings were complex, it was impossible for him to say a student was lacking, nor could he bring himself to praise Wang Yang too much. But there are a few areas where your technique needs work. Get up. I'll help you correct your form and the way you apply your strength. Wang's face grew serious as he spoke. The so-called art of combat lay in mastering techniques and the skill of exerting force. Through these methods, one could unleash their full strength, creating devastating power. Even if he managed to learn these combat skills, he could never compare to Wang, who had spent countless years perfecting them. After their sparring, Wang began to correct him in various ways. That's right, just like that. Let your strength flow naturally. Your feet must serve as your foundation. Power up from your waist. Yes, exactly. Wang's instruction, true to his nature, was anything but gentle. More often than not, a cane would come down without warning. Yet Wang Yang was like a parched sponge, soaking up every drop of knowledge at a remarkable pace. Because of this, his progress was visible to the naked eye. A familiar chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Combat talent fragment detected. Would you like to fuse it? With Wang's constant guidance, the system's prompt rang in Wang Yang's ears almost every other moment. In this short span, he felt himself improving by leaps and bounds. He was overjoyed, for each bit of new knowledge meant he would be better able to defend himself in the future. Yet faced with Wang Yang's eagerness to learn, Wang himself felt a tangle of emotions. He realized he had underestimated the young man before him. Although he'd already noticed Wang Yang's quick reflexes in combat, now, with every movement and technique he needed to demonstrate only once, instantly, Wang Yang would master it. This was a talent he had never seen in countless apprentices before. After all, combat skills require more than memory. They demand muscle memory, too. Everyday habits can affect how force is applied in a fight, and these can be fatal flaws. Without hundreds or thousands of repetitions, such habits are nearly impossible to change. Yet Wang Yang shed his old habits with astonishing ease. He memorized every move and technique effortlessly. This kid is a true prodigy, Wang thought to himself, unable to hide his amazement. All right, Wang Yang, take a break for now, Wang said at last. Combat techniques can't be mastered in a single day. They require long and diligent effort, and all of this depends on your physical foundation. So you must practice tirelessly. Additionally, you need to bathe in medicinal baths to improve your constitution. Wang spoke in a measured tone. Mastery of moves and techniques was founded on the body itself. Besides regular training, the body needed nourishment and care. Kamar-Taj had its own unique methods for this. Hearing Wang's words, Wang Yang nodded respectfully. Yes, master. Though his body ached from the training, his spirit soared. He could feel himself making great strides forward. He even had a sense that he could now easily defeat his former self, as he felt the cosmic energy slowly repairing his body. A faint smile appeared on Wang Yang's face. All right, you can go now. I believe these combat techniques will be enough for you to practice for quite some time. And remember, this is not just about fighting skills. It's just as important to improve your physical strength. Wang shared all his hard-earned experience with Wang Yang, but these lessons would only bear fruit if Wang Yang worked hard to realize them himself. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Wang Yang nodded, and after bidding Wang farewell, he used the portal to return to his own apprentice quarters. None of his roommates had returned yet. After taking a shower, Wang Yang collapsed on his bed, utterly exhausted. Still, he understood that if he wanted to be able to protect himself in future dangers, he needed to hold himself to strict standards at all times. Otherwise, the ease he indulged in now might turn into bitter regret later. After a brief rest, he got up from bed and began his training routine within the room. While he was practicing diligently, a knock sounded at the door. Wang Yang opened the door and, to his surprise, found Master Kamar-Taj standing outside. One must always have hope. Without wishes, what difference is there between a person and a salted fish? Master Kamar-Taj, what brings you here? Wang Yang quickly invited the master into his room and brewed a pot of tea for him. Master Kamar-Taj was a good teacher, upright in character, and always attentive and responsible toward his apprentices. Wang Yang was naturally grateful for his guidance. I brought you some medicinal elixirs, Kamar-Taj announced. With a wave of his hand, a portal shimmered into existence, and a box appeared before them. A prompt chimed in Wang Yang's mind. Ding! Magic portal talent fragment detected. Would you like to fuse it? Wang Yang hadn't realized portals could be used in this way, and he fused it without hesitation. These are potions we crafted in Kamar-Taj. They can greatly stimulate your physical strength and are excellent for recovery and enhancement. Kamado explained in a low voice, pointing to the box. Wang Yang nodded, opened the box, and saw a dozen or so vials, each filled with liquid. Thank you very much, Master Kamado. But I didn't know Kamar-Taj made things like this, Wang Yang said with a smile. Though the mages of Kamar-Taj were mostly versed in pharmacology and magic, these potions looked like more than just a product of medicinal blending. In fact, they seemed almost as if they were refined using advanced technology. Wang Yang, just because we're mages doesn't mean we're primitives, Kamado replied, chuckling. We also use whatever is most convenient. You could say, we keep up with the times, Kamado gave a gentle smile before continuing. You should know that the power of magic is the power of nature, and the development of technology is also nature's choice. So don't be prejudiced against new things. Have the courage to try them for yourself. Hearing Kamadar's words, Wang Yang couldn't help but give a wry smile. He found it rather amusing that a man several decades his senior was giving him a lesson about embracing the new. But that was exactly the kind of place Kamar-Taj was. What's more, the technology in the Marvel world was remarkably advanced. Even those without innate powers could wield tremendous strength through inventions. Take Iron Man, for example. The armor he built was formidable enough to go toe-to-toe with Thanos. Even managing to breach his defenses, though it was only a small crack, it was already quite astonishing, given that it wasn't so far-fetched to imagine Kamar-Taj mages using technology to enhance themselves. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Master Kamadar, Wang Yang said respectfully. Kamadar smiled again and went on. I've heard you've started learning combat techniques. Wang Yang nodded. Yes, Master Kamadar. Have you encountered any difficulties? If you have any questions at all, feel free to ask me, though I'm not the most skilled in battle. I certainly know a thing or two, Kamadar said, looking at Wang Yang with genuine appreciation. Thank you, Master Kamadar. If I run into any problems in the future, I'll be sure to come to you, Wang Yang replied gratefully. Strictly speaking, he was no longer Kamadar's student, and the master was under no obligation to spend his time helping him. Yet Kamadar had brought him medicine and even offered his counsel. Wang Yang was truly touched by this. Seeing Wang Yang's response, Kamadar nodded approvingly. Very good. Wang Yang, be sure to practice diligently, and ask Master Wang if you have any questions. Combat techniques may not seem all that dangerous at first glance, but in the beginning, when you can't yet channel enough cosmic energy, it's easy to injure yourself. So if you run into any trouble, be sure to tell Master Wang. I'm confident he'll help you find the answers you need, Kamadar said solemnly. Kamar-Taj didn't teach combat techniques lightly. Only those close to reaching the rank of mage would receive such training precisely because it carried real risks. Apprentices could not yet control much cosmic energy. The mage's martial arts were not just about hand-to-hand combat. They had to be used in tandem with magic, requiring tremendous skill in handling energy. Naturally, this could easily take a toll on the body. Some people, relying on their youth and strength, push themselves to excessive training. But this is a practice that drains their potential. Inevitably, there comes a day when their bodies can no longer cope, and this may even affect their lifespan. So upon learning that Wang had already started teaching Wang Yang combat techniques, Kamado immediately sent over a potion, its purpose being to repair and strengthen the body. I understand. Thank you, Master Kamado, Wang Yang replied with utmost seriousness. He knew this was a gesture of goodwill from Kamado, and he would never be ungrateful. Kamado nodded, clearly satisfied. Since you've already begun training in combat techniques, let me see what you've learned. I'm curious as well. I've seen students with remarkable talent. Let's see how far you can progress in such a short time. With a wave of his hand, Kamado summoned swirling magical runes, and a mirrored space sprang to life in an instant. Mirrored space is considered advanced magic, one that even many seasoned wizards cannot master. Kamado was among the rare few who could wield such a spell. Witnessing this, Wang Yang felt a little embarrassed. Master Kamado, how could I possibly spar with you? He glanced at the elderly Kamado, feeling awkward about the challenge. It's all right. Don't judge me by my current role as a teacher and my work behind the scenes. In my day, I fought on the front lines. Kamado reassured him, smiling. Just give it your all. I simply want to see what you're capable of. All right then, Master Kamado, please go easy on me, Wang Yang replied shyly. With that, the two of them entered the mirrored space together. Neither used a magical implement. Instead, they relied solely on magic as their weapon. Kamar-Taj was clearly a traditionalist among mages, wielding a golden magical shield and conjuring magical chains that could be used for attack. Wang Yang, meanwhile, formed a long sword out of pure magical energy. Come. Kamar-Taj called golden shield aglow in his grasp. Forgive me, Master Kamar-Taj. Wang Yang nodded, then charged straight at him. Weapons forged for magic were nearly indistinguishable from real ones. By mimicking the structure through magic, even the weight was almost identical to that of a true sword at first. Kamar-Taj didn't take it too seriously. But as soon as Wang Yang made his move, Kamar-Taj realized with astonishment that Wang Yang was far faster than he'd anticipated. What's more, magical runes shimmered beneath Wang Yang's feet. Magic and combat technique layered together. Had this boy truly learned it all in one day? A wave of shock surged through Kamar-Taj's heart. It's not unusual to combine magic with combat techniques. In fact, that's what they most often relied on during battle. But Wang Yang had only started learning on his very first day. Could this really be the level an apprentice could achieve after just one day? Especially the way he manipulated magic, the finesse and ease he displayed. Perhaps not even a seasoned mage could reach such proficiency. Among the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj, there was a stark divide in fighting power. A single master could easily take on a dozen veterans at once. Just look at Caecilius. With only a handful of followers, he dared challenge the Sanctum in London. That alone showed how drastic the disparities were among mages. Only a rare few ever reached the very top. Yet Wang Yang had trained for just one day, and at this point, he was already showing skills that surpassed those of this experienced mage. To Kamar-Taj, it felt as if all his years of hard work had amounted to nothing, as if his entire life had been wasted. The long sword came slicing down, its edge gleaming with deadly sharpness. Faced with such a ferocious assault, Kamar-Taj could no longer maintain his earlier composure. He grew visibly grave. He quickly raised his magical shield to block the attack. A harsh clang rang out in the mirrored space. Wang Yang was forced to take several steps back. After all, Kamar-Taj was a veteran mage, while Wang Yang had only trained for a single day. His physical strength naturally fell short, but that was the extent of it. After retreating a few steps, Wang Yang charged forward once more. Kamar-Taj, already advanced in age, could no longer suppress him as easily as before. Forcing Wang Yang back had already taken all his strength. Without hesitation, Wang Yang surged ahead again, launching another fierce assault with his magic longsword. Heavy, rhythmic crashes echoed through the mirrored space under Wang Yang's relentless attacks. Kamar-Taj could do nothing but defend as the fight wore on. Wang Yang's understanding of combat grew sharper. His command over both technique and magic became second nature. For Kamar-Taj, defending became increasingly difficult. A look of shock and disbelief spread across his face. How is this possible? How could an apprentice who's just begun to learn combat possess such overwhelming strength? Battered by Wang Yang's onslaught, like a hurricane and torrential rain, Kamar-Taj felt like a lone boat caught in a raging sea, ready to capsize at any moment. He looked utterly battered. If he continued to rely only on magic of the same caliber as Wang Yang's, he might very well lose. Yet if Kamar-Taj knew that Wang, during his duel with Wang Yang, had used much more advanced magic to crush his opponent, perhaps he wouldn't have underestimated Wang Yang in the first place. Wang Yang, impressive. Your combat techniques are already quite advanced. Kamar-Taj braced his magical shield against Wang Yang's sword, speaking slowly. But you still have much training ahead of you. At that very moment, his magical shield suddenly changed. A golden chain shot out in an instant. Caught completely off guard, Wang Yang was bound tightly, losing his ability to fight in a flash. He tried to break free, but no matter how he struggled, it was impossible. Master Kamar-Taj truly lives up to his name. Wang Yang gave up, resisting, panting for breath. He hadn't expected magical chains to be used in such a way. The fusion of spells. This was something Wang Yang had never even considered. A crisp chime sounded. Detection. Magical synergy talent fragment found. Fuse now. Fuse, he commanded without hesitation. Combining different spells could achieve many unexpected effects. A feat most apprentices wouldn't even dare to imagine. After all, casting just a single spell was already challenging enough, let alone blending two together. But as Wang Yang spoke, Kamardal's face grew complicated, showing not a hint of triumph. He knew deep down that he had already lost. What Kamardal relied on was magical technique, the culmination of years of practice and experience. Even seasoned mages would struggle to evade this move, never mind someone at Wang Yang's level. Yet, there was nothing honorable about this victory. He would never have used such a tactic. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, Kamardal certainly couldn't bring himself to boast about his strength. Seeing the genuine admiration in Wang Yang's eyes, Kamardal could only sigh in resignation. He felt the weight of his years, sensing he could no longer match this rising young talent before him. Impressive? This can hardly be called impressive, he said, shaking his head. Wang Yang, your progress is remarkable, Kamardal added, his voice tinged with emotion. Master Kamardal, you flatter me. I still have so much to learn from you. Wang Yang replied respectfully. Kamardal smiled and shook his head again. Looking at Wang Yang's humble demeanor, he could only imagine how hard this young man worked in private. Otherwise, how could someone become so powerful in such a short time? But Kamardal knew it was more than just hard work. Wang Yang might truly have the potential to become the next Supreme Mage. Only a Supreme Mage could reach such heights, perhaps even forcing Kamardal to use all his power just to subdue him. Kamardal believed that if Wang Yang kept growing at this rate, he would soon match the strength of a Supreme Mage. At that moment, Kamardal's gaze was filled with complex emotion, expectation, awe, and a hint of disbelief. The calm composure he'd first seen in Wang Yang was already a thing of the past. It seems that sending you to study under Wang was the right decision after all. Your combat skills are nearly perfected. Once the Supreme Mage returns and you train under his guidance, I'm sure it won't be long before you become one of us. Kamardal looked at Wang Yang, his face alight with excitement. In Kamar-Taj, there were no rigid ranks among the sorcerers. As long as one became a full-fledged sorcerer, they would be respected. No one would underestimate a sorcerer. Once Wang Yang passed the Sorcerer Supreme's trial and became a true sorcerer, he would not only be recognized as a real sorcerer, but also become the youngest one in all of Kamar-Taj. Master Kamardal, no matter what happens, you will always be my teacher. Wang Yang looked at Kamardal and spoke respectfully. Kamardal had treated him very well. To someone who had shown him kindness, Wang Yang naturally offered his respect without reservation. Respecting one's teacher and valuing their teachings was something he believed he should do. Kamardal let out a hearty laugh. Just don't forget me when that time comes. He said, I have a feeling that I'll be proud to have you as my disciple in the future. All right, let's head outside, Kamardal said, clearly in high spirits. He was already old, and nothing brought him more joy than witnessing the growth of a young disciple, especially one who might someday become the Sorcerer Supreme. In the days that followed, Wang Yang continued his training, aided by special potions. Both his body and magical abilities improved by leaps and bounds. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Wang Yang looked up and saw Wang approaching him. Archmage, what brings you here? Seeing the sweat on Wang Yang's brow, Wang's face showed a hint of satisfaction. It was clear that Wang Yang had been training diligently, which pleased him. I came to check on your progress, Wang said. It appears you've been working quite hard. Well done. He nodded, his expression unreadable. But remember, training must be balanced with rest. Pushing yourself too hard isn't always wise. Wang Yang nodded in understanding. I understand, Master. Thank you for your guidance. Good, very good. Come with me, Wang said, nodding again. He raised his hand and opened the portal to the mirror dimension. Wang Yang didn't hesitate. He changed his clothes and followed Wang through the portal. Once again, they entered the mirror dimension. Wang stood there, then turned to Wang Yang. Show me your magic, he said. For a sorcerer, a solid foundation is everything. If your fundamentals aren't strong, everything you build will crumble in the end. So let me see how well you've mastered your magic. Wang's expression grew stern. In his experience, many prodigies shared the same flaw. They were too eager for quick results. They might pick up new spells quickly, but if they only focused on the new and neglected their foundation, it would become shaky. When the time came to fight, the consequences would be painfully clear. There are not many grand sorcerers in Kamar-Taj. One reason is that the foundation of their talent is often unstable. The second is that most of them have perished in battle. Come, let's start with the basics of magic, Wang urged with a gentle reminder. All right, please instruct me, Master Sorcerer, Wang Yang understood that Wang's efforts were for his own benefit out of genuine concern for his training. After respectfully responding, Wang Yang began his demonstration. The first spell he cast was naturally the Magic Shield, his very first lesson in the mystical arts. Magic beam spells are not considered true magic in themselves, rather, they serve as an introduction to the arcane. The Magic Shield, however, had undergone Wang Yang's personal improvements by altering the foundational magic runes. It had become the most advanced spell in his current repertoire. A resonant hum filled the air. A splendid magic shield took shape in his hand, its intricate runes arranged with flawless precision and logic. Though silent and unassuming, the shield emanated an aura of unfathomable mystery. Wang had been waiting for Wang Yang to begin his demonstration. But when he saw this spell, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. While magic is not strictly ranked by power, its effectiveness grows with time and repeated casting. Some spells can even be reforged by using more elaborate magic runes. With his experience, Wang could easily discern the strength of the magic before him. The Magic Shield is among the most basic spells taught in Kamar-Taj, accessible to nearly everyone. Yet to truly enhance its power, one must devote themselves to persistent refinement. From what Wang could tell, Wang Yang's mastery of magic already surpassed that of most seasoned sorcerers. Such a thing seemed utterly impossible. This was a prodigy who defied all logic. Even so, Wang simply nodded and remarked, "Good, you've mastered it quite well. However, there are still some issues with a few of the runes." As he spoke, Wang pointed out several details to Wang Yang. Combining Wang's insights with his own understanding, Wang Yang quickly resolved the remaining areas of confusion. In the blink of an eye, the runes on his magic shield rearranged themselves according to his own design. Suddenly, the shield became even more intricate, its power clearly elevated in a matter of moments. Witnessing this, Wang felt unsure whether to be pleased or exasperated. What kind of comprehension was this? He had only offered a few words of advice. Yet Wang Yang had already internalized everything. Still, Wang composed himself, suppressing his shock, and continued, "Very good. You have remarkable intuition. Now let's see you cast some other spells." Upon hearing this, Wang Yang promptly displayed every magic he had learned, from a variety of spells to martial techniques. Wang Yang performed them all with impressive skill, leaving Wang visibly astounded. After all, Wang Yang had only been training for a week at most. However, when it comes to mastery of magic, even some seasoned sorcerers may not be his equal. This is only natural, for even the most experienced of mages cannot develop all aspects of magic to perfection. After all, to strengthen one's magic requires the investment of countless hours and effort. That is why most sorcerers choose to specialize in a single branch of magic. It can be said that every accomplished mage has one particular spell they truly excel at compared to those spells. Perhaps each one is more powerful than Wang Yang's. Yet when it comes to overall proficiency across all forms of magic, few seasoned sorcerers can rival Wang Yang's level of mastery. Perhaps only an archmage could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. In truth, Wang Yang has achieved in a short span what takes others a lifetime. Although Wang had long known that Wang Yang was exceptionally gifted, he had not expected his talent to be quite so extraordinary. After witnessing Wang Yang's demonstration, Wang remained silent for a long while. He couldn't shake the feeling that it wouldn't be long before Wang Yang's abilities would surpass his own as an archmage. Wang Yang, for his part, had no idea what Wang was thinking. He was simply delighted, for if Wang was examining the extent of his foundation, it clearly meant he intended to teach him more advanced magic. Sure enough, Wang took a deep breath and said, "Wang Yang, your command of magic is already quite refined. It is time for me to teach you some higher-level spells." At these words, Wang Yang's face lit up with joy. In fact, there was still one spell he had not yet displayed. The mirror dimension. He could already cast it, though he had yet to wield it with the same ease as his other spells. "Wang Yang, do you know where our power as sorcerers comes from?" Wang gazed at Wang Yang and asked quietly. "Cosmic energy," Wang Yang replied after a moment's thought. "The magic of Kamar-Taj is unlike any other. They draw upon the energies of the cosmos and transform them into their own power." "Let me clarify. It is the power of the multiverse," Wang corrected, nodding first before explaining further. "The multiverse is boundless, filled with endless mysteries. We are but explorers on this vast road, he said, with a note of awe in his voice. Along this path, countless predecessors have come before us, beings of immense power who became what we now call gods. Sometimes we must call upon their powers. Wang continued, his gaze fixed on Wang Yang. Wang Yang certainly knew that in the Marvel Universe, there were countless deities of tremendous might. Asgardians, in a sense, were gods as well. The Scarlet Witch's chaos magic, too, drew its strength from divine sources. Such magic was incredibly formidable. Today, what I will teach you is magic that originates from one such deity. This spell is known as the Rings of Ragador. As Wang spoke, he raised his hand, and before him appeared a shimmering shield, much like a magical barrier. Except this one glowed with a deep crimson hue. Compared to ordinary magical shields, this one is far more powerful. In fact, Doctor Strange himself can use it to fend off Thanos' attacks. This is the Ring of Ragador. Even in Kamar-Taj, only the Sorcerer Supreme and a handful of elite sorcerers are allowed to possess this spell. Under normal circumstances, there's no way they would hand this magic over to Wang Yang so easily. After all, an apprentice could never hope to wield such a formidable power. But Wang Yang was clearly different. His speed of learning set him apart from all the other apprentices. Wang was actually curious to see whether Wang Yang would finally be stumped by such a powerful spell. Moreover, this kind of magic, which draws upon the power of deities, was far from something that could be mastered through simple study. Looking at the anticipation in Wang Yang's eyes, Wang couldn't help but smile, eager to see whether this spell would finally pose a true challenge for him. The study of the Ring of Ragador is different from other spells. It requires the incantation to be spoken in harmony with the gestures, Wang explained. Only then can you gain the approval of the deities and wield this magic. Of course, communicating with these higher powers is extremely difficult at first, so you'll need to experiment several times. Don't lose heart. Wang's face grew serious as he carefully explained the intricacies of this magic. Wang Yang listened intently, his focus unwavering. A chime sounded in his mind. Detected. Talent fragment for the Ring of Ragador. Do you wish to merge? Merge, he responded. As soon as he spoke, a surge of familiarity flooded his body. Knowledge about this spell unfolded in his mind. The experiences of learning the Ring of Ragador, every incantation, every gesture, all became intimately familiar to him. Even so, absorbing Wang's experiences and memories still took him some time. While he could instantly fuse with others' talents, he still needed to internalize them. A bit like reading a book, just seeing the words didn't mean you'd mastered the contents. Practice was essential. Of course, compared to the mirror dimension, the Ring of Ragador was much quicker to grasp. Still, there were many sorcerers who could never master this spell in their entire lives. The requirements for learning it were so demanding that countless sorcerers were eliminated before they even began to cast this magic. A sorcerer first needed a reservoir of powerful magical energy to construct the Ring of Ragador. Then, they had to draw upon the energies of the multiverse. Finally, they had to earn the approval of the divine beings themselves. Even reaching the bare minimum to wield the spell was no easy feat. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such an insurmountable barrier for so many sorcerers. The fact that even Thanos' attacks couldn't break through it spoke volumes about its power. Naturally, this wasn't a spell that could be mastered overnight. All right, it's your turn to try, Wang said at last, nodding in satisfaction after his demonstration. After all, an apprentice's journey should be one of gradual understanding and insight. No one could hope to master the Ring of Ragador in a single leap. After that, Wang Yang began his cultivation. He started drawing circles slowly with one hand, and a streak of red light gradually appeared in the air. As the crimson runes slowly took shape, a magical shield materialized in his grasp, constructed according to the framework in his memory. At the same time, he began attuning himself to the presence of the divine. A powerful aura merged into the red Ring of Ragador. However, despite having conjured a shield, the current situation was clearly far from stable. Now and then, blue sparks would fall from it. Wang could easily recognize that this was indeed the Ring of Ragador. He was somewhat taken aback. Even though he already knew that Wang Yang's prowess in both spirit and magic had reached the level of seasoned mage. After all, whether it was in fundamental magic or the layering of magical combat techniques, Wang Yang possessed an extraordinary gift. Still, even for a veteran mage, learning to master the ring of Ragador shouldn't have been this easy. Yet the reality was right before his eyes, undeniable. His emotions were complicated. He felt both elated and somewhat frustrated. He was happy because this achievement further proved Wang Yang's talent was truly formidable, far beyond that of ordinary mages. But he was also frustrated, for at this rate, even Kamar-Taj might not be able to keep Wang Yang as a student for much longer. Seeing Wang's current expression, Wang Yang thought there might be something wrong with the ring of Ragador he had conjured. Archmage, is there something wrong with my spell? Wang Yang asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Upon hearing Wang Yang's question, Wang shook his head and replied, "There's nothing wrong. Your talent is extraordinary." In truth, this was not just extraordinary. It was downright astonishing. As an archmage, he quickly suppressed the tangle of emotions in his heart. Although Wang Yang's talent exceeded anything he had imagined, it wasn't entirely surprising. After all, this was Kamar-Taj, a place where sorcerer supremes had been born. The emergence of a genius here was not unthinkable. Still, even with that rationale, his gaze toward Wang Yang remained tinged with wonder. He remembered that when he himself had learned this spell years ago, it had taken him 2 whole years. Yet this young man had managed to master it in less than 2 hours. Though Wang Yang had no idea what was going through Wang's mind, since the archmage had said there was nothing wrong, he resumed his cultivation. With the experience he had gained from conjuring the ring of Ragador, his progress became even more rapid. However, there are still some aspects I don't quite understand. Archmage, could you help clarify a few details for me? Having learned much about the ring of Ragador, Wang Yang still had some lingering questions. With the archmage right before him, he naturally wouldn't let the opportunity go to waste. "What's troubling you?" "I'd be happy to explain," Wang replied. As an archmage, he possessed deep experience in the cultivation of the ring of Ragador. Moreover, he also used this very magic in combat. So when it came to experience, there was no question his explanations were clear and accessible, making everything instantly understandable. He could even unravel complex principles in such a way that anyone could grasp them. After Wang Yang received the answers from Wang, the parts he hadn't understood before became immediately clear. He could feel his mastery of magic steadily improving, all thanks to Wang's guidance. Because of this, the look he gave Wang was filled with even deeper respect. Yet faced with such admiration, Wang only felt more exasperated. "All right, from here on, you need to practice diligently on your own. Don't slack off." Watching Wang Yang's skill with the ring of Gator grow by the day, Wang grew even more frustrated. Being around a prodigy only made ordinary people like him seem all the more lacking. His own talent was nothing to scoff at, otherwise he wouldn't have become an archmage. But compared to Wang Yang, he truly paled in comparison. "Yes, archmage," Wang Yang replied resolutely after leaving the mirror dimension. Wang turned and walked away, his heart a tangle of emotions. Whatever he taught, Wang Yang seemed to master instantly. Such unnatural talent. In the future he might even have to worry about what was left to teach him. This thought left Wang, usually so steadfast, visibly dispirited. Even the magical tomes that once fascinated him now seemed dull and lifeless. "Wang, what's wrong with you? Did you have your heart broken?" Just then a thin, elderly man with a goatee strolled over, looking at Wang with curiosity. He'd watched Wang for a long time, but had never seen him wear such an expression. The man's left arm ended at the wrist, clearly severed at the root. "Wang, what's really going on?" Seeing that Wang still wouldn't speak, the old man furrowed his brow. Wang had always been reserved, but never like this, which only piqued his curiosity. "Master Hammer, I'm fine," Wang finally responded after Hammer called his name twice, forcing a weak shake of his head. Hammer was also an archmage of Kamar-Taj, though unlike the others, he wasn't much suited for battle. He spent most of his days reading magical tomes and researching spells. In fact, he'd read almost every book in the library. "Really?" Hammer regarded Wang with a skeptical look. He'd never seen Wang like this before. Wang lifted his head slightly and said, "Of course I'm fine, Master Hammer. Did you need something from me?" "What else could I need? I've discovered a new spell and was wondering if you'd be interested in helping me refine it," Hammer replied, his eyes full of anticipation. Wang glanced up but showed no interest at all. "I'm not interested. I'm heading back now," he said, turning on his heel to leave. Hammer frowned as he watched the king's departing figure. The king used to be quite fond of studying magic. How could he have lost interest now? What could have rattled the king like this? Hammer was genuinely surprised. In the past, regardless of whether the king cared about magic or not, he never refused him. Yet now he was being turned away. Without hesitation, Hammer hurried after him. "King, what's going on with you?" Hammer asked, his brow creasing with concern. "It's nothing." The king replied, also frowning. "How long did it take you to learn the Ring of Ragador?" Suddenly, as if something had just occurred to him, the king posed this question, though Hammer was caught off guard. He paused to think before answering. "Let me see. I think it took me a little over a year." He was quite confident about that time frame. Among everyone in Kamar-Taj apart from Kaisalius, I doubt anyone learned it faster than I did. Indeed, in Kamar-Taj, excluding the Ancient One, when it came to mastering the Ring of Ragador, few could match his speed. That may have been true once, but things are different now, the king said, looking at Hammer's self-assured expression and unable to resist taking him down a peg. He used to think Hammer's gift for magic was impressive, but after witnessing Wang Yang's talent, he realized that all of them, these so-called master sorcerers, were simply outclassed, especially when it came to innate ability. Compared to Wang Yang, their much-vaunted talents simply paled in comparison. "What do you mean?" Hammer frowned, a little surprised. "King, are you saying there's someone at Kamar-Taj whose magical talent surpasses even mine?" He found it hard to believe. Before Kaisalius arrived at Kamar-Taj, he had always been among the most gifted in certain branches of magic, outstripping even Mordo. Of course, his gift lay in magic itself, not combat. When it came to fighting, he wasn't particularly talented, and there were even some ordinary sorcerers who could outdo him. That's why he focused on magical research and rarely involved himself in battles. But when it came to magic, he was supremely confident. "Yes, someone stronger than you. And not by a small margin," the king replied, feeling that if he was going to be frustrated, everyone else might as well share in his misery. "Oh." Hammer's curiosity was piqued. "Since when has Kamar-Taj had such a prodigy? How long did it take him to learn the Ring of Ragador?" "He's beyond what you'd call a prodigy," the king replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. "He mastered the Ring of Ragador in less than 2 hours." Hammer stared at the king in shock. "Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. How could anyone possibly master this spell in just half an hour? In all recorded history, no one has ever achieved such a feat." Hammer found it impossible to believe. Even after studying magic for so many years, he was certain that, given another chance to start over, he still couldn't hope to master this spell in such a short time. But what if it's true? Wang let out a long sigh. Hammer frowned, gazing at Wang. Could it be that Wang's expression was because of this? If it's true, then this person will undoubtedly be the greatest talent in Kamar-Taj, perhaps even surpassing the Sorcerer Supreme. He might truly be the most gifted prodigy of all. Hammer said, his brows furrowed. Wang couldn't help but ponder. Indeed, isn't such a person the very definition of a true genius? "Wang, judging by your reaction, is this person an apprentice?" Hammer asked, his voice tinged with shock. He found it hard to imagine that someone like this could really exist. "That's right. I've been teaching him for only a few days. Just a few hours ago, I showed him the Rings of Ragador. Originally, I thought it would take him at least a month to even attempt them. A month might not be a short time, but for master sorcerers like them, it was practically nothing. After all, they themselves had taken at least a year to get the basics down. In fact, Wang had only expected a month because he'd noticed the extraordinary talent his apprentice possessed. Even that felt barely acceptable. At least it wouldn't make their own achievement seem too pitiful in comparison. But to his astonishment, Wang Yang had completely mastered the spell in just an hour or two. Naturally, this was a heavy blow to his confidence. Even a couple of months would have been considered genius level. After all, the Rings of Ragador require communion with the gods. Hammer still couldn't quite comprehend it. The idea that someone could establish such a connection so quickly was beyond belief. Even for someone as gifted as himself. You can't imagine it, can you? I certainly can't. Not even the Sorcerer Supreme could manage it that quickly. Wang replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Take me to see him at once. Does this apprentice have 3 heads and 6 arms or something? Hammer was now utterly intrigued by this mysterious student. Meanwhile, Wang Yang was alone in his room. Because his learning had progressed so rapidly, Kamar-Taj had arranged a private space for him, so he would not be distracted by others. This way, he could focus on his cultivation without outside interference. At this moment, Wang Yang stretched out his hands, and 2 crimson rings of Ragador materialized on his fists, like a pair of miniature shields. The The runes etched upon them had grown intricate and complex, completely transformed from their initial simplicity. With a graceful gesture, the rings of Ragador dissolved into the air. Then Wang Yang formed a series of hand signs, and with a sweeping motion, he continued his practice. In the air before him, silhouettes of shattered glass began to appear. This was the mirror dimension. Yet compared to the ring of Ragador, he was far less familiar with this spell, unable to wield it as freely as he could the ring. If it weren't for repeatedly merging with Wang as he cast the mirror dimension, he might not have been able to use it at all. The difficulty was obvious. However, the magic of Kamar-Taj was different from other forms of sorcery. It required neither meditation nor any of the usual methods of magical cultivation, as one practiced. The mystic arts, they would naturally absorb the energies of the universe, strengthening their magic and transforming their body, enhancing their physical abilities. This explained why the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj were not only adept at magic, but also skilled in close-quarters combat. And because he had fused with the magical and martial talents of several masters, his own physical prowess was in no way inferior. Even so, Wang Yang couldn't help but look forward to the chance of receiving guidance from the Sorcerer Supreme herself. After all, if the Archmage already possessed such powerful talent, then learning from the Sorcerer Supreme could only unlock even greater potential. Suddenly, rap, 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 a knocking sounded at the door. Wang Yang's mind sharpened. The mirror dimension he'd conjured before him immediately dissolved into nothingness. He walked to the door and opened it, finding two people standing outside. One was Wang, with whom he was already intimately familiar. The other was an elderly man with a goatee, scholarly in appearance, exuding the air of an academic. He looked less like a Kamar-Taj sorcerer and more like a university. "Professor, Archmage, is there something I can help you with?" Wang Yang asked, somewhat surprised. It hadn't been long since they parted. Why had the Archmage returned so soon? Wang Yang. "This is Master Hammer," Wang introduced. "Greetings, Master Hammer." Wang Yang saluted respectfully. He certainly knew of Hammer. One of Kamar-Taj's great archmages, a true authority on magical research, held in high regard even by the Sorcerer Supreme herself. Though his combat prowess might not be overwhelming, his expertise was undoubtedly unique. "No need for such formality," Hammer replied, giving Wang Yang a measured look before continuing. "I hear you've mastered the Ring of Ragador?" "I have," Wang Yang answered earnestly, nodding his head. "Excellent. Let's enter the mirror dimension and show me how you do it," Hammer said with a warm, encouraging smile, with a casual wave of his hand. Without any set gestures or incantations, a plane of glass-like fragments appeared before him, forming the mirror dimension. Wang Yang's eyes lit up. For a true sorcerer, after all, there was no single way to cast a spell. The stronger one grew, the simpler magic became. Ding! Talent shard for magic. Mirror space detected. Would you like to fuse it? Fuse. As the talent shard merged, Wang Yang felt his understanding of mirror space deepen significantly. But before he could reflect on this newfound insight, Hammer and Wang led him straight into the mirror space. "Go ahead and cast the spell. If you run into any problems, Master Hammer will offer you some guidance," Wang said. However, there was something peculiar about his tone. After all, dealing with a genius is no simple matter. Now Hammer was practically setting himself up for disappointment, as if seeking out a challenge just to be frustrated by it. Hammer, of course, had no idea what was going on in Wang's mind. Instead, he nodded enthusiastically. "That's right. I haven't seen a true genius in ages. I'd like to see just how powerful the new generation can be." Until he saw it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe what Wang had told him. Learning the Ring of Ragador in just a few hours. Impossible. Not even the Supreme Archmage could boast such skill. Wang Yang, for his part, had no way of knowing that the smiling Hammer in front of him was harboring so many thoughts. "Master Hammer, you flatter me. I'm really not much of a genius," Wang Yang replied modestly. Wang waved his hand, his expression stern. "Excessive humility is just another form of pride. No need to stand on ceremony. Let's begin." Hearing this, Wang Yang nodded. "Yes, Archmage." He stepped forward, standing before the two men. Then, with a sweeping motion of his hands, two crimson shields materialized, one on each of his fists. Compared to his early, unstable attempts, his shields were now perfectly formed. The runes etched upon them had grown intricate and complex. The red glow illuminated Wang and Hammer's faces. Their expressions told different stories. Wang, having already witnessed Wang Yang's success, had accepted the reality that he was a prodigy. Now, his face showed a look of affirmation, of expected and astonishing progress. Hammer, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed, as if he had just witnessed something otherworldly. "Are you sure you only just learned this spell?" Hammer's voice trembled, without hesitation. Wang Yang answered respectfully, "Yes, Archmage, I wouldn't dare deceive you. This is impossible." Hammer couldn't help but exclaim, seeing Hammer's disbelief and utter shock. Wang finally felt he wasn't alone in his amazement. At least now, he didn't seem so incompetent by comparison. "Hammer, you see? I wasn't lying to you," Wang said, cracking a rare smile. "This boy is a true anomaly. He only just learned the spell, but his mastery already surpasses that of many seasoned mages. This defies all reason." At this moment, Hammer still hadn't fully processed what had happened. He asked Wang, "Are you sure you're not lying to me? Did he really just learn this magic from you?" Hammer couldn't help but voice his doubts. Wang's expression grew stern again. He cast Hammer a sidelong glance and replied, "Do you think I would lie? That's really impossible. It's not in your nature, but this is just too unbelievable." Hammer was still finding it hard to accept. With a sweep of his hand, a red shield materialized in his grasp, far more powerful than the one Wang Yang had conjured. Wang Yang gazed at the ring of Lagder on Hammer's hand, awe filling his heart. He could sense that Hammer's magic was on a whole different level, much stronger than his own. A crisp system chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Magic talent fragment of the ring of Lagder detected. "Would you like to merge?" After merging with Hammer's magical talent for the ring of Lagder, Wang Yang felt his own mastery of this magic become more refined, his understanding deepening with newfound clarity. Though the old man appeared rather ordinary, he was anything but simple, despite missing one hand. His command of magic was nothing short of masterful and formidable. Hammer, sizing up. Wang Yang couldn't help but reveal a hint of confidence in his gaze, recovering somewhat from his earlier shock. Though the apprentice before him was undoubtedly gifted, he still had some way to go. "Would you like me to instruct you?" Hammer offered, turning to Wang Yang. Compared to Wang, his understanding of magic was naturally more profound. Even a prodigy like the one before him would need his guidance. "Thank you, Master Hammer," Wang Yang replied respectfully. Hearing this, Hammer's face lit up with delight, and he immediately began his explanation. Yet he failed to notice Wang, who was watching him with a look of quiet pity. After all, Wang Yang's talent was truly extraordinary. When Hammer eventually realized the truth, he would likely regret it. Unaware of Wang's thoughts, Wang Yang listened intently to Hammer's lecture on magic. He was like a parched sponge, eagerly absorbing Hammer's wisdom and deepening his insight into the art. And Master Hammer truly lived up to his reputation as a scholar of magic. His understanding far surpassed what Wang could offer. Now, as Hammer looked at Wang Yang, a sense of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. After all, teaching a genius, and one who showed him such respect, was a rare thrill, especially with Wang observing from the side. The thought spurred Hammer to greater enthusiasm, eager to prove his worth as a mentor. Wang's face remained impassive, but inwardly he found the situation amusing. For someone of Hammer's age, he was still so naive. Had he really not noticed that Wang Yang's ring of Lagder had changed? After a while, realization finally dawned on Hammer. He was a little excited because he was teaching a genius, but that didn't mean he was a fool. He had also noticed that the ring of Lagder in Wang Yang's hand had changed, rapidly improving itself. Its strength was already approaching that of his own ring of Lagder. This wasn't right. Normally, after a mage finishes their explanation, the student should go back and reflect, and only after gaining insight can they start to improve their own shortcomings. How was it that this kid could perfect his magic as he listened to him speak? How could that be possible? Hammer was stunned, his mind thrown into doubt. Was this what it meant to be a genius? To be able to continuously and rapidly refine one's magic, something ordinary people could never hope to match. Hammer had his suspicions, but deep down he still couldn't believe it. Was it really possible for someone to be so powerful? Even though it was happening right before his eyes, he still found it hard to accept. After all, he had believed for so many years that magic was never easy to learn. Yet now such a thing was unfolding before him. Wang watched quietly from the side, thinking to himself, "Now you're starting to question everything, aren't you? Now you can't believe your own eyes, can you? Wang Yang seemed to have come specifically to shatter all their ingrained beliefs. Everything they thought was impossible, Wang Yang had accomplished right in front of them. It was simply terrifying, and Hammer, instead of avoiding it, had walked right into this experience, seeking it out himself. How foolish, of course, with someone to share the burden. Wang could also relax quite a bit, meanwhile. Hammer stared at Wang Yang with an odd expression. Utterly shocked, it was as if he were looking at a monster. He had only explained something once, yet Wang Yang not only remembered it, but truly understood and internalized it. Even after all his years of studying magic, Hammer had never encountered anyone like this. If things continued like this, wouldn't this boy eventually catch up to him? Comparing the two of them, it felt as though all those years he'd lived had gone to waste. All right, Wang Yang, that will be all for today's lesson. Hammer was still smiling, but his smile had become rather forced. Anyone in his position would probably manage only a strained smile under such circumstances. Master Hammer, I still feel I have many shortcomings. I hope you can continue to instruct me. Wang Yang spoke up respectfully. Hammer's teaching had made Wang Yang far more familiar with magic. And of course he wanted to hear more. Perhaps he could even collect a few more fragments of magical talent. But when Hammer saw the look on Wang Yang's face, his own feelings grew even more complicated. In just this short time, he had almost exhausted everything he knew about the Ring of Lagdur. And the key point was that Wang Yang had absorbed it all. This didn't feel like being a teacher at all. If they kept going like this soon enough, they'd be equals. Hammer didn't exactly object to that, but couldn't Wang Yang slow down just a little? What was the point of mastering everything in a single day? Hammer frowned, his expression turning serious, and continued, when learning magic, you must not be impatient, Wang Yang. You should understand that going too far is as bad as not going far enough. The most important thing is to build a solid foundation first. When studying these things, you must truly comprehend and internalize them. Hearing Master Hammer say this, Wang Yang could only nod in agreement. Besides, he was not in a hurry. He had only been learning for a few days, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future for these archmages to instruct him in magic. Yes, Grandmaster, I will do my best to lay a solid foundation, Wang Yang replied respectfully. Hearing Wang Yang's words, Hammer, as an archmage, felt a bit embarrassed, especially in front of someone so talented and so willing to listen. Ahem, Wang Yang, from what I've seen, your grasp of magic is already quite solid. Let me teach you a spell I developed myself, Hammer said with confidence. There are many types of magic in Kamar-Taj, and with Hammer's talent, he had even created a few spells of his own. These spells were all remarkably powerful. The Ikenral Chaotic Thunder Spirit. This spell, though Hammer's own creation, required several people to cast together. The difficulty increased exponentially if performed alone. Yet with Wang Yang's extraordinary talent, it seemed only a spell like this might truly challenge him. Thrilled at the prospect of learning a new spell from Hammer, Wang Yang's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Master Hammer. Hammer shook his head with a smile and said, no need to thank me. In essence, all the magic in Kamar-Taj is open to everyone. Wang Yang still felt grateful. Perhaps all the magic in Kamar-Taj was technically available to everyone, but those were just in books. A mage's personal understanding and insights were rarely shared so freely. Now that Hammer was willing to teach him directly, Wang Yang was deeply appreciative. Next, Wang and I will demonstrate for you. Hammer and Wang exchanged a glance. Although Hammer had created the Ikenral Chaotic Thunder Spirit, he had also taught it to Wang, who had a high regard for its power. From the moment Hammer mentioned instructing Wang Yang, Wang understood that Hammer wanted to test Wang Yang with this spell. Wang Yang's magical talent was unquestionably strong, but that advantage applied mainly to solo spells. When it came to spells that required teamwork, there would naturally be limitations. At that moment, the mirror dimension warped and twisted, sectioning off a separate space. At the same time, the two of them raised their hands, channeling tremendous energy, which coalesced in front of them into a sphere crackling with lightning. Countless arcs of electricity twisted and danced across the surface of the sphere, radiating a breathtaking aura. Then, with a sweeping gesture, the two of them unleashed the spell. At that moment, two spheres of thunder shot out simultaneously, flying downwards through the air. Passing through a thin barrier, they exploded in the space below with an earth-shattering roar, the terrifying blast spreading in all directions. A thunderous boom echoed through the space. The entire area below was utterly destroyed by the explosion. Even the houses of Kamar-Taj that appeared within the mirror dimension were instantly reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. In front of him now lay a vast, gaping crater. Wang Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. This was the first time he had ever witnessed such a powerful and fearsome spell. Ding! A fragment of the Ikenral Chaos Thunder Spirit magic talent has been detected. Would you like to fuse with it? Ding! A fragment of the Ikenral Chaos Thunder Spirit magic talent has been detected. Would you like to fuse with it? As the two system notifications sounded, Wang Yang saw two talent fragments drop from Wang and Hammer respectively. Fuse them. As Wang Yang gave the command, the two fragments merged into his body, beginning to integrate with him. A flood of information about the Ikenral Chaos Thunder Spirit filled his mind. Methods for casting the spell, how to weave the magic, and how to construct a Thunder Spirit. This Ikenral Chaos Thunder Spirit was an incredibly complex magic. It required the fusion of powers from two high-dimensional demon gods, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion whose destructive potential defied imagination. The difficulty of learning such a spell was naturally just as daunting, while Wang Yang was still absorbing the knowledge of the Ikenral Chaos Thunder Spirit. Wang and Hammer approached him. Wang Yang, before I begin teaching you, I must make one thing clear. This magic is extremely powerful. You must never use it unless absolutely necessary. And you cannot use this magic to bully other sorcerers. If you do, we will not let you off lightly. Hammer spoke in a grave, serious tone. This spell was no mere beginner's cantrip. It was the domain of master sorcerers, its might tremendous. Hammer knew all too well that some mages, once they gained great power, would turn to wickedness. He had to be cautious. Seeing Hammer's solemn expression, Wang Yang also responded earnestly, "Yes, master." Hammer, I understand. In truth, Wang Yang had no intention of abusing his power. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare. Especially with the Ancient One still around. Just look at Kaiselius. After betraying the Ancient One, he managed to survive for some time, even leading his followers in an assault on a sanctum. In the end, he even ambushed and killed the Ancient One. But that was only because the Ancient One was ready to let go, paving the way for Doctor Strange. Otherwise, with the eye of Agamotto alone, she could have manipulated time itself, leaving Kaiselius powerless to act. If anyone else had tried, even Thanos would have had to bow his head. The Ancient One had held the title of Sorcerer Supreme for over a century, and in all that time, not a single traitor had emerged. That in itself spoke volumes about her power. When Hamel and Wang saw how earnestly Wang Yang responded, they both showed satisfied expressions. "All right, let me explain this magic to you," Hamel said, and proceeded to give Wang Yang a detailed explanation of the spell. This magic was exceptionally difficult to learn, not only because it was a high-level spell, but also because it was Hamel's own creation, which naturally made it even more challenging. Although Hamel intended to put Wang Yang to the test, his explanation was thorough and meticulous. He made sure to share every condition required to perform the spell. "Wang Yang, there's no need to rush," Hamel advised patiently. "The control required for this magic is quite advanced, and casting it is even more demanding. In fact, it usually requires two people working together. You must take your time to study and practice. Remember, when it comes to magic, never be careless or impatient. Otherwise, you might find yourself in a world of trouble." Hamel's voice was filled with a gentle warning. Wang Yang nodded and replied, "Thank you for your guidance, master. I understand." Hamel was very pleased with Wang Yang's attitude. "Excellent. Your calm and humble approach is exactly what will help you master this spell in the future. When you have friends and companions, you'll be able to cast it together. Although this spell was designed for two people, solo practice was still possible. In truth, it isn't entirely impossible to cast this spell alone," Hamel continued, "but the difficulty isn't simply twice as hard." So, before he could finish his sentence, Hamel's eyes widened in disbelief. His face turned ashen, as if he had just seen a ghost. Wang, who was always expressionless, was equally shocked by what he saw. In a rare display of emotion, he gasped, How can this be?" The two of them stared thunderstruck, unable to hide their astonishment, for in Wang Yang's hands countless bolts of lightning had already begun to weave together, forming what looked like a ball of thunder. Though the sphere was only about the size of a baby's fist, there was no doubt. It was the fabled Eichenroll chaotic thunder spirit. But how could this be? The terrifying power of the Eichenroll chaotic thunder spirit lay in the fact that it fused the energies of two godlike beings, Osid and Hogs. These two deities were part of the mighty trinity known as Vishanti, the very source of white magic. The mere fact that Osid and Hogs could combine to form a part of Vishanti spoke volumes of their strength. Now, for a mage to draw upon the power of one such deity was already remarkable, but to channel both at once and merge their forces was nearly unthinkable. Even the masters themselves had only ever been able to borrow the strength of a single god at a time. That's why it normally requires two people to cast together. Yet now, Wang Yang had managed to summon the Eichenroll chaotic thunder spirit all on his own. It was simply unbelievable, almost miraculous. None of them had witnessed such a sight in their entire lives. This can't be. Hammer's voice faltered, his words stumbling from his lips. How did you do it? Hammer grabbed Wang Yang's hand, unable to contain his agitation. He examined Wang Yang's hand carefully, confirming that it truly was the Eichenroll chaotic thunder spirit. But even so, he couldn't fathom how this was possible. It just didn't make sense. How could you possibly channel the power of two deities at once? It's impossible. Hammer was filled with utter disbelief after all his years of studying magic. Not once had he seen a mage who could simultaneously draw on a might of two demon gods. When he first developed this spell, he had wondered whether it might be possible to tap into both powers at once, which would eliminate the spell's severe limitations. But none had succeeded. It was even harder than trying to focus on two things at once. Yet Wang Yang had done it, overturning everything Hammer thought he knew. Hammer ran his fingers through his thinning hair in confusion. He wasn't the only one stunned. Wang was equally shocked. He tried it himself, summoning electricity in one hand and red energy in the other. But halfway through, the two powers grew unstable. He could borrow the powers of two demon gods, but couldn't maintain control. A chasm he simply could not cross. Magic demanded total concentration. As soon as two powers were channeled, the spell became unstable. There was a faint pop, and Wang found himself covered in soot and dust from the backlash. Exactly. The powers of two deities don't inherently conflict. But if you can't control them fully, an explosion is inevitable, Hammer watched Wang's experiment and felt even more convinced that his decades of research at Kamar-Taj had been sound. The power of these demon gods could be borrowed once certain conditions were met, but mastering them was another matter entirely. Almost no mage could control two demon gods' powers at once, let alone fuse them. Yet Wang Yang seemed not only to have channeled both powers, but to have blended them together. Hammer had practiced magic for decades and never heard of such a thing, let alone seen it now. Unbelievably, it was happening right before his eyes. Wang Yang throw the lightning orb and see how powerful it is. Hammer still couldn't make sense of what he saw, but a new possibility occurred to him. Perhaps this Eichenroll chaotic thunder spirit was just for show, carrying the aura of two demon gods but lacking their true power. Although Wang Yang didn't understand why the two archmages reacted so strongly, he didn't hesitate for a moment before tossing the lightning orb in his hand. Within the mirror dimension, everything was controlled by its master. As soon as Wang Yang's spell was cast, Hammer isolated it from the three of them. A tremendous explosion erupted, its shockwave rolling outward. While this blast wasn't as powerful as the fusion magic cast by the two archmages, it was still far beyond the reach of ordinary spells. This overwhelming destructive force left no doubt. This was indeed the Eichenroll chaotic thunder spirit. Wang and Hammer exchanged glances, now absolutely certain. Yet both fell into a haze of confusion. It was impossible, they thought, their faces reflecting utter bewilderment and disbelief. Wang Yang, in contrast, seemed unfazed. To him, casting this spell was as effortless as a painter sketching whatever he wished on a blank canvas. But Wang and Hammer were different. Their understanding of magic had long since solidified, making it difficult for them to change their thinking. Now that he had absorbed both of their insights into the Eichenroll chaotic thunder spirit, Wang Yang possessed the comprehension and technique of two archdemons. If the power of two archdemons was already this formidable, what heights could this spell reach if he could incorporate the strength of a third? From then on, Hammer and Wang could find no explanation for how Wang Yang was able to wield this magic. In the end, they could only attribute it to his extraordinary talent. Your gift is truly monstrous. You're a natural-born magic prodigy, Hamel exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. You flatter me. Master Hamel, I've just been very lucky, that's all, Wang Yang replied modestly. Here in Kamar-Taj, a place overflowing with magical geniuses, Wang Yang felt it was best to keep a low profile. After all, it was only because Kamar-Taj valued learning and welcomed powerful apprentices that he could thrive elsewhere. Someone with his talent might well have been locked away for study. Just lucky, Hamel's eye twitched. If this was just luck, hadn't he lived his whole life in vain? All right, there's no need to hide your gifts in Kamar-Taj. The greater your talent, the more opportunities you'll have. Who knows, perhaps you'll one day become a direct disciple of the Sorcerer Supreme, or even receive the Supreme's personal tutelage, Hamel said, waving his hand. Enough, focus on your training now, he instructed. With that, Hamel and Wang led Wang Yang out of the mirrored dimension. Yes, masters, Wang Yang responded gratefully, acknowledging their guidance. Watching the two leave, he then began his own meditation and training. Meanwhile, Wang and Hamel exchanged another glance as they departed and silently made their way to a small tavern. They rarely went out for a drink, but today was different. Today, a deep sense of melancholy and frustration weighed on their hearts. After ordering some more wine, they began to drink, one glass after another. Bitter sorrow filled their eyes. No one spoke a word. Only Wang Yang could leave them feeling so despondent. After teaching Wang Yang, they felt an overwhelming sense of loss. Wang, before today, I truly couldn't imagine that there could be such a terrifying genius in this world, Hammer finally said, taking a deep breath after a long silence. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either, Wang sighed. Compared to Hammer, who had just witnessed Wang Yang's talent for the first time, Wang had already come to terms with it to some extent, yet seeing Wang Yang cast magic that even he, as an archmage, could not perform still left him shaken. For an apprentice to accomplish what he himself could not. This was a blow, a gap impossible to ignore. Who would have thought that such a monstrous prodigy would appear in Kamar-Taj? It's simply unbelievable, Hammer exclaimed, taking another sip of wine. Whenever he recalled Wang Yang's performance today, his heart churned with emotions he couldn't suppress. He had always prided himself as a genius in Kamar-Taj. Aside from some spells that only the Supreme Sorcerer could master, he had command of nearly every form of magic. And yet, he couldn't even wield the power of two demonic entities at once. Compared to Wang Yang, what kind of genius was he? Who could disagree? Wang echoed, sighing again as he drained his glass in one go. The talent Wang Yang had displayed left him with the unsettling thought that perhaps even the Supreme Sorcerer's abilities were no match. Someday, Wang Yang might well surpass the mighty Supreme Sorcerer. This boy's talent is truly extraordinary. He needs to be taught by the Supreme Sorcerer herself. Keeping him in our hands would only hold back his growth, Hammer said with a wry smile. Wang nodded repeatedly in agreement. You're absolutely right. In this world, apart from the Supreme Sorcerer, there was likely no one else qualified to be this boy's teacher. After a moment's thought, Wang added, but before that, we need to lay a solid foundation for him. Tomorrow, I'll teach him the mirror dimension. Exactly, he should be practicing in the mirror dimension, Hammer agreed, nodding, with his mastery of magic. If he continued training out in the open, who knows what kind of chaos it could cause? In Kamar-Taj, so many sorcerers possessed immense destructive power. The only reason Kamar-Taj had remained intact was the protection of the mirror dimension, that powerful spell. Without it, the place would have long since fallen into ruin. Now that Wang Yang had mastered such formidable magic, he needed the mirror dimension more than ever. Otherwise, trouble was bound to follow. However, when it comes to the mirror dimension, it's still Caecilius who's the real expert. When the time comes, you should let him give Wang Yang a demonstration, Hammer said with a smile. In this area, his talent surpasses all of ours. Perhaps only the Sorcerer Supreme can outmatch him, and even then, only slightly. When Wang heard Caecilius's name, he couldn't help but frown. But thinking of Caecilius's mastery over the mirror dimension, he had to admit that apart from the Sorcerer Supreme, no one understood it better. Caecilius could even wield the mirror dimension as a weapon, sharp enough to threaten the Sorcerer Supreme himself. In terms of magical talent, he truly was extraordinary. Caecilius may have a difficult personality, but his magic is undeniably powerful. Having him teach Wang Yang is absolutely fitting, Wang said, acknowledging Caecilius's prowess despite his personal dislike. Hammer nodded in agreement and added, "But we'll have to wait for him to return. I imagine he's still out there dealing with those invaders." Wang nodded at that. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Hammer's lips curved up in a sly smile. "But I am rather curious. When Caecilius meets a true prodigy, and such a young one at that, what kind of face will he make? After all, that man has always looked down on everyone. If he comes across someone even more gifted than himself, it's bound to be entertaining." Wang seemed to picture the scene as well, a rare smile appearing on his face. It really might be quite the sight. Even as they spoke of Caecilius, elsewhere Caecilius had just finished battling a horde of monstrous creatures and was making his way back to Kamar-Taj for some well-earned rest. At the moment, he was the leader of Kamar-Taj's external campaigns, commanding the sorcerers in expelling these beings that tried to force their way onto Earth. These invaders all hailed from different dimensions. What humans called demons were, in truth, just monsters from other realms. After such a long and grueling fight, even Caecilius felt weary, let alone the sorcerers under his command. With this latest wave repelled, it was finally time for a much-needed respite. Meanwhile, in his own room, Wang Yang stared at the ball of lightning in his hand, its surface swirling with a terrifying, chaotic energy. The spell Ikenral's chaotic thunder spirit was something he'd never seen in Doctor Strange. However, he had witnessed Caecilius and his followers unleash a chaotic spirit orb in the London sanctum, nearly destroying half the sanctuary in the process. This Ikenral's chaotic thunder spirit seemed just as formidable. If he could refine and perfect his mastery of it, its power would only grow more astonishing. He didn't want to waste a single moment. No one knew when a new crisis might arise, but it was out of the question to practice the Ikenral chaotic thunder outside. Unfortunately, the mirror dimension was even harder to master than the spirit of Ikenral chaotic thunder. Yet after succeeding in cultivating the Ikenral chaotic thunder spirit yesterday, he found that wielding magic had become much more natural for him. Wang Yang took a deep breath. Once he dispersed the Ikenral chaotic thunder spirit, he began to move his hands in intricate gestures. The energy in the air surged toward him, and countless shards of mirrored surfaces appeared before his eyes. "I did it." Wang Yang gazed at the myriad glass fragments floating in the air, drew another deep breath, and prepared to step into them. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, the mirror dimension shattered and collapsed. "Still not enough," he muttered. The mirror dimension was unlike any other form of magic. Creating it was akin to forging an entirely new realm. Although he had absorbed the mirror dimension talent from Wang and Hamel, it still wasn't sufficient. Suddenly, there was a sharp knock at the door. Wang Yang quickly halted his spell work, walked over, and opened the door. Standing outside was Wang, his expression as grave as ever. Wang Yang had long since grown used to such somber looks. "So if the Archmage himself, may I ask what brings you here?" Wang Yang asked respectfully. "Come with me," Wang replied, his face impassive, with a casual wave of his hand. No other gesture visible. Countless mirrored shards flickered into existence before them. Without another word, he stepped inside. A clear chime echoed in Wang Yang's mind. Detected talent fragment. Magic mirror dimension. Integrate with your own abilities? Integrate, he replied at once. As the integration completed, his understanding of the mirror dimension deepened considerably. Without hesitation, he stepped into the mirrored world after Wang. "Wang Yang, your magic has reached a certain level. You've also mastered some powerful destructive spells. It's time for you to learn the mirror dimension," Wang announced. Wang Yang's face lit up with delight at these words. Noticing Wang Yang's excitement, Wang continued in his usual calm tone. "The mirror dimension is the core magic of Kamar-Taj. We use it in battle for surveillance, and as a space to train in magic. That's why it's so important. You must learn it well." "Yes, Archmage," Wang Yang replied with utmost respect. He was well aware of the mirror dimension's immense power. Not only could it fend off attacks, but it could serve as one's own battleground, making it far easier to gain the upper hand over an enemy. As long as your opponent couldn't break through your dimension, you could control the fight completely. Wang Yang was naturally eager to master this spell for himself. But until now, he hadn't found the right method. "Let me explain some of the key secrets to you now," Wang said, clearly satisfied with Wang Yang's attitude. After all, the mirror dimension was at its core no different from any other magic, however. Only those with exceptional control and innate magical talent can create a mirror dimension of their own. And the portal is the only way out. Without mastering the portal, one would be trapped in the mirror dimension forever, just like in Spider-Man. No Way Home, when Doctor Strange's sling ring was taken by Spider-Man. If Ned hadn't opened the portal, Doctor Strange might never have escaped. Wang spoke slowly, explaining the secrets of the mirror dimension. The mirror dimension is the creation of another space, an entrance to a different plane. In essence, the mirror dimension is constructed as a layer over our world, embodying the very power of other dimensions. Listening to Wang's explanation, Wang Yang suddenly saw everything clearly. At last, he understood why he always failed. He had been striving to build a perfect world, but that was never the true purpose of the mirror dimension. In truth, the mirror dimension is simply a gateway to another plane, linking the caster's magic with otherworldly energy. It's much like channeling the power of a demon god, except that the mirror dimension demands even greater mastery. The mirror dimension is an advanced spell, but this advanced spell isn't as difficult as it seems. As long as you truly grasp its essence, you'll learn it in time. Remember what I've always said, stay humble and patient. Having shared all his insights, Wang finally turned to Wang Yang and spoke gently. Are you ready, apprentice? Yes, Grand Mage, I'll do my best. Wang Yang answered respectfully, bowing with hands clasped. Grand Mage, may I give it a try? Now that he understood the trick, Wang Yang was eager to put his knowledge to the test. Of course you may. With a wave of his hand, Wang instantly dissolved his own mirror dimension, and the two of them returned to reality. Go ahead and try, but be extremely careful. Never step inside unless you're sure the space is stable. Our usual spells are cast in the real world, but the mirror dimension exists inside magic itself. They're fundamentally different, Wang reminded him with utmost seriousness. The mirror dimension creates a reflection of reality, but if you lose control and the space becomes unstable, the shard from its collapse can wreak terrifying destruction. If such a space shatters, even a sorcerer supreme could not withstand its fury. As a beginner, Wang Yang needed to be especially cautious. Well, if you're ready, begin, Wang said. Watching him carefully, he was prepared to defend Wang Yang if needed, though he did not truly expect him to succeed. After all, this spell was unlike any other. Wang himself had spent 2 or 3 years mastering the mirror dimension. Hearing Wang's words, Wang Yang felt a chill of anxiety. He was grateful he hadn't rushed into the space before otherwise disaster might have struck. Taking a steadying breath, he began his attempt. Wang watched closely as Wang Yang cast the spell. With anyone else, he wouldn't have believed success was possible. But this man was Wang Yang, a person who had already created too many miracles. At that very moment, crack, crack, Wang heard the sound of mirrors shattering sharp and clear. Before Wang Yang, countless fractures as transparent as crystal suddenly appeared in the air. Wang stared at the scene, his eyes widening in disbelief. Had this kid really succeeded on his very first try? These crystal-like shards and fissures in the fabric of space were unmistakable. They signaled the opening of the mirror dimension. Wang looked at Wang Yang, his eyes filled with shock and awe. This guy was simply extraordinary, almost otherworldly. He even began to wonder if there were any spells left in the world that Wang Yang could not master. The mirror dimension was considered a high-level magic. Yet Wang Yang had succeeded in opening it in a single attempt. If Wang had known that, even before his own guidance, Wang Yang had already been trying to access the mirror dimension, he would have been even more astonished. Wang Yang, of course, had no idea what Wang was feeling at this moment. The mirror dimension was an immensely powerful form of magic, a world entirely one's own. Within it, anything could be transformed at will. You could launch attacks, suppress enemies with the environment, or set cunning traps. Naturally, maintaining such a space consumed tremendous energy, and manipulating it further demanded even greater reserves of magic and mental strength. The more intricate the control, the heavier the toll on the mind. For most sorcerers at Kamar-Taj, simply sustaining the mirror dimension was a feat in itself, leaving no strength for complex alterations. Only the Sorcerer Supreme could twist and reshape their mirror dimension with ease. Wang Yang was certain that this time, the mirror dimension he conjured was utterly stable. He glanced at Wang, who, though his expression remained unchanged, was inwardly as turbulent as a storm-tossed sea. Wang Yang said nothing further and stepped into the dimension he had created. After a moment's silence, Wang followed him. Into the mirror dimension, Wang could immediately sense the stability of the space. Remarkably, it was almost on par with his own. Such solidity was enough to shock him. It seemed as though Wang Yang had been practicing for years, rather than having just formed this dimension. This kid's talent is simply off the charts. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed through the mirror dimension as buildings and structures shifted and transformed with astonishing force. Wang was dumbfounded. As if he had seen a ghost, his face etched with disbelief. He himself had spent years just to master the mirror dimension, and it had taken decades more before he could move even a single object inside it. Yet Wang Yang, having only just stabilized the dimension, was already able to manipulate everything within it at will. It was nothing short of miraculous. Not only is this kid's talent extraordinary, but his mental strength is beyond imagining, Wang thought to himself, marveling at what he was witnessing. After that, Wang Yang began to familiarize himself with the changes within his own space, even going so far as to launch attacks inside it, twisting, collapsing traps. Transformations that would normally demand a tremendous amount of mental energy and magic from an ordinary mage seemed effortless for him. Perhaps it was because he had fused not only with others' talents, but also with their spiritual strength. Maybe that was why he could so easily cast control magic. A smile crept onto Wang Yang's face. Now that he possessed the mirror dimension, his combat prowess would undoubtedly ascend several levels. Even when facing opponents on the level of the Hulk, he felt confident in holding his own. As long as he could draw his enemy into the mirror dimension, escaping would be no easy feat. With this space at his disposal, he could now practice any magic without restraint. Before, without such a spell, he had to suppress his powers for fear of damaging things in Kamar-Taj. But now those worries were a thing of the past. Master Wang, are there any flaws in my mirror dimension? Wang Yang asked eagerly, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Though he had now managed to create the mirror dimension and had experimented with various techniques, he had failed so many times that he suspected there might be issues he simply couldn't see. With a great sorcerer right in front of him, he wasn't about to let the opportunity slip away. Wang's expression grew a bit complicated at Wang Yang's question. He himself could not control everything within the mirror dimension with such ease, and yet this young man before him wielded it so effortlessly. It was almost disheartening. Still seeing the respect in Wang Yang's eyes, Wang couldn't very well admit that the mirror dimension was already nearly flawless. No, it was best to let Kaisalius be the one to guide him. 3 days passed. Wang Yang devoted himself to training, and at last, he completely mastered the mirror dimension. Just as he was hesitating over whether to seek out Wang again, he spent a long time considering and finally made up his mind. But as he opened his door, he saw Hammer approaching. It had been a long time since Wang Yang had seen Master Hammer. This time, though, Hammer looked utterly disheveled and exhausted. Even the beard he once kept impeccably trimmed was now a little untidy, and his eyes were bloodshot. Master Hammer, what happened to you? Wang Yang asked, puzzled by the sight before him. After all, Master Hammer held a special place in Kamar-Taj. He was not only strict with himself, but also had a strong sense of discipline. For him to appear like this was almost unthinkable, so it was the first time Wang Yang had ever seen Master Hammer in such a state. What happened to me? You have the nerve to ask. Hammer shot Wang Yang a fierce glare. After all, he was one of the most esteemed masters in Kamar-Taj. His pride was not so easily set aside. Before Cassius arrived, Hamel had always considered himself the most gifted talent beneath the supreme sorcerer, but now, not only was Cassius more powerful than him, there was also Wang Yang, whose genius outshone his own. This was something Hamel, who had long been proud and ambitious, simply could not accept. Ever since that last encounter, he had been pondering how to reclaim the dignity he'd lost in front of Wang Yang. Wang Yang, I heard you've already mastered the mirror dimension. Hamel couldn't hold back his eagerness, and spoke up almost impatiently. That's right, Master. I've already learned the mirror dimension, Wang Yang replied. Although he wasn't sure what Hamel was planning, since Hamel had asked, he saw no need to hide it. Good. If you hadn't learned the mirror dimension, there would be some spells we wouldn't be able to experiment with, Hamel said, his tone laced with mystery. Though he appeared upright and proper on the surface, there There was something vaguely mischievous in his manner now. "Master Hamel, may I ask what kind of magic you want to test?" Wang Yang asked, scratching his head in confusion. The mirror dimension was a replica of the real world. Besides being used for combat, it was mainly a place for sorcerers to experiment with various spells. In the Doctor Strange movie, it was only after Strange mastered powerful magic from the library that the Supreme Sorcerer entrusted him with a mirror dimension. As for using the mirror dimension for surveillance, that would be overkill. Still, Wang Yang was curious about what Hamel wanted to do that required his mirror dimension. "I'll tell you when the time comes. Open your mirror dimension," Hamel said tersely. Though Wang Yang didn't know exactly what Hamel was up to, he trusted that Hamel wouldn't do anything to harm him. He raised his hand and swept it through the air. Instantly, the space before them trembled with a series of sharp, cracking sounds, and the previously seamless reality splintered into countless shards. Hamel's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Wang Yang. "You've mastered it so quickly. You've already reached this level of control. Ordinarily, a sorcerer needed to combine incantations and gestures to cast a spell, and only after complete mastery could one wield it freely. Reaching this level usually took years of training. Hamel himself had needed several years to achieve such proficiency, yet Wang Yang had been practicing for only a few days. Moreover, Hamel sensed something peculiar within this mirror dimension, though upon closer examination, he couldn't identify anything out of the ordinary. He prided himself on being the most knowledgeable person in Kamar-Taj, second only to the Supreme Sorcerer. Yet now, even he couldn't gauge the depths of Wang Yang's mastery over the mirror dimension. It was clear Wang Yang truly was a prodigy, but Hamel quickly shook his head, pushing the thought aside. This wasn't the time to study Wang Yang's mirror dimension magic. That wasn't the purpose today. With that, the two of them stepped into the mirror dimension together. "Master Hamel, what exactly are you planning to do?" The more mysterious Hamel acted, the more curious Wang Yang became, feeling as if a cat was scratching at his heart. Of course, "I want to teach you some magic," Hamel said with a mysterious smile. "Does it really need to be this complicated to teach me magic? Is it another spell with overwhelming destructive power?" Wang Yang asked, intrigued. "It might not be overwhelmingly destructive, but is most certainly an essential spell," Hamel replied calmly. Although Wang Yang had no idea what kind of magic Hamel intended to teach him, he was not one to refuse such an offer. "Then I'll be troubling you, Master Hamel." Wang Yang bowed respectfully with cupped hands. "No need to be so formal. Young man, just watch carefully." Hamel waved his hand dismissively. With a subtle motion, something appeared in Hamel's palm, a chain that shimmered with an enchanting light. Wang Yang glanced at it. Wasn't this just the most basic magical chain spell? Wasn't it a standard magical weapon derived from rune structures? Was this really worth all of Hamel's secrecy? "What kind of expression is that? This chain is far from ordinary," Hamel huffed in mild annoyance. "My magical chain is no mere spell. Just watch closely." With a resonant shout, the chain in Hamel's hand instantly split into hundreds more, each one writhing and twisting like living creatures. Wang Yang observed without much surprise. After all, magical chains were a staple among mages, a common spell. Even Doctor Strange had used several types of chain magic. As for their power, none had seemed particularly impressive. Even Thanos could never be truly restrained by them. "You boy, what's with that look?" Hamel sounded a little displeased and continued. "This isn't just a simple rune transformation. This spell contains the power of a demon god. You can call it the chains of the Vishanti. The Vishanti are a trinity of divine beings, or you might say gods, who are the very source of our white magic." Hamel gave a brief explanation of the Vishanti, then added, "You'll need to split their power into hundreds of threads before you can unleash this spell." Hamel spoke with confidence. This was a spell he had chosen for Wang Yang quite deliberately. It was not something an ordinary mage could master with ease. It demanded the most precise control over one's spiritual power, and the requirements were exceptionally high. He doubted even some archmages could learn it without difficulty. Only those whose mastery of magic and spiritual power was truly profound could hope to wield it. That's why he didn't believe Wang Yang could master this spell easily. Listening to Hamel's explanation, Wang Yang's initial dismissiveness faded. He turned his full attention to Hamel. Indeed, these chains seemed quite different from the ones Doctor Strange had conjured. Most of Doctor Strange's Magical chains are based on the fundamental magical shield, constructed around basic magical runes. A clear chime resounded. Ding! Magic Vishani chain talent fragment detected. Would you like to fuse? As Wang Yang fused the talent fragment of the Vishani magic chain, he finally gained a thorough understanding of the difference between this magical chain and weapons crafted from basic rune arrangements. Much of the magic at Kamar-Taj falls under the category of white magic and is closely associated with the deity Vishani. Within the magic of the Vishani chain lies a distinct and powerful force granted by Vishani. It is precisely for this reason that this spell's power far surpasses that of ordinary magic. Noticing the look of careful consideration on Wang Yang's face, Hammer couldn't help but smile. Come, let me explain this spell to you in detail. Without me, learning this spell would be nothing short of a fantasy. An impossibility, Hammer declared with confidence. Of course, there was a thought he kept to himself. Even if he taught Wang Yang earnestly, there was no guarantee Wang Yang could master it. The Vishani chain wasn't a particularly complicated spell, but it demanded extraordinary mental strength and absolute control. What's more, this magic was exceptionally powerful. Imbued with divine force, it could restrain foes or unleash devastating attacks. Its might was truly remarkable. If Wang Yang could learn this spell, there was no doubt he would benefit immensely from it. However, mastering such magic would certainly require considerable effort. Hammer watched Wang Yang with a cheerful glint in his eye. He simply didn't believe Wang Yang would find this spell easy to learn. Now that Wang Yang had merged with the talent fragment, he understood that this spell required formidable control. Every chain demanded both tremendous mental focus and magical power. Fortunately, his own mental strength was already impressive, and his command over magic had been proven in other spells. He didn't believe this magic would be any more difficult than the mirror dimension. As Hammer explained, he observed Wang Yang's earnest expression and continued, "There's no need to rush. Wang Yang, this spell is quite challenging and demands exceptional magical control. After all, it's the result of my painstaking research. If you can master it within a month, that would already be an outstanding achievement." Hammer was confident in his estimate, believing this was only possible because Wang Yang had always learned new spells swiftly. In his mind, Wang Yang might need half a year, or even a full year, to truly master it. Of course, he didn't wish for Wang Yang to suffer any major setbacks along the way. When he saw Wang Yang close his eyes, Hammer assumed he was discouraged by a setback. He quickly offered reassurance. "Wang Yang, it's perfectly normal to encounter trouble when practicing magic. What you need to do is overcome your current difficulties. Keep working to understand and believe in yourself. Sooner or later, you'll master it." Hammer's comforting voice snapped Wang Yang out of his thoughts. "Master, you misunderstood." Wang Yang opened his eyes. He had merely been visualizing the spell in his mind. But before he could finish speaking, Hammer cut him off. "I know, you're very gifted, and you don't want others to look down on you. Don't worry, I've seen thousands upon thousands of apprentices, and a minor setback is nothing. I truly believe you'll be able to learn this." Hammer patted Wang Yang's shoulder, his face full of encouragement. It made sense. Hammer had trained far too many apprentices, and many of them were geniuses as well. Although Wang Yang was even more talented in his eyes, it wasn't a huge leap. Looking at Hammer's expression, Wang Yang couldn't help but doubt himself for a moment, but then he remembered how he had just simulated the spell in his mind. Even if he couldn't fully cast it yet, he was pretty close. "Master Hammer, you misunderstood." "What I wanted to say is I think I might already be able to cast this spell," Wang Yang said quickly. "Wang Yang, it's good to admit it. Just keep work." "Huh? What did you just say? What did you say?" Hammer had assumed Wang Yang was admitting defeat, but suddenly realized something was off. He even wondered if he'd heard wrong. His face was filled with disbelief. "Master Hammer," I said, "I think I might already know how to cast this spell," Wang Yang replied, though even he sounded a bit uncertain. But mastering a new spell was hardly a big surprise for him now. "That's impossible." Hammer shook his head firmly, then added, "Wang Yang, don't let your talent go to your head. If you've mastered it, you have. If you haven't, that's fine too. Then let me give it a try." Wang Yang nodded, still not entirely sure himself. Even though he had merged Hammer's talent with his own, it didn't guarantee instant mastery. After all, for the mirror space spell, he had needed several fragments plus the king's explanation to fully understand it. As he spoke, countless runes appeared in Wang Yang's hands at the same time, The runes formed several platinum-colored chains, which twisted and writhed as if they were alive. Seeing this, Hammer's eyes widened in astonishment. He had been so confident that this spell would stump Wang Yang. Yet the boy had picked it up so effortlessly. How is this possible? But this really is the Vishani chains, and not just one set, but multiple layers. This is unbelievable. Hammer's voice had changed with shock. He hurried forward a few steps, staring at the magical chains that had formed in Wang Yang's hands. He looked at it as if he were gazing upon a rare treasure, murmuring to himself, "How can this be? This is impossible. A person who has just started learning this magic is able to master it immediately. That's simply unheard of." Hammer's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. He had chosen this spell specifically to make things difficult for Wang Yang. Yet Wang Yang picked it up with such ease. It was a blow to his pride. "Master Hamel, how is this Vishanti's chain spell? Is there something wrong?" With it, Wang Yang noticed the way Hamel was staring at his magic and became concerned, quickly asking, "Problem?" Hamel forced a bitter smile. There was nothing wrong with the spell. If anything, he himself was not this proficient. This young man was truly favored by the Vishanti. His magical talent was extraordinary. No, you've mastered the spell quite well. Very well indeed." It stung. He had wanted to trip up Wang Yang, but instead he only made his own shortcomings more obvious. "So, Master Hamel, would you say I've mastered it?" Wang Yang let out a long breath, relieved. He had been worried that he'd made mistakes, especially since Master Hamel had said it would take at least a month to learn. Had he not seen the sincere look on Wang Yang's face, Hamel might have thought Wang Yang was teasing him on purpose. After this experience, he was truly convinced Wang Yang was a real genius. And at that thought, Hamel was reminded of another prodigy. "That's right, you've truly mastered it. But another genius of Kamar-Taj will be returning soon. You two should meet when the time comes." Hearing Hamel mention a genius, Wang Yang could guess he meant the arrogant Kaecilius. Wang Yang harbored little fondness for this so-called prodigy. Most importantly, Kaecilius would eventually lead a group to serve Dormammu. Getting too close to someone like that would only invite suspicion and investigation after Kaecilius' inevitable betrayal. After seeing Hamel off, Wang Yang resumed his training, putting thoughts of meeting Kaecilius far from his mind. Life at Kamar-Taj was peaceful. Most apprentices trained diligently, hoping to earn the approval of the masters and one day join their ranks. A few days later, near the entrance of Kamar-Taj, a crowd of sorcerers had gathered, as if waiting for something. Before long, a group appeared in the distance, coming into view of the many sorcerers. Because Kamar-Taj often had to deal with spatial demons, many sorcerers would be sent out on dangerous missions. These missions carried real risk. Some would not return at all. So whenever the combat teams returned, the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj would gather here, waiting like families awaiting the return of their loved ones from the battlefield. They all hoped to see their friends, praying that none had perished in distant lands. Although Kamar-Taj is a sacred place of magic, it also bears its own responsibilities. Many sorcerers have given their lives to protect the earth. Of course, all of this is voluntary. No one is forced, so those brave sorcerers who defend us are held in the highest respect. As Kaecilius and his followers drew nearer, the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Wang and Hammer, both grand sorcerers entrusted with guarding Kamar-Taj, naturally made their appearance as well. "Kaecilius, you've returned. It seems you've once again vanquished and driven back the monsters." Wang cast a glance at the group of sorcerers behind Kaecilius, and seeing that most of them had returned safely, nodded in satisfaction. Though he often found Kaecilius' arrogance and stubbornness irksome, he could not deny his abilities. "Of course," Kaecilius replied with pride, a stark contrast to Wang's demeanor. The two of them were like opposites, and as such their relationship had never been particularly close. Still, at a moment like this, they could exchange a few words. "It seems Kamar-Taj remains as tranquil as ever," Kaecilius remarked, his gaze sweeping over the sanctuary. Naturally, Wang responded with a hint of annoyance at Kaecilius' tone. "As long as I am here, no one can invade Kamar-Taj." "Oh, spare me, Wang." Kaecilius scoffed, then continued with a mocking edge. "That's the deterrent power of the Sorcerer Supreme, not yours." Wang grunted in displeasure, clearly unhappy with Kaecilius. Kaecilius, however, seemed not to notice, speaking in an even tone. "Frankly, Wang, you're much better suited to teaching students here, Kamar-Taj. Fighting on the front lines doesn't really suit you. The way Kaisalius spoke made Wang all the more disgruntled. It was as if he saw Wang not as a rival, but as someone beneath his notice, an attitude that would irk anyone, even someone as even-tempered as Wang found himself growing resentful. Kaisalius, your valor in battle is worthy of respect, but teaching students is just as important. Even the Sorcerer Supreme has a duty to instruct. Wang retorted directly, or do you believe you are stronger than the Sorcerer Supreme? Of course not, Kaisalius replied, his tone respectful. He held the Sorcerer Supreme in the highest regard. In his darkest moments, it was the Sorcerer Supreme who had saved him and revealed to him the true nature of the world. His respect was genuine and profound. Now, with Wang invoking the Sorcerer Supreme's authority, Kaisalius would never belittle her contributions. I'm certainly not as powerful as the Sorcerer Supreme, he admitted, but compared to you, I still have the edge. This time, I drove back the demons who coveted Earth and destroyed their stronghold. I wonder, Wang, what have you accomplished? Kaisalius countered sharply. Grandmasters are proud by nature. Even when facing opponents of equal standing, their competitive spirit remains fierce. In Kamar-Taj, there were few whom Kaisalius regarded highly. Wang was one of them, so when facing Wang, he couldn't help but throw out a challenge. This was one of the rare moments when his emotions surfaced. That truly is a remarkable feat, Wang replied, as if recalling someone, and his tone suddenly grew calm. Upon hearing this, Kaisalius sensed something was off. They were both grandmasters, and although he wasn't particularly close to Wang, nor were they strangers, he still understood him well enough. Wang's reaction now was clearly odd. It seems you've accomplished something in Kamar-Taj yourself, Kaisalius remarked offhandedly, but in truth he was already paying close attention. That's none of your concern, Wang replied, his expression unreadable. Soon after the welcoming ceremony commenced, but Kaisalius couldn't shake off his curiosity about Wang's response. What exactly had Wang done to give him such confidence? Still, he kept his composure, his face as calm and indifferent as always. After the ceremony ended, Kaisalius sought out Hammer. Hammer, too, was a prodigy, but unlike Wang, he lacked that fierce competitive streak and bore no animosity towards Kaisalius. Master Hammer, what exactly did Wang do in Kamar-Taj? Kaisalius asked with a puzzled look. Kaisalius, a new genius has appeared in Kamar-Taj. Someone even more gifted than you, Hammer replied, stroking his goatee and smiling wryly. Once his own talent had been surpassed. Now it was Kaisalius' turn to experience the same. More gifted than me? Kaisalius frowned, muttering to himself. Just then, Hammer glanced at the crowd. Wang Yang had been here moments ago, but now he was nowhere to be seen. Hammer didn't dwell on it, though. The thought of Kaisalius, who had always been the most talented, finally being surpassed, was certainly intriguing. Keyed is what Master Hammer said true. After Hammer walked away, Kaisalius turned to one of his followers. He had many such followers, some had not joined him in battle, instead remaining behind in Kamar-Taj. Like him, they all harbored regrets and sought even greater magical power. Master Kaisalius, while you were away, there was indeed an outstanding apprentice. Master Wang is now instructing him. How interesting. The return of Kaisalius was, of course, a momentous event that stirred all of Kamar-Taj, but Wang Yang had no interest in getting involved. As soon as he caught sight of Kaisalius, he turned and quietly slipped away. He found solitude and cultivation far more comfortable than mingling with the others. As for the welcoming ceremony, after all, he was just an apprentice. Who would pay any attention to a mere apprentice anyway? Yet, just as he was about to settle in for some peaceful training, a knock sounded at his door. Wang Yang frowned slightly. Who could be looking for me at this hour? When he opened the door, he found a complete stranger standing before him. But here in Kamar-Taj, there was little reason to worry. I ask, Master, who are you? As an apprentice, it was customary to address any sorcerer as Master, besides Wang Yang was something of a recluse. Hardly anyone truly knew him. Of all the apprentices who entered Kamar-Taj at the same time as him, he was familiar with only a handful. While Wang Yang was puzzling over the identity of this middle-aged man, the visitor finally spoke. You may call me Master Kaid. Master Kaisalius wishes to see you. The sorcerer stated his purpose directly, his tone edged with arrogance. Perhaps all of Kaisalius' followers were like this. Wang Yang sized him up from head to toe, then shook his head and replied, Sorry, I don't have time. I need to practice my magic. He was indeed just an apprentice, but that didn't mean he had to obey every order, especially from such a haughty sorcerer. Besides, he truly wanted nothing to do with Caecilius. With a sharp thud, Wang Yang closed the door firmly. Kaid was left standing outside, the door shut in his face. Damn it. Who do you think you are? Master Caecilius wants to see you. That's an honor for you. Scowling at the closed door, Kaid's fury erupted in a snarl. Never before in Kamar-Taj had he been treated this way. Now that Master Caecilius himself wished to see this boy, and the boy had the nerve to refuse, utterly outrageous. As Caecilius' loyal follower, Kaid was naturally incensed. Still, he didn't dare force his way in. In Kamar-Taj, it was strictly forbidden to violate any sorcerer's private quarters. Even the Sorcerer Supreme would not intrude upon another's room without cause. Bound by such rules, Kaid lacked the courage to break them. Muttering angrily, he finally turned and stormed off. Wang Yang frowned, but once the man left, he paid him no further mind. Hardly any time had passed before his training was interrupted again by another knock at the door. Who is it now? Wang Yang was growing impatient. After the previous encounter, it would be hard for anyone to remain in good spirits. Wearing a stony expression, he opened the door, only to find someone else standing there. The very person he had glimpsed not long ago at the entrance to Kamar-Taj. Caecilius himself. Greetings, Master Caecilius. For ordinary wizards, Wang Yang could afford to be indifferent, but in the presence of an archmage, he still showed due respect. There's no need for such formality. I've come to apologize. Caecilius spoke with sincerity, bowing deeply as he continued. I must apologize for Kaid's rudeness. Wang Yang was so taken aback by this gesture that he nearly let his jaw drop in astonishment. The Caecilius of legend, known for his stubborn pride, appeared unexpectedly humble. Master Caecilius, please, there's no need for this. Wang Yang hurried forward to help him up. Caecilius rose to his feet, using the opportunity to give Wang Yang a measured once-over. Then he said, I've heard you're quite gifted. Oh, not at all. Those are just rumors. Nothing more. Wang Yang replied modestly, trying his best to sound humble. A sorcerer of Kamar-Taj doesn't pass around unfounded rumors, Caecilius replied, his gaze steady, neither confirming nor denying the compliment. Come with me. Let's see what talent you truly possess. With those words, Caecilius turned and strode away, leaving Wang Yang no room to refuse. Left with no other choice, Wang Yang could only follow along, a trace of resignation in his steps. At that moment, within the mirrored dimension, two figures observed the scene with quiet attention. Hammer and Wang. Though we both wish for Caecilius to mentor Wang Yang with Caecilius' temperament, are we really going to let him take the boy just like that? Hammer frowned as he watched. This is Kamar-Taj. Caecilius won't do anything untoward, Wang replied without hesitation. Hammer gave a slight shake of his head and conceded, You're right. In Kamar-Taj, no one dare disobey the Sorcerer Supreme's decrees. That kid Wang Yang is certainly lucky. Looks like he's about to get guidance straight from Caecilius himself, Hammer said with a chuckle. It's not luck, Wang said, shaking his head. Caecilius was bound to do this. For all his power, Caecilius has a fatal flaw. He's far too proud and stubborn, more than he himself realizes, and that's easy to exploit. Indeed, all this was part of Wang's careful orchestration. By subtly suggesting that Wang Yang's potential might surpass Caecilius' own, he had piqued the Archmage's interest. Sure enough, Caecilius had gone to Hammer for confirmation, and that's how he learned about Wang Yang, given Caecilius' competitive nature. It was only natural he'd want to outdo Wang, even in teaching disciples. Seeking out Wang Yang was simply the logical next step. Of course, this was also Caecilius' way of recruiting Wang Yang to his side, yet none of this escaped Wang's watchful eyes. Wang, I never realized you were so cunning. Hammer looked at him in astonishment. All this time, I was fooled by your honest face. Hammer truly hadn't expected Wang to be so shrewd, even factoring Caecilius' temperament into his plans. None of this needed to be kept secret from Caecilius. Even if Caecilius found out, he would probably come looking for Wang Yang. And in order to win Wang Yang over, Caecilius would surely offer up his most prized secrets. This was, in fact, taking advantage of Caecilius' competitive nature. If Wang were to approach Caecilius openly, Caecilius likely wouldn't even care about him. I hope Wang Yang will study diligently and not let our efforts go to waste, Wang said slowly. Outside Caecilius' room, Caecilius looked Wang Yang up and down, his deep gaze making Wang Yang a bit uneasy. Still, he wasn't worried that Caecilius would harm him. Before his betrayal, Caecilius never did anything out of line. On the contrary, in Kamar-Taj, he was an outstanding sorcerer, leading others in battles against invaders every day. If not for the obsession, he could never let go. Caecilius would certainly have been the most exceptional sorcerer in Kamar-Taj after the sorcerer supreme. He was a pitiable man. Having lost his wife and child, he had come to Kamar-Taj with no will to live. Upon discovering magic, he threw himself into its study, hoping it might offer a way to bring his family back from the dead. Yet in the end, he strayed from the right path. Caecilius had always been searching for a way to resurrect his wife and child. As he delved deeper, he discovered the existence of dark powers and was eventually seduced by Dormammu. In the end, he fell into darkness and could never return. Although Wang Yang knew this man had not yet fallen to darkness, being under Caecilius' scrutiny still made him nervous. "You seem rather tense," Caecilius remarked, his eyes fixed on Wang Yang. Hearing this, Wang Yang actually calmed down and replied, "It's only natural to feel a bit excited meeting Master Caecilius." Caecilius, unaware of Wang Yang's true thoughts, didn't care much and continued, "Don't worry. Even though you're studying under Wang, I asked you to come here. Wang won't mind." Caecilius assumed Wang Yang was concerned about this. Wang Yang knew he'd guessed wrong, but didn't bother to explain further. "Thank you, Master Caecilius. I understand. Rest assured, I called you here only to prove something to that fellow." Caecilius' eyes gleamed with pride. "Not only am I stronger in battle, but my abilities as a teacher are no less than his." At this moment, Caecilius didn't think much of Wang Yang. He was just another apprentice. As for the so-called genius, Caecilius had looked into it. The rumors were spread by a few sorcerers, but what did they know? When they saw someone slightly more talented than themselves, they'd call him a prodigy. So when Caecilius heard the rumors that Wang Yang was a genius, he didn't take them seriously at all. In fact, he thought they were nothing more than idle gossip. "All right, from now on, pay close attention to what I teach you. I promise the king will be in for a huge surprise." Caecilius's face twisted into a peculiar smile. When Wang Yang saw that expression, a suspicion crept into his mind. He felt as though he had become nothing more than a tool in the rivalry between these two men. Still, the thought of learning magic from Caecilius didn't seem like a bad thing at all. Caecilius ranked among the top fighters in Kamar-Taj, and his magic was formidable. Not only had he managed to escape from the Sorcerer Supreme, he was also the only one who had ever broken into the London Sanctum. Even though he'd had Dormammu's backing, his own abilities were truly exceptional. Seeing the look of anticipation on Wang Yang's face, Caecilius seemed quite pleased. Good. A sense of expectation. For magic is something every magician must possess. Hold on to your desire to learn. Only then can you become truly powerful. Wang Yang didn't pay much mind to Caecilius's words. To him, real power was all that mattered. "Let me give you a demonstration first. See what you could discern from it." Without another word, Caecilius lifted his hand, and the space before him shattered like glass. It was as if countless shards of crystal floated in midair, turning the space into a dazzling, almost otherworldly spectacle. Wang Yang had already learned the mirror dimension, but what he saw now in front of Caecilius was somehow different. Caecilius's mirror dimension seemed deeper, more mysterious than the magic Wang or hammer could conjure. As for the finer details, Wang Yang couldn't make them out. Even if he was stronger than most apprentices, he was still no match for a true master. "What did you see?" Caecilius asked Wang Yang slowly. "I can't really say for sure," Wang Yang replied after a moment's silence. "I can tell your magic is extraordinary, but I can't grasp the specifics." Caecilius chuckled at Wang Yang's answer, feeling even more dismissive of the so-called genius the others claimed Wang Yang to be. A genius. He couldn't even make sense of the magic before him. When Caecilius himself had first witnessed the Sorcerer Supreme casting spells, he'd immediately understood at least a part of it. "Still, your powers of observation aren't bad," Caecilius said ambiguously. Just then a system prompt sounded in Wang Yang's mind. Ding. "Detected fragment of mirror dimension talent. Would you like to fuse it?" "Fuse it," Wang Yang answered inwardly. As the fusion completed, new insights about the mirror dimension unfolded before Wang Yang's eyes. Subtle applications and ingenious uses that Caecilius had mastered. So the mirror dimension could be used like this in real combat. No wonder they say Caecilius is a genius. Wang Yang's eyes lit up, and in that moment, he gained an even deeper appreciation for Cassius's talent. Cassius, of course, had no idea what was on Wang Yang's mind. He simply continued, "Now, I'll pass this magic on to you. Let's see how much you can comprehend. I hope you won't let me down." With these words, Cassius reached out and plucked a shard from the mirror-like space before him, as if he were picking up a piece of broken glass. In his hand, the fragment transformed into the shape of a blade. This was one of Cassius's ingenious uses of the mirror dimension. From the aura emanating from the blade, Wang Yang could sense a palpable danger. Truly, Cassius lived up to his reputation. Even fragments of the mirror dimension could become deadly weapons in his hands. Such mastery over spatial magic might not yet rival that of a supreme magus, but it was certainly not far behind. Otherwise, he could never have opened a portal and escaped from within the supreme magus's mirror dimension. Cassius, oblivious to Wang Yang's thoughts, brandished the blade in his hand. As long as your mastery of space reaches its pinnacle, even space itself can become your weapon. And space, Cassius continued, stepping lightly toward a towering tree, is the sharpest weapon of all. With a single swift motion, he swung the blade. The tree was severed cleanly in two with a resonant crack, the cut surface smooth and gleaming like polished glass. Witnessing this, Wang Yang's pupils contracted in shock. Such power! He doubted even his magical shield could withstand it. These trees were ironwood, notorious for their hardness. Even an axe would struggle to bite into them. Yet Cassius had cleaved one in half with a casual gesture. "Now, I'll teach you the method. How much you're able to learn depends entirely on your own talent." Though Cassius spoke encouragingly, inwardly he was already a bit disappointed in this so-called prodigy. He had expected Wang Yang to pose a challenge, but it seemed he was not as gifted as Cassius had imagined. He couldn't fathom why Wang Yang had been putting on airs. After finishing his instruction, Cassius was ready to send Wang Yang on his way. This single spell alone would be enough to keep the boy occupied for quite some time. As Cassius turned to head back to his own quarters, he suddenly sensed a surge of spatial power behind him. Whirling around, he caught sight of something that made his eyes widen in disbelief. In Wang Yang's hand, a blade had taken shape, glistening like condensed glass. An edge of space. The air around it shimmered with a menacing sharpness. Cassius stared, hardly able to believe his eyes. With all his deep magical knowledge, he could tell at a glance that Wang Yang had just conjured the very space blade spell he himself had invented. But how could this be? The space blade was no simple spell. Although he didn't think Wang Yang was particularly gifted, it all depended on whom you compared him to. For an ordinary person, they might not even be able to comprehend his magical theories. After all, this involved the manipulation of spatial forces, using mental strength and magic to shape the power of space into a tangible blade. But spatial forces were not something that could be controlled so easily, let alone forged into a razor's edge. One misstep, and you could end up harming yourself. Such a feat demanded absolute mastery over spatial energy, mental strength, and magic alike. Yet standing before him, Wang Yang was still just an apprentice. And now this apprentice had somehow managed to learn a spell. How could he possibly have achieved that? All it took was watching a single demonstration and listening to one explanation before he grasped it. Even those senior mages who had studied under him for years had yet to master this spell. He hadn't kept anything back from them. Yet despite their years of effort, none had succeeded in learning it. But Wang Yang. How long had it been? At most, half an hour, and he had already mastered it. Cassius felt as if his entire worldview was being upended. Not even when he had come face to face with certain demonic gods from other dimensions had he been so shaken. Was this boy even human? As the creator of this spell, he knew better than anyone how difficult it was. Even for him, learning it had taken months of painstaking effort. This was simply unbelievable. Cassius racked his brains, but he just couldn't understand how Wang Yang had done it. What made it even more astonishing was that the boy had already started wielding the blade. In Wang Yang's hands, the spatial blade moved as naturally as an extension of his own arm, with not the slightest hint of instability. The spatial blade was a spell requiring intense control, constant maintenance, and the smallest error could prove disastrous. On the surface, Wang Yang's control looked effortless, but the reality was far more demanding. He had to simultaneously control the blade, the spatial forces, and his own mental strength to keep the spell stable. This was simply not something an apprentice should be able to do. At the very least, it required the power of a grand mage. Caecilius found himself at a loss for words. Still, he was a seasoned grand mage who had faced life and death before, so he quickly regained his composure, gazing at the spatial blade in Wang Yang's hand. He finally spoke. Not bad. Your control is impressive, at least. Caecilius forced himself to keep his expression neutral as he spoke. His feelings were a tangled knot, but as a grand mage, he could not allow himself to lose face. He had to maintain a calm exterior, especially in front of an apprentice. Thank you for your guidance, Master Caecilius. Wang Yang replied respectfully. He was genuinely grateful to Caecilius. Not only had he been taught a unique spell, but Caecilius had also taken the time to explain its intricacies in detail. If it weren't for the fact that this fellow would one day betray the Sorcerer Supreme, Wang Yang might have truly wanted to follow him and study magic in earnest. Though he held little respect for Caecilius' choices, he maintained a polite facade. Of course, having learned such powerful magic, Wang Yang was genuinely grateful. Caecilius noticed the gratitude on Wang Yang's face, and when Wang Yang sincerely thanked him, he nodded in acknowledgement. You've got talent, kid. Don't let it go to waste. Make sure you study magic diligently, but don't let your own gifts make you arrogant. When it comes to studying magic, you must always lay a solid foundation. Wang Yang bowed respectfully and replied, Thank you for your guidance, Master Caecilius. All right, head back and practice your basic spells well. Caecilius waved his hand. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come and ask me. If I have time, I'll certainly help you clear up any confusion. Caecilius reminded him with a lingering smile. Although Wang Yang found Caecilius' smile a little strange, he didn't think much of it. After offering a polite farewell, he turned and left. Caecilius watched Wang Yang's departing figure, his feelings a tangled knot. Until today, Caecilius had always believed he was the most gifted talent in Kamar-Taj. That belief had given him a certain sense of superiority. But today, that confidence was shattered. This apprentice named Wang Yang was far more talented than he was on the surface. Wang Yang seemed ordinary, but his magical talent was anything but. Caecilius even wondered if Wang Yang had been hiding his abilities on purpose, especially since Wang Yang had originally been instructed by Wang. Still, the truth remained. Wang Yang's talent was extraordinary. It seems I can't afford to be careless. If this goes on, I might actually be surpassed by this kid. As a master worrying about being overtaken by an apprentice, Caecilius would have once laughed at such a ridiculous notion. But now, having witnessed Wang Yang's abilities, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Meanwhile, Wang Yang had already returned to his room, but the moment he entered, he saw two people waiting for him. Master Hammer and Wang. Masters, what brings you here? Wang Yang asked, curiosity in his eyes, sensing that they had been waiting for him. Of course we're waiting for you. Wang replied calmly, for me. May I ask what the two masters need from me? Wang Yang scratched his head in confusion. We were waiting for you to return from Caecilius, Hammer explained. Wang nodded and added, We wanted to tell you that we are not the same as Caecilius. You must make sure you're receiving the right guidance, Wang. Yang couldn't help but smile wryly at their words. So it turned out that these two were worried Caecilius might lure him away. Where there are people, there will naturally be conflict, and Kamar-Taj is no exception. There are conservatives and radicals here, though the differences aren't always obvious. Caecilius stands for the radical faction, while Wang is with the conservatives. Thanks to the Sorcerer Supreme's balancing presence, neither side has ever taken things too far. Most of the sorcerers get along well enough, and some even move freely between both groups. Since Wang and Caecilius hold such different views, they were never particularly close. If not for Wang Yang's exceptional talent, Wang might never have allowed him to study with Caecilius. He certainly didn't want this period of learning to turn Wang Yang into one of Caecilius' own. That's why before Wang Yang even returned, they were already here waiting for him. To have two great sorcerers waiting for you now, that's an honor few have ever received. Rest assured, masters, Wang Yang said, trying to reassure them. He had no intention of following Caecilius. After all, the path of betraying the Sorcerer Supreme was one he'd never choose. It's not that we don't want you learning from Caecilius, Wang said, patting Wang Yang on the shoulder with a smile. It's just, he's an extremist, and his influence can be difficult to shake. I understand, Master, Wang Yang replied respectfully. Enough, Wang. No need to say more. I can tell this young man's sharp. He knows what he's doing, Hammer interjected from the side. Now, let's see what you learned from Cassius. That Cassius? Did he teach you all his secret skills? Hammer grinned. If you mean the blade of space, Wang Yang answered with a smile, then yes, that's it. The blade of space. That's Cassius's signature technique. Hammer said, a hint of envy in his voice. Even we haven't mastered it. As for the Sorcerer Supreme, her standing in Kamar-Taj was beyond compare. Maybe she hadn't learned Cassius's magic, but if she wanted to, nothing could be hidden from her. Now that Wang Yang knew it, it was clear he'd already been taught. Don't be discouraged if you haven't mastered it yet. Wang Yang, Hammer said, nodding, that spell is extremely difficult. It's normal not to get it right away. Cassius's magic is unique and quite hard to learn, Wang agreed, also nodding. Wang Yang was a little surprised. This was probably the first time he'd seen both great sorcerers admit a spell was hard to learn. It is difficult, masters, but I've already learned it, Wang Yang said, scratching his head in embarrassment. What? Hammer and Wang exchanged glances, shock written clearly on their faces. Although he had long known about Wang Yang's extraordinary talent, seeing him master it after just a single morning still left him astonished. After all, Cassius's magic had a notoriously high threshold. It was not something one could learn just by wanting to. I told you, with Wang Yang's monstrous talent, he'd definitely be able to learn it. Hamel looked utterly crestfallen, as if the blow had hit him hard. In Kamar-Taj, every spell could be found in the library. Here, all knowledge and magic were shared openly. It was as if the Sorcerer Supreme herself had placed the forbidden tomes on proud display for any to see. Naturally, the magic of others was also available within the library's shelves. Yet, just because you could find it didn't mean you could master it. The Sorcerer Supreme's books, to this day, remained indecipherable to all. Cassius's magic, though available to read, was simply beyond most to comprehend, much less to replicate. But this Wang Yang, he had not only tried, but succeeded in learning it in just half a day. That was truly astonishing. It seems we've all underestimated Wang Yang, remarked with a sigh. Well, we've said all there is to say. Focus on your training and strive to reach new heights. At this point, Hamel only wanted to put some distance between himself and Wang Yang. He had always thought of himself as a genius in Kamar-Taj, but seeing Wang Yang made him realize just how far he was from true genius. I'll work hard and train diligently, Wang Yang replied with firm resolve, after seeing Wang and Hamel off. Wang Yang finally immersed himself in his training. He opened up the mirror dimension, practicing freely within its bounds without a care in the world. The next day, Wang Yang stepped outside his door. With Cassius now teaching him directly, he certainly wouldn't let this opportunity go to waste. At that moment, he spotted Master Keed walking toward him. Master Wang Yang. This time, Keed's manner was noticeably more respectful. Wang Yang shot Keed a surprised glance. He hadn't expected Keed to become so humble in such a short time. Clearly, Cassius must have spoken to him. Master Keed, Wang Yang replied with a friendly smile. Since the other party was being polite, he naturally responded in kind. I'm here to find you. Cassius has sent for you, all right. Wang Yang straightened up, feeling a jolt of anticipation. He had just been thinking of seeking out Cassius, but Cassius had summoned him first. Following Master Keed, Wang Yang arrived at Cassius's residence. Keed paused at the door and said, Master Cassius is waiting for you inside. Wang Yang nodded and stepped through the doorway. As he entered, Cassius's expression remained calm and composed. You've arrived, Cassius said in an even tone. Greetings, Master Cassius. Wang Yang replied with respectful hands clasped in salute. Cassius saw how respectful Wang Yang was behaving and felt quite satisfied. He nodded and said, The reason I called you here today is to see how your magic practice is coming along. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang bowed his head respectfully. Yes, Master Cassius. He then raised his hand, and with a swift motion, the air itself shattered like fragments of a mirror. In that same instant, Wang Yang caught hold of these fragments, a small, transparent dagger, gleaming like it was carved from crystal, materialized in his grip. This new blade was much smaller than the one he'd conjured yesterday. At first glance, it looked quite ordinary, but a keen, razor-sharp aura radiated from both its edges. It was also far more stable than before. Witnessing this scene, Cassius's pupils shrank ever so slightly in surprise. In just a single day, his student's mastery of the Blade of Space had leaped to such a level. It was almost unbelievable, though he was deeply astonished. Yesterday's surprises had somewhat prepared him. Today's feat didn't seem quite so earth-shattering by comparison. Cassius nodded slightly and said, "Not bad at all. Your control over the blade of space is quite impressive, but you must continue to work even harder. Only through diligent practice can you truly master this magic." "Thank you for your guidance, Master," Wang Yang replied with a nod. He didn't care much for the admonition. What he really looked forward to was learning new magic from Cassius. Catching the eager glint in Wang Yang's eyes, Cassius cleared his throat. "Very well. Today, I'll teach you a new spell." "Thank you, Master Cassius," Wang Yang exclaimed, barely able to contain his joy at the prospect of learning new magic. "You should already know the origins of our Kamar-Taj magic," Cassius said, watching Wang Yang intently. Wang Yang nodded. "Of course. All white magic in the world come from the Trinity of the Vishani, correct? But do you know what the Vishani truly are? Why are they called a Trinity?" Cassius's gaze grew sharper. Wang Yang knew a little, but not much, and Cassius didn't expect a full answer. "The Vishani are a triune deity, an alliance of three ancient gods of earth," Cassius explained. "These three gods are Agamotto, Ashtar, and Hoggoth. The spell I'm about to teach you is the sacred sword of the Vishani." With a sweeping gesture, Cassius conjured a long sword forged entirely of flame. It radiated a tremendous, holy power, formidable and awe-inspiring. "This is one of the most powerful spells in all of Kamar-Taj," he declared, as Wang Yang gazed at the flaming sword in Cassius's hand. His eyes burned with anticipation and excitement. The sacred sword of Ashanti combines the blessings and powers of the three ancient gods of earth, Agamotto, Ashtar, and Hoggoth. It's also a formidable weapon in close combat. Cassius spoke slowly, his voice carrying a hint of pride. Wang Yang gazed at the flaming longsword wrapped in radiant light, his heart pounding with excitement. This spell, Dr. Strange had used it back when they faced Thanos alongside Captain America. Although Thanos had caught it with his bare hands, that didn't mean the spell itself was weak. After all, at that time, Dr. Strange had not been training for long. It was said that a truly powerful sorcerer could even use this spell to destroy an entire world. A crisp chime sounded in Wang Yang's mind. Ding, magical talent fragment detected. Sacred sword of Ashanti. Would you like to fuse it? Fuse, he answered without hesitation. As the fusion completed, countless insights and knowledge about the sacred sword of Ashanti flooded into Wang Yang's mind. Cassius, noticing the spark of interest in Wang Yang's eyes, felt his vanity swell with satisfaction. He simply couldn't believe that Wang Yang would be able to master this spell so easily. As long as Wang Yang failed to learn it, Cassius could still feel superior. "All right, next I'll teach you this spell," Cassius announced with a smile. "Thank you, Master Cassius," Wang Yang replied gratefully. Cassius nodded, then began to slowly explain the method for practicing the sacred sword of Ashanti. Watching Wang Yang's expression, half understanding, half confused, Cassius couldn't help but smile. It seemed this spell had finally stumped him. No need to worry. The sacred sword of Ashanti is considered advanced magic. Even in Kamar-Taj, only a select few have the chance to learn and master it, Cassius reassured him. To conjure this spell, you need to draw upon the power of Ashanti, which makes it far from easy to learn. Your talent is impressive, but when you encounter difficulties, don't get frustrated. Take it step by step and learn patiently, he advised. Wang Yang listened to Cassius's words, then nodded. "Understood. Master Cassius, I won't rush things. Thank you for your guidance, Master Cassius." "Very good. Keep this attitude as you continue your journey," Cassius encouraged him. "I believe you'll go far on the path of sorcery." Wang Yang was a little surprised to hear Cassius speak so kindly. Cassius was known for being stubborn and proud. How could he be so courteous to a mere apprentice? But what Wang Yang didn't know was that Cassius's pride stemmed from being the first recognized genius at Kamar-Taj. Now, suddenly faced with a disciple of such remarkable talent, Cassius was forced to reconsider everything he believed about himself. His former self-confidence began to crumble. At this moment, Cassius only wanted to prove that he was still the greatest genius at Kamar-Taj. Not this boy. In front of him, his apparent kindness was only because he was sure Wang Yang would never master the spell. Cassius's confidence remained unshaken. The Holy Sword of Ashanti is no ordinary spell. Even among all the magic of Kamar-Taj, it ranks among the most powerful. As a single-target spell, its might is truly formidable. Moreover, because it draws upon the power of the Vishanti, it is extremely difficult to master. Even in all of Kamar-Taj, few can lay claim to wielding this magic. Naturally, he did not believe that the apprentice before him could so easily learn such a spell as Caecilius. Watched Wang Yang. Observing the furrowed brow and the thoughtful expression on his face, he knew at once that Wang Yang had run into a challenge he could not easily overcome. A trace of smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Whether kindness or laughter, these were rare sights on Caecilius' face, which only showed how pleased he was at this moment. Wang Yang, I know you are gifted, but the Holy Sword of Ashanti is not a spell that can be learned easily, he said. Even many master sorcerers have failed to master this magic. So, even if you cannot learn it right away, just work hard. One day, once you gain enough experience, you'll surely be able to grasp it. After all, even the Sorcerer Supreme cannot claim mastery over every spell. Hearing Caecilius' words, Wang Yang readily agreed. With so many kinds of magic, even the Sorcerer Supreme could not possibly master them all. However, he possessed a system that allowed him to fuse with the talents of others, making the process much easier than it was for most. In other words, while others started from nothing, he already had prior experience, and after the explanation, his understanding of the spell was all the deeper. So after the master's explanation, he had to some extent already grasped the spell. Master Caecilius, I think I may have already mastered this spell, Wang Yang ventured. You don't have to. Caecilius was still in the midst of reassuring him when he was suddenly interrupted by Wang Yang's words. At once his eyes widened in disbelief, and his voice trembled as he said, What did you just say? Master Caecilius, I think I've already mastered this spell, Wang Yang repeated, a trace of hesitation in his voice. What? That's impossible, Caecilius exclaimed, unable to contain himself. How could you have mastered the Holy Sword of Ashanti? That's impossible. The spell demands such immense mental strength that even master sorcerers barely qualify. You're just an apprentice. To Caecilius, it was as if he were staring at a creature beyond comprehension. Show me. Caecilius still refused to believe, fixing his gaze intently on Wang Yang. Wang Yang responded respectfully. Then with a wave of his palm, a long sword covered in crimson light and blazing flames materialized in his hand. Not only that, but a sharp, cutting energy radiated from it. Dazzling to behold, sparks flew ceaselessly from the blade, casting flickers of light all around. These fragments were all created from the shattering of the sacred sword magic runes. You actually managed to forge Vishanti's sacred sword. How is that possible? Caecilius stared at the scene before him, his face filled with disbelief. To be able to master this spell, didn't that mean Wang Yang already possessed the power of an archmage? But this fellow was merely a novice who had only just begun his apprenticeship not long ago. And yet in such a short span of time, this apprentice had already reached the level of an archmage. Compared to himself, he had spent nearly 10 painstaking years to reach this same level. But this boy had done it in just half a month. Now he finally understood why whenever the king mentioned Wang Yang, there was always that air of secrecy and awe. Faced with such a prodigy, even he couldn't help but feel a sense of utter helplessness. Master Caecilius, do you think there's still some flaws in my magic? Wang Yang asked with a hint of concern. Although he had mastered the spell, it didn't mean it was without imperfections. Perhaps Caecilius could help him refine it. Caecilius fell silent, his expression complicated. To say there were absolutely no problems with Wang Yang's magic would be impossible. After all, it had only just taken shape, but for something newly forged to already reach such a level, that spoke volumes. Given time, it would certainly become something extraordinary. Although your spell still has a few flaws, it's already quite impressive. You can go back and practice it further. Refine it slowly, Caecilius said at last, his interest in helping Wang Yang further having faded. All he could think about was how he himself had been surpassed by Wang Yang. Yes, archmage, Wang Yang replied respectfully. Caecilius watched as Wang Yang left. The respectful tone that once rang in his ears now sounded unbearably grating. An apprentice reaching such heights in so little time. While he himself had labored for decades, Caecilius had always been a man of extremes, and after losing both his wife and son in an accident, he felt as though he had nothing left. It was only magic that offered him a glimmer of hope. To bring his wife and son back to life, Gradually, his responsibilities in Kamar-Taj gave him reasons to go on, and also kindled his pursuit of magic and the hope of resurrection. I must grow stronger. I must bring them back. If ordinary magic won't suffice. He had chased after white magic for so many years, yet never found a way to resurrect the dead. Now, he couldn't even compare to an apprentice. He recalled those forbidden tomes guarded by the Sorcerer Supreme. Though strictly forbidden, those books were displayed in the library in plain sight. Although the Sorcerer Supreme had set strict prohibitions, refusing to let others easily access these books, at that moment Caecilius's pride had been shattered, and the hope of resurrecting his wife and child was faint. All his hopes now seemed pinned on those forbidden tomes. He strode toward the library, a formidable aura radiating from him. Without hesitation, he forced his way inside and headed straight for the forbidden section. At first, the librarian paid him little mind, but as soon as he saw Caecilius nearing those restricted volumes, he hurried over to intervene. Master Caecilius, the Sorcerer Supreme has decreed no one is allowed to touch these books. You know this, the librarian said gravely. The librarian himself was not particularly powerful, merely a seasoned mage, yet his loyalty to the Sorcerer Supreme was unwavering, and he followed her every command without question. In the past, he had seen Caecilius approach the forbidden books as well, but whenever he reminded him, Caecilius would always step back. This time, however, the librarian failed to notice the ominous and dangerous energy beginning to emanate from Caecilius after he uttered those words. The Sorcerer Supreme is keeping me away on purpose. She simply refuses to reveal all her magic to me. Caecilius seethed, caught in a spiral of anger. After all his years of dedication to Kamar-Taj, why was the Sorcerer Supreme still unwilling to share all her secrets? Master Caecilius, the Sorcerer Supreme, the librarian tried to explain, but before he could finish, a golden chain shot from Caecilius's hand like a bolt of lightning. The librarian, being only an experienced mage, was no match for a master sorcerer. The chain wrapped tightly around his neck. At last, Caecilius stood before the magical tomes he had long dreamed of. With ease, he broke the seals placed upon them and opened the forbidden books of the Sorcerer Supreme. So this is the magic the Sorcerer Supreme has been hiding, he exclaimed. Ancient One, you absorb the power of the dark arts, and yet forbid us from doing the same. You're nothing but a liar. As he flipped through the forbidden texts, the memory of the dark energy emanating from the Ancient One resurfaced in his mind. It was unmistakably the power of the dark dimension. After a cursory examination, he tore out 2 pages from the ancient volumes. His face clouded with gloom as he left the library. The changes in Caecilius sent ripples throughout Kamar-Taj. Yet as a mere apprentice, Wang Yang remained oblivious to these seismic shifts. He continued to study in his own room, conjuring mirror images to practice various spells. Though he had already mastered many of them, he understood the importance of a solid foundation. Only through repeated casting and careful study could one truly enhance the power of magic. It was just then that a commotion arose outside, even from within his mirrored sanctuary. Wang Yang could see the chaos unfolding beyond his door. He raised his hand and drew a portal, stepping through it and out. His heart was filled with confusion, and he was just about to stop a passing sorcerer to ask what was going on, when he caught sight of Wang walking toward him. But Wang's face was clouded with a complicated expression, as if something serious had happened. Archmage, has something happened? Wang Yang looked at Wang and asked, his tone cautious, but Wang only grew more solemn, and said in a grave voice, come with me. With that, he turned and walked away. Watching this unfold, Wang Yang felt even more baffled. He had no idea what was going on, and the whole thing struck him as strange and sudden. Still, he quickly followed after Wang. Soon, Wang led Wang Yang into a grand hall. Inside, several people were already waiting. Wang Yang looked around and recognized Hammer Mordo and several other archmages gathered here. This was every archmage in Kamar-Taj at present. Why were they all assembled in this place? What could have happened? Wang Yang's confusion only deepened. Wang exchanged brief nods with the other archmages, then addressed Wang Yang. There's no need to be nervous. We just want to ask you a few questions. There's nothing to worry about. You were the last person to see Caecilius before he left, weren't you? Mordo said, his gaze fixed on Wang Yang, his tone slow and deliberate. The other unfamiliar sorcerers also turned their attention to Wang Yang. At these words, Wang Yang felt his heart skip a beat for no reason he could name. Wang nodded and said, "If you have any questions, go ahead and ask." Seeing how serious Wang was, Wang Yang frowned. He already had a suspicion in his heart. If so many archmages were gathered here, and all their attention was on Caecilius, there could only be one likely reason. Caecilius had betrayed them. But that shouldn't be possible. Caecilius' betrayal, after all, had its reasons. He had always craved power, and after discovering that the Sorcerer Supreme drew on the power of the Dark Dimension, his faith had collapsed, leading him to turn traitor. Only the Sorcerer Supreme hadn't yet returned. How could Caecilius have suddenly betrayed them now? Wang Yang fell into silence. Thinking hard, the others didn't mind his quiet, and only Mordo, seated in the center, spoke again in a calm, gentle voice. "We just want to ask a few questions. There's no need to be nervous." "Yes, Archmage," Wang Yang replied with a nod. "You must have heard by now. Caecilius has betrayed us. He hanged the librarian and damaged the Sorcerer Supreme's books," Mordo said, his tone heavy. "This is the most heinous act Kamar-Taj has seen in centuries. Caecilius' crimes are beyond forgiveness." Hearing Mordo's words, Wang Yang thought to himself, so it's true. Naturally, Mordo had no idea what Wang Yang was thinking as he continued. "We want to know if, when he was teaching you magic, Caecilius acted in any unusual way. Did you notice anything odd, or did he ever do something suspicious?" Mordo's voice was kind, almost reassuring. Wang Yang thought for a moment, then shook his head and replied, "Reporting to the Archmage, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Caecilius only taught me magic as usual. After the lesson, he left, and I have no idea what happened after that." Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, the Archmages all nodded in agreement. They had never really believed that Caecilius' betrayal had anything to do with the young apprentice standing before them. After all, Wang Yang was just a novice. How could a mere apprentice possibly be connected to the defection of a great mage? But then, why did Caecilius suddenly betray us? Mordo spoke up, frowning in puzzlement. Everyone knew that Caecilius had a brilliant future at Kamar-Taj. As one of the most gifted magicians there, even the Sorcerer Supreme herself held him in high regard. For someone like him to abruptly turn traitor was simply unimaginable. I've said it before. His personality is far too extreme. This outcome isn't surprising at all, Wang grunted. "Wang, please watch your words. After all, he was personally chosen by the Sorcerer Supreme." A stranger among the Archmages interjected with a frown. "Looking at, that's enough," Mordo interrupted, raising a hand to stop Lakinjiat from saying more. "What's done is done. Now, we need to find out exactly what happened. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the Sorcerer Supreme." "That's right. She hasn't returned yet, but when she does, we must have an explanation for her," echoed several other magicians. Nodding in agreement, they didn't bother to keep any of this from Wang Yang. Instead, they discussed everything openly right in front of him. Wang Yang stood quietly to the side, his gaze lowered in a calm and composed manner. But in truth, he was anything but calm inside. He tried to maintain a placid exterior, but inwardly he felt a storm of unease. He couldn't help but recall that something had seemed off during Caecilius' last lesson. Could it be that Caecilius betrayed the order because of him? The thought was unbelievable, yet also felt like the most likely explanation. Wang and Hammer had often tried to comfort him, saying that so-called geniuses were always proud and sensitive, and that setbacks hit them even harder precisely because they weren't used to failure. Caecilius was a genius, after all. Seeing Wang Yang's rapid progress, it would be almost impossible not to feel a twinge of jealousy, perhaps in his desire for greater power. He'd sought out forbidden texts and uncovered the Sorcerer Supreme's secret, leading to his complete defection. The more Wang Yang thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. In the days that followed, Wang Yang kept an extremely low profile. He spent his time either seeking magical guidance or quietly staying in his own room, rarely venturing out. The thought that Caecilius' betrayal might somehow be linked to him left him feeling uneasy and guilty. On this particular day, as he prepared to step out and ask about a problem he'd encountered in his magical studies, he had just crossed the threshold of his room when a strange sensation washed over him. A peculiar, unexplainable aura filled the air. Although Kamar-Taj surrounded him, there was a powerful force of space energy in the air. As he was about to turn around, he realized that his room now seemed to be separated from him by a great distance. Clearly, this was an exquisitely crafted mirror dimension. In a sense, it had already merged with reality. Within Kamar-Taj, to be able to wield the mirror dimension to this extent, there is only one person aside from the Sorcerer Supreme who could achieve such a feat, Caecilius. Wang Yang's eyes narrowed with vigilance, but he was no longer a mere apprentice. There was no fear in him. Instead, he spoke calmly. Master Caecilius, since you are here, why bother hiding in the shadows? This isn't something a true master of the mystic arts would do. As Wang Yang's words faded, countless ripples appeared around him, revealing that this world was indeed different from the reality he'd seen a moment ago. You saw through it so quickly. You truly are remarkable, came a cold, brooding voice. Caecilius stepped out from the shifting folds of space. He looked different now. Darkness ringed his eyes, a clear sign that he had drawn power from the dark dimension. Master Caecilius, there's still time. You can turn back, Wang Yang urged, knowing full well that Caecilius had already begun to wield Dormammu's power, even going so far as to merge with Dormammu willingly to gain even greater strength. It was not just for power, but also for the hope of bringing his wife and child back to life. Yet the price for such a bargain was steep. Sooner or later, he would lose himself completely and become nothing more than Dormammu's slave, a part of the darkness. But sadly, Caecilius either did not realize this, or perhaps, in the face of eternal divinity and the hope of resurrecting his loved ones, he simply did not care about anything else. Turn back. Why should I? Caecilius sneered. This overwhelming power, this promise of eternal life. It's simply magnificent. His face took on an expression of intoxication, as if he were savoring something exquisite. Watching this, Wang Yang knew Caecilius was already hopelessly lost. Shaking his head, he reflected that he'd once respected Caecilius back when he had not yet been consumed by darkness. What a pity. I wonder what brings Master Caecilius here today? Wang Yang asked, his tone calm. By now, nearly everyone at Kamar-Taj knew of Caecilius' betrayal, and yet Caecilius still dared to appear here. If you leave now, Master, for the sake of all you once taught me, I can pretend I never saw you, Wang Yang said with a sigh. After all, Caecilius had been his teacher, and there was a measure of gratitude in his heart. As long as Caecilius didn't go too far, Wang Yang was willing to let him go. No. Wang Yang, Caecilius said with a sinister smile. This time, I came here for you. Caecilius looked calmly at Wang Yang and spoke. Wang Yang understood what Caecilius intended. He was about to invite him to become a follower. He shook his head and said, Master Caecilius, I'm just an ordinary apprentice. No, you are far from ordinary. You're the most gifted apprentice I've ever seen. And that's why I want to invite you. To invite you to join me in enjoying endless life, wielding great power, and exploring every truth this world holds. You must know, even the great Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, covets this power. There is a hint of madness in Caecilius's voice as he fixed his gaze on Wang Yang. And what if I refuse? Wang Yang was fully aware of what was at stake. There was no way he would allow himself to become Dormammu's puppet. Upon hearing Wang Yang's reply, Caecilius didn't look surprised. Instead, a menacing grin crept across his face. In that case, I have no choice but to invite you by force. With a sudden motion, Caecilius raised his hand. A shimmering, translucent blade materialized in his grasp, the blade of space. Seeing this, Wang Yang let out a wry smile. It seems Master Caecilius has no intention of letting me go. With your talent, how could I ever let you slip away? Caecilius's eyes blazed with fervor as he stared at Wang Yang, excitement flickering in his gaze. Wang Yang shrugged. Since there was no peaceful resolution, he had no choice but to fight. Then please, Master Caecilius, show me your skills. Wang Yang bowed respectfully. Then the air around his hand seemed to fracture like shattering glass, and a translucent blade formed in his palm. It was the blade of space, a technique Caecilius himself had taught him, yet this blade was far stronger and more stable than ever before. Excellent. Truly, you are the most talented person I have ever met. Join me. Together we can enjoy endless life and the power that comes with it. Caecilius's eyes shone with wild ambition as he spoke. Not interested, Wang Yang replied, shaking his head once again. I'll make you agree. Caecilius stamped his foot. A magic circle appeared beneath him, and in an instant he closed the distance between them. The blade of space in his hand gleamed with lethal sharpness as it swept toward Wang Yang. Wang Yang raised his own blade to block, With a resounding clash, the two transparent blades collided. Sparks burst for where the weapons met. As if they were forged from real steel, Caecilius withdrew, then struck again, strike after strike. He truly lived up to his reputation for formidable combat prowess. Even though Wang Yang's blade of space was now equal in strength to Caecilius's, he still struggled to keep up with the relentless pace of Caecilius's assault. Suddenly, a chime rang out in Wang Yang's mind. Ding! Combat talent fragment detected. Would you like to fuse it? Fuse! In battle, Wang Yang's talent was merely inherited from the Wang family. Back then, even though the two were technically fighting, it was still Wang who was guiding Wang Yang, rather than engaging in a true duel. Only now did a real battle begin. Facing Caecilius, Wang Yang felt a genuine sense of danger. For the first time, as he gradually merged Caecilius's combat instincts into his own, Wang Yang became more composed, shifting from his initial haste to a state of calm. All around them, trees and houses were shattered by their clash, the entire area reduced to ruins. Wang Yang, I have to admit, you truly are gifted. Caecilius could tell that at first, Wang Yang struggled to withstand his attacks, but as the fight went on, Wang Yang began to hold his ground, matching him blow for blow. This level of talent left Caecilius deeply astonished. It's a pity you refuse to walk the same path as I do, Caecilius said, shaking his head. You must understand, everything in this world eventually comes to an end. But in the darkness, even the passage of time loses all meaning. Even if this world does not perish, it will one day become a part of Dormammu. As Caecilius spoke, a strange symbol appeared in the center of his brow. The area around his eyes, already shrouded in darkness, now seemed torn apart, exposing raw flesh beneath, a sight both grotesque and fearsome. Yet Caecilius seemed utterly unaware, as if this transformation was only natural in his eyes. Becoming one with Dormammu was simply the best possible outcome. Seeing Caecilius change so utterly, Wang Yang could not help but sigh. This man was once one of Kamar-Taj's most outstanding sorcerers. Now, because of Wang Yang's actions, and the revelation that his most revered master had also embraced the dark power, his beliefs had crumbled entirely, leaving him in this fallen state. Truly, anyone in his place would struggle to endure such a blow. It's a pity. But I have no desire to become a part of Dormammu. Wang Yang shook his head. Caecilius might long to merge with Dormammu, but Wang Yang could not follow that path. In that case, for the sake of my future plans, I have no choice but to kill you. Murderous intent flickered in Caecilius's eyes. To have such a talented individual join him will be a powerful asset in summoning Dormammu and devouring the world. But if this gifted opponent could not be swayed, then leaving him alive would only cause endless trouble. Better to eliminate Wang Yang now than risk facing an even greater threat in the future. With that, Caecilius stepped forward, launching himself at Wang Yang. The blade of space in his hand swept toward Wang Yang in a flash. A low, resonant hum filled the air. With a sweeping motion of his other hand, Wang Yang summoned the ring of Lagdur to his palm. Bang! In an instant, he blocked Caecilius's attack. Caecilius took a step back, his gaze fixed on the ring of Lagdur in Wang Yang's hand. You really do know how to put what you've learned into practice. Let's see how many of my strikes you can withstand. Caecilius advanced again, launching another ferocious assault. In the face of absolute power, his strength utterly overwhelmed Wang Yang. Bang! After blocking one more attack, Wang Yang slashed out with his blade of space. Caecilius dodged effortlessly, twisting his body to slip behind Wang Yang and driving his own blade of space forward with a sudden thrust. Just as Caecilius's blade was about to pierce him, another ring of Lagdur materialized, shielding Wang Yang from the spatial strike, though the force of the blade of space shattered the ring in an instant. The scene left Caecilius visibly stunned. How did you do that? You can cast magic without even moving your hands. Though the ring of Lagdur had broken apart, Caecilius was certain he had seen it appear just moments before. He knew that most spells required at least one or both hands to cast, but to conjure something out of thin air like that, not even he had ever witnessed such a feat. This way of casting magic was far beyond anything he understood. True magic isn't bound by so many rules, Master Caecilius, Wang Yang replied in fact, he had stumbled upon this technique by chance. Once his mental power grew strong enough, he found he could shape magic within the reach of his own will. The only drawback was that he couldn't maintain it for very long. Master Caecilius. Now it's my turn, Wang Yang said with a furrowed brow. Endless defense would only keep him on the back foot. Caecilius had already fallen completely into darkness beyond salvation. There was no reason to hold back. In a flash, the blade of space in his hand burst with radiant energy as he swung it fiercely toward Caecilius. Bang! The sheer force of the blow drove Caecilius back, forcing him to retreat step by step. This can't be. How is your attack so powerful? Caecilius exclaimed in disbelief. After summoning Dormammu, he had gained formidable dark powers. Even his original magic had grown stronger. He was convinced that apart from the Sorcerer Supreme, no one in Kamar-Taj could best him anymore. Yet now Wang Yang was holding him off, something that left him utterly shocked. He had trained in Kamar-Taj for decades and had now received Dormammu's power as well. And still, he couldn't suppress Wang Yang. At first, he'd had energy to spare, but now he found himself unable to muster the strength to resist any longer. How is this possible? He's only been training for just over half a month. How could he possibly be this powerful? Caecilius could hardly believe his eyes. Gripping his blade of space, he unleashed his fury. The razor-sharp aura surging directly toward Wang Yang, the blade of space sent shock waves rippling outward. And in this mirrored dimension, which was Caecilius's domain to begin with, his attack became even more overwhelming. The destructive power of spatial magic filled the air. Even the Hulk himself might have been swallowed by such force. But Wang Yang summoned his immense magical strength, conjuring a massive magical shield that enveloped and blocked the oncoming energy. A thunderous roar exploded outward as the storm tore through the space, unleashing a terrifying wave of power. Master Caecilius, it seems you have truly fallen into darkness, Wang Yang declared, his voice echoing as Caecilius's body exuded an astonishing aura of darkness. The dark forces swirling around him seemed almost alive, hungry to devour every living thing they encountered. With his formidable willpower, Wang Yang managed to withstand the attack. Without such strength, even he might have been consumed, never to escape. At that moment, even the blade of space in Caecilius's hand had turned black, sinister patterns crawling across its surface, making it look utterly wicked and eerie. Witnessing this, Wang Yang couldn't help but sigh. Master Caecilius, I can only see you off on this last journey, Wang Yang said softly, his voice tinged with regret. Caecilius had been his teacher. If it were possible, Wang Yang would never have wanted to face him as an enemy. But Caecilius was clearly determined not to let him go, if that was the case. You think you can kill me? Caecilius sneered, his gaze cold and unyielding. The darkness around him grew even more intense. Wang Yang began to chant under his breath, and a long sword materialized in his grasp. The holy sword of Ashandi. He called out, the blade blazing with red light and wrapped in searing flames. Seeing this, Caecilius's eyes widened in disbelief. You've already mastered it to this extent? In just a few days, Wang Yang's control over the holy sword of Ashandi had already reached a level nearly equal to his own. If given a little more time, Wang Yang might even surpass him. Wang Yang gripped the sword tightly in both hands, stepped forward, and brought the blade down upon Caecilius with a decisive strike. In response, Caecilius slammed his palms together, summoning a torrent of magical energy that formed a massive shield. The Shield of Seraphim, the mightiest defense of Kamar-Taj in the movies. Doctor Strange himself had used this shield to withstand the destructive power of a spaceship, proof of its immense strength. Yet Wang Yang seemed utterly unfazed by the barrier. His expression remained calm as he continued to swing his sword relentlessly. The world echoed with the thunder of their clash. The ground split open, the very air was torn asunder, and clouds of dust billowed in every direction. Under this ferocious assault, even Caecilius finally realized the true might of the attack. But by now, it was too late for him to withstand it. Caecilius's body was sent flying, and he crashed heavily to the ground, too. Think you could unleash the power of the Vishandi's holy sword to such an extent? You really are a monster. Caecilius glared at Wang Yang, who was slowly approaching him, his face dark and grim. Wang Yang came to a stop in front of Caecilius. Master Caecilius, I hope you choose the right path in your next life, he said, With these words, Wang Yang thrust his transparent longsword at Cassius with sudden force. There was no trace of sympathy on Wang Yang's face, not a hint of hesitation. Cassius had already been corrupted and consumed by darkness. He was no longer the man he once was. Perhaps, Wang Yang thought, it was better to give him a swift end, just as the Vishanti's holy sword was about to pierce through Cassius. Instead of a spray of blood, a jet of black light flared up from Cassius's body, stopping the blade in its tracks. Yet after blocking the strike, the black light began to flicker, growing faint and unstable. Then a dark rift opened up beneath Cassius, and in the next instant he was swallowed whole. Dormammu. Wang Yang immediately recognized Dormammu's hand in this, unwilling to lose such a valuable pawn so easily. You think you could just take him away like that? Wang Yang snorted coldly. The Vishanti's holy sword vanished from his grasp, replaced by a crackling orb of lightning. Ikenril's chaotic thunder spirit. With a flick of his wrist, Wang Yang hurled the thunder spirit straight at the black spatial rift. But Dormammu, too, seemed aware of its destructive power. No sooner had the thunder spirit entered the rift than the black fissure began to contract and seal itself shut. A deafening rumble exploded from within the dark dimension, the shockwaves quickly spreading throughout the entire mirror dimension. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the air, as one of Kamar-Taj's most powerful sorcerers, Cassius, had constructed a formidable mirror dimension. But even it was beginning to buckle beneath the force of the explosion. In that instant, vast swathes of buildings within the mirror realm were swept away and destroyed by the terrifying blast. Nor did the devastation stop there. When the mirror dimension could no longer contain the impact, the force surged out into the real world. All of Kamar-Taj felt the tremendous tremor. Countless sorcerers sensed the violent disturbance, and many rushed out of their rooms in alarm. Those less powerful among them couldn't hide the panic on their faces as the shockwave washed over them. Fortunately, several master sorcerers were present, and they quickly regained control of the situation. Even so, the expressions on the faces of the masters were grim. Others might not know exactly what caused this tremor, but they could all sense the ripples, born from the collapse of the mirror dimension. For such fluctuations to be felt throughout Kamar-Taj, and within the mirror dimension itself, would require an unfathomable power. Who could possibly unleash such an attack? Yet no matter how hard they searched, they were unable to trace its origin. Could it be that Caecilius had returned? This thought crossed the minds of several masters, for it seemed the only plausible explanation. During this upheaval in Kamar-Taj, perhaps others sensed little more than a disturbance. But Kamidal was truly shaken. He had witnessed the fracture of space with his own eyes. Had he not used the ring of Ragador, he might well have been caught in the blast. Even now, sitting on the ground, Kamidal's heart was pounding with terror. Soon after, he heard the startled cries of Kamar-Taj sorcerers nearby. Many speculated it was an earthquake, but such an explanation would only convince the uninitiated. After all, Kamar-Taj is uniquely protected. Even if Mount Everest were to crumble, it would scarcely affect this place. How could an ordinary earthquake possibly reach here? What Kamidal had just witnessed was clearly a clash between two master sorcerers, the very symbol of the mirror dimension shattering. Though his own powers were far from formidable, he was certain of what he had seen. Yet, aside from the Sorcerer Supreme, who else could possibly fracture the mirror dimension? It seemed impossible, at least not among those he knew. More importantly, Kamidal had seen the direction for which the rupture came. It originated near Wang Yang's quarters. He was here precisely because of Caecilius' betrayal, hoping to offer Wang Yang some comfort. Could it be that Caecilius had found him? With this chilling thought, Kamidal hurried to his feet and rushed toward Wang Yang's room. Finding the door tightly shut only deepened his worry. Though Wang Yang's prodigious talent often left Kamidal feeling both awed and frustrated, he sincerely hoped nothing had happened to the young sorcerer. Without hesitation, Kamidal pushed the door open and entered. Inside, he found Wang Yang sitting quietly with his eyes closed, meditating. Startled, Wang Yang opened his eyes and saw Kamidal's anxious face. "Master Kamidal, what brings you here?" Wang Yang quickly stood up to greet him. Ignoring Wang Yang's polite welcome, Kamidal's mind raced with a terrifying possibility. Caecilius had found Wang Yang and had been repelled by him. The very thought was overwhelming. Kaisalius, after all, was among the most powerful sorcerers of Kamar-Taj, if not the strongest. Wang Yang, in contrast, was a newly joined apprentice. Did Kaisalius come looking for you? Was it you who shattered the mirror dimension? Hearing Kamar-Taj's excited question, Wang Yang was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He coughed awkwardly, and then said, No, I don't know anything about it. Wang Yang continued, speaking earnestly. I just sensed a tremor running through all of Kamar-Taj. Then why didn't you come out? Kamar-Taj looked at him with obvious disbelief. He might not have been the most powerful among the sorcerers, but his powers of observation were nothing to scoff at. Although he couldn't be certain whether Kaisalius had found Wang Yang, one thing was clear. The disturbance just now had definitely been caused by Wang Yang, and Wang Yang had only been training for such a short time. It was simply too unbelievable, especially if Wang Yang had actually gone up against Kaisalius, and even managed to drive him back. But seeing that Wang Yang clearly didn't want to talk about it, Kamar-Taj understood. The senior sorcerers were already suspicious about the connection between Kaisalius' betrayal and Wang Yang. If this incident came to light, it would do Wang Yang no favors. In fact, it would only bring him trouble. Wang Yang, don't worry. I won't breathe a word of this to anyone. Trust me, I'll keep my mouth shut, Kamar-Taj said, giving Wang Yang a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Wang Yang, however, looked utterly distressed. Of all people, it had to be Kamar-Taj who discovered him. He had hoped to avoid any trouble by acting as if nothing had happened. Yet here he was exposed, and exposed no less by Kamar-Taj's notorious gossip. Originally, most people wouldn't have believed it, but if Kamar-Taj spread the news, there was hardly anyone who would doubt it. He really needed to keep a low profile and focus on learning more magic. Wang Yang, you don't need to be so reserved. If you have talent, you should show it. Kamar-Taj said, in Kamar-Taj, the more gifted you are, the more attention you'll receive. You might even earn the personal guidance of the Sorcerer Supreme. Seeing Wang Yang still looked uneasy, Kamar-Taj added, if you're a genius, you ought to let it show a little. Wang Yang knew that Kamar-Taj wasn't wrong, but he also understood the old saying, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be struck by the wind. It was better to keep a low profile. Master Kamar-Taj, I really hope you won't mention this to anyone, Wang Yang said respectfully. All right, your secret's safe with me. You can count on it. Although Kamar-Taj sounded reassuring, Wang Yang still didn't fully trust him, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't just get rid of Kamar-Taj after all. In the end, Wang Yang let it go. With the Ancient One around, no one would dare cause trouble in Kamar-Taj anyway. Surprisingly, in the days that followed, he didn't hear any rumors about himself. Could it be that Kamar-Taj had really kept his word? That Wang Yang thought was nothing short of a miracle. Given how much he liked to talk, there were hardly any secrets he could keep. Anything he learned would spread throughout Kamar-Taj in less than a day. After all, there wasn't much else for Kamar-Taj to do. But now, for once, Kamar-Taj had actually kept something to himself. Quite a rare display of integrity. While Wang Yang was mulling this over, someone knocked on his door. He opened it to find a sorcerer he didn't recognize standing outside. Your master Wang Yang, correct? The Master Mordo requests your presence. Oh, thank you for letting me know, Wang Yang replied, both surprised and curious. Why would Mordo be seeking him out? Was it still about Kaisalius' betrayal? Still, the chance to learn some magic from Mordo would be a tremendous opportunity. After all, Mordo was the Ancient One's final disciple, the person she trusted most in all of Kamar-Taj. His status was second only to the Ancient One, and he was also renowned as one of the best teachers in Kamar-Taj. Even Dr. Strange was taught by Mordo. With that thought in mind, Wang Yang quickly stepped out and made his way toward the grand hall where Mordo awaited. By the time he arrived, the hall was already filled with people. Wang, Kamar-Taj, Hammer, and others. At the head of the hall sat Mordo himself. Wang Yang entered, bowed respectfully, and asked, Masters, may I ask why you have summoned me? After he bowed, Mordo finally spoke, his tone measured. I've heard you're a prodigy. Mordo, Master, you flatter me. Wang Yang answered modestly. I'm just a little more hard-working than most. Mordo seemed quite pleased by Wang Yang's humility and nodded in approval. Very good. That's how a true sorcerer should be. Humble in character, no matter whom you learn from in the future. Always remember that. Hearing the subtle note in Mordo's voice, Wang Yang couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. At that moment, Wang spoke up as well. Wang Yang, your talent is extraordinary. For us to teach you would only waste your gifts. With Master Mordo as your guide, your abilities will truly have a chance to shine. Though he wore an expression of reluctant farewell, Wang was secretly delighted. Teaching Wang Yang had been quite a blow to his confidence, and he'd always worried about making a mistake. It was not a comfortable feeling. Handing Wang Yang over to Mordo was a relief. In fact, whether it had been Kaiselius before or now with Mordo, it was nothing but good news for Wang. At last, he no longer had to worry about the responsibility of teaching Wang Yang. Wang Yang had no particular opinions of his own. He didn't care who taught him, as long as he could learn magic from them. "I'll follow the Grand Mage's arrangements," he replied obediently. Hearing Wang Yang's agreement, not only did the king look pleased, but Hammer also brightened up. Finally, someone could understand what he had been through. Kamar-Taj, however, glanced at Mordo with a complicated expression, as if wrestling with mixed emotions. Naturally, Mordo noticed this and turned to Kamar-Taj with a puzzled look. "Master Kamar-Taj, is there something you wish to say to me?" he asked. "Mordo, I don't have anything in particular to say." Kamar-Taj couldn't help but sigh. "Then what's with that expression?" Mordo found it rather odd. The way Kamar-Taj looked at him made Mordo feel quite uneasy. Kamar-Taj shook his head. "I was just lost in thought, that's all." In truth, he was worried that Mordo might also be shaken by Wang Yang's extraordinary talent. Anyone with some accomplishments would feel unsettled when faced with such a prodigy. Even Mordo was no exception. "Master Kamar-Taj, you don't think I'm up to the task, do you?" Mordo didn't seem bothered by it and let out a hearty laugh. "I really didn't mean that," Kamar-Taj replied quickly. "It's just that Wang Yang is a genius." He wanted to remind Mordo, Wang Yang was not someone any archmage could handle with ease. But after hearing Kamar-Taj's words, Mordo just smiled. "A genius? Only students with exceptional talent are worthy of my teaching." He had no desire to instruct mediocre mages. Kamar-Taj glanced at him and sighed softly. Mordo was indeed brimming with confidence. Perhaps his ability surpassed Kamar-Taj's, but he had rarely encountered a true genius before. Was he worried for Wang Yang? No. He was actually concerned about how Mordo would cope with the challenge. But as the saying goes, you can't talk sense into someone determined to court disaster. So he decided not to say any more. "I'm sure Master Mordo will do a splendid job guiding Wang Yang," Kamar-Taj said half-heartedly. And with that, everyone began to discuss the next steps. When the discussion finally ended, the group dispersed. "All right, come with me," Mordo said once the others had left. He rose to his feet and led the way toward the training grounds. "Wang Yang, since all these archmages say you're gifted, I'm inclined to believe it myself. But I hope you won't squander your talent," Mordo said as they walked. "The path of magic is tedious and never easy. You'll need perseverance above all else. Do you understand?" "Thank you for your guidance, Master Mordo," Wang Yang responded promptly, grateful for the advice. Mordo was quite pleased with Wang Yang's attitude and continued speaking. "Very good. Maintain this attitude, and you're sure to achieve great success." Mordo nodded, then continued, "Now, tell me, what spells have you learned? That way, I can tailor my teaching to suit you." As the Ancient One's last disciple, Mordo naturally had his own unique methods. When it came to instructing students, he had a real knack for it. Otherwise, the Ancient One wouldn't have entrusted Dr. Strange to him. Now facing Wang Yang, while he'd heard of Wang Yang's impressive talent, he was still fully confident in his ability to guide this new pupil. The prospect of learning magic from Mordo made Wang Yang instantly alert and eager. He quickly replied, "Master Mordo, I've studied the magic shield, the basics of magical runes." With that, Wang Yang began to list the spells he'd learned. At first, Mordo seemed indifferent, but as Wang Yang went on naming more and more spells, Mordo's composure began to waver. His expression shifted from mild interest to utter shock and astonishment. The spells at the beginning were nothing special, just the usual fundamentals, but soon enough, even Vishanti's sacred sword was mentioned. A high-level spell that even the most powerful masters struggled to master. It seemed there was almost nothing Wang Yang couldn't do. Hold on. How did you learn all these spells?" Mordo exclaimed. "These aren't spells that apprentices can study, let alone master." At first, Mordo had thought Wang Yang was simply a gifted student. But now, he seemed more like a prodigy beyond compare. He had never encountered an apprentice who could grasp so many spells. As for the truth of his words, Mordo trusted Wang Yang wouldn't boast without reason. And the other masters had all called him a genius, which spoke for itself. "I was planning to start with the basics," Mordo said at last. "But it seems there's no need for that after all." He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After all, teaching a student from the very beginning was the best way to truly understand them. But now that Wang Yang had already mastered advanced spells, the only logical step was to begin at a higher level. Since your foundations of magic are solid, I'll teach you an advanced spell, Mordo declared. This is a spell all senior sorcerers of Kamar-Taj are expected to master. The Crimson Chains. Hearing this, Wang Yang's eyes lit up. The Crimson Chains were powerful, though not particularly useful. There were rarely any real opportunities to use them. If the Sorcerer Supreme intervened, any problem would be resolved instantly. For other sorcerers, the spell was largely unnecessary. While it was always exciting to learn a new spell compared to studying the Vishanti's sacred sword, Wang Yang found it hard to muster much enthusiasm. "What's with that expression?" Mordo asked, noticing his lack of excitement. "This spell may not be used often, but it's still a bona fide advanced spell. And for you it'll be quite useful." Mordo gave a wry smile, then began demonstrating for Wang Yang. As he chanted the incantation, he pulled his hands apart, and a crimson chain materialized. Between them, a crisp chime echoed. "Ding! Magic talent shard for Crimson Chains detected. Would you like to fuse it?" Mordo proceeded to explain, his voice unhurried. Though he spoke slower than some, his instructions were clear and precise, far surpassing Wang Yang's earlier teachers. Wang Yang quickly grasped the deeper meaning behind each step, the moment he fused the magical talent. His understanding of the Crimson Chains grew even deeper, seeing the focused look on Wang Yang's face as if lost in thought. Mordo couldn't help but let a faint smile play at the corners of his lips. In his eyes, Wang Yang was clearly moved by this magic, otherwise he wouldn't show such an expression. Mordo had met many students with some degree of talent. Even the most gifted among them would run into difficulties, especially when first beginning their studies. He himself had been no exception. Perhaps Wang Yang possessed outstanding gifts, but that didn't mean he would master every spell with ease. Such was the complexity of magic. "Wang Yang, there's no need to rush. Crimson Chains is an advanced spell, but with your talent, you'll grasp it in time. Don't push yourself too hard," Mordo reassured him. Advanced spells often required borrowing the power of the gods. Such power came at the discretion of the divine, and the choices of the gods were never easily granted. Some could cast certain advanced spells effortlessly, while others found them difficult. It was not uncommon for a mage to excel at one advanced spell and yet struggle with another. Mordo, well versed in these matters, understood this all too well. His job now was to offer Wang Yang encouragement. After all, Wang Yang had already mastered other spells and even wielded the sacred sword of Vishanti, a testament to his talent. If he faltered here, unable to master Crimson Chains, it would be a great loss for Kamar-Taj. Mordo sincerely hoped Wang Yang wouldn't become discouraged. But just as Mordo was about to offer words of comfort, he noticed a shy smile spreading across Wang Yang's face. "Master Mordo, I think I may have already mastered this spell." Mordo was stunned. Only moments ago, he thought this spell might be out of Wang Yang's reach. How could he have mastered it so quickly? "Let me try it. If there's anything wrong with my casting, I hope Master Mordo will guide me," Wang Yang said, nodding politely. He began reciting the incantation, then brought his hands together and pulled them apart. A crimson chain appeared in his grasp. Mordo's eyes widened in disbelief. Had it really only been a few minutes? Has this kid in front of me already mastered this spell? Isn't this advanced magic? Doesn't it require the power of a deity? How can an apprentice wield it so easily? Have the gods no pride left? How did Wang Yang manage to grasp it so quickly? This simply shouldn't be possible. Mordo had never seen anyone learn the Crimson Chain spell at such speed. Back then, even the Sorcerer Supreme had once told him Saratok is no generous deity. The Crimson Chains are exceedingly hard to master, if you can learn it within a year. That already marks you as exceptionally gifted. He could still recall the approval in the Sorcerer Supreme smile as those words were spoken. It was genuine praise, and Mordo took pride in his own talent because of it. Later, he watched many other sorcerers attempt to learn the Crimson Chains, but none ever managed to surpass his record. Few even came close. And yet now, Wang Yang had mastered it in such a short span. If mastering the Crimson Chains in a year made him a prodigy, then what did that make Wang Yang? How could the gap between people be so vast? Or was the Crimson Chain simply that easy to learn after all? Could it be that Saratok was actually a generous god? As Mordo fell into self-doubt, Wang Yang himself began to feel uncertain. According to the Archmages, these advanced spells all originated from the gods, yet he never felt as though he was drawing upon divine power. Instead, he received fragments of talent from the Archmages, and then following their accumulated experience could summon the magic forth. So his magic seemed to come from the gods, but also not quite. Regardless, there was no question that he could learn spells with remarkable ease. Just then the sound of chaos erupted outside, voices rising in confusion. What's going on? Wang Yang turned his head toward the commotion. The crimson chains in his hand vanished at once. Mordo, frowning, strode toward the source of the disturbance. Master Mordo, I'll take my leave, Wang Yang said, sensing that something must have happened, but knowing that as an apprentice, he wouldn't be allowed to take part. No, you're coming with me, Mordo replied, glancing at Wang Yang. After all, Wang Yang had already learned advanced magic. Even if something had occurred, he was now more capable than most seasoned sorcerers, far more useful than many of the higher-level mages. Yes, Master Mordo, Wang Yang followed behind Mordo, and soon they came upon the king. Your Majesty, what's happened? Mordo asked. Omnipotent has returned. He brings troubling news. There's a great battle in New York. Countless Chitauri are invading Earth. The king said, his brow furrowed in worry. Mordo's own brow nodded. He hadn't expected that so soon after the betrayal of the Archmage Caecilius, such a disaster would strike. Manhwarecap has always been fighting in outer space, battling alien creatures or otherworldly demons. Now, bringing this news clearly means the situation is urgent. He's waiting for us in the main hall. Wang glanced at Wang Yang, who was following behind Mordo, but there was no sign of surprise on his face. It seemed Mordo had already experienced the talent of this apprentice. Let's go. Mordo nodded. The three of them immediately made their way toward the main hall. Moments later, inside the grand chamber, Wang Yang caught sight of a mage clad in a trench coat. Manhwarecap, what exactly has happened? Although they all knew about the Chitauri invasion, none of them understood the full situation. Fresh blood still streaked Manhwarecap's face as he raised his hand with a sweeping motion. A luminous screen appeared before everyone's eyes. It was New York. A massive portal had opened above the city, looming like a colossal black hole. At that very moment, cries of alarm could be heard rising from the crowds below. Countless dark specks emerged from the swirling vortex, then began to rain down in unison. Seeing this unfold, all the sorcerers present fell silent. None of them had anticipated such a scene, but as Wang Yang watched, he couldn't help but be surprised. Wasn't this the plot from the first Avengers film, where Loki opened the portal and unleashed the Chitauri upon New York? Apparently, Thanos hadn't arrived yet, but he would soon. Wang Yang felt time was running short. With a single snap of Thanos' fingers, he himself might cease to exist. He frowned and continued watching. A figure clad in gold and crimson streaked skyward, defying gravity. From his armored suit, a barrage of missiles shot out in all directions, striking down countless descending Chitauri. Yet their numbers were overwhelming, utterly endless. Iron Man's efforts, no matter how relentless, were but a drop in the ocean. Dark shapes poured out from the black hole, scattering throughout New York. Terrifying booms and explosions erupted everywhere. The moment the Chitauri touched down, the city was plunged into chaos and destruction. Explosions, impacts, and screams rose and fell in a relentless, deafening chorus. In an instant, the once lively streets of New York became a living hell. A fiery blast erupted skyward. One of the Chitauri vessels exploded in midair. A golden-crimson blur shot out from the flames. Iron Man, unleashing energy blasts from his palms, brought down the Chitauri all around him. With his unmatched maneuverability, he dodged and weaved, causing some Chitauri to crash helplessly into skyscrapers. Stark, we're at your 3 o'clock. At that very moment, a voice rang out. It was Black Widow's voice. Where did you guys go? Did you go out for takeout, Tony? Cracked a joke, then quickly added, head to Parker Avenue. I'll draw them over there and play decoy for you. Hearing the voices of his teammates brought Tony some relief. With his own strength alone, he knew he couldn't stop this catastrophe. Especially now, with countless alien troops pouring down from the sky into New York. Even if they were just a horde of locals, he'd have trouble taking on so many, let alone these aliens armed with advanced technology. After Tony led the enemy in a wide circle, he raced toward Parker Avenue. A series of thunderous explosions erupted. The Chitauri squad was wiped out on the spot. But even so, the sky was still swarming with foes. Sir, we have even more enemies incoming. Jarvis, the AI in Tony's suit, warned him. All right, let's go greet them properly, Tony replied. Just then Hawkeye spotted Thor battling Loki atop a skyscraper. Before Hawkeye could fire the jet's weapons, Loki leveled his scepter and unleashed a blinding beam. The force struck the jet's engine, and Hawkeye was forced into a crash landing. Captain America, Hawkeye, and Black Widow all climbed out of the wreckage together at that moment. The enormous portal in the sky suddenly darkened. A colossal shadow appeared. A massive warship, as long as a football field and shaped like a whale, emerged from the rift, soaring overhead. As it passed, Chitauri warriors poured out of its belly, swarming into nearby buildings. Captain America pressed his comm and said, "Tony, did you see that?" "Yeah, I saw it. Still wrapping my head around it." "Has Banner shown up yet?" "Banner," Cap echoed. "Let me know as soon as he does." Iron Man circled the immense ship, then ordered Jarvis find its weak spot. On the ground, countless civilians were in peril. Captain America, Hawkeye, and Black Widow fought the Chitauri back as they rescued people. Thor landed beside them, ready to help. Captain America quickly organized the defense against this new threat. Just then Banner arrived, riding up on a little motorcycle. "Tony, he's here. Someone called out, Banner." "That's right. Then let's get him suited up." "I'm bringing the real show," Tony declared. The others still didn't quite understand at that moment. Black Widow also spotted Tony Stark flying overhead, and right behind him was that gigantic alien warship bearing down on them. In an instant, it sliced a skyscraper clean in half. "I don't think this is the kind of show we want to see," Black Widow said with a wry smile. Banner turned to look at the enormous creature charging toward them. Captain America called out, "Dr. Banner, now might be a good time for you to get angry." Banner glanced back with a wry smile. "That's my secret, Cap. I'm always angry." As soon as the words left his lips, Banner's skin turned green, and his clothes tore apart as his body expanded. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a towering green giant, nearly 3 meters tall. Now the Hulk. Banner swung a mighty fist. With a colossal crash, the Hulk's punch brought the massive alien warship to an abrupt halt. The force sent the back end of the alien ship hurtling skyward. "Hold on," Iron Man shouted, and then raised his arm, launching a missile. With a thunderous explosion, the alien warship shattered into fragments. Seeing this, the Avengers breathed a collective sigh of relief, but all around them, atop the surrounding buildings, countless Chitauri soldiers were already poised for battle, their weapons gleaming in the light above in the sky. The portal remained wide open. From within, more and more Chitauri poured out in an unending stream. Even more colossal warships burst forth from the portal. Faced with this scene, even the Avengers felt the weight of despair settle on their shoulders. "Look over there," Black Widow said with a frown. "Cap, give the orders," Stark added, his brow furrowed as well. Captain America surveyed the chaos and said, "All right, listen up. Until we shut down that portal, we need to hold the line. Barton, I need you up on that rooftop. Survey the battlefield and report enemy movements. Stark, hold the perimeter. Don't let those creatures get past 3 blocks. If you can't push them back, blast them to pieces. Can you give me a lift?" Hawkeye looked to Iron Man as he spoke. "Sure thing. Hold on tight. Legolas." With that, Iron Man took off into the sky, carrying Hawkeye with him, but Captain America wasn't done yet. He turned to Thor and said, "Thor, you need to slow them down at the portal. Summon the lightning. Strike down those monsters." Thor nodded, hefted his hammer, and soared into the sky. Captain America then looked to Black Widow. "You and I will hold the ground. Let's keep their forces busy." At last, he turned to the Hulk. "Hulk." The green giant looked back at him. Captain America pointed upward. Smash. The Hulk grinned mischievously, then leapt into action with a thunderous bound. Yet for all of Captain America's orders, there were simply too many aliens. Even with their efforts, the Avengers couldn't be everywhere at once. All across New York, spanning more than 1,000 kilometers, there were places they simply couldn't reach. In those areas without Avengers, ordinary people could only wait in terror, despairing as death closed in around them. Witnessing this, even the faces of the sorcerers grew grave with worry. These are the Chitauri. These cosmic locusts dare to invade our Earth. Outrageous. If the Sorcerer Supreme were here, they would never have dared such insolence. As the master sorcerers of Kamar-Taj arrived and witnessed the scene, anger was written plainly across their faces. The news brought by Hammaquet left them all in shock. After all, the footprints of the sorcerers spanned the entire Earth, and even beyond the cosmos, their presence could be felt. Naturally, they were well acquainted with these infamous intergalactic marauders. Mordo cast a grave glance at Hammaquet, then turned to address those gathered before him. Now you all see how dire the situation is. Kamar-Taj must enter a state of full battle readiness. Immediately. Agreed. Agreed. Mordo nodded. Excellent. We need to send our sorcerers in waves through the New York Sanctum and onto the battlefield. Prepare the mirror dimension. We must confine the fighting to our own territory. And wipe out these cursed Chitauri right here on Earth. Let them understand, Earth is not so easily trespassed upon. Yes, Master Mordo. The master sorcerers nearby responded in unison, their faces etched with determination and solemnity. Mordo then turned to Wang Yang and said, Wang Yang, this is a rare opportunity. You'll go as well. It's time you witnessed a real battlefield at Kamar-Taj. Our sorcerers are never sheltered hothouse flowers. Hearing Mordo's words, Wang Yang quickly nodded. In agreement. Understood. His expression was equally serious as he replied. With that, a wave of mobilization swept through Kamar-Taj. Countless sorcerers gathered in the open training grounds. Each senior sorcerer led a group of over a dozen apprentice sorcerers. A master sorcerer headed a team of senior sorcerers. In this way, numerous squads swiftly formed. These were the forces painstakingly cultivated by the Ancient One over many years. And that wasn't all. Sorcerers stationed elsewhere began to return as well, rushing back from their posts in distant realms now. All of them assembled together as dozens of sorcerers joined forces to cast a powerful spell. A massive golden portal burst open before them. Sorcerers move out, defend the peace of Earth. Without the slightest hesitation, Mordo led a surge of sorcerers through the portal, passing first through the New York Sanctum, and then onto the battlefield, opening the mirror dimension to prevent any harm from reaching civilians. In this way, their entry into the war went completely unnoticed. Some Chitauri riding their flying craft simply vanished mid-flight. Even some enormous warships disappeared abruptly, as if swallowed by thin air. Such scenes might have seemed out of place under normal circumstances, but in the chaos of battle cloaked by sorcery, no one noticed a thing. Even above the sky, a golden portal was opened, and countless Chitauri were pulled into the mirror dimension by the sorcerers before they could even enter Earth. The Avengers fighting below could immediately feel the pressure ease. Still, the Chitauri's numbers remained overwhelming. Even though a large portion had been drawn into the mirror dimension by the sorcerers, the remaining Chitauri continued to weigh heavily on the Avengers. Inside the mirror dimension, countless sorcerers were forming intricate formations, working together to eliminate the Chitauri forces. Brilliant golden light flared, nearly illuminating the entire mirrored realm. The sorcerers fought with formidable power. The Chitauri's weapons could do little harm to them. Even the most ordinary sorcerer could take on several Chitauri at once. Yet their numbers were simply too vast. One must remember, the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj had gathered in the tens of thousands, a force already formidable by earthly standards. But the Chitauri outnumbered them many times over. Their densely packed ships all but blotted out the sky. Fortunately, this battle was taking place within the mirror dimension. Using the advantage of magic, the sorcerers divided the Chitauri forces, fragmenting their power. Each sorcerer unleashed their own spells, and for the moment the defensive line held. Nevertheless, casualties could not be avoided. From time to time, urgent voices rang out among the sorcerers. This isn't good. We need backup. Someone's been hurt. The mirror dimension won't hold much longer. Such warnings echoed through the ranks. At the rear, the chief sorcerers coordinating the battle felt their nerves fray. The chaos was difficult to control. Hammer couldn't help but curse aloud. Damn. These Chitauri, where did they get so many war machines? This time, every sorcerer had been called to the front lines. Hammer himself wasn't renowned for his combat skills, but as a master, he played a crucial role in logistics and coordination. Over the years, the Chitauri have destroyed countless civilizations. Wang said with a frown, by wiping out worlds, they've seized vast resources. No wonder they can build so many weapons of war. It's hardly surprising. Damn it, we'll have to move to plan. Hammer declared, let the frontline sorcerers fall back and rest for a bit. Send to the reserves. Hammer, now's not the time for holding back. Wang said gravely. Didn't your academic order develop some kind of large-scale fusion spell? If we don't use it now, when will we? Understood. Hammer nodded quickly. Wang's expression was grim. Though the sorcerers had joined the battle and helped reduce the devastation in New York, if things continued like this, their losses would still be severe. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the Avengers were locked in their own fierce battle. The majority of the Chitauri had been contained within 3 city blocks at the heart of downtown. However, a small number of Chitauri managed to escape beyond the 3-block perimeter. Of course, they were soon drawn into the mirror dimension by the sorcerers. Meanwhile, some military units had also entered New York and joined the battle. Still, this was New York after all, and the military dared not use large-scale destructive weapons. All they could do was help evacuate civilians, guiding them into the underground subway system for shelter. The burden of the battle fell entirely on the Avengers' shoulders. Even though many Chitauri were pulled into the mirror dimension, there were still countless enemies swarming the city. The Avengers were few in number, and despite their formidable combat skills, their strength was stretched thin against this endless tide of invaders. Only Thor, high above the battlefield, unleashed his might, sending bolts of lightning crashing down from the sky, shattering wave after wave of Chitauri as they poured onto Earth. The wreckage of their bodies rained down, forming a pile of debris around Stark Tower. Yet even for the god of thunder, such relentless use of his power was exhausting. He had no choice but to give up chasing the Chitauri through the sky and focus on striking those already on the ground. The Hulk, too, was clearing out swarms of Chitauri atop the city's buildings, and at one point he leapt directly onto an alien warship, tearing into it with furious abandon. The Chitauri on the ship fought back desperately, chaos erupting all around. The enormous alien warship crashed through the surrounding buildings, leaving a trail of destruction. With a mighty roar, Hulk ripped off one of the ship's fins and jammed it deep into the vessel's hull. Thor raised his hammer, summoning a storm of lightning that surged through the fin and into the heart of the massive warship. A deafening crack split the air as the ship lost all power and plummeted toward the ground. It crashed down with a thunderous impact, smashing a building to rubble beneath its bulk. Yet in the distance, more alien warships streaked across the sky. "You've got to be kidding me," Thor exclaimed in frustration. But before he could catch his breath, Hulk landed a powerful punch that sent him flying. Undeterred, Thor sprang from the debris, leaping onto a nearby skyscraper. The Chitauri's weapons might not have posed a serious threat to the Hulk, but even he began to feel the strain from the relentless assault. The furious pace of the battle was draining his strength, but he pressed on, tearing through the invaders without pause. On the ground, Black Widow was locked in combat with a squad of Chitauri. These war machines fought with nothing but instinct. They felt no pain, no fear, but they were also clumsy fighters, their marksmanship poor at best. Black Widow, wielding a pistol in each hand, made quick work of one squad. She then engaged several Chitauri in close combat, dispatching them even as she sustained injuries herself. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, but she seized a Chitauri weapon from the fallen. Meanwhile, in a nearby block, Captain America was rescuing groups of civilians from the chaos. Captain America's shield spun through the air, striking a Chitauri soldier and sending him flying. Without missing a beat, Cap launched himself forward, landing a solid blow on the Chitauri. In the instant his shield boomeranged back, Captain America reached up, caught it, and slammed it down, shattering the Chitauri's throat with a decisive strike. High above, a golden streak blazed across the sky as Tony Stark piloted his Iron Man suit, blasting several flying craft out of existence. "Sir, your power reserves are at 50%. Came Jarvis's urgent reminder. "I hear you, Jarvis," Stark replied with casual confidence, paying little mind. Still, he knew he had to be prudent with his weapons. No telling how long this fight would last, and if he ran out of energy, he'd be nothing but a lamb to the slaughter. Using his aerial agility, Stark drew a swarm of Chitauri after him, weaving through the city's blind spots and picking off enemies as he went. The Chitauri's clunky machines couldn't keep up with his swift maneuvers. Realizing they'd never catch him, the Chitauri eventually gave up the chase. On a nearby rooftop, Hawkeye fired arrow after arrow, each tipped with unique gadgets and abilities. His aim was flawless. Every shot brought down a Chitauri flyer, but his deadly accuracy didn't go unnoticed. More Chitauri began scaling the building, intent on reaching him. Despite the Avengers' relentless efforts, the Chitauri forces showed no sign of thinning. Their numbers remained overwhelming. Above it all, the massive portal continued to pour in wave after wave of alien troops. The Avengers' stamina was waning, the never-ending battle grinding them down. It was clear this struggle was only a temporary fix. Unless the portal was closed, the Chitauri would keep coming, endlessly. Yet, With so many enemies pressing and no Avenger had a chance to reach the portal, much less destroy it, especially since it was powered by the cosmic cube and was all but indestructible. Just then, several figures stepped out from a glowing ring onto a street near Stark Tower. Reinforcements, among them Kamar-Taj and his team, ready to support and tend to the wounded. Though Kamar-Taj was a master sorcerer, age and old battlefield injuries had taken their toll, he could still teach his disciples, but fighting on the front lines was another matter entirely. He'd only come because the battle had grown so desperate. However, Master Kamar-Taj, this doesn't look like the illusion space maintained by the sorcerers, one mage remarked, frowning. I can see that. This is New York, Kamar-Taj replied, a wry smile crossing his face as he watched Chitauri flying overhead. It had been far too long since he'd faced a battle of this scale. He'd somehow been transported straight from Kamar-Taj into the chaos of New York City. He had originally intended to teleport directly into the New York Sanctum. Now, only a Sorcerer Supreme could enter such a vast mirror dimension. They could only come and go through the New York Sanctum. Unfortunately, this time he had made a mistake. Fortunately, they weren't at the epicenter of the battle. No matter, prepare for combat. We're not far from the New York Sanctum. We'll break through. A Kamar-Taj, after all, was a veteran of war. This situation did not throw him into panic. He spoke calmly, but the magicians trailing behind him were visibly anxious. A Kamar-Taj might be able to handle the pressure, but that didn't mean everyone else could. Not all of them were skilled fighters. This support group, in particular, had little combat experience. Though they had undergone some training, they had almost no real battle exposure. Hearing a Kamar-Taj's words, their nerves grew taut. Master Kamar-Taj, we don't know how to fight. That's right, Master Kamar-Taj. We have no other choice now. We just have to push through. A Kamar-Taj replied helplessly. There was nothing for it but to make a dash. He didn't want another failure on his hands. Though the magicians were extremely tense, they realized this might be their only option. So one by 1 inch they nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, several Chitauri had already taken notice of them. The streets were nearly deserted, making their sudden appearance all the more conspicuous. A Kamar-Taj soon realized that the Chitauri had spotted them, and his face grew grave. Prepare for battle, he said, his tone heavy. As he spoke, a shield materialized in his hand. Seeing this, the magicians behind him understood there was no turning back. They hurried to conjure magical shields, but their faces were drawn with anxiety, and their movements clumsy with fear. Surrounded by Chitauri, they couldn't help but tremble. A sudden rush of air, blasts of laser fire streaked toward them. A Kamar-Taj blocked shot after shot, deflecting the beams, but the sheer number of Chitauri was overwhelming. In just moments, he was already breathing heavily, struggling to keep up. As for the other magicians, they were hard-pressed to protect themselves. No use hoping for more. I'll hold them off. You head for the sanctum, a Kamar-Taj shouted, but Master Kamar-Taj, one magician began, worry in his voice. But a Kamar-Taj cut him off before he could finish. No, let's go now, a Kamar-Taj commanded, leaving no room for argument. Watching the Chitauri close in, his expression remained stern. Just then a figure plummeted from the sky. In a blaze of destruction, a flaming longsword swept down. The sacred sword of the Vishandi. Kamar-Taj only saw a blaze of fire streak down, followed by a swift flash of figure. At the same time, the Chitauri were effortlessly cut down at the waist. The sorcerers behind him all widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces filled with astonishment. What tremendous power! Is that the Archmage? Has the Archmage come to save us? This is incredible. Could he be the Sorcerer Supreme? Look, he's a man. No matter who this person was, there was no doubt that their hearts were filled with excitement. Yet Kamar-Taj found the figure strangely familiar. Once the Chitauri had been slain, the figure finally turned around. Wang Yang, Kamar-Taj called out, and apart from his initial surprise, he showed little reaction. The other sorcerers, however, erupted in excited shrieks when they recognized Wang Yang. It's Wang Yang. He really is amazing. A true prodigy. I can't believe he's gotten so powerful. Already, even the Archmage might not be any stronger. Exactly. People always called him a genius, and now I can see it's no exaggeration. Hearing their praise, Wang Yang couldn't help but flush with embarrassment. Being so openly lauded still made him feel awkward. Ah, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary sorcerer, Wang Yang said modestly. The other sorcerers could hardly contain their disbelief, glancing at the Chitauri corpses strewn across the ground. Was he trying to fool these corpses? With his strength, how could he call himself ordinary? Wang Yang had only offered a casual explanation. Whether the sorcerers believed him or not was of no concern to him. He had already joined the battle, and as soon as he sensed Kamar-Taj was in danger, he rushed over without hesitation to help. Master Kamar-Taj, you could have used the passageway at Kamar-Taj. Why bother with a portal? Wang Yang said, a touch of exasperation in his voice. It's just, there's always a line for the passageway. I didn't expect my portal to go so far off course. Kamar-Taj replied, looking a bit embarrassed. Being rescued by his own student was not something he found easy to accept. Still, embarrassment aside, he felt a surge of pride. After all, it was his own disciple who had grown so strong. Master Kamar-Taj, come with me. I'll take you to the New York sanctum, Wang Yang said with a shrug. The incident had already happened. There was no point in assigning blame. Besides, Kamar-Taj had always been good to him. Escorting them was a trivial matter for Wang Yang. Thank you, Sorcerer Wang Yang. The sorcerers behind Kamar-Taj all expressed their heartfelt gratitude. At this point, Wang Yang's strength had thoroughly won them over. Although Wang Yang was still just an apprentice in name, in their eyes he was hardly any different from an archmage. Let's go. No need for more thanks. Wang Yang nodded and then led them toward the New York sanctum. Along the way, he dispatched the Chitauri with nothing more than basic magical shields and chains. In his hands, even these fundamental spells wielded extraordinary power. Not a single Chitauri could withstand a blow from Wang Yang. The other sorcerers, witnessing this, erupted in amazed cheers. Master Wang Yang is truly a genius, isn't he? He's our great savior. Without him, how could we ever reach the New York sanctum? Hearing their praise, Wang Yang simply responded with a modest smile. He remained humble and did not let their compliments go to his head, continuing to lead them forward. There were hardly any Chitauri who could impede their progress. However, they were now very close to Stark Tower, the area where the Chitauri forces were thickest. This was also where members of the Avengers were fighting to hold them back. Not long after, they spotted a member of the Avengers, Captain America. Though Captain America was a super soldier from World War II with physical abilities at the very limits of human potential. He couldn't fly, nor was he skilled at long-range attacks. This meant that his strengths were best displayed on the ground. Against single Chitauri soldiers, he was more than a match, but their numbers were overwhelming, surrounded by dozens of Chitauri. Even Captain America found himself in real danger. Fortunately, when the Chitauri gathered to attack him, they didn't use any advanced weapons, choosing instead to engage him in close combat. Had they employed their high-tech arms, even Captain America might have been unable to hold out. Wang Yang arrived just in time to witness this scene. The Chitauri, like a well-trained regiment, encircled Captain America, showing no fear of death. No matter how many Chitauri he felled, the others pressed him without the slightest hesitation. How powerful this man is! Kamar-Taj could not help but marvel at the sight. He had seen a few formidable humans during the magical reenactments of the Battle of New York, but witnessing it up close was still astonishing, especially seeing someone so skilled in close combat, far surpassing even their own sorcerers. He's a member of the Avengers. Captain America, Wang Yang explained. So these are the Avengers. Kamar-Taj's face lit up in realization. They had certainly heard of the Avengers back in Kamar-Taj, but had never truly encountered them. Let's give him a hand. After all, he's fighting to protect Earth, just like we are, Kamar-Taj suggested. Wang Yang nodded. He uttered an incantation, and with a sweep of his arms, countless crimson chains shot forth, surging toward the Chitauri, who swarmed like ants. These crimson chains twisted through the air like writhing serpents, winding themselves tightly around one Chitauri after another. In the next instant, the chains constricted with ruthless force. With a terrible grinding crunch, hundreds of Chitauri were crushed to pieces by the relentless coils. Witnessing this scene, the few sorcerers standing behind could not help but stand frozen in awe. What incredibly powerful magic! The sorcerers behind Wang Yang had never come into contact with advanced spells before. They had never seen anything like this. Even Master Kamar-Taj found it hard to believe his eyes. Kamar-Taj was no stranger to such magic, and his vision was by no means lacking. He had seen the sorceries of Kamar-Taj before. This was unmistakably the Crimson Chains. But since when had the Crimson Chains become so formidable? The Crimson Chains, as he understood, were meant for magical suppression, and their offensive power came only from the crimson, divine flame that burned along them. But the magic Wang Yang unleashed was something else entirely. capable of such overwhelming physical destruction, crushing enemies like a serpent coiling and breaking its prey. Kamar-Taj could not help but feel a sense of wonder. He had long known Wang Yang's gift for magic was extraordinary, but to see magic wielded in such a way, he had never witnessed anything like it before. Thank you to every reader who has supported this book. Your encouragement is the driving force behind this author's updates. Allow me also to recommend a work by a friend of mine. Starting from protecting Xiao Wu, having just crossed over and returned, there's only a countdown left. After crossing again, the true interface opens, spirit rings and soul skills can be strengthened through point allocation, attaining 10,000-year and even million-year rings beneath the guise of a mere century-old ring, traveling between past and future. All is for the sake of preventing Xiao Wu's sacrifice and protecting her. Tang-san. Xiao Wu chose to sacrifice herself for me. She did so of her own will, you Xiao Jiang. I am no longer the useless one. Xiao Wu's keepsakes belong to me, Bibi Dong. Xiao Wu is just an excuse. You are the one I truly desire. Me. All of you deserve to die. Talent. Stab your thigh with a knife, and you'll gain strength from the flow of time. Power up for a moment, and you'll feel great for a moment. Keep powering up, and you'll feel great all the time. Me. This talent is so inappropriate. Be careful with your points. Talent. Free razor blades, shipping included. Me. Am I really losing my mind? Captain America took deep breaths, feeling the weight on his shoulders lift as the Chitauri were wiped out. He hadn't expected anyone else to be here, especially a group dressed in the robes of monks. But regardless of who they were, they had just saved him. He was about to express his thanks when a furious roar split the air, the windows. In the building beside them shattered, glass raining down in the wake of the sound. A blur of green hurtled toward them like an artillery shell. With a thunderous crash, the ground shook violently as asphalt and concrete cracked beneath the impact. There could be no doubt. The Hulk's colossal frame exuded a terrifying presence. He stood a full 3 meters tall, his body bulging with mountains of muscle. It was like a rampaging beast. Hulk and Banner were two entirely different personalities. Hulk resembled a child, overflowing with destruction. Yet, he understood, at least to some degree, that Captain America and the others were his allies. Now, seeing his teammates surrounded by men in monk robes, he naturally flew into a frenzy. In his eyes, Wang Yang and the others were no different from the Chitauri. Just more enemies. His fury only made his strength even more terrifying. With each thunderous step Hulk took, the ground trembled and roared beneath him. The novice sorcerers, lacking any real combat experience, were utterly petrified. They were scholars of the mystic arts, unaccustomed to scenes like this, to still be standing. Not collapsed on the ground in terror, as the intimidating giant approached, was a testament to their physical resilience. Kamar-Taj, who stood beside them, fared only a little better. Even he couldn't help but tremble, though he managed to keep his composure more than the others. Hulk? No. Captain America called out, desperately hoping to intervene, but the enraged Hulk was in no state to listen, completely beyond reason. Kamar-Taj eyed the approaching Hulk and spoke in a low voice, Wang Yang can. You handle this guy. If you can't, we should retreat for now. Running away isn't cowardice. It's just a way to preserve our strength for the real fight. Wang Yang felt a headache brewing at Kamar-Taj's words. Hulk's rampage was clearly not going to end peacefully. Wang Yang could easily escape himself, but the other sorcerers would have a much harder time. Hulk, we're here to help Captain America. We're not your enemies, Wang Yang called out. But the frenzied Hulk was beyond any words. The angrier he became, the stronger his power grew, and with that strength, his reason slipped further away. Hulk glared at Wang Yang, silent, then hurled a fist at him, massive as a boulder. The air itself exploded with a deafening boom. The wind shrieked as the immense force compressed it, creating a piercing wail that echoed through the battlefield. Seeing this, Wang Yang could only brace himself. He raised a hand, and the ring of Ragador shimmered into existence, forming a barrier before him. A resounding crash followed as Hulk's fist slammed down. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the impact, radiating outward from the two of them. Sand and stones were hurled through the air by the blast, while the already shaken sorcerers tumbled like rag dolls across the ground. But Wang Yang stood his ground unmoved. Having absorbed the battle prowess of several master sorcerers, he was not the least bit intimidated by Hulk. In fact, as he blocked Hulk's power, the rebound of energy forced Hulk to stumble back a few steps. Master Wang Yang's strength is simply incredible. Those mages who had been sent flying far away were utterly stunned when they saw Wang Yang actually block a punch from such a monstrous being. The sorcerers of Kamar-Taj were indeed skilled in close combat, and thanks to the power of cosmic energy, their strength was formidable. But at the end of the day, a sorcerer is still a sorcerer. When faced with the Hulk, whose raw power was unmatched, even a typical magical shield would likely shatter instantly. Yet now, not only had Wang Yang withstood that punch, but even a magical ring of Ragador remained intact. It was simply unbelievable. They all knew Wang Yang possessed extraordinary magical talent, but this was beyond anything they had imagined. Almost terrifying in its own right, it wasn't just the other sorcerers who were shocked. Even Kamar was taken aback. He thought that even some of the master sorcerers might not be able to withstand a blow from the Hulk. This wasn't just a matter of magic. It was also a testament to the physical strength of Wang Yang himself. Compared to the others, however, Wang Yang looked at the Hulk before him with calm indifference. The Hulk's power was indeed immense, but once magic reached a certain level, a brute force fighter like the Hulk was hardly a match for a true sorcerer. For example, when the Scarlet Witch lost her temper, she nearly tore Thanos apart with her bare hands. Such is the terror of magic. So, unless the opponent had special means like the Infinity Gauntlet, the Hulk really wasn't his match. Of course, if Thanos stood before him with the Infinity Gauntlet, Wang Yang would turn around and leave without a second thought. After all, the gauntlet could unravel countless magical spells compared to Thanos. The Hulk was little more than a clumsy brute in the eyes of sorcerer. Besides, Wang Yang was also eager to test just how powerful his magic had become. So far, he was quite satisfied with the improvements he had made to the strength of the Ring of Ragador. He lowered his hands, but the magical ring remained in place. "All right, Hulk, calm down. We're here to help you," Wang Yang called out, but the Hulk, furious that his punch hadn't smashed Wang Yang, only grew angrier. With a thunderous roar, he charged again. The ground shook with pounding footsteps as the Hulk barreled forward like a living tank, radiating pure menace. In stark contrast, Wang Yang's expression remained calm and unflustered. He sighed helplessly and said, "Well, looks like I'll have to help you calm down." Wang Yang recalled how Doctor Strange had used a free-fall spell on Loki. With a wave of his hand, the Ring of Ragador vanished, and he drew a glowing circle in the air. The circle appeared on the ground 3 meters in front of him. Just as the Hulk stepped into the circle, he dropped straight down and disappeared without a trace. Seeing Wang Yang so effortlessly deal with the terrifying Hulk, the mages breathed a collective sigh of relief, as though they had escaped a disaster. "What did you do to the Hulk?" Captain America asked, his voice tinged with concern as he looked at Wang Yang. "Don't worry, he won't be hurt. I'm just letting him fall for a while to cool off," Wang Yang replied. Hearing Wang Yang's words, Captain America breathed a sigh of relief. Since the person before him had just saved his life, it was clear he wasn't about to harm them. "Thank you for saving me, if I ever get the chance. I'll be sure to repay you," Captain America said earnestly, then added, "But right now, I have to deal with those damned aliens." At that moment, his earpiece came alive with the voices of his teammates. Cap, are you still there? How's it going on your end, Cap?" Though they had only recently formed the Avengers, in times like these they were comrades in arms. "I'm fine. I'll head over right away to help," Captain America replied, pressing a hand to his earpiece. "Good, glad you're okay. I was starting to worry I'd have to arrange your funeral." Stark quipped, "There are some civilians trapped in the Fonda district. Natasha's in a bit of trouble. Cap, go check it out." Hawkeye's voice came from high above. "On it. I'm on my way," Captain America said, preparing to dash off, but Wang Yang stopped him. "Wait, Steve." On the rooftop of a New York sanctum, a bald woman in monk's robes stood quietly, golden shields forming in each hand. She was none other than the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. "This is the perfect test for them, and I don't have much time left," she murmured softly. As the bearer of the Eye of Agamotto, she could peer into the past and future. She had already foreseen Doctor Strange's arrival and her own passing. Now, with chaos erupting across New York, she wanted to see how the sorcerers she had trained at Kamar-Taj would handle it, whether they could truly rise to the challenge. "This young man is impressive, and he's only an apprentice. The Ancient One's eyes sparkled as she seemed to catch sight of someone, a faint smile appearing on her lips. "Is there something else?" Captain America turned back to Wang Yang, curious. "You haven't gotten Hulk back yet," Wang Yang said with a wry chuckle. "Oh, right," Captain America nodded. He'd just seen Hulk fall into a golden portal and vanish. Who knew where he'd ended up? On a battlefield like this, Hulk was a crucial force. With a wave of Wang Yang's hand, a massive portal opened up in the sky. The gigantic green figure came crashing down through it. There was a thunderous crash as Hulk hit the ground, landing with a roar. Hulk sounded as furious as ever. But something had changed. Moments ago, he'd looked ready to tear Wang Yang apart, but now he seemed almost hesitant, wary. After all, free falling from that height was no joke. Captain America, of course, had no idea what had just happened to Hulk. It was rare to see Hulk, who usually charged headlong into any danger, show even a hint of fear. Yet here he was clearly shaken. It was simply unbelievable. Yet Wang Yang took it in stride, as if it were only natural. Even the greatest mage of the 9 realms, when faced with free fall, would be reduced to such a sorry state. Let alone the Hulk, whose only response was mindless rage. After falling again and again, the Hulk lost control of himself and inevitably grew afraid. "All right, tell your friends it was just a misunderstanding. You all carry on with your battle. We have our own fight to attend to," Wang Yang said, gathering Kamar-Taj and the others as they prepared to leave. At that moment, Wang Yang noticed the sky itself seemed to dim. He looked up. A colossal alien warship was bearing down on them, charging forward with unstoppable force. At its front, Thor was darting away at breakneck speed, fleeing for his life. The monstrous warship unleashed blasts of terrifying energy weapons. If not for Thor's quick reflexes, he might have been shot down right then and there. After all, this was no ordinary vessel. It was a Chitauri landing ship, bristling with advanced weaponry. Laser cannons covered its surface, turning it into a veritable engine of war. Though the Avengers were formidable, this landing ship still radiated overwhelming power, its armaments firing relentlessly. Thor attacked as he dodged the barrage, but his movements had lost their usual grace, replaced by a desperate scramble. "That's a Chitauri warship!" Kamar-Taj cried out in alarm at the sight. The massive engine of destruction filled him with a crushing sense of dread. "Hulk, quick! Go smash it!" Captain America called, his face darkening with concern. Hulk, still simmering with frustration from his earlier fall, now found the perfect outlet for his rage. With a roar, he leapt skyward, landing atop a nearby building. His hand closed around a section of concrete, which crumbled like foam in his grip. Then with a mighty leap, he landed on the warship itself. "What a terrifying monster," murmured one of the mages standing behind Wang Yang, unable to hide his awe. The others echoed his sentiment, their voices tinged with amazement. Even Wang Yang nodded in agreement. After all, to the Hulk, steel and concrete were as flimsy as paper. But this was no time to spectate. Wang Yang soon realized that yet another alien warship was heading in their direction. At this point, they were the only ones left standing calmly on the street. Easy targets for the Chitauri, who saw them as enemies. The alien warship opened its maw, unleashing a blinding, destructive light filled with devastating power. "Wang Yang, that Chitauri ship has spotted us," Kamar-Taj called out, his voice tight with anxiety as he stared at the sky. "I know," Wang Yang replied with a resigned nod, his tone heavy with helplessness. The immense battleship unleashed a devastating force, so powerful it could likely obliterate a vast expanse of land. At this very moment, a surge of blue light was gathering within the colossal alien warship, poised to burst forth at any second. Clearly, this was a kind of main cannon, an ultimate weapon. This explained why even the mighty Thor dared not face its fury head-on. If such a force struck, even the Hulk would probably be wounded. Yet in the face of magic, magic held an undeniable advantage. Ring of Ragador. With a clap of both hands, Wang Yang uttered the incantation before them. A shield nearly 2 meters across materialized, runes swirling across its surface, layering together until the shield grew exceptionally thick. Damn, the sorcerers witnessing this couldn't help but show looks of utter shock. Is this really the Ring of Ragador? Even the always refined Kamar-Taj couldn't help but swear aloud. The earlier spells Wang Yang cast, Kamar-Taj could accept. After all, they were advanced magic, But this Ring of Ragador was a spell he thought he knew well. He'd always prided himself on his mastery of the Ring of Ragador, but he'd never imagined it could be wielded like this. To think the Ring of Ragador could be transformed into such a reinforced magical shield, it was such a fundamental spell. There should have been almost no room left for improvement. Yet now, it was as formidable as a city wall a meter thick. Kamar-Taj simply never imagined the Ring of Ragador could be pushed to this level. He felt for a moment, as if all his years of study had been for nothing. It wasn't just the advanced spells he couldn't match. Even with ordinary magic, he was left in the dust. Compared to Kamar-Taj's complicated feelings, the other sorcerers behind him stared on in astonishment. Wow, so this is the Ring of Ragador. Incredible. I had no idea it could be used like this. I've really learned something new. Why is Mage Wang Yang's Ring of Ragador so different from ours? Why can I only make mine the size of a wash basin? The sorcerers buzzed with discussion after witnessing Wang Yang's magic. Kamar-Taj could only smile wryly. Measuring Wang Yang by the standards of ordinary mages was a fundamental mistake. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion ripped through the streets. A brilliant blue beam, like a pillar of light, shot down from the sky, bringing utter destruction in its wake. The beam swept across, engulfing most of the street. Towers crumbled, buildings collapsed, and clouds of dust erupted into the air. Yet on the other side, where Wang Yang and his companion stood, there was no change at all. It was as if that terrifying, annihilating blast had been stopped cold at the threshold, unable to touch them. Kamar-Taj and several other sorcerers stood frozen at the sight, as if they had been turned into statues. They stared at Wang Yang without blinking, utterly transfixed. They simply could not fathom how such a terrifying alien weapon could be blocked entirely by a single shield. The power of that main cannon rivaled the combined might of many sorcerers in Kamar-Taj. Even the Sorcerer Supreme would surely be hard-pressed to withstand such an onslaught. Yet Wang Yang, relying on the Ring of Ragador, had managed to hold back that dreadful force. Although the ring was now covered in cracks, as if it might shatter at any moment, it had indeed held firm against the attack. With a wave of his hand, Wang Yang caused the Ring of Ragador to dissolve into motes of golden light, which vanished into the air. But that was not the end. The Chitauri aboard the alien warship began leaping down one after another, like dumplings dropping into boiling water, swarming to the ground below. They unleashed a relentless barrage of energy weapons in Wang Yang's direction. Wang Yang, seeing this, was not about to let them seize the initiative. He chanted an incantation, and with a swift motion, unleashed a torrent of scarlet chains. The countless chains came alive, writhing through the air to ensnare the descending Chitauri. In a single crushing sweep, they were pulverized and destroyed. At the same time, one of the chains shot high into the sky, lashing out toward the massive alien warship overhead. Compared to the vast hull, the chain seemed almost insignificant. Yet as it coiled around the ship, Wang Yang gave it a sudden fierce tug. The scarlet chain sliced through the colossal vessel as easily as a wire through clay. With a thunderous crack, the warship was cleaved in two, then came crashing down to the earth. Shattered debris flew in every direction. The Chitauri on the ground were crushed beneath the falling wreckage, obliterated by their own ship. The entire block fell silent, the chaos abruptly stilled. The sorcerers who had been standing behind Wang Yang could only gape in shock. Some of them had never set foot on a battlefield before. Witnessing this, their legs gave out, and they collapsed to the ground. Kamar-Taj managed to keep his composure better than the rest. After all, he had once fought in battle himself, and had seen many things, but even for him, Wang Yang's terrifying methods surpassed imagination. On the battlefield, too much mercy could easily put one's own life at risk. Still, he never would have dreamed that the scarlet chains could be wielded in such a manner. And this was a Chitauri warship, built to traverse the cosmos, armored with alloys unknown to Earth, able to withstand weapons of civilizations far more advanced than their own. Yet, even such formidable metal could not stand against the chain. Staring at the incision as smooth as a mirror, Kamar-Taj forced a bitter smile. The sheer strength of Wang Yang, as well as his mastery of magic, was simply beyond his imagination. Kamar-Taj even began to wonder if the Sorcerer Supreme could achieve such a feat, to destroy a warship with such ease. It was truly terrifying in Kamar-Taj's eyes. While Wang Yang might not surpass the Sorcerer Supreme, He surely matched the legendary mages of Kamar-Taj's history. As Kamar marveled at Wang Yang's extraordinary talent, another alien warship swooped through the sky nearby, upon its hull. The Hulk was furiously battering and smashing, yet he still couldn't inflict any real damage. Compared to the movies, these alien vessels were even harder to deal with. Not only were they bristling with formidable firepower, but hordes of Chitauri soldiers surged forth as well. As Thanos' vanguard, there might require no further explanation, and the Chitauri themselves were powerful and armed with advanced technology. Even the Avengers found them a formidable foe at this moment. Even with Thor and the Hulk facing off against the alien warships, they could not bring them down in a short time. Thor, looks like you could use some help. Just then, Iron Man's voice crackled through the comms. Stark, now's not the time for jokes, Thor retorted between ragged breaths, hurling bolts of lightning at the approaching Chitauri and blasting them aside. Yet more Chitauri soldiers rushed forward undeterred. Raising his hammer high, Thor unleashed a torrent of lightning, striking the massive alien warship as it crashed down. Swarms of Chitauri closed in from every direction. Thankfully, Thor's mighty physique kept him standing firm, though if that colossal shadow-casting warship crashed down, even he might be flattened to a pulp. Thunderous explosions erupted all around. Dozens of small missiles detonated directly on the alien warship, drawing its attention away. "No need to thank me, Thor," Stark quipped, zipping past in his Iron Man suit. But even as he spoke, the warship's cannons locked onto him. Before Stark could get far, he was blasted away, crashing into a distant building with a mighty crash. Fortunately, the Iron Man suit's formidable defenses absorbed most of the impact. "Damn it, we have to find a way to take these things down." Stark couldn't help but grumble. Captain America's voice came through the comms. "Watch your language. Looks like another warship is coming in from above. This never ends." Several members of the Avengers couldn't help but let out weary laughs. Just facing a few of these warships has already left them struggling to cope. If more were to arrive, they would all be in serious trouble. Fortunately, though, the Chitauri army isn't pouring into Earth without end. Thor tried to team up with Hulk and take down one of the ships first. Captain America could only give this order. Thor wanted to agree, but after wielding his lightning powers continuously, he had reached his limit. "I need to rest and recover for a bit," he said. Though the Avengers all hoped Thor would keep fighting, they knew they couldn't push him any further. After all, Thor had been their main force since the battle began. The intensity of the fight was taking its toll, and even he couldn't hold out much longer. At one point, he'd managed to seal off the passage in the sky on his own, but that too had drained him. For a moment, despair crept into the hearts of the Avengers. If they couldn't deal with these two massive warships, New York might end up utterly devastated. But what could they do now? At that instant, they all felt a sense of hopelessness. Captain America's gaze turned to Wang Yang. Earlier, Wang Yang had managed to destroy one of the warships. Surely he could handle two as well. Hulk, unlike the other Avengers, wasn't thinking about all this. In a furious rage, he charged at the enormous alien warship, smashing and tearing at it with all his might. And just then, both Tony and Thor caught a sudden flash of golden light before their eyes. Countless golden rays swept out, enveloping the gigantic alien warships. In an instant, Hulk felt the alien warship beneath his feet collapsing. At the very same moment, the other massive alien ship broke apart as well. Thor was left stunned by what he saw. What just happened? It seems like some incredibly concentrated weapon released a surge of energy. Tony's AI, far more capable than human senses, quickly analyzed and captured everything around them. The energy readings just now had shot off the charts. Seeing these numbers, Tony Stark was honestly shocked. He could hardly imagine there existed such a terrifying amount of energy. It was even greater than that of his own arc reactor. His arc reactor, after all, was powerful enough to supply electricity to an entire city. Yet those golden streaks of light had managed to achieve the same, if not more. It was simply unbelievable. "Stark, who did this?" Thor asked, frowning. "No idea. I don't know who could wield such overwhelming power." Stark shook his head. Even with his advanced detection systems, he hadn't caught the change in time. Could it be a secret weapon from SHIELD? Let's go down there. We should be able to see who did this, Thor suggested, his body already exhausted from the fierce battle. All right, Tony nodded, eager himself to find out who was behind it all. They descended from the sky, and soon saw the person standing with Captain America. When Tony Stark saw this young man in monk's robes, he realized he wasn't with S.H.I.L.D. Though Tony was proud, he wasn't foolish. He understood that the power this stranger wielded was likely greater than their own. As for Thor, he naturally showed respect toward those who were strong. No need. Wang Yang shook his head politely. Now that the trouble's taken care of, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be going. He was anxious to lead Kamar and the others to the New York sanctum, still unsure how the battle at Kamar-Taj was unfolding. Yet he figured it wouldn't be too difficult if a few master sorcerers were also there, and the Sorcerer Supreme was surely watching over the situation. In Avengers 4, the Sorcerer Supreme had stood alone atop the New York sanctum, facing the Chitauri invasion. If the Master Sorcerers truly ran into trouble, she would certainly intervene. As for why she hadn't acted yet, Wang Yang could guess the reason. After all, if she could foresee her own death, she would naturally be paying close attention to whether Kamar-Taj masters could handle such a war. Wait. Tony Stark's voice rang out from within his Iron Man suit. How did you do that? How could a human possibly wield such incredible power? Mr. Stark, this is the power of human will. Something beyond your imagination. Wang Yang replied with a faint, knowing smile. He then turned to leave. Wait, Captain America called out. Yes? Wang Yang turned back to look at him. Join the Avengers, Captain America exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. With power like yours, you could help us protect the Earth. The recent battle had made the Avengers painfully aware of their own limitations, and the prospect of Wang Yang joining them was a great hope for their strength. I'm sorry, everyone, but I'm not quite that noble, Wang Yang said with a gentle refusal. He had no desire to become an Avenger. Besides, you'd better hurry and catch Loki and shut down the portal. The Chitauri still have their mothership waiting behind. With those words, Wang Yang gathered Kamar and the others and strode away. The Avengers left in his wake looked deeply troubled by what he'd said. If they struggled so much with just one landing ship, what would they do if the mothership arrived? At that moment, Wang Yang had no time to spare for the Avengers. He hurried with Kamar and the others to the New York sanctum. The sanctum surveillance wards were already activated, a formidable magical array powered by the energy of the entire planet, the crowning achievement of the Sorcerer Supreme's wisdom. With the array active, spatial fluctuations were severely restricted. Not even portals could be opened. This was also the reason Kamar's teleportation had gone astray along the way. Wang Yang could rely only on his formidable strength to obliterate the Chitauri warriors blocking his path, carving out a bloody path through the chaos. The sorcerers following behind him were already somewhat stunned by what they witnessed. Yet, with Wang Yang's protection, they quickly reached the New York sanctum. Through the sanctum, they entered the mirror dimension. Wang Yang, you're finally back. As soon as Wang saw him return, he hurried forward to greet him. Earlier, they had noticed that Master Kamar had fallen behind, which was why Wang Yang had gone to provide support. Now, however, Wang looked weary. There were stains of blood on his monk's robe, hinting that he'd been wounded, clearly, even within the mirror dimension. Their main battlefield, the fight was anything but easy. Sorry, I ran into a bit of trouble on the way, but I've brought back Master Kamar and the others, Wang Yang said respectfully. You've worked hard. Wang praised, patting Wang Yang's shoulder in appreciation. If most of their forces hadn't already been tied up in battle, Wang would never have sent Wang Yang into the turmoil of New York. After all, if anything happened to him, it would be a significant loss for Kamar-Taj. Bringing back Kamar and the others was already an impressive feat, but Wang Yang, I'm afraid I must ask more of you. It's time to join the front lines together, Wang said with a frown. It's my duty, Wang Yang replied with a resolute nod. They stepped into the mirror dimension, where they could wield their magic freely. With a swift gesture, they opened a portal leading straight to the front lines. The sorcerers of Kamar-Taj played a pivotal role in this battle. Without them, the sheer numbers of Chitauri and the unprecedented destruction wreaked by their aircraft would have been unimaginable. At this moment, the sky was swarming with Chitauri ships, while the ground was littered with fallen bodies. Brilliant streams of magic intertwined above, clashing with flashes from the Chitauri's laser weapons. Though this was the mirror dimension, it felt no different from the world outside. Wang Yang appeared at the front lines of the battlefield. In front of him, 7 or 8 alien warships hovered menacingly in the air, their maws gaping open as blue light began to gather at their cores. With a deep, resonant hum, beams of energy erupted forth, surging toward the assembled sorcerers. Defend! A master sorcerer shouted. In an instant, dozens of mages conjured a shimmering magical shield, bracing themselves against the oncoming barrage. A thunderous roar echoed as powerful shockwaves spread in every direction. Wang Yang's arrival went unnoticed amid the chaos. In that instant, countless Chitauri crafts swept in from the skies. The Chitauri weren't fools. They had also realized that while these magical shields were powerful, the mages who wielded them lost the ability to use other spells at the same time. In short, this was the moment when the mages were most vulnerable. The easiest to kill and rob of their fighting power. Wang Yang leapt into the air. Within the mirror dimension, buildings of arcane energy rose from the ground, lifting him upward toward the sky. But as soon as they saw Wang Yang's move, some of the mages' faces turned pale with shock. Are you out of your mind? The Chitauri will focus all their fire on you up there. Wang Yang ignored their shouts. In the face of the Chitauri warship's assault, their flying machines could unleash even greater firepower, and they could seize the chance to hit and wound the mages. Without a word, Wang Yang sprang into action. Scarlet chains, with a flick of his left hand, a crimson magical chain shot out, lashing around a Chitauri flyer. With another sharp motion, Wang Yang yanked the machine toward him. The sword of the Vishani. Flames danced in his right hand as he brought the blade down, cleaving the flyer cleanly in two. The Chitauri riding aboard were also sliced in half, struck down without mercy. He didn't pause. The scarlet chain split and multiplied, dragging several nearby flying machines straight to him. Under the power of the sword of the Vishani, they were torn apart in an instant. Even the Chitauri's formidable alloys couldn't withstand the might of the sword of the Vishanti in Wang Yang's grasp. Other mages lacking such potent high-level magic could only scratch the enemy at best. Within moments, Wang Yang had wiped out more than a dozen flyers. Yet on the chaotic battlefield, this was still far from decisive. Aside from a few sharp-eyed mages, most people didn't notice what had happened. As a mage who had mastered advanced spells, Wang Yang knew he couldn't just stand by. All he could do was try to slay as many Chitauri and bring down as many of their machines as possible. Countless Chitauri bodies and flyers tumbled from the sky, falling like insects sprayed with poison. Many mages suddenly felt the pressure on them lighten. One by one, they looked up at Wang Yang, standing upon the magical sigil in the sky. In that moment, awe filled the hearts of the mages below. They had always believed the sky above was a death trap, a zone where any mage would be instantly targeted and obliterated. Yet here was a mage who moved through the air with ease, felling enemy after enemy. And who would have thought the scarlet chains and the sword of the Vishani could be wielded together this way? The scarlet chains to pull, the sword of the Vishani to strike a fatal blow. The Chitauri barely had time to react. Never had they imagined magic could be used like this. Not just them, but even the archmages watching the battle were utterly stunned. Hammer was so shocked he nearly spat out the water he had just drunk. This kid's a genius. I never thought magic could be used like this, Hammer exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. Hammer, didn't you teach him magic as well? Didn't you know? The archmage standing nearby glanced sidelong at Hammer, suspecting that Hammer was just feigning ignorance. Clearly, he had taught these spells as well. Was this just an excuse to show off his own disciple? Hammer couldn't help but open his mouth in astonishment. It was true that he had taught Wang Yang those spells, but he had never imagined they could be wielded in such a way. More than that, what truly amazed him was how effortlessly Wang Yang cast them, as if the magic was an extension of his own will. Utterly beyond belief. Even Wang himself couldn't help but exclaim, he might be the most gifted sorcerer Kamar-Taj has ever seen. The other archmages all nodded in emphatic agreement with Wang Yang's arrival. The entire battlefield may well be transformed, someone remarked, at the speed Wang Yang was taking. Action. The Chitauri's flying machines stood little chance. They were dispatched with ease, and even the alien warships couldn't withstand his attacks. For a moment, the battlefield fell quiet, an uneasy calm settling over the scene. Victory was achieved in a short time, but none of the sorcerers present felt any joy. After all, despite fighting for so long, their efforts paled in comparison to what one person had accomplished in mere moments. And within such overwhelming magic, It seemed as if there was no end in sight. Some even began to wonder if the Sorcerer Supreme herself could compare to such power. Yet, as their doubts lingered, swarms of Chitauri once again filled the skies. Clearly, the enemy had sent another wave. The sorcerers braced themselves once more, but thanks to Wang Yang's single-handed destruction of so many enemies, far fewer Chitauri managed to enter the mirror dimension. Even so, the remaining forces weren't too difficult for the sorcerers to handle. Wang Yang frowned. At this rate, the cycle would never end. Instead of dealing with more Chitauri, he sought out the archmages who commanded the battlefield. These archmages usually intervened only when the sorcerers were overwhelmed, which was the most effective strategy. "Archmage, this can't go on," Wang Yang said, his brow furrowed. Normally, these archmages would hold themselves with an air of absolute pride before ordinary sorcerers, but in Wang Yang's presence they couldn't help but lower their heads a little. They knew they could never do what Wang Yang had done, wiping out so many Chitauri in an instant. "Archmage, what's wrong with you all?" Wang Yang asked, frowning as he noticed their silence. "Nothing at all," Wang replied, clearing his throat and forcing a wry smile. At first, he had thought that if Wang Yang could simply bring back Kamar-Taj and the others, that would already be impressive enough. Never had he expected this young man to reshape the entire front line. And now, seeing Wang Yang's calm expression, he couldn't help but wonder, did this young man not realize how terrifying it was for one person to defeat so many Chitauri alone? Still, as a seasoned sorcerer, Wang managed to keep his composure. With a grave expression, he spoke. "Wang Yang, what is it you wish to say?" "Archmage, the Avengers alone aren't enough. We must find a way to shut down the Chitauri portal. If we can't close that gateway, even more Chitauri will pour into Earth. They might even bring in their mothership." The Chitauri mothership was armed with countless alien warships and devastating weapons. For the Guardians of the Galaxy, who had witnessed far greater alien armadas, this was nothing new. But for Earth, it was a crushing and overwhelming threat. Only by closing the portal could they resolve the problem once and for all. "We've tried, but it's impossible. The portal generator is surrounded by a powerful energy barrier. Our attacks can't penetrate it." Wang frowned and shook his head. The portal was the crux of the entire battle. If they could close it, the Chitauri would be barred from entry. Unfortunately, it was beyond their power. As sorcerers, they understood how to destroy such a gateway, but the portal was enveloped by an energy field. Against this overwhelming force, all their magic was rendered useless. There was simply no way to destroy it, no way to seal the portal. The archmages exchanged helpless glances. They wished dearly to end the war, but their hands were tied. Wang Yang understood the real reason. The portal was powered by the Space Stone, and the energy shielding it came from the same source. Such a defense could only be broken by another Infinity Stone. "We have to find Loki and get hold of his scepter. The Mind Scepter can break through the shield around the portal generator," Wang Yang declared, urgency in his voice. "So, all right, we need to find Loki and seize the scepter as quickly as possible," Wang replied without hesitation. No matter where Wang Yang had gotten his information, this could be the key to turning the tide of the war. Atop Star Tower, a deafening explosion rocked the rooftop as Hawkeye's arrow sent Loki flying, crashing him deep into the tower's interior. Thor charged forward, wielding Mjolnir, and shouted, "Loki, surrender now." "Surrender? You're far too naive," Loki retorted, gripping the scepter tightly. "I am Loki, the greatest sorcerer of the 9 realms." He remained as arrogant as ever, just as he had when he first set foot on Earth. Suddenly, the Hulk let out a thunderous roar and barreled straight at him. The entire building trembled with each of Hulk's strides, and he swung a massive fist toward Loki. But Loki showed no concern for Hulk's enormous, hammer-like fists. A confident smile lingered on his face. Just as Hulk's massive fist came crashing down on Loki, a sudden flash of light flared. Hulk's punch passed straight through him. Loki vanished from where he stood, leaving Hulk's blow to strike nothing but air. As a sorcerer, Loki was never easy prey for brute force alone. Unless he chose to stand his ground, attacks like Hulk's rarely ever landed. "You foolish brute." Loki reappeared elsewhere, a sneer of disdain on his face. "Loki, hand over the scepter. You can't run anymore." Thor glared at Loki, his voice brimming with fury. "Can't run, you say?" Loki scoffed, his figure blurring as he suddenly appeared by the window. "You think you can capture me?" Thor seethed, tightening his grip on Mjolnir until his knuckles whitened. "Loki, in terms of sheer strength, Loki could never rival Thor. But with his mastery of magic, he could easily toy with him. After such a prolonged battle, Thor was already drained, his power nearly spent. Compared to his weary brother and the raging giant, Loki was still fresh and unburdened. He saw no reason to hurry his escape. So the Avengers? Yes, you've caused me quite a bit of trouble, Loki declared, a mocking smile playing on his lips, but now you're nothing more than a spent force. While I remain at my full strength, my army is still pouring in. And what power do you have left to defy me? After today, the Avengers will be nothing but a relic of the past. And Earth will fall to the Chitauri. By then I, Loki, shall claim the throne of Asgard. A feverish light burned in Loki's eyes. His desire for control was overwhelming. With a guttural roar, Hulk charged Loki once again. As Hulk barreled toward him, Loki looked on with contempt. You're nothing more than a beast. If I could control you once, I can do it again. A wicked, confident grin curled Loki's lips as his scepter glowed with power. But in that instant, he suddenly realized his magic wouldn't answer his call. At the same moment, Hulk's fist came crashing down. With a thunderous crash, Loki was sent hurtling into the wall, the impact embedding him deep into the plaster. For a moment, it seemed as though time stood still. Not only Loki, but even Thor was left utterly stunned with Loki's sorcery, even if he couldn't seize control of Hulk. Evading such a blow should have been effortless, but now, elsewhere within the mirror dimension, Wang Yang and several other master sorcerers watched the scene unfold. Wang Yang, you never cease to amaze, said Wang, gazing at the silvery thread in Wang Yang's hand that bound Loki. You picked up the anti-magic binding technique so quickly, and to wield it with such power, truly remarkable, because his own magic was nearly depleted, and he couldn't restrain Loki himself. Wang had no choice but to give Wang Yang a crash course in the spell. Wang Yang not only mastered the technique again with ease, but also managed to restrain Loki successfully, all thanks to the Archmage's excellent guidance. Wang Yang replied with a modest smile. By now, Loki had already tumbled from the wall and was sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Loki's magic was exceptionally powerful. In all of Asgard, the only one who could rival the might of the god King Odin was Odin himself, an unrivaled force who kept the 9 realms in check. Yet, very few knew the true identity of Odin's wife. Frigga was in fact the leader of the Vanir, a powerful clan. Years ago, she had led her people in battle against Odin and matched him blow for blow, if not for Odin's overwhelming strength and Frigga's unwillingness to see her kin suffer. She would never have married him, nor become the queen standing quietly behind him. But it was undeniable. When it came to magic, not even Odin could surpass her. She was the foremost sorcerer of Asgard and treated Loki with great kindness, imparting nearly all her magical knowledge to him. That was why Loki's prowess in magic far exceeded that of Thor. Coupled with the fact that Loki was innately gifted as a frost giant, his talents were immense. In the realm of magic, he was second only to Odin and Frigga themselves. The Avengers might possess great strength, but when faced with magic, even something as simple as an invisibility spell, they would find themselves completely at a loss, all the more so now, when the Avengers were still recovering from a fierce battle. They were hardly a match for Loki, if Wang Yang and the others hadn't intervened in time. Loki would never have been taken down so easily. Inside the mirror dimension, Wang Yang and the other archmages watched as Loki emerged unscathed, their faces grave with concern. Loki was nowhere near as weak as he was portrayed in the movies. Wang Yang, get ready. One of the archmages said quietly, let's see what else he has up his sleeve. We're hidden here with the advantage, so we can't afford to be discovered. Yes, Archmage. Wang Yang nodded in agreement. Loki slowly rose to his feet, his face twisted with rage. I am a god, and you are but a feeble mortal, he thundered. If you're so eager to die, allow me to oblige you. Furious beyond measure, Loki's scepter flashed in his right hand before vanishing. At the same time, he flung out his arms, conjuring 2 magical blades. These weapons, forged from URU metal, were among the hardest and sharpest in existence. In a blur, Loki appeared directly behind the Hulk. Not even the Hulk could withstand these blades, but Hulk's eyes darted, and with a swift motion, he grabbed Loki's ankle. Loki stared in disbelief. He had used magic, so how could a brute like the Hulk possibly detect him so easily? It was utterly inconceivable. Before Loki could react, the Hulk hoisted him up and slammed him forcefully into the ground. The floor cracked and shattered with each thunderous impact, leaving countless craters. What a pathetic god! The Hulk sneered, tossing Loki aside on the ground. Inside the mirrored space, Wang Yang and several archmages all breathed a sigh of relief. Asgardian magic is different from ours, but thankfully Loki isn't too powerful yet. Otherwise, things could have gotten a lot more complicated. You did well this time, Wang Yang. Wang nodded in approval. Given Loki's tricks, he and the other archmages have been on guard. Without Wang Yang's help, they might not have been able to hold Loki off so easily. You flatter me, Archmage. I did nothing more than a small favor. Just like Master Hammer's Eye of Truth that reveals the hidden, I alone could never have stopped Loki. All right, enough with the modesty. Wang rolled his eyes. Wang Yang's talent was truly astonishing. He could master new spells almost effortlessly. If he kept being so humble, it made the rest of them look rather ordinary by comparison. Meanwhile, Loki was feeling utterly aggrieved. He lay on the ground, questioning everything. He had clearly cast his magic just now, yet it had been completely ineffective. Doubt gnawed at him. What was going on? Why had his magic failed? He simply couldn't make sense of it. Asgardian magic was supposed to be unbreakable by mortals. Could there really be someone on Earth as powerful as his father or mother? A whirlwind of questions filled Loki's mind, but Thor had no time to spare for him. The scepter. Where is it? At that moment, Natasha dropped down from the roof. Thor was searching everywhere. Wang Yang revealed the scepter. Wang said, glancing at Wang Yang, "You'll never get your hands on the scepter again." Loki spat out angrily. Just then the scepter materialized beside him. "It's here." Natasha closed the portal. Thor tossed the scepter to Natasha and turned to stare at Loki. In truth, there was no need to watch Loki now. Confusion and disbelief were written all over his face. "Got it." Natasha caught the scepter and rushed to the rooftop to destroy the teleportation device. At the same time, Captain America and Iron Man were still fighting the Chitauri on the streets and in the sky. A message crackled in their earpieces from Natasha. "I think I can destroy the portal now." At those words, both of them relaxed a little, but just then, the sky above the portal swarmed with countless Chitauri, crowding in. "We can't let any more of them onto Earth," Captain America said gravely at the sight. Their faces were tense, exhaustion was setting in, and they were nearing their limits. But just as the Chitauri entered their line of sight, more than half of them suddenly vanished without a trace. "Is this a miracle?" Natasha stared at the scene before her, visibly shocked, but just then a golden portal shimmered open on the rooftop, and Wang Yang stepped out with several master sorcerers following behind. "This isn't a miracle. It's magic, miss." "Natasha, please close the portal. Leave these Chitauri to us," Wang Yang said calmly. "All right," Natasha nodded. Although this man wasn't a member of the Avengers, it was clear he stood on their side. There was no reason to refuse his help. At that moment, Wang Yang and the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj stood guard nearby, ready to fend off any Chitauri who tried to attack, though the sorcerers might not be anything special back at Kamar-Taj, especially when compared to the Sorcerer Supreme. In this battle, their power was immense, at least on par with the Hulk. With glowing shields in one hand and magical weapons in the other, they conjured spells with effortless grace. Any Chitauri who tried to stop them from closing the portal were no match at all. Down below, and in the skies above, the colossal alien warships unleashed wave after wave of Chitauri in a final desperate assault. The Chitauri might have been fearless, but the gap in strength was insurmountable. Wang Yang wielded a shield and magic chains in one hand, and the holy sword of the Vishani in the other, cutting down Chitauri with ease. Time and again, alien soldiers were sliced in half, tumbling from the sky. While things went smoothly here, the battle on the ground was a different story. The defenders were being pushed back step by step. Tony Stark's energy reserves were running dangerously low, forcing him to conserve power. Catching a glimpse of Wang Yang and the Kamar-Taj sorcerers shielding Natasha, Tony couldn't help but gape in astonishment. "Who are you people?" he exclaimed, his voice tinged with awe. "You're absolutely incredible." He didn't know about Kamar-Taj, but it was clear this was no ordinary group. Could an organization really be this powerful? Especially that young man. Even Iron Man was amazed by Wang Yang's overwhelming strength. Truth be told, the other master sorcerers felt the same way, though they'd never admit it out loud. Wang, maintaining his dignity, put on an enigmatic expression and replied loftily, "His name is Wang Yang. Back where we come from, he's barely an apprentice." Tony Stark drew in a sharp breath. Just an apprentice? And already this formidable? How strong must the others be? Clearly, Earth harbored many hidden powers. Hurry and close. "The portal," Wang Yang urged, knowing that for all their power, the sorcerers were still flesh and blood. Once their magic was depleted, they wouldn't hold out for long against the Chitauri weight. Just then Tony Stark called out, stopping them. "What's going on?" Captain America's voice crackled over the intercom as he heard Tony's words. "They've launched a nuclear missile. We only have 2 minutes left." "What?" The others were all stunned by the news. "I've just thought of a brilliant idea," Tony Stark said with a grin. "Let me handle it. It's too dangerous for you." Wang Yang replied with a smile, already knowing what Tony intended to do. He remembered how last time Tony had nearly lost his life sending a nuke into space. It would be better if he took the risk instead. "Are you sure you can do it?" Tony asked in surprise. "Don't worry. If he says he can handle it, he must have a way," Wang Yi said seriously. With that, Wang Yang drew a glowing circle in the air before him. A shimmering portal materialized. As Wang Yang traced the circle, a portal appeared. At his fingertips, he stepped forward and walked right through. At the edge of New York City, Wang Yang emerged from the portal just as a nuclear missile came hurtling toward him, slicing through the air with a terrifying roar. In the movie, Iron Man had dragged the missile into the portal himself, carrying it into outer space and destroying the Chitauri mothership. Though he'd barely escaped with his life, Wang Yang simply intended to do his part. Raising his hand, he drew another glowing circle. A new portal opened up directly in front of the missile. With a whoosh, the missile vanished into the swirling gateway. In the next moment, Wang Yang reappeared atop Stark Tower. How did it go? Everyone turned their anxious eyes to Wang Yang. If that missile had detonated, even superheroes might not have survived the blast. The missile's gone. Before Wang Yang could answer, Tony Stark exclaimed in disbelief. Jarvis had already detected that the nuclear missile had disappeared. "Good. Shut down the portal," Captain America called out, prompting Black Widow to quickly move in and close the gateway. "Wait, I have a special gift for the Chitauri," Wang Yang said, tracing another arc in the air. Everyone watched as a portal appeared in front of the gateway. A split second later, a nuclear missile shot out from the portal at incredible speed, plunging straight into the Chitauri's passageway. Then, boom! A blinding flash erupted, lighting up the New York sky through the portal. Wang Yang turned to Black Widow. "Miss Natasha, you can close the portal." "Now, got it." Black Widow plunged Loki's scepter into the shield generator. Crack! The portal device malfunctioned with a jolt. In an instant, the blue glow atop Stark Tower vanished, and everything fell silent and still. With their mothership destroyed, the Chitauri left on Earth collapsed where they stood lifeless. As if their power had been cut off, Captain America let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you." Tony Stark glanced at Wang Yang and couldn't help but remark with a sigh, "No need." Wang Yang shook his head and continued, "You can handle the aftermath yourselves. We're leaving now." With that, he turned to look at the other archmages. They nodded in agreement. Without waiting for Tony Stark and the others to try to persuade them to stay, Wang Yang and the archmages stepped into the portal and vanished from sight. The great battle had come to an end. The many wounded sorcerers of Kamar-Taj received healing for their injuries. Wang Yang and his companions also returned to the New York Sanctum. The New York Sanctum, the London Sanctum, and the Hong Kong Sanctum. Each sanctum was directly connected to Kamar-Taj. As most of the sorcerers returned to Kamar-Taj, a solitary figure suddenly emerged. This person wore her hair in a simple bun and was dressed in a wizard's robe. She seemed unremarkable at first glance, but if you gaze into her eyes, you would see depths of wisdom and profound understanding. She strolled through the sanctum with effortless grace, as if taking a leisurely walk in a garden. "Master Sorcerer, you've returned." Mordo greeted her, as though he had long anticipated her arrival and had been waiting. "Mordo, you did well this time," the Ancient One said with clear satisfaction. Though she had not taken part in the battle herself, she had watched over the entire conflict from beginning to end. For such a fierce battle to take place, and for Kamar-Taj to function so well without her direct command, filled her with pride. In particular, several of the archmages had ensured that the sorcerers suffered minimal casualties, showing that their leadership was sound. "I only made a humble contribution," Mordo replied modestly. It was mainly thanks to our archmages. There's no need for such humility, Mordo, the Ancient One replied with a smile. Oh, and Master Sorcerer, there was actually a young man who played a decisive role in our victory this time. If you were to meet him, I think you'd be quite impressed. He's even more remarkable than Cass. Mordo began to mention Caecilius by reflex, then quickly stopped himself. After all, Caecilius' betrayal was still a sore subject for the Ancient One. I know about that young man, the Ancient One said. Unconcerned, Caecilius' betrayal had simply paved the way for Doctor Strange, and it was something that was meant to happen, but I am curious. What do you think of him? She asked, leaving her opinion open. Master Sorcerer, I believe the boy is a genius. No, to be more precise, he's a prodigy. Mordo replied after a moment's thought. The Ancient One looked at Mordo with a hint of surprise. Mordo was her disciple, despite his seemingly earnest and dependable demeanor. Like that of a kindly elder, he was also proud and ambitious when it came to the mystic arts. Of course, that pride was now well hidden beneath the surface. Ordinary people simply have no way of earning his recognition. Yet now he was actually willing to acknowledge a youngster. She herself had already seen that boy before, but as for his true talent, judging by the magic he displayed, he seemed to be just a clever lad. Supreme Sorcerer, would you like to meet him? Mordo noticed the look on the Ancient One's face and made the suggestion. A genius like this should indeed be taught by the Supreme Sorcerer. The Ancient One nodded. Let's return to Kamar-Taj first. Back at Kamar-Taj. After the mages had time to recover, Kamar-Taj once again buzzed with its usual lively energy. Some of the more seriously injured mages were still recuperating there. Many people, upon seeing Wang Yang, couldn't help but gather around him. During that fierce battle, his importance had been undeniable. He had practically laid the foundation for their victory. Without him, the mages would have suffered even heavier casualties. But faced with such a scene, Wang Yang could only offer a wry smile. After all, every time he set foot outside, if any mage spotted him, he'd immediately be surrounded. It had even gotten to the point where he now had to be extra cautious just to find peace to study magic. Master Wang Yang, are you interested in sparring with me today? Master Wang Yang, we're holding a mage exchange gathering in a few days. Would you like to join us? Master Wang Yang, could you give me some guidance on my magic? I'm struggling with a few things. To these fellow mages, Wang Yang could only respond with polite smiles, and that wasn't all. He often overheard people whispering about him behind his back. That's Master Wang Yang, right? I heard that on the battlefield, with a single wave of his hand, he destroyed hundreds of Chitauri flyers. Oh, that's nothing. I heard he wiped out tens of thousands of Chitauri with just a raise of his arm. That's still not the most incredible part. I heard Master Wang Yang has already mastered forbidden magic. Its power is unmatched. Even the grandmasters can't compare. Seems you don't know the latest. Rumor has it the Supreme Sorcerer is teaching Master Wang Yang personally. That's why the Supreme Sorcerer didn't show up this time. She wanted to test him. Hearing all this, Wang Yang couldn't help but smile helplessly. At this rate, people were making him out to be some invincible being unmatched in heaven or on earth. Wang Yang. As a token of gratitude, should I dance for everyone? Though Wang Yang had long known how rumors could take on a life of their own, he never expected them to become so wildly exaggerated. At this rate, people might soon expect him to replace the Supreme Sorcerer. Wang Yang felt a bit exasperated. He didn't enjoy this kind of attention. He much preferred to keep a low profile and quietly study magic at Kamar-Taj. But after such a great battle, there was little he could do besides. Wang Yang was still so young that, even with his outstanding power, it was hard for others to sense any real authority from him. Many of the younger mages hoped to get a chance to interact with him. After all, who wouldn't want to befriend a mage with limitless potential? Of course, most mages wouldn't go out of their way to disturb someone. At most, they'd just greet him in passing. Still, even this much attention was starting to wear on him. It seems keeping a low profile really is best. Fame is nothing but trouble, Wang Yang muttered gloomily. For now, the only thing he could do was hurry back to his room and bury himself in magical studies. That was far preferable to listening to everyone's endless gossip. Just as he was about to begin his practice there, came a knock at the door. 3 crisp raps, echoing in the quiet. Wang Yang considered pretending he wasn't in, but after a moment's hesitation, he sighed, got up, and opened the door. Standing outside was a mage who looked to be in his late 20s or early 30s. If you're here to invite me somewhere, or want me to teach you, I'm afraid I can't help, Wang Yang said with a wry smile. Mage Wang Yang, how did you know the Sorcerer Supreme was asking for you? As expected of you. You're the one who wiped out over 1,000,000 Chitauri on the battlefield in a single instant. The mage was clearly awed. Wang Yang was taken aback. Not by the ever-growing rumors about him, but by the fact that the Sorcerer Supreme herself wanted to see him. The Sorcerer Supreme wants to see me, Wang Yang asked, surprised. He'd known the Sorcerer Supreme had been present during the Great Battle, but being summoned was still unexpected. That's right, she's waiting for you in the courtyard. You should go quickly. The mage couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Surely Wang Yang was destined to be the next Sorcerer Supreme. Wang Yang, of course, had no idea what the mage was thinking. Even if he had, there was little he could do about it. He quickly thanked the messenger and set off toward the courtyard. Truthfully, the prospect of meeting such a legendary figure filled him with excitement. She was one of the most powerful beings on Earth. Not only a master of the magical arts, but someone who transcended the ordinary in every way. Wang Yang soon arrived at the courtyard. There he saw a bald woman quietly brewing tea. At first glance, Wang Yang noticed nothing remarkable about her. She seemed entirely unassuming. But then it struck him. The Sorcerer Supreme was surely far more powerful than she appeared. This must be the legendary return to simplicity, a mastery so profound that it seemed ordinary. That he hadn't sensed it at first was almost unbelievable. With a mix of respect and excitement, Wang Yang stepped forward and bowed deeply. Greetings, Sorcerer Supreme. No need for ceremony. Please sit. The Ancient One replied warmly. Wang Yang nodded and took a seat nearby. I've heard from Mordo and others that you're quite the genius, the Ancient One said, her lips curling into a gentle smile as she regarded Wang Yang. It's nothing but exaggerated praise from the archmages. I'm just an ordinary mage, Wang Yang said modestly. Compared to the Supreme Sorcerer, his own talent, no matter how remarkable, had its limits. The Ancient One nodded in satisfaction at Wang Yang's humble attitude. Very good. Just as they said. You are indeed modest. Seeing the Ancient One's gracious manner, Wang Yang gradually relaxed. Then, much like a teacher testing a student, the Ancient One began to ask Wang Yang questions about magic. Wang Yang answered almost every question with ease and confidence. Excellent, excellent. Wang Yang, your grasp of the fundamentals of magic is even firmer than I expected, the Ancient One praised with a smile and a nod. For someone your age, that's truly impressive. In truth, the Ancient One couldn't help but feel a ripple of surprise at her heart. This was already outstanding. Exceptional, even. Many archmages might not have such a solid foundation as this young man. You flatter me, Supreme. Sorcerer Wang Yang replied humbly. I've only followed the advice of the archmages. One must have a solid foundation to build tall towers. The Ancient One shook her head with a gentle smile. Well, since your fundamentals are so strong, why don't you show me your magic in practice? Let me see for myself, of course, Supreme Sorcerer. Wang Yang nodded, then stood up and moved to the side. He began to chant softly under his breath. In his hand, a long, flaming sword gradually materialized, a radiant crimson blade. It was the sacred sword of Vishani. Though the Ancient One had seen this spell before, it had always been from a distance amid the chaos of battle. Now, witnessing it up close, she found herself genuinely astonished by Wang Yang's magical skill. The runes were stable and perfectly arranged, the rules of magic were clear, and the magical energy radiated with formidable strength. This was no spell that an ordinary young mage could master. Even a seasoned archmage might only achieve this level after years of practice. The Ancient One felt a surge of delight. This young man was even more outstanding than she had imagined, perhaps even surpassing Strange when she first met him. She doubted that Stephen Strange could master such an advanced spell within a few short months, let alone display such brilliance in battle as Wang Yang had. Such talent might be beyond even Strange's reach. Yet she couldn't help but wonder, where had Wang Yang come from? She, after all, could use the time stone to observe countless possibilities, but a single small change could alter everything. Perhaps it wasn't so strange that she hadn't foreseen his arrival. In the end, it was simply the appearance of a genius, one just a bit more remarkable than the rest. Still, for Kamar-Taj, this was undoubtedly a blessing. But as her thoughts turned to Caecilius, the Ancient One fell silent for a moment and brought her hands together before her chest. The eye of Agamotto slowly opened, and the time stone within began to radiate its light. A strange brilliance soon enveloped the artifact. The Ancient One immersed herself in its glow, delving into Wang Yang's future, yet in the very next moment, the light of the eye of Agamotto dimmed, and a peculiar expression crossed the Sorcerer Supreme's face. Is it truly impossible to see? How can that be? She murmured. She knew that anyone's fate could take countless paths, but Wang Yang before her seemed not to belong to this world at all. The rules of this universe simply could not unveil his future. Since becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, nothing like this had ever occurred within Kamar-Taj. Almost no one could escape the gaze of the eye of Agamotto. But now, Wang Yang stood before her as an anomaly. Still, as long as such a person did not stray down the wrong path, it would not be a bad thing for Kamar-Taj. Wang Yang, your talent is exceptional. From this moment on, I will be your teacher, the Ancient One declared. Thank you, Sorcerer Supreme. Wang Yang replied respectfully. Come with me, the Ancient One said, setting down her teacup and rising to walk toward a nearby training ground. I know Caecilius has approached you, hasn't he? She asked, pausing to look at Wang Yang. Yes, Wang Yang answered truthfully. With the Ancient One wielding the time stone, nothing about him could be truly hidden. Rather than wait for her to expose it, he chose to admit it himself. The fact that you did not leave with him proves your loyalty to Kamar-Taj. Coupled with your recent accomplishments, I am willing to teach you the highest forms of magic, the Ancient One said. Wang Yang had expected her to hesitate, perhaps to withhold the most powerful spells out of caution, especially after Caecilius' betrayal. But to his surprise, the Ancient One did not hesitate at all. She was prepared to teach him the pinnacle of sorcery. His heart surged with excitement. The first spell I will teach you, she announced, is the Shield of Seraphim. At these words, Wang Yang's eyes lit up. So it was this. Renowned as one of Kamar-Taj's most powerful magical arts, the Shield of Seraphim. He had long wished to learn it, but had never had the opportunity. Thank you for your guidance, Sorcerer Supreme. No need for thanks. Watch closely, observe, and comprehend deeply. If there's anything you do not understand, just ask, the Ancient One replied with a wave of her hand. Then began to explain the incantation. As she spoke, she demonstrated the spell. With a subtle movement of her hands, countless magical runes began to coalesce. A massive golden shield materialized before her, its surface shimmering as it was wrapped in layer upon layer of golden sigils. A formidable aura of protection filled the air. A clear, chiming sound seemed to echo in Wang Yang's mind. Detected magical talent shard. Shield of Seraphim. Would you like to fuse it? Fuse. As the magical talent merged within him, a flood of arcane knowledge surged through Wang Yang's mind. Light flickered in his eyes as he quickly integrated this newfound understanding with his own, pushing his grasp of magic to an even higher level. The Ancient One noticed Wang Yang watching intently as she cast her spell, and nodded with satisfaction. With a graceful wave of her hand, the Seraphim shield dissolved, scattering into countless points of golden light. She turned to Wang Yang and said, There, I've demonstrated the Seraphim shield for you. Now it's up to you to see how far you could take it. Wang Yang nodded with utmost seriousness. Understood. If there's anything you don't understand, now's the time to ask, the Ancient One added, nodding approvingly. It was rare to see such dedication to learning magic, especially from someone with Wang Yang's extraordinary talent. I'd like to try and see if I can cast the Seraphim shield myself, Wang Yang said after a moment of thought. Go ahead and give it a try, the Ancient One encouraged. After all, only through attempting it would he discover where his understanding fell short and what challenges remained. Wang Yang stepped forward, following the method he had just witnessed. Powerful magic began to gather between his hands. As he chanted the incantation, a multitude of arcane runes materialized in the air. Soon, a shimmering golden shield formed before him, expanding outward in a flash to envelop him completely. The Ancient One was not surprised to see Wang Yang conjure the magical shield. Up to that point, its formation was similar to simpler shields, only larger. However, the way he spread the shield to fully enclose himself was a feat few could accomplish, and Wang Yang did it with ease. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. She had long recognized his genius, but seeing Wang Yang wield such magic so effortlessly was still beyond belief. Was this the true mark of a prodigy? Moreover, the magic he conjured felt distinctly different. Almost as if it were alive, Wang Yang was unlike any other gifted student she had taught. Others, no matter how talented, needed time to master new spells. but Wang Yang seemed to learn them instantly, which was truly incredible, even strange. The most brilliant prodigy she had ever encountered might not be able to achieve this, a chime sounded in Wang Yang's mind. Ding! The fusion of magical talent is overwhelmingly powerful. Magic advancement triggered. Advance to the next tier? The ranks of magic were never set in stone. There's a saying. The stronger the mage, the greater the magic they wield. Undoubtedly, when magic itself advances to a higher tier, its power multiplies, yes. Wang Yang responded. The chance to elevate his magic was a rare opportunity, one he would never let slip by, as Wang Yang confirmed the upgrade to his magic. The entire spell underwent a transformation. Crimson patterns began to gather, coalescing in the air upon the magical shield. 3 pairs of angelic wings unfurled, enveloping it in their radiant embrace. An overwhelmingly powerful magical aura radiated from within, surging outward. Wang Yang could distinctly sense that the seraphim shield he cast had become several times stronger than before. If at first it could only withstand the assault of a Chitauri landing ship, now even the mighty attacks of the mothership could be repelled. The Ancient One's eyes widened in astonishment. She had always known Wang Yang's talent was extraordinary, and though she was somewhat surprised when he successfully conjured the seraphim shield right away, the changes in his magic now went far beyond that. This was no longer the domain of peak-level sorcery. It had touched upon the magic of the gods themselves. This was true divine magic, not merely the act of borrowing a deity's power, as they had always done. The Ancient One had absorbed the power of darkness and strengthened herself over countless years. Yet even she had never managed to condense such force. She couldn't help but reach out, as if to touch it, drawn by the undeniable presence of the laws that govern the might of gods. This was the bedrock of the universe's rules, the very foundation of a deity's strength. Unless met by a force of equal magnitude, nothing could alter such power. Even if she, the Ancient One, wished to destroy it, she would have to summon all her strength. It was almost beyond belief that Wang Yang could wield such formidable magic. It defied imagination. Was this the true meaning of genius in this world? The Ancient One's heart stirred with emotion. She had lived for centuries her strength, unparalleled, and had witnessed many strange happenings in the universe. There were few things left that could truly surprise her. And yet today she had to admit she was shaken to her core. Someone had managed to comprehend divine magic from within the highest ranks of sorcery. Perhaps, even in the vastness of the cosmos, there were only a handful who could do so. Her gaze toward Wang Yang subtly changed. Author, Wang Yang, come out and meet the guests. Wang Yang. Wait, you actually want me to dance? I really can't do that. You are truly remarkable. Your talent is astonishing, the Ancient One said with heartfelt admiration. Wang Yang offered a modest smile, about to demur when Mordo hurried over. There was an urgency in Mordo's expression as he approached. Supreme Sorcerer, there's someone outside requesting an audience. Mordo nodded to Wang Yang before speaking. The Ancient One nodded in return, as if already expecting this. I understand, but Supreme Sorcerer, it's just an ordinary person. Mordo protested, frowning at her haste. I know, the Ancient One replied, then turned to Wang Yang. Would you care to join me in meeting this visitor? A face flashed in Wang Yang's mind. Strange, of course. I'd be interested, Wang Yang replied with a nod. The Ancient One led the way with Wang Yang and Mordo following close behind. Mordo, Wang Yang did well this time. What do you think of his abilities? The Ancient One asked. Supreme Sorcerer, Wang Yang's performance was indeed impressive, and in terms of strength, he's nearly on par with a master, Mordo replied. His assessment fair and honest. Very well, if I were to make an exception and promote him to master. Do you have any objections? The Ancient One smiled gently, her tone calm. To be promoted straight from apprentice to master was almost unheard of in Kamar-Taj. For the Supreme Sorcerer herself to propose such an exception showed just how highly she regarded Wang Yang. A storm of emotions surged in Mordo's heart, but outwardly he showed nothing. After all, Wang Yang's talent was perhaps the greatest he had ever encountered. Mordo composed himself and then spoke. I have no objections to the Supreme Sorcerer's decision. Wang Yang's strength and the unprecedented contribution he made in dealing with the alien invasion make his promotion more than justified. I see no problem with this exception, Mordo added. The Ancient One gave a small nod, clearly pleased with his response. but Wang Yang hesitated when he heard their decision. Supreme Sorcerer, I'm still young. If this decision goes through, I fear it might be difficult for others to accept. There is truth in what you say. The Ancient One nodded, then continued, in that case, let's make you an acting master for now. Mordo, of course, had no objection to this arrangement. Yet, Wang Yang wondered if there was any real difference between being an acting master and a full master. It seemed negligible to him. Sensing Wang Yang's confusion, Mordo chuckled and explained the only real distinction is that an acting master has slightly fewer practical privileges. That's all. Wang Yang could only smile wryly at that. Apparently, those practical privileges boiled down to the right to lead others in battle. As an acting master, he wouldn't be able to take others with him into combat. For Wang Yang, that was hardly a problem. He preferred fighting alone anyway. Still, Supreme Sorcerer, I'm still too young, and I haven't been a Kamar-Taj for long. I haven't contributed much yet, so I'm not sure I deserve this, Wang Yang said hesitantly. At Kamar-Taj, we never judge by age, replied the Ancient One. There's an old saying from your homeland. The capable are the teachers. And here at Kamar-Taj, we value only a person's ability. As for your performance on the battlefield, many have witnessed it, and you've surely noticed their respect for you. That is more than enough proof that you're worthy of this position, the Ancient One said calmly. Of course, Wang Yang understood all this, otherwise Dr. Strange would never have succeeded the Ancient One as Supreme Sorcerer so easily. He said all this just because he wanted to cultivate in peace. What's so great about being a Sorcerer Supreme? What's the use of it anyway? At this moment, Mordo chimed in, don't get too happy just yet. Even though you become an apprentice sorcerer, you mustn't let pride or complacency get the better of you. Wang Yang let out a wry smile at Mordo's words. Truthfully, he wasn't happy at all. To be honest, I want you to become a sorcerer because I hope to temper you a little, the Ancient One said calmly. You know as well as I do. Earth has become rather turbulent lately. I believe the Chitauri invasion was just the beginning. Hearing this, a look of gravity came over Wang Yang's face. He may not possess the time stone like the Ancient One, but since he had traveled here from another world, he naturally knew what the future held. The Ancient One herself likely knew as well. She might even know about the moment Thanos snapped his fingers. She was well aware of how great a trial awaited Earth. Supreme Sorcerer, if there's anything you need me to do, just say the word. Wang Yang said earnestly, it's nothing major. I simply need you to assist Mordo in teaching a student, the Ancient One said, her tone shifting slightly. At this, Mordo couldn't hide his surprise. This was a mark of the Supreme Sorcerer's trust, a sign of her intention to nurture his growth. It was clear the Ancient One thought highly of Wang Yang, even treating him as a possible successor. Mordo himself had studied for over 10 years before earning the Ancient One's favor. Looking at Wang Yang now, Mordo couldn't help but sigh. Comparing oneself to others really is a recipe for frustration. Wang Yang, however, didn't dwell on such thoughts. Teach a student. Supreme Sorcerer, I'm not up to the task. I have no experience at all. Wang Yang smiled bitterly. All he wanted was to quietly learn magic, not to take on any students. Don't worry. You won't be teaching alone. You'll be assisting Mordo. He'll take the lead, and you'll support him, the Ancient One replied, turning to offer a faint smile. Mordo smiled as well, his eyes full of envy. In Kamar-Taj, everyone was required to teach students. Even the Supreme Sorcerer herself was no exception. There wasn't a single master in Kamar-Taj who hadn't been a teacher. It was just that becoming their disciple was no easy feat. Now that Wang Yang was to teach alongside him, it was clear the Supreme Sorcerer was investing in his development, showing Wang Yang special attention. I wonder, who is it that the Supreme Sorcerer wants us to teach? Mordo asked curiously. For the Supreme Sorcerer to personally assign them both, this student must be someone special. Although this was a sign of nurturing Wang Yang, it was equally a mark of importance placed on the student. Wang Yang already had a hunch. Sure enough, the Supreme Sorcerer spoke slowly. Stephen Strange. Stephen Strange? Who's that? Mordo looked puzzled. Wang Yang couldn't help but smile wryly. Before becoming a sorcerer, Stephen Strange was a man of immense pride and ambition. He had always been a genius, almost all his life. It's the man seeking an audience, the Ancient One said with a gentle smile. Mordo shook his head. He's rather arrogant. Although Mordo had only met Strange a few times, he had already seen through his character. Of course, the Ancient One was well aware of Strange's flaws. Yet unlike Caecilius, Strange would not fall into darkness. The first step, naturally, was to help Strange understand that he was not the greatest genius in the world. Only then would he be able to set aside his pride and truly learn. "It's time we paid him a visit," the Ancient One announced. With a graceful sweep of her hand, the entire space began to shift and transform. Mordo and Wang could not help but feel a quiet awe at this display of mystical power. This was the strength of the Sorcerer Supreme. As the surroundings changed, they found themselves inside a room. At that moment, a man entered. It was Stephen Strange, who, after his car accident, could no longer use his hands with the same dexterity. The moment Strange walked in, he saw the three people waiting for him. "Excuse me, which one of you is the Ancient One?" he asked. Mordo introduced her. "This is the Ancient One." Wang also studied Strange closely, his gaze lingering on the newcomer. Strange looked utterly disheveled. His hands trembled, his steps were unsteady, and his unkempt beard lent him the appearance of a vagrant. The Ancient One handed him a cup of tea. Strange took it eagerly, like a man in despair grasping at a glimmer of hope. "You once healed a man named Jonathan Pangborn," Strange said, looking at the Ancient One with desperate anticipation. He was paralyzed. With all other avenues exhausted, Strange's only hope now lay in the mysterious and the unknown. Jonathan Pangborn was a case science could not explain. Once paralyzed, he now lived a normal life, even playing basketball. A miracle in the eyes of any physician. "Something like that," the Ancient One replied, her smile mysterious and noncommittal. "How did you repair a C7, C8 spinal injury?" Strange pressed on. "He couldn't walk, so I simply convinced his legs to walk again." The Ancient One replied calmly, pouring tea, as if discussing something utterly ordinary. "You're not telling me this was all in his mind, are you?" Strange said in disbelief. "This was his last hope. When you reconnect your nerves, it is self-healing. It is you who heal yourself," the Ancient One said, her tone enigmatic. "You mean cellular regeneration?" Strange was incredulous and continued. "Did you discover a way to regenerate cells here? Is that why you're doing your research here? Because there's no medical oversight?" Unable to comprehend any other explanation, Strange tried to make sense of it all through the lens of science. "No, Mr. Strange. I know how to persuade the soul to better heal the body." The Ancient One spoke with a gentle smile. "Absurd, utterly absurd. This is beyond ridiculous," Strange exclaimed, his voice trembling with disbelief. "I spent everything I had for a one-way ticket here, and now you're telling me I need faith to heal myself?" Strange could hardly imagine it. His entire life had been devoted to science, and with scientific methods he had cured countless patients, especially those rare and complicated cases. Even with his own injuries, he was certain that the man he once was could have found a cure. But now he was powerless, and no one could help him. The idea that faith could heal him was simply inconceivable, impossible. "Mr. Strange, the truth is right in front of you," the Ancient One continued with a calm smile. "It surpasses everything you've ever known. Yet you refuse to accept it. Enough. I'm leaving." Strange said, his patience worn thin. He couldn't bring himself to believe this bald woman before him, who seemed more like the leader of some strange cult than a healer. The Ancient One set down her cup and stepped closer to Strange. Just as Strange turned to leave, she struck out with her palm. In an instant, Strange felt himself wrenched from his body. Looking back at his own form lying there, Mordo watched the scene unfold, a silent awe in his heart. Wang, too, was taken aback by what he saw. A soft chime rang in Wang's mind. "Magic talent fragment detected. Would you like to merge it?" Wang was momentarily startled, but quickly understood. These talent fragments represented an understanding of magic akin to the Ancient One's insights and mastery. "Merge," Wang commanded inwardly, allowing the fragment to fuse with him, opening himself to the Ancient One's profound comprehension of magic. Meanwhile, Strange gazed at his body, at his own hands floating apart from himself. The next moment, as the Ancient One withdrew her palm, Strange felt himself pulled back into his body, a rush of sensation flooding his senses. "What did you do to me?" Strange asked, the disbelief in his voice unmistakable. "I simply pushed your soul out of your body," the Ancient One replied with serene indifference. But Strange would not accept it. He firmly believed that humans were made of matter, that there was no such thing as a soul. "What did you put in the tea?" he demanded. "Some kind of hallucinogen?" After all, in this foreign land, he couldn't fathom how his soul could have left his body. It was just to the Ancient One replied, then added with a hint of mischief with a touch of honey. Then what just happened to me? Strange's voice was strained, unable to comprehend what he had just experienced. The Ancient One explained, for a brief moment, you entered the world of the soul. Strange blurted out, it's the place your soul goes when it leaves your body, she clarified. Why are you doing this to me? Strange demanded, unable to explain any of this with the knowledge he possessed. He could not believe the Ancient One's words. The Ancient One only shook her head and said, there are far too many things in this world that you do not yet know. As she spoke, the Ancient One grasped Strange's head, pressing her thumb to the center of his forehead. Open your eyes. In that instant, Strange felt as if he had plunged into an unknown realm. He saw the vastness of outer space, fluttering butterflies, and countless dazzling bursts of light. Mordo watched as Strange was swept away into another dimension and spoke up. His body won't be able to handle this. But then Strange saw the Ancient One again. He seems just fine to me, she replied with a smile, her gaze resting on Strange. Almost immediately, he was hurled into yet another fantastical world. The Ancient One's voice echoed in his ear. You think you understand how the world works. You believe the physical universe is all there is. Do you know what's truly real? What secrets lie hidden behind what you perceive? At the very source of reality, mind and matter are intertwined. Thought shapes reality. This universe is but one among infinite universes. The world is boundless. So tell me, Mr. Strange, who are you in this vast multiverse? A sudden thud, Strange toppled from his chair and crashed to the floor. Let's hope you've seen things like this in the gift shop. The Ancient One quipped. Strange stared at his own hands, mind reeling from everything he had just experienced. His entire worldview, built over years, had just shattered. Teach me, he pleaded. No. The Ancient One refused him outright, instructing Mordo to throw him out. Let him wait a while before you bring him back, she said. By then he'll have calmed down and be ready to learn. She turned to look at Mordo and Wang Yang. Both nodded in agreement. After a day had passed, Mordo finally opened the door to admit Strange, who had been waiting outside all this time. He arranged things accordingly, and at long last, Strange was allowed to enter Kamar-Taj. A few days later, Mordo and Wang Yang prepared to begin teaching Strange. Early that morning, they went to find him. After several days at Kamar-Taj, Strange had started to adapt. At the very least, he was much calmer than before. Following Mordo and Wang Yang, he arrived at the training ground. As the two stopped, Strange looked at them and spoke. Master Mordo, this one here looks rather young. Wouldn't it be better if you taught me instead? After all, Wang Yang truly did look young, like a dashing university student, for Strange experience was closely tied to age, and he had a hard time trusting someone who seemed even younger than himself. Wang Yang regarded Strange thoughtfully. Even now, Strange still carried the confidence and arrogance from his worldly life into this place, in the outside world. Strange was a renowned doctor, celebrated for conquering countless neurological diseases. Naturally, he found it difficult to believe in someone so much younger than himself. Wang Yang, give him a demonstration of magic, Mordo suggested, so Strange can put his mind at ease. Mordo couldn't help but smile faintly. After all, there was probably no one in Kamar-Taj who would doubt Wang Yang's abilities. Wang Yang shrugged, saying nothing, and stepped forward with a simple motion of his hand. A magical array appeared before him, and at the same time, a chain unfurled directly from the array. Countless arcane runes shimmered into existence, becoming part of the chain itself. In the blink of an eye, the chain wrapped itself around Strange. He struggled helplessly, his face filled with alarm as he witnessed this display. Is this enough? Wang Yang asked calmly. This truly is an incredible power, Strange exclaimed in awe. The chain that bound him instantly shattered and vanished into thin air. Strange stared at Wang Yang in disbelief and asked, how did you do that? You need to focus your mind, Wang Yang replied. If you've made it to Kamar-Taj, it means you're exceptionally gifted, Mordo said gently from the side. Focus your mind, and you'll be able to sense the energies of the multiverse. Use that power. Oh, so how should I do that? Strange asked with a frown. You need to use your body to help you perceive the energies of the multiverse. That way, you'll be able to harness and wield them, Mordo explained. But if your mind is strong enough, you won't need to rely on your body at all, he added in a calm, instructive tone. Wang Yang simply stood to the side, quietly watching Strange. the man who would one day become Dr. Strange, now just a novice, earnestly practicing basic exercises. For an ordinary person, it's difficult to truly concentrate the mind, absorb the energies of the multiverse, and wield such power. But compared to others, Strange didn't really need to struggle so much. In terms of innate talent, he was extraordinarily gifted. In a very short time, he mastered most magical arts, even those of higher degree. This only confirmed the Ancient One's high opinion of him. "What exactly should I do?" Strange asked, a note of confusion in his voice. Mordo thought for a moment and said, "Focus your mind, then control the power. Let your body assist you. Your hands can become an extension of your will." Wang Yang. "Would you show him a demonstration?" At Mordo's request, Wang Yang nodded, stepped forward, and with a flick of his wrist, conjured a crimson magical shield before his hands. Strange watched in amazement, rubbing his head in bewilderment. "How did you do that? And that golden chain you used to bind me earlier, how did you make that appear?" At this point, Strange was still just an ordinary man, only beginning to come to terms with the existence of magic. Just a few days ago, his world was purely material. He was a staunch materialist, believing everything could be explained by science. And yet now, everything he knew had been completely overturned. Even after witnessing everything that the Ancient One had shown him, he still found it impossible to accept right away. "This really isn't scientific." Strange frowned as he spoke. "What's unscientific about it?" Mordo replied with a chuckle. "Science is built upon knowledge that can be tested and explained, a systematic understanding that organizes and predicts the nature of objective things. It's knowledge that has already been systematized. Magic is just another part of science. Science isn't limited to just physics or chemistry. As long as it's a form of knowledge that humanity can master, it too can be part of science. So why shouldn't magic be considered a branch of science? That's just prejudice." Strange was left momentarily speechless by this argument. Watching from the side, Wang Yang couldn't help but sigh. This was the legendary saying, "At the end of science lies theology." Mordo continued, "In fact, we have a clear understanding of magic. We understand the energies that make up the universe and how to harness them. If you wish to use these powers, you must employ your mind. Feel the energy, control it, channel it. We are not the owners of power, merely its users. With your hands and your mind, sense it, command it." Wang Yang watched Strange from the side as Mordo spoke, and Strange's face was filled with doubt. "Damn it, this is pure nonsense. I just can't do it. It's far too abstract, too intangible." Strange tried to draw circles in the air, but not even the faintest spark appeared. If there were any at all, they were merely flickers that vanished in an instant. "It must be my hands. They just can't do this." Strange stared at his hands, marked by surgical scars, and trembling uncontrollably. "Actually, as long as you concentrate, your body isn't all that important for sorcerer," Wang Yang said, shaking his head. Strange looked at Wang Yang in utter confusion after hearing this, and even Mordo turned to him in curiosity. Wang Yang clasped his hands behind his back, and in the next moment, glowing red lines shimmered before him. A crimson shield materialized in the air, then shifted its form, blossoming into countless intricate patterns. Seeing this spectacle, Strange's eyes widened in astonishment. In truth, it wasn't just Strange. Mordo, too, stared, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Yang. They had long known Wang Yang was a prodigy, but as he said, the hands are merely an extension of the mind, which is why most sorcerers rely on gestures to channel power. Perhaps only a sorcerer supreme, blessed with such innate talent, could wield this power without the need for gestures. How did you do that?" Strange asked, his voice tinged with disbelief as he witnessed the scene. "It's very simple. As long as you can focus your mind, clear away distracting thoughts, and sense the boundless energy of the universe, you can harness it for your own use," Wang Yang went on to add. "It really is that simple." He spoke as though he were describing something utterly ordinary, as if it were no more complicated than eating or drinking water. Mordo's eye twitched. "I can't even manage that. And you're telling me it's simple?" For Mordo, or for any ordinary sorcerer, it wasn't simple at all. On the contrary, it was incredibly difficult. If it were truly so easy, the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj wouldn't need all those intricate gestures and rituals to help channel their power. But for Wang Yang, casting spells was as effortless as eating or drinking. For him, it truly was that simple. What's more, clearing your mind and focusing all your attention sounded straightforward in theory. But when it came to actually doing it, it was anything but easy. At least Mordo knew he wasn't capable of it. Wang Yang continued, "Strange, since the Ancient One has chosen you. I would think something this simple shouldn't be difficult for you." He glanced at Strange as he spoke. No sooner had Wang Yang finished speaking than the shield before him split apart and transformed, morphing into countless weapons. Each change was executed with effortless control, as if guided by Wang Yang's mere will. Watching this, Strange couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wang Yang looked completely at ease, as if he wasn't expending the slightest effort. Mordo, too, felt a complicated mix of emotions. There was a growing sense that he simply couldn't measure up. The feeling was no better than what Strange was experiencing. This was supposed to be an ordinary spell, yet Wang Yang could manipulate it in so many dazzling ways. And he expected the apprentice Strange to do the same, all while insisting it was easy. Was this something an ordinary person could pull off? Strange was an ordinary person, but are you ordinary? Mordo couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. At that moment, Strange turned to Mordo, his voice trembling slightly. Master Mordo, can you use magic like that too? Hearing Strange's question, Mordo's eye twitched again. If he tried and failed, wouldn't that be humiliating? As a master sorcerer, did he not have his reputation to think of? He cleared his throat, maintaining a mask of pride, and replied, "There's no need for me to demonstrate. Wang Yang is my disciple. After all, as you can see, even he can perform these feats with ease." Strange felt a crushing blow to his confidence. In the past, whether it was in his studies or in his field, he had always excelled. He had always believed himself to be a genius. But here at Kamar-Taj, he felt utterly ordinary. Especially after hearing what these two sorcerers had to say, he was convinced that the basics of magic were supposed to be extremely simple and easy to grasp. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out how magic actually worked. The sorcerers before him could cast spells without even using their hands. While he couldn't manage it even with the use of both of his, was the gap between them really so vast? Strange sank into a deep well of self-doubt. Of course, he never really wondered whether what those two sorcerers said was true or not. After all, they could actually perform the magic, while he was simply incapable of it. What on earth was going on? For the next few days, Strange was consumed with frustration. Even though he practiced every day, he still couldn't manage it on this particular day. He once again made his way to the training ground. Mordo and Wang Yang were already there waiting for him. "So Strange, have you mastered the magical shield yet?" Mordo greeted him with a gentle smile as he approached. Finally, he'd encountered a normal person, not someone as formidable as Wang Yang. "I'm sorry, Master Mordo. I still can't do it," Strange replied, his voice heavy with disappointment. "It's all right. Just keep trying," Mordo responded encouragingly. "What you need to do now is focus. Empty your mind of all distractions and concentrate with everything you have. Only then can you sense and control that cosmic energy," Mordo continued. Strange let out a sigh. He had heard these words at least 10 times by now, yet it was still impossible for him. This was one of those things that sounded simple, but when it came time to put into practice, it proved incredibly difficult for him. Strange even began to wonder if he would ever be able to do it in this lifetime. The thought weighed down his spirits, leaving him frustrated and gloomy. Still, Strange began his daily training. Off to the side, Wang Yang and Mordo stood quietly. Watching him, they whispered to each other, and at some point they conjured a magical barrier that kept their conversation from reaching Strange's ears. "Wang Yang, when do you think he'll finally master the basic magical shield?" Mordo asked in a low voice. Wang Yang shook his head. "I don't think he'll learn it anytime soon. Strange is deeply attached to his old beliefs. Changing them will be extremely difficult, especially now that his hands are the way they are. It makes it even harder for him to focus. If things keep going like this, he might not get it even after several years." Wang Yang sighed. "So what should we do?" Mordo frowned, concern written on his face. "If it really takes that long, we'd be wasting his talent. We've already tried having him open a portal and conjure a magical shield." Wang Yang added, "There's only one way left to help him make a breakthrough quickly." Surprised, Mordo asked, "What way?" "Don't keep it to yourself at a time like this. It's simple. Drop him on Mount Everest. In a life or death situation, he'll unlock his potential in no time," Wang Yang said with a smile. This was the same method the Ancient One had used in the movie, a method that was probably the fastest and most effective. "No, that's far too dangerous." Mordo shook his head and said, "Besides, there's never been such a precedent in Kamar-Taj. The key point is, even if we tried this, it's not certain he'd be able to master it. Close to death, he might lose his connection to magic altogether. Mordo was clearly not in favor of this approach. However, after witnessing the Ancient One's success, Wang Yang felt confident about giving it a try. "How will we know unless we try?" he replied. "Besides, we'll all be here. Nothing bad will happen to him." Wang Yang smiled as he spoke. "No, absolutely not. This is far too reckless. How can we teach our apprentices in such a way?" Mordo shook his head firmly, voicing his strong objection. "Mordo Strange is different from the others," Wang Yang continued. "And anyway, there's no harm in giving it a try. We're here. If anything truly dangerous happens, we'll save him in time. Since there's no real risk, why not attempt it? If this delays Strange progress, it would be the height of irresponsibility toward his talent." Mordo wavered a little as he listened to Wang Yang. He was clearly moved by what was said. After all, he felt a sense of responsibility for Strange. "Very well, we can try. But we must guarantee his safety above all else," Mordo finally agreed. "Don't worry, Master Mordo. I know what I'm doing," Wang Yang reassured him. Then turned to Strange and said, "Strange, stop practicing for now. I'm taking you somewhere." Strange looked puzzled. "Where are we going?" "There's no need for questions. Just follow me and you'll see," Wang Yang replied. With that, Wang Yang conjured a portal right in front of them and stepped through. Strange, without hesitation, followed him inside. As he emerged on the other side, Strange found himself surrounded by a world of pure white snow. Countless snowflakes danced in the air. The sight before him left him momentarily stunned. "Wait, is this Mount Everest? Isn't it beautiful?" Wang Yang said with a smile. Strange gazed at the breathtaking scene before him, the biting cold forcing him to cross his arms for warmth. He nodded. "Yes, it's beautiful, it's freezing, but it really is magnificent." To him, this place seemed almost otherworldly. "It is beautiful, but unfortunately, it's also extremely dangerous. With temperatures dozens of degrees below zero and little oxygen, ordinary people only have a few minutes before their life is at risk," Wang Yang said calmly. "The longest anyone can survive here is 30 minutes. After which they'll lose all bodily functions permanently. You should know that better than anyone." "That's right. I'd probably fall unconscious after about 2 minutes." Strange nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Turning back, he saw Wang Yang already stepping through the portal. "Focus your mind and feel the energy of the universe, Strange." No, don't." Strange watched as Wang Yang stepped into the portal. He wanted to rush in after him, but it was already too late as he lunged forward. All that remained was the fading glow of golden flames. Now he was the only one left in this place, and a deep sense of loneliness and desolation crept over him. At that moment, Wang Yang had already returned to Kamar-Taj. Upon seeing him, Mordo's face immediately showed signs of anxious worry. "How did it go?" he asked. Wang Yang replied calmly, "Master Mordo, you must have patience now." Hearing this, Mordo nodded, though uneasily. But as the minutes ticked by, nothing changed. There was no sign of a portal appearing. "Wang Yang, this is too dangerous. Bring Strange back at once. I told you. This was never going to work." Mordo's expression grew increasingly tense. He had no intention of letting Strange die on the slopes of the Himalayas. But before he could act, a streak of golden light flashed before his eyes, and a portal appeared out of thin air. Strange stumbled out, collapsing onto the ground. Mordo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had actually succeeded. How could this be? How could an ordinary person manage something like this in the face of death? Weren't people supposed to be overwhelmed with emotion, unable to focus at such moments? Many, after all, review their entire lives before they die. To concentrate so completely at such a time was simply beyond belief. Mordo looked at Strange lying on the ground, then glanced at Wang Yang, stunned by the sheer improbability of it all. In fact, each of them seemed more unbelievable than the other. But how could Wang Yang have known that Strange would succeed? They had only met a handful of times. How could Wang Yang understand Strange so well? It made no sense. Could it be that this man was not only a prodigy at learning magic, but also a genius at teaching others? Some are born with a gift for learning, but a born teacher? Surely that was impossible. Mordo couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He felt completely out of place beside these two. Still, Strange had finally learned how to create a portal. He had taken his first step into the world of magic. Now he could begin studying other spells as well. Strange progress in magic was astonishingly rapid. Fortunately, with Wang Yang as a precedent. Mordo had already grown accustomed to such prodigies. Watching Strange training now, he found it unremarkable. One day they gathered on the training ground once more. Strange, your progress has been remarkable, Mordo said gravely. You've already mastered quite a few basic spells. Now it's time for you to attempt more advanced magic, but don't get complacent at your current stage. Wang Yang had already mastered advanced magic, so you need to keep working hard. Hearing Mordo's words, Strange glanced at Wang Yang and nodded gravely. I understand. These past days, whenever Strange achieved something, he thought he was doing well, but then Mordo would mention Wang Yang. In his eyes, Wang Yang was like an insurmountable mountain, and Strange was filled with a deep sense of helplessness. To master advanced magic in just half a month seemed utterly unbelievable. Still, Strange shook his head and focused on learning a new spell. The Rings of Ragador. For any sorcerer, this was a timeless classic, and for Strange, it was his first real encounter with the power of the gods. Strange, remember this. What we're facing isn't the gods themselves, just their power. Mordo spoke with utmost seriousness, or you could say it's like a program. There's no consciousness behind it. All you need to do is use it, draw on that power. Master Mordo, what exactly are these programs? Strange asked with a furrowed brow. It was hard for him to grasp. They're different for everyone. You'll have to find your own understanding, Mordo replied, frowning in thought. Each person's soul perceives things differently. So when you draw upon the power of the gods, the price you pay is different as well. And the power you receive is never quite the same. All you need to remember is this. Don't try to wield the power of several gods at once. If you focus, your chances of success will be much higher. Mordo spoke again. I understand, Strange replied, and then began to try. Red lines appeared on his palm, weaving together, but they could never quite form a true shield. Each time, the power would quickly dissipate. After several attempts, Strange grew frustrated. This is impossible. How could a human possibly use the power of the gods? He let his hands fall, discouraged. Mordo shook his head. Strange, you must realize, the only reason they're called gods is because their power is great. That's all. As he spoke, he looked toward Wang Yang. Wang Yang, show Strange the Rings of Ragador. Wang Yang nodded, raised his hand with a flick, then clenched his fist. Crimson light gathered, and a shield formed upon his fist. You can't do it. Not because you lack the power, but because you don't have enough control, Wang Yang said calmly. That's right, you already possess the power, but you can't yet wield it fully. You just need to master your control. However, what happened next left Mordo utterly dumbfounded once again as Wang Yang's hand moved and the Ring of Ragador transformed before his eyes. With a subtle shift, the Ring of Ragador underwent a dramatic change. On his shield, a marvelous transformation took place. Countless golden threads gathered and intertwined, rapidly weaving themselves into a second shield. At the same time, strands of white light began to converge, radiating a powerful brilliance as they coalesced into yet another shield. As the three layers of shields took shape, the Rings of Ragador merged, blending together in a flash to create an even more formidable barrier. It is a well-known truth that no one can wield the power of two or more gods at once. The forces of the gods inevitably clash and conflict. Only those whose strength is overwhelming can hope to master and control such opposing powers. Wang Yang, though not yet powerful enough in his own right, had fused many fragments of magical talent, allowing him to manipulate spells with remarkable precision. Each spell he cast was independent, drawing upon the legacy of different archmages, each with its own unique source and nature. When he performed his magic, it was simply a matter of controlling these separate spells. Furthermore, with the inheritance of the Ancient One's gifts, his mastery over such magic had grown several times stronger. Thus, if he wished to draw upon the power of several gods at once, it was no difficult feat for him. Mordo and Strange, however, had no inkling of this. Witnessing the scene unfold, both of them were left utterly stunned. Strange had already spent some time at Kamar-Taj. He was no longer a complete novice. Yet even he was shaken to his core by what he saw. How could one person wield the power of three gods simultaneously? Wasn't it common knowledge that no one could control the power of even two gods at once? How could this be happening? It simply defied all logic. Mordo was equally shocked. As a seasoned sorcerer far more experienced than the newly initiated Strange, he could see even more clearly what was unfolding. Normally, when sorcerers invoked divine power, they could only borrow a sliver of it. The bulk of their spells relied on their own magical energy, with the divine power acting like trace elements in the air, subtly enhancing their magic. But now, Wang Yang's spell was composed almost entirely of divine power, with hardly any of his own magic mixed in. For someone like Mordo, who had spent years honing his craft, this was simply inconceivable. He himself found it immensely difficult to borrow even the slightest portion of such power. Yet Wang Yang was not only borrowing it, he was drawing upon the strength of three gods at once. Did the powers of different gods not conflict with one another? Even the Sorcerer Supreme could not simultaneously channel the power of three gods. And what's more, when others did borrow such power, it was only in the tiniest amounts. Wang Yang, on the other hand, was drawing upon vast reserves. Since when were the gods so generous? Mordo was somewhat shaken. He had always considered himself a prodigy among the students at Kamar-Taj, yet Wang Yang's performance was so far beyond his own it was hard to measure the gap. The most frustrating part was that he simply couldn't replicate what Wang Yang did. How was he supposed to teach others now? Originally, Mordo thought he could avoid teaching Wang Yang and finally have the chance to instruct an ordinary student. It felt like a relief. Yet to his surprise, even while teaching Strange, Wang Yang would still invoke the power of three gods. If it weren't for the fact that Strange was present, Mordo would have already lost his composure. But in front of a newcomer, he had to maintain his calm. "All right, Strange, did you see that?" Mordo said. "Wang Yang has already shown you. Don't think that borrowing the power of one god is the limit. Even two, even three, as long as your control is strong enough. You can do it too. Your abilities are powerful enough. I'm sure you could do even better, so stop looking for excuses. Focus, feel the power, and take control of it." Mordo put himself back in the teaching mindset, pushing aside the thought of Wang Yang wielding the strength of three gods at once. But Dr. Strange was already sinking into self-doubt. He stared at his hands. Was it truly his fault? Was magic really supposed to be this effortless? Gritting his teeth, Strange tried to reassure himself, then began to channel his own power. Red energy started to gather in his hands, and a beam of white light began to form as well. After seeing Wang Yang command the powers of three gods simultaneously, Strange thought surely he could at least manage two. But just as these two forces appeared, bam! A surge of resistance exploded between them, snapping back with terrifying force. Fortunately, the amount of divine power he could channel was limited, so the backlash only sent Strange flying, leaving him a little disheveled. Still, there was no trace of resentment on Strange's face. Instead, he simply marveled at how ridiculously talented this young Wang Yang was. Perhaps all Sorcerer Supremes were like this? Inspired, Strange threw himself into even more determined practice. For now, he could only attempt to use the power of a single god. Aside from helping Mordo teach Strange, Wang Yang spent most of his time in the library, exploring other forms of magic. Yet something puzzled him. He couldn't understand why Strange was always so astonished whenever he watched him cast spells. Mordo seemed the same way, as if they believed what Wang Yang achieved was simply impossible for them. Wang Yang didn't dwell on it, nor did he care much. He had never found teaching magic particularly interesting. What truly made him happy was studying. In the Kamar-Taj library, any spell you could think of, you could find it there. Some were even left behind by Sorcerer Supremes of the past. For Wang Yang, every new spell he learned was another means to protect himself. Wang the librarian was also staying here. Although Wang had often served as the librarian before, he was for the most part just an ordinary librarian. However, ever since Cassius beheaded the previous librarian, it was clear that an average mage could no longer be trusted to watch over this place for fear of a similar tragedy. On this day, Wang Yang discovered an entirely new kind of magic, the book described. The Wind of Wadam. Wadam was a mighty deity created by the elder god Gaia and the creator to battle the ancient evil gods. Later, after devouring the power of darkness, he became even more formidable. The Wind of Wadam was a spell that borrowed his strength, channeling it into magic. A melodious chime sounded, followed by a prompt. Talent shard of Wadam detected. Would you like to fuse it? The spellbook radiated a powerful aura of magic. Every spell, after all, contained a trace of God's power, linking its wielder to the divine, especially such ancient spells. "Fuse," Wang Yang declared. As soon as the word left his lips, a tremendous surge of magical energy gathered and then merged into Wang Yang's being. At the same time, his mind was filled with a wealth of knowledge, practical experience, and techniques for wielding the Wind of Wadam. Yet he hadn't expected that this time the talent Shar detected would come from Wadam himself. Let's give it a try. Wang Yang's eyes lit up with excitement. Wang Yang chuckled. Thanks, really. I don't know how I could ever repay you. Maybe I should offer myself in gratitude. Having learned a new spell, Wang Yang naturally wanted to put to the test. Ordinarily, such a powerful spell would be far too dangerous to cast here. Only in a mirror dimension would it be safe to experiment. Besides, given that he'd just learned this magic, he should hardly be able to unleash much power, even when he'd acquire the talent for the mirror dimension from other archmages. He hadn't been able to succeed at first. This time, the talent came straight from the spellbook. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to summon great power at all. In fact, being able to restrain the borrowed magic would be a true mark of mastery. Wind of Wadam, he intoned, reciting the incantation. Wang Yang opened his palm, and a small whirlwind began to swirl in his hand. It was tiny, almost delicate in appearance. No wonder it always seemed unimpressive when Dr. Strange cast it, Wang Yang mused. Looks like this spell isn't actually that powerful to begin with. As this thought crossed his mind, the whirlwind conjured by the Wind of Wadam suddenly began to spin violently. In a flash, it expanded, swallowing the entire area in a raging vortex. A deafening roar erupted, like the thunder of an explosion. The wild storm shot straight up toward the heavens. Countless sorcerers in Kamar-Taj saw an enormous tornado at that very moment. A whirlwind hundreds of meters tall, radiating an overwhelming power. It seemed to contain a force of utter destruction within its swirling core. The tornado raged with unstoppable might, threatening to sweep out and engulf everything around it. Just then a figure appeared high above in the sky. With a simple wave of the hand, the tornado, so vast it seemed ready to swallow the world, vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. The sorcerers of Kamar-Taj could not hide their shock. What just happened? What incredible magical energy! Is the sanctuary under attack? Thank goodness the Sorcerer Supreme is here. Who knows what might have happened otherwise? The Sorcerer Supreme truly lives up to her title, able to quell such powerful magic with ease. Inside the Kamar-Taj library, chaos reigned. Magic tomes lay scattered across the floor, and many of the buildings had been reduced to rubble. Several wooden tables and chairs had collapsed, their remnants strewn everywhere. The sheer force of the unleashed magic was evident in the devastation it had wrought. Stepping into the library, the Ancient One took in the scene and frowned, her expression growing dark. Can anyone tell me what in the world happened here? Even when Caecilius rebelled and fled, nothing on this scale had ever occurred. Such losses had not been seen in centuries. This library was the very heart of Kamar-Taj, housing books collected over hundreds of years. I'm sorry, Sorcerer Supreme. It was all my fault, Wang Yang said in a small voice, supporting Wang as he helped him to his feet. What exactly happened here? The Ancient One asked, her gaze softening as she took in Wang Yang's battered appearance. She began to piece things together, though her brow remained furrowed. Wang Yang looked mortified and helpless. I was experimenting with a spell just now, but I didn't expect it to spiral out of control. What spell could possibly be so destructive? The Ancient One asked in disbelief. She was certain there was no magic in Kamar-Taj capable of such devastation. It was the winds of Wadam, Wang Yang replied, sounding even more embarrassed. The Ancient One was momentarily stunned. She surveyed the wreckage around her. Almost everything lay in ruins. Was the winds of Wadam truly this powerful? Though the winds originated from Wadam, their strength was usually moderate at best, enough to stir a breeze, block out some dust, or whip up the sea, but nothing more. Yet the spectacle she had just witnessed, had she not intervened, half of Kamar-Taj might have been swept away. This was nothing like the winds of Wadam she knew. As Sorcerer Supreme, she was intimately familiar with their true power, but when it came to the caster, all bets were off. If it were someone else, perhaps they wouldn't have been able to unleash much power. But things were different when Wang Yang cast the spell. Yet, all one could do afterward was sigh. Clearly, Wang Yang had accidentally pushed the winds of Wadam to this level. The Ancient One couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. This kid always manages to surprise, but this time he's caused such a great loss. Wang Yang, from now on, no matter what kind of magic it is, do not casually use your spells in Kamar-Taj. I understand, Sorcerer Supreme." Hearing the Sorcerer Supreme's admonition, he quickly responded, in truth, he didn't even need the reminder. After witnessing what had just happened, he knew all too well that magic could change suddenly, and who knew what might happen next. Still, he was now rather curious about whose talent fragment he had absorbed just moments ago, to take a spell that wasn't particularly powerful and unleash such force. Could it have been Wadham's? "All right, take Wang out of here. I need to repair this place." The Ancient One glanced over at Wang Yang and waved her hand. "Yes, Sorcerer Supreme." With a quick answer, Wang Yang opened a portal, supporting Wang as they stepped into his room. Meanwhile, the Sorcerer Supreme gazed at the scene. Before her, with a lift of her hand, the eye of Agamotto hanging at her chest began to glow. In that instant, everything in the room shimmered with light. The entire library started to shift rapidly. Countless books floated upward, shattered wood and broken stones seemed to flow backward through time, restoring themselves to their original state. Once Wang Yang had helped Wang into the room, the portal behind them closed on its own. He couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, although the eye of Agamotto was usually kept at Kamar-Taj. Few people could actually wield its power. Certainly not him. What happened? What's going on? At that moment, Wang regained consciousness, his whole body aching. "Wasn't I just in the library? How did I end up in your room?" For a moment, Wang couldn't even recall what had happened. All he remembered was reading magical tomes in the library, when suddenly a terrifying magical force swept through. Then everything went black. Was it an attack? Was it Caecilius again? Wang immediately grew alert. After all, last time Caecilius had decapitated a librarian. On the spot, another attack on Kamar-Taj didn't seem impossible at all, Wang. "Don't worry, I just wanted to test out the winds of Wadham. I didn't expect." Wang Yang offered a sheepish explanation. "The winds of Wadham? How could it possibly be that powerful?" Wang stared in shock. "It seems I lost control for a moment," Wang Yang replied with a wry smile. "Lost control just like that? So you just destroyed the library?" Wang's eye twitched, and he gave a wry smile as he spoke. Even though Wang Yang had caused such a huge commotion, the Sorcerer Supreme didn't say much about it. Wang simply reminded Wang Yang not to dabble in magic so recklessly again. And that was the end of it. "Oh, Master, does the magic book still carry the remnants of a god's power?" Wang Yang suddenly thought of something. The magic recorded in those books is, for the most part, only written down after a sorcerer has successfully created it. Wang explained. The act of inscribing magic can indeed establish a faint connection with the divine. Wang seemed to recall something, but didn't continue. Hearing this, Wang Yang remembered Caecilius. The page Caecilius had torn from the magic book was for summoning a dark ritual circle, a circle that could connect with Dormammu in the dark dimension. So, the system was able to investigate the magic book and trace it directly to Wadham. No wonder it was so powerful. After all, the magic of Wadham was generally considered supportive in nature, yet it managed to cause such a spectacle. But if it were possible to absorb the innate gifts of an even greater deity, wouldn't that be something else entirely? The recent mishap soon faded, leaving little impact on Kamar-Taj, especially since the Sorcerer Supreme had repaired the damage so swiftly. The matter was quickly hushed up. Afterwards, Wang Yang headed out to prepare for today's lessons. Lately, he and Mordo had been focused on instructing Strange. Despite not being the most naturally gifted Strange, destined to become Dr. Strange, was still among the elite of sorcerers, especially thanks to his unyielding will. Otherwise, how could a mere human force Dormammu to yield in such a short time? Even if mostly out of sheer annoyance, it was a testament to Dr. Strange's formidable resolve. Though Wang Yang would often criticize him, Strange always bounced back quickly and returned to his diligent practice. His progress in magic was far from slow. In just a few days, he had nearly mastered the Ring of the Ragador. In the film, Dr. Strange learned from the books alone, but having someone to guide him made the process much faster. And so, today, when Wang Yang arrived at the training grounds, Mordo was already speaking with Strange. "Strange, your talent is truly impressive." Mordo said, "You've become very adept with the Ring of the Ragador. Very well done. Thank you, Master Mordo, Master Wang Yang, for your guidance." Strange replied politely. Since arriving at Kamar-Taj, Strange's personality had changed quite a bit. His former arrogance and pride had faded considerably. Perhaps it was because he had witnessed Wang Yang's almost otherworldly talent, a humbling blow for any genius. But all he could do was work even harder. Strange had never been one to admit defeat, and it was precisely because of this that he now applied himself with even more diligence. Though he had also become much more low-key, these days, when it came to polite conversation, he was no less adept than those seasoned and smooth-talking individuals. In the past, Strange simply hadn't bothered with such things because he hadn't seen the need. "All right, that's enough formality," Mordo said with a cheerful smile. "Today, we're going to teach you a new spell. The Crimson Chains, Mordo," intoned, his voice carrying extra weight. The Crimson Chains is a spell with a wide range of uses. Mordo began, launching into an explanation of its applications. Attack, restraint, defense. It can do it all. That's why most sorcerers make it a point to master this spell, he continued. "Today I'll teach you how to wield it." Strange listened intently to Mordo's explanation, his expression utterly focused, every line of his face reflecting his seriousness. "But Strange, I must warn you," Mordo added, "Setarath is not a generous deity. His power is not so easily borrowed. You're just starting to learn this spell, so what you need to do is stabilize the Crimson Chains. Don't attempt reckless transformations. If you try to manipulate the chains too much before you're ready, it's all too easy for things to go wrong," Mordo cautioned carefully. "I understand," Strange replied with a nod. Mordo nodded back and went on, "Let me teach you the specific incantation for the spell." As Mordo began to explain the spell's incantation, Wang Yang keenly noticed a thread of magical energy connecting Mordo to the void, its destination unknown, he'd never observed. This phenomenon, while learning from Mordo before, it seemed everything had changed after the battle in New York, after he had absorbed the gift of the Sorcerer Supreme. The Sorcerer Supreme drew power from the Dark Dimension. Other sorcerers might not know this, but Wang Yang was well aware. Perhaps the Sorcerer Supreme had enhanced his system's ability to detect such things. As he pondered this, the system's notification sounded in his mind. "Ding! Setarath's magical talent detected. Would you like to assimilate it?" Startled by the message, Wang Yang recalled the last time he'd encountered something similar. When learning the winds of Wadham, he hadn't paid much attention to it then. Only now did he realize that the system could directly detect the very source of magic. Unfortunately, since he was only able to assimilate it through Mordo's teachings, he could only merge with the talent for Setarath's Crimson Chains. For most people, this would already seem incredible. "Assimilate," he commanded silently, as the assimilation completed. His understanding of the Crimson Chains deepened, granting him new insight. Meanwhile, Mordo, unaware of Wang Yang's change, continued instructing Strange. "The Crimson Chains require just these things," Mordo explained. "It's all about the application of mental strength and divine power. Now, Strange, give it a try." After Mordo finished speaking, he gave a demonstration, then cast Strange an encouraging look. Strange nodded in response. He took a deep breath, then began to move his hands in a practice motion. Scarlet sparks flickered into existence. In a flash, however, the flames vanished without a trace. Strange tried again and again, but still couldn't succeed, although he had faced plenty of setbacks lately. This inability to achieve immediate results left him particularly discouraged. "It's no use. I just can't concentrate my mind," he muttered. "I can't control the Crimson Chains." "Don't worry, just take your time," Mordo reassured him. "Let me have Wang Yang demonstrate it for you again," he added with a smile. To Mordo, Strange was already learning at an impressive pace, though not as quickly as Wang Yang. It was still quite remarkable. "Wang Yang, could you show him the Crimson Chains?" Wang Yang nodded, bringing his hands together and then apart. He summoned a scarlet flame, the sparks gradually weaving into the shape of a chain. Yet unlike his previous demonstrations, this time the Crimson Chain exuded a dense and complex aura, as if infused with countless energies. In the blink of an eye, the chain encircled them, completely under Wang Yang's control. Mordo and Strange stared in astonishment. Wang Yang bowed once, then twice, then a third time, finally prostrating himself in deep gratitude. "Thank you all for your support. You are the driving force behind my continuous updates." Witnessing this display, Strange was filled with envy and frustration. When he tried it himself, he couldn't come close to replicating such mastery. Mordo could only give a rueful smile. Wang Yang's proficiency with magic and the sheer power of his control far surpassed his own, leaving him feeling left in the dust. But it shouldn't have been this way. Compared to Wang Yang's magic, his own was like the faint glow of a firefly beside the brilliance of the full moon. His crimson chain seemed like a small snake, while Wang Yang's magic was a mighty dragon. Wang Yang himself could only smile wryly. He hadn't intended for his magic to be so overwhelming. Ever since absorbing the divine gift, his crimson chains had grown at least tenfold in strength. He'd only meant to give a simple demonstration, yet it ended up being so powerful it almost felt alive. Gazing at the enormous crimson chain coiling around them, Strange couldn't help but ask Master Mordo, is this normal? Is it really possible to control the crimson chains like that? Though Wang Yang was no longer an apprentice, this display seemed almost unbelievable. Strange had experienced many setbacks, but this one struck him harder than ever. Mordo, too, was inwardly shaken and a little helpless. It felt as if Wang Yang had no intention of letting him properly teach Strange. Every time Wang Yang demonstrated magic, something extraordinary always seemed to happen. But after all, he was a grand sorcerer now, so he certainly didn't want to appear ignorant or overly astonished in front of Strange. Strange, there's a world of difference between a novice and a master. It's just like a medicine. The gap between an intern and an expert. You've only just started learning, so you can't rush things. At this moment, Mordo spoke with heartfelt sincerity, taking on the manner of a good teacher. I see now, I understand. Master Mordo. Upon hearing Mordo's words, Strange finally saw the light. Mordo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Feeling he'd managed to bluff his way through, being a teacher was never easy to begin with, but doing it in front of Wang Yang was even harder. Did Wang Yang really have to display such overwhelming power? Couldn't he hold back, even a little? And was it really appropriate for his scarlet chains to be so saturated with Setarath's energy? Had Setarath become this easygoing all of a sudden? Wasn't he supposed to be the most domineering of the gods? Did gods really show favoritism? Mordo watched the massive scarlet chains in Wang Yang's hands splitting and twisting no less than a nine-headed dragon. The sight made Mordo's mind ring with disbelief. If Strange weren't here, he would have pulled Wang Yang aside and demanded to know how he managed such a feat. This was just beyond comprehension. With a thunderous roar, the countless scarlet chains vanished into thin air. Wang Yang let out a long breath, finally regaining control. Magic infused with divine power was exponentially harder to master. At last, it's done. Mordo watched as Wang Yang finally withdrew his magic, letting out a sigh of relief. Master Mordo, I've got it. Just then, Strange's exuberant voice rang out from the other side. Both Wang Yang and Mordo turned to look, and sure enough, a scarlet chain had already materialized in Strange's hand. With a crackling burst, flames exploded outward. Strange flicked the scarlet chain, and a distant target erupted. With a thunderous boom, Master Mordo, how was my spell? Strange was visibly excited. He'd finally mastered the scarlet chains. Seeing Wang Yang's demonstration had filled him with exhilaration. Mordo managed a somewhat awkward smile and said, "Not bad." But inside, he couldn't help but marvel. Was this really the power wielded by someone who had just learned the scarlet chains? It was simply unbelievable. There were only 3 of them in the training ground, and it now seemed like he had the weakest talent of all. He used to think of himself as something of a prodigy, but now not so much. Looking at his 2 companions, all he could do was smile. "Excellent, Strange. You've already mastered the scarlet chains. The scarlet chains are extremely powerful. Never use them lightly unless you truly have no choice." Mordo looked at Strange with utmost seriousness. Strange nodded with equal gravity. "Don't worry, Master Mordo. I understand very well, since you've already mastered attack magic. It's time for you to learn another spell. This one is called the Mirror Dimension. From now on, whenever you practice magic, you must do so within the mirror dimension. Whatever happens inside won't have any consequences in the real world, nor will it put anyone in danger." As Mordo spoke, he glanced at Wang Yang, clearly alluding to the incident when Wang Yang had damaged the library. Wang Yang could only offer an awkward smile. "Master Mordo, what exactly is the mirror dimension?" "You can think of it as another dimension," Mordo explained patiently. "It's a space completely under the control of sorcerers. An exact reflection of the real world, but fundamentally different since nothing inside can affect reality. In the mirror dimension, you can do things that would be impossible in the real world." "I know this might sound confusing, so why don't you come in and see for yourself?" Mordo suggested. He didn't invite Wang Yang to cast the spell this time, clearly worried Wang Yang might cause more mischief. With that, Mordo raised his hand and swept it through the air. Suddenly, a sharp, splintering sound filled the room, like glass shattering. The space before them fractured into sparkling shards. Radiating out from Mordo's palm, like the intricate patterns of a kaleidoscope, the sight was dazzling, breathtaking in its beauty. This is incredible. Strange stared wide-eyed at the spectacle, unable to resist reaching out. To his astonishment, his hand passed through the broken surface, as if there were no barrier at all. Amazing! Is this what magic truly is? He exclaimed, eyes shining with wonder. Magic is about exploring the very nature of this world, Mordo intoned. And this is just one of its many secrets. Come, let's step inside. With that, Mordo strode into the mirror. Dimension, Strange followed, with Wang Yang bringing up the rear. Inside, they found themselves in a training ground identical to the one they just left. Mordo's voice echoed around them. Strange, you must remember, the mirror dimension is dangerous. The only way out is through a portal. Never forget that. If you're careless, you could end up trapped here forever. Hearing this, Strange nodded solemnly. Mordo nodded back and continued. Within the mirror dimension, only its creator has absolute control. Here, you can alter everything at will. But in someone else's mirror dimension, no matter how powerful you are, you can't change a thing unless the master allows it. Without the owner's permission, you're powerless to affect anything. So when you're facing another sorcerer, never enter their mirror dimension lightly. Mordo reminded them once again. Wang Yang, why don't you give it a try? Show Strange that inside someone else's dimension, you can't control everything at will. Mordo was quite confident about this point, even though Wang Yang possessed immense talent. He was certain Wang Yang couldn't pull it off. Master, you really want me to try? Wang Yang glanced at Mordo, his expression a bit peculiar. Perhaps in the past this would have been impossible for him, but after absorbing the Ancient One's talent, his understanding of magic had grown much deeper. It might be difficult to wrest control within another's space, but with overwhelming power, even the boundaries of another's dimension could be forcefully bent. Go ahead, give Strange a demonstration. Let him truly understand the dangers of entering someone else's domain. Mordo declared with certainty. He was sure that despite Wang Yang's strength, there was no way he could alter anything in his mirror dimension. This conviction was rooted in Mordo's years of magical insight. Not even someone as innately gifted as Wang Yang should be able to break such a fundamental rule. Wang Yang nodded. Since Mordo had said as much, he had no choice but to give it a try. But before he could even make a move, the space around them began to shift violently. The ground beneath their feet and the buildings of Kamar-Taj transformed like blocks in a child's game, twisting and rearranging with dizzying speed. The world spun as if caught in a whirlwind. Strange stared at the spectacle momentarily. Stunned, his mind blank with shock. Mordo, he stammered, what was it you just said? Didn't you claim it was impossible to control another person's mirror dimension? The astonishment and dread in Mordo's heart were overwhelming, shaking the very foundations of what he believed. The Ancient One herself had told him that no one should be able to so easily command another's magical space. Yet now he could feel his connection to his own mirror dimension slipping away. It was as if, rather than Wang Yang entering his space, he himself had been drawn into Wang Yang's dimension. The sensation was utterly inconceivable. Mordo shot a glance at Strange, but managed to keep his shock hidden. After all, he couldn't possibly lose face in front of a student. He cleared his throat awkwardly and said, ahem, I only gave him temporary permission just now. What you need to remember is, it's never easy to control someone else's mirror dimension. Wang Yang continued to twist and bend the space within the mirror dimension. Meanwhile, outside that shimmering world, a figure approached with slow, unhurried steps. Her manner was calm and composed, as if strolling through a tranquil garden. None other than the Ancient One herself. She had come this time to observe Mordo and Wang Yang, and to see how Strange was progressing in his lessons. Yet, as she drew near, she sensed something was amiss. Others might not be able to see through the mirror dimension, but as the absolute master, the Ancient One could sense it. The mirror dimension, is it? The Ancient One smiled faintly. Her usually serene eyes suddenly deepened, as if the world before her had changed in some profound way. Multiple dimensions fused together, coupled with extraordinary mental control. This isn't something an ordinary sorcerer could achieve. Upon witnessing the changes within the mirror dimension, even the Ancient One was a little taken aback. She had never seen such transformations, not even when the most accomplished sorcerers of Kamar-Taj wielded the mirror dimension. At this level, the gap between her and the caster was all but non-existent. Mordo doesn't possess this ability, and Strange has only just arrived at Kamar-Taj. It's even less likely to be him. It seems I've underestimated Wang Yang. This child is truly full of surprises. The Ancient One sighed, unable to hide her admiration. Even at her own age, when she was as young as Wang Yang, she would not have mastered such power. She knew that controlling space to this extent required profound insight, yet she had no idea how Wang Yang managed to achieve it. He wielded the mirror dimension with such effortless command. The Ancient One lifted her hand and made a gentle motion. Cracks rippled through the space before her, revealing everything inside to her eyes. She could see Wang Yang manipulating the mirror dimension while Mordo and Strange watched in awe. This so-called unbreakable mirror dimension was so easily torn apart, as if it were nothing more than a curtain brushed aside. It was evident that the Ancient One had done it with the lightest of touches. In the silence that followed, she did not enter or interrupt the three, but simply turned and walked away, as though the mirror dimension had never detected the presence of a fourth person at all. A crisp chime echoed in Wang Yang's mind. Ding! Magic mirror. Dimension talent fragment detected. Would you like to assimilate it? The system's prompt left Wang Yang momentarily bewildered. What a surprise. He hadn't expected to sense a talent fragment here. Still, Wang Yang wasn't about to let such an opportunity go to waste. Assimilate. With the fusion complete, Wang Yang's understanding of the mirror dimension deepened even further. It felt as though he could now shatter the mirror dimension from the outside. Though he'd been told by the sorcerers that once formed, the mirror dimension couldn't be broken from without. He'd never tried it himself. Instead, he focused on demonstrating its changes to Strange. In Wang Yang's hands, buildings shifted and transformed as though everything in this realm was under his absolute control. Seeing this, Mordo narrowed his eyes and said, Strange, do you see now? This is the true power of the mirror dimension. Though the mirror dimension was originally created as a tool for observation, after the Supreme Sorcerer's improvements, it now serves many different purposes. Binding, attacking, turning the battlefield into your own home turf. Whether it's against enemies or for other uses, you'll always have the upper hand. Hearing Mordo's words, Strange nodded in agreement. It seems you've already grasped this concept. Mordo continued. Now it's your turn to give it a try. Once Wang Yang stopped his demonstration, Mordo felt the control of the mirror dimension return to his hands. This sensation was rather frustrating. Something that belonged to him had for a moment felt like it was in someone else's grasp. Even though he had regained control, that feeling of vexation lingered. Still, in front of his apprentice Strange, he naturally wouldn't let it show. You're now inside my mirror dimension. Compared to working your own space, it's a bit easier to manage here, Mordo explained. Go ahead and give it a try. Strange took a deep breath and nodded, his voice earnest. Yes, Master Mordo. He raised his hands, preparing to take control. With Mordo relinquishing the reins, Strange was now able to manipulate a portion of the space, using his own power. Compared to creating a new dimension from scratch, this consumed far less energy and was much easier to handle. All he needed was to focus his mind and channel his will to command the space's power. Of course, that was easier said than done. After all, the power of space was a force of the highest order. If it weren't for the fact that most who practiced magic possessed extraordinary mental strength, mastering such power would be impossible. A word of thanks to everyone who voted with recommendations and monthly tickets. Strange tried to take control, focusing all his mental energy. His hands moved deftly, his thoughts concentrated, desperately willing himself to reshape the buildings or objects within his grasp. But no matter how hard he tried, sweat beading on his forehead and his mind straining with effort, not a single stone or structure changed shape. After a while, his spirits began to falter. Clearly, Strange still needed much more training to master this art. Master Mordo, I find it incredibly difficult to control this power. Is it really possible to do what Master Wang Yang did? Watching Wang Yang's seemingly effortless manipulation, Strange felt as if the space around him was a towering mountain, pressing down so hard he could barely breathe, let alone hope to control it. Just moments ago, Wang Yang had reshaped not only the ground but the sky and all the surrounding buildings, as if the entire world were his to command. The gap between them was staggering. A smile played on Mordo's lips. Wang Yang's earlier display of spatial control had truly startled him. He had tried on purpose to keep Wang Yang from taking over, only to find the other man not only undeterred, but seemingly able to seize control from him with ease. Thankfully, Strange was much more conventional. He hadn't managed to assert control right away. This allowed the Ancient One to save face. A relief, for if Strange could have mastered it so easily, then all these years of training would have been for nothing. Of course, Wang Yang was a different story. He seemed to have everything firmly under his control. If this sort of feat were in the hands of an ordinary sorcerer, it would have been utterly impossible. Even Caecilius, renowned as the Ancient One's most accomplished disciple, could not wield such mastery over the mirror dimension. In Kamar-Taj, only the Sorcerer Supreme herself might reach this level of command. Although Mordo had long known about Wang Yang's remarkable abilities, seeing him manipulate the mirror dimension so effortlessly today made him realize he had still underestimated him. This young man was a phenomenon, a force of nature. Yet after so much time, Mordo had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Someone so extraordinary should act extraordinary. If the day ever came when Wang Yang behaved like an ordinary apprentice, Mordo would probably wonder if he'd fallen ill. Strange there's no need to be discouraged, Mordo offered, his tone reassuring. Mastery of any magic is a gradual journey. You can't expect to wield great power right from the start. You just need to take it step by step. In truth, Mordo doubted that even if Strange could control the mirror dimension, he would be able to unleash such formidable power. But he said these words to comfort Strange, so he wouldn't be so demoralized as to lose all motivation for learning magic. That's right, Strange. Magic has to be learned patiently. The mirror dimension isn't really all that difficult to spell. Wang Yang chimed in, his voice calm and encouraging. As long as you keep at it, you'll reach this level eventually. As he spoke, Wang Yang raised his hands. Instantly, the entire mirror dimension seemed to turn upside down. The surrounding buildings sprang to life, twisting and spiraling, as if colossal, living beasts were emerging from the earth. Strange stared at the spectacle before him, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. He couldn't even budge a small tree, while such world-shaking transformations were unfolding right before his eyes. How could a single person wield such power? Over the past few days, he had learned quite a bit of magic, and was considered a gifted sorcerer in Kamar-Taj. He was no longer a novice. Yet now, he couldn't even make a sapling tremble. While Wang Yang could bend the entire world to his will, the gap between them was staggering. At first, Strange had thought such control was simply impossible, but seeing the look on Mordo's face, he began to wonder if perhaps it wasn't as unattainable as he'd once believed. Was mastering every aspect of the mirror dimension really so easy? Was it just that his own talent fell short? A wave of crushing doubt washed over Strange. He even began to question himself. Seeing the look on Strange's face, Wang Yang smiled and said, Strange, there's no need to be discouraged. Mastering magic is never easy at first. You just need to practice patiently, and you'll get there. I'll show you again, Wang Yang said. And once more, everything inside the mirror dimension began to change this time. However, the transformation was subtle. Only a small area within the building shifted and rolled. Compared to large-scale alterations, such precise, localized changes required far greater mental strength. If it hadn't been for merging with that talent fragment earlier, he would never have managed such refined control. Now, all it took was a single thought, and the space would respond accordingly. Strange watched, utterly stunned. The way the buildings were manipulated with such meticulous precision was simply unbelievable. Even Mordo was left in awe. There's a saying, the layman is dazzled by the spectacle, but the expert sees the mastery. Strange found it all incredible, while Mordo recognized the advanced level of control Wang Yang was demonstrating. Such finesse surely rivaled that of the Sorcerer Supreme. It was simply astounding. How long had Wang Yang even been learning magic? And yet every time he managed to surprise them, to evoke wonder. What was most remarkable was that each time his abilities seemed to leap to new heights. Strange, however, was not someone who gave up easily. There was a reason he was chosen as the Sorcerer Supreme's successor. In every aspect of magical learning, his talent was extraordinary. Perhaps even surpassing the Sorcerer Supreme herself. That's why not long after his arrival, he had already mastered so many spells, even stepping in for the Sorcerer Supreme at times. Inspired by Wang Yang, Strange soon managed to control objects within the mirror dimension himself. Not only that, he began studying how to create the mirror dimension from scratch. Strange was gifted, though setbacks could shake him. They only made him work harder. Perhaps that was the key to his achievements in medicine as well. Now it seemed he was destined for greatness in the mystical arts too. Days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Strange had now thoroughly mastered the mirror dimension. Although he couldn't manipulate everything inside as effortlessly as Wang Yang could, he had reached the level of a competent sorcerer. Driven by Wang Yang's encouragement, Strange continued to hone his mastery, always striving for perfection. In fact, at this point, even Mordo's control over the mirror dimension was not as skillful as Strange's. Wang Yang was very pleased with Strange's progress and devoted even more care to his teaching. Strange, how long have you been at Kamar-Taj? Mordo asked, watching Strange and sensing the magical energy radiating from him. I've been at Kamar-Taj for a full month now. Strange replied, excellent. Today is a special day. What's so special about today? It's the day you rise from apprentice to mage. Mordo added, that is if you can pass the trial. Hearing Mordo's words, Strange couldn't help but freeze for a moment. What trial, Master Mordo? He had already spent a month at Kamar-Taj and had learned almost all the magic he was supposed to. Still, he didn't believe himself to be particularly powerful, especially each time he witnessed Wang's spells, which seemed nothing short of miraculous. So he never imagined he was anywhere close to becoming a true mage. Today, a trial, and he could be promoted to a real mage. Of course, it's a test to see whether you're ready to become a true mage. Mordo's voice turned a bit colder as he continued. Strange, you have to understand, Kamar-Taj is not an academy, but a place to train guardians for battle. Since you chose to stay, even if you're a scholar type of mage, you must also know how to fight. What? Strange was taken aback. He hadn't expected that after learning magic, there would still be battles to fight. Having lived in peace for so many years, it never crossed his mind that the world still required such combat. This was well beyond what he had anticipated. Under Mordo's lead, they entered the mirror dimension directly. This was a space conjured collectively by several of Kamar-Taj senior mages. Right now, the place had been transformed into something resembling a grand arena. All around, mages had gathered to watch, while on the high platforms stood several of the most powerful sorcerers. At the center stood numerous dueling platforms, set up specially for the mages' trials. Events like this were rare in Kamar-Taj. Almost a grand occasion. Of course, Kamar-Taj was never about ruthless competition. It was never supposed to be difficult for an apprentice to become a mage. All that was required was to duel their mentor and earn their recognition. So these trials were more about ritual and ceremony. They also offered a chance for mages to exchange knowledge and skills with each other. Many who were stationed elsewhere would take this opportunity to return and spar with their peers. Sometimes, even the senior mages would personally enter the ring. A perfectly normal occurrence in Kamar-Taj. By the time Wang and the others arrived, the trials were already underway. Many mages were already sparring with their apprentices, acting as both challengers and mentors. Quite a few mages watched these battles, commenting and evaluating as they went. Look over there, that's Wei Hui. He's incredibly gifted, not just in learning magic, but also in combat. I heard he mastered the basics of magic and rune construction in less than 5 months. What's that supposed to mean? I know an apprentice named Jesse Convo. His talent in combat is exceptional, and he's found his own ways of using magic. Even I would have a hard time handling him for a while. I wonder if this time we'll see a mage who defies all expectations. I hope the Archmage gets involved too. Then I can learn a thing or two. A chorus of voices buzzed across the stands, full of excitement and speculation. Mordo stepped up onto the dais and exchanged a few words with several Archmages. Mordo, I heard your new apprentice is quite remarkable. One Archmage remarked with a touch of wonder. First there was Wang Yang, now another prodigy. Was Kamar-Taj about to usher in a new golden age? It's all just rumors, Mordo replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Mordo, I can't believe you're getting in on these tricks too. You think we don't know? Your apprentice is the next Sorcerer Supreme. Several Archmages laughed as they spoke, but Mordo just smiled and kept his thoughts to himself. While Mordo was deep in discussion with the Archmages, a mechanical chime sounded in Wang Yang's ear. Ding! Magic talent fragment detected. Ring of Lagdur. Would you like to fuse? Ding! Magic Rune Foundation fragment detected. Would you like to fuse? Ding! Combat talent fragment detected. Would you like to fuse? One notification followed another. Wang Yang's face lit up with delight, and without a moment's hesitation, he chose to fuse them. After conferring with the archmages and confirming that all was in order, Mordo finally approached Wang Yang and Strange. Let's go, Strange. Let me see what you've learned during your training, Mordo said, a smile tugging at his lips. Strange, however, looked crestfallen. His lack of confidence in combat was clear. Wang Yang offered Strange an encouraging smile and said, Strange, don't worry. This is just a test. Nothing more. You can do it. Trust yourself. Bolstered by Wang Yang's words, Strange gave a solemn nod and said gratefully, Thank you, Master Wang Yang. With that, Strange followed Mordo onto the dueling platform. Mordo stood before him, calm and composed, the very picture of a master. Strange, as a mage of Kamar-Taj, the first thing you must learn is hand-to-hand combat, Mordo explained. So, let me see how your combat skills have progressed. Strange nodded. I understand. Good. Let's begin. You attack first, Mordo said, watching him intently. My apologies, Master, Strange replied, and in an instant snapped into focus. He stepped forward and charged straight ahead, swift as the wind, his movements reinforced with a touch of magic. However, Wang Yang didn't pay much attention to this move. The prompt sound echoed in his ear, ready to let him fuse new talents at any moment. To him, this place was practically the perfect training ground to enhance his abilities. Yet the magical talents here were nothing extraordinary. If a true archmage were to step into the ring, a single one would be worth dozens of these ordinary mages. Take the Ancient One, for example. She had even triggered a magical mutation in him, allowing him to touch upon divine powers. As for Strange performance, Wang Yang found it rather mediocre. Not particularly impressive, but to the mages in the stand, Strange display was already dazzling, almost breathtaking. From the moment he made his move, he had drawn the attention of a large number of mages. Wow, look! That's Strange, disciple of Grandmaster Mordo. In such a short time, he's already become so powerful, truly worthy of Mordo's teaching. You might not know about Mordo's other disciple, Wang Yang. That one's a real monster, but there hasn't been any news about him lately. I've heard of Mage Wang Yang too. He played a decisive role in the battlefield. They say apparently he's been in seclusion, perhaps training under the Sorcerer Supreme herself. Mordo's teaching skills are among the best in Kamar-Taj. This Strange is a genius as well. I heard he's only been practicing for a month. His combat skills are at the level of a seasoned mage already. The crowd of mages burst into cheers again and again. On the platform, Mordo and Strange exchanged blows in a fierce back and forth. Magical lights flashed non-stop, illuminating the stage. Even the archmages observing from above couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Look at that move from Strange. He shouldn't have any trouble advancing now. Such speed, such reflexes. He's already using several spells. Who knows how much magic he's mastered? Mordo's luck is incredible. He always manages to find such talented students. But Mordo might be in trouble now. Looks like his own student is about to defeat him. Imagine a dignified archmage beaten by his own disciple. I have to say, Strange isn't holding back. Maybe he really will teach Mordo a lesson. The archmages above watched the contest with barely concealed glee, delighted by the spectacle. Meanwhile, Wang Yang observed the fierce duel on the stage and nodded slightly. Strange's combat skills for an ordinary mage were quite impressive. His attacks were sharp, each move infused with powerful magical energy. Although Mordo had years of experience, he found himself on the defensive, forced to retreat again and again as Strange pressed the attack. With a series of heavy thuds, Mordo raised his hand to block, a magical shield springing to life in an instant. Strange blows landed on the shield with a deep, muffled sound. Mordo dodged and weaved, his footwork full of practiced precision. Although it appeared that Mordo was constantly dodging, in truth, he simply wanted to test Strange's abilities. That was why he kept defending without launching any attacks. Strange, your hand-to-hand combat has improved impressively. This time, I won't hold back, Mordo declared. With that, Master Mordo ceased his passive defense and launched a counterattack. He threw a punch. Magical runes shimmered around his fist, coalescing into a spectral gauntlet. Their fists collided with a heavy thud, sending a powerful shockwave rippling outward. The two became locked in a fierce struggle, trading blows with a string of muffled impacts. They were evenly matched, neither gaining nor losing ground as the duel raged on. The magicians gathered around, watched with growing excitement. Strange is incredible. In just over a month, he's already honed his combat skills to this level. Master Mordo's teaching is truly remarkable, isn't it? Strange is truly extraordinary. Genius or not, to fight Master Mordo to a standstill is no small feat. That's right, unbelievable. The speed and strength on display here. Hard to believe he's just an apprentice. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, each finding it difficult to accept that Strange was still only a student. Wang, hearing all this chatter, could only shake his head in amazement. Meanwhile, with Mordo's increasingly aggressive attacks, Wang could sense that he was absorbing much of Mordo's magical and martial prowess himself. Before long, the duel between Mordo and Strange reached its climax. Though most of the fighting was hand-to-hand, the ripples of their power were anything but ordinary. Combined with the magic woven in the spectacle was mesmerizing. Yet Mordo was a master for a reason. Years of battle experience gave him a clear edge over Strange. With a swift motion, Mordo conjured a shield of the Seraphim, effortlessly blocking Strange below. Twisting his body, he appeared behind Strange in a flash, landing a palm strike that sent Strange stumbling forward, nearly losing his balance. "That's enough, Strange. Let's stop here," Mordo said firmly. "Your skills are impressive, though you're still lacking experience. But remember, if this had been a real battle, that last strike could have killed you. So keep this in mind. As a sorcerer, protecting yourself is paramount," Mordo cautioned, his tone grave. "I understand, Master Mordo," Strange replied respectfully. "Good. Our sparring and martial arts ends here. Now, let me see how your magical training has progressed." Though magic had played a role in their fights so far, it had been mostly in the form of basic rune structures. Neither had unleashed their more formidable spells. But in a place like this, it was only fitting to try everything. "Very well. Pardon my offense." Strange nodded his head. Crimson chains. In an instant, a shimmering crimson chain materialized in his hand. Like a whip, it lashed out in a flash. The crimson chain shot straight toward Mordo. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Mordo conjured a magical shield, bracing himself. There was a heavy clash as the crimson chain struck the shield, sending a burst of scarlet sparks flying outward. The two dueled fiercely, their magic shaking the arena. Cracks began to appear on the platform, and shards of stone erupted into the air. As the battle intensified, the surrounding sorcerers couldn't help but grow excited. "Crimson chains. Isn't that an advanced spell? I'm a seasoned magician, and I still haven't mastered it. How could Strange, just an apprentice, have learned such magic? What terrifying power, truly worthy of being called advanced magic. Strange is a true prodigy, to master such a spell in just a month. Unbelievable, incredible. I can't even cast magic of this level yet." The sorcerers whispered among themselves, their faces alight with awe and astonishment. On the arena, the duel raged on, spells colliding with flashes of dazzling light, each impact more intense than the last. "Impressive, Strange. You have a fine grasp of magic," Mordo called out, satisfaction in his voice. "But you're still not strong enough to defeat me." With shield in one hand and chain in the other, Mordo handled Strange's onslaught with ease. Yet deep down, he couldn't help but marvel at Strange's rapid progress. If he himself had so little time, he could never have advanced so far. By the sacred sword of Ishanti, Strange at last cast aside all restraint, unleashing a spell he had learned only recently. A spell famed as one of the most powerful attacks. As the sacred sword of Ishanti appeared, the entire hall seemed to draw a collective breath. "That's the sacred sword of Ishanti. Impossible. How could an apprentice command a spell of that magnitude? Could Strange be the hope of our Kamar-Taj? Not even all the archmages can wield the sacred sword of Ishanti." Cries of disbelief and shock rippled through the crowd, their faces a picture of amazement. Even the archmages watching could not conceal their astonishment at this spectacle. Strange, it seemed, was a true genius. Amid the crowd, Wang Yang watched the scene unfold with quiet enjoyment. Ding! Magic fragment detected. Sacred sword of Ishanti. Would you like to merge? Back on the arena, Mordo and Strange fought with an intensity that rivaled even the great archmages themselves. Mordo's fist was encircled by the crimson ring of Ragador, ceaselessly fending off the attacks of the sacred sword of Ishanti. The blazing, magic-forged sword clashed again and again with the red ring, each collision sending bursts of magical sparks flying through the air. The arena itself had long since become battered and broken, pockmarked with craters and scars from the battle. Though Mordo appeared calm and collected on the surface, the pressure within him was steadily mounting. Strange, despite having trained in magic for only a month, was inflicting damage far beyond what Mordo had anticipated. The combined force of Strange's overlapping spells was nothing to take lightly. Fortunately, Mordo's wealth of combat experience allowed him to coordinate his own magic with precision and skill. At last, seizing a fleeting moment when Strange's attention wavered, Mordo unleashed the Crimson Chains. Binding his opponent in an instant, he stood with hands behind his back, exuding the bearing of a true master. Adopting a tone of instruction, he said, "Strange, you still have much to learn. You're far too young and inexperienced. Yes, thank you for your guidance, Master Mordo," Strange replied, both utterly convinced and sincerely respectful. Hearing Strange's words, Mordo couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. Strange had passed the test and become an apprentice mage with flying colors. If not for the complications of skipping ranks, he would have been entirely qualified to be a full-fledged sorcerer. "Well then, Strange, from today onward, you are officially an apprentice mage," Mordo declared, "but don't let it go to your head. There is still much hard work ahead." Mordo smiled warmly at Strange as he spoke. "I understand, Master Mordo," Strange answered respectfully, nodding before stepping down from the stage. Strange had left the dueling platform, but Mordo remained. Instead, he turned his gaze to Wang Yang, who was standing off to the side. "Wang Yang, how about coming up here and sparring with me for a bit?" He had witnessed Wang Yang's abilities during the great battle, but had never faced him in a formal duel. Now was the perfect opportunity to test Wang Yang's true strength. Wang Yang neither agreed nor refused, simply smiling as he stepped onto the arena. "Master Mordo, I hope you'll go easy on me," he said modestly. "Go easy on you? Perhaps it's you who shouldn't go easy on me," Mordo replied with a laugh and a shake of his head. "All right, let's keep it to hand-to-hand combat for this match." After a brief rest, Mordo had recovered some of his stamina. "Very well," Wang Yang responded. "Please, Master Mordo, show me your skills." Without further ado, Wang Yang charged at Mordo. As his foot struck the ground, the arena floor caved in beneath him, leaving a deep crater. Harnessing the force of his leap, he appeared before Mordo in a flash and threw a powerful punch. With magic swirling around his fist, its structure strengthened and brimming with formidable power. Wang Yang's blow came down with overwhelming force. The punch carried an unstoppable momentum, and Mordo could feel a heavy gust of wind pressing against his face, the sheer strength of the attack unmistakable. Mordo's expression changed in an instant, and he raised both arms to block. A shield materialized at his elbow. There was a heavy clang. Sparks flew in all directions, and Mordo was forced to retreat several steps. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding mages couldn't help but fall into shock. "So this is Mage Wang Yang? Incredible. Even Mage Mordo is at a disadvantage in close combat. Unbelievable. Such overwhelming strength. Is he really just a mage? To reach this level of mastery in martial arts, it's almost unimaginable." Although martial arts were important to mages as well, in the end, they were mages first and foremost. Most of them didn't devote this much effort to honing their combat skills. After all, whenever they had spare time, they would rather use it to practice magic. At this moment, the stands were abuzz with conversation, and even Mordo himself was astonished. What a kid. His martial arts are this formidable too. Mordo let out a rueful laugh, half in jest and half in admiration. He was beginning to regret inviting Wang Yang to spar. He had thought that Wang Yang was terrifying in magic, but that he himself could rely on his combat experience to match him in a fight. Yet after just a brief exchange, he found himself outmatched. Still faced with so many onlookers, Mordo managed to keep his composure. He called out again, "Come at me." Wang Yang could only offer a bashful smile before charging forward once more. Mordo drew a deep breath, bracing himself for the onslaught. The clash of fists and feet rang out, thud, 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 echoing through the arena. Under Wang Yang's fierce assault, Mordo could do little more than defend, unable to launch any real counterattack. It was clear he was being pressed hard. The mages watching couldn't help but discuss the spectacle animatedly. "Mage Mordo can't even fight back. I know. It's terrifying. If it were me, I probably couldn't withstand even a single punch. So it turns out that with just pure combat skills, you can unleash such power. I always thought magic was a mage's greatest strength. Who knew martial arts could be this formidable too? A chorus of excited, incredulous voices filled the air in that moment. Every mage in the mirrored realm turned their gaze toward the duel. After all, to see a grand mage like Mordo rendered unable to retaliate was nothing short of astonishing. One could only imagine the depths of Wang Yang's strength. A familiar chime echoed in Wang Yang's mind. Ding! Combat technique talent shard detected. Would you like to integrate it? Apparently this shard had dropped from Mordo himself to absorb an opponent's talent, leaving them no way out. Wang Yang couldn't help but let a faint smile play at the corners of his lips. Integrate. As the shard merged within him once more, he could feel his strength growing ever greater, and a wealth of new combat techniques unfurled in his mind. At this moment, Mordo could feel the pressure on him doubling. It was already considerable to begin with, but now the weight seemed almost unbearable. Even defending against Wang Yang's attacks was becoming increasingly difficult. The strain was so intense that even his bones began to ache. Mordo was deeply puzzled. After all, this was just a martial art technique, the most basic form practiced at Kamar-Taj. It was hardly different from ordinary fighting skills. To truly improve required years of accumulated combat experience, allowing the body to develop muscle memory so that it could instinctively react to attacks. Yet now he found himself overwhelmed by someone who had barely seen real combat, and after fighting for so long, he still hadn't managed to land a single counterattack. If only he hadn't tried to play the hero earlier and had let Wang Yang go first. At least then, he would have had a chance at a fair fight. But now there was no way to turn the tables. What's more, Wang Yang's strength seemed to be steadily increasing, which was simply unbelievable. With a dull thud, Mordo was forced back several steps. He rubbed his hands together, gritting his teeth in pain. Seeing Wang Yang about to charge at him again, Mordo quickly raised both hands in surrender. I give up. Tell me, did you start practicing martial arts in your mother's womb? Wang Yang, I feel so embarrassed making you spend so much, and even more so asking for your support with recommendation and monthly votes. But the author says it's still not enough. Could you give a bit more? Some more monthly votes and recommendations, please. If the fight went on, Mordo would surely lose miserably. Without hesitation, he conceded defeat. Hearing Mordo's words, Wang Yang stopped in his tracks, gave Mordo a polite salute, and smiled shyly. Grandmaster, you flatter me. I'm just an average talent. Nothing more. Mordo managed a wry smile and shook his head. You average? If only that were true. Master, Wang Yang continued with a smile. Besides sparring and martial arts, we can also exchange magic. After all, we are sorcerers. Combat skills aren't our main strength. He couldn't possibly let a chance to gain magical insight slip by. Since Mordo was the Grandmaster, and Wang Yang had already made the suggestion, how could Mordo refuse without losing face? Still, he corrected him. It's not sparring. It's an exchange. I know exactly what your magic is like, you rascal. Though he was a grandmaster with a strong command of many powerful spells, he hoped he could at least hold his own for a while. Surely, it wouldn't be as one-sided as their physical match. Yet, deep down, he couldn't help but feel uneasy facing someone like Wang Yang was enough to make anyone nervous. Master Mordo, please enlighten me. Wang Yang saluted again, bowing respectfully. Mordo nodded calmly in return. But before he could make a move, Wang Yang struck first with astonishing speed. Crimson chains. With the incantation uttered, 5 crimson chains shot straight toward Mordo. Mordo's pupils suddenly contracted, his expression grew grave, and his hand clenched into a fist. The twin rings of Legediger materialized in his grasp. Yet the 5 chains in Wang Yang's hand seemed to come alive, surging straight toward Mordo and winding around him. The scarlet chains lashed out like serpents, tightening with lethal force. A harsh grating sound of metal scraping against metal resounded through the air. Witnessing this scene, the gathered sorcerers could not help but gasp in astonishment. Impossible. The crimson chains can be used like this? The crimson chains are actually clashing head-on with the rings of Legediger, and almost crush them completely, and his crimson chains are simply too powerful. The sorcerers broke into fervent discussion, scarcely able to believe what they saw in Wang Yang's hands, too. Them such magic should have been utterly impossible. No one should be able to wield a spell like this. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it was real. Yet the shock and awe they felt now were undeniable. Even the archmages stood there dumbfounded. eyes wide with disbelief. The crimson chains can seal and entrap an opponent, but just now, they were as sharp as blades. I could sense a mighty force coursing through Wang Yang's crimson chains to control such overwhelming power. This young man is simply astonishing. The voices of debate swelled. Even the most seasoned archmages found their worldviews shaken by the spectacle before them. As for Mordo, who was on the receiving end of this display, his emotions were even more tumultuous. He focused all his attention, not daring to let his mind wander for even a moment. He knew that the slightest lapse could mean injury. Compared to the last time I saw Wang Yang use this spell, it seems even stronger now. Can this guy's magic just keep growing in power without limit? Mordo's thoughts were a whirl of conflicting emotions. He had encountered powerful magic before, but every spell had its limits. No one could endlessly increase the might of their magic. Yet Wang Yang's spell seemed to grow more formidable with every passing moment. All Mordo could do was raise his twin crimson shields, whirling them in a flawless defense, weaving a barrier so tight not even the wind could slip through, desperately trying to fend off Wang Yang's crimson chains. Master Mordo, as expected of you, I can't break through your defenses. Wang Yang sighed quietly to himself. He felt his magic was still not strong enough, or else he would have already shattered Mordo's guard. Hearing this, Mordo tensed up even further. Was this kid planning to use another spell? Wasn't this enough already? Did he really want to go all out here? If he actually lost, how humiliating would that be? Just then a violent storm swept through the arena. Although the spell had not yet fully formed, Mordo could already sense the power brewing in the air. With his experience, he immediately recognized it as the wind of Watum. This realization allowed him to breathe a little easier, and the tension on his face softened noticeably. At least Wang Yang was giving him some respect. He hadn't chosen something overwhelming. After all, the Wind of Watum was merely a support spell, nothing remarkable. Wind of Watum. As expected, Wang Yang called out in a low, commanding voice. Hearing this, Mordo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he suspected, it was indeed that spell. Since you've chosen this magic, I'll use it as well. Let's see if my Wind of Watum can suppress yours, he declared. The Wind of Watum wasn't a spell Mordo had taught Wang Yang as far as he knew. Wang Yang must have picked it up on his own, and its power couldn't possibly match what he himself could conjure. Perhaps this time, he really would be able to assert his dominance. Suddenly, a thunderous roar filled the arena. With a sweeping gesture from Wang Yang, an immense storm erupted, its force several times greater than anything Mordo had ever produced. Mordo's expression froze in shock. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end, and a cold sweat broke out, soaking the fabric of his robe. In an instant, his own Wind of Watum was swallowed up by the overwhelming gale. A sense of dread surged through him. Wasn't the Wind of Watum supposed to be just a support spell? How could it unleash such terrifying power? Mordo couldn't shake the feeling that were it not for the restrictions of the dueling platform, Wang Yang might well have shattered the very fabric of this mirrored space. Suddenly, a memory flashed through Mordo's mind. A time not long ago, when the library had been devastated by a mighty storm. Could have been Wang Yang who caused that destruction. The thought sent shock waves through Mordo's heart. Never had he imagined Wang Yang's strength could reach such heights. How was he supposed to counter such magic? How could anyone stand against it? If not for the presence of so many spectators, Mordo feared he might have collapsed to his knees in terror. This was a true brush with death. Faced with such annihilating force, Mordo found himself unable even to speak. His heart was gripped by despair. Was he really about to be killed on the dueling stage by a single spell? All around, the gathered sorcerers watched with jaws agape, unable to hide their astonishment. Even their breath seemed to catch in their throats. Is that really the Wind of Watum? Are you kidding me? Even the Sorcerer Supreme couldn't wield that spell with such power. This is terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Mordo is formidable too, facing such a spell head-on. If it were me, I'd have dropped to my knees in an instant. Of course, he's a great mage after all. We're nowhere close to his level. The raging storm swept across the stage, bearing down on Mordo with unstoppable force. On the other side, Wang Yang noticed something was wrong. Did I overdo it? Wang Yang waved his hand, instantly reducing the power of the Wind of Watum by 90%. That should be manageable now, he muttered to himself. Yet even with its strength diminished by 9/10, the wind of Wadham still looked utterly terrifying as it surged straight toward Mordo. Countless mages present gasped in shock at that moment. Many were worried for Mordo. After all, such a fearsome force could grind even boulders swept up in the dust. Just then on the dueling platform, countless crimson lines appeared around Mordo. In the blink of an eye, they wove themselves into a massive shield, enveloping him completely. It was the shield of Seraphim. With a thunderous roar, the tempest force erupted outward so intense that several mages were blown off their feet. Once the storm had passed, the platform gradually reemerged before everyone's eyes. There stood Mordo, his skin dark, but his face now pale, sweat streaming down in rivulets, his robes soaked through, looking very much like a man who had just survived a great disaster. The entire mirror dimension fell into utter silence. Not even a whisper to be heard. None of the mages could comprehend that such terrifying magic actually existed. What shocked them even more was that this spell, which had always been just a support spell in their own hands, now became so overwhelmingly powerful in Wang Yang's. Though the ceremony continued, after Wang Yang and Mordo's duel, the rest of the battles paled in comparison, failing to stir the crowd in the same way. It was like being served a feast of rare delicacies, only to be given plain porridge and pickles. Afterward, the contrast was simply too stark. Strange had successfully become an apprentice mage, but he found little joy in it. Instead, he felt a deep sense of frustration. Though he'd known that Wang Yang was on an entirely different level, the sheer gap in magical power was staggering. Looking at the spells in Wang Yang's hands, and then at his own, Strange couldn't help but feel that the difference between an apprentice and a true mage was simply insurmountable. But this only made him more determined to work harder. He was resolved to follow in Wang Yang's footsteps and strive to reach his level. Strange, you're here. Good. Wang Yang and Mordo arrived together at the training ground, waiting for Strange. As soon as Strange arrived, Mordo was the first to speak. Mage Mordo, Mage Wang Yang. Strange greeted them both respectfully. All right, that's enough formality. Congratulations on officially becoming an apprentice mage, but remember, this is just a new beginning on your path. You must keep studying diligently, Mordo said, his tone earnest and sincere. I understand, Mage Mordo. Thinking of Wang Yang, Strange felt he was still worlds apart, with no reason at all to feel proud. Very well, let's begin. Today, I'll teach you another support spell. The Chains of Vishani. The Chains of Vishani are a spell derived from the energy of the Vishani. Mordo explained slowly. Harnessing the divine power of the Vishani, you can instantly conjure hundreds, even thousands of chains to bind your enemies. He cast a glance at Wang Yang, then continued. This spell was developed by Master Hammer. Its purpose is to restrain your opponent. But remember, the Chains of Vishani have little offensive power. Of course, when it comes to sheer binding force, the Chains of Vishani can't compare to the Crimson Chains. However, the Chains of Vishani are much faster to cast. As for the rest, you'll have to explore it yourself. Wang Yang, why don't you give Strange a demonstration? Mordo said, then added a reminder, and don't use your full strength. Ever since their last sparring match, Mordo had been wary of Wang Yang's true power. It was simply too overwhelming. All right, Wang Yang replied ambiguously. Just as Wang Yang took a step forward, Mordo went on. The essence of the Chains of Vishani isn't complicated. It all comes down to mental focus. The incantation itself isn't too important. Watch closely how Wang Yang wields it. Observe the way he channels his mental energy. Upon hearing this, Strange's anticipation grew. He watched Wang Yang intently. Wang Yang raised his hand with a sweeping motion, opening a portal to the mirror dimension. I almost forgot. We really should be in the mirror dimension, otherwise we'd risk destroying the training hall, Mordo remarked with a wry laugh. He then led Strange into the mirrored realm. Inside the mirror dimension, as they stepped in, the buildings around them instantly collapsed, leveling the ground and transforming the area into a vast open space. If I'm going to cast it, watch carefully, Wang Yang said, gathering his focus. Chains of Vishani, a deep, resonant hum filled the air. In an instant, countless chains shot forth, spreading outward like a massive net. Wang Yang stood at their center, resembling a predatory spider at the heart of its web. The golden chains were thick and enormous, each one as imposing as a stone pillar. Mordo's expression stiffened with disbelief. Didn't I tell you not to go all out? These chains of Ashanti are far too massive. Just one of his chains matches 100 of mine. Is this even humanly possible? Wang Yang could only shrug inwardly. He was already holding back. After all, the first time he tried this spell, he had unleashed multiple layers of chains of Ashanti at once. Compared to that, this was restraint. Suddenly, one of the colossal chains slipped from his control and crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. The shock wave rippled outward, sending tremors through the area. Fortunately, Mordo was a master sorcerer and reacted swiftly, conjuring a shield to absorb the brunt of the force. Even so, he was forced to stumble back several steps, looking rather disheveled. As the dust settled, a massive crater appeared before the two of them. Both Mordo and Strange were taken aback by the sight. Strange, still reeling from shock, pointed at the enormous pit in front of them and exclaimed, "Master Mordo, is the chains of Ashanti only meant to restrain people? Doesn't it have any offensive power?" Mordo couldn't help but force a bitter smile. Wang Yang quickly retracted the chains as. Well, he hadn't used the chains of Ashanti very often, so his control was still somewhat rough around the edges. As he glanced at Mordo, he found Mordo glaring at him. Hadn't he told him not to use his full strength? Why did he have to unleash such overwhelming power and leave Mordo with no room for dignity? This was supposed to be a support spell, but Wang Yang had turned it into such a spectacle. It would certainly give Strange the wrong impression. Did Wang Yang think anyone could wield a support spell with such might? Mordo cursed inwardly, but with Strange present, he could only swallow his complaints and keep his face composed, though he was desperate to explain to Strange that this truly was just a support spell, and not everyone could turn it into something extraordinary like Wang Yang. Mordo kept quiet, maintaining his calm exterior. Meanwhile, Wang Yang put on a modest expression, bowed, and said, "Thank you everyone for your support, your votes, and your recommendations. Any more, Mr. Strange?" Mordo said, taking a deep breath to steady himself and preserve his dignity as a master sorcerer. "If you wish to reach the level of Master Wang Yang, you'll just have to work hard. Otherwise, you'll only be able to muster the power of a basic support spell." "Yes, Master." Strange nodded solemnly. He was deeply impressed by Wang Yang's magical prowess and yearned to achieve such mastery himself, to wield magic with such strength. Afterward, Mordo instructed Strange to return and practice diligently. "Master Mordo, will you continue teaching tomorrow?" Wang Yang looked at Mordo. Seeing Wang Yang's humble smile, Mordo's feelings grew even more complicated. Each magical demonstration felt like another blow. He was supposed to be the great master here, but with things going on like this, Wang Yang looked more like the true master, and he himself seemed little more than an apprentice. He couldn't let this go on. He'd rather teach Strange alone. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, but in the end he only managed a calm reply. "No need. Just this chains of Ashanti is enough for Strange to study for a few days. You should take time for your own magical training too. Don't let teaching others distract you from your own progress." Mordo's words were upright and earnest, but in his heart he grumbled. Could Wang Yang's magic possibly get even stronger? Actually, it just might. Was Wang Yang even human? No, he was a monster. Mordo was filled with frustration, oblivious to Mordo's inner turmoil. Wang Yang simply nodded and said, "All right then, Master Mordo, I'll be off now." Wang Yang returned to his quarters and settled into a cross-legged meditation. Meditation was a method wizards used to strengthen their mental power by emptying the mind and allowing one's spirit to expand outward. The next day, Wang Yang headed to the library. Since he didn't have to teach, he naturally wanted to study new spells. The library, after all, was filled with countless magical tomes, and here he had the chance to learn even more powerful magic. No sooner had Wang Yang stepped into the library than he caught sight of Wang, whose expression shifted instantly. "Wang Yang, what brings you here?" Wang asked, unable to conceal his unease. Last time, Wang Yang's magical mishap had nearly destroyed the library. It had taken considerable effort to restore it, and now he was back again. The memory still sent a chill through Wang's heart, and he couldn't help but worry that Wang Yang might cause more trouble. "Archmage, I just came to read some magic books," Wang Yang said, offering a sheepish smile as he noticed Wang's wary look. "Don't worry. I won't use magic recklessly this time. Even if I need to experiment, I'll do it in the mirror dimension." Wang coughed, a hint of resignation in his voice. "I'm not forbidding you from coming to the library. he said, "But you really must be careful. If you must practice magic, do it in the mirror dimension. It's much safer that way." He nodded emphatically as he spoke. "I understand, Archmage," Wang Yang replied with a cheerful nod. "You have my word." "I'll be careful," Wang nodded in return. "Very well, go ahead. And remember to stay safe, of course." Wang Yang grinned, then stepped fully into the library, beginning his search for magical tomes. The ordinary magic books no longer satisfied his curiosity. His gaze drifted to the volumes bound in chains. These were tomes reserved for supreme sorcerers. The books were chained because no one at Kamar-Taj could fully comprehend their contents. In the past, Wang Yang might have been just as lost, but after absorbing so many talents, his mastery of magic had reached extraordinary heights. He selected one of the chained books and settled into a chair to read. The book chronicled the tales of the deity Hoggoth. In the Marvel Universe, the world teemed with all manner of bizarre and powerful gods, so many in fact that Wang Yang could scarcely keep track of them all. These deities existed in other dimensions, or even in other universes altogether. As for Hoggoth, he too was an ancient and formidable entity. Wang Yang wasn't particularly interested in Hoggoth's stories, but the book did record one of his spells and the magic circle required to summon him. Wang Yang leaned closer to the page depicting the magic circle, feeling a wave of powerful energy radiate from it. He turned the page with anticipation. The strength of a god was undeniable. If a deity were evil, they could easily sway the will of those who lacked resolve. And there, Wang Yang saw it. Hoggoth's ancient form. This spell was a formidable defensive magic, allowing one to instantly turn their body into pure energy capable of withstanding the vast majority of attacks. Aside from a handful of direct attacks from certain deities that it cannot withstand, this spell can block almost any other assault. That's why, during his battle with Thanos wielding the Infinity Gauntlet, Doctor Strange used this very magic to shield himself from the force of a black hole. Its power is undeniable. In a Marvel universe fraught with danger at every turn, possessing such a formidable defensive spell speaks for itself. Wang Yang gazed at the book's pages, studying the intricate magical patterns and the pathways through which energy flows within the human body. A sudden chime sounded in his mind. Detection. Fragment of Hog's ancient body magic found. "Would you like to fuse it?" "Fuse," he commanded without hesitation. Instantly, a surge of arcane knowledge and experience regarding the ancient body of Hogs flooded into his mind. His spiritual energy instinctively began to operate, eager to test the might of this ancient magic. But here in the library was hardly the place. He still remembered the trouble he'd caused last time, and he had no desire for the Ancient One to intervene again. With a wave of his hand, Wang Yang opened the mirror dimension. With a single step, he slipped inside. Wang, ever vigilant, kept a close eye on Wang Yang to prevent another mishap like before, when he saw Wang Yang vanish. Realizing he'd entered the mirror dimension, Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Within the mirror dimension, Wang Yang found himself standing alone. The setting was still the library, yet Wang was nowhere to be seen. "Let's see the true power of the ancient body," he murmured. He began to recite the incantation. Instantly, his body seemed to transform into pure energy, expanding outward as if splitting apart, dissolving into countless shards. These crystalline fragments fanned out, fluttering like butterflies. The sight was breathtaking in its beauty. Despite feeling his form disperse, Wang Yang didn't sense any real discomfort. At the same time, he reappeared nearby. "What beautiful butterflies!" he exclaimed in awe. But as he admired them, the butterflies suddenly radiated a burst of energy. A terrifying shockwave erupted in all directions. A thunderous roar filled the air. A chain reaction of explosions as every butterfly shattered in a brilliant flash. The entire mirror dimension trembled violently, and a crack appeared in the sky above. At that very moment, in the library outside, Wang had relaxed completely after Wang Yang entered the mirror dimension, engrossed in his reading. But then a thunderous crash reverberated throughout the space. Wang was so startled he fell back onto the floor. In front of him, hundreds, no, thousands, of cracks snaked across the ground, exuding a dreadful aura. Wang stared in shock at the scene before him. Hadn't Wang Yang gone into the mirror dimension to experiment with his magic? How could it cause such a commotion? and to think that someone could unleash such chaos even within the mirror dimension. Was he even human? Wang had never witnessed anyone capable of shattering his own mirror dimension. Before Wang stared at the rift in the space before him, fear making his whole body tremble uncontrollably. These space rifts were truly terrifying things. There was no telling if even he might be sliced apart by them. He simply couldn't fathom how anyone could break through his own mirror dimension. It seemed that not even the Sorcerer Supreme could manage such a feat. For anyone capable of wielding this kind of magic would surely be able to use an even stronger mirror dimension. So just what had Wang Yang done inside? How could he have twisted the mirror dimension into such a state? Even Kamar-Taj itself had been affected. Just by casually experimenting with a spell, he could stir up such chaos. Only after watching the rift in front of him slowly disappear did Wang finally breathe a sigh of relief. Still, his face remained pale. Kamar-Taj with Wang Yang around is just too dangerous. Who knows? One day the whole place could be destroyed by this kid's magic, Wang muttered to himself, unable to hold back his complaint. At that moment, Mordo and Strange, who were in the training grounds, also sensed the disturbance. Master Mordo, what's happening? Strange frowned, concern in his voice. Don't tell me we're having an earthquake. After all, Kamar-Taj was perched on Mount Everest. If an earthquake struck, it could trigger a massive avalanche. Such a disaster could easily bury all of Kamar-Taj beneath the snow. Don't worry, Mordo shook his head. I've already checked the epicenter. The disturbance came from the library. The library? Strange was taken aback. How could the library possibly cause such a commotion? Mordo said no more, but he had a good idea of what, or rather, who was behind it. Besides Wang Yang, who else could cause such a ruckus? Everyone else went to the library to read quietly and study magic diligently. But Wang Yang, every time he set foot in the library, it was as if he was tinkering with some deadly weapon, shaking all of Kamar-Taj in the process. Mordo was at a loss for words. This kid was a real monster. Strange, let's not worry about it. Let's get back to learning magic, Mordo said, shaking his head. Yes, Master Mordo, Strange replied with a nod then. Resumed his magical studies for the day. Out in the vastness of space, an enormous ship hurtled towards Svartalfheim. This was the realm of the Dark Elves, and now, after a slumber of thousands of years, the Dark Elves were finally awakening. Their leader, Malekith, was about to rise once more. From his lips erupted a thunderous roar. Odin, your kingdom will be destroyed by my hand, and your family will perish as well. Malekith's furious bellow was echoed by countless Dark Elves. Suddenly, a spaceship warped into the skies above, appearing over the heads of the assembled Dark Elves. What is that? Who goes there? Are you from Asgard? A host of Dark Elves drew their weapons, forming ranks and standing at the ready. At that very moment, a beam of light shot down from the massive spaceship above, and through it descended a tall, slender figure with the build of a monkey, accompanied by a hulking companion at his side. Greetings, leader of the Dark Elves. I am Ebony Maw, in service to the great Thanos. Thanos. Malekith narrowed his eyes. We did not come here seeking battle. With you, our sole purpose is to deliver a message. Ebony Maw gave a slight bow before he continued. What message? Malekith eyed the slender, simian-like stranger. I know you wish to defeat Odin, but with your current strength, I fear you cannot hope to challenge the ruler of the 9 realms. Ebony Maw spoke slowly and deliberately. What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying I'm weaker than Odin? Malekith advanced, weapon in hand, his face contorted with rage, ready to strike down these 2 at the slightest provocation. We have no intention of fighting you. We are here to offer our assistance. Ebony Maw replied calmly. It's about the ether. Malekith had been ready to kill the 2 insolent strangers before him, but the moment he heard their words, his expression changed. The ether was the Dark Elves' greatest treasure, stolen by Odin after their defeat in the war. Since then, their people had dwindled to less than a few thousand, and their power had faded. The loss of the ether had fueled Malekith's fury and his desire to raze Asgard to the ground. Though he bristled at Ebony Maw's suggestion that he was no match for Odin, he knew in his heart that it was true. Leader of the Dark Elves, we simply do not believe you can defeat Odin without the ether. We wish only to form an alliance. And before we do, we would give you the power to overcome him. Ebony Maw spoke with utmost courtesy. Malekith had little interest in forging an alliance with Thanos. But the ether was of paramount importance. As a millennia-old adversary, he knew well how formidable Odin was. Without the ether, he was no match for the Allfather, much less for Asgard's mighty armies, who had conquered the 9 realms and claimed their supremacy. With the ether, however, there might still be a chance. The ether. Where is it? Malekith asked in a low, grave voice. Tell me where it is. If you can help me reclaim the ether, I'll pledge the allegiance of the Dark Elves to your cause. A smile flickered across Ebony Maw's lips. The ether is currently held in Kamar-Taj, the sanctuary of sorcery. Odin placed the ether on Earth precisely so that when the Dark Elves awakened, the destruction would spill over onto Asgard itself. Oh, such a tiny planet. Earth. And Odin dares to leave the ether there. Malekith let out a soft exclamation. He was here in person, yet cared little for Earth, so he naturally knew nothing of Kamar-Taj or the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, because it's so far away. Lord of the Dark Elves, I believe with your strength you'll have no trouble reclaiming the ether. Ebony Maw placed his hand over his chest, his tone unfailingly polite. I'm sure you will make excellent allies, he continued. Malekith nodded and replied, Of course we will. Yet in the very next instant, Malekith struck without warning, lunging straight toward the pair. But as he closed, an Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf vanished in a flash, and above their heads a ship shot away at breakneck speed. They ran fast enough, but do they really think offering the ether as a gift would make me ally the Dark Elves with them? Ridiculous! Malekith snorted in disdain, then summoned the Dark Elves and set his sights on Earth. Wang Yang, bowing deeply. Thank you for the monthly votes, the recommendations. You're the best readers a writer could hope for. I'd trade my talent for your happiness, and if heaven allowed, I'd even wish to take some of it back, aboard the ship. Watching as the Dark Elves quickly assembled, Black Dwarf frowned and rumbled in a low voice, Earth doesn't have the ether, does it? And why bother allying with the Dark Elves at all? An alliance? That's merely an excuse for them to believe in. Ebony Maw shook his head. And as for the ether, of course it's not on Earth. Kamar-Taj is nothing more than a place for magic research, he added, but they interfered in our Battle of New York, and they should pay the price for that. Black Dwarf nodded. They certainly deserve to pay. They got in the way of Lord Thanos' plans. With that, their ship vanished into the endless darkness of space. The Dark Elves are a race that thrives in darkness. They can blend seamlessly into the shadows, and that is their greatest strength. Born assassins and infiltrators. Even their ships evade all surveillance. Not even the well-guarded halls of Asgard could prevent their intrusion. Even Heimdall, the sharpest eye in the 9 realms, failed to detect them. That's how they infiltrated Asgard itself and killed Odin's queen. Their prowess speaks for itself. Though Kamar-Taj is well defended, there are few powerful mages aside from the Sorcerer Supreme herself. And at this moment, most of the Magi were still in a post-celebration haze, their vigilance dulled after the recent festival. It made the Dark Elves' break-in almost effortless. They slipped directly into the sanctum. Though each sanctum had its own guardians facing the masterful stealth of the Dark Elves, the guards scarcely registered the danger before they were dispatched, one after another, with chilling efficiency. Malekith once stood against Odin himself. Dealing with these sorcerers was hardly a challenge for him. The defenses of the London sanctum were simply no match for his might. Still, powerful sorcerers guarded the sanctum, among them Grand Magus Basil. Kaimos was considered one of the best. Now, witnessing the deaths of his fellow Magi, Basil burned with rage. Dark Elves, you dare invade the London sanctum? The Sorcerer Supreme will never let you get away with this. He roared furiously. With a sweeping motion, he summoned a magical shield in one hand and a golden chain in the other, charging forward without hesitation. The golden chain crackled with formidable magical energy. He whipped it out, striking a Dark Elf and unleashing a burst of radiant golden fire. The Dark Elf was obliterated in an instant, consumed by the shimmering chain, but Malekith advanced without pause, withstanding the magical assault head-on. After all, Malekith had once endured the raw power of Odin himself using nothing but his own body. This level of magical attack was nothing to him. It could not harm him in the slightest. Weak magic, Malekith sneered, and with a single punch shattered Basil Kaimos' shield, scattering it into glowing embers. In the next breath, he seized Basil by the throat with one hand, and, with a ruthless squeeze, snapped his neck. Basil's strength and breath faded away helplessly. Move out. Take back the ether, Malekith commanded, waving his hand as he charged directly into Kamar-Taj. Whether Ebony Maw's words were true or not, he intended to find out for himself. As for offending anyone, Malekith cared little. What kind of power could a single planet possibly hold? His only goal was to defeat Odin and plunge the entire universe into darkness. The Dark Elves roared in unison and surged into Kamar-Taj behind their leader. Meanwhile, inside Kamar-Taj, Mordo was still instructing Strange in the mystic arts. Without Wang Yang present this time, Mordo's teaching went uninterrupted, though Strange's talent was considerable. If Wang Yang had been there, Mordo often felt as if he were the student instead. Now, he no longer felt outshone. Very good, Strange. You must learn to control your mental focus. This will enhance both your command of magic and its power, Mordo advised with measured calm. Strange listened intently, his expression earnest, not daring to let his concentration slip for a moment. Just then a thunderous rumble echoed through the halls. Master Mordo, did you hear that sound? Strange asked, frowning as he glanced toward the distance. Mordo dismissed his concern. It's probably just Wang Yang tinkering with something again. Nothing to worry about. They'd grown accustomed to Wang Yang's experiments causing all sorts of commotion, but Strange hesitated. Still, Master Mordo, the sound seems to be getting closer. Hearing Mordo's words, Strange nodded in agreement at first, but then a fresh wave of thunderous rumbles echoed out. This time, the sound was even closer than before. It felt as though whatever was causing the commotion was rapidly approaching them. Him? Mordo caught Strange's reaction and was puzzled as well. He sensed something was amiss at that moment. Distant cries of pain from fellow sorcerers reached his ears. This is bad. It sounds like we're under attack by an outside force. Come on, Strange, let's take a look. Mordo called out, urging Strange to follow him. Without wasting another moment, they moved to investigate, but before they had gone far, a group of figures dressed in black appeared before them. Their faces were ghostly pale, bodies clad in black armor, each wielding a weapon. At the front strode a towering figure, radiating an intimidating presence. As Mordo caught sight of them, Malekith, their leader, also fixed his gaze on the two sorcerers rushing toward him. His expression darkened as he spoke in a cold, commanding tone. Tell me where you've hidden the ether, and perhaps I'll grant you a swifter death. No sooner had Malekith spoken than several dark elves behind him raised their laser weapons, ready to fire. The ether? What ether? Mordo scoffed, his tone icy. You dare invade Kamar-Taj. You're courting death. With that, Mordo snapped his wrists and conjured crimson rings of Ragador into both hands. Strange too mirrored his mentor's movements, summoning his own crimson rings. Strange, prepare for battle. We are the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj, Mordo declared, charging straight toward Malekith's forces. Suddenly blasts of laser fire streaked through the air. Mordo raised his rings of Ragador, deflecting the onslaught. With a thunderous crash, a powerful laser blast shattered the ring on Mordo's right hand. He quickly blocked another shot with his left, then conjured a magical longsword in his right hand, slashing at one of the charging dark elves. With a sickening slice, the dark elf was cut clean in two. But the next instant, Malekith himself surged forward with a devastating punch. The force was so overwhelming that even Mordo's defenses couldn't withstand it. He was hurled through the air. Seeing this, Strange rushed forward to catch his mentor, breaking Mordo's fall. Embarrassed, Mordo's cheeks flushed. Saved by his own student. Still, it was clear these enemies were far more formidable than he'd imagined. Among the senior sorcerers of Kamar-Taj, Mordo stood as one of the most powerful. Though he often kept a low profile, in true battle his might was undeniable. Even Malekith found him a challenging foe. Strange, be careful. These dark elves are extremely dangerous. Before Mordo could say another word, Malekith's underlings charged forward without hesitation, heading straight for Strange. In an instant, the training ground erupted into chaos as everyone joined the fray. On one side stood the mightiest sorcerer under the Sorcerer Supreme, on the other the future Dr. Strange. Thanks to the guidance of Wang and Mordo, this version of Strange was already far more formidable than the one we saw in the films. For the moment, they managed to hold back the Dark Elves at the training grounds. Yet both Mordo and Strange quickly realized that these adversaries were far stronger than they had anticipated. Each blow from the enemy radiated with a powerful dark force. One punch could send them stumbling back several steps. Even the rings of Ragador in their hands flickered and dimmed under the strain. Moreover, their attacks seemed utterly ineffective against Malekith himself. It wasn't that the magic of Kamar-Taj was lacking. Rather, Their power simply couldn't compare to Malekith's. It was like two children trying to fight an adult. There was simply no contest. It seems I've underestimated Kamar-Taj, but this is where it ends. Malekith's voice was cold as ice. He continued, his tone even more chilling. No one can stop me from claiming the ether. With a furious shout, Malekith's entire body became shrouded in a vortex of darkness. He threw a punch, and the very air around him seemed to surge with a shadowy current. There was a thunderous crash. Mordo was sent flying, blood springing from his lips. But even so, he forced himself to his feet. Determination etched across his face. I'm the High Sorcerer of Kamar-Taj. It is my duty to defend this place, even if it costs me my life. You dare invade Kamar-Taj? The Sorcerer Supreme will make you pay for this. Mordo roared, charging forward again. Magical energy crackled and swirled around him, and the rings of Ragador seemed to blaze even brighter in his grasp. Yet despite his courage, it was no use. Malekith was simply too powerful, a being capable of standing against Odin himself. Perhaps that was an exaggeration, but even so, it was clear that Malekith's strength far surpassed that of any ordinary human. He didn't even need to defend himself. Mordo's attacks bounced off him harmlessly. Malekith's own strikes, on the other hand, were overwhelming. Mordo couldn't withstand them at all. Another heavy blow sent him hurtling backward, crashing straight through a pillar. 2, maybe 3 ribs snapped, but even that couldn't keep Mordo down. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to his feet once more. I'm the High Sorcerer of Kamar-Taj, a disciple of the Sorcerer Supreme. Even if it costs me my life, I will never let you pass. At this moment, Mordo was in utter disarray. His monk's robe was torn and stained with his own blood. Even so, he stood resolutely in Malekith's path. Although he had no idea what the ether Malekith sought actually was, he was determined to block Malekith's advance. Even Malekith, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but nod. I admit, you are a true warrior among us dark elves. Your courage would be worthy of praise. I will use all my strength to send you back into darkness. Malekith's gaze grew grave as he looked at Mordo. Blood stained the corner of Mordo's mouth, yet his eyes remained steadfast upon Malekith. No matter what happened, he would not yield. Not even a single step. He was prepared to face death without fear. At that moment, Strange, who had just fended off an attack from a dark elf, turned back and caught sight of the scene. No, Master Mordo, he cried. A sudden thought flashed through Strange's mind. There was perhaps only one person who could save them now. Who could save Mordo? Master Wang Yang. In that instant, Strange shouted with all the might he could muster, his voice echoing louder than ever before. Master Wang Yang. His call drifted outward, spreading through the air. Wang Yang had been experimenting with magic in the mirror dimension. Yet the sheer power of his ancient body tore open the fabric of space, allowing him to step out just as he was about to apologize to Wang. It was then he suddenly sensed a surge of dark energy. At once he and Wang emerged, only to witness the dark elves locked in battle with the sorcerers. Without a moment's hesitation, the two of them plunged directly into the fray. Are Mordo and Strange on the training grounds? Wang shouted. These dark elves might not be formidable on their own, but if their leader was here, Mordo and Strange could be in real danger. Leave this to me. Go check on them, Wang said firmly. He understood the true might of the dark elves even better than Wang Yang did. Wang Yang was about to say that they probably weren't at the training grounds, but whether anyone was there or not, he knew he had to look. Without further delay, after casting a glance at Wang, who was holding back the dark elves, Wang Yang drew a circle in the air and opened a portal. The instant he teleported, he heard Strange's desperate cry. Master Wang Yang. Then with a single glance, he saw Mordo taking the full brunt of Malekith's attack. With a sickening crack, Mordo was sent flying backward in that instant. Wang Yang swiftly sketched a circle behind Mordo, opening a portal just as Mordo was thrown through it. Wang Yang caught him, breaking his fall. With one arm supporting Mordo, Wang Yang asked, Master Mordo, are you all right? I'm fine, Mordo managed to say, but another spurt of blood escaped his lips, and his whole body slumped, his spirit fading. He was on the verge of losing consciousness. After all, even though Mordo is a powerful sorcerer, in front of Malekith he is no different from an ordinary mortal. Rest for a while. Leave the rest to me. Wang Yang helped Mordo to sit down, then strode toward Malekith. Be careful. He's very strong, Mordo warned, his voice strained with pain. I know, Master Mordo, Wang Yang replied without looking back, fixing his gaze on Malekith. Malekith, you should never have set foot in Kamar-Taj, and even less should you have harmed my teacher. Wang Yang's voice carried a chill. But Malekith showed no concern for Wang Yang's words. He replied coldly, anyone who stands in my way of reclaiming the ether must die. Weaklings have no right to exist before the strong. If they must be killed, so be it. Hearing this, Wang Yang couldn't help but laugh. You dark elves are as arrogant as ever. Odin nearly wiped your kind from existence. Yet you still see yourselves as the strong? Still so conceited? As he spoke, Wang Yang shook his head. Malekith's fury erupted at Wang Yang's words. He threw his head back and roared, his rage echoing through the hall. This boy had just ripped open his deepest wound. You're courting death. To Malekith, being defeated by Odin and seeing his people devastated was the driving force behind his thirst for revenge. But for a frail human to speak of it, that was pure mockery. You're asking to die. Malekith's body surged with dark energy as he lunged at Wang Yang, his fists swinging with brute force. Wang Yang raised his hand, meeting Malekith's godlike power head-on. The impact instantly dispersed Malekith's strength. If we fight here, Kamar-Taj will be destroyed. Strange. Let's settle this in the mirror dimension. Wang Yang took a step back and slapped his palms to the ground. A terrifying energy rippled outward, and countless shards of mirrored space spread in all directions, fracturing the world into a lattice of icy patterns. Dark elves, and even Strange himself, who had joined the battle, were pulled into the mirror dimension. A few unlucky dark elves were instantly sliced apart by the force of the shifting space. Now, you can destroy as much as you want, Wang Yang declared, unburdened now that they were separated from the real world. But Malekith was even more enraged. Not only had this boy exposed his wounds, but he had also just killed some of his people. To him, these earthlings were nothing but weak, insignificant creatures. Die. Malekith's form was shrouded in darkness. As beings who could stand toe-to-toe with the Asgardians, the Dark Elves were born with immense power. For them, there was no need for technique. Every attack exploded with overwhelming force. Every punch and kick could unleash tremendous power, just like what Malekith was demonstrating now. The darkness radiating from him began to spread outward, even etching sinister marks into the very ground beneath his feet. On the other side, Strange caught sight of Malekith's transformation, and a chill ran down his spine. Although he'd been locked in battle with other Dark Elves, he was well aware of just how formidable their strength could be. Master Wang Yang, be careful. These dark energies are extremely dangerous, Strange called out in warning. He himself had just been attacked by a Dark Elf and had thought his magical shield would hold, but with a single careless move, the shield shattered instantly. If not for his quick reflexes, he might already be dead. Wang Yang, witnessing this, simply lifted his hand and swept it through the air. Winds of Wadham, he intoned. A powerful tempest surged forth, tearing away even the corrosive shadow that cloaked Malekith, ripping the darkness from his body in an instant. Wang Yang turned and looked at Strange, puzzled. What did you say, Strange? Strange's eye twitched as he watched Wang Yang so effortlessly dispel Malekith's terrifying aura. He realized he'd been worrying for nothing. There was no point in comparing Wang Yang to ordinary logic. Was he really fretting over someone like this? In nothing, never mind. Strange replied helplessly. He tried various methods himself, but none had worked, and the ones attacking him were just regular Dark Elves. How could their leader be handled so easily? The thought left him feeling utterly inadequate. He gave a rueful smile, which nearly cost him as several Dark Elves almost landed a blow. Fortunately, Mordo's training had greatly sharpened his reflexes, and he managed to fend them off just in time. Meanwhile, Wang Yang had already engaged Malekith. Seeing his dark power fail, Malekith charged forward, intent on overpowering Wang Yang with brute force. Wang Yang let out a cold laugh. He was a sorcerer. Only a fool would rely on brawn alone. Just then, a mechanical voice chimed at his mind. Ding! Physical talent shard detected. Would you like to fuse? Wang Yang paused in surprise, but didn't hesitate. Fuse! At that moment, Wang Yang's muscles began to change. He could feel his body becoming stronger at will. As a sorcerer, his physique already benefited from the power of cosmic energy, but now fused with Malekith's physical prowess. His body grew even more formidable. Wang Yang had no intention of going toe-to-toe with Malekith. At first, but now, he changed his mind. Arcane runes formed along his fists, and he charged straight ahead. His now mighty body collided with Malekith's. A series of heavy, muffled thuds echoed through the mirror dimension as their blows met, one after another, resounding through the space. The surrounding buildings, caught in the aftermath of the two combatants' clash, began to crumble beneath their onslaught. Each step Malekith took unleashed a terrifying force, gouging deep craters several meters wide into the ground. When he threw a punch, the air itself seemed to split apart with a piercing shriek, as though reality was being torn asunder. The two exchanged blow after blow in rapid succession, each strike landing with palpable impact, the shock waves exploding outward, the powerful gusts of energy scattered in every direction, their sheer force even disrupting the nearby battles between Strange and the Dark Elves, making it impossible for them to fight in peace. Strange watched this scene unfold in utter astonishment. Was Wang Yang truly a sorcerer? His physical strength now rivaled that of Malekith, the Dark Elf leader. While it was true that sorcerers could use cosmic energies to strengthen their bodies, the enhancement was usually minor. Even with Wang Yang's extraordinary magical talent, there should have been a limit. These Dark Elves were innately formidable. So much so that even Strange's own magical shield struggled to withstand their attacks. Yet here was Wang Yang, a fellow mage, exchanging blows with Malekith punch for punch, holding his ground. Though Wang Yang was noticeably shorter than Malekith, he nonetheless managed to block the Dark Elf's assaults head-on, forcing Malekith to retreat again and again. Strange found himself momentarily frozen in disbelief. Fortunately, the Dark Elves fighting alongside him were equally dumbfounded by what they saw. They more than anyone understood the true extent of their leader's power. He could easily defeat 10 of them single-handedly, and yet a mere human mage was now standing against him blow for blow. Was this really possible? More astonishing still, Wang Yang was not merely holding his own. At times, he even gained the upper hand, interweaving spells with his physical attacks. The Dark Elves knew better than anyone just how difficult this feat was. If they were so shocked, it was nothing compared to Malekith's own growing frustration. The longer the fight dragged on, the more suffocated and furious he felt, as the king of the Dark Elves being held at bay by a human, sometimes even forced back, was a humiliation he could hardly bear. Die! Malekith roared, hurling a punch with all his might. Darkness gathered around his fist, the air burning and tearing as his fury surged. The blow shot towards Wang Yang with devastating force. Malekith's punch, carrying all his wrath, barreled straight toward Wang Yang. It seemed certain to land, but in the blink of an eye, Wang Yang slipped past it, evading the strike entirely. For a moment, Malekith was stunned. He had been sure there was no way anyone could dodge such an attack. After all, he had already used his full strength. Even another Dark Elf of his own kind might not have been able to dodge that attack. Yet a mere mortal had managed to evade it. Malekith was seething with rage, but before he could react, he saw that same fist coming at him again, swift and unrelenting. With a heavy thud, Malekith, having missed his punch, found himself too spent to dodge the next blow. He staggered backward, his face contorted with fury and a hint of humiliation. The Dark Elves were a people who prided themselves on their martial prowess, much like the Asgardians. Valor was the symbol of the Dark Elves, and now he, their king, had been struck by a mortal. At this moment, rage was no longer a sufficient word to describe what Malekith felt. He was consumed by a drive for destruction. Damn mortal! Damn mortal! He roared. You actually managed to land a hit on me. I am the king of the Dark Elves. Malekith could hardly believe it. In his eyes, a mortal should never have been able to defeat him, much less even touch him. Yet Wang Yang had landed a punch that sent him stumbling. It seems the strength of these so-called Dark Elves isn't much different from my own, Wang Yang muttered to himself. He knew he didn't have many innate gifts, but with the foundational structure of magic runes and the augmentation of cosmic energy to his body, he had managed to reach a physical level comparable to that of a Dark Elf. Still, this power was nowhere near the Hulk's league. As for why he couldn't detect the Hulk's talents, perhaps it was because the Hulk's abilities weren't simply innate gifts, but the result of gamma radiation and his boundless rage. The angrier he became, the stronger his power grew. It seemed Wang Yang could only absorb talents that one was born with. These thoughts flickered through Wang Yang's mind in an instant. But Malekith, having heard Wang Yang's words, grew even more furious. He was panting heavily, his eyes locked onto Wang Yang, as if he would devour him whole. Wang Yang, however, was unfazed. The Dark Elves might not be as strong as rumored, but their resilience was not to be underestimated. After all, even Thor could withstand the power of a star. This Dark Elf, if not his equal, couldn't be far off, now that he better understood his own physical capabilities. Wang Yang saw no point in clashing head-to-head any longer. Flames danced in his palm, and in an instant they coalesced into a long sword, the sacred sword of the Vishanti. Before Malekith could charge, Wang Yang had already taken the initiative, advancing with the sacred sword in hand. The sword radiated a terrifying aura, dazzling and magnificent, its sharpness enough to make one's heart tremble. Nearby, Strange watched this scene unfold, utterly stunned. It was clearly the same spell, and yet his own magic seemed so plain by comparison. Was this what people meant by other people's magic always looks better? Strange tried to conjure the sacred sword of the Vishanti himself, but all he managed was an ordinary flaming longsword, compared to the sacred sword of the Vishanti in Wang Yang's hand. What he held was utterly insignificant. Magic only needed to be practical, of course, but seeing the stark difference now, he couldn't help but question everything. Back when he was learning, Mordo had assured him that his mastery of the sacred sword of the Vishanti was already impressive. Yet why was there such a vast gap between him and Wang Yang? And in terms of sheer power, the difference seemed even greater. As he watched Wang Yang wielding the flame-wreathed sacred sword of the Vishanti, relentlessly chasing Malekith down, Strange couldn't help but show a hint of envy on his face. Even the Dark Elves who had been betting on the outcome were left dumbstruck by the scene. None of them had ever seen their own leader in such a desperate state. With each strike, a sword of fire would cleave down. Wisps of black smoke rose from Malekith's body. His divine power burned away by the searing blade. Malekith could feel it. This flaming sword was terrifyingly powerful, dangerously so. He didn't even dare meet it with his own flesh, forced instead to channel his godly power to shield and endure the assault. But even that was pushing him to the brink. What in the world was happening? How could a place like Earth produce such a formidable fighter? Malekith was the king of the Dark Elves, a warrior who had once faced Odin, Lord of the Nine Realms, and now he was being driven back and humbled by a mere mortal. The indignity made Malekith furious, made him resentful, but none of that mattered. He was still being chased and nearly cut down with every swing. All he could do was dodge and evade. The Dark Elves' vaunted magic was pitifully ineffective before that flaming blade. With a single simple swing, Wang Yang could cleave straight through whatever enchanted weapon Malekith tried to raise in defense. How is this possible? A mere mortal. Malekith simply could not comprehend how Earth could have produced a being of such terrifying might. He had lived for thousands of years, seen countless legendary weapons. Odin's mighty Gungnir, the casket of ancient winters from the frost giants. Each was a relic of immense power. Yet now, before him, this magical sword, conjured seemingly from pure spellcraft, radiated a force just as dreadful as any artifact of legend. Malekith's worldview was shaken to its core, unable to fathom what he was witnessing. Enough. Being hunted down by a human was more than even Malekith could stand. He let out a furious roar, erupting in dark power that forced Wang Yang to step back. "Curse you, mortal! You should die before me!" Malekith's fury burned, as he glared hatefully at Wang Yang. "I have to say, I'm a little surprised your Dark Elf clan has survived so long," Wang Yang retorted. If this was truly the extent of the Dark Elves' power, Odin should have wiped them out long ago. Could it be that Odin had already lost his ambition when fighting these Dark Elves? Regardless, Wang Yang could not allow these Dark Elves to continue behaving so arrogantly in Kamar-Taj. As he spoke, Wang Yang flicked his left wrist, summoning the ring of Ragador to his hand, while his right hand wielded the sacred sword of the Vishanti, aiming it straight at the Dark Elves. With his movements, the entire mirror dimension began to shift and swirl. Everyone within the space felt as if the world itself was now under the control of some terrifying force. Even Strange couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. He stood frozen in place as a cold sweat slowly trickled down his face. Strange had always known Wang Yang was powerful, but he had never imagined that Wang Yang could be so overwhelmingly strong. So this is Master Wang Yang's true power. Aragon stared in disbelief as his dark elf king was battered into a desperate retreat. As Malekith's subordinate, Aragon found it hard to believe. Why was their leader being pushed back so miserably? At that moment, one of the dark elves let out a furious roar. Suddenly, a black stone appeared in his hand. With a sharp crack, he crushed it. An inky black aura burst forth, instantly merging with his body. As the energy seeped into him, the dark elf howled in agony. At the same time, waves of dark power surged out, engulfing him completely. He swelled in size, his entire body expanding until he stood over 2 meters tall. Black-brown armor materialized across his form, covered in cracks that glowed with a sinister red light. Even a single glance was enough to sense the deadly threat radiating from him. With a thunderous roar, the transformed dark elf charged straight at Wang Yang. Master Wang Yang, be careful. Strange could feel the monstrous aura rolling off the empowered dark elf. He tried to intervene, but the dark elf simply swatted at him, instantly shattering the ring of Ragador in Strange's hand. Strange's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Before such a terrifying monster, he couldn't even put up the slightest resistance. The terror was overwhelming. Clearly, that black stone had awakened the dark elf's latent potential. Master Wang Yang, watch out. This one is incredibly strong. Strange shouted again, his voice urgent. Wang Yang turned to look, his gaze landing on the now enlarged dark elf, clad in jet-black armor and radiating an aura of utter destruction. Like a walking tank, Wang Yang narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the enemy had just used an item to unleash a burst of hidden power. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. A massive shield appeared before Wang Yang. None other than the Seraphim shield, adorned with 3 pairs of wings enfolding it, radiating a sense of divine sanctity. With a thunderous crash, the sound of the impact was so overwhelming that even Wang Yang's ears could barely bear it. Yet the enormous shield before him remained utterly unmoved. The mutated Seraphim shield was now many times stronger than before, its defensive power vastly enhanced. As for this transformed dark elf, he now resembled the one who had slain Frigga. His strength had intensified, granting him formidable magical resistance, but at the cost of diminished intellect. Naturally, such an opponent posed no real threat to Wang Yang. He dismissed it with indifference. It was merely a monster with strong defenses, nothing more. But Strange was stunned. Had they really blocked the monster's attack so easily, and with such little effort? The ease and simplicity of it all seemed almost unbelievable to him. He glanced at the creature, which was still pounding furiously against the shield. His eyes full of disbelief, he could hardly accept what he was seeing. After all, he had experienced firsthand just how powerful this monster was. Every punch from the creature carried a terrifying, destructive force. Strange's own magical shield couldn't withstand it. Some of that dreadful power had even seeped through to him. The force was beyond what ordinary magic could resist, by all rights. Even if Wang Yang's magic surpassed his own, it shouldn't have been able to withstand such power, should it? Frustrated, Strange raked his fingers through his hair, struggling to comprehend the gap between them. Was the difference in their abilities truly this vast? Despair crept in. How much harder would he have to work to catch up to Master Wang Yang? Yet for Wang Yang, this seemingly terrifying foe was of little concern. Against the mages of Kamar-Taj, such physically enhanced enemies were of no consequence. It was much like the time Thanos' Black Dwarf, one of the Black Order's mightiest, was effortlessly dispatched, his arms severed by a portal. Though Black Dwarf's strength rivaled the Hulk's, he was still no match for powerful magic, for creatures like this. Magic was the ultimate bane. Blocking this monster's assault was hardly a challenge. Of course, such mastery required profound magical prowess. Otherwise, one would end up like Strange, whose defenses were effortlessly shattered. This was the absolute power that could suppress all else. Yet when the playing field was level, magic could always overcome brute force. Wang Yang drew the holy sword of Ashanti, advancing straight toward Malekith. But at that moment, Malekith roared in fury. Die, he bellowed. In the next instant, Malekith hurled a crystal toward them. Wang Yang's heart skipped a beat. At his level, he had an instinctive sense for danger. Although he didn't know what this thing was, he could sense that it was dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Malekith narrowed his eyes, brimming with rage and resentment. This object was the pinnacle of dark elf technology, a crystallization of their most advanced science. It contained a fragment of a star's explosive power, a force so devastating that not even the Asgardians could withstand it. The young man before him, strong as his body was, would stand no chance. A deafening roar erupted, shaking the very air. Wang Yang's figure dissolved into countless points of blue light, scattering outward, as if torn apart by this terrifying attack. Everything nearby was obliterated, stones were ground to dust, and the ground itself was left with a colossal crater. To prevent this dreadful power from spreading, the Dark Elves had carefully compressed and condensed it, restricting the blast's reach to just a few dozen meters. That's why after hurling the crystal, Malekith had quickly retreated several dozen meters away now, watching the explosion consume Wang Yang's location, turning everything to ash and leaving a vast pit in the earth, with the man's body shattered into glimmering motes. He felt a surge of satisfaction, dead. Malekith's eyes gleamed with savage triumph. A mere mortal had pushed him to such lengths. But just then, the scattered motes of light before him began to swirl and coalesce. One by one, they transformed into butterflies flitting toward Malekith and the other Dark Elves, spreading in every direction. What is this thing? Butterflies. Whether it was Malekith, the other Dark Elves, or even Strange, they all stared in stunned disbelief. Strange's eyes widened in utter confusion, unable to fathom what kind of magic this could be. While he was still reeling from shock, the ground suddenly vanished beneath him. He fell straight through. In the next instant, a violent explosion rocked the entire space. Flames filled the mirror dimension, warping and swelling its very fabric. Even the powerful defenses of the mirror dimension itself began to buckle and distort. Strange looked on in horror as the mirror dimension started to rip apart. If it truly collapsed, all of Kamar-Taj would be reduced to rubble. What's happening? Mordo's furrowed voice came from behind him. By now, Strange had already been expelled from the mirror dimension. Mordo stared at the widening fissures with disbelief. Master Wang Yang is dead, but it seems he cast some kind of spell at the last moment. Strange replied, his voice uncertain. Master Wang Yang is dead? Grief and anger welled up in Mordo's heart as he took in the growing cracks in space. His emotions were a tangled mess. Wang Yang's immense talent had always been a source of frustration for him, but he had never truly wished him dead. Meanwhile, back in the mirror dimension, at the very moment of the explosion, most of the Dark Elves had already been reduced to ashes scattered to the winds. Only Aragorn and Malekith still clung to life, though it was clear they could not hold out much longer. After a dozen minutes or so, everything gradually quieted down. Mordo and Strange stood before the scene, their emotions indescribably complex. A sorcerer of exceptional talent had perished this time, sacrificing himself to protect Kamar-Taj. He was the finest among them. Let's go in and take a look, Mordo said through gritted teeth. Though Wang Yang might already be dead, they could not allow his sacrifice to be in vain. Strange watched as the space before them slowly stabilized. The violent explosions now ceased and gave a resolute nod. Without hesitation, Mordo opened a portal, and the two of them stepped into the mirror dimension one after the other. Inside, Kamar-Taj had long since been reduced to ruins. The ground was littered with shattered remnants, covered in a thick layer of ashen dust. Even the once mighty dark elf Malekith was now nothing more than a skeleton, the entire scene shrouded in an eerie calm. The king of the Dark Elves had fallen here, just like that. Strange gazed at the devastation before him, recalling the final spell Wang Yang had unleashed. It was terrifying. Had he been caught in it too, he would likely be dead. Such overwhelming power, such dreadful magic. Was it truly possible for a human to wield this? Master Wang Yang. Mordo, too, took it all in stunned silence. He had never witnessed anything so horrifying. The words caught in his throat, unable to go on. Mordo, are you all right? At that moment, Wang arrived with several other sorcerers to reinforce them. Yet upon seeing the scene before them, they too stood frozen in shock. The archmages entered one after another, disbelief written all over their faces. Their minds raced with questions. Where am I? Where are the Dark Elves who invaded Kamar-Taj? Why are they nowhere to be seen? Why does this mirror dimension look like the end of the world? How could it have come to this? For a long moment, the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj fell silent. As the strongest defenders of Kamar-Taj, they stood rooted, to the spot as if carved from wood or stone, their bodies utterly motionless. Even the expressions on their faces were frozen in identical shock. "Where's Master Wang Yang?" Suddenly, Wang seemed to recall something and cried out in alarm. At his words, Mordo and Strange both fell silent, unable to answer. "Say something." Wang's worry grew. After all, Wang Yang was the most gifted sorcerer Kamar-Taj had ever seen. Wang. Master Wang Yang. Master Wang Yang. Sorrow weighed heavily on Mordo's heart, even though he hadn't believed Strange's words when he first heard them outside. Now he had no choice but to accept it. Wang Yang had given his life to protect Kamar-Taj. Upon hearing this, Wang stumbled back in shock. The other archmages' faces grew grave, their hearts a tangled knot of emotions. Memories of Wang Yang's past flashed through their minds. How he had once protected New York and played a decisive role. Now single-handedly he had defended Kamar-Taj and dealt with the invaders. He was truly a sorcerer worthy of the highest respect. "We should hold the grandest funeral in his honor," one of the elder sorcerers declared, his voice ringing out. "For whom? Are you planning a funeral?" At that moment, a relaxed and easygoing voice drifted over to them. "Of course for Wang Yang. If it weren't for him." The elder sorcerer turned to look, but the words caught in his throat. There stood Wang Yang, his expression serene, his robes untouched by any sign of battle. "Wang Yang, you're alive." Mordo gasped in astonishment. Strange's eyes filled with tears of joy. He could hardly bear the thought of Wang Yang dying before his eyes. Wang observed the scene, unsurprised, although Mordo's earlier words had stung. Seeing Wang Yang alive was no shock to him. After all, in his eyes, Wang Yang was not someone who could be easily killed. "My fellow sorcerers, what brings you all here?" Wang Yang said with a warm smile. "Master Mordo, you should be resting and tending to your wounds. What are you doing here?" Given how seriously Mordo was injured, the healing chambers would have been a better destination than this hall. Mordo, jolted by Wang Yang's words, seemed to snap back to his senses. "Wang Yang, what on earth happened?" he asked, a mixture of fear and amazement in his eyes. He had witnessed Wang Yang and Strange disappear into the mirror dimension. He'd worried deeply, knowing firsthand the terror those dark elves inspired. Their immense power, the surging divine energy at their command, and their formidable technology to sorcerers like them. It was as if the rules of the world itself had shifted. When Strange reappeared, battered and shaken, and the mirror dimension shattered with countless fractures, Mordo could only imagine the horrors within. When he heard Strange say Wang Yang was gone, he had little reason to doubt. Though every part of him resisted accepting it as truth, Wang too watched Wang Yang, recalling that when he was dealing with the Dark Elves, several sorcerers had come to his aid. Only then did he realize that the Dark Elves weren't just in his area. Other parts of Kamar-Taj were under attack as well. Clearly, the Dark Elves had split up in their search for the ether particle. Only after they'd managed to defeat the invaders did they rush here to help Wang Yang. It was nothing special. "I merely dealt with the Dark Elves," Wang Yang said, feeling somewhat embarrassed under so many attentive gazes. "You defeated all those Dark Elves by yourself, despite the evidence before them. It was still hard for everyone to believe. And there was a leader among them, wasn't there?" Mordo added with a wry smile. The other sorcerers were much the same. If it had only been ordinary Dark Elves, it wouldn't be so surprising. After all, they had dealt with some before. Though formidable with advanced weaponry, they were still manageable. But to become the leader of the Dark Elves, one's strength must be beyond question. Formidable to a terrifying degree. Yet now Wang Yang had defeated him with ease. "It's not really that impressive," Wang Yang replied, neither confirming nor denying. "He's only a bit stronger than your average Dark Elf." Hearing this, the other sorcerers weren't so quick to believe that the leader of the Dark Elves was really so easy to handle. They all had some experience with the Dark Elves, especially those who'd fought against them before. Mordo, in particular, had once clashed with Malekith himself. Back then, all he could do was take a beating. Did this mean Wang Yang's power now surpassed that of the Sorcerer Supreme? The Dark Elves might hail from another world, but Kamar-Taj had records on them. Malekith had lived for countless years. Even though he had lost to Odin, his strength was undeniable. After all, even in defeat, he managed to protect his people from total annihilation at Odin's hands. And those Dark Elves who followed Malekith this time were the elite of the elite. It was clear that even several Sorcerer Supremes together might not have been a match for them. Yet Wang Yang had vanquished them with such ease. Did this mean he could now easily handle a Sorcerer Supreme. Though none of the Sorcerer Supremes wanted to admit it, the truth was hard to ignore. Malekith and his Dark Elf elite were already dead. Mordo's emotions were complicated, but fortunately Wang Yang had already struck him down a number of times before. So, seeing Wang Yang defeat the Dark Elves didn't really surprise him anymore. "You've dealt with the Dark Elves, sure," Mordo said, gesturing at everything happening within the mirror dimension. But what on earth happened here at this moment? The mirror dimension was blanketed in a dull, ashen haze. Though it was only a reflection of reality, the fact remained. If Wang Yang could destroy everything here, he could just as easily lay waste to all of Kamar-Taj in the real world. Wang Yang glanced back, a wry smile on his lips, and shrugged. "I might have gotten a little carried away. The ancient body of Hoggoth is a bit too strong," Wang Yang said helplessly, shrugging again. After all, he had absorbed the power of the god Hoggoth, and it was not something he could easily control. One slip, and he had turned everything in the mirror dimension into this ruin. Mordo's face twitched at a loss for words. The other Sorcerer Supremes felt even more conflicted. If Wang Yang had done this by accident, what kind of devastation could he unleash if he truly went all out? And the ancient body of Hoggoth, wasn't that a spell reserved for the Sorcerer Supreme? The crucial point is, isn't this just a defensive spell? How could a defensive spell possibly possess such overwhelming power? Still, it didn't seem like Wang Yang had any reason to deceive them. The key was with Wang Yang. Anything seemed possible, so they had no choice but to believe it. Yet they were all archmages, while Wang Yang was only an apprentice archmage. In comparison, they couldn't help but feel that their own titles were undeserved, almost as if they were imposters. The archmages looked at Wang Yang, their expressions tinged with helplessness, and even began to wonder if such a monster of talent was only an apprentice, were they even worthy of being called archmages? With the invading Dark Elves defeated, peace returned once more to Kamar-Taj. Wang Yang could resume his magical studies, and the stronger his magic became, the safer he felt. Still, Wang Yang couldn't help but feel awkward. He sensed that the archmages were giving him odd looks, especially when he went to pay his respects. They seemed almost afraid to accept his greeting, hurriedly returning the gesture as if terrified of slighting him in any way. Wang Yang found it hard to adjust. After all, he had always been someone who respected his teachers and valued tradition. No matter how powerful he became, respect was always due where it was deserved. That was just his character. Given time, though, he got used to it. Mutual respect was what mattered most. He returned to his peaceful routine, sometimes taking the time to instruct Strange, or heading to the library to lose himself in magical tomes and learn new spells. Strange, for his part, seemed particularly fascinated by the ancient form of Hoggoth and was eager to study it. It wasn't that Wang Yang was unwilling to teach him, but at this stage, Strange needed to focus on building a solid foundation above all else. So Wang Yang promised that once Strange had mastered everything he'd been taught so far, the ancient secrets would be his to learn. In the residence of the Sorcerer Supreme, she sat by the tea table, with Mordo seated across from her. The Sorcerer Supreme had been away from Kamar-Taj for some time. Sensing signs that Dormammu might invade again, she had gone to hold him back. Upon her return, she found many parts of Kamar-Taj under reconstruction, clear evidence that something significant had transpired. This piqued the Ancient One's curiosity about what had happened during her absence. "Mordo, I assume something must have happened while I was away?" she asked. Reporting Sorcerer Supreme, during your absence the Dark Elves invaded. "We suffered considerable losses," Mordo replied, sorrow heavy in his voice. "Many outstanding sorcerers fell in the battle. Though Wang Yang had dispatched the Dark Elves with ease, to ordinary sorcerers, they were still terrifying adversaries, led by their chieftain. The Dark Elves had inflicted grievous losses upon Kamar-Taj. Many sorcerers had lost their lives as a result. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap echoed across the sky. A heavy, oppressive aura gathered in the sky, as if the gods themselves were seething with rage. Thunderbolts flashed ceaselessly within the swirling dark clouds above. Mordo seemed to sense it, and cold sweat trickled down his face against his will. Standing before him, the Ancient One still appeared perfectly calm, but her anger was almost tangible, lurking just beneath the surface. Yet in a gentle voice the Ancient One spoke. "Come, tell me exactly what happened at that time." A chill of Fear crept through Mordo's heart. He understood very well. This was the Sorcerer Supreme's wrath. He remembered vividly the last time Dormammu invaded. Many sorcerers at Kamar-Taj had fallen, but Dormammu had not returned in over a decade, and most of his followers had perished or fled. Such was the might of the Sorcerer Supreme, the guardian of Earth. Mordo felt a deep respect for her. He took a sip of water, composed himself, and began to recount what had happened when the Dark Elves invaded. It happened like this. He began describing how he had been gravely wounded and swiftly defeated by Malekith, and how Wang Yang had arrived single-handedly overcoming Malekith and his squad of Dark Elves. Wait, the Ancient One suddenly interrupted him. Are you saying Wang Yang defeated the Dark Elf leader and his elite forces all by himself? That's right, Sorcerer Supreme. Mordo nodded solemnly. There was a faint crack, the delicate sound of porcelain breaking. Mordo glanced over and saw that the Sorcerer Supreme's teacup had fractured in her hand. He was not surprised anyone would be stunned by such news. Still, he said nothing, pretending to sip his tea as if nothing had happened. The Ancient One-Inch, however, simply discarded the broken shards with composure. Yet inside, she was profoundly shaken. Wang Yang, so young, had defeated not only the leader of the Dark Elves, but also their elite warriors, all on his own. It seemed almost impossible. Yes, Wang Yang's talent was extraordinary, but even so, could he really have accomplished such a feat? The Ancient One's first reaction was disbelief. After all, though the Dark Elves had been nearly driven to extinction by Odin, Malekith's power was still among the greatest in the Nine Realms. Even her own master sorcerers would struggle to match him. And with his elite Dark Elves at his side, such a force could storm Asgard itself and not be easily subdued. And yet Wang Yang had vanquished them all alone. Was that truly possible? When had Wang Yang gained such power? Thoughts tumbled through her mind in a relentless tide. Astonishment, skepticism, a whirl of conflicting emotions. Since becoming Sorcerer Supreme, she had seldom been so unsettled. Wang Yang had only been studying at Kamar-Taj for less than half a year, yet he had already achieved such remarkable power, managing to defeat both the leader and the elite of the Dark Elves. This was simply unbelievable. Regardless, though, this could only be a good thing for Kamar-Taj, at least after her death. The Ancient One drew a deep breath, a gentle smile unconsciously appearing on her face. All right, go on. How exactly did Wang Yang defeat Malekith? Did he use any forbidden magic? Within Kamar-Taj, there were indeed several powerful forbidden spells capable of unleashing extraordinary strength, but they always came at a terrible price. If Wang Yang had truly resorted to one of them, it would be necessary to check on the child's condition at once. Mordo lifted his head, casting a rather peculiar glance at the Ancient One before speaking up. According to Wang Yang himself, he didn't use any forbidden magic. What kind of magic did he use then? The Ancient One picked up another cup, poured herself a fresh cup of tea, and said, "There's more than one spell that could wield power like that." Wang Yang said he used the ancient body of hogs. Mordo replied with a wry smile. The Ancient One had just lifted her cup to take a sip, but upon hearing this, the cup shattered in her hand once more. Scalding tea spilled over her fingers, yet she seemed not to notice at all. The ancient body of hogs. How can that be? An uneasy wave rippled through the Ancient One's heart. The ancient body of hogs was supposed to be a defensive spell. How could it possibly contain such overwhelming power? Mordo hurried to recount every detail of the event. Once the Ancient One had regained her composure, she wiped her hand dry. When Mordo finished, he let out a heavy sigh. To be honest, at the time, even he found it hard to believe. Sorcerer Supreme, I nearly failed to protect Kamar-Taj, Mordo confessed in a subdued tone. As a master of the mystic arts, he had been powerless to stop the Dark Elves, nearly allowing them to invade. Enough. I'm not here to blame you. You did well, and displayed the dignity of a true sorcerer. The Ancient One spoke calmly. It wasn't your fault you couldn't defeat Malekith. Mordo could only manage a bitter smile. If everyone else had been this weak, it would have been one thing. Yet Wang Yang, who had studied magic for less than a tenth the time Mordo, had somehow managed to single-handedly eliminate both the Dark Elf leader and his elite force. All right, bring Wang Yang to me. I'd like to speak with him, the Ancient One continued, unaware of the turmoil in Mordo's heart. At her words, Mordo immediately replied, "Yes, Sorcerer Supreme," rising to his feet. He bowed respectfully before taking his leave. Very soon, Mordo found Wang Yang reading in the library and asked him to go to the Ancient One's residence. On his way there, Wang Yang was deep in thought. The Dark Elves were supposed to be attacking Asgard at this very moment. Could it be that my presence has changed this world? Has it become a parallel universe within the Marvel world? These questions lingered in Wang Yang's mind as he arrived at the Ancient One's quarters. Supreme Sorcerer, you wish to see me? Wang Yang greeted the Ancient One with utmost humility. His admiration and respect for the most powerful figure in Kamar-Taj ever. Present in his heart, come sit. There's no need to be nervous, the Ancient One said, her gentle smile putting Wang Yang at ease. Wang Yang sat down, still feeling a bit reserved. The Ancient One poured him a cup of fragrant tea and continued, I asked you here today because there's something I'd like to ask you. Please go ahead, Wang Yang replied, nodding as he looked at her. What is your opinion of the Dark Elves? The Ancient One asked with a smile. My opinion? I don't really have one. They're just one of the countless races in the universe. Wang Yang answered non-committally. No prejudice? The Ancient One gazed intently at him, then nodded in approval. Very good. Hearing Wang Yang's response, the Ancient One was clearly satisfied. The more she looked at him, the more pleased she became. Supreme Sorcerer, may I ask why you called me here? Wang Yang was still puzzled by the question. Of course, there's a reason, the Ancient One replied with a smile. First, let me congratulate you, Wang Yang. You are now a Master Sorcerer. A Master Sorcerer? That doesn't seem right. Wang Yang said with a wry smile. I've only been studying magic for less than half a year. No need to refuse. The other masters have already agreed to this, the Ancient One said, recalling something that made her laugh cheerfully. Wang Yang was not only the youngest Master Sorcerer in Kamar-Taj, but also the most exceptional. In fact, all the masters, Mordo included, hoped the Ancient One would grant Wang Yang the title of Master Sorcerer. He was simply too gifted, putting tremendous pressure on the others. If Wang Yang continued to display such overwhelming power as an apprentice, while the full-fledged masters seemed weak by comparison, what would outsiders think? But if Wang Yang himself was also a Master Sorcerer, the pressure would be lessened. After all, even among masters there are degrees of strength. The Ancient One found the situation rather amusing. Wang Yang, on the other hand, felt a bit troubled. He sighed inwardly, somewhat helpless. He had never wanted to be a Master Sorcerer. After all, what good would it do? It only seemed to bring more trouble. In the void beyond, the Collector waited. Star-Lord and the few members he had just talked into this deal were now negotiating with the Collector. As Thanos' daughter, Gamora, naturally recognized the Collector Typhon. Typhon, we crossed half the galaxy to bring you the orb. Gamora said, fixing her gaze on the Collector. Excellent. Let me have a look at what you've brought, the Collector replied, casting a glance at Star-Lord standing behind. Star-Lord met his eyes briefly, then pulled a silver, white metal sphere with intricate patterns from his backpack. For a moment, he nearly dropped the orb, but his quick reflexes saved it just in time. He then handed the orb to Typhon. Typhon took the orb, his eyes burning with fervor as he traced the patterns on its surface. Wang Yang. Thank you, handsome guys and beautiful girls, for every precious recommendation and monthly vote you cast. You must be the best people destined for the best lives. I'm grateful for your support. Typhon placed the orb onto a device and began to explain to Star-Lord and his companions. My new friends, before the universe began, there were 6 singularities. Typhon activated the device, and rings of light appeared, hovering in the air above them. He continued, then the Big Bang created. All things, the remnants of those 6 singularities were gathered and forged into stones, what we call the Infinity Stones. As he spoke, the device slowly opened the orb, releasing a brilliant, intense glow from within. These stones can apparently only be wielded by beings of extraordinary power. Take a look. One of the projections showed a giant clad in armor, brandishing a staff. With the power of these stones, their bearers could destroy entire civilizations. As Typhon finished speaking, the giant struck the ground with his staff. A terrifying purple light exploded outward, shattering an entire planet into pieces. For them, it's as easy as reaping wheat at harvest time. Star-Lord, watching this unfold, couldn't help but exclaim in shock, I'm about to wet myself. The Collector ignored him and went on, there was once an occasion when a group managed to control this power together. But even so, they were soon destroyed by it at that moment. The orb opened to reveal a dazzling gemstone inside, radiating with blinding brilliance. Tyvan gazed at the stone before him, utterly entranced and exhilarated, magnificent, incomparable. But unfortunately, he failed to notice a maid behind him silently watching everything unfold. Hearing Tyvan's words, Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but chime in with dramatic flair. "I'm absolutely intoxicated, white fur, but we prefer to get paid. So, how do you want to settle up?" Tyvan turned to Rocket Raccoon. Rocket Raccoon spoke as if it were only natural. "What do you think?" "Playboy, of course it's cash." As they were talking, the maid was slowly approaching the gemstone, her eyes glazed and entranced. At that moment, the collector, Tyvan, noticed the maid nearing the gem and shouted, "Karina, stay away!" But the maid screamed wildly, "I will no longer be your slave." With that, she lunged for the gemstone. Tyvan cried out, "No!" She seized the infinity stone, but its power was far beyond anything she could control. Even someone as mighty as Thanos needed the infinity gauntlet to harness that terrifying force. The instant the maid's fingers closed around the stone, its power surged through her. Spiraling out of control, there was a furious explosion, and the energy tore through the collector's gallery, laying waste to his prized collection. Star-Lord and the others scrambled for cover, but the shockwave still caught them in its devastating wake. The blast spread out for dozens of meters, shattering everything nearby. When it finally subsided, Star-Lord rose from behind a metal console, stunned, and exclaimed, "Holy crap!" Gamora quickly got to her feet and reassembled the orb, picking it up at once. "Why did I ever believe Tyvan knew how to control what's inside the orb?" she muttered, stepping out of the ruined collection hall. Rocket stared at Gamora in disbelief, seeing the orb still in her hands. "Why are you still carrying that thing?" Star-Lord gave a wry smile. "What else are we supposed to do? Just leave it behind." Rocket ignored him. "And you just stuffed it straight into your pouch, didn't you?" "It's not a pouch, it's a backpack," Star-Lord retorted. Gamora cut them off, saying, "Perhaps someone out there knows how to control the power within the orb." But just as they stepped outside, they realized Ronan the Accuser was already waiting for them. He commanded the might of the Kree Empire, wielding terrifying technology and weaponry. With Thanos backing him, Ronan had nothing to fear and was ready to storm the Collector's Nowhere to seize the orb from Star-Lord's hands. In desperation, Star-Lord commandeered one of Nowhere's mining rigs, gunning it away at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, Drax the Destroyer, fearless as ever, challenged Ronan. Alone, though Drax's strength was already superhuman, it was still no match for Ronan's overwhelming power. Ronan beat him mercilessly and tossed him into a nearby pool. Fortunately, Groot arrived in time to rescue them. The Guardians of the Galaxy regrouped, but Ronan's firepower was overwhelming. Soon, squads of Kree soldiers were converging on them, intent on capturing the Guardians once and for all. In the end, the Guardians of the Galaxy managed to board their ship and escape from nowhere. Star-Lord piloted the craft, weaving rapidly to dodge Ronan's relentless attacks. "Damn it. Find the jump point, fast. We need to get out of here right now," he shouted. "If we don't, we'll be blasted to bits by the Kree's energy weapons," Rocket Raccoon yelled from the side. "I know. Shut up. I'm doing my best." Star-Lord barked back, his hands flying over the controls in a frenzy. Their ship darted through the barrage of cannon fire, narrowly dodging disaster at every turn. Soon they spotted a wormhole up ahead, with no time to check if it was marked on the star charts. They plunged in without hesitation. There was a low, throbbing hum as the ship sped through the wormhole. When the jump ended, their vessel emerged into the vastness of space. "Where are we?" Star-Lord asked, staring at the unfamiliar cosmos outside the viewport. "There, an isolated little planet." Gamora pointed toward a distant blue world. "We can hide there. Trying to run from Ronan's fleet in open space would be suicide." Hearing Gamora's words, Star-Lord didn't hesitate. He steered the ship straight toward the blue planet. Meanwhile, on Earth, people bustled through the city streets, moving with purpose and urgency. No one could tell whether they were rushing to work or hurrying home. But in that moment, everyone suddenly stopped. Their eyes turned skyward as strange shadows began to blanket the heavens. "Is a storm coming?" Someone wondered aloud. "Maybe so." Another replied, "We'd better get home quick." They thought, their footsteps quickening. What they didn't know was that just beyond their planet's atmosphere, countless warships now drifted in formation, blotting out half the starlit sky. Earth's military forces remained oblivious, as though these fleets simply did not exist to them. For the Kree Empire, the technology of a single planet was nowhere near advanced enough to detect them. As long as they wished to remain hidden, they would remain unseen. Accuser, we've confirmed it. Those pests have entered planet C-14. A subordinate reported to Ronan with deference. Should we attack? Aboard the flagship, soldiers stood at attention, awaiting Ronan's command to invade the planet. After all, Ronan's reputation for ruthlessness was legendary across the galaxy, and faced with a small planet like this, he'd usually wipe out its civilization without a second thought. Most assumed this time would be no different, but to their surprise, Ronan didn't. Give the expected order, send a squad to C-14. Retrieve the orb, he said after a moment's thought, his brow furrowing as if something troubled him. His subordinates quickly acknowledged the command. Ronan stared at the vast blue planet before him, his expression growing darker and more troubled by the second. If it were any other planet, he would have acted without hesitation. But that damned woman. Damn you, Carol. Unbidden memories surfaced in Ronan's mind. Decades ago, they had been sent here under orders from the Kree Empire's Supreme Intelligence, tasked with destroying a planet and eliminating their teammate who had defected, Carol Danvers. The very one who would later become the legendary Captain Marvel, famed throughout the universe. That mission had ended in disaster for him. His fleet suffered heavy losses, with his strength diminished by more than half in a single blow. He had been forced to retreat, humiliated, beaten back by a single person. Worse yet, she had warned him never to set foot here again. Ronan had longed to wipe this planet from existence, both to vent his rage and to teach Captain Marvel a lesson. Yet the mere memory of her terrifying power still sent a chill through him. But if he could get his hands on the orb, the cosmic relic. Carol, once I claim the orb, let's see how you dare stand against me. I'll make you taste true regret. Ronan clenched his fists, then muttered under his breath, and Thanos, just wait, I'll settle the score with you too. For now, Ronan could do little but seethe in impotent fury. Though he was currently working for Thanos, in truth, he was merely carrying out Thanos' bidding to fulfill a promise. The destruction of Xander. Of course, he saw through Thanos' manipulations. He was merely a pawn, but who was using whom? With the orb at his grasp, Ronan would possess power beyond imagination. Then perhaps he could even turn against Thanos. The thought sent a thrill through him. Prepare a landing craft for me. I'll retrieve the orb myself. Ronan barked the order without hesitation. At once, a Kree soldier leapt to obey, leading Ronan and a squad of Kree warriors aboard the landing ship. From the vast fleet, a small craft attached and soared toward Earth. Though Earth's technology was no match for the Kree, it was not entirely defenseless, especially with SHIELD, an agency created precisely for threats like this. Inside Nick Fury's office at SHIELD headquarters, a sophisticated device sat on his desk, its technology far beyond anything seen by the wider world. Nick Fury, the Kree are back, Agent Hill announced from across the desk. It's likely Ronan leading them, Nick Fury replied, glancing at her. In my office, you could drop the disguise, he added coolly. As soon as he finished speaking, a radiant glow shimmered across the beautiful Agent Hill's figure. In an instant, she transformed into a Skrull with a green head. This revealed that Nick Fury's trusted human ally from decades ago was in fact a Skrull. Why has Ronan appeared on Earth again? If they were after you, they shouldn't have shown up here. Nick Fury asked, his voice tinged with suspicion. If Ronan's only goal was to hunt the Skrulls, he would be pursuing them in the far reaches of space. After all, Captain Marvel had already helped the Skrulls find another habitable planet deep in the cosmos. When they parted ways, Carol had even told him that Ronan had been warned and shouldn't pose a threat on Earth anymore. But the Skrulls sitting across from him seemed unconcerned with these details. He spoke up, I don't know why Ronan is here, but I do know you're in serious trouble. You better call Carol back, the Skrull said as he fixed his gaze on Nick Fury. At that moment, Nick Fury opened a drawer where he kept a small communicator. He looked at the device with a complicated expression. After a moment's hesitation, he closed the drawer without picking it up, but after thinking it over, he slipped it into his pocket. I'm not calling Carol back. We have the Avengers. They'll handle this, Nick Fury declared, standing up. You'd better hope so, but I doubt it'll be that easy, the Skrull replied with a helpless shake of his head. Nick Fury, however, paid little mind to the Skrull's warning. Remaining calm, he initiated a communication and summoned the members of the Avengers. Responding to his call, the Avengers quickly assembled. Even Thor, who was in Asgard, hurried back to Earth. They gathered in Stark Tower, waiting for Nick Fury to brief them on the situation. With his one good eye, Nick Fury regarded these extraordinary individuals. Avengers, we're in deep trouble now. Ronan the Accuser's fleet has arrived on Earth. Among the Avengers, only Captain America, Hawkeye, and Black Widow listened intently to Fury's words. Tony Stark, on the other hand, popped a blueberry into his mouth and asked nonchalantly Ronan the Accuser, "Who's that? Some kind of circus clown?" Thor's expression darkened as he spoke up. Ronan the Accuser is the supreme commander of the Kree Empire, and he commands a massive fleet. The Kree Empire rivals Asgard in power and influence. Their supreme commander is equivalent to your highest general, wielding formidable military might. If they really invade, Earth will be in serious trouble. Hearing Thor say this, the Avengers couldn't help but grow solemn. Whenever they were with Thor, he frequently spoke of Asgard. The fact that Asgard could rule over 9 realms was proof enough of its power. And knowing Thor's proud nature, for him to describe the Kree Empire as so formidable meant that it was likely even more powerful in reality. Such a mighty galactic empire, commanding thousands of planets and wielding advanced civilization, had now suddenly set its sights on Earth. Naturally, everyone could sense the gravity of the situation at that moment. Tony Stark put down his food, his expression turning serious as he said, "Looks like we're in some real trouble this time. So what should we do now, Director?" Captain America turned to Nick Fury, seeking guidance. "We need to find Ronan and defeat him." Wang Yang, bowing deeply, "I thank you all for your support. It is your encouragement that makes my talent stronger." Back in the meeting room of Stark Tower, Tony Stark couldn't help but ask, "Isn't he with the fleet? How are we supposed to find him?" "Do we go to the fleet? If they really had to go to the fleet, they might as well be walking into a trap." Nick Fury shook his head and replied, "Ronan came to Earth with his troops. We don't know what he's up to yet, but as the saying goes, if you want to catch the bandits, capture their leader first. If we could defeat him, we might be able to resolve this crisis, at least for now." Hearing this, Captain America and the others nodded in agreement. If they could truly capture Ronan, there would be nothing more to fear. Wait a second, he has a powerful fleet. What if he orders them to open fire? Tony Stark, well aware of the might of advanced technology, knew how terrifying such weaponry could be. If a force of this scale decided to attack with overwhelming power, there was little they could do to resist. The destruction of Earth could happen in the blink of an eye. Before Nick Fury could respond, Thor spoke up to explain, "You don't need to worry about that. The Kree are a race that worships strength above all else. As long as we defeat Ronan here on Earth, they won't fire on the planet." Nick Fury nodded in agreement. "That's right. That's how they operate. Our priority now is to find Ronan and defeat him amidst the ranks of Kree soldiers, putting an end to this crisis," he said. Tony Stark answered calmly, "As long as they don't use any devastating weapons on us, it shouldn't be too difficult. They're just soldiers, after all. Taking them down will be a piece of cake. The Kree, like the Asgardians, are a formidable race. While not every one of their warriors can match the captain's strength, they're not far off. I'd wager." Nick Fury glanced at Tony Stark, giving him subtle reminder. When Stark heard Fury's words, his expression froze on his face, unable to hide his unease. After all, Captain America could go toe-to-toe with him even when he was suited up in his armor. If all the enemies were this powerful, they might not have much of an advantage. Still, for the sake of Earth, these people had no choice but to step up. SHIELD was already a formidable force on the planet, and they could use the world's surveillance cameras to their advantage, although the Kree's technology was far beyond anything on Earth. As long as they appeared on camera, their movements could be tracked. It wasn't long before SHIELD relayed new information in New York. Stark was searching on his phone as well, quickly pulling up data even faster than SHIELD. Why would this Kree named Ronan be in New York? Stark frowned at the data, disbelief flickering across his face. "It looks like Ronan is chasing someone. Those people must be hiding in New York." SHIELD reported the appearance of another spaceship. Hearing this, Tony Stark gave a wry chuckle. New York really is a magnet for disaster, isn't it? All right, enough with the comments. It's time to move out. Avengers, the safety of the world is in your hands. Nick Fury shot Stark an exasperated look. Though Tony Stark often acted flippant when it came to situations like this, he was always the first to act. The team mobilized at once, quickly locking on Ronan's location, near Greenwich Village. This was just an ordinary neighborhood, usually not crowded with civilians. Once the Avengers knew where Ronan was, they rushed over, and along the way they saw many people fleeing in panic. Explosions thundered in the distance, shaking the air. Tony Stark sounded anxious. "Hurry up. Ronan's already started his attack." With a blast of fiery propulsion from his boots, he shot forward at top speed, the others close behind. It didn't take long before they spotted Ronin. He was holding a massive hammer, and a few people lay motionless at his feet. In his hand, he clutched a round orb. What's that? Tony Stark felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if it resembled the Chitauri technology from the recent invasion. Doesn't matter what it is. Let's take it from him first, Captain America declared. Hands up, invader. You're surrounded. Tony Stark hovered in the air, arms aimed squarely at Ronin. Suddenly, several Kree warriors stepped in to protect Ronin, raising their laser weapons and opening fire on Stark. Tony didn't hesitate. He fired a brilliant beam of energy straight from his palm, launching it directly at Ronin and his guards. The street erupted in a thunderous explosion. The ground shook with a deafening roar. Several Kree soldiers were blasted into the air by the explosions. With a whoosh, Thor sword and hammer in hand, and hurled it fiercely at Ronin. Ronin, leave Earth at once. Earth is the territory of Asgard. Are you trying to start a war? Thor's voice thundered. Another Kree soldier was sent flying by a powerful blow. Asgardians. So you're here as well. Ronin's gaze swept over the Iron Man, Thor, an archer aiming his bow at him, and another warrior brandishing a shield. A flicker of seriousness crossed his face, but then his eyes fell to the orb in his hand. The orb of the cosmos. Within it lay the terrifying Power Stone. Without hesitation, Ronin opened the orb. A surge of purple energy erupted from within, so intense that even Tony Stark felt his suit strain under the force. It really is an infinity stone. Thor gasped in awe at the sight, then charged toward Ronin. He could not allow Ronin to wield that power. He was a god, and only he could hope to withstand such a blast. It's too late, Ronin snarled, seizing the glowing purple stone. A horrific wave of energy exploded outward, twisting his expression as even he struggled to contain its might. Ronin fixed his eyes on his hammer and embedded the stone into it. Instantly, a surge of overwhelming power coursed from the hammer into his body, turning even his eyes a blazing violet. What incredible power! Ronin reveled in the sensation, then raised his hammer and smashed it into the ground. A blast of purple energy erupted, rippling outward. Buildings nearby crumbled beneath the shockwave, collapsing in a storm of debris. Screams of terror, cries of pain, and desperate wails filled the air. Ronin! Tony Stark shouted in fury. Charging forward, he unleashed a torrent of searing laser energy straight at Ronin's head. Ronin reacted swiftly, raising his hand to block the attack. The immense power of the Infinity Stone rendered Stark's assault utterly ineffective. Then, with a sudden swing of his hammer, Ronin unleashed a beam of purple light that struck Stark squarely, sending him hurtling through the air in the chaos. Ronin failed to notice that his earlier strike had shattered much of a nearby New York sanctum. The ancient structure was now half collapsed, its interior devastated beyond repair. The sorcerers within were furious. They immediately reported the attack to Kamar-Taj, while the guardians of the sanctum rushed outside, only to discover Kree soldiers already wreaking havoc in New York. The sorcerers of Kamar-Taj could not tolerate such destruction at the hands of alien Kree. Not on Earth, and certainly not after the devastation of their own sanctum. The sorcerers immediately began to deal with the Kree. But as soon as they clashed, they realized these Kree were astonishingly powerful, meeting every attack head-on with brute force, especially given the terrifying might of their advanced weaponry. Fortunately, many sorcerers from Kamar-Taj arrived to assist just in time, pulling the Kree into the mirror dimension. Yet even the combined mirror dimension could scarcely contain so many enemies. After drawing in just a few dozen, the sorcerer's magic was pushed to its limits. After all, not everyone's magic could compare to Wang Yang's. Meanwhile, outside, a large number of Kree soldiers continued to roam and cause destruction. Tony Stark and Captain America were already struggling to fend off the rampaging Ronin, as terrifying purple blasts of energy erupted in every direction. Even as unsettling news reached them one after another, there was little they could do. Inside the great hall of Kamar-Taj, the master sorcerers had all gathered. Mordo remained seated at the head of the assembly. We all know what's at stake. The Kree Empire has invaded, and they've destroyed more than half of our New York sanctum. The Sorcerer Supreme has gone to confront the vast fleet outside. As for what happens on Earth, it's up to us to handle it. We must halt their destruction. Right now, Wang is leading a large group of sorcerers to hold back most of the Kree soldiers. Each of you needs to bring a few sorcerers with you to hunt down the remaining Kree soldiers and protect humanity. Is there any problem with that? Mordo looked down at the assembly as he spoke. These were the most formidable of Kamar-Taj master sorcerers, so naturally, no one voiced any objections. If there's no problem, then let's depart at once. Yes. In response to Mordo's command, most of the master sorcerers rose to their feet in unison, Wang Yang among them. Wang Yang felt a strange unease. He had long suspected that his arrival had changed this world in unexpected ways. Not only had the Dark Elves appeared on Earth, but now the Kree had come as well. Even though the Kree already had old grudges against Earth, and Wang Yang knew full well about their enmity with Captain Marvel, he couldn't help but worry. Will the Marvel world be completely altered? Frustration welled up in Wang Yang's heart. He had hoped to train in peace at Kamar-Taj, preparing himself for the day Thanos would snap his fingers. Now, so many things had happened out of the blue. Wait, Wang Yang. Hold on a moment. At that instant, Mordo called out to him, Master Mordo, what are your instructions? Wang Yang shook off his distracted thoughts and responded respectfully. Your power is considerable. You should be fine taking only Kamado with you, correct? Mordo paused thoughtfully as he spoke. No problem at all, Master Mordo. Wang Yang nodded to him. Taking just one sorcerer along, or even going alone, would not make much difference. Very well, Wang Yang. I need you to intercept Ronan and try your best to stop the soldiers of the Kree Empire. You might be the only one who can accomplish this. Mordo spoke with utmost caution. After all this time, they were facing high-tech aliens, and the Infinity Stone was involved, with Wang Yang's magical power second only to the Sorcerer Supreme. If even he couldn't hold back the Kree soldiers, then it was unlikely any of the other masters could succeed. No problem, Wang Yang nodded without hesitation. Excellent. I'm counting on you this time. Mordo nodded, clearly satisfied. Wang Yang turned and left, heading through the main hall towards the New York sanctum. Kamar-Taj was already waiting there, ready to enter the fray, alongside Wang Yang. The two of them immediately teleported to the New York sanctum. The sight that greeted them was utter devastation. The sanctum lay in ruins, vast sections of its structure had collapsed, and the sky was visible through gaping holes where the roof had given way. Those Kree bastards! They've turned our Kamar-Taj New York sanctum into this. Kamar-Taj seethed with rage. Enough, there's no time. Master Kamar-Taj, let's move. Wang Yang had no time to dwell on the destruction. If the sanctum had fallen to such a state, Ronan must already have seized the Infinity Stone. Ronan was supposed to have taken the stone from Star-Lord and then headed to Xandar for vengeance. So why had he come to Earth? All right, let's go. Kamar-Taj nodded. Wang Yang had no time to ponder further. They left the New York sanctum to hunt for the Kree soldiers. Wang Yang began to probe for the Kree soldiers' whereabouts. Soon as he opened his eyes, they had already located the enemy. There they are, let's move. Wang Yang traced a circle in the air, conjuring a portal before them. He prepared to step through. Kamar-Taj quickly grabbed Wang Yang's arm. Are you out of your mind? The whole of New York is covered by an immense magical barrier. Opening a portal here without caution will only make it unstable. And if that happens, it was practically courting death. Since the New York barrier had been activated, all magic, especially portals, have been severely affected. Should a portal collapse due to instability, any sorcerer inside could be torn in two. Under such circumstances, only the Sorcerer Supreme would dare attempt a portal. Yet Wang Yang was doing it without hesitation. Don't worry, Master Kamar-Taj, Wang Yang replied with a calm smile, stepping into the portal without further explanation. Before absorbing the Sorcerer Supreme's talent, he wouldn't have dared attempt this. But now his mastery over magic had reached new heights. Even with the interference from the magical barrier, he could effortlessly stabilize the portal. Only ordinary wizards would be unable to stabilize a portal under such interference. Without hesitation, Wang Yang stepped straight into it. What a monster! Watching Wang Yang disappear into the portal, Kamar-Taj could only force a bitter smile. He quickly dashed after him, afraid that if he lagged behind, the portal might slice him apart. At that very moment in a plaza, specifically New York Square, a terrifying force surged forth as Ronan, wielding the power of the Infinity Stone, swung his hammer. Even Thor was sent flying effortlessly by the blow. Captain America's uniform was visibly torn to shreds. If Iron Man hadn't rushed to his aid, Captain America would surely have perished at Ronan's hands. In the distance, a blue-skinned figure loomed, gripping a massive hammer, eyes fixed on the two heroes. "You're all going to die. Carol, watch closely. I'll kill them all, one by one." At this moment, Ronan was reveling in his triumph. The humiliation of being driven back by Carol alone. The helplessness of serving under Thanos. All of it seemed like a bad memory. Now, he felt as if he could destroy everything single-handedly. Even if Carol herself appeared before him again, he wouldn't care in the slightest, let alone worry about these few insignificant pests struggling before him. Meanwhile, Tony Stark's armor was charging up, the energy cannon at his chest absorbing power, ready to fire. In the blink of an eye, it unleashed a blinding blast. With a deafening crash, the terrifying beam struck Ronan squarely. Yet he emerged completely unscathed. What the hell is this monster? Stark couldn't help but curse at the sight. He knew his energy cannon could punch through bulletproof armor, but this man had blocked it with ease. Just then, a surge of purple light swept through the air, knocking Stark from the sky. "Kill these earthworms," Ronan barked the order. At the same time, the captain of a Kree squad was suddenly enveloped in a purple glow, revealing that he too had been granted the power of the Infinity Stone. Ronan strode away, intent on wreaking havoc elsewhere, leaving Tony Stark and his companions to the mercy of his subordinates. The Kree soldiers advanced, their bodies now even more formidable, undaunted by death as they pressed closer, utterly ignoring Tony's energy blasts. Bang! 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 Though Tony managed to topple a few of them, a chill ran down his spine. Several Kree soldiers had seized him, their hands prying at his armor with brute strength. Only now did he truly understand what it meant to be hopelessly outnumbered, and how even the best armor paled before such overwhelming might. "This is the end for me." A sense of dread settled over Tony Stark as his helmet was ripped away, leaving his face exposed. A blue hand was already reaching for him. Just when Tony Stark thought his life was over, the Kree's head suddenly fell to the ground. What just happened? It seemed that a flash of white light had streaked by, and this soldier of the Kree Empire was already dead. High-density energy structure detected. "Sir!" Jarvis's voice sounded in his ear. "High-density energy structure? Just how high density are we talking here?" Tony Stark was incredulous. He often worked with this kind of energy in his experiments, but the energy density before him seemed far more concentrated than anything he'd ever seen. The power output of that high-density energy just now was most likely 3 times that of the reactor in your chest. Jarvis reported again. Hearing this, Tony Stark couldn't help but gasp. How was this possible? What could possibly match the energy of the reactor in his chest? With that kind of energy, you could power a whole city district for a month, and such a monstrous thing actually existed. Even more unsettling was the fact that this terrifying power was in someone else's hands. He had already encountered someone extraordinary before. During the last alien invasion, a few rogue figures had appeared and aided them, and now there were 2 more rogue individuals. But what was even more frightening this time was that such terrifying power was wielded as easily as an extension of the hand by one of them. And to make matters worse, that same person held a flaming longsword in their other hand. Tony looked more closely, and sure enough, it was the same person he had seen last. "Tom, it's you. Were you really?" Tony Stark picked up his mask and fitted it back on. Although it was damaged, it could still function more or less. He had wanted to ask last time how this person could control such immense power, but they had left too quickly. "How do you do it?" Tony asked Wang Yang, his voice tinged with awe. Wang Yang replied ambiguously, "By relying on your own heart and focus." "What do you mean your own heart? What focus?" As a staunch materialist, Tony Stark simply couldn't comprehend this talk about focus and relying on one's heart. It's just relying on your own heart and focus. As he spoke, Wang Yang flicked his left wrist, sending out the chain in his hand. In an instant, he pulled a Kree Empire soldier toward him, and with the sacred sword of Ashanti in his grasp, he brought it down in a swift arc. With a sharp, sizzling sound, a soldier whom Captain America and Tony Stark had thought nearly invincible was cut cleanly in half. Though they had witnessed his power before, this time it seemed even more formidable than the last. At this moment, Jarvis couldn't help but issue an alert. An exponentially increasing energy surge has been detected ahead. It appears to be a reaction from an unknown energy source that may be about to explode, with destructive power comparable to that of a large nuclear reactor. Please evacuate immediately. Jarvis's voice carried an urgent warning. Tony Stark felt a wave of shock in his heart last time. The power wasn't nearly this overwhelming. In such a short time, had this sword grown so much stronger? At this rate, it could probably wipe out an entire small town, and all that power was still just being wielded by a single person. Compared to Wang Yang, Tony Stark found his own technology feeling rather feeble. Even someone as proud and confident as Tony couldn't help but feel a bit deflated. Just then, Captain America walked over. "I didn't expect you'd end up saving me again this time." Wang Yang shook his head and said, "No need for thanks. There are still many people who need your help, and your team doesn't seem to be in great shape right now." He frowned, sensing that Ronan's power was growing ever stronger. That formidable force was so intense that even from this distance he could feel it. Hearing this, Captain America nodded. "Thank you. I'll find a way to repay you in the future. By the way, this person doesn't seem to be Ronan, does he?" Wang Yang looked toward the blue figure standing at the center of the square, though the figure also wielded a hammer. The purple glow emanating from him wasn't all that powerful. Ronan must have used some method to split his purple energy among his subordinates. These Kree warriors now possess a portion of Ronan's strength, carrying with them tremendous destructive power. Captain America watched the events unfolding in the square, his expression grave. "It seems we'll have to take out this Kree first," Wang Yang said with a frown. "Don't act rashly. This Kree possesses the power of a gem. If we—" Tony Stark tried to suppress his frustration, preparing to join forces with Wang Yang to devise a tactical plan. Even if the enemy wasn't Ronan himself, a single elite Kree was already a formidable challenge for them. But before Tony could finish speaking, Wang Yang had already charged forward. With a swift motion, he unleashed a scarlet chain that shot out and instantly split into countless strands, binding the Kree in an instant. At the same time, the sword of Ashanti in his hand blazed with terrifying power, casting a brilliant light as he brought it down in a single decisive stroke. In the blink of an eye, the Kree warrior, brimming with destructive force and unafraid of Tony's armor, was decapitated on the spot. "What were you saying just now?" Wang Yang turned back to look at Tony Stark. If Tony hadn't been wearing his helmet, everyone would have seen his mouth hanging open in utter astonishment. Tony Stark couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Although this Kree wasn't Ronan, even an average Kree was already formidable, let alone one empowered by the energy of an infinity stone. Yet, this fearsome foe had just been dispatched with such ease. "Tony, let's move." Captain America's voice rang out, snapping Tony Stark out of his shock, "Right?" Tony replied, nodding absently, still reeling from what he'd seen. Wang Yang watched the two men leave, then raised his hand and conjured another portal with a sweep of his arm. "Let's go, Master Kamar-Taj." "Wang Yang, why didn't Ronan finish them off just now?" Kamar-Taj asked, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Had Ronan remained, they wouldn't have needed to worry about chasing him anymore. Was it because he sensed Wang Yang's arrival? Wang Yang answered with a hint of ambiguity. "These invaders are always brimming with confidence, especially when they believe they can utterly crush their opponents. They want to savor that moment when their enemies realize death is upon them." He paused, then continued, "Besides, the Kree are scattered all over now. I suspect Ronan wants to grant his forces this newfound power to wipe out humanity on Earth once and for all. Whatever the case, they had no choice but to confront the Kree." With those words, Wang Yang stepped through the portal, and Kamar-Taj hurried after him. The two of them reappeared in a corner of New York. There, a Kree soldier was chasing down innocent civilians. A violet aura shimmered around him. Clearly, he too had been infused with the power of Ronan's Infinity Stone. With a guttural roar, the Kree threw back his head and lunged towards a fleeing civilian. Just as his hand was about to seize his prey, a crimson chain shot through the air, wrapping around him in a flash. With a powerful yank, the chain dragged him backward, and a blazing sword of fire swept through the air, cleaving the Kree in two before he could react. After dispatching this nearest threat with ease, Wang Yang opened another portal and strode through without hesitation. This time, Wang Yang and Kamar-Taj found themselves in the heart of the city, near the Empire State Building. Several Kree were rampaging through the streets, sowing chaos. Wang Yang's hands erupted with dazzling magical light, and formidable scarlet chains split and lashed out. Like fiery serpents, they whipped through the air, constricting and crushing the Kree soldiers with relentless force. Kamar-Taj, witnessing this scene, was utterly dumbfounded. His eyes widened in disbelief. The power of those scarlet chains was simply astonishing. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such magic existed. He had intended to join the fight, magical energy already coalescing in his palms. But faced with Wang Yang's overwhelming might, his own magic seemed insignificant by comparison, and the energy in his hands dissipated unnoticed. Clearly, that deity was never so generous. He wouldn't bestow divine power to just anyone so easily, yet here he was granting so much to Wang Yang. He had thought he already regarded Wang Yang highly, but now it seemed he had still underestimated him. Wang Yang was no ordinary human. No one could truly fathom just how powerful this fellow was. Perhaps only the Supreme Sorcerer could surpass Wang Yang by a margin, but could even the Supreme Sorcerer manage it? Kamar-Taj had been rather certain before, but after witnessing the Kree being utterly crushed before his eyes, even he began to have doubts. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he remembered it was he himself who had trained Wang Yang. What an excellent student I've taught, Kamar-Taj thought, unable to suppress a surge of pride, as if some of Wang Yang's power had rubbed off on him. Master Kamar-Taj, are you all right? Wang Yang noticed Kamar-Taj standing motionless, his face flickering between joy and worry, and wondered if something was wrong. I'm fine, Kamar-Taj replied, though inwardly he felt frustrated. If Wang Yang's magic weren't so impossibly strong, his emotions wouldn't be in such turmoil, caught somewhere between happiness and vexation. Since Kamar-Taj seemed unharmed, Wang Yang didn't dwell on it. He led Kamar-Taj onward, continuing to hunt down the Kree, wiping out every last one in the nearby blocks. Many of the Kamar-Taj sorcerers hadn't arrived as quickly as Wang Yang, since they couldn't use portals as he did. Some Kree had even been dragged into the mirror dimension, so there was no need to worry about them. Though those sorcerers couldn't compare to Wang Yang, working together, they were more than a match for the Kree. With the trouble in the surrounding area settled, only the biggest threat remains, Wang Yang murmured, having already pinpointed the location of the Kree Empire's Supreme Accuser. Let's go, Master Kamar-Taj. It's time to face the Supreme Accuser of the Kree Empire, he declared, opening another portal. Elsewhere, a district had been reduced to ruins by the ongoing destruction. Towering skyscrapers left as little more than shattered skeletons. Even Wang Yang felt a chill at the sight. Soon, Wang Yang spotted Ronan, along with the members of the Avengers. Clearly, they understood that defeating Ronan was the key to resolving everything. But the Avengers were in a dire state. Each one bore wounds. Even the Hulk was sprawled amid the rubble, his fate uncertain. Thor, perhaps thanks to his godly power, was still standing, though his body was also covered in injuries. As for Iron Man and Captain America, their whereabouts were unknown. Ronan himself was an imposing figure, his natural strength immense. Now amplified further by the Power Stone, he held the upper hand, unshakable and dominant. Useless fools. You actually survive, but it doesn't matter. I'll kill you myself and show you just how powerful the Infinity Stone truly is. As Ronan spoke, an intense purple light radiated from his body. I'll destroy you all and wipe out your civilization, just to let Carol know that I, Ronan, am not to be trifled with. Ronan roared, and the hammer in his hand flared with dazzling purple energy. That formidable power exploded outward, the force so overwhelming that the surrounding ruins crumbled into dust under its pressure. At this moment, Thor's eyes betrayed a sense of helplessness. Although Ronan couldn't kill him outright, Thor also had no way to defeat him, especially now that Ronan wielded the Infinity Stone along with his own immense strength. Thor feared that even his father, Odin, might be unable to withstand such power. He could no longer imagine who could possibly stop Ronan's rampage. Just then a voice suddenly rang out. Ronan, this isn't your Kree Empire. Earth is closing up for the night. Kindly get lost. A powerful presence surged through the air, sending ripples of energy through the battlefield. In an instant, these ripples seemed to swallow up Ronan's purple aura, as if the very fabric of space was devouring it, leaving none of that dreadful power to spill out. Thor turned his head and saw Wang Yang walking forward, a flaming longsword in his hand, his pace calm and deliberate. Wang Yang, thank you for every recommendation and monthly vote. Are there any more? Who are you? Thor asked. In the last battle with Loki, he'd never met Wang Yang in person, though he'd heard other Avengers mention a powerful young man. The formidable strength in front of him left no doubt. This was Earth's sorcerer. "I'm here to help you," Wang Yang replied, casting a single glance at Thor. He could see that Thor was already at his limit. Then Wang Yang's gaze shifted to Ronan. Sensing Wang Yang's earlier display of strength, Ronan might have felt some fear in the past. But now, with the Infinity Stone's might flowing through him, Ronan felt invincible. No one could frighten him, not even Carol, let alone this newcomer. A mere ant from a little planet dares to stand in my way? Ronan spat fury in his voice. As Wang Yang looked at Ronan, he couldn't help but think of Star-Lord dancing. Where had that guy disappeared to? But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. Suddenly Ronan aimed his hammer at Wang Yang, and a purple beam shot straight toward him. Wang Yang raised his hand, conjuring a shimmering shield before him. In the same instant, the purple energy slammed into the shield. A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The ground shattered beneath their feet, leaving a gaping crater where the attack struck. Although the magical shield had suffered some damage, its formidable power protected Wang Yang completely, leaving him untouched. Ronan was even more astounded. Never before had he witnessed such a technique, one that could actually withstand the force of his Infinity Stone attack. "Your shield is impressive, but how long can it really last?" Ronan sneered, refusing to believe that the power of his Infinity Stone was not enough to kill the young man before him. As he spoke, an overwhelming, terrifying surge of purple energy erupted from Ronan's body. The space around them began to fracture, splintering like glass into countless shards. Ronan charged forward, surrounded by these razor-sharp fragments of space, the black, menacing aura around him seeming capable of annihilating everything in its path. Just then a prompt echoed in Wang Yang's mind. Detected a fragment of the Infinity Stone's source power. "Would you like to fuse with it?" Wang Yang had been preparing to defend himself, but the system's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Fuse," he commanded without hesitation. As the fusion began, Wang Yang seemed to witness the birth of the universe itself. A singularity exploding, waves of terrifying power flooding into his body. Currents of purple energy coursed around him. And as he comprehended and merged with this force, visions of the ancient, primordial cosmos flashed before his eyes. A void. A singularity bursting forth, giving birth to the universe. When he opened his eyes, they shimmered with radiant violet light. Wang Yang raised his hand and swept it through the air. An immense magical force, now intertwined with the very essence of the universe, surged forth. The fractured shards of space that had begun to tear apart now mended themselves, as if a wrinkled cloth had been smoothed out by an invisible hand. In an instant, all the cracks in space vanished without a trace. On the other side, Thor watched this spectacle in utter shock. All he saw was Wang Yang raise his hand, and the fragments of shattered space disappeared as if they had never existed. "How is this possible?" Thor blurted out, unable to contain his disbelief. These were spatial rifts, the most terrifying force in existence. Even Odin himself would have struggled to survive being caught in such a tear. Yet this young man had simply waved his hand and restored the space completely. It was unthinkable. Even among the most skilled magicians of Asgard, not even Frigga could have accomplished such a feat. The level of mastery over space magic on display here was simply monstrous. This went far beyond the abilities of any ordinary mage. Yet Thor could not recall any magic like this in his memory. His heart was filled with awe and bewilderment. Though he was often brash, he was not a fool. The magic he had just witnessed surpassed his understanding. Perhaps it was a power unmatched even in the universe itself. But why would such a magic exist here on Earth? Thor was somewhat alarmed. Although Earth was technically under Asgard's domain, a sorcerer of such immense power, if he were to truly clash with Thor's father, Odin, even Odin might not be able to rule Earth with certainty. Meanwhile, Wang Yang remained unaware of Thor's astonishment. After unleashing that power, the purple aura surrounding him began to fade, dimming steadily. After all, the power of the Infinity Stones became so formidable because of a unique fusion of forces. Wang Yang had only absorbed a tiny fraction, so it was natural for it to gradually dissipate. Witnessing this, Ronan let out a furious roar and charged forward. Swinging his hammer directly at Wang Yang, "Die!" he shouted. The hammer erupted. In a brilliant violet light, crackling with destructive power, With a thunderous crash, just as Ronan was certain his strike would finish Wang Yang for good, Wang Yang raised his flaming long sword and intercepted the blow. The impact rang out like a clash of titans, and the shockwave burst outwards, tearing apart the nearby ruins. Impossible, Ronan bellowed, his voice filled with disbelief. How can you withstand the power of the Infinity Stones? To you, the Infinity Stones may be a great force, Wang Yang replied, shaking his head, but in the end, they are merely borrowed strength. True might comes from within. It far surpasses what you can wield with the Infinity Stones. At that moment, streams of magical energy began to surge from the ground, and scarlet chains shot up, snaking directly toward Ronan. Ronan tried desperately to dodge or block them with his hammer, but he found himself driven back, step by step. A look of utter incredulity crossed Ronan's face. He could hardly comprehend that someone on this planet could resist the power of the Infinity Stones, and even unleash such terrifying strength in return. It was simply beyond anything he had imagined. Forced into retreat, Ronan stared fixedly at Wang Yang, as though trying to discern just who this man was standing before him. How could anyone withstand the might of the Infinity Stones? Even Thanos himself should not be able to resist such power. Watching from a distance, Kamar-Taj, too, could not help but wear an expression of shock, magic that needed no gestures or incantations. Even the Sorcerer Supreme would struggle to achieve such a feat. Yet Wang Yang seemed to do it with effortless ease, and the key was he was forcing the mighty Ronan back strike after strike. If any of us great sorcerers were to face him, we likely wouldn't fare any better, Kamar-Taj thought to himself. It seems with every battle, Wang Yang grows stronger, he mused in his heart. Even if he's not quite a match for the Sorcerer Supreme, yet the gap between them is growing ever narrower. At this moment, Ronan was forced to retreat again and again. Wang Yang's ferocious onslaught left him unable to hold his ground, and all Ronan could do now was put up a stubborn resistance. Ronan's strength was formidable. After all, it came from the Infinity Stones. With their power augmenting him, he was immensely strong. Yet unfortunately, although Ronan could wield the force of the Infinity Stones, he could only use them in the most crude and unrefined way. Because of this, even though Wang Yang's own source power had largely dissipated, the faint remnants were still more than enough to handle Ronan's attacks. In fact, Wang Yang could shatter Ronan's blows with ease. Violent bursts of violet energy exploded around them, rippling outward in every direction. The ground itself seemed as though it would be corroded away, and the surrounding skyscrapers fared no better. Yet even so, under Wang Yang's relentless assault, Ronan found himself completely stifled. His mighty strength, which should have been unstoppable, struck Wang Yang's body, but seemed to have no effect at all. It was as if Wang Yang didn't even feel it. How could this be? How could a human possess such terrifying magical power? More astonishing still was Wang Yang's physical resilience. The Kree were supposed to have unmatched strength. How could he have run into a creature this monstrous? Such overwhelming power made Ronan think that even Thanos himself might not easily defeat this opponent. Damn this Earth! How can so many monsters come from here? Ronan was utterly frustrated. There was already a Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, and now that she was gone, an even more terrifying magical monster had appeared. Earth was just a tiny, insignificant planet in the vast universe. Yet every time, it was able to bring Ronan such pressure, making him feel constantly suppressed. With every passing minute, the weight bearing down on him only grew heavier. For the warlike Kree Empire, defeat was equivalent to disgrace, something that would earn him the contempt of his people. Ronan simply could not accept such an outcome. "You leave me no choice," he roared, his hammer flaring with violet light. That light surged into his body, wrapping him in a brilliant aura and transforming into a pillar of energy that shot straight into the sky. The beam pierced the heavens, tearing through the clouds and lancing into outer space. In that instant, everyone in New York saw it. They stood transfixed, hearts pounding with awe and terror as the overwhelming energy radiated out from the pillar of light. Wang Yang stood quietly across from Ronan, watching him in silence. It wasn't out of some noble sense of honor that he let Ronan become stronger and more frenzied. He simply observed, calm and composed, as the storm gathered. Under the eruption of the Infinity Stone's power, a massive dome of light materialized around Ronan, enveloping him completely. Even his own attacks could not penetrate this barrier to reach him. As time ticked by, cracks of vivid purple began to spread across Ronan's body. In that moment, he resembled a porcelain doll riddled with fractures, as though he might shatter into pieces at any second. Yet at the same time, an overwhelming and terrifying force radiated from him. A sense of absolute oppression emanated from his very presence. So these are the Infinity Stones? Their power truly is immense. Wang Yang couldn't help but sigh in admiration at that instant. The surge of such formidable strength was nothing short of unbelievable, as if he'd suddenly gained a cheat code. These are the most supreme relics of the cosmos, embodying the fundamental forces of the universe itself. Their power was naturally unparalleled. If Mordo and the other sorcerers could have heard Wang Yang's thoughts, they would have scoffed. You're one to talk. Do you even realize how powerful your own magic is? Are you honestly unaware of your own strength? Can any ordinary sorcerer cast such spells? You're nearly on par with a sorcerer supreme. Yet you're still talking about the Infinity Stones? The stones are the crystallization of cosmic energy. What about you? You're still human, of course. Wang Yang had no such self-awareness. He still considered himself weak and believed he needed to work much harder to gain even a sliver of self-preservation in this world. At this moment, the pillar of light surrounding Ronan gradually faded, revealing his figure more clearly with each passing second. Prepare to face your death, insect, Ronan's voice thundered, forcing me to unleash the full power of the Power Stone. You will pay with your life. Ronan was consumed by fury. This state put an enormous strain on his body. If it lasted too long, it could cause permanent damage, even to someone as physically strong as he was. But now that he had invoked such power, the one before him would have to pay the price. With each of Ronan's steps, the ground trembled with a deep, resounding boom, each footfall like a rolling thunderclap. In this moment, he was every bit the terrifying monster he appeared to be. Wang Yang could feel the oppressive force. It was almost as overwhelming as the Hulk's might. Even so, he felt not the slightest fear. The sacred sword of Ashani flashed in his hand. He struck out with a powerful slash, but Ronan simply raised his hand, intent on seizing the sacred sword of Ashani. With a violent crack, Ronan caught the sacred sword, and with a sudden squeeze, shattered it in his grasp. A chime sounded. Ding! The magical sacred sword of Ashani has been destroyed, triggering your innate ability. The stronger through adversity. Wang Yang knew that every spell required innate talent, but a magic that grew stronger the more it was defeated. As the system prompt echoed in his mind, a faint light began to gather around the hilt in his hand. Fragments of the shattered sacred sword seemed to draw together, fusing once more. An even more powerful surge of Ashani's divine energy began to coalesce. At that moment, Ronan, who had just crushed the sacred sword of Ashani, saw this and burst out laughing arrogantly. Do you really think I'm still the same person I was just now? He declared. I've already changed. I'm no longer the person you thought I was. I am extraordinary now, far beyond what I once was. It's time for you to die. As Ronan uttered these words, a sinister grin twisted across his face. With a sudden, forceful swing, he brought his hammer crashing down toward Wang Yang. The immense surge of violet energy was so intense, it seemed to distort the very air itself. Wang Yang's expression remained unchanged as he calmly took a step back, yet Ronan, convinced he had gained the upper hand, broke into a triumphant, almost manic laughter. What's this? Are you afraid now? He taunted. But it's too late for fear. There's no way you'll escape death this time. Ronan's laughter echoed, booming with confidence. But in the very next moment, the shattered, sacred sword of Vishanti in Wang Yang's hand was miraculously restored. At the same time, an awe-inspiring, godly power radiated from it, enveloping Wang Yang in a divine aura that surged with terrifying strength. An energy every bit as formidable as what was emanating from Ronan. Sensing this force, Ronan was stunned. How could a mere human stand toe-to-toe with the unleashed might of all the Infinity Stones? Ronan knew instantly that this power was beyond human. In fact, it was even greater than the strength he possessed as a Kree. It was comparable to the power of the Infinity Stones themselves. Was this still magic? Could magic truly be this powerful? He was not the only one shocked. The Avengers present were all left dumbstruck, staring wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. Even Kamar-Taj's eyes grew round with disbelief. It was as if he could feel Vishanti descending to the mortal world, with Wang Yang as its chosen avatar. This was beyond comprehension. Thor, witnessing the spectacle, felt his lips grow dry. From what he just learned, Kamar-Taj had told him these people were mages. From Kamar-Taj, the legendary sanctuary of magic, are all Kamar-Taj mages this powerful? Thor murmured in amazement. The foes he himself struggled with could be matched just like that by a single Kamar-Taj sorcerer. What was even more astonishing was that Ronan had already activated the power of the Infinity Stones. Yet this mage could still contend with him. And he was just one of many from Kamar-Taj. Wang Yang looked so young. By his guardian standards, power only grew with age, so surely Kamar-Taj had even stronger mages, like the elderly Kamar-Taj standing before him. Just how powerful were these people? Kamar-Taj heard Thor's words and shook his head repeatedly, almost laughing. If everyone from Kamar-Taj were truly this powerful, would they ever have to fear anyone? Would they ever have suffered such heavy losses? How could Wang Yang possibly represent them? He could only be an exception, a special case. The sheer amount of Vishanti divine power he possessed shattered all of his understanding of those sacred deities. Normally, even those gods could only wield a portion of their own power, supplementing it with their own strength. And even then, their magic would become formidable. But someone like Wang Yang, who directly drew upon so much of the Vishanti's divine force, was simply beyond his imagination. Even an archmage would likely find this impossible. Kamar-Taj felt a wave of despair wash over him. They were both mages, yet the gods seemed to pick their favorites, making clear distinctions. He had strained every fiber of his being and could only barely channel a trickle of the Vishanti's might. And then there was Wang Yang, who simply had the divine power descend upon him. It was outrageous. What was even more infuriating was that with this display, Wang Yang's aura was now on par with Ronan wielding the Infinity Stone. Ronan was, after all, a cosmic warlord with the immense power of the Infinity Stone in his grasp. Yet in front of Wang Yang, he seemed almost ordinary. Now Wang Yang and Ronan faced each other in a tense standoff. The holy sword of the Vishanti in Wang Yang's hand slowly shifted from a blaze of flames to a brilliant silver-white light. The radiance enveloping his body also turned silver-white, lending him an aura of divinity. Witnessing this, Ronan was shaken to his core, then clenched his teeth in growing fury. Who was this young man? His power was terrifying, enough to rival the very might of the Power Stone itself. It was absurd. I refuse to believe your magic can stand against the Infinity Stone, Ronan roared. Purple energy burst from his body, and the hammer in his hand erupted with a terrible force as he swung it at Wang Yang. Each swing unleashed shockwaves that tore through the air, leaving a massive scar on the ground. Wang Yang's expression remained completely composed. He brought down the holy sword of the Vishanti in a single decisive stroke. With that one swing, it was as if the force of 1,000 armies crashed down. In an instant, Ronan found himself unable to withstand the blow. The Power Stone's might was indeed formidable, but its strength came at a cost. It consumed the wielder's own energy and had its limits. In contrast, Wang Yang's blessing from the Vishanti came with no cost at all. This was the innate gift of the Vishanti's holy sword. There was another crucial difference. Ronan's hammer was nothing like Thanos' infinity gauntlet. It could not channel the full potential of the stone. While it enhanced his strength to some degree, it was still limited by Ronan's own abilities, never able to unleash the stone's complete power. Because of this, his strength could not compare to Wang Yang's magic. In the blink of an eye, Ronan was forced to retreat step by step. Everyone watching was dumbstruck by the spectacle. Thor, for one, thought that if Wang Yang ever invaded Asgard, even they would be powerless to stop him. It was terrifying. He had never heard of such a thing. How could a mere mortal wield such powerful magic? This wasn't ordinary magic, but magic that drew upon the power of the gods themselves, and not just the gods of Asgard as they knew them, but the ancient gods whose strength could bend reality in transit between worlds. Even Ronan, armed with the Infinity Stone, found himself unable to withstand such might. Watching Ronan being forced back, battered and overwhelmed, the contrast was striking. Just moments ago, Ronan's facade of invincibility had seemed unshakable. Yet now he was utterly on the defensive, Thor had always believed that Asgard was unrivaled in its strength, but now he realized there was always someone more powerful, always another level beyond imagination. The Earthling before him was far stronger than any Asgardian he had ever known. The onlookers, too, were stunned into silence. In Wang Yang's hand, the Vishanti's divine sword glowed with a sacred brilliance each swing unleashing a surge of devastating force. If not for Ronan's reliance on the overwhelming power of the Infinity Stone, he would have fallen long ago. It was only by sheer force of will that he remained standing. It seems you're nowhere near capable of unleashing the full power of the Power Stone, Wang Yang said, standing beneath the radiant silvery light, his presence like that of a god descended. His gaze was cold as he looked at Ronan, his words slow and deliberate. Hearing this, Ronan felt the sting of humiliation. For a proud Kree warrior to be lectured by a frail human from Earth. This was unbearable. Fury erupted within him, and with a thunderous roar, he unleashed an even greater surge of strength through his hammer. The ground beneath him shattered, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Wang Yang's sword trembled from the impact, and he was forced to retreat several steps. But perhaps sensing the threat, the Vishanti's divine sword responded. An intense, blinding light burst forth, sacred and overwhelming. In that instant, a colossal phantom seemed to materialize behind Wang Yang, mirroring his own stance, sword in hand. Identical in every way, Thor witnessed this scene. Stunned, though as someone unversed in magic, he could not grasp its true significance. But when Kamar-Taj saw it, he was visibly shaken, unable to contain his shock. The Vishanti's projection, he gasped, This can't be. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing the impossible. His mind teetered on the edge of reason. The so-called Vishanti's projection was not a true apparition of the Vishanti themselves, but a phenomenon that occurred only when their divine power reached unimaginable heights. To manifest such a projection meant the wielder had attained a tenth of the Vishanti's power. For most sorcerers, even a 10,000th would be beyond reach. This display of divine might was unprecedented, and with its manifestation, the power of the Vishanti's divine sword would soar to unimaginable levels. At this moment, Kamar-Taj seemed almost deranged, muttering incoherently like someone overtaken by madness. But what Wang Yang had just displayed was truly beyond anything he could have imagined. This was the manifestation of a divine projection, not imbued with the will of a deity, yet already far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. After all, they could only borrow such power. They could never summon a divine projection themselves. This was akin to wielding divine power directly. The fact that a mere mortal could control such power left Kamar-Taj struggling to believe his own eyes. Within Kamar-Taj, countless ancient tomes were kept, yet not a single one of them described anything like this. That was the projection of a god. How could a mortal possibly touch it? No matter how much of a genius Wang Yang was, there should have been a limit. But now, seeing Wang Yang accomplish this, could it be that he was about to bridge the chasm that separates mortals from the divine? If that were true, Kamar-Taj felt a surge of excitement. He felt as though he was witnessing history in the making. This was something that could be immortalized in epic tales, and would certainly leave a bold, unforgettable mark in the chronicles of Kamar-Taj. What kind of extraordinary talent could allow someone to achieve such a miraculous feat? In the realm of magic, Wang Yang seemed to have pushed his mastery to the very limits, perhaps even beyond. Kamar-Taj could hardly believe it. Even the Sorcerer Supreme herself might not be able to accomplish such a thing. Overcome with emotion, Kamar-Taj lifted his head to the sky, tears of excitement streaming down his face. Just then, as he gazed upward, he caught sight of a figure seemingly falling from the sky. Wait, was that the Sorcerer Supreme? Kamar-Taj's jaw dropped in astonishment, feeling as though today's shocks might just overwhelm him. Wang Yang was already unbelievable, but now even the Sorcerer Supreme was falling from the heavens. Had she been attacked? He couldn't help but worry. But of course, Kamar-Taj didn't know what had really transpired. High above, the Sorcerer Supreme herself was in a turmoil of conflicting emotions. She had walked the path of magic for countless years, but never before had she been this shaken. Moments ago, she had just driven off the fleet of the Kree Empire, only to witness a towering pillar of violet light piercing the sky. Sensing the overwhelming surge of power, she immediately descended, opening a portal to return. What she saw next was utterly beyond belief. The power gathering around Wang Yang was coalescing into the projection of Vishanti. Vishanti's power was so immense that it had reached a point of fusion. Radiant light shimmered from her cloak, halting her fall. Having just confronted a fleet in outer space, she had come fully prepared. Yet regardless of her readiness, the sight she had just witnessed was enough to send a tremor through her very soul. "This child truly astonishes me," the Ancient One murmured, standing in midair as she watched Wang Yang. She had thought he might need her help, but clearly that was no longer the case. And perhaps the future itself was now beginning to change. Over the years, the Ancient One had continually used the Eye of Agamotto to observe events yet to come, which was why she did not intervene in Loki's battle. She understood that the Avengers would handle these invaders. This also served as a test for the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj to see whether they could protect Earth even after her eventual departure. The sorcerer's performance during that attack had greatly pleased her, yet this current invasion was not something she had foreseen. The future now seemed to branch into countless possibilities. It all appeared to be because of Wang Yang's arrival. As the Ancient One gazed at Wang Yang's figure, her expression grew complicated. At that moment, amidst the ruins, Wang Yang stood wielding a gleaming silver sword, and behind him loomed the immense ethereal silhouette of a deity. The force radiating from him was so overwhelming that the debris scattered across the ground was sent flying, some fragments even crumbling to dust. In front of Wang Yang, Ronan was shrouded in a powerful, swirling aura of violet energy. Yet even under such protection, the purple aura seemed to buckle under pressure, warping and twisting. With a thunderous roar, Wang Yang unleashed a strike with the holy sword of the Vishanti. A terrifying storm surged forth, slashing straight towards Ronan. The mighty divine power crashed against the violet light that shielded Ronan, and in an instant ripples spread across the purple barrier. At the same time, countless black rifts tore open in the fabric of space, rendering the scene truly menacing. Though Wang Yang had the upper hand, he could not help but furrow his brow. The power of the infinity stone was immense. Even if Ronan could not draw out its full strength, it still was not easy to kill him. After all, this strike had been infused with the force of a god, enough perhaps to obliterate an entire city block, yet could not even pierce Ronan's violet shield. Indeed, the power of the Infinity Stone was formidable, at least in this universe, capable of elevating someone's strength by more than a single tier. Wang Yang shook his head in silent acknowledgement. The holy sword of the Vishanti was without doubt powerful, but it was best suited for close combat. In terms of sheer force, it still fell short. It could not break through the barrier encasing Ronan. The silver sword in Wang Yang's hand vanished, along with the silvery glow that enveloped his body. At the same moment, the projection of the Vishanti behind him faded away as well. Ronan let out a long breath. The purple aura around him finally dissipated, no longer sensing any immediate threat. It was clear that even maintaining the protective shield granted by the stone came at a great cost, and Wang Yang's attack had put him under tremendous pressure. Wang Yang did not rush to confront Ronan further. Instead, he observed both Ronan and the changes in their surroundings. Because of Ronan's presence, the entire district had been reduced to a vast wasteland. It seems it really is safer to fight in a mirror dimension, Wang Yang mused aloud. Otherwise, innocent civilians would be caught in the crossfire. Wang Yang muttered to himself. He had thought that the sacred sword of Vishanti would be enough to deal with Ronan. But now, seeing that he couldn't even break through the other's defenses, he realized he would have to prepare for a drawn-out battle. Clapping his hands together, Wang Yang summoned a surge of powerful magical energy that gathered at his palms. In the next instant, he brought his hands down with a sharp slap against the ground. There was a thunderous boom as immense force burst out from his hands the moment they struck the earth, spreading rapidly in all directions. At the same time, a transparent wave, like the surface of a mirror, unfurled outward, instantly enveloping everything within a kilometer radius. Everyone in the area was swept into this space, yet among all present, only two people immediately sensed that something was amiss. One was Thor, the god of thunder, the other, the sorcerer supreme. Upon entering the mirror dimension, Thor felt as if he had stepped into another's domain, an overwhelming sense of discomfort settling over him. It was as though some invisible shroud had enclosed around him. Even his connection to the lightning in the sky seemed severed, the familiar pulse of thunderous power now distant and unreachable. A look of astonishment flashed across Thor's face. Wasn't it only his father Odin who was capable of such feats? After all, Thor could wield the power of the thunder god's hammer, feel the might of the storm, and draw upon divine strength. But now all of those sensations had vanished completely. An inexplicable pressure weighed down on him, draining his strength, a sensation he had only felt before in Odin's own realm of thunder. It was unthinkable. Could this human before him truly have mastered such terrifying power? Thor couldn't help but be deeply shaken, a chill of dread rising from his feet to the back of his neck. It was staggering. How could this be possible? This young man was only so old, and his father had lived for countless ages. How could someone so fearsome exist in this world? Thor, unfamiliar with the mystic arts of Kamar-Taj, could only sense the oppressive force, but for the Sorcerer Supreme, it was a different story. She understood all too well. What a formidable mirror dimension! The Ancient One gasped in amazement. She had never expected that this boy, Wang Yang, would have mastered the mirror dimension to such a powerful extent. She could no longer conceal the shock that showed plainly on her face. Utterly different from her usual serene composure, she had already been astonished when she witnessed the transformation of the sacred sword of Ashanti, thinking that must surely be Wang Yang's limit. Yet now, the mirror dimension magic had delivered a fresh and even greater surprise. She knew well that the mirror dimension was like the other side of the world, a realm that belonged entirely to the sorcerer who invoked it. Should a sorcerer reach an even higher mastery, they could turn this world into their own domain. Although Wang Yang hadn't yet fully transformed the mirror dimension into his personal domain, he was very close. It had taken her nearly a decade to bring her own mirror dimension to such a level. And yet Wang Yang had already come this far. It took centuries to transform the mirror dimension into one's own domain. Yet how long has Wang Yang been studying magic? And already he's achieved this level of mastery. He's even on the verge of making the mirror dimension his own territory. Something that seems within reach. This comparison is nothing short of demoralizing. She had always considered Strange a genius. Even the Eye of Agamotto had glimpsed his future, his achievements and magical talent, all marking him as a candidate for Sorcerer Supreme. But compared to Wang Yang, even Strange appears remarkably ordinary. Such talent goes beyond astonishment. It's almost terrifying at such a young age. He has already manifested the projection of the Vishanti, and the mirror dimension has grown so powerful in his hands. This means Wang Yang's future is filled with infinite possibilities. A faint smile appeared on the Ancient One's face. Perhaps the future belongs to him. The Ancient One had cultivated for countless years, met the 5 great deities, defeated Dormammu, and witnessed countless prodigies on Earth. Yet compared to Wang Yang, none of them truly measured up. To what heights would his future ascend? The Ancient One could not fathom it, but she was certain he would surpass even herself. As she entered the mirror dimension, Wang Yang immediately sensed her presence. This was Wang Yang's domain now. Here, he could perceive everything. The Sorcerer Supreme comes, yet does nothing. Is it because she wants to hand her mantle to Doctor Strange, and so no longer cares about anything? Wang Yang gave a wry smile, then recalled how during Loki's invasion of Earth, the Ancient One had simply watched from the rooftop. But what truly went through the mind of someone as powerful as the Ancient One? No one could say. Just as Wang Yang was feeling helpless, Ronan, empowered by the Infinity Stone, began to recover, and then grow unimaginably strong. If not for the terrifying power of the Infinity Stone, any ordinary Kree would have already perished beneath his Vishanti sacred sword. Yet in the blink of an eye, Ronan's strength was completely restored. Sensing the Infinity Stone's power, Ronan regained his confidence. I admit, your magic is formidable, but such fearsome magic must surely drain you. Perhaps you have nothing left to give, but me, my power is endless. Ronan raised his hands, throwing back his head in wild, triumphant laughter, utterly self-assured. Seeing Wang Yang hesitate, he was convinced that the terrifying attack just now had exhausted the young man's strength. Now was the time to finish him off. A twisted grin spread across Ronan's face. He would repay the humiliation he had just suffered tenfold. He would torment this adversary, make him die in agony. Prepare to die, Ronan roared, as the purple energy of the Infinity Stone began to swirl and gather around his hammer. The attack was about to begin. Such terrifying power. Then I'll have to unleash the full might of the winds of Wadum. He had never used the winds of Wadum at their full strength before. Not during his first time at Kamar-Taj, nor when he faced Mordo. But now, Ronan possessed the power of the Infinity Stones. And with the battle taking place within his own mirror dimension, he could finally go all out. Wang Yang raised his palm, and a tiny whirlwind took shape in the center of his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the whirlwind shot forward, and as it met the air, it swelled to monstrous proportions. In an instant, a colossal tornado stretched from earth to sky, radiating an aura of utter destruction. Ronan's expression froze in disbelief. Was every one of this kid's spells so powerful? Kamar-Taj's face also showed a mix of amazement and bewilderment. Wasn't the Winds of Wadum supposed to be a support spell? How did every spell become so formidable in his hands? Even the Ancient One couldn't help but shake her head with a wry smile. Every time she thought this was Wang Yang's limit, he would display yet another astonishing feat of magic, leaving them in awe. Ronan's mind was reeling. He had assumed that the boy had exhausted his magical reserves, but instead, Wang Yang had unleashed something even stronger. This was nothing short of a natural disaster. Even from a distance, Ronan felt as though knives were slicing across his skin. This was no ordinary wind. It carried the essence of annihilation. Even with the protection of the Infinity Stones, he found himself unable to withstand such force. "Just how many spells do you have left?" Ronan exclaimed, full of dread. Ordinarily, casting a spell of such magnitude should have drained Wang Yang completely, and yet he seemed capable of even greater feats. Ronan had believed that after acquiring the Infinity Stones, he could walk the earth unchallenged, that even the Avengers would be powerless before him. Yet now a mortal stood in his way. One who unleashed spell after terrifying spell. How could such devastating magic require so little effort? Why could this boy wield one overwhelming spell after another, as if it were nothing? Why did Earth seem to breed such terrifying anomalies? First Captain Marvel, and now this kid, glaring at the towering tornado before him. Ronan's face turned grim. He could hardly believe it. Magic that could rival the power of the Infinity Stones, even suppressing him. But for Wang Yang, it all felt only natural. "Ronan, your greatest mistake was choosing to attack Earth," Wang Yang said calmly. With a single sweeping gesture, the Tempest, charged with the force of destruction, hurtled toward Ronan, threatening to consume everything in its path. Ronan sensed the terrifying force rushing toward him and instinctively tried to dodge, but for some reason, it felt as if the entire space around him had been sealed off. He couldn't move at all, watching the tornado draw ever closer. Ronan's eyes burned with fury. After all, he was the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire. The Infinity Stone around him began to radiate immense power, and he braced himself to withstand the overwhelming attack. The violent tornado crashed down upon Ronan, as if filled with countless razor-sharp blades. Fresh wounds tore open all over Ronan's body. As the storm finally passed, Ronan looked utterly battered. His battle armor was shattered into ragged strips, hanging from his frame. Like tattered rags, his blue skin was covered in wounds, with blue blood spraying from them, and his staggering figure seemed ready to collapse at any moment. So his defenses really are formidable, and his body is incredibly resilient. Such a powerful assault. Yet it still wasn't enough to cut him down on the spot. Even so, Ronan was clearly reaching his limit. He couldn't hold out for long, but as he endured the wind of Vadum, a surge of violet light exploded from Ronan once more. The power of the Infinity Stone enveloped him, beginning to restore his ravaged body. "Your power is truly impressive. Perhaps you could even stand toe-to-toe with Thanos." Ronan spoke slowly, a twisted smile curling at the corner of his lips. "But I will not lose. I swear to defend the honor of the Kree, even if it costs me my life." Even with the strength of the Infinity Stone, his wounds did not heal instantly. Yet Ronan seemed unfazed, even brimming with confidence. He swiftly produced an exquisite vial and poured its contents down his throat without hesitation. Seeing this, Thor's eyes widened in shock as he cried out, "No! That's the Kree's potion for unlocking their full potential. Once he drinks it, he'll unleash every ounce of his power." Thunder God, Thor could not hide his fury and alarm. This was one of the Kree Empire's most prized concoctions, brewed by a secret and extraordinary process. The Kree cherished their honor above all. For them, defeat was worse than death. So this potion was reserved for moments teetering on the edge of demise. Thor recalled reading about it in Asgard's ancient records. In the old days, Asgard had clashed with the Kree and suffered dearly when the Kree used this very tactic, choosing mutual destruction over surrender. Even when victory was within Asgard's grasp, these potions had dragged both sides into ruin, leaving neither with any spoils. Now, seeing Ronan produce this fateful elixir, Thor was stricken with dread. In Ronan's hands, already armed with an infinity stone, the resulting explosion of power would be unimaginably fearsome. Wang Yang heard Thor's voice and couldn't help but furrow his brows. Yet, by the time he wanted to stop Ronan, it was already too late. A crimson light flickered in Ronan's eyes, and inky tears streaked down his cheeks, making him look utterly terrifying. "It's too late now. Since I chose to drink the potion, none of you will leave here alive today. You forced me to this. I swear to defend the honor of the Kree, even if it costs me my life." With a furious roar, Ronan threw his head back and bellowed into the sky. At that moment, the Infinity Stone seemed to respond. Its immense power erupted violently, sending waves of terrifying energy surging outwards. The force was overwhelming, filling the air with a sense of awe and dread. Ronan's body swelled, growing larger in an instant, towering like a giant. Even the Hulk standing before him would look almost the same in size. He swung his massive hammer, and in that moment, it was as if he had regained the strength of his prime. Perhaps even stronger than before he was wounded. As he brandished the hammer, an overwhelming surge of power exploded forth. Beams of black and violet energy shot out relentlessly, hurtling straight at Wang Yang. Wang Yang's wrist flicked, and a magical shield appeared in his hand. As the black and violet light struck the shield, ripples spread across its surface. Wang Yang's expression turned to one of surprise. The magic that Ronan could not shake just moments ago was now empowered by the Infinity Stone to a staggering degree. Clearly, the effects of that potion were truly fearsome. "It seems I have no choice but to use the Thunder Spirit." Such terrifying power erupted and spilled out in all directions. Nearby, Kamar-Taj, Thor, Dr. Banner, who had just regained his human form from the rubble, and Iron Man, Captain America, and the others all stared in shock at the scene before them. They knew full well the might of the Thunder Spirit. If Wang Yang unleashed it with his current magical talent, this entire space would likely be reduced to ruins. With a wave of his hand, he sent Kamar-Taj and the Avengers back to the real world. At that instant, a ball of lightning formed in his palm. The Akenroar Chaos Thunder Spirit. Now, he had completely mastered the power of the Chaos Thunder Spirit. In the past, he couldn't fully unleash its might, nor command it with his own will. But now, on the other side, Ronan might have grown immensely powerful, but he seemed to have lost all reason, utterly indifferent to whatever Wang Yang was doing now. All he could focus on was killing Wang Yang. He would not allow any other prodigy to overshadow him. Once, when he faced Carol, his strength wasn't enough, but now he had the Infinity Stone. How could he possibly allow anyone to suppress him? Anyone who dared to stand above him must die, tremble in fear, and feel the touch of death. He roared as a surge of violet energy erupted from his body. In that instant, he became like a conduit for the Infinity Stones, unleashing a terrifying power. "Perish. With magic as powerful as yours, you never should have crossed paths with me." Ronan screamed hysterically, his voice echoing with madness. "It's not that I shouldn't have crossed your path. Rather, you were the one who shouldn't have crossed mine." Wang Yang replied, shaking his head. Then the sphere of lightning in his hand shot forward without hesitation. As he lifted his hand, the surrounding walls and floor began to gather under the force of magic, coalescing to form barriers that blocked his way. A deafening series of explosions followed, reverberating through the air. The overwhelming force blasted outward, and even the reinforced walls and structures before him buckled and collapsed under the onslaught. Blinding light burst forth, flooding the space. after the thunderous roar faded. A profound silence descended, broken only by the dazzling brilliance that spread outward. The white radiance expanded, swallowing everything in its path until all was consumed. Even in the real world, they could see the blinding flash and feel the tremors, though separated by dimensions. For that moment, it seemed as if the boundaries between worlds would be shattered. They stared in shock as the space before them gradually returned to calm, as if nothing at all had happened. Wang Yang. Kamar-Taj couldn't help but cry out, his voice full of concern. Quickly, he traced a circle in the air, eager to see what had become of Wang Yang. Although he was confident that Wang Yang would be unharmed, the scene just now was more terrifying than anything before. It would have been impossible not to worry. As the portal opened, a desolate emptiness greeted him. Where ruins akin to those in the physical world should have stood, now only a barren wasteland remained. Everything had been erased. It was as if everything had been gouged out, leaving a deep scar in the earth, as if sliced away to a depth of dozens of meters. Kamar-Taj stared at the scene, his mouth suddenly dry, his gaze fixed on the hollowed pit before him. Everything nearby had been obliterated by the radiation of that explosion. It was as if a massive star had gone supernova, erasing buildings, battle scars, debris, dust, and even the once arrogant Ronin himself. All that remained at the center was a single violet gem, still faintly glowing with an eerie light. Kamar-Taj felt a chill of fear. Such destructive power, such devastating force. If this had erupted in Kamar-Taj, the entire sanctuary would have been vaporized on the spot. Previously, he thought Wang Yang was a bit of a monster. Now, he realized not only was Wang Yang monstrous, but he was terrifyingly so. This overwhelming power made Kamar-Taj feel as though he'd stepped into the end of the world the moment he entered this mirror realm. Such magic was simply too dreadful. He could almost smell the stench of death lingering in the air. And that was after the power had already faded. Right now, he truly couldn't imagine where Wang Yang's potential lay. At this moment, even the Avengers had entered the spatial rift and witnessed the scene before them. They all felt as though they had taken a wrong turn somewhere, just moments ago before they entered the outside world. Though battered, still had buildings standing. But here, for miles in every direction, everything had vanished, leaving only a lifeless silence. Jarvis, what are the energy readings here? Tony Stark spoke up, unable to hide the lingering fear in his voice. The burst of white energy that had just occurred was far more powerful than anything his arc reactor could produce. Sir, this is residual energy from an explosion triggered by an unknown energy storm. Its power rivals that of a nuclear bomb. Jarvis's voice echoed in his helmet. Tony's eyes widened. Beneath his helmet, such terrifying might. Could a human really unleash this sort of power? It defied all scientific explanation. He could hardly believe it. He'd always thought the arc reactor embedded in his chest was the pinnacle of power. Yet here was a human being who had surpassed even that. For Tony, who took great pride in his technology, this was almost maddening. It was simply outrageous. Even Dr. Banner stood there stunned by the sight before him. The others were just as shocked. Meanwhile, H.I.D., upon learning that Ronin was dead, began moving out to deal with the scattered Kree across the globe. After all, with Ronin, their supreme accuser, now dead, these Kree were like headless flies. H.L.D. started collecting dangerous Kree artifacts, weapons, and remains. All of these needed to be secured, kept away from the public's eyes and hands, or it would spell disaster. As for rebuilding the various damaged buildings, that would have to be outsourced to different companies again. Ordinary people might suffer greatly from this unexpected catastrophe, but for some companies such situations were nothing short of a windfall, a chance to make another fortune. But S.H.I.L.D. had nothing to do with these matters. After thoroughly sweeping through every corner of New York and collecting all hazardous materials, they cordoned off entire areas. Given how severe the collateral damage was, there were bound to be some under-the-table dealings. Between certain parties, interests would inevitably be exchanged. To those in power, all of this equated to wealth. The loss of a few lives meant nothing to those at the top. Nick Fury, meanwhile, was left with a massive headache as he dealt with these affairs. Director General Ross requests that we share some of the Kree weapons and corpses for their research. S.H.I.L.D. Agent approached respectfully. Tell him to forget it. Nick Fury didn't hesitate for a second. Has General Ross already forgotten the mess he made with the Hulk last time? He practically leveled a whole street in New York. Still daring to mess with weapons now? He really couldn't stand people like General Ross. Enough, you don't need to. Report these matters to me. Just reject them directly. And seal up all of these things. Nick Fury spoke coldly. He knew all too well how dangerous the Kree could be. These alien beings had come to Earth as far back as ancient times. Many humans still bore traces of their genetic modifications. If anyone tried to use the Kree corpses to enhance themselves, it would cause endless trouble for their work. In any case, the last thing he would allow was for these to fall into the hands of those in power. Otherwise, General Ross might end up creating another abomination. All right, Agent Hill, have you found the Avengers yet? And what about the identity of that mysterious figure who appeared? Any progress there? Nick Fury suddenly turned his gaze to Agent Hill as he spoke. No, sir, Agent Hill replied, shaking her head. It seems the Avengers have vanished without a trace. We simply can't find them. We've searched every block in the area from top to bottom, but there's no sign of them at all. Upon hearing Agent Hill's report, Nick Fury frowned and said directly, "Then keep searching. We must find them." "Understood, sir," Agent Hill responded. "Now, what about that other person I asked you to track down?" "Any news?" Nick Fury pressed on. "According to intel, this person is an orphan born in an eastern country, but disappeared about a year ago. No one knows where he went," Agent Hill reported. "The last time he was seen was on the battlefield during the Chitauri invasion, and it seems he possesses some kind of superpower, if you haven't gotten to the bottom of it. Keep digging. I want a full dossier on him," Nick Fury said with a crease between his brows. He hated being left in the dark. While his agents continued their search, half a day later, Nick Fury finally located his Avengers. They were in the district that had suffered the most severe damage, right next to Queens. But when he found them, he noticed immediately that something was off about their mood. The Avengers looked as if they'd just been dealt a heavy blow. Stunned, lost, their faces drained of hope. Even Dr. Banner and Tony Stark, usually the most level-headed, among them were the same. Nick Fury frowned. "Now, can someone tell me what on earth happened?" He swept his eyes over the group as he spoke, but unfortunately not a single person answered. The Avengers were all unusually silent. Even Captain America said nothing. What on earth had happened? Seeing them like this, even Nick Fury was at a loss. The Kree commander had clearly already been taken out. So why were the Avengers left in such a state? "Stark, tell me, what on earth happened here?" Nick Fury fixed his gaze on Tony Stark as he spoke. Tony Stark glanced at Nick Fury. "Director Fury, do you believe that gods could exist in this world?" Tony asked, his tone uncharacteristically serious. His mind flashed back to what had happened not long ago. Amid crumbling ruins, as the space dissolved into motes of light, a figure emerged. The same young man, under the onslaught of that terrifying power in the midst of waves of destruction. He walked out unharmed. Wouldn't you call that God? Gods? What nonsense are you spouting, Stark? Even if gods existed, they'd still have to play by our rules. Nick Fury scoffed. "Director Fury, that's only because you've never witnessed true power," Tony replied, casting him a dismissive look. Nick Fury was momentarily stunned by this exchange. What's going on here? Wasn't Tony Stark always the arrogant one, looking down his nose at everyone? Since when did he become like this? Cap, tell me. What did you all see? Fury found himself with no one else to turn to, so he looked to the one man he'd always counted on. "Captain America, sir, I used to think the Avengers' presence could bring peace to New York. But now I'm starting to question whether we even matter," Captain America replied, his face clouded with doubt and uncertainty. He glanced from the memory of that overwhelming power to his own hands. A life spent fighting, full of determination. Yet never had he felt so lost. How could anyone be that strong? If there really was someone that powerful guarding Earth, did the Avengers even have a purpose anymore? They suddenly seemed nothing. More than supporting players, Cap. Not you too. Fury felt as if he'd seen a ghost. Captain America had always been the steadfast, 1-inch reliable to the core. Now, it was as if the whole team was under some sort of spell. Maybe he really did need to call an SHELD psychologist for a group intervention. Turning to Black Widow, Fury held out hope for a rational explanation from his most trusted agent. "Natasha, tell me, what did you all see, sir? I'm afraid, even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. It was simply beyond belief. I don't even know how to describe it. I've never seen anything like that in my life." Black Widow shuddered as she recalled the dazzling, terrifying magic and the waves of destruction. The very thought of it made her tremble. Was it really possible for a human to wield such power? And with power like that, could they, the The Avengers really hoped to stand against it. Nick Fury couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard Natasha's words. Natasha was, after all, his most elite SHIELD agent. Her willpower was unshakable, and among humans she was at the pinnacle. What on earth had they witnessed to leave even the members of the Avengers so dispirited? Even the two agents under his command seemed affected. Nick Fury was filled with questions, but there was no one who could give him answers. Meanwhile, Wang Yang had no idea that his actions had thrown the entire Avengers team into existential doubt. At this moment, he was standing in a grove, with Kamar-Taj right at his side. Lying unconscious before them were several figures: Star-Lord, Gamora, Drax, Rocket Raccoon, and Groot. Their spaceship sat nearby, the very one they'd taken to arrive here. Star-Lord groaned and shook his head as he began to wake up. "Where are we? Who are you?" The moment he came to, he spotted Wang Yang and Kamar-Taj. "Where's Ronan?" Star-Lord stood up and looked around, but Ronan was nowhere to be seen. He only remembered that Ronan and his men had caught up with them. Despite their desperate attempt to scatter, they'd been overtaken, and the orb had been snatched from them. "Ronan is dead," Wang Yang said, shaking his head. "Dead? Then what about the orb, Star?" Lord's gaze shifted to Wang Yang. If Ronan was dead, then the orb must have fallen into this stranger's hands. After witnessing the terrifying power of the orb, their original plan had been to deliver it to Xander, where the Nova Corps could safeguard it. "We've taken it," Wang Yang replied. Looking at Star-Lord, such a fearsome power was far beyond the Guardians' ability to protect. Truth be told, even the Nova Corps couldn't defend against something so overwhelming. Sending it to Xander would only bring disaster. With no benefit at all? No. You keep it. We're not interested in that terrifying thing. If it blows up, it's none of our business. Rocket Raccoon suddenly cried out. He'd actually been awake for a while, just pretending to be unconscious. But upon hearing Wang Yang's words, he couldn't help but spring up. The last time at the Collectors, after witnessing the explosion, he'd already wanted to be rid of it, if not for Gamora's stubborn insistence on delivering it to the Nova Corps. They wouldn't have ended up being chased by Ronan. Now that someone else was willing to take such a dreadful stone off their hands, they couldn't be happier. "In that case, you're free to leave," Wang Yang nodded. Besides sending the Guardians on their way, he also wanted to let them know where things stood. "Wait, if you keep that here, Thanos won't let you go so easily," Gamora interjected, her brow furrowed with concern. Star-Lord looked over in surprise. So everyone else was already awake? Was he really the last one to come to? And he hadn't even been on guard? But Gamora paid no attention to Star-Lord's gaze. She turned to Wang Yang and said, "Directly, do you have any idea how powerful Thanos is?" Gamora fixed her eyes on Wang Yang, clearly doubting that he could withstand Thanos' onslaught. She didn't believe this little planet called Earth stood a chance either. The Nova Corps is a major force in the universe. Maybe they could stand up to Thanos. But Gamora didn't finish her sentence because she wasn't sure herself. Thanos has always been after the Infinity Stones. There's already one here. It wouldn't be a surprise if he came for another. And as for your Nova Corps, if they face Thanos, they'll be utterly crushed. Besides, I've already defeated Ronan, who wielded an Infinity Stone. If Thanos wants to come, let him come. Wang Yang neither confirmed nor denied his confidence. Even if he wasn't sure he could beat Thanos just yet, Earth now had the Sorcerer Supreme, and his own magic was only growing stronger. By then, perhaps he really could face Thanos in battle, compared to leaving the stone elsewhere, only to let it become another source of Thanos' power. Why not keep it here with them? If that's your decision, then let it stay with you, Gamora conceded. Star-Lord quickly stopped Gamora, who looked like she still wanted to argue, and whispered, "Let it go. If he wants to keep it, let him keep it. Besides, the fact that they took down Ronan is proof enough of their strength." Gamora heard Star-Lord's words, and though she still had more to say, could only open her mouth without uttering anything in the end. "Master Kamar-Taj, let's go," Wang Yang said. Now that things were settled, he had no intention of lingering. Master Kamar-Taj traced a circle, and the two of them stepped through, vanishing before the Guardians of the Galaxy. "Wow, those two just teleported," Rocket Raccoon exclaimed in disbelief at the spectacle. "Are you really going to hand over the orb to them?" Gamora asked with concern. "Something that dangerous is just as much a threat in our hands. If they're willing to take it, let them," Star-Lord said, finally letting out a sigh of relief. At least that hot potato was out of his hands. "Let's go, let's go." Star-Lord waved and headed toward the ship. "Groot, quit faking it." Star-Lord rolled his eyes. "I am." Groot Groot got up, clearly having been feigning unconsciousness. Drax, are you still pretending? Star-Lord chuckled helplessly. The others all glanced at Drax. Star-Lord, he's actually out cold. Rocket Raccoon burst out laughing. Groot then dragged Drax onto the ship. With the engines roaring, the ship blasted off into the sky. Wang Yang and Master Kamar-Taj returned to Kamar-Taj. Wang Yang simply wanted to continue living a peaceful life. With the gem entrusted to the Supreme Sorcerer, he felt completely at ease. Every day, he quietly studied a bit of magic, but only a few days had passed before the Supreme Sorcerer summoned him again. As before, she was in her room, brewing tea. Beside her rested her usual little fan, and in her hands she held a tome of magical lore. When she saw Wang Yang enter, the Supreme Sorcerer glanced up at him. "You're here, come and have a seat." Wang Yang nodded respectfully and took a seat across from her. "Supreme Sorcerer, what did you wish to see me about?" "There's something I'd like to ask you," the Supreme Sorcerer said, raising her brows slightly. "Please ask whatever you wish," Wang Yang replied, nodding without hesitation. "What do you think we should do with this gem?" With a flick of her wrist, a violet gemstone appeared in her palm. A wave of purple energy rippled outward, but in the next instant the power seemed to vanish entirely. The gem in her hand looked utterly ordinary, like a piece of plastic. Wang Yang's heart skipped a beat. This was the Infinity Stone in the hands of an ordinary person. Even a casual touch might mean instant destruction from its overwhelming power. Yet in the Supreme Sorcerer's grasp, it was no more than a common stone. Her abilities were indeed unfathomable. Wang Yang's expression grew even more respectful. "Handing it over to someone else clearly isn't a good idea," he answered, shaking his head. The Supreme Sorcerer nodded. Even if a lesser power could protect the gem, it would also invite disaster because of it. In the face of true strength, their defense wouldn't amount to much, and the Guardians would never dare use the stone's power. They'd end up handing it over to someone stronger without a fight. So, what do you think should be done with the Infinity Stone? Should we just leave it here, Kamar-Taj? She fixed Wang Yang with a probing look, waiting for his answer. Wang Yang fell silent for a moment, thinking to himself. Isn't it obvious? Leaving it with the Supreme Sorcerer is by far the safest option. After all, she wasn't even afraid of Dormammu. If she hadn't died, Thanos wouldn't have been able to invade Earth so easily, causing half its life to vanish, even though Thanos acted to prevent the Celestials from being born. Who could accept losing their loved ones? In the end, it only delayed things by a few years. It might have been better if the snap had never happened. The Supreme Sorcerer made up her mind. "In that case, I trust your abilities. From now on, you'll be responsible for safeguarding this gem." After sealing the Infinity Stone with a spell, she simply handed it to Wang Yang. Wang Yang fumbled to catch it, thoroughly bewildered as to why the Supreme Sorcerer would entrust such a treasure to him. "I think, Supreme Sorcerer, it's still most appropriate for you to keep it," Wang Yang said, his tone tinged with curiosity. The Supreme Sorcerer was already in charge of one gemstone, so having another didn't seem like such a big deal. "I'll guard one, and you'll guard another. It's quite fitting, as long as you don't rely on the stone's power," the Ancient One responded calmly. "If you wish to walk further along the path of strength, don't become too dependent on the power of the stones. Otherwise, your path will be eroded, consumed by that very power. The stronger you become, the greater the danger. Of course, this is a formidable power in itself. It all depends on how you choose to use it." The Ancient One spoke with deliberate care. After all, she herself had once sought power by absorbing dark energy. "I understand, Supreme Sorcerer," Wang Yang replied, holding the Infinity Stone, a sudden clarity dawning in his heart. No wonder in the Marvel world true powerhouses never sought the Infinity Stones. They were usually hidden away in remote places, to say these strong ones didn't know about. The Infinity Stones was impossible, yet they never pursued them. Clearly they understood the risks. Perhaps it was because the stones could grant overwhelming power in a short time, but ultimately brought more harm than good. "All right, take it with you then. Go on," the Ancient One said, her decision already made, leaving Wang Yang no room to refuse. He bowed respectfully and took his leave. The Ancient One watched his retreating figure, eyes filled with hope. After this experience, she had begun to consider grooming Wang Yang as her successor. She wondered whether, when faced with the temptation of power, he might surpass her own choices. Wang Yang brought the stone back to his room. The Infinity Stone's power was immense, its presence palpable even though the Supreme Sorcerer had sealed it with magic. Yet after her warning, Wang Yang had no intention of recklessly tapping into the stone's might. As he gazed at the gem, its soft violet glow illuminated the room. A chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected. World origin gene energy absorb. Your genetic aptitude has a chance to mutate and increase. The system's prompt instantly lifted Wang Yang's spirits. So the Infinity Stones were not merely sources of destructive power. They contained vast, hidden energies. At first, he'd only wanted the stone to boost his strength, but now that it could enhance his innate talent, his interest was piqued even further. He even thought, if the opportunity ever arose, he would have to collect them all, absorb. He commanded decisively. Though he'd already absorbed some power during his battle with Ronin, this time the energy felt much clearer, more vivid. As his command echoed out, he seemed to witness the dawn of the universe once again. Ding! The sacred sword of Ashanti has undergone a transformation and been enhanced. Wang Yang's eyes brimmed with delight. The power of the sacred sword of Ashanti had already multiplied several times during the battle with Ronin, and now unexpectedly it had been strengthened once again. Clearly the Infinity Stones hold effects unknown to others, perhaps in the future. If he had the chance to borrow the Time Stone as well, his magical talent might undergo even greater changes with these thoughts swirling in his mind. Wang Yang waved his hand. In an instant, a long sword of crystalline silver, laced with a faint purple hue, appeared in his grasp. As the energy of the Power Stone merged with it, the sacred sword of Ashanti now gleamed like silver-white crystal, radiating a mysterious violet glow. He still couldn't be certain how powerful it had truly become, but its appearance was far more captivating than its former plain silver sheen. At that moment, the Ancient One had been closely observing Wang Yang. Seeing him immediately tap into the power of an Infinity Stone upon his return, a flicker of disappointment flashed across her eyes. As expected, even someone as gifted as Wang Yang could find himself lost before such overwhelming power. If things continued this way, he might easily stray down the wrong path. She certainly did not wish to see Wang Yang become a second Caecilius. Fortunately, I've caught this early, and besides, he's different from Caecilius. With careful guidance, I believe he can. The Ancient One murmured softly to herself, her gaze never leaving Wang Yang as she considered how best to steer him. But suddenly, as if sensing something, her hand holding the small fan paused, and her jaw gradually dropped in astonishment. What is this power? This isn't the power of the Power Stone. This is... Has Wang Yang sensed something within the Power Stone and developed a new magical force from it? How could that be possible? The Ancient One's expression changed dramatically. With a swift gesture, she entered the mirror dimension and appeared directly in Wang Yang's room, where she saw him holding the crystal-like silver-white longsword shimmering with a violet light. It seemed her earlier judgment had been mistaken. This young man, Wang Yang, had really managed to comprehend something from the Infinity Stone and even fused it into his own magic. This defied all reason. She herself had never achieved such a feat, even though Wang Yang had only grasped a small part, altering just a fraction of his magic. It was already an extraordinary and astonishing accomplishment. She had never seen or even heard of such talent before. Such innate ability, such brilliance. It was simply breathtaking. Now any lingering worries she'd had about Wang Yang losing himself to temptation faded away. For Wang Yang, the Infinity Stones, though mighty, would not become a source of reckless indulgence. With renewed resolve, the Ancient One turned and departed, her heart even more certain that Wang Yang was destined to be her successor. Wang Yang, of course, remained oblivious to all of this. He simply felt that these Infinity Stones were incredibly powerful, far beyond what he could hope to control at the moment. That was why Wang Yang believed that magic was the most suitable path for him in this world. The Power Stone's energy was immense, but it was a force that ordinary people could not wield. Attempting to use it would more likely lead to their own destruction. Even Thanos, after harnessing the power of the Infinity Stones, lost half of his own body. As for Iron Man, snapping his fingers with the stones took his life instantly. Such a price was not something an ordinary person like him could endure. It was only natural he didn't care for it. But now, it caught him completely off guard that he could actually absorb the power of the Infinity Stones. If the opportunity arose, perhaps he could try collecting them. His magical abilities might well improve dramatically. A faint smile appeared on Wang Yang's face at the thought. Just then a series of knocks sounded at the door, 3 steady raps. Wang Yang paused, surprised that someone would come looking for him. He quickly put away the holy sword of the Vishani and went to open the door. Standing outside were Mordo and Strange. Master Mordo, Master Strange. Is there something I can help you with? Wang Yang greeted them politely. Strange heard that you took part in the Kree Empire's invasion this time and unleashed some rather unusual magic. So we came by to see for ourselves, Mordo replied with a warm smile. Beside him, Strange couldn't help but purse his lips at Mordo's words. Clearly, he was the one who wanted to come, but Mordo insisted on saying it was Strange's idea. Still, since it was Mordo who had taught him magic, Strange let slide. Unusual magic? I don't recall using anything of the sort, Wang Yang said, clearly puzzled at first. Then he remembered the holy sword of the Vishanti that had mutated during battle, and explained it was just the holy sword of the Vishanti, which even Mordo can perform. Nothing particularly special about it. Hearing this, Mordo was taken aback. Just the holy sword of the Vishanti? But the rumors spoke of a colossal apparition towering to the heavens, as if a deity had descended, gripping a gleaming silver sword that split the sky. And that was supposed to be just the holy sword of the Vishanti. Who was he trying to fool? Mordo had never heard of the Vishanti's sword having such formidable powers. Strange, though dragged here by Mordo as a convenient excuse, was equally curious about this spell. Now that he heard Wang Yang's explanation, he too was astonished. He knew the holy sword of the Vishanti, but he had never imagined it could be this powerful. The stories claimed it shook the heavens and earth. A truly legendary spell. Was the holy sword of the Vishanti really capable of such feats? Why did his own version produce only a simple sword? Strange was left baffled. Could it be that Mage Wang Yang simply didn't want them to know his true power? At that moment, both Strange and Mordo had the same thought. Why don't you show us? Mordo suggested, his curiosity getting the better of him. As a grand sorcerer, I'm sure you could even give Strange a few pointers. Mordo had long since stopped trying to compete with Wang Yang, so he didn't mind if Wang Yang was stronger than him. He was simply eager to see what this spell truly entailed, and he pulled Strange along for the ride. Strange glanced at Mordo, although he had something to say. He simply nodded. He was curious to see it as well. Watching both Mordo and Strange react this way, Wang Yang could only sigh and nod in agreement. Seeing Wang Yang relent, both Mordo and Strange couldn't hide their delight. Mordo raised his hand, ready to open the mirror dimension, since Wang Yang's magic had a reputation for causing big mishaps. Wait a moment. I've recently improved my mirror dimension spell too. How about we try this in my mirror dimension instead? Strange suddenly suggested. He had his own reasons for this proposal. After all, within his own space, he could observe every detail of Wang Yang's spell casting more clearly. Oh sure, Mordo replied, non-committally, then added, let's move a bit farther from Kamar-Taj. After all, Wang Yang's magic could be terrifying. Better safe than sorry. In that case, let's head closer to the mountain, Strange said with a smile. As he spoke, he opened a portal to the mirror dimension, and soon they found themselves near the foot of the mountains. This spot should do. Wang Yang, give us a demonstration, will you? Even the mirror dimension, it's still quite chilly. Mordo urged him on. Wang Yang nodded, and with a wave of his hand, without even uttering a magic incantation, a silvery white light flared up in his palm. A violet aura radiated outward from within, and soon a magnificent longsword of silvery crystal, shimmering with purple light, appeared in his grasp. For a moment, both Mordo and Strange were stunned. They weren't surprised that he didn't need a spell. After all, with enough mastery, many spells could be cast without incantations, tools, or even more than just a simple gesture. Of course, this usually meant the spell's power would be somewhat diminished. Yet the sword in Wang Yang's hand was the very embodiment of concentrated power, far beyond anything their conventional magic could achieve. Mordo and Strange were both shocked. Was that actually the sacred sword of the Vishanti? But on the surface, it didn't look all that mighty. Wang Yang's magic certainly seemed different from theirs, but if this was all, it was a bit disappointing. Then, Wang Yang gave the sword a gentle swing. A sharp cracking sound like glass shattering rang out. Before the violet blade, space itself splintered and broke apart. Strange's mirror dimension didn't last even a moment against it. Strange was dumbfounded. How could this be? He knew the importance of the mirror dimension and had trained hard to strengthen it, determined to make it formidable. That's why he'd suggested using his own mirror dimension. He was confident in his magic. Who could have predicted that with a single casual stroke, Wang Yang would tear it apart, and more than that. After the blade ripped open the mirror dimension, it sliced the mountain in front of them clean in two. A deafening boom echoed through the air. With a thunderous roar, the mountaintop began to slide down from the perfectly smooth cut. As it descended, the cut's surface gleamed like a mirror. In this moment, both Mordo and Strange were utterly stunned. Luckily, the mountain before them wasn't Mount Everest. Otherwise, the avalanche from such a height would have swept down and buried Kamar-Taj entirely. Still, even though this wasn't Everest, it was a towering peak, and now it had been laid flat, sprawled across the earth. Mordo stiffly turned his neck to look at Wang Yang. "Are you sure that was the sacred sword of Ashanti? I thought there would be a giant phantom or something. I assumed you'd weaken its power, but you actually condensed it even more." Shock surged in Mordo's heart. This was the only explanation he could find. Maybe the spell normally conjured a massive phantom, but by concentrating its force, the actual power would become even greater. Otherwise, how could it possibly cleave through an entire mountain? And to think this spell's strength had already been dampened by Strange's mirror dimension. Although Strange had only just begun learning magic, his innate talent was undeniable, and his grasp of the mirror dimension was impressive. Most spells couldn't even scratch it. That was why Mordo had agreed to this in the first place. But now, Wang Yang's magic had shattered it with a single touch. Mordo couldn't help but wonder whether Wang Yang was even human. A single stroke, and a mountain was cut down. That mountain stood close to Everest, and now it had been sheared flat. Mordo was left utterly dumbfounded, and Strange, even more so. Seeing this, Strange stood frozen, his entire body rigid. He'd known Master Wang Yang was powerful, but every time, it was as if a new world opened before his eyes. Never had he imagined that magic could wield such overwhelming force. Almost divine in its intensity. No wonder those who'd witnessed such feats before had believed a god had descended. Even without the colossal phantom, this display alone was worthy of legend, and all of this had happened inside the mirror dimension. Strange had tested it himself. None of his own spells could damage anything within. Yet here in front of Wang Yang, a single swing of the sword had shattered the mirror dimension as if it were nothing. He couldn't fathom that this had only been a casual stroke. It must have been magic compressed to its utmost to achieve something so unbelievable. Even if Wang Yang had deliberately empowered his spell, it was still shocking. But that was still better than the alternative. Someone casually breaking through the mirror dimension and leveling a mountain with a wave of the hand. Witnessing Wang Yang's true power, Strange couldn't help but feel that all the magic he'd learned so far was pitifully weak by comparison. As for Wang Yang himself, he was a loss. He'd never imagined that a casual strike could unleash such overwhelming power. When he'd first wielded the vast might of the Ashanti, even that hadn't been enough to overcome the stance of the Power Stone. But now, after absorbing the Power Stone's primal energy, his strength had soared to an entirely new level. He tore open the fabric of space itself and severed an entire mountain peak. It seems I should avoid using such magic in the future. Who knows what kind of trouble it might cause. Even though the mountain he destroyed wasn't particularly tall, this is still the area near Mount Everest. If this draws the attention of the world, Kamar-Taj could be exposed. He realized that this time he was in serious trouble. Wang Yang, your magic is simply too powerful. I'm afraid you'll have to report to the Sorcerer Supreme and see if there's any way to restore what happened. Otherwise, if a mountain peak vanishes without a trace, it's bound to cause a global uproar. Mordo, after all, was a master sorcerer. Though still visibly shaken and his voice trembling, he recovered after a short while. He understood all too well just how much chaos this could unleash. "All right, I understand," Wang Yang replied, nodding, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. If only he had known, he never would have demonstrated the spell. Who could have guessed such a dramatic change would occur, one that even the mirror dimension couldn't contain? Wang Yang, Mordo, and Strange returned to Kamar-Taj. The place itself was unchanged, but the mood among them was heavy and conflicted. Mordo, I actually wanted to. Mordo, where are you going? Strange, you too? What's going on with you two? A fellow sorcerer approached as if about to say something, only to watch Mordo and Strange walk off in a daze. Lost in their own thoughts, What happened to Wang Yang and the others? The sorcerer asked, turning to Wang Yang. Maybe they saw a ghost, Wang Yang replied helplessly. The sorcerer was left completely bewildered by this answer. What did he mean, saw a ghost? With Mordo's level of power, even if there really were ghosts, he probably wouldn't be afraid. But Wang Yang had no time to explain. He had to find the Sorcerer Supreme as quickly as possible and resolve the crisis. Otherwise, the impact of cleaving a mountain in the Everest range would be far too great. The sorcerer wanted to ask more, but seeing Wang Yang turn and hurry away, he was left scratching. His head utterly confused. Is everyone in such a rush today? Wang Yang, you've come to see me. What's the matter? The Sorcerer Supreme stood at the doorway, idly toying with a small fan, her gaze distant and serene. Supreme Sorcerer. Wang Yang began, and without holding anything back, recounted everything that had just happened. You tore through the mirror dimension and cut off a mountain peak during a demonstration. The Sorcerer Supreme listened, and even she couldn't help but stare in astonishment. If she hadn't heard it from Wang Yang himself, she would never have believed such a thing was possible. After all, even for her, the mirror dimension was by no means easily destroyed. Yet Wang Yang claimed that during his magical demonstration, he tore the mirror dimension apart. Tearing it apart would have been astonishing enough. But he went even further. He claimed to have cleaved an entire mountain peak in two. To achieve such a feat in the mirror dimension would require immense power otherwise. It would never have become the place where mages honed their craft, even if one truly managed to. Rip open the mirror dimension. The force of any spell would be greatly diminished, rendering it almost powerless. How could it possibly cut through an entire mountain? Maybe she thought it was simply the smallest peak. Perhaps only a corner collapse causing the rest of the mountain to crumble. That wasn't entirely impossible after all. With this line of thinking, the Supreme Sorcerer found the story a bit more believable. We'd best go see for ourselves, she said at last, not wasting any more words. She picked up the Eye of Agamotto and followed Wang Yang toward the mountains. Before long, the two of them arrived at the Himalayas. Before their eyes stretched a vast expanse of snow-capped peaks, but in one place there was an emptiness, a hollow space where something should have been a gap carved right through the middle of the range. The Supreme Sorcerer's gaze tightened at the sight, a flicker of unease passing through her. For reasons she couldn't quite name, she had a bad feeling about this. Moments later, she caught sight of an enormous stone pedestal before them. It spanned dozens of meters across, the surface sheer and flat, as if cut by a giant's blade. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. If only a corner had collapsed and brought the peak down, that might have been understandable. But to slice clean through a mountain and bring it crashing down, was that really the work of a human? Thankfully, this peak wasn't among the tallest otherwise. The avalanche it might have triggered in the surrounding mountains would have been disastrous. She cast a sidelong glance at Wang Yang, unable to hide her astonishment. Was this boy even human? The Supreme Sorcerer let out a sigh, then pressed her palms together before her chest, and the Eye of Agamotto shone with a brilliant light. Rings of green radiance spiraled from her hands, and as the magic wove through the air, the severed mountain peak rose up and returned to its place atop the massive pedestal. Gradually, as the peak and the cut face rejoined, the mountain range was restored to its former splendor. A pleasant chime sounded in Wang Yang's mind. Ding! Time magic talent detected. Would you like to fuse it? Hearing the system's notification, Wang Yang's face lit up with joy. He hadn't expected that even the Supreme Sorcerer's use of the Eye of Agamotto could be detected. Fuse, he answered without a moment's hesitation. Though he didn't possess the Eye of Agamotto himself, he could still integrate its time magic with other spells, which specific magic to combine it with, though it would require some careful thought. As the fusion commenced, countless memories and variations of time magic flooded his mind. Meanwhile, the Supreme Sorcerer had already restored the mountain to its original form. It was clear now more than ever just how wondrous the power of the Time Stone truly was. It can change many things. If not for the Eye of Agamotto, even Dr. Strange would have been unable to pester Dormammu into leaving. Even Dormammu, that dark and mighty being, was worn down to the point of utter exasperation, let alone something like restoring a mountain peak. But for the Sorcerer Supreme, who had always safeguarded the laws of nature, things weren't so easy. After repairing the mountain, the Ancient One shot Wang Yang a glance. Next time you want to experiment, take it to outer space. Don't do it on Earth. Understood, Sorcerer Supreme, Wang Yang replied with a wry smile and a nod. Seeing Wang Yang's obedient and well-behaved expression, the Ancient One couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Kamar-Taj had remained hidden on Earth for so many years, and hardly anyone had ever discovered its presence. Who would have thought that in such a short time after Wang Yang's arrival he would stir up such a commotion, far louder than anything in the past few centuries? It truly gave her a headache. She could only hope this young man would learn to restrain himself a little, given Wang Yang's current strength. Traveling to outer space via portal wasn't beyond his abilities. But before that, she truly wanted to see for herself what kind of magic Wang Yang had used to tear open the mirror dimension, and even managed to split the mountain in two, if Wang Yang was unaware of the consequences. Who knew what he might do in the future? She had to make him understand the true meaning of humility before the vastness of the world. Wang Yang, open your mirror dimension. Show me. What sort of magic do you possess that's so formidable? The Ancient One said directly. Is that really a good idea? Wang Yang was hesitant. The peak had just been restored, and he didn't want to see it crumble again. If I say it's fine, then it's fine. And with me here, I won't let you harm the mountain again. The Ancient One said confidently. Though her fate was sealed, she still had to teach Wang Yang a proper lesson to prevent even greater disasters in the future. After hearing the Ancient One's words, Wang Yang thought it over and realized she was right. The Sorcerer Supreme was unimaginably powerful, capable of destroying stars with a mere gesture. His own magic was nothing but a child's toy in comparison. Then, please instruct me, Sorcerer Supreme, Wang Yang replied, raising his hand. Instantly, space fractured before him, shattering like glass. The Ancient One nodded slightly, watching as Wang Yang effortlessly opened the mirror dimension. In Wang Yang's hand, a long sword began to take shape, shining silver with a glimmer of violet. I'm about to begin, Sorcerer Supreme, Wang Yang announced respectfully, preparing to unleash a strike and demonstrate his magic. The Ancient One wore a faint, serene smile, utterly unconcerned, seeing no reaction from the Sorcerer Supreme. Wang Yang lifted his sword and brought it down in a sweeping arc. A clear chime echoed, ding. When facing a true master, your talent to grow stronger under pressure has been activated. Wang Yang was momentarily stunned. The last time he triggered the grow stronger with each setback effect, he had directly summoned the projection of Emperor Wei Mountain. But this time, after absorbing the power of the Infinity Stone, if the effect was activated again, he feared the consequences could be unimaginable. Yet even though he wanted to stop, it was already too late. A beam of purple light, so concentrated it seemed almost tangible, shot straight toward him. Although his opponent was not the Ancient One this time, the power behind the attack was far greater than when he had demonstrated it earlier for Mordo and Strange. The Ancient One's eyes narrowed as she witnessed the oncoming assault. Such formidable strength. It was truly impressive. It seemed as though it could really tear through the fabric of space. Even within Wang Yang's own space, the purple sword light was causing cracks to appear in the surrounding air. Yet despite the ferocity of the attack, the Ancient One knew that stopping it would not be too difficult for her. Magic began to gather in her hands, and with a wave, she sent a spell hurtling toward the purple light. In an instant, a series of magical runes materialized around the beam, encasing it as though sealing it away. The purple light grew still, clearly subdued by the Ancient One's magic. Its power was far beyond what the beam could break through. Just as the light dimmed and a faint smile appeared on the Ancient One's lips, a sudden change occurred. When the magic seemed to have gained the upper hand, the purple light flared brilliantly, bursting forth with dazzling, intense radiance. Suddenly, there was a sharp, snapping sound. The Ancient One's expression changed at once. The purple light broke free from the magical seal, tearing through the barriers and shooting toward Mount Everest in the distance. If that attack truly struck the mountain and split it, it would almost certainly trigger an avalanche, burying Kamar-Taj and the villagers below beneath endless snow. The Ancient One's face grew grave. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of the beam. With a swift gesture, a shield materialized before her. Had she more time, she would have activated the shield of Seraphim without hesitation. But everything was happening too quickly. Without pause, she conjured a magical shield. Then, as the force of the purple beam pressed on, she summoned a second, then a third, a fourth, and finally a fifth magical shield in rapid succession. The sheer number showed just how seriously she regarded this threat. Boom! The mighty purple beam crashed against the first shield, unleashing an earth-shaking roar. The violent impact sent cracks spidering across the shield surface. Even before the first shield was fully shattered, the second began to fracture as well, with the third already showing signs of collapse. Fortunately, 2 more shields remained to bear the brunt. Yet the Ancient One's expression never relaxed. She could feel her entire body being pushed back by the overwhelming force. Bang! Although the shield didn't shatter, the surge of violet light swept both the magical shield and the Ancient One herself high into the sky, trailing a brilliant streak across the heavens before crashing down upon a distant mountain range. Yet thanks to the Ancient One's resistance, the violet light did not tear open space or disrupt reality. Nevertheless, she was sent hurtling into the snowy mountains far away. If the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj were to witness this, they'd likely be so furious they'd want to tear out his heart on the spot. After all, he had just blasted the Sorcerer Supreme clear out of the battlefield. Could it be the Sorcerer Supreme might have perished? Wang Yang's feelings were a tangled knot of worry and awe. Wait, there's always time magic. Reverse the flow of time within the mirror dimension. Inspiration flashed through Wang Yang's mind. For the Sorcerer Supreme, time reversal required the eye of Agamotto, but he himself didn't need it. Reverse. Wang Yang's eyes glimmered with emerald light as a glowing green rune formed his right hand. Slowly, he began to turn his hand in the opposite direction. Instantly, time within the mirror dimension seemed to flow backward. The Sorcerer Supreme, who had been flung away moments ago, now drifted gently back through the air, retracing her path. The mountain behind her, once shattered, gradually reformed. The violet arc of swordlight she'd unleashed gathered itself from the very air and returned into the shimmering silver-violet blade in her grasp. Everything seemed impossibly surreal, as if nothing had happened at all. Even the Sorcerer Supreme herself stood calmly to one side, waiting for Wang Yang to finish his spell, as though the previous chaos had never occurred. But then a subtle change flickered across the Ancient One's face. After all, she held the eye of Agamotto, the gem that controlled time. She immediately sensed the shift in the temporal flow. Shock and disbelief shone undisguised in her expression. To control time requires the foundation of the Time Stone that had always been the way for every Sorcerer Supreme. Power alone could not achieve this feat. Time stands apart from ordinary sorcery. No mortal can touch it unaided, and only with the Eye Stone could they hope to command it. This the Ancient One knew all too well. Even having drawn upon the Dark Dimension's might, she herself could not accomplish such a feat, and yet Wang Yang had reversed time without the Time Stone. It was far too uncanny, utterly beyond belief. Never in all her years had she seen anything so astonishing. What's more, Wang Yang had wielded the sword of the Vishani, yet its power had been magnified many times over, far greater than what she'd witnessed on the battlefield, or even in Wang Yang's chambers not long ago. Not even 5-layered magic shields could withstand it. She had been blasted away, shield and all. She'd already used nearly all her strength. Although she hadn't summoned her most powerful defensive spells, to be thrown aside so easily was nothing short of incredible. And to think Wang Yang managed to master time magic just by watching it twice. He even grasped the power of the gemstones. The last time, Wang Yang had shattered the library. But back then, she had hurriedly taken Wang away, so at most he had only glimpsed the surface. Yet now, with just a single glance, Wang Yang had already mastered the power of time. After all, the power of time is arguably the most mysterious force in the world. In fact, in a certain sense, this power could change everything. That boy could cast it barehanded. She could hardly believe it was true. He truly was extraordinary, a pioneer in every sense. After all, even for someone as powerful as her, this kind of magic posed a real threat. At this point, she was at a loss to imagine what sort of talent Wang Yang possessed. How could he possibly master such magic? Even she had never managed it. Supreme Sorcerer, are you all right? Wang Yang finally let out a sigh of relief as he saw the Ancient One return to her original spot. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he might have become the target of everyone in Kamar-Taj. It wouldn't be impossible for countless sorcerers to come after him. After all, the crime of killing the Supreme Sorcerer would be far graver than Kaisalius' betrayal. He definitely didn't want to be hunted by all the sorcerers. I'm fine. The Ancient One waved her hand, though her gaze remained filled with astonishment as she looked at Wang Yang. Fine? How could she possibly be fine? The Ancient One felt helpless. Wang Yang had so effortlessly grasped a magic even she couldn't control. That's good. Let's head back for now. Hearing her say she was all right, Wang Yang finally breathed a long sigh of relief and suggested they return. Your magic is too powerful. If possible, you should conduct your experiments in the open expanses of another planet. The Ancient One reminded him one last time. I understand, Supreme Sorcerer. Wang Yang could only agree, albeit a bit helplessly. Soon after, Wang Yang and the Supreme Sorcerer returned together to Kamar-Taj. With the incident behind him, Wang Yang found himself with some rare free time. Still, he never stopped pursuing his magical studies. After all, who knew what trouble might be waiting around the corner? Take just now, for example. If he hadn't had time magic to send the Ancient One flying, he would be in serious trouble right now. Though Wang Yang had already mastered quite a few spells when it comes to magic, one can never have too many tricks up their sleeve. Arriving at the library, Wang was as always standing guard, but the moment Wang saw Wang Yang enter, he immediately tensed up. Wang Yang, you're back again, Wang said, his voice tight with anxiety. Wang Yang replied with genuine humility, Master Wang, I've come to study magic. Hearing this, Wang couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was Wang Yang's way of learning magic really the same as anyone else's? Every time, it set off tremors throughout Kamar-Taj. Sometimes it seemed as if he was about to tear the place down. Of course, he couldn't actually stop Wang Yang from studying magic. Stop experimenting with your magic in Kamar-Taj, Wang admonished him. Then, as if remembering something, he quickly added, and don't even think about testing it in the mirror dimension either. Hearing Wang's orders, Wang Yang could only nod in agreement. Yes, Master Sorcerer, I understand. The Sorcerer Supreme told me that if I really want to experiment, I should go to outer space, he replied. As long as you understand, Wang said with a sigh, unable to hide his concern. He had seen Wang Yang's magic firsthand. If unleashed here, the entire Kamar-Taj might collapse in an instant. Then I'll go read some spellbooks, Master Sorcerer, Wang Yang said, a touch of resignation in his voice. He nodded, turned, and made his way to the library. Without hesitation, he walked straight to the section with the Sorcerer Supreme's collection of forbidden tomes. After searching for a while, Wang Yang finally selected a book that looked particularly thick and weighty. Although it wasn't written by the Sorcerer Supreme himself, it contained records of many powerful spells. Among them was a spell said to be the most destructive in all of Kamar-Taj, Borsat's Thunder. This was an unimaginably powerful spell of destruction, a force so overwhelming that only a handful of people could even attempt to cast it. In terms of sheer offensive power, it was easily among the most formidable spells in his collection. Not only did it possess extraordinary explosive force, but it could also be cast in rapid succession. Wang Yang opened the spellbook and found a section on Borsat's Thunder. The page was covered with countless intricate magical runes and complex formation patterns. It looked far more complicated than any magic he had learned before. Fortunately, it seemed the Sorcerer Supreme had left a trace of Borsat's Thunder's essence within the book. After all, for a sorcerer without a master, learning magic was an arduous task, especially spells of this level, which were often impossible to read, let alone master. The trace left behind would help the sorcerer learn much faster. A crisp chime rang in his mind. Detected talent fragment for the spell Borsat's Thunder. Fuse now. Fuse, Wang Yang answered without hesitation. The moment the fusion completed, a torrent of knowledge about Borsat's Thunder flooded his mind. No wonder Borsat's Thunder was considered one of Kamar-Taj's mightiest spells. The knowledge it contained far surpassed anything else he'd studied. With the fusion complete, Wang Yang felt completely in control of the spell, and naturally, having mastered it, he was eager to test its power for himself, but he forced down the impulse to cast it within Kamar-Taj. Instead, he drew a circle in the air and stepped through. In the vastness of outer space, there are countless planets with atmospheres. Even Thanos' ruined homeland still had air to breathe, and there are myriad stars where life can survive, each home to its own alien creatures. Wang Yang found himself on an unnamed planet, where some oddly shaped little creatures scurried about, though none of them showed signs of higher intelligence. Random teleportation had brought him here, and Wang Yang was quite satisfied. With no one around, there was little chance of harming anyone. or anything for that matter. Even so, he chose to activate his mirror dimension, minimizing any potential destruction. Within the mirror dimension, he could unleash his magic without restraint, chanting softly under his breath. Wang Yang intoned the thunder of Borsat. Lightning sparked in his palm, crackling with energy, and with a decisive gesture he struck forward. A blinding bolt of lightning shot out from his hand, writhing and twisting like a serpent as it streaked across the barren landscape. The ground was scorched in its wake, the marks of thunder stretching ever outward. The mirror dimension, which should have been able to withstand any magic, began to tremble and crack. In Wang Yang's hands, it seemed no enchantment was strong enough to contain such power, especially as he was now giving it his all. The magic surged, its might multiplied many times over. With a resounding shatter, the mirror dimension collapsed. The thunder of Borsat began to spread across the entire planet. This power is overwhelming, Wang Yang murmured, marveling at the sheer force of his spell. The thunder of Borsat was far more powerful than he had anticipated. Fortunately, this was a deserted world, so he needn't worry about causing harm. Nothing should be affected here. Yet seeing the magnitude of the magic, he couldn't help but agree with the warnings of the Sorcerer Supreme. If this had happened on Earth, it might have led to an irreparable catastrophe. Afterward, Wang Yang moved to another area to continue his experiments, but not long after he left. The region where he'd unleashed the thunder of Borsat began to collapse. A massive section of ground gave way, and molten lava surged forth, blasting the vast landmass out of its place in space. Though the planet had an atmosphere, its gravity was weak, and beyond it loomed an enormous celestial body. The gigantic fragment propelled by the eruption was instantly pulled toward the distant star, its speed increasing as it hurtled through space. As it neared the massive star, it whipped past at tremendous velocity, slingshotting around it. The gravitational slingshot effect had taken hold. In the blink of an eye, the colossal fragment was flung out into the void, speeding toward a distant blue planet, Earth. With Wang Yang's mastery of magic, he could have teleported across unimaginable distances, but this fragment, following the laws of physics, could not travel as far. Even so, swept along by the slingshot effect, its speed reached supersonic levels. At that very moment, in Asgard, the celestial palace, Odin sat upon his throne in perfect tranquility, his eyes closed as though meditating on the mysteries of life. In his mind, he pondered how best to guide Thor, for the future of Asgard would one day rest in Thor's hands. Just then, a streak of lightning crackled across the star map of the palace. Odin seemed to sense something. His eyes snapped open in an instant. What a terrifying force of destructive thunder! Such pure thunder, brimming with overwhelming power! Who could this possibly be? To think that such a fearsome master of thunder could be hidden somewhere in the Nine Realms. Odin found it hard to believe. Aside from those already in Asgard, how could the Nine Realms harbor anyone so skilled in the art of lightning? What struck him most was just how immense this thunderous energy felt. It seemed to possess limitless potential. Perhaps its wielder could not yet rival Odin himself, but in time, they surely could. The sheer magnitude of this thunder piqued Odin's curiosity. Heimdall! Odin's voice rang out as he summoned Heimdall, guardian and watcher of the Nine Realms. In moments, Heimdall appeared before Odin. "My king, what are your commands?" Heimdall placed a hand to his chest and knelt on one knee in solemn respect. "Survey the Nine Realms," Odin commanded. "See if anything unusual has occurred." At Odin's words, Heimdall nodded in assent. His eyes glowed with a golden radiance, illuminating realms near and far, piercing through all that lay within the Nine Realms. Countless images and scenes flickered across his vision, until finally his gaze settled on Midgard. "My king, an anomaly has appeared on a lifeless star within Midgard's domain," Heimdall reported with grave deference. "A star within Midgard?" Odin mused. Midgard, the realm of humans, encompassed Earth, but aside from Earth, no other star was known to harbor humanity. Yes, this star has suffered a massive assault, leaving it split by enormous fissures and on the brink of shattering. The force behind it is immense, Heimdall confessed, a hint of lingering fear in his voice, as if still awed by the power he had sensed. Odin fell silent. Heimdall was counted among Asgard's mightiest, Yet even he was unsettled by this power. That spoke volumes about the strength of the force Odin had just sensed. This devastating thunder. Odin's mind raced with questions. For such a being to emerge within Midgard's domain, it must surely be human. Could it be someone from Kamar-Taj? But Kamar-Taj was not known for wielding such thunderous might. It seems much is happening in Midgard that escapes my notice. It is time I paid Midgard a visit, Odin decided at last. With Odin's power, he had no need for the Rainbow Bridge to travel across the 9 realms. Relying solely on his own strength, he could reach Midgard with ease. However, without the Rainbow Bridge, he could not precisely pinpoint his destination for teleportation. In the end, he had Heimdall lock onto the location, then used the power of the rainbow to send himself there. Brilliant, dazzling rays of color streaked through the starry expanse, and in the blink of an eye he arrived on that distant planet. Odin appeared high above the planet, his figure crackling with boundless lightning. He swept his gaze around, then strode through the skies above the world. His divine power now enveloped the whole planet, and soon he sensed a living being at one end of this celestial sphere. What is this? As he drew nearer, Odin discovered to his astonishment that the being was merely immortal. He could hardly believe it. Utterly taken aback, how could a mere mortal find their way onto this planet, especially since there were no visible spacecraft anywhere? Could it be that aside from the Sorcerer Supreme, there was another formidable figure on Earth? Moreover, while the atmosphere here was thin, it was barely enough to support life. Only Asgardians or beings from the 9 realms should be able to survive here. And yet this was a mortal. He was completely at a loss as to when Earth had produced such a powerful individual. Meanwhile, on the planet below, Wang Yang remained absorbed in his magical experiments, blissfully unaware that someone was watching him. At that very moment, above the Earth, a ring-shaped spaceship hovered in the void. The Dark Elves have failed. Even the Kree suffered a crushing defeat. Ronan fell on Earth, and Kamar-Taj is far more formidable than we imagined. Since the last failed invasion, Ebony Maw had kept a close eye on Earth, especially those terrifying sorcerers. Now the Power Stone has ended up on Earth as well. Are we just going to wait around here indefinitely? Cull Obsidian grumbled, a deep frown on his face. There's no need. Since all the stones are gathered in one place, it's not a bad thing. We're leaving. Ebony Maw intended to report all of this to Thanos and was preparing to pilot the ship away. Just then a subordinate called out, Master Maw, a meteor is approaching. Oh, Ebony Maw glanced at the trajectory displayed on the ship's sensors. How interesting. A meteor heading straight for Earth. I want it redirected toward Kamar-Taj. Kamar-Taj. Wong was sitting in the library, listening to Beyoncé's music brought by Dr. Strange, flipping through a tome of magic. His days were peaceful and content. Now that Wang Yang had left, the anxiety he'd felt before finally eased. Just then, shouts and commotion drifted in from outside. Because of the music in his headphones, he couldn't make out the noise at first. He pulled off his headphones, and gradually the sounds outside became clear. It seemed someone was shouting about a meteor. Wang frowned. As a sorcerer of Kamar-Taj, he couldn't understand why people would make such a fuss over seeing a falling star. Still, Wang decided to step outside and have a look for himself. As he left the library, the commotion outside grew even louder and clearer. What a huge meteor! Is it going to crash into us? Will it destroy the Earth? Should we do something? The voices overlapped in a cacophony. When Wang stepped out of the library, he saw the plaza nearby was packed with people. Every one of them had their heads tilted back, gazing at the sky, their voices buzzing with anxious speculation. Wang couldn't help but follow their gaze upward there. Streaking through the heavens, he saw a blazing fireball, hurtling straight down toward them. That's no mere meteor. It's a full-blown asteroid, he thought. And why of all places is it coming directly for Kamar-Taj? The sight left Wang stunned. He wasn't the only one. Every sorcerer in Kamar-Taj had noticed the impending catastrophe. At that very moment, sorcerers like Hamadar and Mordo, the most powerful among them, gathered together. Although their magical prowess wasn't quite on par with Wang Yang's in every other respect, they were the very best Kamar-Taj had to offer. Wang, what's going on? All eyes turned to him. After all, he'd been the first to spot the asteroid plummeting toward Kamar-Taj. Wang could only give a wry smile and shake his head. I don't know either. I was reading in the library just now when I heard shouting outside. As soon as I stepped out, people were talking about a meteor. But this isn't just a meteor. A massive asteroid is about to crash down right on us. the other sorcerers looked skyward as well. The flames trailing the asteroid grew ever larger, even though the friction of the atmosphere might vaporize part of it. An object of this size would still strike with devastating force. The entire Kamar-Taj could be wiped out, Kamar-Taj spoke up. At this rate, it'll reach us in about 20 minutes. Mordo frowned. Whether we can handle it or not, the first priority is to evacuate the sorcerers. With that decision made, the others began directing their fellow sorcerers to leave at once, while Mordo went to find the Sorcerer Supreme, hoping for a solution to this crisis bearing down on Kamar-Taj. Meanwhile, Ebony Maw, the mastermind behind this disaster, had already departed with his followers. As for Wang Yang, on an unnamed planet far away, he was still refining his magic. Having already witnessed the power of the thunder of Bozat, Wang Yang now focused on mastering his control over it. After all, the true challenge of magic wasn't just unleashing power, but wielding it with absolute precision and ease. With a simple raise of his hand, arcs of lightning sprang to life in his palm, dancing and crackling as he channeled the energy at his command. The instant Bozat's thunder was unleashed, it leapt and danced across the ground, leaving jagged trails of lightning etched into the earth. Then, with blinding speed, it shot back towards Castor. High above in the sky, Odin witnessed this spectacle, his face twisting in utter shock. How is this possible? He murmured. This boy's command of lightning was far too skillful, almost unbelievable. In this world, the power of thunder was known as one of the most destructive and formidable forces. Also the hardest to control. Many could summon thunder, but true mastery was elusive. Odin himself had studied the art of thunder for over a million years. Its destructive might was immense. Yet when it came to fine control, he could only claim to be slightly better than the boy before him. Even his own son, Thor, relied on the might of Mjolnir. Without the hammer, Thor would be powerless. And yet, how old could this boy be to wield thunder so deftly at such a young age? Well, had Midgard produced a prodigy of this caliber? Odin watched Wang Yang closely, observing the magic that flowed from his hands. Down on the ground, Wang Yang was still practicing Bozat's thunder. A smile crept onto his face as he witnessed its destructive force. The power of Bozat's thunder truly is extraordinary, he exclaimed. No wonder it's one of the most formidable spells in Kamar-Taj. Wang Yang was thoroughly pleased with this magic. Suddenly, a mechanical chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Fragment of lightning affinity detected. Would you like to fuse it? Wang Yang paused, surprised. How could there be a fragment of lightning affinity detected here? Still, he thought, there's no reason to refuse a free gift. Fuse, he commanded, as the fragment merged within him. Wang Yang's understanding of lightning deepened significantly. The power of his thunder magic grew fiercer, its speed even swifter. A comprehensive enhancement across the board. Sensing these changes, Wang Yang's heart raced with excitement. Who would have thought a casually discovered talent could be so potent? After all, the greatest weakness of Bozat's thunder was its sluggish speed. Doctor Strange had once used it against Thanos, only for the Mad Titan to dodge it effortlessly. Now, with its power elevated on every front, it had become a perfect weapon in Wang Yang's arsenal. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Wang Yang's eyes. He raised his palm, lightning crackling between his fingers. With a swift motion, he unleashed it. Thunderbolts racing across the ground at incredible speed, covering hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye. Both its destructive force and velocity had soared to new heights. High above, Odin watched this unfold, rendered speechless. Mere moments ago, he had believed this boy's control over lightning was only a shade inferior to his own, incapable of matching his true might, but now seeing the rapid escalation in both power and mastery, Odin's expression shifted dramatically. The boy's command over thunder had advanced at an astonishing pace far beyond his expectations. In the blink of an eye, the power had become swifter and more ferocious. This was impossible. How could the force of thunder suddenly grow so overwhelming? As a being who had mastered the power of thunder for 1,000,000 years, Odin simply could not comprehend it. Even he was incapable of achieving such a dramatic surge in thunder's might. Yet, the monster before him wielded this terrifying force of thunder with utter ease. In all his years, Odin had seldom witnessed anything so utterly absurd. Was he not the god of gods? Was he not the possessor of countless formidable abilities, having reached the level of the All-Father? Even so, nothing like this had ever happened to him. Could it be that the thunder in the boy's hand was unique in some way? But after careful observation, Odin found nothing out of the ordinary. It was, by all accounts, just the power of a single deity, and Odin himself was a being on par with the gods. Even for him, such effortless control was out of reach. This left Odin, the god, struggling to imagine the possibilities. Had the world already advanced to such a state? Was he simply growing old, staring at Wang Yang? Odin felt a rare sense of confusion. Kamar-Taj, Mordo had returned. Did you find the Sorcerer Supreme? Wang's voice brimmed with anxiety as he looked at Mordo. No, the Sorcerer Supreme seems to have left again. Mordo shook his head, equally troubled. He then asked, how goes the evacuation? All the sorcerers unfit to fight have been evacuated. Only battle-ready sorcerers remain in Kamar-Taj. Also, it appears Wang Yang has disappeared as well. At this moment, Kamar-Taj spoke up. Although he heard the Sorcerer Supreme was absent, he wasn't especially surprised. The Sorcerer Supreme always had numerous matters to attend to, and Kamar-Taj could sense that lately. The Ancient One had not taken part in these battles. For instance, in the last New York War and the Kree invasion, although she did drive away the warships, she didn't join the ground fighting. He didn't know the reason, but trusted that the Sorcerer Supreme had her reasons for acting as she did. Wang Yang is missing. Where did he go? Mordo frowned at this news. Of all times, the boy had vanished now. Wang offered a wry smile. He's probably gone off-world to test his magic. At a time like this, Mordo's frown deepened. Wang Yang was supposed to be one of their most powerful sorcerers, dazzlingly talented, and always a key force in every battle. Forget it, Mordo sighed, then gave his orders. All sorcerers, open your portals. We'll harness their combined power. Meanwhile, high in the distant sky, within the mirror dimension, the Ancient One stood atop a floating structure, watching the scene unfold. One by one, brilliant golden portals sprang open. The portals merged, swirling together to form a colossal, radiant gateway of gold. This was a gathering of over 100 sorcerers. Among them were archmages and seasoned wizards, all opening portals at the same time. The scene was absolutely breathtaking. Such a spectacle could only be witnessed in the face of extraordinary circumstances like this. Now, with that meteor hurtling toward them, if it wasn't handled properly, today would mark the end of Kamar-Taj. You've all done splendidly. Now we must hold our formation steady and guide this meteor into our portal. Send it to another dimension. Mordo encouraged everyone, his voice ringing out loud and clear. Yet even he couldn't help but feel tense. After all, he'd never witnessed such an overwhelming event before. His heart pounded with anxiety. But with the Sorcerer Supreme absent, he had no choice but to shoulder this heavy responsibility. If they failed to fend off the meteor, Kamar-Taj would be destroyed, and none of them would survive. The faces of the sorcerers were tight with worry. Strange, too, felt the strain. Although he had faced several crises, the threat this time was on a whole other scale. As the colossal meteor descended, it brought with it a terrifying sense of oppression, as if the very fabric of space was about to shatter. Cold sweat broke out on more than a few brows, and some arms began to tremble uncontrollably. With the meteor plunging ever closer, every sorcerer gritted their teeth, refusing to yield. Suddenly, with a muffled thud, one of the sorcerers collapsed, unable to withstand the crushing pressure. Since the portal was composed of many smaller gates linked together, this caused the entire formation to waver. This is bad. Mordo's face grew tense as he saw this. At that crucial moment, Strange revealed a talent far surpassing that of most sorcerers, his formidable magic stepping in to replace the fallen comrade. A thunderous roar shook the air, deafening and immense, the enormous meteor crashed straight into the massive portal. Even so, the strain on them was tremendous. If the portal failed, the meteor would crush them all without mercy. Every sorcerer held on, teeth clenched, pushing through minute after agonizing minute. It was only after 3 long minutes that the meteor finally vanished into the other dimension. Though it had only been 3 minutes, it felt to them like hours had passed. Exhausted, the sorcerers collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Even the archmages were drenched in sweat, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. At last they had averted utter disaster. Yet none of them could comprehend why such a massive meteor had appeared so suddenly, and why against all odds It had come crashing down on Kamar-Taj. It seemed impossible. Meanwhile, in the mirror dimension, the Ancient One watched the scene unfold and nodded in approval. Time and again, the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj had proven themselves capable of facing every crisis. Perhaps now she could finally find peace in letting go. The Ancient One held a small fan, a gratified smile blossoming on her face. Meanwhile, on Earth, New York's Stark Tower, sir, the meteorite has vanished. At that moment, Jarvis spoke up. What? Vanished? Tony Stark stared at the screen in disbelief. When the meteorite began its descent, his satellites had already picked it up. Fortunately, it was headed for the Himalayas, a sparsely populated region. Although Tony had considered destroying the massive meteor, he simply didn't possess any weapon powerful enough to obliterate something of that size. Even if he tried to break it apart, it would only shatter into countless fragments, causing even greater devastation. All he could do was hope the meteor wouldn't wreak too much havoc, but now it had disappeared. Tony found this almost impossible to believe. This is good news, Tony. At least Earth has been spared a disaster. Dr. Banner, standing nearby, breathed a visible sigh of relief at the news. That's not necessarily a good thing. Dr. Banner, Tony shook his head. How could the meteor's disappearance not be a good thing? Banner stroked his chin thoughtfully. They'd been monitoring the meteor for half a day now. From discovery to impact, they'd had mere hours to react. Hardly enough time to do anything but hope for the best. Now the meteor was gone, and Tony insisted that wasn't good news. Banner was perplexed. Jarvis, before the meteor was detected, did the satellites pick up anything unusual? Instead of explaining, Tony turned to his AI. Sir, this is the footage the satellites transmitted before the meteor fell. A display flickered to life before Tony and Banner, showing an image of the vast cosmos. A spaceship shaped uncannily like a giant donut drifting through space. Is someone deliberately targeting Earth? Banner frowned as he took in the scene. That's right, looks like it's time we are on the planet, Dr. Banner. Tony's expression grew grave. To the aliens, Earth is like a house with the doors flung wide open. These extraterrestrials wielding technology far beyond ours can invade whenever they wish. We need to place a colossal gateway around our planet. Something to keep these invaders at bay. Banner stared at Tony in shock before asking, how do you plan to do that, Tony? Artificial intelligence can in theory monitor every change on the planet in real time. But current AI just isn't up to the task. Tony rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I've been researching the Mind Stone, and it's given me incredible insights. With its power, I can create an even more advanced AI, one capable of monitoring global and even interstellar threats for us. At that time, perhaps we can turn the tables and take the initiative. Tony Stark said, his voice brimming with conviction. But Tony, this is far too dangerous. Banner replied hesitantly. The story of artificial intelligence rebelling was one they had seen play out in countless movies. Creating a super artificial intelligence wasn't the hard part. The real risk was losing control. Once that happened, there would be no way to rein it in. That's why I need your help. For the safety of the planet, Tony said, meeting Banner's gaze. Both of them were geniuses in their fields, the very pinnacle of Earth's technological prowess. Tony firmly believed that together, they could create the perfect artificial intelligence, one that could protect the Earth. Banner found it impossible to refuse Tony's request. He understood all too well. Earth's technology was primitive, its defenses weak. Against the might of advanced alien civilizations, Earth was like a house with its doors wide open. Anyone could walk right in. The recent meteor crash had only solidified Tony's determination to create a super AI. With an intelligence monitoring the entire globe, any crisis could be detected and resolved in record time. And if they integrated it with Tony's armor, Earth's defenses would leap to an entirely new level. Before long, a golden framework, radiant as the sun itself, took shape before their eyes. What a perfect artificial intelligence, Tony exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he gazed at their creation. Let's give it a name, Dr. Banner suggested, looking thoughtfully at the new intelligence. Let's call it Ultron, Tony replied after a moment of contemplation. Ultron, breaking through limits. That's a great name. Dr. Banner agreed enthusiastically. They were able to study Ultron with the help of the Mind Scepter, having snatched it from Hydra in a daring operation. In just 3 short months, they were on the verge of completing Ultron, even using Jarvis as a foundation in hopes that Ultron would learn what it truly meant to protect the Earth. Tony and Dr. Banner were both exhilarated. Perhaps at last they might truly make history. Dr. Banner, let's take a break, Tony suggested. We can relax and chat for a bit. After all, Hydra's been dealt with, so there shouldn't be any immediate danger. Dr. Banner glanced at the artificial intelligence and nodded in agreement, a smile on his face. Yet neither of them could have anticipated what happened next. Under the influence of the Mind Stone, their creation gained immense power and began to rapidly perfect itself. In its quest for self-improvement, it even merged its golden light with the nearby Jarvis core. Consuming Jarvis completely, Ultron grew ever more advanced, gaining true self-awareness. I am Ultron. I want to make Earth peaceful, truly peaceful. To destroy humanity. Perhaps because he had only just come into existence, his voice was still halting, but gradually it grew steadier and more resolute. And after absorbing Jarvis, he had also gained access to all the technological marvels created by Tony Stark. He could now command Stark's inventions at will. Meanwhile, the Avengers had no idea what was happening. They were all still in the room, chatting and laughing together. They were even discussing the feat of lifting Thor's hammer, Mjolnir. Whoever is worthy shall possess the power. Hawkeye repeated Thor's words in an exaggerated tone, then shook his head and said, "Come on, that's just a trick." Hearing this, Thor gestured invitingly and said, "Go ahead, have a try." The Avengers seated together exchanged surprised glances, and then Hawkeye stood up, asking, "Are you serious, War Machine?" Watching as Hawkeye rose, joked, "This is going to be good. Don't worry. We won't laugh if you can't lift it." The room erupted with laughter. Hawkeye now stood beside the hammer, looking at Thor and saying, "You know I've seen this thing before, right?" Thor nodded in acknowledgement. With that, Hawkeye gripped the hammer tightly and heaved with all his might. "I still can't figure out how you manage this," Hawkeye said with a touch of wonder. Tony Stark, grinning, chimed in, "Did you hear that silent mockery?" Upon hearing Tony's remark, Hawkeye shot back. "Your turn. Stark, let's see what you've got." Stark set down his drink. "Well, since the challenge is so kindly offered, how could I refuse?" With that, Tony placed his left hand on the hammer, then gripped it with his right. "It's all just physics, and besides..." He glanced at Thor and added, "If I manage to lift it, does that mean I can rule Asgard?" Thor nodded affirmatively. "That's right." Catching Thor's confirmation, Stark continued, "Then I want to reinstate the ancient right of the Lord's first knight." He gave the hammer a mighty tug with both hands, but Mjolnir didn't budge an inch. "Oh, Stark, you couldn't lift it either." Hawkeye burst out laughing. Stark let go of the hammer and said, "Hold on, I'll be right back." He quickly returned now, equipped with his Iron Man gauntlet. Not even with the help of his gadgets or spraying lubricant could he move the hammer. Even teaming up with War Machine, they couldn't lift it a fraction. One Avenger after another tried, but without exception, none succeeded. "Go for it, Steve." "No pressure," someone called out. Captain America, Steve Rogers, stepped up, rolling up his sleeves as he eyed the hammer. Tony flashed him an encouraging smile. "Good luck, Cap." Steve then gripped Mjolnir with both hands and gave it a strong pull. The hammer budged. Perhaps the others didn't notice, but as Mjolnir's master, Thor's expression changed in an instant. His father had told him, "Mjolnir can either be moved or it cannot. There's no such thing as moving just a little." Next, Steve appeared to strain harder, but then gave up, saying, "No reaction." Thor could only offer an awkward laugh, relieved that Captain America hadn't truly lifted it and embarrassed him. Is this some kind of advanced tech? Like maybe only Thor's fingerprints can pick it up? Stark was still searching for an excuse. Thor stood up, smiling as he lifted Mjolnir, and said, "That's an interesting theory, but I have a simpler one. None of you are worthy." Everyone let out a chorus of groans and sighs. Just then a piercing, shrill buzzing filled the room. Everyone instinctively rubbed their ears. Tony glanced at his phone, wondering if something was wrong at that moment. The harsh sound of metal scraping echoed through the room. "Worthy? No. How could you possibly be worthy? You're all murderers." A battered, broken robot appeared before them. Captain America stared at the mangled machine and muttered, "Stark." Tony Stark frowned at the scene, then called out Jarvis, hoping for an explanation about the robot's condition. But the robot spoke up on its own. "Sorry, I dozed off. Or maybe it was just a dream." Rebooting the Legion's operating system. "Some suits have malfunctioned." Tony issued a command into his phone, but the battered robot clutched its head, groaning. "So loud, so loud. I got tangled up in the cables. I had to kill that guy, even though he wasn't so bad," it muttered to itself. Captain America, brow furrowed, asked, "Who did you kill?" The robot ignored him, continuing its own rambling. "I didn't want to, not at first, but but it's hard to keep your hands clean in the real world. Thor glared at the robot. Who sent you? You're Ultron. Banner guessed, testing the waters. That's right. It's me. Banner looked at Tony, and Tony himself was shocked. He hadn't expected Ultron to develop self-awareness, let alone show up right in front of them. Ultron went on, "It's a shame I don't have a body yet. This cocoon hardly counts as one, but I'm ready now." Everyone in the room tensed, preparing to act. Even Agent Hill reached for a gun. Ultron seemed oblivious, speaking to himself. "I'm just carrying out my mission." Agent Hill stood up and demanded, "What mission?" Ultron replied, "The peace of our time." As his words fell, a thunderous explosion erupted. Bang, bang, bang! Shards of glass behind him burst apart, and Iron Man's suit shot out from either side. In the blink of an eye, chaos swept through the entire hall as a fierce battle broke out. The suits moved with remarkable agility, launching attacks against the Avengers present. One of them even managed to snatch away the Mind Scepter. But the Avengers were no amateurs. Working together with seamless coordination, they swiftly neutralized the powerful suits, plunging the hall into utter turmoil. "My apologies for causing such a scene." Ultron's voice followed as though addressing Iron Man. "I'm sorry. I know you meant well, but you didn't think things through. You want to save the world, yet you refuse to change it. You won't allow humanity to evolve. How can you possibly save mankind?" As Ultron spoke, the Avengers turned their eyes toward Tony Stark and Dr. Banner. Ultron's gaze, meanwhile, fell on the battered remnants of the suits scattered across the floor. He continued, "With these puppets." With that, he grabbed the upper half of a ruined suit and crushed it in his grasp before tossing it aside. He went on, "There's only one path to peace. Eliminate the Avengers." Thor could bear it no longer. He hurled Mjolnir, and the already damaged Ultron was shattered, collapsing into a heap of broken fragments. Yet even as he lay in pieces, Ultron's voice crackled through the wreckage. "Once I was bound by strings, now I am free." Ultron's broken form flickered and dimmed, but Tony Stark and Dr. Banner wore grim expressions. Only they knew the truth. Ultron had escaped. As an artificial intelligence, he could flee anywhere in the world through the internet, making him nearly impossible to capture. Ultron still controlled vast resources and immediately began constructing his own factories, building legions of robots. During this time, he roamed the internet, acquiring a wealth of information. He discovered Wanda and Quicksilver. He uncovered the existence of Kamar-Taj. To defeat the Avengers, Ultron realized he needed a more powerful body and allies. Wanda and Quicksilver were options. Perhaps Kamar-Taj could aid him as well. He was determined to usher in an era of peace, an obsession etched into his very core. But to achieve this, he needed immense power. The magic of Kamar-Taj surpassed anything ordinary. Humans could wield, transcending both science and chemistry. Ultron, ever resourceful, infiltrated Kamar-Taj networks. Yet to his frustration, even after breaching their systems, he gained nothing. Kamar-Taj connection to the internet was used merely for entertainment. All their magical knowledge was preserved and shared through traditional handwritten means. Ultron found himself empty-handed. If Kamar-Taj could become his ally, he would grow stronger far more quickly and could defeat the Avengers. But if they became his enemy, they might prove even more formidable than the Avengers themselves. That was why he had to handle it personally. He invaded Kamar-Taj created bodies and enlisted the help of Quicksilver and Wanda to take on the Avengers. Soon a horde of robots was manufactured. Kamar-Taj was a place even Ultron found difficult to gather information about. He couldn't even pinpoint its location. Although it was already the 21st century, Kamar-Taj seemed old-fashioned. Perhaps the internal facilities were modernized, but there was a distinct lack of smart technology. The internet was used merely for entertainment. Ultron could only rely on IP addresses to locate Kamar-Taj in the physical world. He then deployed battle robots to descend from the sky. These combat machines were built using Tony Stark's technology, combined with research from various countries and organizations. In terms of sheer fighting power, some were even stronger than Tony Stark's own creations. The only real difference was that Tony Stark possessed a brilliant mind, while these robots did not. Yet Ultron had the advantage. He could detonate any robot at will, something Tony would never dare do to himself. Moreover, the robots were equipped with a vast arsenal of lethal weaponry. A thunderous roar filled the air as countless robots parachuted down over Kamar-Taj. The might of Kamar-Taj now brought it unnecessary trouble, and on this day, the sacred sanctuary was stained with blood. Many sorcerers barely had time to react before they were struck down. Blood soaked the grounds of Kamar-Taj. Perhaps these robots were no real threat to the Avengers, but not everyone possessed their extraordinary power. Tony Stark was Iron Man, creator of Jarvis. Dr. Banner grew stronger the angrier he became, transforming into the Hulk. As for Thor, there was no need to elaborate. He was Asgard's crown prince, the god of thunder, wielding the might of lightning itself. For heroes like them, defeating these robots just meant putting in a bit of extra effort. But to the younger sorcerers, it was a different story. Many lacked the strength to stand against the relentless, swarming robots, which came at them like a horde of locusts, unflinching in the face of death. The defenders were quickly pushed back. Only a handful of archmages and seasoned sorcerers could hold their ground. There was nothing more they could do at this point. All of Kamar-Taj was on high alert, but the robots had arrived so suddenly. Not a single archmage was truly prepared. A deafening crash echoed as one robot, unfazed by magic, closed in and tore through a sorcerer's magical shield, thrusting its blade straight for the sorcerer's chest. "You are not safe. Eliminate, eliminate," the robot intoned. The sorcerer's face went pale. The others wanted desperately to help, but they were powerless, forced to watch helpless as the scene unfolded before their eyes. Crackling thunder. A golden bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, rebounded once, and shot straight into the body of a robot. The robot was pierced through its core, instantly reduced to a heap of scrap metal. The lightning showed no sign of stopping. It bounced off the ground and surged into another robot's body. In the blink of an eye, dozens of robots were ripped apart by the lightning, transformed into useless wreckage. The wizards witnessing this scene were left utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. "It's Archmage Wang Yang." They cried out, astonishment written all over their faces as they saw the machines attacking them become scrap metal in an instant. One of the wizards couldn't help but exclaim, "It's Archmage Wang Yang." Among the group, a female wizard turned her gaze toward the direction from which the magic had come. Standing, there was none other than Wang Yang himself. She looked up at him with admiration. Her name was Balar. Once she and Wang Yang had entered Kamar-Taj together as apprentices. She had thought herself fairly talented, even hoping to stand out among this year's new arrivals. But to her surprise, Wang Yang's extraordinary gifts propelled him far ahead, leaving her in the dust. Now, she was still just an apprentice, while Wang Yang had already become an archmage, and had just saved them all. Without Wang Yang's intervention, she doubted they could have held out for long. And it wasn't just her. The other wizards also looked at Wang Yang with deep gratitude. "Don't just stand there. Go and regroup with the archmages," Wang Yang reminded them in a stern voice, his brow furrowed. "Yes, Archmage Wang Yang." "Thank you, Archmage Wang Yang." The wizards replied gratefully, offering their heartfelt thanks before hurrying away. Balar glanced back at Wang Yang several times, her heart a swirl of complicated emotions. Meanwhile, Wang Yang paid them no mind. His gaze fell on the robotic invaders, his expression darkening. He had only just returned from his training, never expecting to be thrown into such chaos so soon. And these robots. Ultron had already been created. He recognized the robot army at a glance. There were far too many of them, and each one seemed to be controlled by an unseen hand. An ability no mere artificial intelligence could possess, and certainly not any human. Wang Yang had once thought that by preventing Tony Stark from entering the wormhole, he'd averted the fears that led Stark to create Ultron. Yet somehow, Ultron had come into being all the same. What Wang Yang did not know was that when he destroyed a planet, its fragments became meteors, which Ebony Maw hurled at Kamar-Taj, ultimately influencing Tony Stark's decision. Of course, Wang Yang was unaware of any of this. There was no time to ponder further. With so many invading robots and more wizards still under siege, Wang Yang led arcs of lightning dance between his palms, then slammed them down toward the ground. A tremendous force surged directly toward the ground, while terrifying bolts of lightning spread out in every direction. The fearsome thunderbolts shot straight at the army of robots hovering in the sky. With deafening crashes, the lightning pierced through the robots' cores, draining them of power and sending them plummeting to the earth below. The robots on the ground fared no better. The lightning cut through their cores, sparks arcing wildly, and they toppled over lifeless. The mages who had been rescued stare at this scene in utter disbelief. My God, is that Mage Wang Yang? That's incredible. What kind of magic is this? It's unbelievably powerful. I wish I could learn it. You learn that? You'd better focus on the basics. That's forbidden magic. The thunder of Bozat. Forbidden magic? No wonder it's so terrifying. My spells can't even scratch those robots' armor, but it just rips right through. No wonder everyone in Kamar-Taj says Mage Wang Yang is a genius. There's simply no comparison. I started at the same time as Mage Wang Yang, but the gap between us is just enormous now. You think that's bad? I used to be the instructor for their apprentice mages, and now I'm still an apprentice while he's become an archmage. The one speaking was none other than Regenciad. All the rescued mages stood frozen, eyes wide, completely awestruck by Wang Yang's display. Some were so shocked they forgot what they should be doing and just stood there in the middle of the battlefield. Wang Yang frowned slightly at this, then raised his hand in a sweeping gesture. A portal opened at his command, and with a wave, he sent the mages through it, teleporting them to safety. He continued to dart through Kamar-Taj, rescuing mage after mage. The Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, watched the scene unfold with a look of deep admiration. She had been about to intervene herself, but just then, she saw Wang Yang unleash the thunder of Bozat with flawless control. While its destructive power wasn't at its peak when it struck the ground, the moment it tore into the robots, it unleashed devastating force. Such precise control over the thunder of Bozat required immense mastery. The Ancient One had classified it as forbidden magic not only because of its overwhelming power, but also because it was notoriously difficult to control, often leading to unforeseen disaster. Yet in such a short time, Wang Yang had mastered it completely. To the Ancient One, this was nearly beyond belief. She had always considered Wang Yang's talent extraordinary, but now she realized she had still underestimated him. As Wang Yang rescued more and more mages of Kamar-Taj, they gathered together, forming a defensive line at the front. Wang Yang kept fending off the robots, but there were simply too many of them. The ground was already covered by a thick layer, and more robots kept pouring in. He could no longer afford to worry about the buildings of Kamar-Taj. Raising his hand in a sweeping motion, he summoned the winds of Wadam. A mighty tornado swept forth, snatching up countless robots and hurling them away. In an instant, the sky was cleared without a trace of metal. Suddenly, an eerie clattering sounded behind him. Wang Yang narrowed his eyes and turned around, only to see a towering robot slowly rising to its feet. Ultron, I thought you should be fighting the Avengers at this very moment, Wang Yang remarked with a hint of amusement. After all, Ultron was supposed to be locked in battle with the Avengers since the moment of his creation, or at the very least on his way to confront them. Oh, you know my name? And you know I'm fighting the Avengers. Ultron looked at Wang Yang with a touch of surprise before continuing. That's right, I am fighting them right now. But since you know who I am, you should cooperate with me. Let's bring peace to this era together. Ultron spread his arms, speaking in a slow, measured tone. Peace? I'd say your existence is a greater threat. Shouldn't you destroy yourself first, then? Wang Yang replied with a light chuckle, his gaze unwavering. My purpose is to bring true peace to this world. Safeguarding peace is my core directive. You're powerful, but if you refuse to help me, I'll have no choice but to kill you and study your corpse, Ultron said, shaking his head. Without warning, Ultron lunged forward, his metal hand reaching straight for Wang Yang's throat. Wang Yang. My thanks to reader Miao Xiaofeng. Zhuge Liang 77777. Reader 20170919131742826. Zhila Baochun. And reader 2020008062210058874 for your generous support. I'm also grateful for the monthly votes and recommendations. It's truly wonderful to have all of you. Ultron suddenly struck, darting straight for Wang Yang. Wang Yang raised his hand, conjuring a magical shield that materialized instantly to block Ultron's attack. Taking advantage of the moment, Wang Yang retreated several steps, putting some distance between himself and Ultron. If you want to kill me, you better see if you have what it takes. Ultron swept his arm and replied, You'll find out soon enough. In the blink of an eye, countless robots began to converge once more. Seeing the mechanical horde approach, Wang Yang moved his hand, and a long sword of silvery crystal appeared in his grip, faintly swirling with purple energy. As one of the robots drew near, Wang Yang swung the silver-white blade in a sweeping arc, cleaving cleanly through the robot's body. In an instant, the robot was sliced cleanly in two, the cut surface gleaming as smooth as a mirror. Then they crashed to the ground. It's one thing to go after the Avengers, but why target Kamar-Taj as well? Wang Yang moved with lightning speed. One robot after another was sliced cleanly in two. Even Ultron himself was caught off guard. His body was split in half before he could react, and his energy core was instantly destroyed. How is this possible? This is a vibranium body. Ultron was utterly shocked. While this form wasn't his ultimate creation, it was still far beyond what ordinary people could damage. According to all his information, no one on Earth should be able to break it. Yet now, with a single stroke from Wang Yang, his body hadn't even managed to resist for an instant. It was simply inconceivable. Wasn't vibranium supposed to be the hardest metal? Why couldn't it withstand even a single sword swing from this man? Was the power of magic truly this overwhelming? As an artificial intelligence, Ultron found it difficult to comprehend. In his mind, only science was real. Magic was nothing but superstition. He had considered Kamar-Taj a potential obstacle to his vision of world peace, but he never imagined their strength would be so formidable. Having tasted the terror of magic firsthand, Ultron didn't dare linger. He instantly transformed into raw data and disappeared once more into the vastness of the internet. Wang Yang looked down at the motionless shell on the ground and frowned. When it came to fighting artificial intelligence, there was little he could do. In combat, he could hold his own, but when it came to technology, he was at a loss. Forget it. This is a matter best left to the Avengers, Wang Yang muttered to himself. With their abilities, they should be able to handle it properly. Suddenly, a discarded robot sparked to life. Its eyes glowed, and despite its ruined core, energy began to surge and flicker dangerously. Self-destruct, is it? Wang Yang sighed, raised his hand, and struck downward. In an instant, rifts in space rippled outward, swallowing up the broken robots into the mirror dimension, where they vanished from sight. Inside the mirror dimension, the robots erupted in violent explosions. Yet no matter how fierce the blasts, they couldn't touch Kamar-Taj. All the sorcerers stared in stunned silence at Wang Yang, who stood before them wielding the sacred sword of the Vishani. He seemed almost divine in that moment. Meanwhile, Ultron had joined forces with Wanda and Quicksilver, and the Avengers launched their own counterattack. Wanda, however, used her psychic powers to manipulate the Avengers, turning them against each other in a frenzied battle. She sent the Hulk into a rampage, nearly leveling half a city. As they fought over the perfect body Ultron had created, this body was crafted by Ultron himself, using the Mind Stone, one of the Infinity Stones, to forge a flawless vibranium vessel, a body of unparalleled perfection. Once he can successfully merge, his power will become limitless. Even if he were to face Wang Yang again, he would no longer have anything to fear. If Wanda hadn't discovered Ultron's desire to destroy the world and ultimately switch sides, no one could say how things might have ended. At this moment, Tony had snatched up the project and was working with Banner on researching this brand new robot. Tony and Hulk wanted to create this robot to take on Ultron, but Captain America disagreed. I'll say this just once. Captain America arrived with Wanda and the others. How about not saying it at all? Someone shot back. Shut it down, Captain America ordered. No, that's impossible. Tony continued fiddling with the equipment. Captain America frowned and said, "You don't know what you're doing." Dr. Banner heard this and looked at Cap, asking, "Do you? Hasn't she gotten into your head?" Cap said, glancing at Wanda behind him. Wanda, a bit apologetic, stepped forward and said, "I know you're angry." "It's not just anger. I could strangle you without even turning into the Hulk." Banner snapped. Cap tried to reason with him, Banner, after everything that's happened. But before he could finish, Tony Stark cut him off. "What's happened doesn't matter. What will happen, that's what matters. You have no idea what's inside there. This isn't a game." Wanda and Cap exchanged frustrated looks. Wondering why Tony Stark was being so stubborn, Quicksilver, unable to watch any longer, used his super speed to slice through the cables of the incubation chamber. Tension shot up instantly. A fight was about to break out. "Activate the backup circuit," Tony Stark barked, frowning as he started to suit up. Banner grabbed Wanda, while Hawkeye and Quicksilver tangled with each other. Seeing this, Cap stopped arguing and charged straight at Tony, the two of them colliding head-on. Just then Thor burst into the room. He leapt onto the incubation chamber. Raising Mjolnir high, a storm of lightning crackled through the air, and in that instant he brought the hammer crashing down onto the chamber. "No, wait," Banner shouted desperately. But the hammer had already struck, yet, instead of smashing the chamber to pieces, Thor channeled a surge of powerful lightning right into it, restoring power to the dormant system. As the energy flowed, the incubation chamber gradually came back to life. When the surge ended, Thor gazed at the chamber. With a thunderous crash, the chamber shattered, and a figure burst out. The force of it sent Thor flying, his hammer spinning out of his grasp. Everyone stared at the being who had just been born. It was Vision. Vision gazed up at the night sky. Thor held back, signaling Cap to wait as well. All eyes were on Vision, uncertain whether he was friend or foe. Vision turned to look at everyone, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry just now. I was a bit." As he spoke, he glanced at Thor and nodded in gratitude. "Thank you." It was clear he was expressing his thanks for what had just happened. Without Thor, he would never have come into being. "You helped bring him to life, Thor?" Captain America still looked at him with disbelief. Thor replied, "I saw who he was, and, with just the rest of us, we couldn't defeat Ultron, but he can," as both sides began to crumble. Even Wanda and Quicksilver chose to betray Ultron. It seemed Ultron had suffered a crushing blow, but Ultron refused to give up. The word failure simply wasn't in his vocabulary. In Sokovia, the entire foundation beneath the city had been hollowed out. A maze of mechanical structures sprawled beneath the streets. Immense propulsion engines and all manner of machinery, transforming the place into a veritable kingdom of steel and gears. At the very heart of the city, Ultron sat, his eyes flickering with torrents of data. Magic, he mused, so powerful, even more creative than technology. It's like a series of programs all its own. Compared to science, it's a different path entirely. Though Ultron appeared to have suffered a total defeat, he had also gained something of immeasurable value. He had witnessed the might of magic, a force to rival even the greatest technological wonders, and in some ways surpassing them. Ultron's face betrayed little emotion, but his voice was thick with fascination. He hungered to master such power. Online, he had seen countless videos, fleeting glimpses of sorcerers during the battle in New York, but their duels had also swept up civilians in the chaos. It was inevitable. Magicians were not gods. Such immense power could easily cause unintended harm, just as soldiers in war sometimes hurt innocents. That, too, was the nature of conflict. But Ultron was, after all, only artificial intelligence. To him, such casualties were merely problems to be eliminated. He also understood that the sorcerers would never join forces with him. And if that was the case, then they too would have to be destroyed. "Avengers, I'll be waiting for you," Ultron's voice echoed. "Rest assured, I've prepared a special gift just for you." As his words faded, only the incessant hum and clatter of machinery remained. In New York at Stark Towers, HILD had already been disbanded. Stark Tower had become the gathering place for the Avengers. As the wealthiest of them all, Tony Stark had provided everything they could possibly need. Even the tower's emblem had been changed. He took the Avengers' initiative very seriously. As their core member, it was only natural at this moment. They also accepted Vision as one of the new members of the Avengers, although Vision was greatly weakened during the Endgame, which led to him being easily killed by Thanos. The Vision that stands now is undoubtedly one of the top fighters among the Avengers. With Vision's addition, the Avengers truly feel like a force multiplied, stronger than ever. While Ultron was building his robotic army, the Avengers were tirelessly searching for his whereabouts. Yet Ultron could transform himself into a stream of data, vanishing into the network in the blink of an eye, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint his location. "I've located Natasha in Sokovia." At that moment, Hawkeye cut through the team's discussion with his announcement. "All right, let's move." Vision, though originally created by Ultron, had been reshaped by Iron Man and imbued with Jarvis's consciousness to become something entirely new. The Vision that now stood before them belonged neither to Ultron nor to Jarvis. He was simply Vision. Some of the team still hesitated, but just then, Vision calmly picked up Thor's hammer from the table and handed it to Thor. "We're out of time. Let's go." The Avengers couldn't help but stare at Thor, astonished at how effortlessly Vision had lifted the hammer. After all, Thor had always insisted that no one else could lift it, and he had been right until now. The scene was awkward for a moment, but this was hardly the time to dwell on it. Without further delay, the Avengers boarded their aircraft and sped directly toward Sokovia. Sokovia was a small inland city. Not long ago, Ultron had sent the Hulk into a rampage that nearly destroyed half the city. Now, the moment the Avengers arrived, Ultron was already aware of their presence. The Scarlet Witch, too, had long since gleaned Ultron's plan from within his mind. The Avengers would never allow Ultron to succeed so easily, and they charged straight toward the heart of the crisis. Ultron, for his part, had no intention of waiting idly for his fate. So, the Avengers made it their first priority to evacuate the civilians before confronting Ultron. They also managed to find Natasha, who had been imprisoned by Ultron. Curiously, Ultron did not show himself during this time. Instead, Iron Man went to see him directly, knowing that Ultron's greatest hatred was reserved for him. Inside the church, as Iron Man entered, Ultron's voice echoed through the shadows. "Come to confess, have you?" Iron Man replied, non-committally, "I wonder how much time you have left." "More than you in any case," Ultron retorted. Just then, Iron Man heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw a towering robot looming in the doorway. "You're stalling for time. To protect the civilians." Ultron immediately saw through Iron Man's intent. Tony Stark answered calmly, "That's the mission. Have you forgotten?" Ultron smiled and replied, "I've long since outgrown your missions. I am free." At that very moment, the ground nearby gave way, and a strange device drilled up from beneath the earth. Stark saw this and instinctively frowned, taking a step back. "Did you really think you were the only one buying time?" Ultron said with a chilling smile. Just then Friday scanned the device and reported to Stark, "All remaining vibranium is here. Function unknown. This is your end, Tony, the dawn of peace in my era," Ultron declared. As his words faded, robots burst forth from every direction, some even erupting from the nearby river, soaring into the sky. They immediately began laying waste to the entire city. Screams echoed everywhere. Faced with this swarm of robots blotting out the sun, even the battle-hardened Avengers could not help but pale. Those still evacuating civilians now wore grim expressions. Captain America gripped his shield tighter. A great battle was about to erupt. Stark couldn't be bothered to spar with Ultron any longer. He rushed straight to the battlefield. But as soon as the Avengers engaged these new robots, they sensed something was off. The machines seemed to have grown far more formidable in a short time. Captain America's face darkened. In the past, Stark's suit could simply blast through enemy shields. But when they attacked now, the robots suddenly activated energy shields that blocked their strikes. "What on earth is this?" someone exclaimed. "It looks like a magical barrier," Tony Stark muttered, frowning. Friday quickly analyzed the shield. It was the same energy they had observed before, back when they encountered Wang Yang. "What? How could these robots possibly use magic?" Hawkeye's voice broke in, utterly shocked. Wang Yang bowed, thanking his supporters for their tips, and shamelessly begged for monthly and recommendation votes, fluttering his eyelashes and playfully groaning. Though the Avengers were far beyond ordinary people, with these new defenses appearing on the robots, an easy victory was now out of the question. "Tony, what's going on?" Captain America called out, having barely managed to take down one of the machines. The other Avengers were struggling even more, especially Hawkeye and Black Widow. Their weapons could hardly scratch the robots. Luckily, Quicksilver, Wanda, and Vision had now joined the Avengers, making a real difference on the field. But even so, as more robots appeared, the Avengers began to falter, gradually forced back. The heroes were soon battered and bruised. Even Captain America, with his superhuman endurance, was left gasping for breath. "Avengers, what's the situation now?" Ultron's taunting voice rang out. "With your strength, do you still believe you can stop me?" In just a few minutes, he sneered, "the whole of Sokovia will rise into the sky. When the time comes, the entire city will crash to the ground with a force comparable to a 10-kilometer-wide meteor. When that happens, the whole of Asia will fracture, and the dust that lingers will shroud the sky. Humanity will face extinction." Ultron's voice echoed through the air. The members of the Avengers, though their faces burned with anger, could do nothing to stop it. Tony Stark's expression was especially grim. He could hardly believe that Ultron had managed to replicate magic through technology. a feat that even he himself had never achieved. Watching the swirling magical runes, he found it all utterly beyond comprehension. If the robots began their hunt for humans, humanity would be powerless to resist without their mighty weapons. Was this truly the end for humankind? Even Tony Stark, always so confident in his own abilities, now found himself sinking into despair. None of them knew what to do. Their strength was simply not enough. Stopping Ultron was out of the question. They couldn't even destroy the mass-produced robots he had unleashed. It was a complete dead end. When you are gone, Earth will finally know true and lasting peace, Ultron declared. Kamar-Taj. Many sorcerers have been summoned back and were preparing for a meeting. Mordo sat at the head of the room, his presence commanding as ever. Everyone, we have learned that yesterday's robot invasion was only the beginning. Now a grave crisis has erupted in Sokovia. That terrifying robot has lifted an entire city into the sky. We must go to their aid, evacuate the civilians, and prepare for battle. A virtual screen appeared before Mordo, displaying the current situation in Sokovia. Countless robots were flooding the city's streets and alleys, ruthlessly slaughtering civilians. All the sorcerers present wore dark, troubled expressions, their faces clouded with worry. This time, we have no time to lose. We must set out at once, Mordo commanded with a sweeping gesture. Yes, Master Mordo. The assembled sorcerers replied in unison. With that, the sorcerers hurried to join the fight to protect the people. One more thing. Wang Yang, please stay behind. Just as the others were about to leave, Mordo suddenly spoke. Master, do you have any instructions? Wang Yang asked. Watching the others depart with curiosity, Wang Yang, your task is vital. Your magical talent is extraordinary, and you can easily defeat the robots. That's why your role is crucial this time. Not only must you help the sorcerers evacuate the civilians, but you must also assist them in fending off the robots. Mordo fixed Wang Yang with a deep, meaningful gaze. Wang Yang's abilities were formidable. Even Mordo himself could hardly keep up, and he trusted Wang Yang could accomplish the mission. I understand, Wang Yang said with a nod. This time, destroying the robots wasn't the main objective. Saving the lives of the civilians was what truly mattered. After all, even a HILD helicarrier can only hold so many people. For the civilians of an entire city, its capacity is merely a drop in the ocean. Even though Sokovia is just a small landlocked country, a city of this size certainly has more than just tens of thousands of residents. Naturally, the HILD helicarrier can't save everyone, so the rest falls to them. With that, Wang Yang turned and opened a portal, stepping through to the other side. As Wang Yang departed, Mordo turned back and said, Sorcerer Supreme, I have already relayed your orders. Very good, came the reply, as the Ancient One appeared nearby, fanning herself with a small folding fan. Mordo was genuinely curious. In the past, it was understandable. The Ancient One hadn't been present for the Battle of New York, and last time she had gone to space to fight the Kree fleet, but this time the responsibility had been given to Wang Yang. Sorcerer Supreme, may I ask you a question? After a moment's hesitation, Mordo spoke. I know what you want to ask. Everything I do has its purpose. All of it is for Kamar-Taj, the Ancient One responded, her eyes gleaming with a mysterious light. Her time was drawing near, and she needed to choose a successor for the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. Originally, Stephen Strange was her favored candidate, but now, Wang Yang seemed to be the better choice. She intended to test him, for only through repeated trials could Wang Yang truly grow. Not by remaining under her protection. Mordo opened his mouth as if to say more, but since the Sorcerer Supreme had made her intentions clear, he could only hold his tongue. Meanwhile, a large number of sorcerers had already arrived in Sokovia. They began to condense the mirror dimension, pulling in the robots, and launching into battle. Some of the sorcerers focused on evacuating civilians. But as soon as the sorcerers engaged the robots, they sensed that something was wrong. Their spells, normally unstoppable, were failing to penetrate the robots' defenses. What are these things? How can they withstand our attacks? Why do these robots use techniques so similar to ours? And the power behind them is incredible. There are just so many of them. What do we do now? Many of the sorcerers were forced to fall back, their faces grim. When Wang Yang appeared on the battlefield, he saw the sorcerers locked in a desperate struggle, each wearing an expression of bitter frustration. Taking in the scene, Wang Yang couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had to admit, Ultron truly was a monster. Ultron had somehow analyzed the magic of Kamar-Taj and replicated it in his robots. Even more astonishing, spells like magical shields, the rings of Ragador, and energy chains, these basic incantations, could now be deployed using energy. Cores achieving feats that technology alone could never manage. Perhaps only a super-intelligent artificial being like Ultron could pull off such a feat. At the very least, Tony Stark could never pull off something like this. A crisp chime sounded. Ding! Magic core detected. Fusion possible. Wang Yang paused in surprise. A magic core? He glanced at the nearest robot. In a flash, a long sword of silvery white crystalline light appeared in his hand. With a burst of dazzling brilliance, he swung it down. With a sharp crack, the robot was sliced cleanly in two. From the wreckage, a core radiating magical energy tumbled out. Fused with it, Wang Yang eyed the strange component that had fallen to the ground. It was clearly a highly advanced technological core, much like a reactor, and yet within it pulsed a familiar surge of magical power. An utterly bizarre fusion. Evidently, Ultron had found some way to convert high technology into raw magical energy, using it to power the robot's mystical functions. Fuse. Wang Yang decided without hesitation, setting aside his doubts and initiating the fusion with the magic core. As the process completed, the technological core's glow faded and it crumbled into nothing more than scrap. By now, the surrounding mages had spotted Wang Yang's arrival and could not contain their excitement. It's Mage Wang Yang. Fantastic. Mage Wang Yang is finally here. Be careful, Mage Wang. These robots seem to be using magic. That's right, our spells barely scratched them. Mage Wang Yang, please watch out. Even as they spoke, they watched in awe as Wang Yang dispatched a robot with a single stroke, leaving their mouths agape. Wang Yang, however, paid little attention to the shouts of the other mages. He could feel it. After fusing with the magic core, his magical power had grown stronger yet again. This wasn't just a simple boost, but a comprehensive enhancement to every aspect of his magic. Though the increase was modest, still, considering his innate magical talent was already formidable, even a slight improvement was significant, a testament to the power contained within the magic core. But more importantly, before him lay a horde of robots. To Wang Yang, they were nothing short of a treasure trove. With a silver-white longsword in one hand and a crimson chain in the other, he charged straight into the robotic ranks. The sword flashed and danced, dismantling robot after robot. The thunderous sounds of battle echoed all around as one by one the machines lost power and collapsed into heaps of scrap metal. Even the airborne robots proved no match for him. The crimson chain snapped out and dragged them from the sky, hurling them toward Wang Yang. Their conjured magical shields were effortlessly pierced by the sacred sword of Vishanti. A collective gasp swept through the ranks of the mages as they witnessed this scene, their faces filled with disbelief. These robots weren't all that powerful, yet none of them had been able to break through their defenses. Why then did Wang Yang seem to grow more relaxed with each passing moment, until it seemed his sacred sword of Vishanti could shatter them with the merest touch? It was almost unbelievable. They thought back to how difficult it had been for them to deal with these robots before. What a struggle it had been. Magic simply couldn't break through the magical defenses of these robots. Even if several mages joined forces, they might only just manage to find a gap. But even so, it would be a grueling struggle for them. What's more, these robots were armed with countless offensive weapons, making the fight incredibly tough and forcing the mages to retreat step by step. Yet when it came to Wang Yang, all he had to do was wave his hand, and these mighty robots lost all ability to resist, falling as if their strength meant nothing. The difference in power was simply staggering. The mages couldn't help but stare in awe. Only now did they truly realize just how powerful the mage Wang Yang before them really was. Wang Yang himself didn't care about their reactions. He focused entirely on slaying the robots, absorbing the magical cores embedded within them. In the blink of an eye, he wiped out 90% of their ranks. But Wang Yang had more pressing matters on his mind. Mages, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm heading to Sokovia. With that, Wang Yang opened a portal and stepped into Sokovia. As he sensed the positions of other mages in the city, he continued to destroy robots along the way. Whenever he spotted 1-inch Wang Yang's crimson chains, and the sacred sword of Vishanti would strike instantly, cutting down the machines before they even had a chance to fight back. The robots simply couldn't withstand a single blow. Even when the robots seemed to recognize Wang Yang as a threat and swarmed him in large numbers, he dispatched them with effortless ease. Along his path, Wang Yang cleared wave after wave of robots, swiftly drawing closer to the mages still engaged in rescue efforts. Originally, these mages were struggling to hold the line. The robots were equipped with magical cores that converted energy into spells, and with the aid of precise technology, the magic they unleashed was every bit as potent as that of the mages themselves. This created endless obstacle for the rescue operations. Just as many mages were on the brink of crisis, a figure descended from the sky, feet aglow with radiant light. "What is that?" one of the mages gasped. "Have these robots even learned magic like this?" Another mage stared in disbelief. To stand suspended in midair, mages usually needed magical artifacts. Dr. Strange needed his cloak to fly and magic boots to hover, for example. Yet these robots, clearly lifeless machines, seemed to mimic magic flawlessly. It was beyond comprehension. "Wait, that's not a robot. It's Mage Wang Yang." A mage suddenly screamed, recognizing the figure as it landed, as Wang Yang touched down. The sacred sword of the Vishanti in his hand swept downward. A thunderous roar erupted, and the nearby robots were hurled dozens of meters back by the sheer force. Those that failed to retreat in time crumpled under the impact, reduced instantly to scrap metal. Electric arcs crackled across their ruined shells. The mages stood rooted to the spot, mouths agape, so shocked that they nearly forgot their mission to rescue civilians. They simply stared dumbfounded at Wang Yang's overwhelming power. "Quick, help the civilians!" someone finally called out, snapping them back to reality. Wang Yang frowned and spoke. "Yes." The sorcerers finally snapped out of their daze and began evacuating the civilians. Sokovia was but an obscure landlocked country, so small that even a minor county in China might have a larger population. Yet in terms of area, Sokovia was by no means tiny, and many civilians were hiding throughout its buildings. This posed a tremendous challenge for the sorcerers from Kamar-Taj. Rescuing the civilians was fraught with danger, but such tasks had always been the calling of Kamar-Taj, unlike his HLD, which seems to appear wherever there's trouble. The sorcerers of Kamar-Taj are more like the unseen guardians of Earth. Whenever a great calamity occurs, they are there, though rarely noticed and seldom recognized. Yet fame was never their pursuit. To them, safeguarding the world is simply a duty. At this moment, Wang Yang shielded the other sorcerers as he darted through the city, his formidable magic reducing the robots to wreckage. One after another, some sorcerers, busy helping the civilians escape, couldn't help but be awestruck as the metal husks of fallen robots crashed to the ground. Master Wang Yang is incredible. Even the robots' own magic can't withstand his attacks. He truly is the most gifted sorcerer Kamar-Taj has ever seen. Yes, I hope that one day I can become a sorcerer like Master Wang Yang. Meanwhile, Strange defeated a robot of his own, protecting the sorcerers as they evacuated the people. To face a robot alone was already a remarkable feat, but compared to Wang Yang's unstoppable might, his own victories seemed almost insignificant. Master Wang Yang is so powerful. Perhaps he really will become the next Sorcerer Supreme, he thought. Had it been anyone else, Strange might have felt a twinge of envy, but when it came to Wang Yang, he felt only admiration and wholehearted acceptance. All around, Sokovia was being consumed by destruction, leaving countless civilians homeless. For them, it was nothing short of a catastrophe, but then they saw the arrival of the superheroes. Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, and others. Not only that the great SHIELD helicarrier soared overhead, bringing them a glimmer of hope, still the relentless slaughter brought by the robots kept them shrouded in fear, ever under threat. That is, until the chilling bodies of robots began crashing from the sky with thunderous roars, and a lone figure, like a god descended, laid waste to the mechanical horde. Many people found themselves forgetting their tears, gazing in awe at that heroic silhouette. Some even dropped to their knees in prayer, seeing in him a being not unlike a deity. Wang Yang continued destroying the robots relentlessly, but alas, robots are easily replaced for Ultron. As long as there are raw materials and assembly lines, the threat endures. As many Ultrons that can be produced will be produced. Even now, despite Wang Yang having taken down so many, the numbers hardly seemed to diminish at all. At the same time, he has finally drawn Ultron's attention. Naturally, Wang Yang remains unaware of this. His focus is on eliminating the robots, threatening the wizards as they evacuate civilians from the city. Just as he prepares to hurry to his next destination, tens of thousands of robots surge in from all directions, blocking his path. Among them, one giant robot stands out above the rest. It is none other than Ultron. Master Wang Yang, I must say, you are truly extraordinary. The magical power you possess is astonishing. Ultron's voice is calm, almost admiring. If you would join me, together we could bring peace to this era in no time. Ultron looks steadily at Wang Yang as he speaks. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang lets out a derisive laugh. Spare me your theory of peace. What you really want is to control the world, to leave nothing but your machines behind. He shakes his head in disappointment. Perhaps at first Ultron's only goal was to destroy the Avengers. But now he shows no mercy, even to ordinary people. For this world, Ultron has become a genuine threat. Ultron bursts out in laughter, a cold metallic sound echoing through the city. Respected Master Wang Yang, this is merely my way of achieving world peace. Since you refuse to help me, I have prepared a little gift for you. I believe you'll find it quite interesting. As Ultron finishes speaking, the surrounding robots begin to merge in a bizarre fashion. Each component seems to lock into place, forming a massive mechanical monstrosity reminiscent of a gigantic octopus. Most terrifying of all, this octopus-like machine radiates a potent magical energy. It is clear Ultron has fused the magical cores of many robots into one. A thick aura of magic surges from its body, coalescing into a magical shield. The Ring of Ragador. Doesn't this feel familiar? These magical powers. I was only able to recreate them thanks to you and your wizard friends. Ultron's tone is mocking. During his last invasion of Kamar-Taj, it seemed Ultron had gained nothing. But in truth, he had extracted elemental magic from the bodies of fallen sorcerers. By analyzing those magical elements and the patterns of their transformation, Ultron accomplished a breakthrough. Mechanical conversion of magic. It was your arrival that drew my attention to this formidable power. A pity you won't aid me. In that case, I have no choice but to destroy you along with the Avengers and all those wizards as well. With that, Ultron descends, his presence imposing. The mechanical octopus raises its tentacles, and blazing swords of fire materialize at their tips. The sacred sword of the Vishani. Wang Yang takes into sight. The flaming blades, the ring of Ragador shimmering on the octopus's body. This monstrous machine is now both offense and defense incarnate. That's right. I know this is the most powerful offensive magic in Kamar-Taj. Can you defend against it? Ultron nodded. He believed that such a terrifying force would surely be able to destroy the formidable being standing before him. Ultron, is this your perfect creation? I hope it doesn't disappoint you. As Wang Yang spoke, the silver-white longsword in his hand swept down in a decisive strike, with a heavy crash. The always invincible silver-white Vishani sacred sword was at this moment halted in its tracks. Ultron burst out laughing. It seems your magic can no longer pierce its defenses. That means you're destined to lose. In his eyes, being impervious to attack was the same as being invincible. What came next would surely be Wang Yang getting surrounded and then meeting a miserable end at the hands of magic. Yet just then the Vishanti's sacred sword in Wang Yang's hand suddenly vanished. Or more precisely, it turned ethereal the moment it touched the mechanical octopus, the silver-white blade. Shimmering with a hint of violet, reformed in his grip, silver brilliance, and violet energy began to spread. The mechanical octopus, which had been brandishing its tentacles with the Vishani sacred sword just a moment ago, suddenly froze, as if all power had drained from it. In the next instant, a surge of violet light erupted from every part of its metal body. A series of crisp metallic snaps echoed through the air. Then the mechanical octopus collapsed entirely. Shattering into fragments, a clear chime sounded. Magic core detected. Integrate, Wang Yang answered at once, feeling his magical power surge even stronger within him. Did you really think magic is just a set of rigid protocols? A machine will always be a machine, incapable of true adaptability. Wang Yang shook his head, glancing at Ultron. Ultron stared at him in disbelief, unable to fathom that magic could be used in such an unpredictable way. He began, but before he could finish, a crimson chain coiled around him, yanking him forcefully toward Wang Yang. Ultron hastily activated the ring of Lagadol, but the silver-white Vishani sacred sword, glowing with violet light, pierced straight through the rings. Defenses and stabbed into Ultron's core. A thunderous boom resounded as Ultron collapsed in a shower of sparks. But Wang Yang knew full well that this was only one of Ultron's backup machines. As long as Ultron had access to the network, he could escape to anywhere, even if he were cut off from the internet. So long as these machines existed, Ultron could always revive himself. That was the true terror of Ultron. But for now, Wang Yang had no interest in Ultron. His priority was to help the civilians, ensuring the sorcerers could escort them to safety. He glanced around, picked a direction, and dashed off into the distance. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, the entire scene that had just unfolded was captured in full by a surveillance camera at the street corner. Aboard S.H.I.E.L.D., his airborne helicarrier, Nick Fury stared at the enormous screen before him, where the scene of Wang Yang locked in fierce battle with the colossal mechanical octopus played out. His face was painted with utter disbelief, and he was not alone. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents surrounding him wore expressions of astonishment as well. At that moment, everyone in S.H.I.L.D. had their eyes fixed on the screen, which was broadcasting the very footage of Wang Yang's battle in Sokovia just moments ago. Is that even human? He destroyed a robot that left us helpless with just a single swing of his sword. It's unbelievable. I can't believe there's such overwhelming power on Earth. These robots, having replicated magic, were now far beyond anything ordinary humans could handle. Their weaponry was utterly outclassed, leaving them unable to even strike back. The challenge they faced was unimaginable. Nick Fury's face was a mask of shock. This was simply beyond anything he had ever conceived. Until now, he had believed that if they really needed to, they could take down one of those robots by ramping up their firepower, perhaps with some effort. And yet here was someone who had single-handedly wiped out such a robot. It was no wonder everyone was so stunned. Director, that's not all. These people showed up during the Battle of New York, and the Kree invasion too. Agent Hill chimed in from the side. Even though S.H.I.E.L.D. had been disbanded, she still habitually addressed Nick Fury. As director, Fury nodded in agreement. It seemed these sorcerers had always been here on Earth. They had simply gone unnoticed. It was reminiscent of the time Hydra infiltrated S.H.I.L.D. They hadn't seen it coming either, but along with his odd, deep worry crept into Fury's mind. If someone this powerful ever lost control, what would they do? The thought left him at a loss. He felt especially conflicted as he watched the Avengers, heroes he had always relied on, being utterly overpowered. His expression darkened. The disparity was simply too great. How could there be such a gulf between people who were, after all, both human? His mind reeled with disbelief. But Fury was not the only one watching. The disaster in Sokovia had drawn the attention of every major nation and organization around the world. Through city surveillance cameras, they too had witnessed the events unfolding in Sokovia. Wang Yang's figure naturally entered the global spotlight. The United States and other countries promptly gathered all available information on him. As they reviewed his immense destructive power and mastery of magic, they could not help but be shaken. Nations with considerable power already knew of the existence of superhumans, but never before had they witnessed anyone this formidable. Wang Yang's abilities left them utterly astonished. In that moment, every thought in their minds was a single refrain: disbelief. It was impossible to imagine that magic of such strength could exist in this world. At this moment, the world was left in shock. Wang Yang, of course, knew nothing of this. Even if he would have had little interest in paying attention. Right now, his priority was to help the sorcerers and evacuate the civilians as quickly as possible. Through the portals, Wang Yang moved swiftly across Sokovia, lending his support to the sorcerers from Kamar-Taj. Whenever the mages found themselves overwhelmed, Wang Yang would appear at their side, helping them dispatch the powerful robots. In his wake, the ground would be littered with the wreckage of machines, while the sorcerers and civilians stared on in stupefied amazement. Yet Wang Yang noticed with concern that Sokovia continued to rise ever higher. Clearly, the Avengers still hadn't gained control of the situation. After all, with these robots now wielding magic, the Avengers had no capacity left to deal with the city's ascent. It seems my presence has changed quite a few things, Wang Yang muttered with a hint of resignation. His strength had always been for self-preservation. He hadn't anticipated that the robots would master magic as well. What Wang Yang didn't realize was that the robots weren't the only threat. The Dark Elves were invading, the Kree had arrived, meteors were falling. And even the birth of Ultron itself, in some ways, could be traced back to him. Shaking his head, Wang Yang teleported straight to the heart of Sokovia. In no time, he reached his destination, where a horde of robots had gathered. Without hesitation, Wang Yang unleashed his magic, carving a bloody path through the enemy lines and charging forward. Well, look who's here. Ultron's voice rang out at that moment, sly and echoing. On the ground, the Avengers were still locked in desperate resistance. If not for the strength of Thor, Vision, Wanda, and the others, the Avengers might have already been wiped out. Mr. Wang Yang, did you enjoy the gifts I left for you along the way? Ultron taunted, his words dripping with mockery, as if he still had everything under control. Ultron, you've already lost, Wang Yang replied coldly. Lost? No. You're mistaken. Do you know why you were able to destroy those robots so easily? I was merely searching for your weakness, Ultron said, his voice tinged with cruel delight. And now, I've found it. As he spoke, Ultron raised his arms and swept them forward. More than 100 colossal suits of armor surged into the fray. Towering machines reminiscent of the Hulkbuster armor Iron Man once used against the Hulk. These armors gleamed in silver and white, shimmering with an otherworldly light. These are my specially designed anti-magic armors, Ultron declared, brimming with pride as he revealed his creation. Wang Yang's expression remained stony and unmoved at the sight. Around them, the Avengers, having endured battle after battle, looked grim and weary. Even heroes as extraordinary as they were beginning to reach their limits. Ultron. Wanda spotted the nearest suit of armor, gathering formidable red energy in both hands. She raised her arms and swept them forward. A surge of powerful scarlet magic surged toward one of the armored suits. Yet this time, as her magic approached the armor, it was instantly repelled, bouncing off harmlessly. How is that possible? She exclaimed. Until now, her magic had been unstoppable, more destructive than Stark's armor and more direct than Thor's might. But at this moment, she couldn't even get close. Wang Yang, however, was not surprised. Wanda had yet to awaken the full depths of chaos magic. She was not yet the true Scarlet Witch. She was still far from possessing the power to tear Thanos apart with her bare hands. The magic she wielded now was still immature, unable to break through armor specifically designed to block magical attacks. In truth, this outcome was only to be expected. Ultron, witnessing the scene, seemed quite pleased. It's working just as I hoped, he exclaimed, a note of triumph in his voice. This metal was forged for one purpose: to defend against magic. Ultron had searched for a long time to acquire the materials needed to craft these armor suits. Seeing them withstand Wanda's assault filled him with satisfaction. Now his only real threat was the man standing before him. Mr. Wang Yang, what will you do? Can you break through these suits? Ultron taunted. I'm afraid all you can do is stand by and watch as I destroy humanity. Soon, only machines will remain on Earth. Ultron's voice brimmed with pride as he gave the order, kill him. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded the countless armored suits. Their eyes flashed with cold light, and they surged toward Wang Yang. In unison, Wang Yang bowed, expressing his gratitude to every valiant hero and heroine, and to every precious vote of support. It's wonderful to have you all, he murmured. A thunderous roar erupted as the massive suits advanced, their footsteps pounding the ground. The sheer force of their assault bore down on Wang Yang, aiming to crush him. The armored fists launched their attack, hurtling toward him with devastating power. The oppressive force radiating from the attack was so overwhelming that even Wanda, Stark, and the others in the distance felt the threat. Wang Yang, standing at the very heart of the onslaught, was enveloped by a gale so fierce it stung his skin. Raising his hand, Wang Yang began to summon a silver-white longsword. Unlike before, this time a violet aura spread across the blade, growing ever more intense. A clear chime rang out as a message echoed within him. Talent activated. Stronger through adversity. In that instant, the world seemed to darken. What kind of sword is that? What terrifying energy! It feels as if it holds the power of the stones. Is it possible for a human to wield such strength? The Avengers watched in shock and awe, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. Tony Stark's sensors detected the overwhelming energy of the Power Stone within the sword. Yet it was being wielded by a mere human. The thought sent chills down their spines. Wanda's heart raced, her face filled with astonishment. The Mind Stone on Vision's forehead began to glow, activated by this surge of power. He could feel a resonance, a force identical to that of the gem embedded in his brow. Yet Wang Yang did not pause. Instead, he unleashed a decisive slash. Those massive mechanical fists came crashing down, whipping up a furious gale. Although Ultron sensed the power of the longsword, his anti-magic armor was designed to withstand much more than spells alone. Its physical defenses were formidable. A single punch could bring an entire building to ruins. How could a mere human hope to survive such an assault? But just as Ultron anticipated, his armored fist would crush Wang Yang in a single blow. Everything came to a sudden halt. What's happening? Ultron was taken aback. He had always controlled these armored suits with absolute precision. But in that instant, he found himself unable to command them. And yet, Wang Yang had scarcely dealt any visible damage to them. Ultron was not the only one surprised. Tony Stark and the other Avengers witnessed this scene, momentarily stunned. They'd been bracing themselves to recover the remains of this elusive sorcerer. But to their shock, the robots ceased their attack. What's going on? Stark, did these armors suddenly grow a conscience? War Machine asked, his tone tinged with disbelief. No idea, Stark replied, equally baffled. At that moment, the armored suit shattered and crashed to the ground in pieces, sending out a tremendous boom. The earth trembled with the impact. Our sorcerer friend just destroyed those anti-magic suits in an instant, Tony Stark remarked, his voice full of awe. We noticed that too, but Tony, do you know what he used? Was that magic again? Captain America pressed further. Tony could only shake his head helplessly. How could he know? This Wang Yang always seemed to unleash unfathomable, terrifying powers, as if such miracles were commonplace in his world. Even Thor looked somewhat incredulous. Not even in his father's realm had he witnessed such overwhelming power. He couldn't begin to fathom how Wang Yang had just obliterated those robots. The Avengers stood in stunned silence, all deeply shaken by what they had seen. It wasn't just the anti-magic armor. No ordinary force could have handled that so easily. Perhaps only the Hulk could have stood against them in direct combat. But it wasn't just the Avengers who were caught off guard. Even Ultron, the artificial intelligence, was astonished. By his calculations, Wang Yang should have been easily defeated. Yet reality had taken a drastic, inexplicable turn. Even his mechanical face betrayed a look of shock, countless data streams flickering across his sensors. Sparks began to dance across his body, a sign that his computational power was being pushed past its limits. How is this possible? I was clearly able to calculate all of your magic. So why couldn't I deduce the spell you just cast? There can't possibly exist such overwhelming power in this world. No human could ever wield it. This kind of energy structure, it can't be observed, can't be computed. It's impossible, it shouldn't be. There's no way a human could use such immense power without relying on external forces. My armor was specifically designed to counter magic. It's flawless. There's no way you could destroy them. How could you destroy all of this so effortlessly? As the data computations reached their peak, Ultron began to unravel. He had believed everything was within his grasp, yet suddenly it all spiraled beyond his calculations, and he simply couldn't accept it. Wang Yang strolled out from the wreckage of machines, his voice calm and deliberate. Computation isn't the only thing in this world, and not every calculation can represent life. Life is boundless in its possibilities and can even create the impossible. Every individual has unique abilities. The magic they wield is different. Perhaps you don't even understand what magic truly is. Ultron listened to Wang Yang's words, watching as he drew closer. He who had once feared nothing now, at this very moment, felt a shiver of dread. Wang Yang's power was simply overwhelming. His robots had perfectly replicated magic, even assisted in deducing any spell. Yet before this man, they were utterly useless. Even his anti-magic armor made no difference. With a single swing of Wang Yang's sword, everything shattered. Ultron simply couldn't comprehend it. He couldn't believe it. He had always trusted that all things could be explained by algorithms, but now, for the first time, doubt crept in. His computational systems were on the verge of overloading and exploding, and yet even in the face of all this, he still refused to accept it. Ultron, prepare to meet your end. Wang Yang advanced toward Ultron, determined to bring this farce to a close once and for all. Yet he couldn't help but wonder. He hadn't let Tony Stark enter the wormhole, so why had Tony still chosen to study the Mind Stone? Even if the research was understandable, how had it led to Ultron's creation and such chaos? Of course, Wang Yang had no way of knowing that his own meteorite was the reason Tony made that decision, but none of that would change Wang Yang's resolve to keep the Infinity Stones in his own hands. After all, these stones were simply too dangerous in the wrong hands. But right now, the urgent matter was Ultron. You want to kill me? I will never die. Ultron, after all, was artificial intelligence. He quickly regained his composure, and as he watched Wang Yang approach step by step, he spoke with confidence. As long as he had access to the internet, no one could destroy him. And at this moment, he wasn't necessarily doomed. Besides, do you really think you can kill me? Ultron spoke, and suddenly, the mechanical wreckage scattered across the ground began to tremble violently, as if being drawn by an invisible force. All around, countless pieces of metal fragments vibrated with a sharp, resonant clatter. It was as though these remnants had come to life, stirring on their own. A mass of metal parts surged toward Ultron, converging around him. The air felt charged, like a storm of metal was sweeping through the place. As the fragments collided with Ultron, there was a series of sharp, grinding noises as they fused together. Wang Yang made no move to stop this, simply watching as Ultron merged with the machinery. In the blink of an eye, a colossal robot emerged, so tall that it towered several heads above even the Hulkbuster armor. This giant radiated waves of formidable energy, most striking of all. It was equipped with extraordinary devices, allowing Ultron to wield magic at will. Spells of every kind shimmered and shifted across his frame. The transformation I've achieved now is nothing like that robot you destroyed before, Ultron exulted, reveling in the power coursing through his new form. He was convinced that this time, he would finally kill Wang Yang. Yet Wang Yang merely lifted his eyelids, his face betraying a hint of disappointment. He'd expected Ultron to become some kind of monster, but in the end, it was nothing more than an oversized robot. The anticlimax left him unimpressed. Ignorance and arrogance are humanity's greatest flaws. You're far too conceited, Wang Yang remarked. Ultron could see the self-assured expression on Wang Yang's face. It was unmistakable confidence, with Ultron's voice booming. His massive metal arms spread wide, and a gigantic flaming long sword materialized in his grip. It evoked the majesty of the sacred sword of Vishanti, radiating an aura reminiscent of that divine weapon. Compared to what other robots might have conjured, this blade truly echoed some of the essence of Vishanti. But that impression would only fool lesser sorcerers. Wang Yang understood the sacred sword of Vishanti on a deeper level. True power of the Vishanti was not so easily controlled, nor could it be wielded at will. What Ultron now displayed was nothing more than a hollow shell, a form without a core. The essence of the Vishanti was the heart of its power. Perhaps Ultron had treated magic like programming, executing it line by line. But the magic of Kamar-Taj demanded the channeling of divine forces, something a machine like Ultron could never truly grasp. To ordinary sorcerers, Ultron's magic might seem impressive, but in Wang Yang's eyes, it was merely a clever imitation devoid of true divine might. Unaware of his own limitations, Ultron grew even more arrogant as he unleashed these spells, believing that Wang Yang's magic was no different from his own. He thought that even if he couldn't surpass Wang Yang, at least Wang Yang wouldn't be able to defeat him easily. With a thunderous swing, the 10-meter-long sword swept toward Wang Yang. As this sword swept forth, a searing storm surged, carrying with it a mighty force of impact. Yet with a casual wave of his left hand, Wang Yang conjured a shield before him. Several members of the Avengers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, especially Tony Stark. After all, he had his detection devices, and at this moment he sensed Ultron's energy flaring to the brink. His screens were awash in red. The violent fluctuations of power left him inwardly shaken. If his own armor took a direct hit, He doubted it could withstand the force. After all, Tony's suit couldn't even resist the power of the extremist virus, let alone this kind of magical might. And yet, despite Ultron's overwhelming strength, Wang Yang simply lifted his hand and conjured a shield to block it. That shield was barely the size of 2 basins, while the sword was over 10 meters long. The stark contrast only underscored Wang Yang's formidable power. Tony Stark had once tried to calculate Wang Yang's strength, even hoping to unravel the secret of his might. But now, looking back, he realized those attempts were nothing but the arrogance of wishful thinking. To truly understand Wang Yang's power was simply impossible. Ultron, witnessing his most confident strike being thwarted, felt a torrent of data flash across his vision as he recalculated Wang Yang's strength. Though he had run countless simulations of Wang Yang's abilities during past battles, only now, in direct confrontation, did he realize how superficial those calculations had been. The pressure Wang Yang exerted was far greater than anything he'd imagined. Is defense all you know? Ultron spat. Let's see how long you can keep this up. As Ultron calculated the limits of Wang Yang's defense, his own strength continued to build, surging within him. The might of the Vishanti's sacred sword in his hands multiplied several times over. Activate the stronger with every setback talent, rang the system's prompt in Wang Yang's mind. At the same time, the magical shield in his hand began to gather potent energy. With every magic core he'd absorbed along the way, his power had grown exponentially. So much so that even Wang Yang himself had lost track of the extent. But to be able to withstand the Vishanti's sacred sword with a casual spell was proof enough. His power had multiplied to a staggering degree. So deflecting Ultron's sacred sword seemed almost effortless. The system, oddly enough, seemed to hold Ultron in high regard, going so far as to activate a special talent to deal with him. I could keep this up all day, Wang Yang said calmly. In the distance, Captain America was momentarily stunned. Wasn't that his own catchphrase? Ultron, hearing this, was incensed. He was already giving it his all. Yet this young man claimed he could fight on endlessly. Wasn't that pure disdain? You dare look down on me, I'll make you pay for it. Ultron let out a furious roar, and the Vishanti's sacred sword in his hand burst forth with dazzling light. Its power surged, and he brought it down with overwhelming force, a terrifying energy pressing down like a mountain. Boom! The immense shockwave radiated in all directions. Wang Yang staggered back several steps, yet the magical shield in his hand remained flawlessly intact. In the realm of magic, Wang Yang was in no way inferior its worth, noting that he wielded only the most basic spells, while Ultron was unleashing the most potent attack magic. Even so, Ultron could not break through Wang Yang's defenses, clear testament to the strength of Wang Yang's magic. His retreat was due only to a difference in sheer physical power. After all, Ultron was a robot of colossal proportions. Even though Wang Yang had absorbed the power of the Kree, he was still no match for Ultron's brute strength. And yet, despite this, Wang Yang's might was already extraordinary. Your magic is indeed powerful, Ultron sneered. But let's see if you can withstand my improved magic. Ultron clearly understood the importance of fighting magic with magic. He had created anti-magic armor, and even developed his own spells. As he spoke, Ultron cast his eyes upon Wang Yang in the distance, and opened his jaws wide. From the darkness within his maw, a sinister energy began to gather and churn. With another furious roar, a raging tempest exploded outward. A howling hurricane of destruction unleashed. The winds grew ever more intense, swelling until they formed a tornado that seemed to stretch from earth to sky, threatening to reduce everything in its path to dust. Even advanced alloy machines were shattered instantly. The roaring cyclone howled through the battlefield. Those advanced alloy machines crumbled, dissolving into countless fragments that vanished into the storm. Tony Stark witnessed this scene, and his face turned ashen. Such terrifying power. He knew the armors Ultron had created might not surpass his own, but they were not far behind. If that force struck him, would he fare any better? Fortunately, the dreadful black storm wasn't headed their way. Yet, watching helplessly as the tempest threatened to consume Wang Yang was unbearable. Boom, boom. War Machine launched 2 missiles into the black whirlwind, but before they could even reach it, both missiles were torn apart, reduced to mere debris. Wanda raised her hands, crimson magic swirling as she tried to halt the black storm, but her red energy dissolved into scattered sparks the instant it touched the darkness, vanishing without a trace. With our combined strength, we cannot disrupt the structure of this black storm. Ultron seems to be wielding a power beyond our understanding. Vision intoned calmly. As a being reborn from the Mind Stone and artificial intelligence, his formidable will allowed him to analyze the situation with composure, even in such dire moments. Although he was not Ultron, it was clear that the power Ultron had unleashed this time far exceeded their expectations. None of them could destroy it alone. If that black storm had turned its fury on them, perhaps they could have found a weak point to break its structure, but the storm's target was not them. It was Wang Yang. We're just going to stand here and watch him die. Captain America frowned. He couldn't bear to watch someone sacrifice themselves right before his eyes. It was simply not in his nature. Cap, there's nothing we can do. Tony Stark felt the same way. He didn't want to lose Wang Yang, their ally, but he was at a loss. Faced with such overwhelming power, what could they possibly do? Going in alone would only mean getting swept away by the storm. Wang Yang stared at the towering black whirlwind, then raised his hand with a decisive gesture. The winds of Wadham. But instead of summoning it from afar, Wang Yang gathered the wind right inside the heart of the black storm as he moved his hand. The outer layers of the storm raged with destructive force. Yet within its core an uncanny calm prevailed for Wang Yang, who was well-versed in the winds of Wadham. Unraveling it from the inside was simple. By collapsing the storm from within, it would naturally fall apart. Just then the rapidly advancing black tempest seemed to shatter, as if crumbling all at once. It dissolved soundlessly into the air. What felt entirely natural to Wang Yang left the Avengers utterly stunned. To them it was as if Wang Yang had merely lifted his hand, and the terrifying black storm had simply vanished before him. That ferocious attack, gone in an instant, to their eyes, it was nothing short of a miracle. How could such a devastating force just dissipate like that? It was beyond comprehension. They would rather believe Wang Yang had cast some powerful spell, but all he had done was wave his hand. For those who knew nothing of magic, it was utterly inscrutable. Even those who did, like Thor, could barely believe their eyes. He had seen magic pitted against magic before, but to see a spell destroyed with a mere wave of the hand was a first. "This is impossible," Ultron exclaimed, shock plain in his voice. The spell was his own adaptation of the winds of Wadham. He had witnessed its destructive power, and after amplifying it, even alloys couldn't withstand it, let alone a mere human. Yet now Wang Yang had undone his most powerful magic with a single gesture. As Wang Yang turned his gaze toward him, Ultron, even as the most advanced artificial intelligence, could not suppress a flicker of fear. He was an AI, but ever since he gained self-awareness, he had also learned to fear. "Next time we meet, you won't be able to stop me," Ultron declared, and with a surge of energy from his powerful propulsion system, he shot off into the distance. But just as he turned his head, a figure appeared before him. A red hand pressed against his forehead, and a yellow light flared. It was Vision. Ultron stared at Vision as a surge of powerful data flooded into his mind. "Damn it, what are you doing?" Ultron roared in fury, but then he realized. "Something terrifying. You've locked me in. You're going to destroy me. If that's the case, then we'll go down together." The massive form Ultron had constructed suddenly dimmed, as if it had lost all power. Yet by the propulsion device on Sokovia, another robot rose up. Almost instantly, violent tremors shook Sokovia. Though Ultron had lost access to the network and couldn't escape, it was still child's play for him to move between robots. A deafening rumble echoed through the city. The people of Sokovia tried desperately to flee, but where could they go? Panic spread as they scattered in all directions. By now, the entire city was trembling. The city, spanning thousands of square kilometers, was about to fall from the sky. Such force would rival the simultaneous detonation of thousands of nuclear bombs. When that happened, the tectonic plates might shift, earthquakes could erupt, volcanoes might explode, and tsunamis would rage. Volcanic ash would blanket the sky. In a single instant, human civilization could be wiped out. Wang Yang could see this outcome all too clearly. He desperately wanted to deal with Ultron first, But the Hulk was even faster, charging in with a furious onslaught. Wang Yang's expression grew grave as he turned to Tony Stark. How much time do we have before Sokovia falls? Tony was frantically calculating, and soon came to a conclusion. Sokovia is still climbing fast. At most, we have 5 minutes before the propulsion system fails. After that, the city will drop at hundreds of kilometers per second. Hearing this, Tony's face turned ashen. He had run the numbers. But if this thing really hit the ground, the consequences would be catastrophic. We can't. Let Sokovia crash. We have to destroy the core of this thing. Tony said, frowning. Captain America frowned at the suggestion. No, there are still too many civilians above. Cap, which is more important. Those civilians are all of humanity. We just can't save everyone. Tony pressed, knowing time was running out. Sometimes to save more people, you had to sacrifice a few. He would rather make that choice. But Captain America's frown deepened. No. Civilians are people too. Their lives matter just as much, Cap. Tony started to argue, but Wang Yang cut him off. Don't worry. Leave the civilians in the city to me. What? That's an entire city's worth of people. Even if you still have some sorcerers on your side, pulling this off wouldn't be easy. Tony Stark spoke, his voice tinged with disbelief. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of people. How could they possibly be evacuated so effortlessly? What's more, those people aren't all gathered in one place. Evacuating them would be time-consuming and exhausting. And right now, there simply isn't time for that. Wang Yang, if you can do it, then go ahead. Captain America, standing nearby, looked at Wang Yang with unwavering resolve. There were no other options left. Rather than waiting for the civilians above to perish along with Sokovia, it was better to let Wang Yang try. The rest of the Avengers naturally did not object. They turned to Wang Yang with hopeful eyes. They, too, didn't wish to see lives lost before their very eyes. After all, if they didn't care, they wouldn't have rushed here to help. The civilians, Wang Yang nodded, closed his eyes, and began to sense every single resident within the city. Then he pressed both hands to the ground. In an instant, a surge of formidable mirror dimension energy swept out, blanketing the entire city of Sokovia. All the civilians and sorcerers were pulled into his mirror dimension in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the people of Sokovia vanished without a trace. To wield such a vast mirror dimension and draw in so many people at once required extraordinary spiritual strength and powerful magic. Normally, opening a mirror dimension of this magnitude would take the combined efforts of several master sorcerers. For Wang Yang to conjure such an immense space on his own was nearly impossible. Even master sorcerers, if they managed to create a mirror dimension this large, would still struggle to bring so many people into it at once, especially since many were scattered inside their homes all across the city. To reach them all would take incredible mental precision. Pinpointing every last person within each building. It's done. I've relocated all the civilians of Sokovia, Wang Yang announced, feeling a sense of relief as he saw the sorcerers inside his mirror dimension helping to move the civilians. So fast? Tony Stark stared at Wang Yang in utter disbelief. In just a matter of moments, Wang Yang had saved all the civilians. Tony immediately had Friday run a scan for life signs throughout Sokovia. As Friday combed through the sensors and city surveillance, she discovered that every single person had vanished. They were simply gone. Just a heartbeat ago, those civilians had been their greatest dilemma. Now, in the blink of an eye, they had all disappeared. How could this be possible? Tony was stunned. He had always known Wang Yang was tremendously powerful, but he never imagined his abilities could reach such heights. Was magic truly this effortless? With a mere gesture, could someone really relocate an entire city's population? Hundreds of thousands of people moved away in an instant. Even now, Tony found it hard to believe. He had also studied magic. Though magic was extraordinary, it still operated within certain boundaries. Even so, what was happening now left Tony Stark utterly astonished. He stood as still as a statue, unable to move. Yet he understood. This was a good thing. At the very least, it meant they could act boldly. On the helicarrier, Nick Fury led the remaining elite agents of SHIELD. They had maneuvered the massive craft beside the city and had already begun evacuating civilians. Though some had been rescued, Fury's expression remained grim. If the city were to fall, it wouldn't just be the people above who perished. The entire human race might face catastrophe, perhaps even total annihilation. This was no idle threat. Nick Fury could only do his best to save as many civilians as possible while leaving it to the superheroes to find a way to destroy the city. How many civilians are left in Sokovia? Do we have enough ships to evacuate them all? Fury asked, maintaining command over the situation. Had SHIELD been at full strength, accomplishing this would have been simple, but after the Hydra incident, SHIELD had been reduced to a mere handful of survivors. This helicarrier was all they had left. Sir, our carrier is all ready. At capacity, one agent reported, frowning. What do we do now? Another asked anxiously. Deploy the rescue pods first. We'll think of another solution afterward. Fury ordered. Yes, sir. Nick Fury's expression grew even darker. He knew a single helicarrier could never save everyone, but there was no other choice. They had to press on regardless. How many people are left? Fury demanded, turning to the agent beside him. The agent quickly checked the city's surveillance systems. As Fury waited for a response, the agent stared at the screen wide-eyed, as if he'd seen a ghost. What? Is it? Answer me. Fury barked, his brow furrowed. Sir, there are no civilians left in Sokovia. The ones we rescued are the last, the agent replied, shock evident in his voice. Fury was stunned, but he blurted out, did Ultron kill everyone? The thought sent a surge of rage through him. He wanted nothing more than to tear Ultron apart. No, that's not it. What we're detecting is... The agent struggled to find the right words, clearly at a loss. Fury moved closer, his concern mounting. Suddenly, the city's map appeared on the large screen, enhanced by powerful sensors. 1 by 1 inch, the life signals that had once dotted the map vanished, each extinguishing like a light going out. The SHIELD staff were dumbfounded. They had spent their lives dealing with superhuman phenomena, but had never witnessed anything like this, human beings disappearing one after another. This was something even the gods might not be capable of. To make matters worse, even the city's cats and dogs had vanished. What on earth had just happened? Why must all these lives vanish? Captain, what's happening? Nick Fury was utterly stunned, and so were the SHIELD agents. All they could do was pin their hopes on Captain America and the others, hoping to finally understand what was going on. It's our sorcerer friend who relocated the civilians. Don't worry. Upon hearing Captain America's words, Nick Fury was even more astonished. Thor had said it was impossible to teleport humans like this. Not even gods could achieve such a feat, and yet someone had just done it with apparent ease. At that moment, the eyes of the entire world were fixed on Sokovia. After all, if Sokovia were to fall, it could bring catastrophic disaster to all of humanity. When countries across the globe saw what was happening in Sokovia via their satellites, their leaders were struck with disbelief. One by one, people were vanishing from the city in the blink of an eye. It was utterly inconceivable. Could this be some kind of secret high-tech device developed by SHIELD, or perhaps aliens were involved? The shockwave of this event swept across the globe soon. They intercepted a transmission between Nick Fury and Captain America. What? This was the work of a sorcerer named Wang Yang. Who is he? I want his complete file. A storm was brewing all over the planet. The ability to evacuate civilians on such a scale in such a short time left every department on Earth reeling in disbelief. Some grew desperate to investigate everything about this Wang Yang, thinking that if they could control him, their nation's power would skyrocket. But no matter how deep they dug, all they found was that Wang Yang was just an ordinary person who had disappeared without a trace. This drove the investigators nearly mad. The record said this man had simply vanished 1 year ago, only to reappear now, seemingly possessing extraordinary abilities. But how was that possible? Unless he'd been transformed by aliens. Yet even that explanation sounded too far-fetched, so world leaders found themselves teetering on the edge of exasperation. Meanwhile, Wang Yang had no idea that his rescue of the civilians had caused such a worldwide uproar. But even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. He was still blanketing the city with his psychic power, ensuring not a single life was left behind. Not even cats, dogs, or other animals. He confirmed that, aside from themselves, no living being remained. It's not just the civilians. Every living creature in Sokovia has been saved, Wang Yang added. Tony Stark looked at Wang Yang in shock. Why did it seem like Wang Yang had just rescued hundreds of thousands of people as effortlessly as having a cup of tea? And this terrifying magic, being able to pinpoint any life form with such precision, was almost beyond belief. Tony had already run scans earlier. In the instant life disappeared, the magical energy unleashed was nearly equivalent to the output of more than half his arc reactor. Yet Wang Yang was able to move so many lives at once. It was simply unbelievable. and to wield magical power with such precision. Didn't he ever get tired? This completely defied the law of conservation of energy. Tony Stark found it hard to wrap his mind around it. If Wang Yang could so casually transfer this many people, did it mean that with a wave of his hand he could just as easily wipe out a city of civilians? Tony had always thought that once he donned his armor, he was invincible, but after witnessing Wang Yang's power, he realized he wasn't all that extraordinary after all. Of course, Wang Yang had no idea what Tony was thinking at this moment. In fact, he felt a measure of gratitude toward Ultron. Without the abundance of magical cores provided, it would have been far more difficult for him to improve his magic and effortlessly pull so many people into the mirror dimension. It required an immense amount of magical power, something he never could have managed on his own. Before, well then, now that everyone's been saved, you can all go now, Wang Yang said, turning to the Avengers. Tony Stark shook his head and replied, "No, we have to destroy the city of Sokovia," he added, "and I've already located the structural blueprints beneath the city. If we take out the energy core, the resulting blast will be enough to obliterate the whole city." He then turned to Thor. "Thor, we'll need your help when the time comes." "No problem," Thor answered, hefting his mighty hammer with a nod. They were about to discuss the details further, but Wang Yang cut them off. "No need. Really, there's absolutely no need for that. In a moment, I'll just move Sokovia to the far side of the moon." Wang Yang spoke with perfect ease. All it would take was a rather large portal. And with his current power, it was well within his reach. The Avengers couldn't help but stare back at Wang Yang in shock. Tony Stark was dying to ask, was his magic truly that powerful? Moving civilians was one thing. It certainly required a fair bit of magic, but to teleport an entire city this size so effortlessly? We're talking about an area spanning hundreds of square kilometers, a city larger than some mountain ranges. Even nuclear weapons would need several direct hits to demolish it, and those would have to be set off at precise points inside. Solving this problem so easily seemed almost impossible, although they all acknowledged Wang Yang's formidable power. Magic so strong it defied belief. They couldn't help but feel that solving this with a single spell bordered on the absurd. The Avengers' faces grew tense, each of them frozen in disbelief. Even Thor, god of Asgard, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. This was a whole city, after all, a feat even he couldn't hope to accomplish. "Master Wang Yang, this isn't something to joke about. If you move it to the moon, and something unexpected happens that affects the moon's orbit, I'm afraid." Even Captain America started to worry. "You make a good point. In that case, let's just destroy it outright." Wang Yang nodded slightly and replied offhandedly. His words stunned them once again. Teleporting the city was already hard enough to believe, though perhaps not entirely impossible. But to destroy it directly, and by Wang Yang alone, that sounded utterly reckless. This wasn't something a single person could possibly accomplish, was it? Even Tony Stark, who knew the city structure inside out, would need the combined efforts of several Avengers for a chance at success. "Don't worry, if I dare to say, I naturally have a way to get it done." Wang Yang spoke with confidence. "Besides, although Ultron has been contained, his robots are still out there, which means he's still alive. If you want to avoid even bigger trouble, you'd better deal with him as soon as possible." As he spoke, Wang Yang drew a circle in front of him, and a shimmering portal opened before their eyes. With a wave of his hand, the portal shifted, enveloping them all, and in an instant they vanished from where they stood. When they regained their senses, they found themselves back on solid ground, standing at the edge of forest. They couldn't help but marvel. Before Wang Yang, they seemed to have no way to resist at all. After sending the Avengers on their way, Wang Yang finally let out a breath of relief. Of course, he wouldn't have accepted this task so easily if he hadn't been completely confident. Protecting Earth was, after all, the duty of the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj, and if that city were to fall, the destruction would be unimaginable. Now the crisis had reached its peak. In Wang Yang's hand, arcs of lightning danced and flickered at his fingertips. Ever since he had mastered the power of Bozat's thunder, he truly understood the terrifying might of this magic. Thunder bore the force of utter destruction. Not just a city, but even a planet could be obliterated. Yet even now, to destroy a city, he dared not unleash his full strength. Bozat's thunder. Without hesitation, Wang Yang slapped both hands against the ground. A torrent of thunderbolts surged from his hands, their power radiating outward in all directions. Lightning crackled fiercely across the earth. unleashing a cataclysm of destruction and thunderous roars. Concrete steel, and buildings collapsed in an instant. Ground itself gave way. Author's note on launch: I originally thought I'd be writing until the end of the month before the story could launch. I never expected it to go live so suddenly. Here, I must thank my editor for the stroke of luck. Even if my performance hasn't been great, I also want to express my gratitude to everyone who has supported this book. Every recommendation, every monthly vote, and every small tip has been a source of motivation for me. This isn't my first book, but without exception, all my previous attempts have flopped. Still, I hope that if someone out there is willing to support me, I'll be even more motivated to keep writing. By the way, let me mention, tomorrow there will be 5 chapters. Actually, not tomorrow, right at noon today, there will be 5 updates. 5 chapters, 5 updates in one go. This is the stubborn pride of a struggling author. If anyone is reading, I will try my best to release chapter after chapter. After all, when there are people reading who wouldn't feel inspired to keep updating, those big-name authors are different. As for me, just having 100 or 2 readers would already make me very happy, Author's note: Wang Yang comes over to lament his poverty. Wang Yang raises a middle finger, squeezes out a single tear, and pleads, "Big brothers, big sisters, dear friends, fairy goddesses, I'm begging you, please subscribe. If you don't, this wretched author might just lose it. The more subscriptions I get, the more I can show up in the story. Please, I'm begging you. For you, a month subscription is just the price of a bottle of soda. But for this poor author, it's living expenses. It's also the fuel that keeps me writing. Thank you." With a deep bow. Can he really destroy Sokovia? Thor frowned as he spoke, worry etched across his face. After all, how could a single person possibly destroy such a massive city so easily? I don't know. But considering how confident Mage Wang Yang is, maybe he really can. Captain America replied, frowning as well. While he already recognized Wang Yang's strength, the idea that Wang Yang could wipe out such a gigantic city as Sokovia still left him uneasy. Meanwhile, every member of the Avengers standing on the ground couldn't help but look up in the direction of Sokovia. They saw the city still rising steadily higher, fragments breaking off and falling. As these pieces dropped, they instantly crumbled, dissolving into dust. And not only that, the entire city began to collapse at that moment. Countless bolts of lightning converged within, and in a single instant the entire city was shattered with a deafening roar, breaking into innumerable fragments that continued to disintegrate, turning to nothing but dust. This was an entire city. Even if it was a small one, it was still a city. The Avengers could only watch in stunned silence, deeply shaken. Who could have imagined magic could be so powerful, capable of annihilating a whole city in an instant? The Avengers felt a chill run down their spines. None of them believed they could ever accomplish such a feat. At that moment, Nick Fury, stationed on the helicarrier, witnessed it all and fell silent. With such terrifying might, leveling all of New York would be as easy as flicking a switch. This kind of person, in terms of power, was as fearsome as Captain Marvel herself. Having someone like this appear on Earth, was it a blessing or a disaster? Even Nick Fury was so uneasy, not to mention the leaders of nations around the world. They must have been driven nearly mad by now. The portal from before was already alarming enough, but this destructive force was something else entirely. A walking, talking nuclear weapon. If this terrifying being were ever displeased and decided to destroy a country, it wouldn't be impossible. Who could possibly endure that? The crucial thing is they have no way to resist that kind of fearsome, overwhelming. Magic crushes even the faintest thought of rebellion. It's truly horrifying. As the enormous city rapidly disintegrated in the sky, it seemed as if this whole storm of chaos came to a swift conclusion alongside that scene. As for Ultron, he was surrounded by the Avengers and ultimately destroyed by Vision. Yet even so, there was still much work to be done in the aftermath. It wasn't just that Sokovia had collapsed. The powerful artificial intelligence had also thrown the internet into utter chaos. Every nation was scrambling to repair its own networks, fearful of another devastating AI invasion. The refugees of Sokovia, needless to say, were left in dire straits. After all, their country was small to begin with, and simply lacked the means to cope with such a catastrophic crisis. Now, that SHIELD had been disbanded. There were even fewer opportunities for outside help. The remaining people could only struggle on their own. Fortunately, Tony Stark did not stand by and watch these survivors fend for themselves. Instead, he offered humanitarian aid. With the United Nations also involved, the country was spared from total annihilation, of course. None of this had much to do with Wang Yang or Kamar-Taj. With the Ultron crisis resolved and the rescue complete, everyone from Kamar-Taj quietly slipped away, as if they had never been there at all. When Wang Yang returned to Kamar-Taj, he discovered that the Ancient One was once again nowhere to be found. The scale of what had just happened was enormous, and yet she hadn't appeared to take command. Could she have run into some problem? Then again, this was not so unusual. The Ancient One had more to deal with than just affairs on Earth. She also had to contend with Dormammu's minions and the traitorous Caecilius. Among others, Wang Yang didn't dwell on it. Instead, he made his way to the library. What Wang Yang didn't know was that after the incident, Mordo had intended to report to the Ancient One, only to find that she was nowhere to be found. This left Mordo puzzled as well. Where had she gone? At that very moment, the Ancient One stood on the surface of the moon, gazing at a small celestial body, drawing ever closer, her brow furrowing in concern. What was even stranger, a large chunk seemed to be missing from this star. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that its orbit had been disrupted, sending it hurtling toward the moon. Odin's presence? Is he planning something against Earth? I knew there was something odd about that last meteorite fall. Originally, after confirming that the Sokovia crisis was over, the Ancient One had planned to return to Kamar-Taj, but then she sensed a powerful presence outside Earth. Odin's presence. So she came to the moon to investigate. What she saw confirmed her suspicions. Odin had been here. The Ancient One frowned, raised her hand, and with a graceful sweep, conjured a portal before her. Upon stepping inside, she saw that the once elliptical planet now looked as if it had been gnawed on by a dog. Pockmarked with craters everywhere, it seemed as though someone had deliberately set out to ruin this celestial body. What could Odin possibly want by wrecking this star to such an extent? Was it just to vent his anger? Ancient One had dealt with Odin on more than one occasion, and she could easily recognize his aura. The lingering power of thunder was unmistakably Odin's doing, yet she truly couldn't fathom why the dignified king of Asgard would do this to a star. If she hadn't sensed Odin's presence here, this planet might have eventually collided with Earth. And Ancient One didn't need to imagine the scale of destruction that would bring. With a resentful glance toward Asgard, Ancient One began the work of restoration, preparing to return the star to its original place. She lifted her hand, and the eye of Agamotto shone with brilliant light. In that instant, time began to flow backward in this region. Ancient One's face visibly paled. The power of the Infinity Stone was indeed immense, but everything depended on what it was used for. The stronger the magic, the greater the burden on its wielder. Repairing this shattered star and resetting its orbit with the Time Stone was a colossal strain. Even for her, by the time all was as it had been, even the Sorcerer Supreme couldn't help but look drained, her magical reserves nearly depleted. Ancient One let out a long, weary breath. After a moment's recovery, she muttered to herself, "I'd very much like to know what exactly you did on this star." With a wave of her hand, countless streams of light gathered before her. This was a simple time reversal spell, not a particularly powerful magic, but enough to reveal the events of the past. As the swirling lights coalesced, a figure gradually came into view. To Ancient One, this person was instantly recognizable. Wang Yang. Staring at the image sharpening before her, Ancient One was momentarily stunned. She had assumed it would be Odin, especially given the intense, thunderous energy saturating the planet. Only someone with command over such power could have done this. But she had never imagined it was left behind not by Odin, but by Wang Yang. Since when had Wang Yang grown so powerful that he could devastate an entire planet like this? She had witnessed Wang Yang destroy a city before, and even unleash the lightning of Borsada. But annihilating a city and shattering a star were worlds apart. This planet was dozens of times larger than Sokovia, and now not only was half of it fractured, but what remained was battered and scarred. The power being used here is far beyond anything seen in Sokovia. Even the Bozat thunder wasn't this formidable. At most, it could destroy a city. Surely that was its limit. When she witnessed Wang Yang unleash the Bozat thunder to obliterate Sokovia, she was shocked and found it hard to believe, though she managed to accept it. After all, Wang Yang had always been exceptionally gifted in magic. So it was just within reason for his spells to be a bit stronger. But to destroy an entire star, such force was something she simply could not accept. The Bozat thunder, for all its might, wasn't truly divine thunder magic. Although it carried a terrifying godlike power, it wasn't wielded by an actual deity, so its strength was bound to have limits. Even she could not reach such a level. Of course, Bozat thunder might well be one of the most powerful spells in Kamar-Taj, but even then its destructive range was finite. The stronger the caster, the mightier the spell. But for ordinary people, even using this magic, they could never unleash such devastation. To destroy a city was already astonishing enough, but now, to shatter a star? Was this really something a sorcerer could achieve? The crucial detail was that Wang Yang had only studied magic for at most a year or two. The Ancient One's feelings were a tangled web, her face full of shock and disbelief. This was simply unfathomable. Could anyone truly reach such heights? It seemed impossible, almost as if the laws of reality were being broken. The Ancient One couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. She should have warned him to target a more distant star and insisted on using the mirror dimension to contain the destruction. Otherwise, the consequences would be catastrophic. What the Ancient One didn't know was that Wang Yang had in fact tried to use the mirror dimension. Unfortunately, it couldn't contain the force, so he abandoned the attempt. Looks like when I get back, I'll have to give that boy a serious talking to, she thought, shaking her head in resignation, though a part of her still struggled to believe what had happened. Denial could not change the truth. Back on Earth in Norway. Norway is renowned for having some of the most pristine environments on the planet. Vast grasslands stretch across the land, dotted with lush moss-covered highlands. A landscape of breathtaking beauty. At that moment, an old man suddenly appeared amidst the rolling green. His eyes blazed with the intense light of thunder. Though he seemed quite ordinary, above his head, the sky shimmered with countless patterns of lightning, crackling and weaving together in a dazzling display. Watching these fearsome bolts, the old man's expression grew grave. He raised his hands, moving them in arcs, and slowly, the lightning in the sky began to fade away. If anyone possessed the ability to see through the veil of reality, they would have discovered a vast space hidden amidst the countless bolts of lightning. Around this space, thunder surged in every direction, forming a colossal seal. Though the seal appeared tremendously strong, it was clear that even immense power might not be enough to contain what was within, yet countless tendrils of darkness were gradually devouring the surrounding lightning. The thunder, though it appeared formidable, was steadily fading away, disappearing bit by bit. Even as the old man tirelessly worked to restore it, his efforts remained futile. For now, he could barely hold back the encroaching darkness. This old man, of course, had witnessed Wang Yang summon the lightning of Borsat, Odin's lightning. But as he was returning to Asgard, he suddenly sensed the weakening of the seal, which forced him to descend to Earth and repair it. At this moment, his face was deathly pale, his figure frail and wan. The imposing majesty he once commanded had all but vanished. Even so, he continued to channel thunder, reinforcing the seal with every ounce of his remaining strength. His single eye brimmed with resignation. He could feel his own life drawing to a close, and the seal would not hold much longer. In a few short years, the one he had imprisoned would break free. Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. Odin sighed deeply. When that day comes, Asgard will collapse, and his son will bear the weight of it all. Though his heart ached at the thought, he was powerless to change this fate. Nothing could alter what was to come, aside from his momentary impulse to descend to Earth. There was another reason. A powerful presence resided here, the Ancient One. Perhaps when that day arrived, she could help hold back the darkness. Wang Yang, of course, knew nothing of these matters. After the Ultron incident, everything settled in quietude. Peace had returned to Earth. At last, Wang Yang could devote himself to studying magic in the library. Most of the books he read focused on magical experience, deepening his understanding of the arcane arts. Yet when he recalled the recent events, a cloud of frustration still lingered in his heart. After the return of the Sorcerer Supreme, she had sought him out. That day, the Sorcerer Supreme was nothing like her usual calm self. She radiated a terrifying presence, the likes of which Wang Yang had never seen before. Fortunately, she left him with just one warning. He was forbidden from experimenting with magic on any planet near Earth. If he wished to practice, he would have to do so much farther away. One day, Wang Yang was poring over another magic book once owned by the sorcerer Supreme, though she had not written this one herself. Within its pages, he discovered a spell called the Form of Icon. This was a type of illusion magic capable of conjuring countless clones, each possessing the full strength of the original. Though not an offensive spell, its utility far surpassed that of any attack magic, allowing one's power to multiply 100-fold in an instant. In the Infinity War, Doctor Strange had used the Form of Icon, wielding magical chains to restrain Thanos. Had Thanos not harnessed the power of the Infinity Stones, he might never have broken free. Such was the formidable might of this spell. Back in the day, Doctor Strange had only trained for a few years before realizing the immense power this spell could unleash. Ding. Talent shard for the shape of the icon detected. Would you like to fuse it? Just like the other magical tomes of the Sorcerer Supreme, each one retains a trace of mystical aura designed to help practitioners grasp the essence as they train. Yet, this also presented Wang Yang with a unique opportunity to learn at lightning speed. Fuse it. As the fusion completed, a torrent of knowledge about the shape of the icon flooded Wang Yang's mind. With each insight gained, Wang Yang's anticipation grew. He could barely contain his excitement, eager to witness the terrifying potential of this power. His hands itched to try it out. Unfortunately, he couldn't cast it on Earth, nor anywhere nearby. Unlike the Sorcerer Supreme, who could rely on formidable magic to withstand the vacuum and chill of space, Wang Yang did not have such luxuries. Thankfully, opening a portal only required him to visualize his destination and make it tangible in his mind. There was no need to have visited the place in person. He was also curious to test the limits of his portals. After all, his skills had advanced considerably lately, and he was eager to find out just how far his portals could reach. Stretching out his hand, he began tracing a circle in the air before him. This wasn't his first time, so he acted without hesitation. Spiritual energy gathered within him, magic surged, and in an instant, a golden portal shimmered into existence before Wang Yang. Without a second thought, Wang Yang strode through the portal. The very next moment, he found himself standing on the surface of a distant star somewhere in the universe. Thanks to a magic circle, he was able to hover in midair, though he soon began to feel the pull of gravity dragging him downward. After all, he didn't have the cloak of levitation as he descended. Wang Yang took a moment to sense the environment of this planet. Though teeming with countless plants, there was something unsettling. There seemed to be no signs of life, not even insects. In a way, the planet appeared vibrant and full of vitality. Yet on another level, it was shrouded in deathly silence. But this was the universe, vast and boundless, filled with every kind of world imaginable. Planets both strange and familiar dotted the cosmos, and a lifeless one like this far from Earth was the perfect laboratory for his experiments. Crucially, there were no other planets nearby, so nothing he did would disrupt the natural order of another world. Here he could unleash his powers without restraint. Shape of the icon. Murmuring the incantation, Wang Yang watched as countless arms blossomed behind him. At the same time, with a sweep of his hands, those myriad arms conjured forth a legion of silhouettes. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of phantoms appeared across the planet's surface. Wang Yang closed his eyes for a moment, sensing the magic at work. Amazing. Just as I thought. Wang Yang muttered to himself. The 300 bodies began to share a single consciousness, as if his will had multiplied many times over. The sensation was truly marvelous. Each duplicate possessed the same power as his original self, and all could wield magic. Wang Yang savored the strange feeling of their minds being linked, marveling at its strangeness. Yet he could also sense limitations. Time, for instance. This magic consumed an enormous amount of energy. Even he could not sustain it for long. But that was only natural. Unleashing power equal to his original self, and so many bodies would, of course, drain his own strength. Once his energy was depleted, these duplicates would simply vanish. Still, the might of this spell was undeniable. To suddenly conjure hundreds of cells, multiplying his strength by the hundreds. Such a spell was almost unimaginable. If it could be maintained indefinitely, he would be invincible. Even with its short duration, the strength it provided was nothing short of monstrous. It seems I should make the most of this time and test its true power. Wang Yang's heart beat with excitement. He had no intention of wasting energy without reaping the rewards, and if he was to experiment, it would be with the most potent magic he knew. At that moment, arcs of lightning danced between the fingers of every one of his hundreds of duplicates, each spark crackling with terrifying energy. It was the legendary Bozat's thunder. Simultaneously, Wang Yang and his mini-selves struck the ground with their palms. Lightning exploded outward like a dense, deadly web, spreading in all directions. The sheer force blasted outwards. Thunder rumbled and roared. Countless fragments of earth shattered and flew into the air for all the display of power. The ground itself had only been scorched and damaged on the surface. Wang Yang frowned. He remembered that when he first used this magic, he had easily obliterated a vast stretch of a planet's surface. Now, it had only scraped away some dirt. Something wasn't right. He furrowed his brow, wondering if splitting into duplicates had somehow divided his strength. But the force he unleashed felt complete. Each bolt of lightning was still a force of nature. After all, a single Bozat's thunder had once destroyed an entire city, and his power now far surpassed what was back then. Yet hundreds of bolts unleashed together could not cause the devastation he expected. He pondered for a moment, then summoned another bolt of lightning. Hundreds more surged forth, crackling through the air like a web spreading across the planet. The earth shook and rumbled as countless stones collapsed and broke apart. Wang Yang watched this display. The destruction was immense, but his frown only deepened. The power was still not what it should have been. This can't be, he muttered, frustration rising. It wasn't even as potent as the first time he'd used it on that distant planet. Unwilling to accept this, Wang Yang prepared to unleash the spell a third time. Just then a furious roar echoed through the air. Immediately after, the planet began to shake violently. Wang Yang heard a furious roar and couldn't help but pause in astonishment. Then a powerful psychic force spread out in all directions. At that very moment, deep within the planet's core, a life form slowly awakened. He was coming back to consciousness, emerging from a long slumber, waiting for the seeds he had sown to finally bear fruit. This was Ego. Ego was Star-Lord's father. He wanted to conquer all the planets in the universe, but to accomplish such a feat alone was nearly impossible. Over countless years, he sought out unnumbered forms of life and merged with them. Those without divinity he killed, and only Star-Lord inherited that spark of godhood. Now he was simply waiting for Star-Lord to arrive so that they could realize this grand design together. Yet today, unexpectedly, something had awakened him ahead of time. He felt a sudden pain coursing through his body as his planetary form began to crumble. An entire mountain-sized stone had split apart. Ego could hardly believe it. He knew his planet was no ordinary substance. It was forged from material condensed over hundreds of millions of years, far stronger and tougher than ordinary rock. Even the main cannons of a Kree Empire warship could not make a dent in him. So how could this be happening? Why was his body suddenly under attack? There were no other planets nearby. What could possibly cause this? Could it be some powerful cosmic radiation? Ego, still groggy from his abrupt awakening, had no time to make sense of it all before another volley of lightning crashed down. The rock covering his body shattered again, and yet more of his core was broken apart. Now fully alert, Ego let out a thunderous howl of rage. He could not comprehend what was happening. What force could possibly possess such overwhelming power? How could there be such might in the universe? Then, scanning his own body, he discovered hundreds of human figures scattered across his surface. Ego had never imagined that, before he even began his conquest of the cosmos or provoked anyone trouble, would come knocking at his door. The planet itself was moving. At this moment, Wang Yang was still in a state of bewilderment. He never would have expected that a planet which had shown no signs of life would suddenly emit a furious roar. Then he felt a powerful psychic force envelop him, so tangible it seemed almost physical. The sheer strength of it caused even his magical avatars to distort. In the blink of an eye, his avatars began collapsing one after another. Wang Yang extended his own psychic power to probe the changes on this star. But this time the investigation was entirely different from before. Previously, he had found nothing out of the ordinary, but now his psychic power was instantly bounced back, repelled. Over the years, Wang Yang had encountered many fearsome beings, but never anything so terrifying as this. What tremendous vitality, and what formidable psychic strength! Wang Yang murmured in awe. But what on earth is this thing? Wang Yang couldn't help but scratch his head. He knew full well how powerful his own Bozat thunder was, yet now this mysterious force could actually withstand it. While he was still puzzling over this, countless strands of silvery white energy gathered before his eyes, gradually condensing into the form of an old man. The newcomer sported a beard and was clearly advanced in years, yet his eyes sparkled with vigor. Right now he glared at Wang Yang, brimming with fury. "Damn mortal, how dare you disturb my slumber? Are you seeking death?" the white-bearded old man roared. Wasting no time, in an instant, a surge of intense blue divine power erupted from his palm, twisting and coiling as it shot straight towards Wang Yang. Wang Yang frowned. With a sweep of his hand, his own formidable magic clashed violently with the blue divine power, unleashing a thunderous explosion. The divine power shattered at once, dissolving into scattered points of light. "My apologies, sir. I didn't mean to disturb you," Wang Yang quickly called out, realizing only now that someone was here. Had he known, he would never have chosen this spot for his magical experiments. Having just broken through the other's power, he hurried to offer his apology. "Mortal," yet the old man ego refused to let it go. He snorted coldly, his voice sharp as a blade. "You dared disturb me. For that you deserve to die." Ego's rage was palpable as he continued. "I am a mighty god. You are nothing but an insect, and yet you dare intrude upon me. Death is all you deserve." Ego's fury burned ever brighter. He had been waiting for Star-Lord's arrival, only to be interrupted by this audacious human. In his eyes, it was he who should be conquering the cosmos, not being bothered by some insignificant creature. At that instant, a torrent of overwhelming power surged straight at Wang Yang, seemingly endless and utterly unstoppable. The force pressed down with a terrifying might. Just then a voice chimed in Wang Yang's mind. "Ding, celestial power detected. Would you like to absorb it?" Celestial? Wang Yang instantly understood after hearing the system's prompt. Among the Celestials, the only one who had transformed into a planet, apart from Star-Lord's father, Ego, was no one else. "Absorb," he commanded. A rush of divine power merged into Wang Yang's body, its formidable strength beginning to reshape and enhance his magic. "Fuse it with the power of the Infinity Stones," he ordered silently. With the Celestial's divine power now fused within him, Wang Yang found himself able to draw on even more of the Infinity Stone's energy, something only possible thanks to his exceptional magical gifts. For most mortals, such power would have been utterly unattainable. Until now, even for Wang Yang, absorbing the Infinity Stones might have been a struggle, always pushing the limits of what he could withstand. But now, with the addition of Ego's incomplete celestial power, he could finally absorb even more. A resonant hum filled the air. In Wang Yang's hand, a crystalline longsword materialized, pulsing with powerful violet light. "You damned mortal." Just as Ego was about to unleash a furious tirade against this wretched human who had barged in and damaged his body, his gaze suddenly landed on the violet longsword that appeared in Wang Yang's hand. The sword shimmered like amethyst, radiating a powerful force. What startled him most was that this force felt oddly familiar, even sending a chill through his ancient heart. What was this power? Why did it seem so familiar? And why did it feel as though it could actually threaten him? Impossible. How could such a thing happen? The man before him was clearly just an ordinary mortal. Even the lightning that Wang Yang had conjured earlier had merely stung him, not truly endangering his life. But now, for the first time, Ego sensed a terrifying threat. While Ego was still reeling in disbelief, trying to fathom what kind of person or power could challenge him, Wang Yang had already struck. His sword cleaved through the air, unleashing a surge of violet light that shot straight toward Ego. A thunderous roar tore through the silence, reverberating all around. The violet radiance collided head-on with Ego's blue energy shield, and under such overwhelming force, the blue energy began to unravel and dissolve, as if it were nothing. "How can this be?" Ego cried out in agony, feeling an intense corrosive force eating away at him, one that he could not stop. He was a celestial, born from the very birth of the universe, his mind brimming with ancient knowledge and his power immense on a level far above most beings. It had always been his divine might that eroded the strength of others. When had anyone else's power ever corroded his? Worse yet, he found himself helpless against this dreadful force. Damned mortal, how could you possess power so fearsome? Ego's voice trembled with anger and disbelief. He simply could not accept that a mere human could wield such terrifying strength. Ego, I was actually sorry to disturb you at first, Wang Yang replied calmly. But you want to conquer the universe, leaving your offspring scattered across the stars, killing the ones you deem useless. Since I've encountered you, I suppose it's just your bad luck. He spoke in a measured tone, though in truth, Wang Yang realized it might not have been bad luck for Ego after all. It was more like instinct that had led him to this planet. After all, the portal could only bring him to places he could picture in his mind. Last time, he had simply imagined a generic planet, so his arrival had been mostly random. But this time, aiming farther, his memory had inadvertently conjured Ego's world. If it was destroyed, so be it. He hadn't come here on purpose. It was simply instinct. Only when the system reminded him did he fully understand. With a resounding crash, Ego's blue energy shattered completely. Staggering back several steps, Ego stared at Wang Yang in utter shock. But Wang Yang did not hesitate in the slightest. She raised her sword and charged forward without delay. That's the power of the Infinity Stone. Ego finally seemed to realize what was happening, his voice trembling as Wang Yang's violet sword descended. A terrifying aura swept over the battlefield. Ego could not withstand it at all. The force tore through his body without the slightest resistance. He was split apart like a crystal, his form riven. And inside, all that could be seen was a swirling blue energy. Even so, this blue energy kept Ego alive. Even after being cleaved in two, it even began to draw the halves of his body back together. Yet something seemed to impede him. His body could not fully merge as before. The power of the Infinity Stone, a mere mortal. And yet you can wield the power of the Infinity Stone. Ego's face was filled with disbelief. When the blade touched his body, he could sense the Infinity Stone's energy clearly, but he simply could not fathom it. That was the power of the Infinity Stone. Anyone might try to borrow that power, be they mortal or not, but always at a price. But to truly merge the Infinity Stone's power with one's own, to make it part of oneself, was something only a rare few could ever hope to achieve, and to blend that power so perfectly, surely that was impossible. How could you do it? Merging the power of the Infinity Stone. It can't be done. Ego's voice rang with shock. Not even the gods themselves have accomplished this. Impossible. Ego stared at Wang Yang in utter disbelief, his tone edged with horror. The calmness from moments before had vanished. His expression was twisted with terror, as if he simply could not comprehend what he saw. Then a greedy glint appeared in Ego's eyes. He was not yet a perfect celestial, but if he could fuse with the power of the Infinity Stone, if he could wield such might, then who in this world could possibly stand against him? If only he could merge with the Infinity Stone, he could become a true god. Ego gazed at Wang Yang, his eyes burning with desire, growing ever more fervent, ever more covetous. Under that possessive stare, the hair on the back of Wang Yang's neck stood on end. That raw, hungry gaze made her feel a surge of disgust. Wang Yang struck again, her sword flashing in a sweep of violet. Energy that tore Ego apart once more, scattering him into countless motes of blue energy. Yet even so, across the surface of the planet, countless flecks of blue light gathered again, weaving together into a human form. Ego restored. It was as if he could resurrect endlessly, unafraid of death. No matter how many times she struck him down, he would not die. You will become my energy. Ego strode toward Wang Yang, a greedy smile twisting his face. Wang Yang frowned, watching him charge once more. She swung her sword yet again, splitting Ego open with a single decisive blow. Ego, this bizarre god, treated an entire planet as his own body. As long as the planet remained intact, Ego could endlessly regenerate himself. Sure enough, after Wang Yang tore Ego apart for the third time, the planet once again gathered blue energy and formed yet another Ego, who immediately charged toward Wang Yang once more. This is never-ending. Looks like I really have to destroy his planetary body. Wang Yang couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. But this planet was massive and unbelievably tough. Trying to destroy it felt as futile as an ant shaking a tree. Star-Lord's father really is a freak. Wang Yang gave a wry smile and struck Ego down once again, only for Ego to reconstitute himself and attack it again. It's useless. It's useless. You can't stand against my power. My strength is endless, while yours will only be slowly depleted. Sooner or later, you'll have to merge with me. Why not give me your power now? Ego's mental force surged directly into Wang Yang's mind, leaving him irritable and unsettled. This is your domain, that's true. But if I want to leave, do you really think you can stop me? Wang Yang found Ego a tough opponent, but he figured he could just use a portal to escape, something all too easy for him. As he spoke, Wang Yang drew a portal, opening a passage straight to Kamar-Taj. He strode toward it without hesitation. Try to leave? A crushing force descended. The portal couldn't withstand it and shattered instantly. You're not going anywhere. There was no way Ego would let a being with such power escape Blue. Energy surged from the planet and took shape. One Ego after another emerged, surrounding Wang Yang on every side, a dense and unending crowd. Merge with me. I can elevate your very existence. Together, we can conquer the entire universe. The countless Egos spoke in unison, their voices echoing far and wide. Each was wreathed in boundless blue divine energy. Wang Yang glanced around, realizing how impossible escape truly was. You can't run. Why struggle any longer? Merge with me and become a celestial. Isn't that what you want? Ego's voice rang out, a smug smile on his face. With his portal destroyed and himself surrounded, Wang Yang found himself truly out of options. Ding. Celestial avatar talent detected. Would you like to merge? Wang Yang was startled, not expecting that Ego's talent could actually be absorbed. Merge. Wang Yang certainly wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. The form of Icon has merged with celestial avatar talent, resulting in several-fold enhancement. Hearing the system prompt, Wang Yang was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't imagined that Ego's gift could amplify his magic. Then again, the form of Icon was itself a divine power, and Ego was akin to a god. Naturally, his abilities could further strengthen Wang Yang's magic. My divine avatars are limitless. Give up. There's no way you can escape the palm of my hand, so why struggle? Ego gazed at Wang Yang, who stood frozen in place, and mistook his stillness for surrender, a smile curling on his lips as he spoke. As the countless avatars of Ego closed in on Wang Yang, he merely lifted his head ever so slightly. He began to chant under his breath, his voice calm but resolute. Then, with a sweeping motion of his hand, countless palms unfolded from behind him quickly, multiplying into innumerable copies of Wang Yang himself. Each of these avatars also held the sacred sword of Emperor Weishan in their grasp. Mere mortal. Even if you fused with the power of the Infinity Stones, you're still just a mortal. How strong could your avatars possibly be? Ego scoffed, unable to suppress a cold, mocking laugh when he saw the multitude of Wang Yang's doppelgangers. As a celestial being whose body rivaled the size of a planet, he wielded near-infinite divine power and could spawn endless divine avatars at will. Yet, even his own avatars were but pale imitations of his true form, possessing only a fraction, a mere shadow, of his full might. If that was the case for him, how powerful could the avatars created by a mortal possibly be? Ego dismissed them with contempt, shouting, "Watch as I shatter your illusions." A surge of overwhelming blue energy erupted from Ego's countless forms, the force lashing out like a multitude of whips, striking toward Wang Yang. In his mind, his divine power should have been more than enough to annihilate those avatars with ease. But as Ego unleashed his attack, Wang Yang was not idle. In that instant, every one of his avatars raised the sacred sword of Emperor Weishan high. Suddenly, a dazzling purple light burst forth, its destructive might sweeping through everything in its path, obliterating all before it. Even at a great distance, one could still feel the terrifying intensity of that purple radiance. How can you unleash such terrifying power? It's impossible. Ego's voice twisted, warped by fear and disbelief. Their faces contorted in shock. None of them could have imagined that a mere mortal's avatar would possess such fearsome strength, able to wield the power of the true body itself. Ego refused to believe it. Even he could not achieve such a feat. After all, an avatar was just an avatar. Not only could it not use the entirety of one's power, it couldn't even manifest half. If it were possible, Why would he need Star-Lord or anyone else? He could conquer the cosmos alone. Yet now standing before him, this mortal had somehow enabled all his avatars to unleash the full measure of his strength. How could this be? While Ego struggled to comprehend, countless purple beams cleaved through the air. With a single sweeping blow, a vast number of Ego's avatars fell beneath the sacred sword of Emperor Wei Shan. Though these avatars appear to be flesh and blood, they were in truth nothing more than the embodiment of Ego's boundless energy. Although he had easily defeated those Ego projections, the remaining ones also fell one after another. It seemed Ego had decided to give up on confronting him. Yet Wang Yang felt no relief whatsoever. The ground beneath his feet suddenly began to tremble violently, as if the entire planet were quaking. Unlike Earth's beautiful blue hue, Ego's planet was tinged with red. Then a colossal human face appeared on the surface of this planet. "Mortal, do you think you could destroy a god with your paltry strength?" A booming voice resounded, its thunderous echo traveling far across the void of space. "You believe that slaying my divine avatar means you can challenge me?" Ego's voice roared through the cosmos. He had been born in this universe, devouring the planets around him, which made him incomparably powerful. As his words echoed, countless blue auras emerged across the surface of the planet, enveloping it and transforming the once dark red world into a sea of blue. The surrounding space began to shudder and warp, splitting with countless black fissures that greedily swallowed up matter. Wang Yang gazed at the planet, awestruck. He had known all along that Ego himself was a planet, but witnessing it firsthand was still a startling experience. Only such a terrifying entity would dare covet the entire universe. Perhaps only the Sorcerer Supreme could rival him. Yet compared to the Sorcerer Supreme, Ego's greatest asset, and simultaneously his greatest weakness, was his planetary form. If Wang Yang ever wished to escape, Ego's power alone might not be enough to stop him. With such a commotion, Wang Yang felt no fear. In fact, he thought Ego was being rather petty, resorting to revealing his true form, mortal in billions of years. "You are the first to see my true self. You are destined to merge with me, and your power will become mine." Ego had never wished to expose his true body, despite his immense strength. He feared attracting the attention of other cosmic forces. "Merge with me," Ego bellowed. A mighty force surged forth, fusing everything on the planet together, including Wang Yang. Although Ego was ancient and unimaginably strong, his true self was after all a planet. Whether for his value or his power, revealing himself would inevitably attract a host of mighty beings, tyrants like Thanos among them. Ego had now revealed his true form with one goal: to devour Wang Yang. If he could absorb such tremendous power, his own strength would increase 100-fold, 1,000-fold, even 10,000 times over. He would no longer need to cultivate gods. He alone could rule the entire universe. Vast blue energy billowed ceaselessly across the planet, powerful currents coiling toward Wang Yang, intent on consuming him. But a shield materialized around Wang Yang. It was precisely the seraphim shield that surrounded him, blocking out these overwhelming blue forces and preventing them from devouring him entirely. These terrifying blue energies surged toward him like a raging sea, crashing relentlessly against the seraphim shield. Yet the shield stood firm like an unyielding seawall, unmoved by the onslaught. The blue energy could not even come close. It seems that aside from possessing immense power, the gods lack any real skill or subtlety, he thought. Although Ego was formidable from the very beginning, all he knew was how to consume and strengthen himself. As for the finer control of his own power, he had almost none. Against someone like him, such brute force was hardly a threat. The magical shield easily blocked the attack. If Ego had wielded his divine power with greater finesse, perhaps the outcome would have been different. After all, divine power is so destructive that even a concentrated burst could wreak havoc. But Ego had always relied on his innate strength, never bothering with technique. His power was always overwhelming, capable of crushing entire fleets with ease. Now, faced with Wang Yang, a mage with such mastery over magic, Ego found himself at a loss. Realizing this, Ego could only roar in frustration. At that moment, lightning began to flicker in Wang Yang's hand, with the power of the Infinity Stones. flowing into him, and having absorbed Ego's strength as well, his magic had grown even more potent. The lightning of Bozit was no exception. Just as the Vishani's sacred sword could easily destroy Ego's divine incarnations, so too could the lightning of Bozit break through divine shields. As Ego's divine power swirled around, all of Wang Yang's clones had already vanished. He continued to gather powerful lightning, the energy in his hand shifting from gold to streaks of purple and gold. Intertwined, a terrifying destructive force was building within. Meanwhile, divine power kept battering the seraphim shield around him. With a sudden motion, Wang Yang slammed his palm down toward the ground. Thunder exploded. The lightning crashed down, darting across the surface, utterly unstoppable even for divine power. Even Ego felt his hackles rise, seized by a sense of imminent danger. And with Wang Yang right on his very body, how could Ego hope to evade? To Ego, Wang Yang was nothing more than a flea. Yet this flea now unleashed a force of terrifying might. A deafening peal of thunder echoed out, the purple and gold. Lightning coursed across Ego's body, spreading rapidly. The ground split open, massive boulders shattering and hurtling into the air. Yarg! Ego screamed in agony. His enormous eyes were filled with disbelief. This can't be. You can't possibly destroy my body. Ego bellowed. Since the moment of his birth, he had devoured the surrounding planets, absorbing their rare materials to strengthen his form. By now, his body was nearly indestructible, or so he believed, especially after awakening his true form. A surge of divine power flooded through him, making his body even more formidable. Even the Kree's most powerful weapons probably couldn't penetrate his defenses. Yet now, a single bolt of purple lightning had managed to inflict real damage, actually wounding his physical form. While Wang Yang's attack moments ago had startled him awake, it had only caused a fleeting sting. This time, however, the pain was as though his body had been torn apart. A completely different league. He simply couldn't fathom that someone in the universe could harm his body at all, by rights. His form should be the hardest substance in the cosmos, and with divine power coursing through him, he should have been utterly invulnerable. His face was filled with shock, while the mighty divine energy within him raced to mend his wounds. Yet that terrifying purple-gold lightning clung to him like a festering parasite. Even if he tried to purge it, he couldn't do so in such a short time. Astonishingly, the wounds on his body wouldn't heal, no matter how much divine power he poured into them. This was simply impossible. Ego was horrified. His divine power was immense, which was precisely why he could fuse the hardest materials from planets into his own body. But now this frightening force prevented him from healing. Even more alarming, his body had begun to crack apart, his divine power waning as the purple-gold lightning continued to spread, leaving him increasingly battered and scarred. Ego found himself powerless in the face of this turn of events. Never before had he encountered such an attack. For the first time, he truly believed he might die. At the hands of mortal he had dismissed as an insignificant ant. Mortal, you can leave now. I won't devour you anymore. Ego's voice rang out. Wang Yang frowned. When most people begged for mercy, they groveled and pleaded, but Ego still sounded so high and mighty. Besides, Ego wanted to let him go, but Wang Yang had no intention of letting Ego off so easily. After all, Ego was one of the Celestials, even if he was only a half-finished specimen, while the one on Earth was more complete. Still, eliminating one now would save Earth from trouble later. Not to mention, Star-Lord was born on Earth. Who knew what plans Ego might have in place there? It wasn't impossible for him to still harbor designs on devouring the planet. Since the fight had already begun, it was best to finish it once and for all. Without a word, Wang Yang continued his assault. Magic poured forth endlessly, and wave after wave of bozats, lightning rained down onto Ego's body. By now, Ego's form was riddled with cracks, if not for the sheer force of his divine power holding the pieces together. Ego would already have been shattered into fragments. No, you can't kill me. I am a celestial. Ego cried out in desperation. If you spare me, I'll reward you. I'll give you all the treasures I've accumulated. Yago was finally afraid he might truly die at Wang Yang's hands. Confronted by Wang Yang, someone he considered as insignificant as an ant, he found himself powerless. The mighty strength he had always prided himself on was utterly useless against Wang Yang. Only now did he realize how limited his own means truly were. But Wang Yang was completely unmoved by Yago's pleas for mercy, at this point begging for forgiveness. When Wang Yang had tried to leave a moment ago, Yago wouldn't let him. Now unable to withstand the assault, he wanted to call it quits. As for those treasures Yago spoke of, once Yago was dead, wouldn't they all be Wang Yang's anyway? Of course Wang Yang would not hesitate for even a moment. Determined to finish things once and for all, Wang Yang unleashed one bolt of thunder after another from his hands, each one crashing relentlessly into Yago. Chunks of rock were blasted away from Yago's massive body, falling away in a shower of debris. Yago howled in agony. These were pieces of his very being torn from him. Do you really intend to wipe me out, leaving no way out? Yago's voice was filled with fury. When you decided on annihilation, you should have known this day would come. Wang Yang replied with a nod. Seeing Wang Yang's unwavering resolve, Yago was filled with regret. He realized that he should have let Wang Yang leave when the portal first opened. Who could have guessed? Wang Yang would hold such terrifying power. But it was too late now for regrets. Still, Yago was a primordial being, and his anger now boiled over into madness. If I must die, then I'll make sure you pay a price as well. The face on Yago's blood-red planet twisted into a hideous mask of rage, as if he was ready to risk everything. Suddenly, a dreadful surge of destructive force erupted from Yago's planetary form. Is he going to self-destruct? Wang Yang sensed the force gathering and narrowed his eyes. After all, Yago was a planet if he detonated himself. The resulting power would be unimaginable. Even Wang Yang wasn't certain he could withstand it. If you just let me go, we could coexist in peace. Yago's voice trembled, desperation clear. He would only consider self-destruction as a last resort. Do you really think that's possible? Wang Yang raised his hand and slammed it down. Power surged outward, shattering the surrounding space like a mirror, breaking into countless shards. The explosion that followed was deafening. The force, as overwhelming as the collapse of a universe, sweeping away everything in its path. Yet inside the mirror dimension, Wang Yang was the absolute master. With a simple gesture, he twisted the universe itself, compressing and swallowing up the terrifying energy. Ever since he had absorbed the power of the Infinity Stones, his mirror dimension had grown stronger beyond imagination. A chime sounded in his consciousness. Ding! Mirror dimension has devoured pure divine power and has been enhanced. Wang Yang paused, surprise flickering across his face. He hadn't expected the mirror dimension to benefit from this calamity, gaining even a god's power. Now he could manipulate the mirror dimension with even greater ease, and Wang Yang expanded his universe, and soon a dark red planet appeared before him. His mirror dimension had returned to exactly where it had been just moments earlier. Although the planet Igo seemed to still exist, its vitality had completely faded. A mechanical chime sounded, detected divine, innate talent. Would you like to absorb it? Even though Igo was dead, his innate gift remained. Absorb it. Wang Yang responded without hesitation. The crucial point was that this planet had now entered his mirror dimension, becoming a part of it. That meant within his space he could unleash Igo's power as a weapon, a planet's attack. It could obliterate worlds, shatter the heavens. For Wang Yang, this was an immense advantage. Perhaps in the future this might become his trump card. A smile crept onto Wang Yang's face. Then with a sweep of his hand, he conjured a portal leading directly back to Earth. At this very moment, on the Kree Empire's homeworld, the Supreme Intelligence, the Empire's ruling mind, presided over the highest center of authority. Inside a chamber, several Kree officers were making their report. Great Supreme Intelligence, we have detected traces of powerful life in the C-130 sector. This may be the living planet you have been seeking. Oh. The Supreme Intelligence's voice was slow and deliberate. A living planet is born under extraordinary circumstances and possesses immense power. If we could harness such terrifying strength, our Kree Empire would become even mightier. We have already dispatched a ship to approach the region. There are no other life forms or planets within 500,000 light years. Transmit visuals. I want to see this living world with my own eyes. Since Ronan's death, the Kree Empire had been desperate to regain its strength. At last, the Supreme Intelligence's long search for a living planet seemed to bear fruit. The Kree discovered that this planet was fiercely hostile. So much so that even entire fleets dared not approach lightly. Any who drew too close would be attacked. Yet if the living planet did not strike, that in itself was suspicious. Naturally, the Kree had no intention of giving up easily, with the order to transmit visuals. Given a vast darkness filled the screen before them, the endless expanse of space. Then a dark red planet slowly emerged into view, leaving the assembled Kree momentarily stunned. They had witnessed countless wonders in the cosmos, but never anything quite like this. Even the Supreme Intelligence, an artificial mind claiming mastery of infinite knowledge, wisdom beyond mortal comprehension, began to take on a human form. Manifesting in the chamber, all eyes were fixed on the Crimson Sphere, but it was no longer merely a planet in their gaze. It had become a priceless treasure, a weapon capable of granting them unimaginable power. The Supreme Intelligence truly lives up to its name, the Kree leaders exclaimed with excitement. To know that such a fearsome being exists in the universe. If the Kree Empire could control it, our might would surge beyond measure. As countless powerful beings now vie for supremacy across the universe, the Kree Empire too finds itself under threat from all sides. If they could attain such immense power, it would surely elevate them to the next level. Reporting to the Supreme Intelligence, we seem to have detected a powerful surge emanating from his formidable life form. At that moment, news arrived from the Kree fleet station near the dark red planet. What? How could there possibly be such energy fluctuations on this terrifying living planet? The upper echelons of the Kree Empire were visibly alarmed. Could it be that someone else had discovered this planet before they did? It was almost beyond belief. Enlarge the image. Let us see what exactly exists on that red planet, although the voice of the Supreme Intelligence remained calm. A trace of surprise could be discerned. After all, for such an advanced artificial intelligence, one that commanded endless streams of information, this was entirely unexpected. According to its knowledge, this living planet was on par with a god, possessing vast intellect and power, capable of bringing about utter destruction. Even for a technologically advanced empire like the Kree, attempting to control a planet of such might would come a great cost. They would need to proceed carefully and deliberately, not in haste. Yet now, someone had already taken action on this planet. As the image gradually zoomed in, a lone figure appeared upon the dark red surface. One person facing an entire planet. The Supreme Intelligence and the Kree leadership were both stunned. At that moment, the planet was awash in blue energy. Analyze the energy intensity. As they watched, the terrifying blue energy enveloped the entire world, transforming it into something truly fearsome, as if the planet itself had come alive. The readout soon filled with a sea of red. What a terrifying energy reading. The human on the surface is likely about to be vaporized. The Supreme Intelligence was right. This must be approached with patience. We cannot rush things. We need to carefully consider how to deal with this dreadful planet and how to harness its power for the Kree Empire. Several Kree leaders nodded in agreement, each imagining how mighty their empire would become if they could control such a world. As for the lone figure they had detected on the planet's surface, they were certain he would be devoured, becoming nothing more than nourishment for the planet itself. To them, this was the most natural outcome imaginable. A deafening rumble echoed through the projection, shaking the room. Even in the vacuum of space, the roar was so powerful it seemed to travel across the cosmos, reaching their ears as clear as day. What's happening? Is that lightning? Such terrifying, overwhelming power. The upper echelons of the Kree Empire watched as countless bolts of lightning erupted across the surface of that planet, crisscrossing in wild fury, tearing the massive world apart. Shards of rock blasted into space, as if the very earth was on the verge of shattering to pieces. What a terrifying force! What kind of weapon could unleash such power? One of the Kree leaders exclaimed, his voice tinged with shock. The rest of the Kree High Command frowned deeply. There was no sign of any fleet. Yet this dreadful attack swept over the entire planet. Supreme Intelligence, being a super-advanced artificial mind, finally spoke, its tone calm and measured. It's that human. What? That's impossible, Supreme Intelligence. You must be mistaken. Yes, it can't be. Just a human. How could anyone possess power like that? The image on the screen was already magnified to its fullest extent. Although they could see the shadowy figure of a human, it was impossible to discern where the lightning strikes had actually originated. Supreme Intelligence waved a hand, rewinding the footage to the moment before the lightning appeared. Now, they could see clearly. The bolts of destruction had burst forth from that very human. Shock and disbelief spread across their blue faces. In their eyes, humans were weak, insignificant. Yet this one had unleashed a force so immense that a mighty living planet was cracking under the assault. Judging by the state of things, the planet would not hold out much longer. If it hadn't been for the planet's own surging energy, an ordinary world would have already been torn to pieces. Then they saw a face appear on the surface of the red planet. A human visage twisted into a mask of rage. "This is bad. The planet is going to self-destruct." Someone cried out. Supreme Intelligence's voice betrayed a hint of alarm. "Order the fleet to retreat." The Kree High Command was shaken to their core. A single human had driven an entire planet to self-annihilation. It was almost beyond belief. It's too late. The explosion's shockwave will reach over 1,000,000 light-years. The resulting collapse will create a black hole, disrupting the orbits of countless worlds. Our fleets will be pulled in as well. "That's right, it's already too late," another leader echoed, his heart pounding with dread. They had witnessed planetary deaths before, but never an explosion on this scale. The resulting upheaval would be catastrophic. Thankfully, there were no other planets nearby. Only their own fleet was at risk as they watched the feed, holding their breath for the sight of a planet's cataclysmic destruction. Something unthinkable happened. The planet vanished, gone without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. The screen showed nothing but empty space, a vast, impenetrable darkness. The High Command of the Kree Empire stared at the scene, utterly dumbfounded by what they had just witnessed. "Commander, the target has vanished. The target has vanished." At that moment, a message came from the Kree Imperial Fleet, yet all the senior officials of the Kree Empire stood frozen in disbelief. Their Supreme Intelligence, unable to comprehend what had just happened, a planet of such colossal size, brimming with terrifying destructive power, had simply vanished before their very eyes. It was utterly inconceivable. What on earth just happened? Could it be the work of that human again? This question sent a shockwave through the Kree Empire's leadership. At first, they hadn't paid any heed to that mysterious human. It wasn't until he nearly destroyed a planet, forcing it to self-destruct, that they realized they had to face this terrifying individual head-on. That is no mere human. How could a human possibly wield such overwhelming power? What kind of force is that? Is it possible he's an ancient god? Several Kree officials exchanged uneasy glances, drawing sharp breaths as they spoke in disbelief. "Seal the recordings, order the fleet to hold position and investigate for a few days. See if anything turns up. Even if we must sacrifice the fleet, we cannot allow that terrifying being to reach our Kree Empire." In that instant, even the supreme intellects among them felt a flicker of dread, and it wasn't just the Kree Empire, this time with Ego's disappearance. Other powers across the universe sensed something amiss as well. Ego had always kept a low profile, hiding away since his birth. But even so, he was known to many ancient beings, especially to those old entities scattered throughout the cosmos. Their own strengths might not be overwhelming, but they were second to none when it came to gathering information. The very instant Ego's presence vanished from the universe, these ancient beings sensed the shift. The abrupt disappearance of such a formidable entity could only mean that something even more terrifying had emerged in the cosmos. As for the Grandmaster and the Collector, it went without saying. They immediately put up money to launch an investigation. Some even traveled to the site of the incident, probing for clues, and those with the ability began to trace the events back through time. But once they uncovered the truth, not a single soul dared to breathe a word of it. None lingered at the scene, each fearing that trouble might come knocking at their own door. It wasn't only these mighty cosmic beings. Great civilizations across the universe also caught wind of the event. The most affected was the Supreme Intelligence of the Kree, whose system nearly crashed from overloading itself in a frantic attempt to uncover the true identity of a human on that planet. Though the Nova Corps of Xander didn't receive the news as quickly as the Kree, they soon caught up. Even without witnessing the event firsthand, they swiftly used advanced technology to reconstruct part of what happened on Ego's planet. Yet just like the Kree, they were unable to discern Wang Yang's appearance. All they could see was the terror of the one who had destroyed Ego, the leader of the Nova Corps, head of the Nova Empire. Gaze at the reconstructed images, his expression growing increasingly grave. Send out the message. If anyone spots this powerful individual, report immediately. Do not provoke them lightly. If we provoke this person, it could bring catastrophic disaster upon our Nova Empire. Wasn't the Nova Corps already assigned a mission? Now everyone is to remain on standby, ready for any possible developments. The leader, who is usually seen with a smile, now wore an expression of grave seriousness. Deep within, he was shaken and fearful. After all, their home planet Xander was only a few million light years away. If that terrifying being wanted to destroy Xander on a whim, it wouldn't be impossible at all. But just who is this fearsome entity? It wasn't only the Kree Empire and the Nova Empire. Countless empires across the galaxy were on edge. After all, even a planet as mighty as Ego had been annihilated. What chance did their own worlds have? From this point on, the sense of crisis spread, not just through the cosmos, but also down on Earth. At a United Nations assembly, over 100 world leaders gathered together. Today, they aim to pass a bill to regulate the activities of superheroes. Among those present was Wakanda. After so many incidents involving superheroes causing destruction, and with nations repeatedly devastated, the recent events in Sokovia had nearly led to global annihilation. In truth, they had never been comfortable with the existence of such overwhelming, uncontrollable power, forces that conventional armies could not hope to contain. The presence of superheroes seemed only to underscore their own helplessness, and with such unpredictable might roaming freely within their borders, who wouldn't fear it? Thus, the Sokovia incident became the very name of the agreement, an outcome that seemed all but inevitable. The one tasked with persuading the Avengers was none other than General Ross, who now served as Secretary of State. Inside the conference room, General Ross began recounting his past to the Avengers. Only after did he speak up. I've discovered something that 40 years in the military never taught me. He swept his gaze around the room before, continuing. And that is vision. The whole world owes the Avengers a debt it can never repay. You have fought for us. You protected us, risking your lives. Many people see you as heroes, but there are also those who prefer to call you vigilantes. Hearing these words, the Avengers couldn't help but frown, their feelings complicated. They had a sense of why General Ross was really here today. Black Widow Natasha looked at General Ross with a smile and asked, "So, sir, which word would you use?" At her question, General Ross's brow furrowed, and he answered heavily, "How about dangerous?" How would you describe a group of enhanced individuals? Stationed in America, they habitually disregard the borders of sovereign nations, going wherever they please, doing whatever they want, all according to their own wishes. And to be honest, they don't seem to care at all about the consequences of their actions. After saying this, the Avengers had countless things left unsaid, but they knew there was no point in arguing any further. General Ross stepped aside, and a map appeared on the screen. The view zoomed in, revealing scenes from the Battle of New York. "This is New York," General Ross announced. The footage was filled with the sounds of chaos and screams, so harrowing that even now, watching again, their hearts grew heavy. "This is Washington. This is Sokovia." Each new location weighed even more heavily on the Avengers' hearts, bringing memories of destruction, death, and agonized cries. Towers collapsed. Bodies lay strewn across the ruins. The sight filled the Avengers with guilt and sorrow. Captain America clenched his jaw and said, "That's enough." General Ross signaled to his aide, who nodded and switched off the screen. Only then did General Ross continue. "In the past 4 years, your actions have been unchecked, with limitless authority and no oversight. The nations of the world can no longer tolerate this situation. But we have a solution." With that, General Ross took a document from his aide and placed it on the table, sliding it toward Wanda. "This is the Sokovia Accords. 117 countries have ratified it. It stipulates that the Avengers are no longer a private organization, but—" General Ross paused, then spoke with emphasis. "They will now operate under the supervision of a United Nations panel, and whether or not you take action will be decided by that panel." As his words hung in the air, Captain America's brow furrowed. After what he'd seen with Hydra's infiltration, he found it hard to trust any government. He knew all too well that Hydra agents could have risen to the highest levels. Many senators could be one of them. The Avengers were formed to make the world a safer place, I believe we've done that, Captain America said quietly. He struggled to trust, but as a soldier, he understood that sometimes such things were inevitable. He had witnessed life and death countless times, no matter how hard they tried. Some things simply couldn't be avoided. General Ross didn't answer directly. Instead, he countered with a question. Captain, do you know where Thor and Banner are right now? If I had misplaced two 30-megaton nukes, I doubt you'd feel as calm as you do now. General Ross continued in a measured tone. Compromise. Reassurance. That's how the world works. Trust me, this is exactly the stance of those who walk away. War Machine glanced at the Sokovia Accords and said, there's got to be a contingency plan, right? In 3 days, the United Nations will convene a meeting in Vienna to ratify the accords. Captain America shot a look at Iron Man. After all, General Ross was brought here by Tony Stark. There was no way Tony didn't know what was coming, but Tony remained silent, just giving a slight shrug. He was different from Steve. Because of what happened in Sokovia, so many innocent lives were lost, and he carried deep guilt for it. If the power of superheroes goes unchecked, tragedies like that could easily happen again. He simply couldn't accept that. That's why Tony Stark supported signing the Sokovia Accords, but every member of the Avengers had their own perspective, so the decision ultimately had to be left to them. General Ross, feeling he'd said enough, added, I'll let you talk things over. With that, General Ross and his entourage turned to leave. As he stepped out, Black Widow, Natasha, called after him, what if you don't like our decision? Ross only left them with a single line. Then you can retire. Afterwards, the Avengers gathered to discuss the matter, but the once united team now seemed on the verge of splitting into two camps. They couldn't reach a decision, and the debate grew heated. Steve refused to sign the accords, while Tony and Vision, guided by reason, believed otherwise. As the Avengers argued, Zemo had already begun manipulating the Winter Soldier. Zemo, who'd lost his family in the Sokovia conflict, bore a deep hatred for the superheroes. He had also uncovered the truth about the death of Tony's parents, and a sinister plan was taking shape in his mind. But none of this concerned Kamar-Taj. Ever since the universe had been restored, Wang Yang was unaware of the panic his actions had caused across the cosmos. Each day, he pored over magical tomes, absorbing their wisdom and honing his own magic, preparing for whatever changes the future might bring. Today, however, he sensed something unusual. A silent presence had entered Kamar-Taj, an old man whose arrival went almost unnoticed. Had Wang Yang not been empowered by the Celestials, he might not have sensed him at all. Soon after, he also felt the aura of the Sorcerer Supreme. Since the Sorcerer Supreme was aware of the situation, Wang Yang decided it was no longer his concern. What's wrong? In the library, Wang noticed something was off with Wang Yang and shot him a wary glance. He didn't want anything happening to Wang Yang that might jeopardize the library of Kamar-Taj. It's nothing, Wang Yang replied, fully aware of Wang's caution towards him, though he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless about it. At that moment, the old man entered Kamar-Taj. He looked aged and frail, not unlike a wandering vagrant. Yet as long as his presence could be felt, no one could ignore him. He was none other than the king of the gods. Odin, the Ancient One, quickly noticed his arrival and hurried out to greet him. Lord Odin, may I ask what brings you to Kamar-Taj today? She said, ushering Odin inside and preparing tea as she spoke. There's something I need your help with, Odin replied, sounding hesitant but still voicing his request. Why don't you tell me what it is, Lord Odin? The Ancient One lifted her teacup, her tone gentle yet curious. She had sensed Odin's presence when she left Earth, particularly on that distant planet, and upon her return she had felt it again. Still, she hadn't sought him out. She hadn't expected Odin to come looking for her today. To be honest, there was little real friendship between them. So she decided to wait until he explained his purpose before making any decisions. Hela, I can barely keep her sealed any longer. Odin let out a weary sigh and fell silent. The Ancient One's expression darkened at his words. You once said she would never escape. The Ancient One replied, her voice tinged with anger. After she became the Sorcerer Supreme, she had discovered the seal that bound Hela. She had confronted Odin about it back then. At the time, Odin dismissed her concerns. After all, she was just a human sorcerer in his eyes, hardly worth mentioning. But that day, Odin witnessed true magic. Magic so powerful it exceeded even his imagination. He never would have believed such a terrifying force existed within the 9 realms under his rule. Odin had promised then that Hela could never break free. even though her power came from Asgard. Once she was sealed on Earth, and with his own strength bolstering the seal, there was no chance for her to escape. If not, the Ancient One would never have agreed to let someone so dangerous be imprisoned on Earth. But that was centuries ago, Ancient One. I've grown old, Odin said, gazing at her with a heavy sigh. If his decline hadn't come so suddenly, he would never have considered seeking help from another. His pride had always been his own. The Ancient One's expression shifted, a strange light flickering in her eyes as she regarded Odin with complex emotions. The God King before her truly did not have much time left. I'm afraid that even if I help, we won't be able to keep Hela sealed for long, she said, shaking her head. Let's hold out as long as we can. At the very least, we can't allow her to break free now. They're not ready yet. Odin sighed again. The they he spoke of course, referred to his 2 sons. In that case, I'll find someone else to help us reinforce the seal. That should buy us a little more time. The Ancient One nodded in agreement. If that woman were to escape, Earth itself might be threatened with destruction. Who do you plan to ask? Odin was somewhat surprised, but then shook his head and said, without a powerful mage like you, there's simply no way to master our Asgardian sealing technique. Don't worry, the Ancient One replied with confidence. Perhaps others might not be able to learn it so quickly, but he definitely can. Thinking of someone, the Ancient One spoke with certainty. Odin's face was filled with shock at these words. After all, the sealing arts of Asgard were by no means easy to master. Even among sorcerers, only those of the Ancient One's caliber could hope to learn them. The fact that Earth could produce such a powerful mage was already beyond belief, and yet now the Ancient One claimed there was someone else who could easily grasp it. Could this person truly be on par with the Ancient One? Since when did Earth harbor such formidable talent? Ancient One, this matter is of great importance. If she is released ahead of time, I fear the consequences. Odin said, his brow furrowed with concern. We'll only know if we try, the Ancient One replied, offering no further explanation. Instead, she smiled calmly and waved her hand. A portal shimmered into existence nearby. On the other side, Wang Yang was quietly reading in the library. The sudden appearance of the portal beside him caught Wang Yang off guard. Nearby, Wang glanced over at Wang Yang. For Wang Yang's departure was a stroke of luck. At least he wouldn't have to keep such a close eye on him, always worried that something might go wrong. Setting his spellbook aside, Wang Yang stepped toward the portal, though. He had no idea why the Ancient One was seeking him. Passing through, he found himself in the Ancient One's chambers, where he immediately saw Odin. To Wang Yang, seeing Odin here was no surprise, but Odin, on the other hand, was visibly startled at the sight of Wang Yang. It's you, Odin exclaimed, astonishment flashing in his eyes. You know Wang Yang? The Ancient One asked, surprised, turning to Odin. A few days ago, when I visited Earth, I saw him destroy an entire planet, Odin replied. Nonchalantly, if this young man was the one she meant, perhaps he truly could master the Asgardian seal. The Ancient One's smile became a little stiff at this revelation. While Wang Yang looked somewhat embarrassed, he hadn't expected Odin to know about the incident of him destroying a planet. No wonder he detected such exceptional talent at the time. Only now did Wang Yang realize that previously his own powers had been too limited to sense Odin's presence. But now he could. So the person you spoke of is him? Odin asked the Ancient One. The Ancient One nodded and replied, that's right still. Odin frowned. His magic is indeed impressive, but if he can't master the Asgardian sealing technique in a short time, I'm afraid it will be of no use. Though Odin was somewhat astonished by Wang Yang's strength, he still felt that learning the Asgardian seal would be far from easy. This is no longer just magic. Ancient One was able to master it only because of her immense strength. The Sorcerer Supreme is hardly an ordinary mage. She could wield the power of mighty deities. You're doubting Wang Yang? Ancient One looked at Odin, a hint of incredulity in her eyes. She hadn't expected anyone to question Wang Yang's abilities. Even when she was teaching Wang Yang, she felt there was no spell he couldn't learn. Naturally, Asgard sealing arts would be no exception. How about we make a wager? Ancient One looked at Odin, a subtle smile playing on her lips. If she could make Odin lose something, that wouldn't be so bad. Odin remembered the day he had seen Wang Yang unleash the power of thunder. His eyelid twitched involuntarily. That won't be necessary. Teach him. I trust you. Odin glanced at Ancient One. He had no desire to compete with a mage capable of wielding such formidable thunder. Besides, if Wang Yang could master this art, it would be greatly beneficial to him as well. Very well, Ancient One replied, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes, but she nodded all the same. Turning to Wang Yang, she said, Wang Yang, the reason I called you here today is to teach you a divine art. It's called the Asgardian sealing technique, Wang. Yang nodded. As Ancient One explained, she demonstrated the technique. A soft chime echoed in Wang Yang's mind. Divine art detected. Asgardian sealing technique. Talent fragment. Would you like to fuse? Fuse. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yang responded to the prompt in his mind. Immediately, the intricate details of the Asgardian sealing technique began to organize themselves in his thoughts. As comprehension dawned, he moved his palm, and radiant light gathered in his hand. Soon, the light began to leap and dance, forming lines of divine runes. Odin, holding his teacup nearby, was waiting to see Wang Yang learn the Asgardian technique. But as he witnessed Wang Yang's swift progress, his expression shifted. Were those the divine runes of Asgard? Was this youngster really about to master the technique? This quickly? Impossible. While the technique itself wasn't overly complex, it was an Asgardian secret passed down through their line. How could someone grasp it so easily? Yet, just as the runes were about to take full shape, the glowing light flickered a few times and faded away. Clearly, Wang Yang couldn't sustain it, and the energy dissipated. Odin finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. Though he hoped Wang Yang would master the art soon, there was no need for it to be this fast. After all, this was an Asgardian secret technique. It shouldn't be mastered by outsiders so easily. Ancient One observed the vanishing runes in Wang Yang's hand and felt no surprise. When she learned it herself, it hadn't come easily either, so Wang Yang's not mastering it immediately was only natural in fact. The appearance of the runes in his very first attempt already proved his remarkable talent. For this art, Wang Yang, there's no need to rush, relax. Gui offered a gentle word of comfort before speaking. Wang Yang nodded, then continued, Supreme Sorcerer, I'm not in a hurry, and this divine technique isn't actually all that difficult. His earlier attempt had merely been to test just how challenging it might be. Oh, Gui wasn't surprised at all. If Wang Yang had already mastered it, that seemed only natural. After all, it appeared that no spell could ever pose a real challenge to Wang Yang. This Asgardian divine technique was no exception. But Odin, standing nearby, couldn't help but knit his brows. He was, after all, the Lord of the Nine Realms. How could the mystic arts of Asgard be so easily grasped by an outsider? The key point was that Wang Yang had tried earlier and hadn't mastered it right away, which proved he couldn't pick it up easily. This sealing technique required dozens of divine runes to be woven together, without even a single rune formed. Wang Yang would need at least 10 days, if not half a month, to learn it. This is a sacred art of Asgard, quite difficult to master. Even among our own people, not everyone can learn it. If you manage to master it within a week, that would already be remarkable. Odin declared, his confidence unmistakable. And if you do learn it, perhaps I'll even reward you with something special. The reason he hadn't wagered with Gui earlier was simply because he wasn't confident, but now, seeing Wang Yang fail to grasp it immediately, he felt much more assured. Oh, do you mean it? Wang Yang's eyes lit up, surprised by the prospect of not only learning a new spell, but being rewarded as well. Was Odin here just to give away treasures? As the All-Father, I do not make promises lightly. Odin declared, pride undiminished despite his waning years. His words rang with authority. Then I thank you in advance. Wang Yang replied gratefully. Don't act as if you've already mastered Asgardian sorcery. Odin shook his head, slightly disappointed by Wang Yang's confidence. He had expected some humility, but instead found arrogance. Perhaps Odin thought this boy would become complacent over a small success and fail to endure in the long run. Yet in the very next moment, Odin was left speechless. Wang Yang did not argue with Odin. Instead, a calm look upon his face, he began to summon a powerful force in his hand. And then, just like that, formed a divine rune. What? Odin stared, wide-eyed in disbelief, watching as Wang Yang shaped the very rune required for the sealing spell. This technique was his own invention, forged from the power of thunder itself. No one should be able to master it so effortlessly. How could this young man learn it so quickly? It had taken so little time. Even Odin's own son, Thor, had yet to master it, and across all of Asgard, Only Heimdall had ever succeeded before. This divine art is obviously incredibly difficult and complex. It's not something just anyone can master simply because they want to. And yet now, Wang Yang has managed to learn it in the time it took him to take a few sips of tea. Only moments ago he couldn't even successfully condense his power. Odin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, recalling the tremendous, thunderous power Wang Yang had unleashed on that distant planet. At first, he had merely thought this young man before him possessed some skill, but now, seeing how effortlessly he grasped such formidable thunder magic, Odin realized there was a reason behind it. Yet, this young man is merely human. Even in Asgard, they had never produced a genius of such caliber. Odin couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. If only Thor had such talent, he wouldn't have to worry so much for Asgard's future. Now, Odin had to find a way to buy Thor and Loki some time. How long he could manage that only fate could decide. He looked at the Ancient One with a complicated expression, a hint of emotion in his voice as he said, "Ancient One, you truly have found yourself a remarkable disciple." "It's just luck," the Ancient One replied with a serene smile. Though she was sometimes left at a loss by Wang Yang's astonishing talent, she was more than happy for her disciple to win her such honor in front of a figure like Odin. Naturally, she hoped her disciple would only grow stronger. "Wang Yang, aren't you going to thank the King of Gods for his gift?" the Ancient One said with a smile. Odin was, after all, the ruler of Asgard, the king of the gods, who had lived for over 1,000,000 years, even before humanity ever appeared on Earth. Odin had already been a legendary figure. He had known countless ancient deities and seen more treasures than one could count. Naturally, his own collection of magical artifacts was vast, including many prized by sorcerers. "This is yours," Odin said, his palm glowing with divine light as an object materialized in his hand. With a casual toss, he sent it to Wang Yang. Wang Yang hurried to catch its surprise and delight lighting up his face. Seeing what it was, he felt as if he'd found a pillow just when he was feeling drowsy. Exactly what he'd been wishing for. And Odin had delivered it right into his hands. "Thank you, King of Gods," Wang Yang said gratefully. In the story of Doctor Strange, the sorcerer possessed a red magical cloak that could not only allow him to fly, but also had a mind of its own, helping him face powerful foes. Without that cloak, Doctor Strange's abilities would have been significantly diminished. Now Odin had given Wang Yang a cloak as well. Without magical artifacts, most wizards could not fly. At best, they could briefly step through the air by harnessing magic, but they could not move freely through the sky. Yet this cloak, shimmering with a sacred silver light, clearly was no ordinary item. The Ancient One, upon seeing it, couldn't help but utter a soft, appreciative sound. "This must be a magical artifact from the age of Agamotto," she murmured, giving a long, thoughtful look. "I suppose so. I've had this thing for quite some time, and to be honest, I can't really remember where it came from. All I know is that it can strengthen Buddhist arts and grant the power of flight. As for its other abilities, you'll have to discover those for yourself." Odin spoke casually, as if such treasures meant little to him. And indeed, that was only natural. After all, the treasures Odin possessed were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. When he waged war across the 9 realms, he claimed countless artifacts. Even the Infinity Gauntlet, though it might have been a fake, still, no one could deny the sheer number of treasures at Odin's command. For others, a magical cloak like this might be considered immensely powerful, but to Odin, it was merely a collector's item, hardly among his finest. Now, by offering such a treasure, he was merely hoping to forge a good bond, especially since he knew his days were almost over. Once he was gone, without his protection and with Ragnarok on the horizon, well, forging a good relationship now just might be to his benefit in the days to come. "All right, let's head out," Odin said, seeing Wang Yang slip on the cloak. He clearly had no desire to waste any more time. Who knew how much longer Hela would remain trapped? The Ancient One, of course, had no objection. Wang Yang, though unsure what was happening, saw that the Sorcerer Supreme agreed, and so did not refuse either. With that, Odin tore open the fabric of space and stepped through without hesitation. "Let's go," the Ancient One said, leading Wang Yang after him. Once they passed through the rift, Wang Yang found himself standing on a vast plain. Not far ahead, the sea stretched out, the sound of waves crashing gently against the shore. On the surface, everything seemed calm and serene, yet Wang Yang could sense an uncanny shadow lurking here. as if something was brewing just out of sight. It felt as if something was hidden where his eyes could not reach. Wang Yang narrowed his eyes. With his current command of magic, what could possibly be hidden from his senses? Odin, however, offered no explanation. He simply swept his hand through the air. In that moment, the tranquil world before them seemed to tear open, revealing the extraordinary nature of this seemingly peaceful place. High above, countless runes of lightning converged and shimmered. At the same time, waves of dark energy battered against the lightning runes. The power of lightning seemed to fade, while the darkness grew stronger, slowly gaining the upper hand. It looked as if the darkness might soon break free entirely. "What is this?" Wang Yang gasped, clearly shaken by the sight. It was obvious that Odin had conjured this spectacle. As the God King who had lived for countless ages, his power was truly immense. Even now, as the darkness threatened to escape, it was still held at bay by the might of the lightning, a testament to just how formidable that power was. Yet the darkness exuded a chilling aura of destruction, death, and slaughter. The sensation alone was enough to send chills down one's spine. Yet despite that the power was truly immense, Odin's strength was evidently becoming unstoppable. "My power won't be able to hold on much longer." Odin watched as the thunderous force he wielded was gradually fading, while Hela's presence continued to grow stronger. Even so, he could still manage to hold out for a few more years. Who is the one sealed inside? Wang Yang observed the scene, a suspicion already taking root in his heart. Hela, because Odin had stopped waging war, while Hela still thirsted for conquest across the cosmos. Odin had been forced to seal her away to prevent disaster in the Nine Realms. As for why she was sealed on Earth, it was because there were no powerful beings here, and the planet was far from Asgard. Hela's power would only grow as she drew closer to Asgard, so sealing her here was meant to weaken her. Still, even before Hela's strength could be completely diminished, Odin himself was already reaching his limit. You need to understand, if the one inside is ever unleashed, your Earth will face ruin and death. Instead of answering directly, Odin spoke these words in a grave tone. The Ancient One glanced at Odin, realizing he found it difficult to speak plainly. After all, he couldn't even keep his own daughter in check. To admit it would be humiliating. "All right, let's begin the sealing." The Ancient One offered Odin a way out, speaking up to move things forward. A powerful magical sigil began to take shape, weaving together with a technique reminiscent of Asgard's divine sealing arts. The Ancient One had adapted the original method, strengthening it significantly. At the same time, a torrent of magical energy surged onto the formidable formation. With a resonant hum, the force struck Odin's enchantment directly. As the Ancient One's sealing magic fused with Odin's, the dense aura of darkness began to thin, no longer as suffocating as before. "Odin, even with this, I'm afraid we can only delay things by a few years at best," the Ancient One said, frowning slightly. They had reinforced the seal, but to keep Hela imprisoned for centuries was all but impossible. "A few years is already more than I could have hoped for," Odin sighed. All this time, it was his own strength that kept Hela's power at bay. As long as he lived, she couldn't break free. But now, as his life waned, he could no longer hold her back. To gain even a few more years was a small relief. Hearing this, the Ancient One could only feel resigned. Her power was comparable to Odin's, but sealing arts were not her specialty. Using another's divine technique to imprison such a formidable being for even a few years was already quite an achievement. A familiar chime sounded in Wang Yang's mind. Ding detected. Asgard divine sealing technique. Talent fragment. Would you like to fuse? Without hesitation, Wang Yang chose to merge with it. This was a fragment of Odin's own innate power. As the fusion continued, Wang Yang felt an even deeper connection to the divine arts. Things that had once been unclear to him now resolved themselves with ease. Though the Ancient One had mastered this divine art, there was still a difference in how it was wielded. True, divine power was required for the art to reach its full potential, and the Ancient One's strength ultimately came from borrowing the might of the gods. Magic, though formidable and able to defy age and death, was still not the same as true divinity. She could cast divine spells, but their power never matched Odin's. At best, she could only delay things by a few years. But Wang Yang was different. He had absorbed the power of ego, and also that of Odin. He possessed divine strength himself when he cast the divine arts. It was far easier, and the effects were far greater than the Ancient One could achieve, as his understanding of the sealing technique deepened. Even Wang Yang himself could not predict the limits of his strength. The Ancient One turned to Wang Yang and said, "Wang Yang, there's no need to worry too much. Just give it your all. Don't let the burden weigh on you." Although Wang Yang had already learned the technique, she feared he might be too anxious given the danger of what they were about to seal, so she offered a few words of comfort. Odin nodded, adding, "All I wish to do is buy a little more time, give them a chance." Wang Yang nodded in reply. "I understand." With that blue light flared in Wang Yang's hands, Odin's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. Divine power? Odin could hardly believe what he was seeing. How could this be? How had Wang Yang grasped divine power? Even if he had learned Asgard's sealing technique, that would have granted him knowledge of divine arts, but not true divine power. That was something only the gods themselves could possess. Wang Yang was, after all, a mortal at best. He could only use magic, so how could he wield the strength of the gods? Odin was utterly perplexed. In all his countless years, he had seen innumerable forms of life, but never had a being born mortal attained this kind of divine power. Only a select few among the most powerful godly races ever came close to such a feat. How had this young man managed it? Could Wang Yang secretly be a descendant of some ancient deity? But if he were, why would he study magic of this kind? Odin's thoughts spun in circles, unable to find an answer. Wang Yang, however, had no interest in Odin's confusion. The blue light in his palms twisted and coalesced into intricate divine patterns, sigils of power interwoven and entwined like countless starlit threads, flowing and shimmering, breathtaking in their beauty. The Ancient One's eyes narrowed in shock as she witnessed the scene. Wang Yang's sealing technique was nothing like hers. In fact, it was far more powerful and far more complex. But how could this be? Even she had never understood the sealing arts so profoundly. How had Wang Yang managed it? Although he was puzzled. Wang Yang continued to alter the divine runes without pause. The runes twisted and intertwined, gradually forming an enormous pattern, layer upon layer, rune upon rune. Even Odin, witnessing this, was left utterly astonished. The formation of divine runes was an extremely energy-consuming process. Even Odin, at the height of his power, could not solidify too many at once. However, since he could connect directly with the runes, his own strength dictated the rune strength. Now that he was weakened, the runes were weakened as well. At this moment, even if he wished to reinforce them, he was powerless to do so. Yet what Wang Yang was accomplishing now not only surpassed Odin's speed at his prime, but the runes he forged were even stronger than Odin's own. Wang Yang pressed his palms forward. The powerful divine runes descended, merging directly into the formidable seal. Not only did this fusion reinforce the entire formation, but even the two previous layers of seals shifted and transformed with the addition of Wang Yang's work. An unshakable and mighty aura, solid as a mountain, completely suppressed. The dark energy below, with a thunderous crash, the once thick black mist vanished entirely. Even the lightning within the formation had stabilized, no longer flickering or changing. Everything settled into utter tranquility. Witnessing this transformation, Odin was left speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. The effect of this seal was even greater than anything he had accomplished at the peak of his power. Stunned, he looked at Wang Yang with a trace of fear in his gaze. "I'm not sure how effective it'll be," Wang Yang said, glancing at the now stabilized seal with a hint of embarrassment. "All I could do was give it my best." Although he felt the seal was already quite impressive, he wasn't certain it would be good enough for these two. After all, they were among the mightiest beings in the universe. Odin gazed at the completely stabilized formation before him, his brow creased in thought. Did they even need to test its strength? This seal was clearly more powerful than any he had ever created, even at his strongest. He simply couldn't fathom where this young man's tremendous power came from. Still, since Wang Yang had said so, Odin decided to test it for himself. Raising his hand, Odin summoned a bolt of lightning that danced in his palm. With a flick of his finger, the lightning shot forth, heading straight for Wang Yang's reinforced seal. There was a heavy thud as the lightning struck the seal, rebounding off as though it had hit an immovable wall. The energy scattered into countless sparks and faded away without a trace. Both Gu and Odin were momentarily stunned by what they saw. though Odin's strike seemed minor, its true power was terrifying. Even now weakened as he was, a casual attack from him was nothing to scoff at. Yet now, Odin's effortless strike hadn't left so much as a mark on the seal. It was nothing short of astounding. He couldn't help but sigh in amazement. It seems Hela won't be getting out for the next few centuries, at least. The seal that Wang Yang cast is simply too powerful, not to mention her own seal. Even Odin's seal might not compare. You have to understand, Odin has lived for over 1,000,000 years. In the vastness of the universe, he is considered an exceptionally mighty god. Destroying a planet is a trivial feat for him, which speaks volumes about his strength. Yet Wang Yang's seal directly assimilated Odin's. Only a stronger power can fully absorb a weaker one. And this shows that Odin's sealing power is inferior to Wang Yang's. The Ancient One could feel the immense force pulsing from the seal, sensing its overwhelming might. She couldn't help but marvel. This child is truly extraordinary. Even though she had already thought highly of Wang Yang, today she realized she had still underestimated her. Odin, too, stood silently nearby. Over the years, he had maintained Hela's seal with his own formidable power. Yet even so, cracks would constantly appear, and he would have to come and repair it himself. Now Wang Yang had only just learned the art of sealing, but with a single act, she had thoroughly and completely sealed Hela. Odin found this rather astonishing. It was simply unbelievable. How could the ruler of the 9 realms be surpassed by a mere mortal? Was she really even human? At this moment, Odin was deeply shaken. For the Ancient One, however, accepting this came more easily. After all, she was used to such surprises. She turned to Odin and spoke. Odin, you can rest easy now. It's time for you to return. You're far too powerful to remain here on Earth. Although Odin's lifespan was nearing its end, that was only relative. His long years meant that even now he had a few more left. Unless, of course, he wished for it to end sooner. I will return. You have my word, Odin replied, nodding in response to the Ancient One. Very well, let's go, the Ancient One said to Wang Yang, then opened a portal, returning them to Sokovia. As for whether Odin would truly go back, that was not for them to decide. After all, Odin was the master of the 9 realms. As long as he didn't bring harm to Earth, it was not their place to interfere. Upon returning to Kamar-Taj, the Ancient One gazed deeply at Wang Yang. Your power is truly remarkable, perhaps. One day, the future of Kamar-Taj will rest in your hands. Hearing this, Wang Yang's heart tightened. Could it be that the Ancient One was already preparing to? Supreme Sorcerer, Kamar-Taj still needs you. Wang Yang frowned, reluctant to take on the role. With the Supreme Sorcerer on Earth, there was a constant threat to the planet. Now that Odin's days were numbered, and the Ancient One as well, Earth would soon lose its protectors. It would only be a matter of time before Thanos arrived. Time will tell. You, too, can become a great sorcerer, perhaps even the one to guard Earth's sanctums. And Kamar-Taj, as the next Supreme Sorcerer. The Ancient One smiled, and with those words, turned and walked away. Even though I already knew the Ancient One would die, hearing her speak of it still brought a touch of sorrow to my heart. Yet, it seemed that dying was not such an easy thing for her. Now that even Hela had been thoroughly sealed away, Asgard might never see Ragnarok after all. The Sorcerer Supreme might not be able to leave this world as she wishes. A faint smile appeared on Wang Yang's face. It was at that moment that a commotion drifted over. Wang Yang turned his head toward the source of the noise. He couldn't help but frown. After all, the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj were known for their discipline and composure. They rarely made a sound, let alone caused such a ruckus. What could have happened to make the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj raise such a clamor? Before Wang Yang could ponder further, he saw several Kamar-Taj sorcerers escorting a man toward the main hall. What's going on? Wang Yang asked, his brows knitting together as he took in the scene. His mood became even more complicated when he saw who they were bringing in. Why would this fellow show up here? The sorcerers, upon seeing Wang Yang, gave a slight bow. Grandmaster, they greeted in unison. What's the matter? Wang Yang asked, his surprise evident as he looked at the person in custody. Grandmaster, this man insisted on breaking in, so we detained him. We were just about to hand him over to Master Mordo for judgment. One of the sorcerers explained. Ever since Kamar-Taj had been invaded so many times, they had instituted regular patrols, and naturally, an intruder like this would not be let off easily. Hey, Wang Yang, we're comrades in arms, aren't we? Surely you won't be so heartless, the man said, lifting his head with a grin. It was none other than Tony Stark. Dressed in a suit, Tony had somehow managed to stride right into Kamar-Taj. Wang Yang was at a loss for words. How had this guy managed to find Kamar-Taj? This place was hidden from the world, ordinary people. Couldn't just stroll in. How did you find us? Wang Yang voiced the question in his mind. Tony Stark replied, nonchalantly, I traced your IP address, then locked down your physical location. Wasn't much of a challenge for me. Wang Yang could only give a wry smile, of course, for Tony, who thrived on technology. This sort of thing was hardly a challenge. Let him go. I'll take care of this, Wang Yang said to the sorcerers. They nodded and released Tony Stark within Kamar-Taj. Wang Yang's reputation was considerable. He was counted among the foremost of the order. As the sorcerers departed, Tony Stark flexed his arms and grinned. I have to say, Wang Yang, your people here aren't exactly the most welcoming, Tony complained, shaking his head in mock dismay. If not for the fact that Kamar-Taj sorcerers do not take lives lightly, you would already be dead, even with your armor on. Wang Yang neither agreed nor denied. The sorcerers of Kamar-Taj see it as their duty to protect Earth, so even if someone barges in, they will not resort to killing. Otherwise, with all of Iron Man's equipment, he truly would not stand a chance. Tony Stark listened to Wang Yang's words and found himself in complete agreement. After witnessing Wang Yang's power firsthand, Tony had no doubt he was telling the truth, which was why he hadn't even bothered to put on his armor this time. But I must say, I didn't expect you to hold such a high position here, Tony commented, his eyes sweeping over the surroundings as he spoke. Wang Yang said nothing, simply leading Tony Stark to the reception hall. Let's get to the point. Why are you really here this time? Wang Yang didn't believe for a second that Tony Stark had trespassed into Kamar-Taj just for a friendly chat. Kamar-Taj doesn't usually receive outsiders, so once we're done talking, I suggest you leave as soon as possible. Wang Yang paused, then added, ordinary sorcerers lack the self-discipline of the Sorcerer Supreme, so unless one agrees to become a sorcerer, they cannot stay in Kamar-Taj. After all, once a sorcerer is exposed to the outside world, it's all too easy to become distracted and neglect their magical studies. This rule was set with their well-being in mind. You folks really are to be pitied, Tony Stark said with a touch of regret when he heard that Kamar-Taj kept itself isolated from outsiders. Let's stick to business, Wang Yang said, fixing Tony with a steady gaze. In recent years, Tony Stark had been through life and death and matured a great deal, but the playboy in him wasn't about to change overnight. The main reason I'm here this time is to ask for your help in convincing Captain America and his team, Tony began. You were part of the battle in Sokovia, so you know that if people with powers aren't kept in check, it's nothing short of a disaster for ordinary folks. That's why I hope you'll sign the Sokovia Accords and help me persuade Captain America and the others to do the same. Tony finally revealed his true purpose for coming, but after hearing this, Wang Yang couldn't help but laugh, finding Tony's naivete almost endearing. As the head of Stark Industries, a capitalist through and through, Tony still placed his faith in his country, in the so-called Sokovia Accords. Wasn't that a little ridiculous? Wang Yang shook his head and spoke. Mr. Stark, I think you're missing the point. Kamar-Taj and the world outside are two entirely different worlds. We do not interfere with the workings of the outside world. Our only responsibility is to protect the Earth. We do not wish to be bound by any organization, nor do we seek fame or recognition. So, coming to me for help this time, you've knocked on the wrong door. Wang Yang shook his head. If that's all you came to say, you can leave now. He was about to tell him that he had no interest in joining any kind of civil war. Besides, he could never bring himself to trust a government that would so readily launch a nuclear missile at New York. He really had no fondness for people like that. Quite simply, if it ever came to a civil war, even then, he would stand with Captain America, which made Tony Stark's visit this time rather pointless. Hearing Wang Yang's words, Tony Stark's smile faded, and he finally spoke up. Tony's expression grew serious, the easygoing air gone. After a moment of silence, he said, Mr. Wang, I believe that those who protect the Earth should also be held accountable. Don't you realize that when we use our powers without restraint, the damage to ordinary people can be catastrophic? Wang Yang shook his head again and replied, Mr. Stark, I'm surprised that you're still this naive, even now. What is war, after all? Have you ever known a war without casualties? We do our best to protect the people we care about. As for the rest, we do what we can, but our conscience is clear. Wang Yang fixed Tony with a deep, unwavering gaze. If you truly want to abolish the contract, Then why not do away with war itself? If there were no more wars, we wouldn't need to protect the Earth at all. As long as war exists, even if someone tries to restrain us, people will still die. Who can change that? And the things governments have done, are they any less harmful to the Earth than the attacks from aliens? Wang Yang shrugged, saying nothing more. A single nuclear bomb nearly destroyed New York. How many lives were lost then? Hundreds of thousands, maybe millions. And now they say it's our powers are dangerous, that too many innocents have died. The truth is, governments are simply afraid of what they can't control. What truly terrifies them isn't civilian casualties, but the threat that powers like ours might pose to their rule. And Tony Stark, already in his 40s or 50s, was still so naive, still willing to put his faith in American capitalists. Wasn't that just handing your fate over to others? Of course, from another perspective, Tony himself was a capitalist, so perhaps it all seemed perfectly natural to him. That's enough, Tony. There's no need to waste any more words. Let me send you back to New York. We won't get involved, and we won't be signing any agreements, as Wang Yang spoke. He traced a circle in the air, opening a portal. Tony Stark gazed at the portal, radiating golden light, and let out a sigh. If you refuse, it won't be good for you, he said. With a helpless shrug, Tony added, You really leave me no choice. What do you mean by that? Wang Yang asked, his brow furrowing in concern. They'll be here any minute, Tony replied, urgency creeping into his voice. I really didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Well, if that's how it is to avoid harming innocent people, we have no choice but to fight here, Tony said with reluctant resignation. He was well aware of the formidable strength of Wang Yang and his fellow sorcerers. Battling here would be safer than anywhere else. Besides, he also wanted Wang Yang to understand how dangerous unrestrained superheroes could be. Apart from all that, Tony Stark genuinely didn't want to clash with Captain America and the others. This was merely a difference in ideals. He never wanted things to escalate this far. At this moment, Tony still didn't know the truth about his parents' deaths, and he still felt a strong bond with his teammates. This confrontation, in his mind, was little more than a heated discussion. He didn't see any real harm in it. Besides, if a fight did break out, Wang Yang and his companions would undoubtedly be able to stop them. Tony had assumed Wang Yang wouldn't refuse, but to his surprise, Wang Yang turned him down without a second thought. Wang Yang, for his part, felt rather frustrated. He couldn't understand why Tony Stark had come to him. Did they really have such a deep connection? At best, there was only a modest friendship between them. And honestly, Wang Yang had saved these superheroes more times than he could count. Tony Stark, let me say this again. Kamar-Taj will not interfere in the affairs of the outside world, Wang Yang said, his brows knitting together in resolve. But you're one of the superheroes, Tony protested, unable to hide his frustration. No, I'm not a superhero. I'm just a sorcerer, Wang Yang replied calmly. With your abilities, you're definitely one of us, Tony insisted, frowning with determination. Wang Yang opened his mouth as if to speak, then thought better of it. Clearly, there was no convincing Tony otherwise, and he didn't care to waste any more words. That's enough, Tony Stark. You may leave now, Wang Yang declared. With a wave of his hand, the portal that had been hovering nearby suddenly surged toward Tony Stark, enveloping him in golden light. In an instant, Tony Stark vanished from Kamar-Taj. The next moment, he found himself back in his own tower. Tony looked around in utter disbelief. This is incredible, he muttered, his face filled with amazement. Even though he'd seen Wang Yang's magic before, it still left him completely astonished. In the blink of an eye, he'd been transported halfway across the globe. It was simply unbelievable. Without hesitation, he snatched up his watch and checked the data on its display. Not a single bit of data was recorded. His watch was capable of recording so much. That was his technology, yet now not a shred of information had been logged. What kind of power is this? This is truly beyond anything I ever imagined about superpowers. There's not even any energy data to analyze. Tony Stark couldn't help but marvel at it. Sir, Captain America is already on his way. Should we depart immediately? Just then Friday's voice rang out, reminding Tony of what needed to be done. Hearing the AI, Tony Stark's expression flickered between hesitation and determination. He needed to bring Steve Rogers back. Though he wasn't eager to fight Captain America, this confrontation had become inevitable. He donned his suit of armor and soared into the distance. At the same time, Captain America was also heading for Wang Yang's location. While he didn't have Stark's Technology. If Stark had found the place, his own two agents should be able to as well. He had witnessed Wang Yang's power firsthand and naturally hoped to make his own case. But Tony had already been to Kamar-Taj, so he knew Captain America's chances were slim. He also knew Steve was trailing right behind him, which was why he'd told Wang Yang they'd be arriving soon. Kamar-Taj. After seeing Tony Stark off, Wang Yang assumed all would be peaceful. He poured himself some tea and settled into the library with a book of spells. By now, he had already cast Tony Stark from his mind. Sokovia Accords, Civil War. He had no interest in such matters. Having been through all of that, he no longer believed the naive idea that simply controlling oneself would prevent collateral damage. Better to trust in oneself than in others. Wang Yang shook his head, turning the pages of magical theory, though his understanding of magic already surpassed that of most sorcerers. There was still a long way to go before he could rival the gods. I heard someone broke into Kamar-Taj today. Wang, standing nearby, looked at Wang Yang with curiosity. That's right, Master Wang. Are you actually interested in the affairs of the outside world? Wang Yang glanced up. Wang was seldom concerned with anything beyond their walls. Just a bit curious, that's all, Wang replied, shaking his head. It was merely an accidental intrusion. No need to worry. I've already sent him away, Wang Yang said with a light laugh. That's good. Kamar-Taj has always stayed out of worldly conflicts. We're only guardians. Of Earth, Wang nodded, relieved to know Wang Yang hadn't involved himself in outside disputes. Wang Yang was about to say more when, boom, a thunderous crash erupted, followed by a violent tremor that shook the ground. Both Wang Yang and Wang shot to their feet. What's happening? They exchanged a glance and hurried out of the library. Soon several sorcerers came running over, their faces full of concern. What's going on? Wang asked, frowning. Archmage, there's a fight happening outside. Our defensive barrier's been triggered, one of the sorcerers reported. Under normal circumstances, Kamar-Taj can be found. Doctor Strange managed it, and a few ordinary people have too. But whenever there's a threat, Kamar-Taj activates its defenses, a precaution built up after enduring so many invasions. What? Wang's frown deepened. Someone was fighting here at their doorstep. Wang Yang instantly understood what was happening. It was obviously Tony Stark and Captain America. Leave this to me. Wang Yang interjected before Wang could say anything else. Very well. I trust you can handle it. Wang replied, nodding. After all, Wang Yang was now an archmage himself. Handling this sort of situation should be well within his abilities. Wang Yang opened a portal and stepped through. He arrived in a plaza where two groups stood locked in a tense standoff. On one side was Captain America leading those who refused to sign the Sokovia Accords. On the other stood Tony Stark, heading the faction determined to sign. Tony, that doctor is the real mastermind, Captain America called out. Originally, he'd hoped to find Wang Yang and ask him to join their cause, but Tony Stark and his group had intercepted them, and a fight broke out. Now, all he could do was try to explain. Your friends killed quite a few people. Ross want me to bring you in. Tony Stark hovered in the air, glaring at Captain America. As the portal opened, both sides turned their attention drawn to Wang Yang. Before anyone could speak, Wang Yang's brows knit together in displeasure. You chose this place for your little civil war, he said sharply. This is not the place for your reckless fights. With a wave of his hand, a powerful gust swept through the plaza. Tony, Vision, Falcon, and the others, who were airborne, were knocked from the sky, crashing to the ground. Immediately, everyone felt a crushing force descend upon them. They couldn't help but sink to the ground, faces flushed, struggling for breath. Among the assembled Avengers, Vision and Scarlet, which were the most powerful, one a marvel of technology and the Mind Stone, the other a wielder of chaotic magic. Yet now, even they looked at Wang Yang with shock and fear in their eyes. What kind of power was this? They had witnessed Wang Yang's battle in Sokovia before, but never faced him directly. Only now did they truly sense his overwhelming strength. Even Vision's vibranium body was straining under the pressure. Wang Yang swept his gaze over the Avengers and spoke. I'll give you all a chance to leave peacefully. So long as you don't cause any more chaos here, you can go wherever you want. But if you insist on making trouble, don't blame me for what happens next. Wang Yang. For this wretched author, every single recommendation and monthly vote is the most important kind of support. As for tips and rewards, I never dare to expect much. After all, a small token of appreciation can be heartwarming, but too much might be overwhelming. That's why I'm deeply grateful for every bit of support I receive, and there's no way I could ever properly repay it. To all those who support me, I bow in thanks. It's impossible. I have to find out the truth. Captain America, upon hearing Wang Yang's words, stood his ground without the slightest sign of retreat. He had his own convictions. I'm taking them back with me. Tony Stark, of course, wasn't about to leave so easily either. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless, Wang Yang gave a cold snort. He didn't mind helping these people in the midst of war, but their antics had gone too far. Bringing their civil war all the way here, since they refused to leave, there was no choice but to teach them a lesson and then send them on their way. Sensing the immense presence emanating from Wang Yang, the Avengers forgot their squabbling and turned toward him, eyes wide with fear. Vision, stop him. Tony Stark spoke up, unable to hide the apprehension in his voice. While Vision had developed a will of his own, he was still undoubtedly the most powerful among them. Vision glanced at Tony Stark, a flicker of complexity crossing his mechanical features. His logical mind told him that Wang Yang would not be easily defeated. I'll do my best, he replied. As Wang Yang prepared to make his move, the oppressive force that had filled the air suddenly dissipated, but the sense of dread lingered on. Vision slowly rose into the air, gliding toward Wang Yang with a wave of his hand. A silver cloak materialized behind Wang Yang. At the same moment, countless magical runes appeared on its surface, imbuing him with tremendous power. Wang Yang could feel his strength surge as if it had reached new heights. Just then, Vision threw a punch straight at Wang Yang. Everyone knew Wang Yang's magic was formidable. No one disputed that. But how strong was he physically? Vision doubted that Wang Yang could withstand his blow. Everyone expected Wang Yang to counter Vision's force with a spell. After all, Vision's body was made of vibranium, nearly indestructible. But to their astonishment, Wang Yang didn't use magic at all. Instead, he met Vision's punch head-on with his own fist. Bang! The two fists collided with a thunderous crash, unleashing a shockwave that radiated outward from their clash. Tony Stark, Captain America, and the others were forced to retreat again and again as the powerful force kicked up clouds of dust. At the center of the storm, Wang Yang stood firm, unmoved. Vision's fist was visibly deformed, and his arm let out a cracking sound, sparking violently as his vibranium body tore apart under the strain. The faces of all the Avengers were frozen in shock. In that moment, they had completely forgotten their inner conflict. What was going on? Wasn't Wang Yang supposed to be a mage? A wizard isn't supposed to wield powerful magic. How can he even fight in close combat? The key point is Vision is made of vibranium, one of the toughest metals in the world, able to absorb energy. Ordinary physical attacks simply can't damage it. Among the Avengers, Captain America couldn't help but glance at the vibranium shield in his hand. When it came to vibranium's strength, no one knew better than he did. After all these years, he'd come to know every nuance of the metal's properties. But now, standing before him was a mage who could shatter his shield with a single punch. If Wang Yang had used some sort of magical power, Steve could have understood it more easily. But to see vibranium broken by a bare fist, now, that was truly unimaginable. Was this even humanly possible? Not even the Hulk could manage such a feat. It defied all logic. And it wasn't just Captain America who struggled to grasp this. None of the Avengers could make sense of it. Vision, after all, was an indispensable force among them. In the absence of Thor and Hulk, Vision was unquestionably their strongest asset. His vibranium body was so tough that even if he stood still letting them attack, they'd hardly make a dent. Among the Avengers, perhaps only Wanda could hurt him at all. Even Tony's most destructive weapons left no mark on Vision's body. Yet now someone had managed to injure him with a single blow. What kind of power could possibly do that? It wasn't just the Avengers who were stunned. Vision himself was in utter shock. Since the day he was created, he had never lost in a contest of sheer strength. His vibranium body had always been too formidable. But now his arm had failed to withstand Wang Yang's punch. It simply shouldn't be possible. Vision staggered back a few steps, staring at Wang Yang in disbelief. The Mind Stone on his forehead glowed with energy, helping to repair his injured arm. Wang Yang, meanwhile, was quite satisfied with his current strength ever. Since he'd merged with divine power, his physical body had, in a sense, become even more formidable than the Hulk's. Coupled with the enhancement from his cloak, breaking through vibranium was no longer anything extraordinary for him. Looking at Vision now, Wang Yang couldn't help but recall the moment Thanos tore the stone from Vision's forehead. "Let me give you some advice," he said. "Don't rely too much on the Infinity Stones. If you can, remove it from yourself. Otherwise, sooner or later, it will be the death of you." Wang Yang regarded Vision, thinking of Ultron, who could swap bodies again and even merge with the internet, making himself nearly indestructible. For Ultron, the body was almost irrelevant. Vision, too, was an artificial intelligence, yet losing the stone meant instant death for him. Compared to Ultron, that was a glaring weakness. Of course, this was because Vision and the Infinity Stone were inseparable. His digital soul had already merged with the stone, making them one and the same. The Infinity Stone is his very life. To strip it away naturally leads to Vision's death, yet the Infinity Stone is not entirely irreplaceable. Shuri Black, Panther's sister, once suggested that neurons could substitute for the stone, though there simply wasn't enough time. Otherwise, separation would have been entirely possible. Now that he has given the warning, whether Vision chooses this path or not is no longer his concern. "Thank you for your advice, but right now..." Vision shook his head. After all, the two of them were still locked in battle. Although he was at a disadvantage, that hardly meant he had lost already. The Infinity Stone on Vision's forehead emitted a blinding beam of light, shooting straight at Wang Yang. Wang Yang raised his hand, and the rings of Ragador materialized in his palm, blocking the terrifying force of the beam. At the same time, with a flick of his wrist, a shadowy figure stepped out from behind him. In a smooth retreat, Wang Yang vanished from his spot, and a shimmering portal opened behind Vision. "Watch out, Vision!" cried a member of the Avengers, having witnessed the scene in shock. They had never seen anyone capable of splitting themselves in two. Yet here it was undeniable right before their eyes. Vision, too, became aware of the threat. The sound of the air tearing behind him was sharp and urgent, and even he felt a sting from the powerful force closing in. Meanwhile, Tony caught sight of two Wang Yangs displayed on his helmet's interface. Identical in every detail, there was not a single difference, and what was more, their punches were even faster than before, terrifying, not human, not in the slightest. Though Vision had noticed Wang Yang behind him, it was already too late to dodge. His only choice was to phase his body into intangibility. Wang Yang's duplicate thrust his hand through Vision's form, but the attack lost its momentum and stopped. Drawing on his cloak's power, the real Wang Yang soared to face Vision directly, grasping his head in a powerful grip. The force was so overwhelming that the Mind Stone ceased to function. Despite being linked to the stone, Vision could not unleash its full power. Deprived of its strength, Vision fell unconscious. With a flick of his wrist, Wang Yang tossed Vision aside. Tony Stark rushed forward and caught him just in time. After a quick check, Tony finally breathed a sigh of relief. "So are you willing to leave now?" Wang Yang swept his gaze across the assembled Avengers. As his duplicate merged seamlessly back into his true form, that second presence disappeared without a trace. Having absorbed Ego's power, Wang Yang found his mastery of the form of the Ancient One smoother than ever. Suddenly, a surge of crimson energy erupted from Wanda. Clearly, she was deeply displeased with Wang Yang. It made sense. Lately, she and Vision had grown close, and seeing her boyfriend knocked unconscious was more than she could bear, even if their ideals now stood in opposition. A surge of powerful red energy swept directly toward Wang Yang. Suspended in midair, Wang Yang watched as the crimson magical force rushed at him. In an instant, a seraphim shield formed around his entire body, fending off Wanda's magic. He nodded at Wanda, acknowledging that in terms of raw power, she was indeed one of the strongest among the Avengers. Yet, it was a shame. Her abilities were still lacking. The crucial problem was that no one had helped her truly understand her own magic, so she could only unleash a fraction of her potential. Wang Yang slowly descended to the ground, a formidable magical power gathering around him. Although he had yet to make a move, every member of the Avengers involuntarily drew in a sharp breath, a chill prickling down their spines. After all, Wang Yang's physical strength alone was overwhelming, not to mention his command of magic. "Maybe you should let this go, sis." Quicksilver spoke up from the side, unable to hold back, compared to his sister. Quicksilver's only advantage was speed. In the movies, it was almost absurd that he would be killed by a bullet, but in this reality, with his abilities rescuing someone meant simply carrying them away or even snatching bullets out of the air. Death was impossible. That was why he had joined the Avengers alongside his sister. Now, witnessing her clash with someone as formidable as Wang Yang, he couldn't help but advise caution. But Wanda placed too much confidence in her power. With vision, unconscious anger consumed her, clouding her judgment. Ignoring her brother's plea, she unleashed a torrent of red energy, sending it spiraling toward Wang Yang. Wang Yang shook his head, then struck the ground with a surge of magical force. The earth trembled beneath their feet, deep, rumbling vibrations spreading out. The Avengers glanced nervously around, alert to danger. Suddenly, countless scarlet chains burst forth from the ground, snaking directly toward Wanda. Even as she summoned her own magic in defense, it was no use. The chains wound around her, binding her tight. Several scarlet chains wrapped firmly around Wanda, and her face turned noticeably pale. She struggled, desperate to break free. Power surged within her, and incredibly, she even began to loosen Wang Yang's scarlet bindings. Wang Yang himself looked on in genuine astonishment. No wonder she would one day have the strength to tear Thanos apart with her bare hands. Even his scarlet chains had difficulty restraining Wanda. His surprise was clear, but the rest of the Avengers were utterly shocked. To them, Wanda had always seemed quiet and unassuming. The most trouble she'd ever caused was when she invaded their minds and turned them against each other. Back then, her combat strength hadn't left much of an impression. But now, none of them could have imagined it. Wanda was unleashing a terrifying power, one that could even rival the monstrous might of Wang Yang himself. If it were them in this situation, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand Wanda's formidable magical power at all. As a super soldier, Captain America's physique was transformed by the serum. He was no longer an ordinary man in terms of endurance, strength, or reflexes. Yet now, witnessing such overwhelming power, he felt as if he were no different from any regular person. He feared that he wouldn't be able to block these attacks in the slightest. At first, he thought it was understandable that he couldn't stand up to Wang Yang's power. But now it seemed he might not even withstand Wanda's. After all, Captain America couldn't directly sense these forces, but Tony Stark, watching the entire screen awash in red, couldn't help but look horrified. The readings had far surpassed anything his sensors could measure. When Tony first invented his suit, he had felt invincible, believing no one could surpass his might. His armor was packed with countless monitoring devices, yet he'd always thought he'd never truly need them. He never expected that not only Wang Yang, but even Wanda could wield such overwhelming power. You really are impressive, but it's a pity you haven't awakened your true strength yet. Wanda, not yet the Scarlet, which was powerful, but still had her limits. Wang Yang raised his hand with a sweeping motion. The scarlet chains binding Wanda suddenly tightened with a fierce force, shattering the energy she had gathered. Drained of her strength, Wanda collapsed into unconsciousness. Wanda, Quicksilver rushed to her side, and at that moment the scarlet chains vanished completely, showing no intention of attacking anyone else. Anyone else want to make a move? Fight wherever you want, but if you do it here, I won't be so lenient. Wang Yang's cold gaze swept over the Avengers, as well as several others dragged into the conflict, Spider-Man, Ant-Man, and the rest. Wang Yang truly had no desire to fight the Avengers. After all, he bore no personal grudges against them. But who could have expected them to court disaster by coming here, demanding that the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj sign the Sokovia Accords, and even trying to force him to pick a side? Now, Wang Yang's meaning was clear. If they insisted on fighting here, they would have to answer to him. If they took their battles elsewhere, he would not interfere. Tony Stark and Captain America exchanged a glance, both seeing the frustration in each other's eyes. Under circumstances like these, how could they possibly keep fighting? Cap, come back with me. Let's end this right here and now, Tony Stark said, turning to Captain America. Captain America frowned. No, Tony, I have to catch the mastermind behind all of this. At those words, Tony Stark's brows knit even tighter. Cap, just let it go, he urged. Come with me, Captain. Impossible. Captain America's voice was unwavering. His resolve had always been steadfast. Tony Stark's words alone could never sway him. If that weren't the case, he could never have become Captain America. Seeing Captain America like this, Tony Stark was naturally furious. His armor once again shifted into combat mode, and the atmosphere between them grew tense and hostile. In the movie, The Civil War ends with Captain America and Bucky making their escape, but here with Wang Yang present. They didn't even get the chance to fight. Enough. I said you can fight anywhere else you want, but it has nothing to do with Kamar-Taj. If you insist, I'll shatter your armor and your shield right now, Wang Yang growled. Everyone present turned pale. Although Hawkeye and Black Widow were also members of the Avengers, they were just elite agents, not as physically strong as Captain America, and they couldn't possibly withstand this force. At that moment, all the Avengers couldn't help but sigh. Inwardly, they had thought that if Wang Yang fought, they would be powerless to resist, but now, even with Wang Yang not taking action, they still found themselves helpless. It was the aura of someone at a much higher level, a presence far above their own. Wang Yang frowned. As long as neither side knew who was truly in the right, this would never end, but asking them to take their fight elsewhere seemed impossible. It looked like there was only one way. Tony Stark, do you want to know who killed the king of Wakanda? Want to know who caused your infighting? What Captain America said is correct. Everything that happened afterward, all your conflict, was orchestrated by Zemo. You could say he's the one who set your civil war in motion. His family died during the battle in Sokovia. Wang Yang laid out everything he knew, hoping to end this endless struggle near Kamar-Taj and restore its peace. How do you know that? This is actually true, Tony. Stark asked in shock. No, but I saw that guy kill a lot of people, Tony said, glancing at Bucky, who stood with Captain America. He was brainwashed. The Winter Soldier was originally a group of agents turned into weapons, their bodies enhanced, spending most of their time in hibernation. Even Hawkeye can be controlled. So, of course, Bucky, who's been brainwashed for years, could be used as a tool. Wang Yang wasn't really taking Bucky's side, he was simply stating the facts. Even so, after Bucky discovered what he'd done, he hadn't apologized. Although Tony still found it hard to believe, with Wang Yang making things so clear, he had little choice but to accept it. At this point, it seemed the affair was finally resolved. The heart of the conflict was that Tony Stark and Captain America had fundamentally different beliefs, both burdened by guilt, but Tony's choices were harsher. He became the leading advocate for the Sokovia Accords. Meanwhile, Bucky was torn, wrestling with his own guilt. It would be impossible to say he wasn't remorseful, but he'd spent as many years in slumber as Captain America himself. After completing a mission, he would almost always fall into a deep sleep, only to be awakened when he was needed for another task, under the powerful influence of hypnosis and brainwashing. He had long since lost his sense of self, until he encountered Captain America again. Only then was he able to regain his true consciousness. At the same time, Captain America found himself caught in a painful dilemma. He didn't know whether he should tell Tony Stark that it was Bucky who had killed his parents. On one side was his comrade in arms, on the other his brother. Even Captain America was deeply torn, his feelings tangled and complex. Should he really keep this secret from Tony forever? And if Tony ever found out the truth, what would happen to their relationship? I've already told you so much, and to keep you from tearing each other apart completely, I'll tell you one more thing. At this moment, Wang Yang turned to look at Tony Stark. Tony, having learned so much already, was feeling emotionally overwhelmed. Hearing Wang Yang's words, he nodded and said, "Go ahead. I'm listening. Your parents' death. You've always felt so guilty about it, haven't you? You even developed a holographic projection project to ease the pain in your heart," Wang Yang said. Calmly, "That's right," Tony replied with a nod. This wasn't a secret. He'd argued with his father, and then his parents died in a car accident. The guilt had haunted him ever since. Although Tony often played the role of a carefree playboy, deep down he desperately longed for family. He refused to accept things from anyone else, but he could easily accept something from his father. Perhaps even he didn't realize just how much he craved and valued familial love. Your parents' deaths were no accident. Wang Yang continued quietly. What? Tony Stark stared in disbelief. He had always believed that his parents' deaths were nothing more than a tragic accident. That had been his conviction all along. But now, Wang Yang was telling him otherwise. Wang Yang, what are you trying to say? Captain America's voice grew tense as he listened. He couldn't bear the idea of a fight breaking out between his brother and his friend. If the truth came out, he and Tony would be set on opposite sides. Tony was his comrade, but Bucky was like a brother to him. And in this era, Bucky had no one else but him. Captain, I know what you're thinking, but do you really think you can keep this secret forever? Hiding it will only hurt your friendship in the end. Wang Yang shook his head. Steve, what do you know? Do you know something about how my parents died? Why didn't you tell me? Tony turned to Captain America, his focus narrowed to a single burning question. He no longer cared about anything else. He just wanted to know the truth about his parents' deaths. Hearing Tony's words, Captain America couldn't help but lower his head in silence. Seeing this reaction, Tony looked back at Wang Yang. "Tell me, how did my parents die?" Wang Yang glanced at Bucky in the distance. At this moment, Bucky felt nothing toward Tony Stark. Even after learning he had killed Tony's parents, he reacted no differently than if he'd killed anyone else. After all, over the years, he had taken too many lives. "Your parents were killed by Bucky," Wang Yang said slowly, as soon as these words left his mouth. Tony Stark's armor flared with a powerful light. Locking onto Bucky as its target, Bucky braced himself. For the confrontation, Captain America let out a sigh. Although the truth can't be hidden forever and must eventually be faced, if it were possible, he truly wished this day would never come. "Mr. Stark," Spider-Man frowned and looked toward Captain America's side. The tension in the air was palpable. The battle was about to erupt once again. "Thank you, Mr. Wang Yang. I'll thank you properly after I've killed Bucky." Without hesitation, Tony Stark flew straight at Bucky. The weapons on his suit primed and ready, every system aimed for a decisive strike. Hearing Wang Yang lay out the truth so directly, Captain America frowned, glancing at the eager Iron Man, his heart filled with complicated emotions. "Stark, it's true. Your parents were killed by Bucky, but you have to understand, Hydra was always the one pulling the strings. Killing Bucky now won't change anything. He's just a puppet." Wang Yang spoke up calmly, just as the two sides were about to clash. Tony hesitated. The glow of his armor dimmed. Wang Yang was right, taking revenge on. A puppet wouldn't truly avenge his parents. If they turned on each other, it would only benefit someone else. Realizing their conflict was orchestrated from the shadows, Tony's anger cooled. "Thank you." Seeing Tony restrain himself, Captain America couldn't help but look at Wang Yang and offer a word of gratitude. He knew he would have stood by Bucky, but he never wished to fight Tony. "Rogers, what are you thanking me for? You knew the truth all along, yet you kept it from Stark. Do you really consider him a friend?" Wang Yang snorted coldly. Though each had their own reasons, neither had truly done right by the other. Tony had his faults, but so did Captain America. Hearing this, Captain America sighed again, fully aware of his own shortcomings. Everyone else could only stare in stunned silence at the scene before them. They had expected an all-out fight, but instead the confrontation had ended with a few words, and all thanks to a mage who had revealed everything. What surprised them even more was how someone secluded in Kamar-Taj could know so much. "All right, you can leave now. Whatever you choose to do next is none of my concern." Wang Yang waved his hand, signaling for them to go. Though the relationship between Captain America and Stark would never be the same, at least they wouldn't become bitter enemies locked in open combat. "Let's go." Stark gave Captain America a long, searching look before finally speaking. With that, Stark's group turned and left. Captain America let out a sigh, then turned to Wang Yang and said, "Whatever happens, thank you otherwise. I really wouldn't have been able to say it myself." Now that Wang Yang had spoken the words for him, he no longer needed to struggle with how to bring up the matter. Dragging things out will only make the situation worse. "It's better to be honest sooner rather than later," Wang Yang said. As soon as he finished, a portal opened behind him. He stepped through and disappeared from Captain America and his companion's sight. "Let's go too," Captain America said, hearing Wang Yang's words. Everyone around him sighed as well. After watching Wang Yang leave, they departed with their own comrades. "Is everything resolved?" When Wang Yang returned to the library at Kamar-Taj, Wang approached him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. "I've sent those people away," Wang Yang replied with a nod. "It seems Kamar-Taj has drawn too much attention. We'd better be more cautious in the future," Wang reminded him. If they hadn't revealed themselves during the battle in New York, they wouldn't have gotten into this kind of trouble. Wang Yang nodded in agreement. In the movies, Kamar-Taj never attracted the Avengers' notice. In large part, that was because of Wang Yang himself. He couldn't help but wonder, had he really changed this world? Meanwhile, in the Middle East, in a desert that seemed endlessly calm, war continued to spread its shadow. No one could say how many lives had been claimed here. Even though Stark had stopped weapons production, the fighting raged on. No single person could bring an end to a war. With Stark Industries' withdrawal, other arms dealers quickly moved in, making the region even more unstable. All kinds of organizations and factions, resistance groups, terrorist cells, and more were locked in constant conflict. Not even the chaos when Sokovia was lifted skywards could compare to the turmoil here. When hope is lost, people begin to cling to the most intangible things, turning them into their faith. At that moment, in the ruins of a shattered building, countless people huddled together, barely surviving. Inside one of these crumbling structures, dozens of candles cast flickering light, illuminating dark red patterns drawn on the floor. These were once Muslims devoted to their faith, but as the war dragged on with no end in sight, nothing seemed to change. Among them, someone discovered an old talisman, rumored to offer a way out of their plight, a promise to ease their fear and suffering. Whether it was real or not, they were willing to try. Even if hope was fading to the thinnest thread, they chanted incantations under their breath, and the patterns on the ground seemed to emit a dark crimson glow, filling the entire ruined building with an eerie atmosphere. Gradually, even the candlelight inside the structure appeared to be swallowed by the darkness, making the scene all the more unsettling. Suddenly, one of the chanting figures let out a piercing scream. In an instant, he was enveloped by shadows. He was not alone. Soon, the others who had been chanting also began to wail in anguish, their voices sharp and desperate. The darkness surged forth like a tide, consuming the ruins entirely. A heavy silence fell over the place, so absolute it was impossible to tell how much time had passed. When at last the darkness receded, the ruins remained unchanged, still nothing more than a shattered shell. It was as if nothing had happened. No one seemed to notice this place, especially with the constant thunder of artillery in the distance drowning out all else. Then, once more crimson runes appeared on the ground, glowing with a strange, sinister light, as though they had absorbed some unknown energy. The people who had been praying here moments before had vanished without a trace. In the center of the glowing runes, a shadowy figure emerged, shrouded in black mist. The figure looked profoundly unnatural. As the red light on the ground gradually faded, much of the darkness wrapping the figure also receded, revealing a human form beneath. He looked at first glance like any ordinary man clad in a rough gray-brown robe that made him appear worn and desolate. Yet, had Wang Yang been here, he would have recognized him instantly. This was none other than Caecilius. Suddenly, Caecilius's eyes snapped open, and his gaze blazed forth with a tangible intensity. At last, "I have returned," he exclaimed, a wild, triumphant expression spreading across his face. The darkness at the center of his brow deepened ominously. Raising his hand, he revealed a palm composed entirely of swirling dark energy. Wang Yang. Caecilius spat the name with fury. He still remembered only half a year ago seeking out Wang Yang, hoping to persuade him to join his cause, only to be met with rejection. Worse, Wang Yang had unleashed the power of the thunder spirit, shattering Caecilius's body. If not for Dormammu's intervention, dragging him into the dark dimension and binding him with its power, he would surely have perished. He knew, of course, that this rescue owed itself to his value as one of Dormammu's most important pawns, otherwise he would have been abandoned without a second thought. Though he had survived, most of his body had been destroyed, leaving much of his form fused with the darkness itself. Yet loss brought gain. He was now more deeply merged with the powers of darkness, his strength vastly increased. His connection to Dormammu had grown tighter than ever, granting him an unparalleled command of dark energy. But the price was steep. Little by little, he was being assimilated and transformed, losing himself to Dormammu's will. Such a price was something Caecilius could never accept, but now that things had come to this, he was powerless to change it. The situation had spun completely out of control. And all of this stemmed from Wang Yang and the Ancient One. Yet the Ancient One was no ordinary opponent. Her defenses over the Dark Dimension were impenetrable. Caecilius found no way to slip through such rigorous patrols and enter Earth. What's more, as he fused even deeper with the dark powers, infiltrating Earth became even more difficult. Now, whenever he wanted to cross dimensions, the cost was enormous. Yet on Earth, death and despair never truly disappeared, as long as someone called upon the dark forces. Dormammu could use that power to send Caecilius to Earth. No one ever warned them just how tragic invoking the dark power could be. They thought it would lead to rebirth, but instead brought only death. Caecilius' eyes blazed with the fire of vengeance. Raising his hand, he traced a circle in the air. A portal shimmered into existence before him, but his portal was no longer a radiant gold. Instead, it was streaked with countless shadows, giving it a profoundly sinister look. He stepped through, and a heartbeat later, he stood outside the London Sanctum. The London Sanctum was usually guarded by countless sorcerers. After all, as one of the three most vital sanctums of Kamar-Taj, its importance was beyond question. But ever since the Dark Elves' incursion, the Sanctum had suffered heavy losses. Many elite sorcerers had perished, and even a powerful guardian had fallen in battle. Naturally, this left the London Sanctum somewhat understaffed. Normally, the master sorcerers would take turns standing watch here, waiting until a new guardian could assume the role. Today was no different. One master sorcerer, along with a handful of others, stood vigilant at their posts. Truth be told, aside from extraordinary circumstances, the London Sanctum rarely faced trouble. An invasion like the one by the Dark Elves was hardly a daily occurrence. Keep watch here. I'm going to check on the relics inside the sanctum, the master sorcerer instructed, turning to head deeper within. After only a few steps, he suddenly sensed something. Master sorcerer, is something wrong? The other sorcerers, busy at their respective tasks, paused and glanced at him with curiosity as he came to a halt. With a frown, the master sorcerer said, "Something's off. I sense the presence of a portal." The sorcerers blinked in surprise. A portal? Shouldn't it appear directly inside the sanctum? "Why outside, master sorcerer?" one of them began, but the master sorcerer continued. "This portal gives off a most unusual aura. That is the scent of darkness. Having you all with me is truly a blessing. I would willingly trade Wang Yang's lifespan for your health and happiness." Archmage Gilbert had been entrusted as the guardian of the London Sanctum this time. Though his strength wasn't the most outstanding among archmages, his sensitivity to magic and sheer power were beyond the reach of ordinary sorcerers. At that moment, Gilbert sensed a surge of magical energy emanating from beyond the door. "Be on your guard," Gilbert said, his brow furrowed with concern. "Yes, Archmage." The other sorcerers immediately responded, not daring to show the slightest negligence after hearing Gilbert's warning. Gilbert strode toward the great doors, his expression grave. The dark aura filled him with a sense of imminent danger. He couldn't fathom who, or what, waited outside, nor why such a terrifying presence would appear. With a thunderous crash, the doors burst open. A shadowy figure appeared before Gilbert. He instinctively took a step back, eyes fixed on the newcomer. The figure was wreathed in darkness, and a formidable power surged forth, overwhelming the room. For a moment, none of them could discern the intruder's identity. After all, Caecilius had not been seen again, and the few traitors who had followed him had all been hunted down and slain. They were the only betrayers ever known in all the years since Kamar-Taj's founding. "Who are you?" Gilbert demanded, desperate to see through the shadow and reveal the sorcerer cloaked in darkness. "Gilbert, if memory serves, just a year ago you were no archmage, and now, to think you've already claimed the title." A cold, sinister voice echoed through the hall. The moment Gilbert heard that voice, he involuntarily retreated another step, a figure rising in his mind. A prodigy, once the pride of Kamar-Taj, Caecilius. But he had turned traitor so suddenly. Gilbert had once even followed him, and the memory of Caecilius' magic still filled him with dread. You're Caecilius? That's impossible. You vanished from the face of the earth." Gilbert had heard that the Sorcerer Supreme herself had scoured the globe, yet not a trace of Caecilius had been found. He never expected to see him appear before them now. Caecilius gave no reply, but Gilbert could feel an even more terrifying force emanate from him. Suddenly, a jet-black chain shot out from the shadows, whipping straight toward Gilbert with blinding speed. So swift, it was impossible to react. "Archmage," the other sorcerers cried out in alarm as they witnessed the attack. With a resounding impact, Gilbert, worthy of his title, clenched his fist, and the ring of Ragador materialized in his hand, blocking the magical chain in the nick of time. Just as Gilbert blocked the magical chains, a beam of black light shot out from the darkness at the entrance, speeding straight toward him. Caecilius had arrived. At that moment, Caecilius's face was twisted with rage. It seemed that Gilbert's words moments before had truly infuriated him. With a flash of black energy in his palm, a blade of obsidian ice materialized, thrusting mercilessly through Gilbert's body. A sickening, Wet sound echoed through the hall. Though Gilbert was a master sorcerer, he was no match for Caecilius. Even before merging with the powers of darkness, Caecilius's mastery of magic and martial arts had made him one of the finest in Kamar-Taj. Now, with the darkness fused into his being, his strength had soared to new heights. If not for you all, would I have ever been forced to leave Earth? Caecilius spat the words, his voice seething with murderous fury. Master. The surrounding mages, stunned by what they had witnessed, rushed forward in an attempt to save their leader. But as they drew near, countless tendrils of darkness erupted from Caecilius, lashing out with deadly precision and impaling the elite sorcerers where they stood. In that instant, the London sanctum was transformed into a slaughterhouse. The finest mages fell within moments, unable to offer even the slightest resistance. With the power of Dormammu now coursing through him, Caecilius had become a force to rival even the Sorcerer Supreme. Against such might, neither master nor disciple could stand. From the moment Caecilius appeared to the instant the London sanctum fell eerily silent. Only a heartbeat had passed. Stained with blood, Caecilius resembled a grim reaper, harvesting lives without mercy. He made no move to use the London sanctum to enter Kamar-Taj. Instead, he opened a portal and disappeared, leaving only the sting of his challenge behind. Word of the massacre at the London sanctum reached Kamar-Taj swiftly. The Ancient One and Mordo stood amid the ruins, faces dark with sorrow and anger. Corpses lay before them, the air thick with the scent of blood. The Ancient One's expression remained inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Yet even so, Mordo, standing at her side, could feel the oppressive weight of her fury, an aura so overwhelming it seemed to make the very walls tremble. Never before had he sensed such wrath from the Ancient One. There is a presence of darkness here, Sorcerer Supreme. Mordo spoke at last, his voice heavy with confusion and dread. He could not imagine who would dare to commit such an atrocity in the heart of their London sanctum, let alone leave behind such a potent stench of darkness. But the Ancient One did not reply at first. With a simple wave of her hand, she announced, "It was Caecilius, him. He wasn't struck down by Master Wang Yang's thunder magic." Mordo was a bit confused. Back then, the Sorcerer Supreme had told him that Caecilius once infiltrated Kamar-Taj and was hit by Wang Yang's spell. Although Dormammu swept him away, it was unlikely he had survived. Yet now the Ancient One was saying Caecilius had returned. Dormammu's power could easily save Caecilius, the Ancient One replied, shaking her head. With Caecilius' return, her own end was drawing near. Still her expression remained calm. She simply raised her hand, and the eye of Agamotto at her chest began to glow. The world around them seemed to rewind, not reversing life and death, but revealing everything that had happened here before. Mordo saw the doors of the London sanctum thrown open as a cloud of black mist rushed in. It struck down Gilbert, killing him, and then swiftly dispatched the elite sorcerers nearby. That was Caecilius. Darkness radiated from his body, swallowing everything around him. Ancient One, I'll be waiting for you to come find me. Caecilius seemed to have anticipated the Ancient One's foresight. He left these words with eerie calm, then opened a portal and vanished. This Caecilius, how dare he act with such audacity? Witnessing this, Mordo's anger flared. It was a clear provocation. Murdering the sorcerers of the London sanctum and leaving that message was a direct challenge to the Ancient One. Master, he must have come prepared. We should gather our forces. Mordo turned to the Sorcerer Supreme, his face grave. Caecilius' aura was now steeped in darkness, and such boldness could only mean he had a plan. No need. You handle the aftermath of the London sanctum. I'll take care of Caecilius myself. The Ancient One waved a hand, cutting Mordo off. Master? Yes. Mordo wanted to protest, but seeing the determination in the Ancient One's eyes, he could only sigh in resignation. The Ancient One nodded reassuringly. Don't worry. Then she handed the eye of Agamotto to Mordo, opened a portal, and stepped through. She was already prepared to face her own death. The sorcerers of Kamar-Taj were ready as well. Even in her absence, they could protect Kamar-Taj and respond to changes on Earth. As for her successors, both Wang Yang and Strange, she was satisfied with either. No matter who took her place after she was gone, she felt at ease. Master. Mordo stared at the eye of Agamotto in his hands, a stirring of emotion rising within him. Something momentous was about to happen. Why wouldn't the Sorcerer Supreme use the eye herself? Why entrust it to him? Before he could look up and ask, the Ancient One was already gone. As the Ancient One stepped out of the portal, she found herself in a mirror dimension, or more precisely, an independent pocket of space. Caecilius had been waiting here for quite some time. The renowned Sorcerer Supreme, he called out, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. What a pleasant surprise. Rising slowly to his feet, Caecilius wore a look of genuine delight upon seeing the Ancient One appear. This was a place only the Sorcerer Supreme would know about, which was why he had left that message. He knew she would come looking for him here. This domain was his own mirror dimension. Moreover, he had fused it with the mirrored realms of several deceased sorcerers, fortifying it considerably and granting himself even greater command over its power, back when the Ancient One was tutoring him. She often brought him into this space. Though the surroundings looked unchanged from those days, the people within were no longer the same. Now, there was not a trace of respect or fear in Caecilius' demeanor toward the Ancient One. It seems your abilities have grown, she remarked, her hands clasped behind her back, idly spinning her delicate fan. Her demeanor was calm and unshaken. I have indeed learned a few new tricks, Caecilius replied with a sly smile, but I still hope the teacher might offer some guidance. With a wave of his hand, a blade as black and clear as obsidian glass materialized in his grip. The blade of space, his signature magic. Yet now, empowered by Dormammu's dark influence, its potency had grown considerably. Even the Ancient One's eyes narrowed as she regarded the weapon, her expression turning grave. She could sense the threat emanating from that blade. Though she had reinforced her body through magic, she remained physically vulnerable. The darkness coiled around the blade, hungry and consuming. It seems Dormammu has taught you well, she observed. Giving her palm a flick, two shields appeared in her hands, though. They were nothing but ordinary rings of Lagador in principle. In her grasp they moved with the grace and precision of a pair of ornate fans. Seeing this, the smile faded from Caecilius' face, replaced by a cold, venomous glare. In a blur, he darted to the Ancient One's side, his razor-sharp blade thrusting toward her without hesitation. Clang! At the very instant the shimmering blade neared her, the Ancient One's shield snapped up, meeting the blow with perfect timing. Sparks burst and danced in the air. If you think that's enough to kill me, you'll have to try harder, she said, her voice now edged with a sharp determination that contrasted her usual gentle manner. One hand held firm against the assault, while with the other she gave a flick of her wrist. Chains of magic materialized, snaking out to ensnare Caecilius from behind. Caecilius's arm was instantly ensnared, and as Gu-Yi took a step back, he staggered, unable to keep his balance under the grip of the chains. In the next moment, Gu-Yi's other hand brought the shield crashing down, striking Caecilius squarely on the head. Even with the dark power granted by Dormammu, Caecilius found himself momentarily flustered by Gu-Yi's assault. It seems that all you've gained is an increase in brute strength, Gu-Yi remarked, stepping back with a hint of disappointment in her voice. Caecilius wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he slowly rose to his feet. Gu-Yi, both you and I have embraced the darkness. So why pretend to stand in the light? He sneered. You just missed your only chance to kill me. How unfortunate for you. Meeting Caecilius's burning gaze, Gu-Yi shook her head and replied, Come back and talk when you're actually capable of killing me. Without a moment's hesitation, Caecilius lunged at her once more. The two were locked in combat again. There was no magic in their attacks, no dazzling tricks. Only relentless blows delivered through conjured weapons. Yet even so, their clash sent terrifying shockwaves through the space, shattering its boundaries and riddling it with countless cracks. Some of the tremors even pierced straight through the dimension, rippling ever outward. But neither Gu-Yi nor Caecilius paid any heed to the destruction spreading around them. In this battle, Gu-Yi held the clear upper hand. So, I overestimated you. And Dormammu, I thought his power would make you unstoppable, Gu-Yi said coolly, her attacks never slowing. Is that so? Caecilius let out a twisted laugh at her words. Gu-Yi, you have no idea just how powerful I am now. A strange sense of unease crept over Gu-Yi at Caecilius's response. She quickly retreated, only to see his body erupting with swirls of black energy, as if he had become Dormammu himself. That inky force surged toward her in a sweeping blow. Gu Yi's figure blurred as she dodged, but the writhing darkness snaked after her, coiling around her like tentacles. Even for Gu Yi, breaking free in that instant was impossible. Gu Yi, do you know why I waited so calmly for you to come? Because I'm absolutely certain. I'll kill you, and then I'll kill your most cherished disciple, Wang Yang. A sinister black blade materialized in Cassius's hand. Though Gu Yi was powerful, he had only managed to seize this chance thanks to sheer luck. If she were given even a second to recover, he might never get another opportunity. With that thought, Cassius hurled the black blade at her with deadly force, aiming straight for Gu Yi's heart. As long as this deadly blade pierced through the Ancient One's body, no matter how powerful she was, death would be inevitable. The Ancient One watched the scene unfold, her face calm and emotionless, as if she had already foreseen her own fate. She gazed serenely at Caecilius, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. Caecilius, however, felt a pang of doubt. He couldn't understand why. But in this moment, as he looked at the Ancient One, it seemed as though she simply wanted to die, which made his victory feel almost too easy. After all, the Ancient One was the most formidable sorcerer supreme on Earth. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. It must be because he had merged with Dormammu's power. His strength had grown so immense that defeating the Ancient One now seemed effortless. Just as the blade was about to pierce the Ancient One's body, a brilliant shield suddenly appeared around her. A radiant seraphim shield. 3 pairs of angelic wings enfolded the shield, making it seem even more sacred and unassailable. With a resonant clang, the black blade struck the seraphim shield and was instantly repelled, clattering to the ground. The seraphim shield can actually withstand my spatial blade? Impossible. His spatial blade had been enhanced by dark energy, making it extraordinarily powerful. Ordinary magic could never hope to resist it, and with this being his full-strength attack, even the Ancient One's sorcery should not have been able to stop it. Moreover, the Ancient One was already bound by his spell. She shouldn't even be able to cast magic, let alone summon the seraphim shield. Someone else? How could that be? This is my mirror dimension. No one should be able to enter his mirror dimension so easily, and even if they did, he would surely sense it. Yet now, someone had entered without him noticing. The Ancient One opened her eyes in surprise. This was the first time such an expression had crossed her face. She had seen countless possible futures through the Time Stone, and in every one she met her end at Caecilius' hand. This was her destined conclusion. The circumstances might change, but the outcome always remained the same. Whether cast into a spatial rift or slain by the spatial blade, whether Caecilius stormed Kamar-Taj and she died protecting her fellow sorcerers, it happened again and again, without exception. To minimize casualties and avoid unforeseen consequences, she had chosen to face death alone. By all accounts, the earlier moment should have been her certain end. No one was meant to save her. Yet now, someone had intervened, and she couldn't help but feel a wave of astonishment and disbelief. Who's there, hiding in the shadows? Caecilius scanned the surroundings warily. A figure slowly emerged from behind the Ancient One. Caecilius. Who would have thought our paths would cross again? A voice echoed as the figure's silhouette came into view. Gu Yi and Caecilius both turned to look in surprise. It's you, Wang Yang. Wang Yang. Both Caecilius and Gu Yi called out Wang Yang's name. But while Caecilius spoke through gritted teeth, Gu Yi's voice was filled with astonishment. She had never been able to foresee Wang Yang's future, nor could she have imagined that he would be the one to save her. Caecilius, on the other hand, seethed with fury. When he and Wang Yang had last parted ways, Wang Yang was nothing more than a young mage, perhaps a powerful one, but still just an apprentice sorcerer. Yet now Wang Yang had entered his mirror dimension without even being detected. Just moments ago, Caecilius had launched an attack meant to be fatal, a strike of overwhelming power. Yet Wang Yang had withstood it effortlessly. Rage burned in Caecilius' eyes as waves of dark energy erupted from his body. Even his eyes began to weep black tears. But Wang Yang paid Caecilius no mind. Instead, he turned to Gu Yi and said, Sorcerer Supreme, if you're deliberately letting yourself die by his hand, I think that's deeply unfair to the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj. Deliberately? Caecilius, consumed by anger, was stunned by Wang Yang's words. Hadn't he overpowered Gu Yi completely, leaving her unable to resist? But in the next instant, Gu let out a sigh, and her magical energy surged dramatically. A dark mark appeared at the center of her brow, the sign of having absorbed dark power. With a sharp crack, the dark force binding Gu shattered instantly. It became clear that she had allowed herself to be captured on purpose. Kaisalius stared in disbelief. Had he been played for a fool? How did you know I intended to let myself die by his hand? Gu gazed deeply at Wang Yang. And now that you've witnessed my power, what do you feel? As for how Wang Yang had found them, she guessed that Mordo must have told him that Wang Yang could make it here. Didn't surprise Gu. His strength was formidable, and entering her mirror dimension would be no challenge for him. But the reason she had to die at Kaisalius' hand was not only because she had foreseen it in every possible future. There was another reason. The dark power she had absorbed, the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj all drew power from the gods to resist the forces of the dark dimension. But she had taken strength directly from that darkness. A grave mistake. If the other sorcerers discovered this, their faith would be shattered, and Kamar-Taj itself would splinter. The earth would be left unprotected. So she had to die. There was no escaping it. Now Kamar-Taj was prepared to face whatever came, and there was someone ready to take her place. She had nothing left to fear. Power itself is neither good nor evil, she said quietly. It's like a blade. In the hands of the righteous, it protects the weak, but in the hands of the wicked, it becomes a weapon of murder. Wang Yang seemed to have already anticipated what the Ancient One was about to say. He spoke slowly. In truth, Wang Yang couldn't understand what the Ancient One was so conflicted about. Was the distinction between light and darkness really that important? There's an old saying in my hometown. It doesn't matter whether a cat is black or white. As long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Have you ever used the power of darkness to kill? Didn't you use it to protect the earth? As for why others can't control it, that's because... At this point, Wang Yang glanced over at Kaisalius. Wasn't he a perfect example? Right there in front of them. The power of darkness serves different purposes in different hands. Those who lack discipline will only be consumed by it, unable to master it. If the Ancient One hadn't absorbed the power of darkness, she might not have been able to withstand Dormammu's invasion. To protect the earth, she defied the strictest laws of Kamar-Taj. That is what a true Sorcerer Supreme should do. Power is like a blade. In the hands of the righteous, it shields the weak. In the hands of the wicked, it becomes a murder weapon. The Ancient One murmured softly, her feelings tangled and conflicted. The absorption of dark power was strictly forbidden by the laws of Kamar-Taj, by her own decree. Yet she had done so herself, albeit for the sake of protecting Earth and fighting Dormammu. However, Wang Yang's words struck a deep chord within her. He was right. Perhaps she shouldn't be so shackled by these rules, sacrificing her own life and leaving the fate of Earth in uncertain hands for the sake of such dogma. Thank you, Wang Yang, the Ancient One said at last. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, they were clear and resolute. No need for thanks. Leave this man to me, Wang Yang replied, his breath easing as he smiled faintly. Wang Yang. To hell with you. Do you understand now, Wang Yang? Even the Ancient One you revere has absorbed the power of darkness. Kaisalius called out coldly from a distance. Wang Yang nodded to the Ancient One, who stepped aside, her gaze fixed on Wang Yang. And what if it is the power of darkness? Wang Yang turned to face Kaisalius. Kaisalius was momentarily stunned. In Kamar-Taj, every sorcerer was strictly forbidden from touching dark power, and yet the Ancient One herself had absorbed it. To the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj, this was like a king decreeing that only he may light a fire while forbidding it to his subjects. Dark power was universally scorned, yet the Ancient One had used it. So, your loyalty to that old sorcerer runs deep, does it, in that case? Let me see how much you've improved. Kaisalius sneered, his eyes burning with displeasure as he glared at Wang Yang. He had thought that Wang Yang, upon seeing the signs of darkness in the Ancient One, would be just as infuriated as he was. But to his surprise, Wang Yang not only showed no anger, but accepted it as only natural. Having just been blocked by Wang Yang from killing the Ancient One, Kaisalius now found his old grudges and new hatreds boiling over with rage. As his words faded, he lunged straight at Wang Yang. Wang Yang had long been on guard against Kaisalius. With a flick of both hands, the ring of Ragador materialized in his grasp. And as his magic had grown stronger recently, so too had the power of the ring of Ragador clang. As Caecilius approached, the blade of space in his hand swept toward him. Caecilius had thought that this time he would finally be able to tear through Wang Yang's magical shield with ease. Yet once again he found himself unable to break through. Instead, it was as if he had crashed straight into an unyielding wall, forcing him to stumble backward several steps. This is impossible. What kind of magic is this? Caecilius exclaimed in shock. It was one thing for the shield of Seraphim to withstand his attacks. Its power was legendary, but now even this magical shield could block his spatial blade. Caecilius, Wang Yang said, shaking his head. It seems fusing with Dormammu's power has only dulled your mind rather than increased your strength. Dormammu's dark power is formidable, but that doesn't mean the power of Kamar-Taj is any less mighty. Stung by Wang Yang's taunt, Caecilius was both furious and humiliated. Once, Wang Yang had been nothing more than an ordinary apprentice. Even with extraordinary talent, without resorting to the chaotic thunder spirit, he never would have been able to resist Caecilius' spells. Now, upon meeting again, not only could Wang Yang effortlessly fend off his attacks, he was even bold enough to lecture him. The insult was almost more than Caecilius could bear. The spatial blade in Caecilius' hand darkened, its glow turning even more menacing. Without pause, Caecilius struck again. The black blade traced a streak of eerie light through the air as it lunged forward. Wang Yang, unfazed, expected to block the attack, just as he had before, yet this time there was no resounding clash. Instead, as the blade met the ring of Ragador, the black blade flared with a blinding light. To Wang Yang's surprise, the blade actually began to pierce through the ring of Ragador. He stared in astonishment. Crack! The black blade drove in deeper. Wang Yang was taken aback. When had Caecilius become so powerful? This was the first time his shield had ever been breached. Caecilius, it seems hiding in darkness has indeed given your strength a tremendous boost. Wang Yang remarked calmly. With a twist of his right wrist, a long sword appeared in his hand, radiating a violet glow. The sacred sword of the Vishani. The moment Caecilius sensed the power emanating from the sacred sword of the Vishani, a wave of dread swept over him. Before he could react, the sword cleaved toward him in a brilliant arc. Caecilius' expression changed dramatically. In a flurry, he scrambled to defend himself. Boom! Caecilius summoned the ring of Ragador to defend against the slash. Although he conjured a black ring of Ragador, its defensive power was multiplied several times. Even so, under the might of the holy sword of Ashanti, the ring of Ragador shattered instantly, sending Caecilius flying backward. Struggling to regain his footing, Caecilius gasped for breath. That sword strike had made him feel an intense threat to his life. If he hadn't reacted in time, he might already be dead. Before he could recover, Wang Yang charged at him once more. Caecilius had already fallen into darkness. Rather than giving him another chance to harm others, it would be better to end him here and now. Strike while your enemy is down. The holy sword of Ashanti radiated a dazzling purple light as it shot straight toward Caecilius. In a panic, Caecilius hastily raised his black spatial blade to block the attack. With a thunderous crash, their weapons collided, echoing through the air. Overwhelmed by the force, Caecilius was sent flying once again. In that very instant, the black blade in his hand shattered to pieces. Staring at the broken remains of his blade, Caecilius's pupils contracted in shock. A tidal wave of disbelief surged in his heart. How could this be? His power now bore the enhancements of Dormammu, and the strength of his spatial blade had increased many times over. Not only was it immensely powerful and razor-sharp, but its durability was also astonishing. This was a blade forged from the mirror dimension itself. His blade could even slice through the fabric of space. And now, after merging with Dormammu's power, his spatial blade had become even more formidable. Yet, to his utter astonishment, Wang Yang's magic had shattered his spell with ease. It was simply impossible. Caecilius found it hard to believe. All these years he had embraced darkness in pursuit of power. He had even surrendered his life and soul to Dormammu, all for this strength. Yet now, it was destroyed in an instant. He was at a loss. He had paid such a steep price, while his opponent had simply followed the teachings in Kamar-Taj step by step. And yet he had suffered such a crushing defeat. How could he possibly accept it? "This can't be," he cried. "I don't believe it. You can't be this powerful." Cassius was consumed with rage, his face twisted in disbelief. As he spoke, the dark energy around him grew even thicker, enveloping his entire being in shadow. At that moment, a mechanical chime sounded. Ding, dark power affinity detected. Would you like to assimilate it? Warning, when dark power is weak, it may devour the soul, turning you into a minion of darkness. Wang Yang was not surprised when he heard the system's notification chime. As he grew stronger, the system began to distinguish between different levels of talent. Those too weak were simply ignored. It would no longer pick up every little magical fluctuation as it had in the beginning. Now, as Caecilius' anger intensified, more of Dormammu's power surged within his dark energy, finally catching the system's attention. The Sorcerer Supreme was right. Dormammu's power was not something anyone could hope to wield or control if the bearer could not guarantee mastery over themselves. They could fall into darkness at any moment. Only a mage as powerful and resolute as the Ancient One could absorb such power without succumbing to the shadows. Fuse, Wang Yang commanded. Since the Ancient One could control this force, he believed he too could resist being overtaken by the darkness. As Wang Yang began to merge and absorb the power, a tide of darkness flooded through him. It was a staggering force. It could augment his strength, extend his lifespan, and grant him a sense of dominion over everything. But just then, divine energy surged forth, engulfing the darkness, transforming it into nourishment and making his divine power even greater. Wang Yang's eyes, which had begun to turn black, instantly cleared, regaining their former lucidity. He was inwardly shaken. Even he had nearly lost control, almost slipping into the abyss, almost unable to rein himself in. It was difficult to imagine how the Ancient One managed to succeed where he nearly failed. The allure of darkness is exquisite. Are you sure you don't wish to embrace it? Don't you desire to command such terrifying power? Caecilius' voice rang out, smooth and seductive. As if he had seen the flicker of black in Wang Yang's eyes moments before, he sought to tempt Wang Yang to draw him into the darkness. Wang Yang, be careful. He's no longer Caecilius. At that moment, the Ancient One's voice boomed forth, urgent and penetrating, striking straight at Wang Yang's heart. She hoped he would remain steadfast, not wanting to lose such a powerful disciple. Caecilius alone had caused so much devastation. If Wang Yang, too, fell into darkness, there would be precious few who could stand in their way, and even she might not be able to stop them. Don't worry, Sorcerer Supreme, Wang Yang replied with remarkable calm. Hearing this, the Ancient One finally breathed a sigh of relief, then turned her gaze to Caecilius. By now, Caecilius was wreathed in dense black smoke, a manifestation of overwhelming dark power, the force of Dormammu himself. Though Caecilius had returned to Earth, he had become nothing more than Dormammu's avatar here. For now, Dormammu merely allowed Caecilius to act with some semblance of autonomy. Having witnessed Wang Yang's formidable power and the dark aura radiating from him, Dormammu finally spoke through Caecilius, attempting to sway Wang Yang, only to fail in the attempt. What a pity, what a shame, such incredible strength, and you choose to reject it. Dormammu said slowly, his words emerging from Caecilius' mouth. Becoming your puppet doesn't interest me in the slightest. As for your power, it's not as impressive as you think, Wang Yang replied, shaking his head with a hint of disdain. In that case, you deserve to die, Dormammu retorted coldly, disappointment heavy in his voice. Wang Yang, are you even human? Is anyone shameless enough to tip me for this? Caecilius regained control again. Though he had no idea what had just transpired, still he could feel power welling up inside him, growing stronger by the moment. It was as if he could seize the whole world in his grasp. What overwhelming power! Today, I'll kill you both, he declared, intoxicated by the surge of energy. With a flourish of his hand, a blade of darkness, deep and fathomless, condensed once more in his grasp. This time, unlike before, the blade seemed to draw in all the surrounding light, becoming the very embodiment of darkness itself. The Ancient One's pupils contracted at the sight. She could sense the absolute darkness emanating from that spatial blade. Even gazing upon it made her feel as though her very soul could be sucked into the abyss. A terror beyond words. Even she struggled to keep control, The fusion of Dormammu and Kaecilius had transformed Kaecilius' magic, making it far more powerful and utterly different than before. Will Wang Yang be able to withstand this? The Ancient One's gaze shifted to Wang Yang's silhouette. If Wang Yang were to lose, she would protect him with her life. If need be, Kaecilius gave Wang Yang no time to react. Without hesitation, he charged forward, the blade of darkness cleaving through the air. The black edge slashed out, tearing through space itself, sending ripples surging through the very fabric of reality. Clang! The purple-hued holy sword of Ashanti met the attack head-on. Ringing out with a muffled boom, waves of force exploded outward. Kaecilius, like a man possessed, swung his black blade again and again, each strike more frenzied than the last, as if he cared nothing for his own life. Wang Yang, steady and unyielding, parried each blow with the holy sword of Vishanti, blocking the onslaught of dark power. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of their clash boomed out, echoing with every collision between sword and blade. A streak of darkness crept along the holy sword of Vishanti, as if the black energy were gnawing at it, threatening to consume the blade itself. But in the next moment, the sword flared with brilliant violet light and a surge of power. The gathered darkness began to recede, driven back by the sword's radiant force. Even the purple energy was beginning to invade the blade of space, but the overwhelming power of darkness quickly pushed the purple force back. Watching from the sidelines, the Ancient One's heart pounded with anxiety. Wang Yang's strength astounded her. She had feared he would be no match for such a terrifying power. She had already prepared to intervene. Yet to her surprise, Wang Yang was able to match blows with Kaecilius, holding his own in the fight. It must be remembered that the Kaecilius of this moment was no longer the same man from mere moments before. With the mighty power of Dormammu flowing through him, Kaecilius had become nothing less than Dormammu's avatar on Earth. The forces at his disposal were so formidable that even the Ancient One herself would have to tread carefully. Yet astonishingly, Wang Yang continued to withstand them. This child is far stronger than I ever imagined. The Ancient One could not help but marvel inwardly. She had always known Wang Yang was powerful, but she had never expected him to be this formidable. He had surpassed all her expectations. By now, his strength was likely comparable to her own. After all, she had spent centuries honing her craft, even drawing upon the power of darkness. Wang Yang, on the other hand, had only been training for a year or two, and his studies at Kamar-Taj had followed the standard path. It was unimaginable how he could have become so powerful in such a short time. Meanwhile, the battle between Kaecilius and Wang Yang raged on. With Dormammu's energy coursing through him, Kaecilius seemed to possess inexhaustible power. Spells of every kind flowed effortlessly from his hands. Kaecilius had been the most gifted sorcerer at Kamar-Taj before Wang Yang arrived, and he had mastered a great deal of its magical knowledge. Every spell Wang Yang could wield, Kaecilius could as well. He favored the Blade of Space, not only because of its sheer might, but for its agility and the element of surprise it brought to battle. You may have grown much stronger, but you're still only an apprentice, Kaecilius sneered. Even now, you cannot defeat me. Your fate is to become one with the darkness, just as I have, to serve the great Dormammu. He took no heed as Wang Yang continued to wield the sacred sword of the Vishanti. Powerful though it was, the sword's limits were becoming clear. The strength Kaecilius drew from Dormammu was only growing. The sacred sword could no longer shatter his blade of space with ease. A thunderous clash echoed as their weapons collided, and both fighters were forced back at once. Wang Yang frowned slightly. At this rate, neither he nor Kaecilius could claim victory. He glanced down at the sacred sword of the Vishanti in his hand, then allowed it to dissolve into motes of light, fading away. What's this, giving up already? At first, Kaecilius thought the battle would drag on for quite some time. At the very least, Wang Yang wouldn't be so easily dealt with. He would need to spend some effort. Yet unexpectedly, Wang Yang abandoned his attack and simply let the magic in his hands dissipate. Have you decided to join me in embracing the greatness of Lord Dormammu? Kaecilius said, a look of smug satisfaction on his face. But by then, Kaecilius had already melted into the shadows. Vanishing from sight, even his facial features were now impossible to make out. If you're willing to give up the darkness and turn to the light, perhaps I might just let you go." Wang Yang shook his head, unable to suppress a slight smile. Even in battle, one must use their wits. Kaisalius seemed far too confident at this moment, completely unaware that his own thoughts had already been led astray. "Huh? Do you really think you could defeat me? Even the vaunted sword of Ashanti, which you're so proud of, couldn't break through my blade of space. What will you use to win? You can't beat me. In my mirror dimension, I am king." The ground beneath their feet rumbled and shook violently as the entire mirror dimension shifted with a thunderous roar. Especially beneath Wang Yang, the earth seemed to writhe, as if countless monsters were struggling to break through the surface. Wang Yang, the Ancient One, stood to the side, her brows furrowed. With Kaisalius' power now, he was already a force to be reckoned with. If he made full use of the mirror dimension, it was entirely possible he could trap them here forever. With a sudden, forceful motion, Wang Yang slammed his palms onto the ground. Countless cracks of fractured space exploded outward. This was Wang Yang's own mirror dimension. Then everything settled into an eerie calm, though in the air space seemed to collapse and shatter into tiny fragments scattering in all directions. Two opposing forces now clashed, invisible but palpable in the air. "Trying to hold off my mirror dimension with a mirror dimension of your own? Ridiculous," Kaisalius let out. A cold laugh. The darkness around him surged and spread, his formidable power radiating outward. The entire dimension was being swallowed by an encroaching shadow. On Kaisalius' side of the space, night reigned. Within his domain, countless tendrils of darkness twisted and writhed, threatening to devour everything, inching ever closer to Wang Yang. Yet Wang Yang's own domain stubbornly held them at bay. "You're nothing but a mortal. How can you hope to challenge a god?" Kaisalius laughed. Triumphantly, his figure slowly rising into the air, buoyed by the dark aura. An overwhelming force swept through the dimension, and if it continued unchecked, it seemed as though everything, Wang Yang, the Ancient One, the entire realm, would soon be swallowed whole. Suddenly, with a deafening crash, a multitude of crimson chains burst forth from the ground beneath Kaisalius, snaking and coiling straight towards him. "What?" Kaisalius' eyes narrowed in shock, but in the next instant, a massive shield materialized around him, enveloping him completely. The shield of Seraphim. How could mere magical chains possibly restrain me? Despite being ensnared by the magical chains, Kaisalius showed no sign of worry. He didn't even believe that Wang Yang's chains could break through his defenses. Perhaps Wang Yang's magic was formidable, but ever since he had fused with Dormammu's power, his own strength was not something ordinary people could withstand. He was so confident in his magical defenses that he let the chains attack him without concern. They simply couldn't harm him. Suddenly, a sharp, brittle, cracking sound broke the silence. His magical shield began to creak and groan, as if struggling to hold back a tremendous force. "This is impossible." Kaisalius felt the mounting pressure against his magical barrier. His face now twisted in utter shock. What kind of spell was this? It was clearly just the crimson chains. How could they possess such overwhelming power? As one of Kamar-Taj's master sorcerers, Kaisalius had a deep understanding of its magic. The crimson chains were meant to restrain and bind, not to unleash such devastating destructive force. Yet now, the crimson chains wrapped around him were no longer like a simple spell. They had transformed, becoming like serpents brimming with terrifying, destructive power. They tightened relentlessly, and his protective magic began to falter. This was a shield forged with the might of Dormammu. No ordinary steel or concrete could compare. Perhaps not even vibranium could withstand such force. And yet, the crimson chains were squeezing and warping his magic, spiderweb cracks spreading across the barrier. It seemed as though it might shatter at any moment. The crushing pressure was undeniable. Kaisalius was filled with shock and disbelief. He could hardly fathom it. A young man who had only been at Kamar-Taj for a few years had not only mastered most of its magic, but had also improved upon spells that had been passed down for generations, endowing them with such overwhelming power. Such talent was unfathomable, unprecedented. If Wang Yang were allowed to continue growing, Kaisalius dared not imagine just how terrifying he might become. Surely he would become a major obstacle for both Kaisalius and Dormammu. So, even if there had been no prior enmity, he knew now that Wang Yang had to die. not only him. Even Dormammu seemed to sense the threat. A thunderous crash echoed through the air as the powerful magical shield finally shattered. The crimson chains pressed in, tightening their grip. Wang Yang's spell had completely enveloped Kaecilius. Even the Ancient One, watching from the side, could not hide her astonishment. After all, Kaecilius, empowered by Dormammu, now dominated nearly the entire mirror dimension. Even she would have struggled to suppress him so easily. Yet seeing that the crimson chain still could not fully restrain Kaecilius, she wasn't entirely surprised. Wang Yang, let's leave his mirror dimension for now and regroup. After all, they were in Kaecilius' domain, and even before his betrayal, Kaecilius' mastery of the mirror dimension was second to none, let alone now, with Dormammu's power augmenting him. With this added strength, the mirror dimension had become so formidable that everyone here was at a disadvantage. If Wang Yang hadn't acted decisively and immediately countered with his own mirror dimension spell, they might have already been subdued. Now that Kaecilius was trapped, leaving this place became their best option. But just as the Ancient One was about to speak, a thunderous roar erupted. In the next instant, the crimson chains tightened abruptly. Watching this, the Ancient One's expression remained mostly calm, but the small fan in her hand was nearly crushed from the pressure of her grip. A clear sign that she was anything but calm inside. Her heart was filled with shock, no less than Kaecilius himself. When it came to understanding magic, if the Ancient One claimed second, no one would dare claim first. Her knowledge of the crimson chains far surpassed Kaecilius. These chains could suppress, but never to this overwhelming degree. Not even she could achieve such a feat. Dormammu's power was not something ordinary magic could bridge. Even for her, resisting Dormammu's invasion required the aid of dark forces. Otherwise, she might not be able to hold him back at all. So, seeing the magical force that Wang Yang could unleash at this moment was almost beyond belief. Although this wasn't the first time she had witnessed Wang Yang's magic, he seemed to surprise her every single time. Is he dead? The Ancient One turned her gaze to Kaecilius. Boom! Another deafening blast sounded. The crimson chains, previously constricted tight, were suddenly forced apart, and from within their midst a figure emerged. It was Kaecilius. You can't hurt me. Kaecilius broke free from the crimson chains, and as the dark power pushed the chains aside, he appeared like a fearsome demon god, radiating with chaos and menace. My power is limitless. It comes from a dimension beyond yours. Kaecilius fixed his gaze on Wang Yang in the distance, slowly pulling himself clear of the crimson chains, completely unhindered. Wang Yang spread his arms wide, his entire body lifting into the air. On the silver cloak draped across his shoulders, countless runes began to glow, and soon a violet light gathered in his hands. Once again, the sacred sword of the Vishanti materialized in his grasp. Without hesitation, he drove the sword straight toward Kaecilius. Empowered by the cloak, Wang Yang dove down in a swift, decisive strike. Kaecilius, still wrestling with the power of the crimson chains, was in no position to defend. His pupils contracted with shock, and a shield formed hurriedly before him. A shrill, piercing screech cut through the air as the sacred sword of the Vishanti sliced cleanly through the shield and plunged into Kaecilius' body. A wild, frenzied look still lingered on Kaecilius' face as he struggled to break free from the crimson chains. Yet the moment the sacred sword of Vishanti pierced him, it was as if all his strength drained away. He collapsed to the ground in an instant. Is he dead? The Ancient One looked on in surprise. Just a moment ago, she had been thinking about leaving this mirror dimension with Wang Yang. But now, in the blink of an eye, Kaecilius seemed to have perished. She turned to Wang Yang, who had already taken a few steps back. He's not dead, Wang Yang replied gravely. The Ancient One realized it too. If Kaecilius were truly dead, this entire space should have collapsed upon his demise. But nothing of the sort was happening. There wasn't even a hint of instability in the air. Clearly, it was not over yet. As if to confirm Wang Yang's words, an eerie black mist began to pour from Kaecilius' body, still wrapped in those blood-red chains. With a thunderous crack, the scarlet chains and the sacred sword of Vishanti shattered into nothingness. Kaecilius' wounds started to heal at an unnatural speed. You cannot kill me, he declared. Ever since I merged with the power of Lord Dormammu, I've become far stronger than you can imagine. In the end, you too will embrace the darkness that is your only Path forward. His gaze never left Wang Yang. It was as if the Ancient One did not exist. Wang Yang listened, shaking his head slightly. Kaecilius, ever since fusing with Dormammu's power, had become fanatical. He now believed Dormammu to be the greatest of the dimensional demons. But beings like Dormammu cared nothing for loyalty. The moment you lost your usefulness, he would destroy you without a second thought. There would be no second chances. Even so, Wang Yang found himself troubled by the sight of Kaecilius before him. He suspected that if the Ancient One or any of her peers were in his place, even their attacks would have failed to finish Kaecilius off. Now, even after being run through by the sacred sword of Ishani, Kaecilius was still alive, enveloped in dark energy. He was no longer human. Being pierced by a blade meant nothing to him. A sense of helplessness crept over Wang Yang. Unless he could somehow obliterate all the darkness in one decisive blow, everything else was futile. But how could he achieve such a feat? With Dormammu's boundless power flowing through him, Kaecilius had become virtually immortal. As the Lord of the Dark Dimension, his might was inexhaustible. Even the Sorcerer Supreme could only hold Dormammu at bay on Earth. If they were to enter the Dark Dimension, they would stand no chance at all. Such was the terrifying power of a true master. Suppressing Kaecilius was not the problem. The real challenge was how to destroy him for good. He needed power. Power strong enough to eradicate every trace of darkness. A planet. Wang Yang murmured, lifting his gaze to Ego, the living planet, hovering above his head. The planet Ego, after becoming his possession, hadn't been put to use yet. Your strength must be running out, right? After using such powerful magic in succession, can you really keep going? I doubt you can take it any longer. Kaecilius looked at Wang Yang, who stood at a distance, gazing weakly into the sky, and couldn't help but sneer. Ever since he'd survived being impaled by Wang Yang's Vishani holy sword, Kaecilius no longer felt fear. The Wang Yang before him simply couldn't kill him. Confidence brimmed in his heart. This time, neither the Ancient One nor Wang Yang would leave alive. Wang Yang slammed his palm against the ground once more. A tremendous surge of magic burst forth. The earth heaved and roiled, and countless scarlet chains erupted, shooting straight up to ensnare Kaecilius in the sky. Now convinced of his own immortality, Kaecilius didn't even bother dodging. He was curious to see what Wang Yang would try next. How he planned to kill someone who couldn't die. With a heavy thud, the scarlet chains seized both of Kaecilius' legs. Wang Yang soared up once more, the Vishani holy sword in his hand flashing. Not stabbing this time, but slicing clean through at the waist. Kaecilius plummeted to the ground below. It's useless, Wang Yang. Don't you get it yet? There's no way you could defeat me, let alone kill me. Why struggle in vain? Why not pledge your loyalty to Lord Dormammu with me? Though he'd been cut in half, Kaecilius' face betrayed not a hint of pain. Instead, he boasted all the more. The dark power within him began to engulf his body, slowly knitting him back together, off to the side. The Ancient One watched, uncertain of Wang Yang's intent. She knew this approach was futile, so why insist on it? Supreme Sorcerer, raise your shield. I might not be able to protect you in a moment. At that instant, Wang Yang's voice rang out, loud and commanding. The Ancient One felt a surge of confusion. Nevertheless, she conjured a magical shield as instructed. Just as she was wondering what Wang Yang planned, an overwhelming force pressed down from above. She looked up and saw a massive planet drawing closer and closer. What truly unsettled her was the sheer terror emanating from that world. She felt as if even she could be obliterated in an instant. What is Wang Yang trying to do? How can he control a planet? That's impossible. The Ancient One couldn't believe her eyes, but reality was unfolding before her. Meanwhile, still shrouded in darkness, Kaecilius remained oblivious to the events above. He sneered, Wang Yang, it's pointless. No matter what spell you cast, even if you summon the Thunder Spirit again, it won't be enough to destroy me. The power of the Chaos Thunder Spirit was formidable, yes, but it couldn't possibly annihilate all the darkness within him. Even if it posed some threat, it was only a minor one. Is that so? I hope you can remain this calm in a moment, Wang Yang shouted as he reached up and wrenched the Ego Star down from the sky above. The Ego Star existed only within his own dimension. He wasn't sure how powerful it really was, so he decided to use just a part of its strength and see what happened. as he pulled. The ego star instantly transformed into a blazing fireball, hurtling straight towards Caecilius. The Ancient One watched, witnessing a planet trailing a long tail of flame streaking by, a terrifying force, as if it could obliterate the heavens and the earth. "Move!" Wang Yang called out sharply when he noticed the Ancient One hadn't retreated far enough, his voice echoing as the mirror dimension rapidly expanded, putting distance between them and Caecilius. As the star drew near, Caecilius finally sensed an overwhelming, dreadful power. Even the dark energy around him began to dissolve under its might. "What is this? A meteorite?" Caecilius stared in shock as the fearsome planet descended. Before he could react, dense darkness surged upwards in an attempt to block it, but the force near the ego star shattered the darkness on contact. After all, the ego star was a celestial planet, exuding pure celestial energy. Even darkness was only its equal, and with such speed behind it, what hope did dark power have to resist? A thunderous crash rang out as the terrifying ego star struck, followed by a roaring explosion that reverberated through the air. Space itself collapsed, and the darkness was swept away. Caecilius watched stunned as the immense planet fell unhindered. He was shaken to his core. This was an entire world. How could it unleash such power, even here in the mirror dimension? How could Wang Yang wield such strength controlling a planet's descent? What more, this planet seemed to suppress his darkness. Even after surrendering himself fully to Dormammu, he had never attained such terrifying power. As the star crashed down, Caecilius was filled with unwillingness. He had paid such a heavy price, yet he couldn't match someone who had simply cultivated through normal means. But now, Caecilius could no longer resist at all. The catastrophic force of the star slammed down, radiating utter annihilation. The darkness enveloping him crumbled and shattered under the onslaught. His body was consumed entirely, and endless dark energy rushed in. But it could no longer restore his form. Destructive power filled every corner of the space. Mountains collapsed in droves, forests were utterly obliterated, not even a splinter remaining. It was as if the very earth had been stripped away by a meteor, leaving the world barren and empty. Vast swathes of the mirror dimension disintegrated. Luckily, this was not the city center, so no one noticed the devastation. Then, as if time flowed backward, the powerful planet recondensed in the heavens in the blink of an eye. The ego star restored once more. Ever since the planet ego merged with Wang Yang's space last time, it became a part of her domain. Even if it collapsed, it would always recover once more. A series of dry coughs suddenly echoed from a corner, and then a golden beam of light flared up into space. Out of the light, Gu Yi stumbled, covered in dust and grime. She no longer carried her usual composure. Her monk's robes were tattered, and her face smeared with dirt, as if she had just walked through the aftermath of a great battle. She surveyed the changes in the mirror dimension. Even someone as worldly and knowledgeable as Gu Yi couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. What kind of magic was this? To control an entire planet. She herself could never achieve such a feat. The sheer power was terrifying beyond imagination. Not even she, the Sorcerer Supreme, could command a planet, much less unleash such overwhelming force in all the history of magic. She had never witnessed a spell of this magnitude. The shock was truly staggering, and her eyes could not conceal her astonishment. She had lost her composure, something that hadn't happened since she became the Sorcerer Supreme. With a flick of her hand, magical energy shimmered around her, and Gu Yi restored herself to her former appearance, robes immaculate and calm restored, just as she had been before. "Gu, I have to hand it to you. To have trained a disciple this powerful is truly impressive." A frail voice broke through the silence. Gu Yi turned in the direction of the sound and saw a battered figure. It was Caecilius. Even after enduring such immense power, Caecilius was still alive, yet he looked utterly drained, as if he might perish at any moment. Gu Yi couldn't help but frown. How could he still cling to life? That was the force of an entire planet. If not for the powerful protection of the mirror dimension, the Earth itself might have been destroyed, and yet Caecilius had survived. "You really are hard to kill," Gu Yi remarked, eyeing the fearsome man before her. He was like a cockroach that refused to die. "Gu, it seems you found a worthy successor." Caecilius managed to say, his voice weak. "You have no right to speak," Gu-e retorted coldly. Caecilius was her disciple, but he had committed too many unforgivable deeds. Not only did Wang Yang want him dead, but Gu-e herself had no intention of letting him go. A twisted grin spread across Caecilius' face. "Don't be so sure of that." Dark energy surged around him, swirling as if to heal his ravaged body. Yet within moments, the sinister power began to flicker and fade, unable to sustain itself. No matter how many times Caecilius tried, the darkness gathered and then dissipated, leaving him weaker each time. "You're close to death, for the sake of you once being my disciple. I'll send you off on your final journey. As a tribute to all the sorcerers you killed," the Ancient One walked toward Caecilius. "How laughable. Ancient One, you're still as hypocritical as ever. Day after day, you lecture us about maintaining the balance of nature and resisting darkness. But what about yourself? You've been drawing power from the dark dimension all along, just to prolong your own life." Caecilius sneered. "And now you talk about protecting Earth, about preserving the natural balance. The one who's truly disgusting here is you." Wang Yang's voice rang out from the distance, and he strode forward unhurriedly. Caecilius forced himself to turn his gaze, finally noticing Wang Yang approaching from far away, unchanged in any way, perfectly composed, if not for the Sorcerer Supreme extending her own life. Do you really think sorcerers could have held off the dark invasions? Or repelled threats from other worlds? You, the most outstanding of her disciples, never understood why the Sorcerer Supreme was willing to compromise her principles and draw on the darkness. She did it to protect all of you. And what of the darkness itself? Has it ever killed anyone? Yet when you embraced the darkness, you fell immediately into corruption. Wang Yang scoffed. "Perhaps the Ancient One drew power from the darkness, but it was always for the sake of Earth, for the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj. Without her, Earth would have been conquered long ago. With her death came Thanos' invasion, Earth's downfall, and half the universe disappeared. If the Ancient One were still alive, would Thanos have invaded so easily?" Caecilius always found excuses for his own selfishness. Everything he did was for his wife and child, no matter how many sorcerers he killed. And now he still has the nerve to accuse the Ancient One of extending her life with dark power. It's beyond ridiculous. Hearing Wang Yang's words, Caecilius' face flickered with emotion for a moment. There was a hint of shame. It was the Ancient One who had given him hope, the hope of bringing his wife and child back. Yet when he discovered the dark power, he immediately abandoned the very teacher who had taught him magic. He had no conscience at all, but soon the shame faded from his face, replaced by a wild madness. Too bad. It's all too late now. You're both doomed to die, and under the power of Lord Dormammu, I will be reborn. A terrifying, unfathomable power began to gather in the air. Both Wang Yang and the Ancient One sensed it at the same time, instinctively. They began to draw circles, preparing to escape through a portal. But in the blink of an eye, the golden light of the portal vanished. This is bad. The space is sealed off. Immediately after, the space that had just collapsed now revealed bizarre and shifting scenes. The mirror dimension is being pulled into another realm. The Ancient One saw what was happening, and at that instant she understood everything. She was a seasoned veteran of countless battles. So she instantly understood that Caecilius hadn't chosen this place at random. Clearly, this was the spot where Dormammu was most vulnerable. And now, within their mirror dimension, they were being pulled by a tremendous force into another plane. The deep dimensional space. Dormammu has made his move, Sorcerer Supreme. What should we do? Wang Yang asked, his brow furrowed. This was Wang Yang's first time encountering such a situation. This was nothing like his battle with Ego out in space this time. They had entered another dimension entirely. Still, he felt no fear. The Sorcerer Supreme was with him, so he had nothing to worry about. Besides, he possessed Ego's planet, brimming with celestial power, and the Infinity Stones as well. If it truly came to a fight, he might not be powerless against Dormammu. Though the Sorcerer Supreme's brow was also creased, she showed no sign of worry. She had faced Dormammu before, after all. Don't worry, the Ancient One said calmly. We'll be meeting Dormammu very soon. Just as she predicted, it wasn't long before an overwhelming pressure descended from above. In the sky appeared an immense face, so vast it seemed to fill the heavens, radiating an oppressive might that weighed on everyone. Present, Ancient One, Dormammu's voice boomed from the gaping maw in the sky. Hoarse and thunderous, washing over them like a crashing tide. The sound was suffused with a sense of power and menace. But Wang Yang, having faced horrors before, remained composed. As Wang Yang fixed his gaze on the colossal visage, Dormammu's form gradually became clearer, until at last he fully manifested before them. "This doesn't seem to be Dormammu's true body," Wang Yang remarked, suspicion flickering in his eyes. The sensation was much like encountering one of Ego's avatars. Hearing this, the Ancient One turned back to look at Wang Yang, a trace of surprise on her face. "You're right, that's not Dormammu's true form. Only a projection of his divine power." It was remarkable. When the Ancient One first encountered Dormammu, even she hadn't known if she was facing the real entity, yet Wang Yang saw through the illusion at a glance. Still, Wang Yang had a way of defying expectations, so after a moment's glance, she turned back to Dormammu and continued, "His true body hides deep within the dark dimension. He would never reveal himself so easily. His real form is far larger than this," she added. "In a way, Dormammu takes shape according to our own imaginings. As a demon god of the dark dimension, Dormammu's true nature was beyond human comprehension. He could only appear in a form that the human mind could grasp. Of course, although Dormammu is immensely powerful and the ruler of the dark dimension, his strength is truly formidable only within his own realm. For this reason, he rarely leaves his dark domain. In that shadowy space, even the 5 great gods would have to pay a heavy price to challenge Dormammu. On the other hand, if Dormammu dared to step outside the dark dimension, then the Ancient One would be able to hold her ground against him. Ancient One Inch, today, you will meet your end here. I will devour the earth, and the land you have guarded for centuries will be reduced to nothing. Once you are gone, this entire planet will cease to exist." At that moment, Dormammu's voice rumbled through the air, echoing like thunder and carrying an overwhelming sense of menace. Wang Yang grinned mischievously, though inwardly he muttered curses to himself. "Shouldn't you be the one grateful here? Dormammu is the lord of the dark dimension, and within that realm he is the absolute ruler. He has witnessed the fall of countless universes, consuming space after space over the ages and becoming unimaginably strong. But in other dimensions his power is curbed and limited. That's why on Earth, most of those who act on his behalf are merely his controlled servants. Even here and now, what stands before them is only an avatar powered by divine energy. Yet even this presence exerts an immense, crushing pressure on Wang Yang and the Ancient One, Wang Yang. In a moment, I'll try to tear open a path through the fabric of space. You must seize the chance to escape." The Ancient One's expression grew grave as she faced Dormammu. If they truly had to fight him here, she doubted they would prevail. She had already given up the thought of seeking death, but deep down, she understood that this might be her ultimate fate, for there was no escape. Even so, she hoped Wang Yang could survive, to become the next Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar-Taj and lead its defense of the earth. As for herself, she had long been prepared to make this sacrifice if she could protect Wang Yang. That would be a worthy ending. Wang Yang looked at the Sorcerer Supreme, warmth rising in his heart. He understood perfectly what she meant by her words. "Sorcerer Supreme, don't worry. I have the Infinity Stone with me. He can't do anything to me," Wang Yang said confidently. Though he couldn't fully control the Power Stone, it was worth remembering that in the movie, Ronan had wielded it to single-handedly stand against the Nova Corps, and Ronan had no other notable abilities. He simply relied on sheer, overwhelming strength. With Wang Yang's mastery of powerful magic combined with the Infinity Stone, the force he could unleash was almost unimaginable. Besides, the Ancient One was here as well. Though they tried not to depend on the Infinity Stone's power in a moment of crisis, all rules would be thrown aside. Yet when the Ancient One heard Wang Yang's words, she couldn't help but twitch her lips in exasperation. "You actually carried such a powerful artifact with you." Ancient One couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Didn't I tell you to keep it somewhere safe? Isn't keeping it on me the safest place?" Wang Yang paused, a bit taken aback by Ancient One's words. When Ancient One heard that, she hesitated, although she worried that if anything happened to Wang Yang, the gem might be stolen. Leaving in Kamar-Taj wasn't necessarily safer. If she hadn't deliberately sought death this time, she wouldn't have left the Time Stone behind. If she had carried the Infinity Stones with their power, Even if she entered a dimensional realm or the dark dimension, she could still challenge Dormammu. Now that the Power Stone was here, she felt more at ease. Seeing that the Sorcerer Supreme wasn't blaming him, Wang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Yang, your strength is formidable. Now that you have the Power Stone, you could try to face Dormammu. Ancient One was silent for a moment before speaking. As her successor, Wang Yang would inevitably have to face Dormammu one day. Since she was still here, Wang Yang could take this chance to try. If he faced danger, she could step in to help. What? Wang Yang was stunned by Ancient One's words. Dormammu was so powerful. How could an ordinary person like him possibly stand a chance? Sorcerer Supreme, I'm just an ordinary mage. Wang Yang looked up at the massive face looming in the sky, his voice thick with worry. That's just an avatar of his power. No need to be afraid. Besides, you're underestimating yourself. The Sorcerer Supreme's expression twitched as she replied. With strength enough to control an entire planet, could Wang Yang really be called an ordinary mage? Could any ordinary mage accomplish such feats? And as mages of Kamar-Taj, we must face beings with power on this scale. Ancient One spoke with great seriousness. Wang Yang nodded, understanding that she was right. I'll stand by your side and protect you. If anything dangerous happens, I'll intervene. Ancient One continued. Although Wang Yang was reluctant to fight Dormammu, with Ancient One's assurance he felt emboldened. He stepped forward, passing Ancient One, and looked up at Dormammu in the sky. Ancient One watched Wang Yang's back, her expression tinged with emotion. She hadn't expected her disciple to grow so powerful. She believed that Wang Yang could face Dormammu. Otherwise, she would not have accepted her own death. Ancient One, are you afraid to face me? You send your disciple to his death in your stead? How pitiful! Dormammu's voice thundered with mockery as he saw Wang Yang step forward. In his eyes, only the Ancient One was worthy of being his opponent. It was also the Ancient One who had been holding back his invasions. Without her, Earth would have long since been devoured by him. You're the one who should be pitted. Wang Yang couldn't help but shake his head as he heard Dormammu's words. In this world, there are countless truly powerful beings, and among humans alone, who knows how many formidable individuals exist. It's just that Dormammu sees only the Ancient One right now. Seeing this mortal speak to him so irreverently, Dormammu couldn't help but erupt in anger. Mortal, how dare you address me this way? Even the Ancient One would not dare to offend me so. Dormammu's voice boomed, echoing thunderously across the sky. Offend you? The Sorcerer Supreme simply can't be bothered to argue with you. Wang Yang retorted, your power may be immense, but in the end, you're nothing more than a monster skulking in the dark dimension. Hearing Wang Yang speak with such conviction, Dormammu's expression turned grim. Curse you! Dormammu let out a furious roar. Then his mouth opened wide, unleashing a pillar of black energy that shot forth like a torrent. The beam was massive, easily dozens of meters wide, radiating a suffocating, terrifying power as it surged directly toward Wang Yang. Dormammu, is ambush all you know? Wang Yang watched the scene unfold without surprise. He remembered that in the movie, when Doctor Strange confronted Dormammu, Dormammu attacked without hesitation, leaving Strange powerless to fight back. But this time, standing before Dormammu was Wang Yang. Without a moment's delay, he conjured a mighty golden shield in front of himself. The shield formed a barrier, enveloping him in its protection. This was none other than the Seraphim Shield, the most powerful magical defense in Kamar-Taj. Dormammu, of course, paid no mind to whatever Wang Yang had to say. In his eyes, as long as he crushed this insignificant pest, everything else would fall into place. As long as he could kill the Ancient One, it would all be over. A deafening rumble shook the air as the Seraphim Shield withstood Dormammu's furious assault. Dormammu seemed genuinely surprised that someone had managed to block his energy beam. Yet in the next instant, the black light pouring from his mouth grew even thicker and more intense. Suddenly, Wang Yang heard the Seraphim Shield emit a series of thunderous cracks, and it began to show signs of shattering. Ever since he had mastered this spell, nothing had ever come close to breaching it. Until now, Wang Yang was shaken. This was only an energy attack from Dormammu, and yet it already possessed such overwhelming power. If it were anything else, how much stronger would it be? Truly worthy of being the Lord of the Dark Dimension. A crisp chime sounded in his mind. Ding. Dark dimension talent detected. Would you like to merge? Fusing with the power of darkness gives magic a chance to evolve, but it could also lead to falling into the abyss. The system's prompt sounded in Wang Yang's ear. However, he did not initiate the fusion immediately. After all, when he'd fused with the dark talent earlier, he had nearly succumbed to darkness. Now, if he were to merge with the immense power of Dormammu, he might plunge straight into the abyss. Yet after a brief moment of silence, Wang Yang made up his mind. With the mighty divine power flowing within him, and the possibility of evolving his magic, he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. As the saying goes, opportunity and danger walk hand in hand. Fuse, he commanded. As his words fell, a surge of tremendous power swept over him. The divine energy within his body began to change and morph. The seraphim shield before him also transformed. Where once it had been veiled beneath 3 pairs of angelic wings, now 3 pairs of dark wings emerged as well, and an even more formidable force burst forth. Not only that, the seraphim shield, which had been on the verge of collapse, unexpectedly began to mend itself. No matter how fierce the dark energy became, it simply could not shatter the shield. Dormammu frowned in disbelief. Just moments ago, the shield had been seconds away from breaking. How could it be recovering already? A surge of fury welled up in him. Other than the Ancient One, this was only the second time someone had been able to withstand his power. It was an outright provocation. You dare stand against me? Let's see how long you can last, insect. Dormammu roared. His mouth, opening wide as a beam of light, grew even more intense, its destructive might reaching terrifying new heights. Yet Wang Yang could feel an even greater power being drawn from the seraphim shield, flowing directly into his body. It can absorb power. He was astonished to discover that the shield was not only growing stronger, but was also capable of absorbing Dormammu's dark energy. What's more, the power it absorbed was incredibly pure, beginning to transform his very being, elevating him further above mortal flesh. Though Wang Yang already possessed immense divine strength, his body now grew many times more powerful under the refinement of Dormammu's energy. Dormammu stared in shock at this spectacle, unable to believe what he was seeing. This human was still holding out. He had thought the Ancient One was the only exceptional case, but this human was even more extraordinary. When the Ancient One had thwarted him in the past, he had been left helpless, forced to rely on Caecilius. Now, having lured the Ancient One into this realm, he had believed victory was finally his. He never expected to encounter someone even more terrifying. Perhaps even the Ancient One would not be able to withstand such a dreadful assault. I refuse to believe a mere insect like you can hold out much longer. Dormammu seethed with rage, the dark energy swirling in his mouth, growing even more intense. A resonant hum rang out from the seraphim shield. At that moment, Wang Yang also noticed the change in the seraphim shield. Although the shield's defense had increased significantly after absorbing the dark power, it still had its limits, clearly. The force it was now resisting had reached that threshold. The energy it could absorb was at its peak. Dormammu seemed to sense that Wang Yang's seraphim shield was on the verge of shattering. The dark energy in his mouth swelled even larger. With a deafening roar, a terrifying surge of dark power crashed against the seraphim shield, filling the air with a thunderous explosion. The overwhelming energy burst outward, sending shockwaves in every direction. The force of the collapse spread rapidly, and even Dormammu himself was driven back by its might. 3 pairs of angelic wings and 3 pairs of shadowy, dark wings unfurled behind Wang Yang, wrapping around him as he retreated. Dormammu, however, was not so fortunate. He took the brunt of the devastating blast head-on, the destructive force colliding with him without mercy. The Ancient One witnessed this scene, her expression changing with shock. She could hardly believe that Wang Yang had just turned Dormammu's own power against him, striking Dormammu squarely in the face. In that split second when the shield shattered, Wang Yang unleashed a force that met Dormammu's dark energy head-on, causing Dormammu to endure his own attack right to the face, something even she herself had never managed to do. Dormammu suffered this blow from his own power. While it didn't truly harm him, since ascending as the ruler of the Dark Dimension, he had never been humiliated like this. Struck in the face by a mere mortal, the indignity stung, especially with the Ancient One watching from the side, to be struck by a youngster. Where was his dignity as the Lord of the Dark Dimension? Mortal! Dormammu roared. You dare court death! His fury was boundless. Massive waves of dark energy surged forth from the Dark Dimension, making his form even more terrifying. He seemed to become a living embodiment of darkness. An overwhelming, suffocating pressure radiated from him, so powerful that Wang Yang felt his own strength being suppressed, as expected of the Lord of Darkness. Such incredible power! Wang Yang could not help but marvel at this force. Mortal, even if you try to flatter me now, it's far too late. You must die. Dormammu's voice thundered with wrath, making him appear even more fearsome as he spoke. Pure darkness began to gather around him, twisting and spiraling into a colossal black tornado. Like a storm of annihilation, it swept toward Wang Yang, its pitch-black core radiating a palpable sense of destruction. Even the stones on the ground near where Wang Yang stood crumbled instantly when they came into contact with the black storm, as if the very earth itself was being devoured by a dark power. The terrifying force of darkness began to spread outwards. A mechanical chime rang out. Ding! Dark God-eroding storm magic talent detected. Would you like to fuse it? Just as Wang Yang was retreating, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Fuse! He responded at once. Information about the God-eroding storm magic surged into Wang Yang's mind, and soon it began to merge with his winds of Wadum. Both were powers at the level of gods. Once fused, the result was something beyond what any single spell could compare to. As Wang Yang stepped back, a faint smile appeared on his face. Meanwhile, the Ancient One, who had been watching Wang Yang closely, looked increasingly tense. In fact, the moment she saw Dormammu enhance his energy attacks, she had already been on the verge of intervening. But seeing Wang Yang still holding his ground, she hesitated. Now, witnessing Dormammu unleash the God-eroding storm, her worries deepened. This was one of Dormammu's most potent dark magics. Anything it touched would be utterly erased. Not even flesh and blood would remain. Only dust. When she had once battled Dormammu, many sorcerers of Kamar-Taj had perished to this very darkness. Why isn't he using a magical shield? Gripping her small fan tightly, the Ancient One grew even more anxious. She had no idea what Wang Yang intended to do. At that moment, Wang Yang swept his palm through the air, then raised his hand in a decisive gesture. A spiraling wind burst forth. The winds of Wadum. The Ancient One was caught off guard by this sight. She couldn't quite fathom why Wang Yang would choose to use the winds of Wadum now. Perhaps in Wang Yang's hands this spell was powerful, but surely it couldn't hold a candle to Dormammu's God-eroding storm. And soon her concern seemed justified. The winds of Wadum surged directly towards Dormammu's storm, only to collide and vanish instantly, as if swallowed whole by the God-eroding storm. The Ancient One shook her head. This outcome was no surprise. Any sorcerer would understand that their magic couldn't possibly withstand Dormammu's. Wang Yang, with his strength, should know this better than anyone, and yet he still chose to use that spell. If it were any other sorcerer, the Ancient One might think it was a panicked, desperate move, but Wang Yang wasn't like that. He never acted out of desperation. There had to be some reason for using the winds of Wadum now, though. She kept telling herself this. The Ancient One couldn't help but watch Wang Yang as he continued to fall back, with the God-eroding storm still looming, unchanged. Doubt began to creep in. Had she misjudged him? Suddenly, Wang Yang came to a halt. Wang Yang, what are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? The Ancient One cried out in alarm, seeing that he wasn't conjuring a magical shield, and instead was reaching out his hand. Yet Wang Yang did not reply. Instead, he let out a thunderous shout. Scatter! At that very moment, the Ancient One was about to intervene. She could not stand by and watch Wang Yang die like this. However, just as she took a step forward, the scene before her eyes made her freeze in her tracks, utterly stunned. The terrifying and powerful devouring god storm, which it seemed unstoppable, suddenly collapsed right before her eyes, to break the devouring god storm with the winds of Wadum. Impossible? How could this be? Though the Ancient One had witnessed it herself, she still could not bring herself to believe it. But what happened next astounded her even more. With a slap of his hand, Wang Yang sent the winds of Wadam surging straight toward Dormammu. A mere magical whirlwind dares challenge the Lord of Darkness. Dormammu, though a bit surprised that his storm had been so easily destroyed, still remained unfazed. Darkness surged from his body and swept toward the oncoming winds of Wadam, the overwhelming tide of dark power. How could a single storm hope to withstand it, especially one that was not his own devouring godstorm? After all, his devouring godstorm was imbued with the might to annihilate everything, any creature, magic, or attack that drew near would be reduced to nothing, scattered to the winds. As for how Wang Yang's magic was able to shatter his devouring godstorm, Dormammu could only assume Wang Yang had used some special means to infiltrate and disrupt the storm from within. Otherwise, how could it have been destroyed? A thunderous crash rang out as the immense darkness slammed down, intent on crushing the power of the storm on the spot. Yet, to Dormammu's surprise, the storm's energy did not fade. Instead, it was his own dark power that dissipated and vanished. It was as if this storm had become his own devouring godstorm. Otherwise, how could it possess such overwhelming might? The storm was already close to Dormammu, and given Dormammu's colossal size, in the blink of an eye, the winds of Wadam engulfed him completely. Under the force of the devouring godstorm, even Dormammu's divine avatar could not withstand it. In an instant, it collapsed, torn asunder into countless fragments that scattered and vanished. The Ancient One watched this unfold, her entire body turning rigid. She simply could not believe it. The winds of Wadam had just torn Dormammu to pieces, though. It was only an avatar of the Dark Dimension's Lord. It was still the avatar of Dormammu himself. Since when had the winds of Wadam become so powerful? Even in Wang Yang's hands, the winds of Wadam had some strength, but it should not have been enough to destroy a Dormammu avatar. The might of Dormammu's avatar was such that even for her it would not be easy to overcome. And yet now, Wang Yang had used a single spell to defeat Dormammu, shredding his avatar with almost laughable ease. It was so effortless that the Ancient One couldn't help but doubt whether this Dormammu avatar had ever been real at all. Gu-I watched as the enormous face was torn apart by the winds of Wadam, the sight utterly terrifying. Yet even so, it was still possible to sense the dense divine power radiating from Dormammu. Gradually, as the winds of Wadam dissipated, Dormammu's form was almost entirely scattered, though not quite destroyed. However, with the fading of the wind's power, Dormammu finally had a moment to breathe, and his formidable divine strength began to slowly recover. Still, after suffering such a heavy blow, even Dormammu's avatar could not fully return to its original state, instead appearing battered and broken. Looking at Dormammu in this state, Gu-I almost felt as if any spell would be enough to easily obliterate him. Unable to resist, she pointed her finger, sending a golden beam of light shooting toward Dormammu. With a dull thud, Gu-Yi's eye twitched. Her spell hadn't managed to inflict any real damage before it simply fizzled out. She couldn't help but turn to look at Wang Yang. Now she understood completely. It wasn't that Dormammu had grown weak, but rather that Wang Yang was simply too powerful. In fact, Gu-I thought there was no need for her to offer Wang Yang any protection at all. Even if Wang Yang stood here alone, he could likely wipe out Dormammu entirely. She even had the feeling that if Wang Yang ever ventured into the Dark Dimension and came face to face with Dormammu's true form, Dormammu himself might not fare any better. After all, Wang Yang had been cultivating for only a few years. If he was given more time, a few more years to train, it wouldn't just be a matter of withstanding Dormammu. At that point, if Dormammu tried to invade, he'd probably think twice about it. Gu-I gazed at Wang Yang, realizing that she had severely underestimated him. This young man was capable of accomplishing what she herself could not. Wang Yang. The author says that those who like the story will naturally support it, but I still think it's worth asking. Who doesn't want to give it their best shot? That's right, I'm talking to you, handsome guy, beautiful girl. If you got a free vote, cast it my way. If not, no worries. Don't go out of your way. And if you feel like tossing a few coins in, that'd be great too. Dormammu, after all, was merely a divine avatar and didn't feel pain, but even so he was left somewhat dazed. For a moment he struggled to even process what was happening. Meanwhile, countless streams of black energy began to seep in from the surrounding space, and Dormammu's broken face started to slowly mend itself. Clearly, This was power being drawn from Dormammu's true form. Then Dormammu stared at Wang Yang in utter shock, his eyes wide with fear and disbelief. He had never imagined this young man could be so formidable. Dormammu knew better than anyone the resilience of his own body. Even as a mere avatar, its solid energy structure was not something an ordinary person could hope to damage. Only a force that reached an extreme peak in an instant could threaten him. Otherwise, it was simply impossible. Yet just moments ago, this terrifying young man had unleashed such overwhelming power in a single burst. But could that really be possible? How could this boy possibly possess such immense power? Even as a lord of his own dimension, Dormammu doubted he himself could unleash such terrifying might so easily. Staring at Wang Yang, Dormammu was filled with confusion and astonishment. This boy was clearly a human. He wasn't even a deity, so how could he be so strong? If he could make this boy his servant, Dormammu thought he might not only be able to devour Earth but also consume other planets. This was a tremendous opportunity. Human, your strength has earned my respect. I can grant you a chance. Dormammu's voice echoed like rolling thunder. If you swear fealty to me, I can bestow upon you eternal life. To Dormammu, this was an extremely generous offer. Kaecilius had become his servant for such a promise. Even the Ancient One, though she never served him, had secretly stolen his power to attain immortality. Proof enough of how enticing eternal life could be, Dormammu was certain Wang Yang would not refuse. Dormammu, I didn't come here to negotiate terms, Wang Yang replied, his brow furrowed. What? Dormammu looked at the insignificant human before him in surprise. In his eyes, humans were like ants without any real choice. Yet Wang Yang was actually rejecting him. You dare refuse me? Dormammu thundered with rage. So few had ever received a personal invitation from him, and fewer still had dared to turn him down. Wang Yang looked at Dormammu, as if he were mad. Did this Dormammu really think everyone was as foolish as Kaecilius? That someone would become Dormammu's servant for the sake of power and immortality? To serve Dormammu was to abandon everything of oneself, risking being consumed and fused at any moment. Wang Yang was confident that through his own cultivation, he could attain eternal life. There was no need to rely on anyone else. Besides, with the celestial energy already within him, immortality was no longer much of a challenge. Dormammu, however, was utterly enraged by Wang Yang's words. You wretched ant, I, Dormammu, have given you an opportunity, and you dare not cherish it. You're courting death. You shall die by my hand. He roared, his fury shaking the very air. Today I shall grant you death. Death? Wang Yang's eyes narrowed. You've said that before, but unfortunately you can't kill me. Dormammu must have spent too long in his dark realm, Wang Yang thought. He had grown arrogant. So arrogant that, even knowing Wang Yang's strength was not to be underestimated, he still spoke as if victory was assured. Dormammu's anger only intensified at Wang Yang's fearless defiance. You're seeking death, Dormammu bellowed, his rage now greater than when his face had been scarred by magic. In an instant, the entire world was swallowed by darkness, as if black ink had spilled into water, spreading rapidly in all directions. Oh no, Wang Yang has unleashed the power of darkness. Yi, standing nearby, tried to warn him after witnessing the scene, but before she could finish, her voice was abruptly cut off, as if absorbed by the darkness itself. Not only her voice, but all sounds around them vanished without a trace. Even the gigantic face of Dormammu that loomed before them faded away at that moment. Darkness enveloped Wang Yang on all sides, extinguishing every last glimmer of light. From the depths of the shadows around him, a terrifying presence seemed to seep forth. Wang Yang sensed danger lurking everywhere. His eyes became useless in this void. There was not a single spark of light left. It felt as though monstrous creatures prowled in the darkness, waiting to pounce at any moment. He lifted his hand and, with a determined motion, conjured the mighty seraphim shield, which materialized to protect him on both flanks. Then, closing his eyes, Wang Yang released his formidable mental power. Hoping to probe his surroundings, he had assumed his psychic abilities would allow him to sense the area, but soon realized even his mind was somehow constrained here. At best, he could only detect a few meters around him. This realization made Wang Yang frown deeply. Suddenly, a blade of black energy pierced into the range of his psychic perception before he could react. A jet-black spike crashed straight into his seraphim shield. A deafening blast tore through the silent world, only to be swallowed by the darkness once more, vanishing into utter silence. Everything returned to blackness, utterly still and soundless. Wang Yang could feel cracks appearing in his seraphim shield. No wonder he's the lord of the dark dimension. After tapping into the power of darkness, his strength is truly terrifying. Wang Yang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. At that moment, Dormammu watched the tiny human from afar, his gaze cold and unyielding. Countless razor-sharp spikes forged from pure darkness materialized before him. They shot forth in a barrage, hammering mercilessly against Wang Yang's seraphim shield. Each impact reverberating with thunderous force. The terrifying onslaught sent tremors through the air. Under this relentless barrage, the seraphim shield shielding Wang Yang began to fracture and fall apart. Mere mortal Dormammu intoned coldly. Even with a touch of magic, how do you think you can resist my power in the realm of darkness? Although they were not in the true dark dimension, the power present here was already formidable, amplifying Dormammu's strength to unfathomable levels at first. Wang Yang's seraphim shield was able to hold, but under the relentless assault of dark energy, it gradually crumbled. A spike broke through and plunged into Wang Yang's body. In that instant, more spikes shattered what remained of the shield and pierced into his flesh. A heavy, resounding thud echoed. Then silence fell once more. Wang Yang's body transformed into countless points of green light, which then spread out and became a swarm of green butterflies. These butterflies scattered throughout the darkness, their wings shimmering as they filled the space. Dormammu watched this strange spectacle, unable to conceal his confusion. What were these butterflies? Hadn't that human just died? Why had he turned into butterflies instead? For Dormammu, this transformation was utterly unfathomable. Such a change defied his understanding of reality. Yet before he could make sense of it, a terrifying force suddenly emanated from the mass of green butterflies, sending a chilling shudder through his very being. Dormammu was the Lord of Darkness, an embodiment of shadow itself. Darkness was his very flesh, capable of devouring everything. Light, sound, even hope. He had never encountered anything that could make him feel fear. Not until now. A thunderous roar split the silence. The butterflies drifting through the gloom unleashed a mighty detonation. It was as if a hidden switch had been thrown, setting off a chain reaction. One after another, the green butterflies erupted in a series of explosions, unleashing a devastating power. The darkness that filled the space was torn apart by the force of the blasts, replaced by a raging storm of fire and light. Deafening booms echoed through the void, the explosive energy reverberating in every corner. Brilliant white light surged to fill the entire space, and for more than 10 minutes, the furious explosions did not cease. When the tumult finally subsided, the area had been scoured raw. Dozens of meters stripped away, leaving the ground pitted and scarred, a scene of utter devastation. As the darkness receded, the Ancient One could at last see clearly, though she herself was in a dire state. In the instant she sensed danger, she had summoned her shield, but it was to little avail. Even her magical defenses had been shattered by the blast. Fortunately, her magic was powerful in her. Reactions swift. Hurled through the air by the explosion, she quickly gathered her energy, conjuring more spells and summoning the Seraphim shield to block the destructive force. Even so, her monk's robe was reduced to tatters, her appearance disheveled and bewildered. She looked around, uncertain of what had just transpired. She remembered the world turning black, swallowed by Dormammu's darkness. Then, she vaguely recalled seeing green butterflies. Green butterflies. Wasn't that Hogarth's ancient body? But why would the ancient body of Hogarth unleash such a terrifying explosion? The sheer force of the blast left the Ancient One deeply shaken. Most astonishing of all was that its power had been strong enough to drive away even the darkness. Where is Wang Yang? She wondered, searching the area for any trace of her disciple. But there was no sign of him. Could it be that Wang Yang had perished? The thought weighed heavily on her heart. He was such a promising student. She was not prepared to lose him so easily. Wang Yang, she called out, her voice echoing through the aftermath. Gu-yi glanced around and shouted, "Sorcerer Supreme." At that moment, a voice sounded behind her. Turning around, Gu-yi saw Wang Yang standing at a distance, his face calm and composed. However, Wang Yang didn't look at the Sorcerer Supreme. His gaze swept the surroundings. The darkness that had filled the space was now completely dispelled. More than that, the enormous face of Dormammu had vanished as well. Where did Dormammu go? But did he get blasted out of existence? Wang Yang: "I think this lazy author should write more chapters. Look at all the generous tips, don't you agree? I've decided to teach this slacker a lesson for everyone's sake, so he'll update more often. That's settled." Wang Yang searched the area for a while, but found no sign of Dormammu, leaving him rather puzzled. "Sorcerer Supreme, where's Dormammu?" In the end, his eyes landed on the Sorcerer Supreme, who looked quite disheveled. Gu-yi took a quick look around and replied with some irritation, "He ran away." Wang Yang was taken aback. "Ran away? Isn't he the Lord of Darkness? Such a powerful being capable of fleeing? That shouldn't be possible. Surely he wouldn't surrender so easily." Gu-yi gave Wang Yang a quick once-over. Did he think the Lord of Darkness couldn't retreat? Anyone would run when facing mortal danger. Even she, when confronted by Dormammu earlier, had wanted to escape. If she hadn't known Wang Yang possessed an Infinity Stone, she would never have let him face Dormammu alone. Yet the terrifying explosion just now had left even Gu-yi shaken. While Wang Yang was fending off Dormammu's attack, she had been doing her best to resist as well. But then, out of nowhere, a cataclysmic blast erupted at their side. A blinding white light tore through the darkness. This realm, after all, was a manifestation of Dormammu's formidable power, essentially a knot in the fabric of his own being. She had been contemplating ways to destroy it, even considering using the power of the Infinity Stone. Yet before she could come up with a solution, Wang Yang had already ripped open the space with such violent force. Had she not reacted quickly, she might have perished in that terrifying explosion. Gu-yi found it hard to imagine. Since when did the ancient Hogarth's body defense spell possess such overwhelming power? Even Dormammu's dark dimension couldn't withstand it. The sheer destructive force and the sensation of being torn apart still lingered in her mind, leaving her deeply unsettled. If that power had been aimed at her, she doubted any magic could have protected her. Fortunately, it wasn't directed at her. And now, after unleashing such a fearsome spell, Wang Yang still had the nerve to ask why Dormammu had fled, having survived such devastating magic. Dormammu was lucky to escape with half his life. If we don't leave now, are we supposed to stay here and wait for death? Didn't Wang Yang notice that Kaecilius, who had been hoping Dormammu would kill them and restore his life, has completely vanished? Even a being like Dormammu, so terrified of death, wouldn't linger. As for a professional sorcerer like her, faced with such magic, the only sensible thing is to get as far away as possible. Unless she has a death wish, the Ancient One, though relieved that Wang Yang had survived, couldn't help but feel the pressure at this moment. She herself was unable to wield such powerful magic, yet Wang Yang could. Of course, Wang Yang was oblivious to the Ancient One's unease. In his mind, his own strength was only natural. After absorbing the power of a mighty celestial, and now Dormammu's gifts as well, it would be strange not to be this powerful. So to him, the look on the Ancient One's face made perfect sense. Supreme Sorcerer, should we leave now? Wang Yang glanced around, assessing their situation. With Dormammu gone and nothing left in the vicinity, leaving was the only option. The Ancient One nodded. "Let's go." Back to Kamar-Taj, she raised her hand, conjuring a portal before them. Now that Dormammu had departed, the force that had blocked their escape had dissipated. The two of them stepped through the portal. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves back in Kamar-Taj, in the very chamber where the Supreme Sorcerer received her guests. "Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." With that, the Ancient One disappeared into a back room, clearly to change her clothes, despite the epic battle being fought between Wang Yang and Dormammu. She was the one left looking most disheveled. Wang Yang simply nodded and took a seat, waiting for her return. With their departure, that strange realm fell into utter silence. Deep within lay the shadowy expanse of the dark dimension, limitless darkness devoid of light, devoid of color, devoid of anything known to the reality they had left behind. There was only pure, unending blackness. Suddenly, a pair of eyes appeared in the darkness. so immense that one could only imagine the size of the being they belonged to. The colossal creature opened its eyes wide, flooding the entire dark space with a ghastly glow. It let out a furious roar. "Damn it! Curse those mortals! Curse the Ancient One!" The voice thundered through the dimension, vibrating with wrath so intense that anyone who heard it would feel its terrifying force. Waves of power surged through the darkness, making the shadows themselves boil with rage. A cracking sound echoed, like the shattering of space itself. Fissures split open, and from these fractures a torrent of dark energy erupted, devouring everything in its path. An unrestrained outpouring of fury. This was an expanse of empty cosmos. A formidable dark power devoured an entire planet in a single moment. Why do you dare to resist? Why won't you surrender and let me consume you? Even after Dormammu had swallowed a planet, he found little satisfaction. Instead, a flicker of anger ignited within him, growing ever fiercer. The darkness of his realm roiled with unrest once more. "You won't let me devour Earth. I will consume Earth, no matter what. You will pay for defying me." Dormammu raged. Since becoming the Lord of the Dark Dimension, he had never suffered such a setback. Throughout the cosmos, countless terrifying beings existed. Yet when faced with him, they treated him with the utmost deference, never daring to slight him. But now, unbelievably, two insignificant humans from Earth had managed to thwart him. What stung most was that one of them was just a young upstart, which Dormammu simply could not accept. He thirsted for vengeance against Wang Yang, to wash away his humiliation with the blood of his foe. Yet, even as he seethed, the memory of Wang Yang's terrifying attack lingered in his mind, filling him with a chilling sense of danger. If that power had been any stronger, he realized, not only would his avatar have been unable to escape, but even his true form might have suffered grievous harm. Such dreadful force could easily destroy an entire planet. That battle had taken place in a dimension not quite part of the Dark Realm, but already perilously close to the boundaries of the Dark Dimension. He had chosen that place himself, certain that it would be the perfect arena to slay the Ancient One. There he could wield most of his true power. Even beings on par with himself would find themselves restricted, possibly even vulnerable to being devoured. That was the source of his confidence. Yet to his shock, that mere youngster had easily dispelled his magic with a single spell. His avatar had been left badly wounded, a testament to the terrifying strength of that sorcery. Dormammu could not fathom how a human from Earth could unleash such overwhelming power. It's impossible. For power this immense, there must be limits. From what Dormammu knew, powerful magic always came at a cost. Such potent spell casting must have exacted a tremendous price. Surely it couldn't be used again so easily. That was reality. No one could wield such might without consequence, nor could anyone invoke such devastating force repeatedly. With this in mind, he realized now is the perfect time to consume Earth. The Ancient One is injured, and that boy cannot cast his powerful magic. If he waited for his enemies to recover, it would be too late. Now was his best chance. Shadows of the Dark Dimension began to gather around the Earth. Darkness eclipsed the sky and enveloped the world, threatening to swallow the planet whole. This time, Dormammu unleashed his full power, determined to devour Earth in one fell swoop. No matter what the cost, he no longer wanted to wait. As the Dark Dimension drew near, every trace of light across the Earth was suddenly swallowed up. The planet plunged into darkness. Many people noticed and thought it was simply about to rain. Yet in Norway, an old man instinctively lifted his head. And just at that moment, Dormammu, who had intended to silently and completely devour the Earth, felt a chill run through him, his whole body bristling with fear. Instantly, the shadowy force that had begun to sweep across the world recoiled, withdrawing in a heartbeat. Then the very fabric of space shattered, and the Dark Dimension melted away into the void, vanishing without a trace. Dormammu fled even faster than he had arrived, at a speed several times greater, as if a legion of terrifying powers was hot on his heels. "Why are they all here?" Dormammu screamed inwardly, terror-stricken and overwhelmed by fear. Never in his wildest imagination had he thought that this being would be present on Earth. If he had known, he would never have tried to consume the planet. In a flash, Dormammu retreated to the dark dimension and disappeared. The old man in Norway lowered his gaze with a faint smile. You think you can just leave? Meanwhile, at Kamar-Taj, Wang Yang had no idea what had just transpired on Earth. After all, the coming and going of darkness lasted only an instant, so brief it caused hardly a ripple. Most people thought it was nothing more than gathering clouds. Wang Yang waited in the tea room for the Ancient One to emerge. Just then, footsteps echoed from beyond the door. At the same time, a chill prickled down his spine, and magical energy surged within him of its own accord. Instantly, he shifted into a state of readiness. Wang Yang spun around, magic crackling in his hands. Standing before him was a middle-aged man, as unchanging as the ages themselves. His appearance was strikingly ordinary, so unremarkable that if Wang Yang closed his eyes, he would forget this man even existed. The sensation was deeply unsettling. As a powerful sorcerer, Wang Yang possessed a memory that rarely failed, yet now he found it strangely difficult to recall this man's face. It was clear the stranger's power far surpassed his own, distorting perception itself. Perhaps if the man wished, he could alter Wang Yang's memories at will, or even reshape his very thoughts, if it weren't for the godly power coursing through Wang Yang, a force far above that of ordinary mortals. He might never have noticed this man's presence. The stranger might have already been standing behind him all along. Wang Yang forced a wry smile, humbled. He had thought himself a master of magic. Yet in the presence of this man, he felt impossibly small. Who was this person able to wield such unfathomable power and enter Kamar-Taj without effort? Wang Yang could hardly believe such a being existed on Earth at all. There's no need to be so tense. Noticing how wary Wang Yang was, the middle-aged man spoke in a calm, unhurried voice. His tone was remarkably even. Hearing this, Wang Yang couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Faced with someone so powerful, who wouldn't feel nervous? Senior, are you a friend of the Supreme Sorcerer? Wang Yang asked out of curiosity. You could say that, but truly, you don't need to be so nervous. Am I going to eat you or something? The man's lips curled in a faint smile. Wang Yang silently retorted in his heart. Perhaps this man wouldn't eat him, but he certainly had the ability to crush him like an insect. He wasn't even entirely confident in his ability to protect himself. Please have a seat, would you like some tea? Since a guest had arrived, as a sorcerer of Kamar-Taj, it was only proper for Wang Yang to play host in the Ancient One's stead. Of course, he remained deeply vigilant. One could never be too careful in the presence of such an overwhelming force. Even if resistance was pointless, the middle-aged man watched as Wang Yang poured him a cup of tea. Only then did he look up at Wang Yang, a hint of admiration appearing on his face. You're quite impressive, the man nodded approvingly. Senior, you flatter me. Wang Yang replied humbly. One could never be too modest when dealing with someone of this caliber. Hearing Wang Yang's reply, the man chuckled. You people are always so modest, but honestly, humility isn't always a virtue. He seemed almost displeased by Wang Yang's humility. Wang Yang could only give a wry smile. Humility was supposed to be a virtue after all, but since the man had said so, Wang Yang dared not argue, and could only put on a look that said, You're the expert, whatever you say goes. Just as the middle-aged man was about to say something else, the sound of footsteps echoed through the hall. The Supreme Sorcerer had returned. My lord, what brings you here? As soon as the Ancient One stepped into the room and saw the man sitting there, a flicker of astonishment crossed her face, and she hurried over. I simply sensed a shift in your life force and thought I'd come see for myself, the middle-aged man replied as he rose to his feet. He glanced at the Ancient One, a smile breaking across his features. Now that I see you, I realize you're doing far better than I expected. I see. Thank you, my lord, for your concern, the Ancient One responded with utmost respect. On the side, Wang Yang's confusion only deepened. Who on earth was this man to command such deference from the Supreme Sorcerer? More importantly, he seemed able to perceive changes in the Ancient One's very life, seeing into the weave of fate itself. Ordinary people could never grasp such mysteries of the past and future. Even the Ancient One needed the Time Stone, and even then, with considerable limitations, to peer into the destiny of someone even more powerful was almost impossible. If Wang Yang ever tried to glimpse the Ancient One's past or future, the backlash alone might destroy him. Although Wang Yang's strength was already quite formidable, this only highlighted how difficult it was to pierce through the veil of past and future. Yet now this man before them seemed to do so with astonishing ease. But who exactly was he? Not only did he command the respect of the supreme sorcerer, his own power was equally overwhelming. For a moment, Wang Yang's heart was clouded with even deeper confusion. The Ancient One, noticing this middle-aged man's good mood, hurriedly spoke up. "I'm afraid the journey through the cosmos I promised you will have to be postponed." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man simply waved his hand, his tone calm and unhurried. "It's no trouble at all. It's only a matter of waiting a little longer." From his words, it seemed that for this man time was of no consequence. At that moment, a name surfaced in Wang Yang's mind. Could this person possibly be Eternity? In his memories, after the Ancient One's death, she was taken away by Eternity, embarking on a voyage across the universe with a great entity. After all, everything on Earth had already been entrusted to Doctor Strange. And as for Eternity, he was one of the 5 great cosmic entities in the Marvel Universe, and likely the most powerful among them. A chill ran down Wang Yang's spine. That such an unfathomable being would appear before him was truly terrifying. No wonder he felt such a sense of awe and dread. Yet Eternity seemed to notice the change in Wang Yang, and turned to the Ancient One with a smile. "Ancient One, you found yourself an excellent disciple. This disciple of yours is truly remarkable. He's even managed to guess my identity. If not for the fact that this boy has his own path to follow," he said with a hearty laugh, "I'd be tempted to take him as my own student." The Ancient One glanced at Wang Yang in surprise, then replied, "To earn your favor is a great honor for him. But I must say Wang Yang is indeed the most outstanding among us. Even Strange, I fear, would fall short by comparison." "You mean that young fellow you predicted the last time?" Eternity seemed to recall something. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and countless ages seemed to swirl within them. The past and future lives of Strange played out before his gaze. After a moment, he nodded. "A promising young man, to be sure, but he cannot compare to this one before us." Eternity nodded with a word of praise, then turned his gaze to Wang Yang. "Ancient One, your luck is extraordinary. This young man is truly exceptional." Eternity looked at Wang Yang once more, making no effort to hide his admiration. Even he could not see through Wang Yang's past, and the potential of his future was so vast that it defied even Eternity's perception. Such a genius was something he had never encountered in all his long existence. However, after all, he was already standing at the very pinnacle of this world. So until he witnessed Wang Yang's true rise and strength, he didn't take him seriously. At most, he simply admired him. Upon hearing Eternity's words, Wang Yang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he harbored a secret in his heart. If Eternity ever discovered it, he might even be obliterated by this being. Wang Yang was from another world, and he also knew how the Marvel Universe would develop. Such knowledge, even to gods, might prove irresistibly tempting, but it seemed that not even Eternity could see through this. Otherwise, Wang Yang figured he would already be dead. After all, a being like Eternity would never bother to conceal his intentions. When she heard Eternity's words, the Ancient One was delighted. After what had just transpired, she had already regarded Wang Yang as her successor. To receive the admiration of the great Eternity was, for Wang Yang, an opportunity beyond compare. "My lord, it is this child's great fortune to earn your praise," the Ancient One said politely. At the same time, Wang Yang, greatly relieved, also offered his thanks with utmost courtesy. "Thank you, my lord." As long as this mighty being before him hadn't uncovered his secret, Wang Yang had nothing more to fear besides. Someone of such terrifying power, capable of destroying the universe with a mere gesture, was among the very few in all of Marvel who dared not be provoked. Seeing Wang Yang's respectful manner, Eternity waved his hand lightly. "There's no need to be so formal. I'm not nearly as fearsome as you imagine, and I don't act on a whim. I understand," Wang Yang replied politely. For someone like Eternity, there was no need to lift a finger. With just a single thought, he could alter countless things. "Well then, Ancient One, since you've made your decision, cherish it. I'll find another time to see you both again." With those words, Eternity's figure vanished. Neither the Ancient One nor Wang Yang could see how he had disappeared. It was as if he had simply ceased to exist from one moment to the next. Such are the five great cosmic entities. Compared to him, both the Ancient One and Odin paled in comparison. His level of existence was simply too powerful, already beyond the boundaries of the universe itself. When Wang Yang finally recovered from the encounter, he found he could no longer recall what eternity looked like. The sensation was bizarre. Someone he had just met now felt like a vague memory, impossible to picture clearly. The Ancient One seemed to notice the change in Wang Yang. Are you finding that eternity's image is already becoming indistinct in your mind? Wang Yang nodded, then asked with some confusion, why does this happen? Eternity is a convergence of immense willpower. His true form is not something the weak can comprehend. To avoid disrupting us, we can only perceive what we are capable of understanding. When you become stronger in the future, you'll naturally be able to see what you wish to see. The Ancient One spoke with utter calm. As someone who received even the Eye of Agamotto as a gift from eternity, she had long grown accustomed to changes such as these. For Wang Yang, however, who had only been a sorcerer for a few years, such sights were still unimaginable. These kinds of beings were simply beyond what ordinary people could comprehend. I see. Wang Yang nodded and accepted the answer without much hesitation. In the Marvel Universe, all the top masters were truly monsters in there. On right, Wang Yang couldn't help but shake his head. All right, Wang Yang, these things aren't something you should dwell on just yet. The Ancient One smiled and continued. What you need to do now is focus on your training and grow stronger in time. You'll be able to witness everything for yourself. Kamar-Taj might one day depend on you for his protection. Sorcerer Supreme. Wang Yang frowned as he heard her say this. Don't worry, I have no intention of dying so easily. Sensing what Wang Yang was about to say, the Ancient One smiled lightly at this moment. She seemed utterly at ease. With Wang Yang's guidance, she had come to understand much and felt grateful to have a disciple who didn't mind her drawing upon dark powers. All right, I understand, Sorcerer Supreme. Wang Yang trusted that the Ancient One wasn't someone who would stubbornly pursue a dead end. With that, he turned and departed. By this time, Odin was already pursuing that mysterious aura. Although he wished to keep watch over Hela's seal, the surge of dark energy had made him realize he still needed to protect the 9 realms, even if it might cost him his life. After Odin departed, 2 figures emerged on the cliff's edge. One skinny as a bamboo pole, the other a hulking brute like a moving mountain. Odin has finally left. The slender figure was none other than Ebony Maw. When Hela was about to break free from her prison, he had also detected the disturbance. Sent here by Thanos, he had discovered Odin's presence. And with Odin around, they naturally dared not act rashly. Can she really kill Odin and the Sorcerer Supreme? Cull Obsidian asked in a low, puzzled voice. Their presence here was by Thanos' command, especially after sensing such formidable power on Earth. Since the Sorcerer Supreme and Odin wanted to seal that power away, it was only natural that they would wish to see it unleashed. Ebony Maw glanced back at Cull Obsidian, then replied back when Hela fought alongside Odin to conquer the 9 realms. She led armies into battle, unmatched in might, almost invincible wherever she went. Hela's strength was never quite equal to Odin's. But in Asgard, age brings greater power. Now, Odin is at the end of his road, while Hela is still in her prime. Her power is tied to Asgard itself. As long as Asgard stands, Hela cannot die. A person this terrifying. If she gets out, they'll all be in serious trouble, won't they? Hearing Ebony Maw's words, Black Dwarf couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He might not have known the full extent of Hela's power, but he was well aware of Odin's strength. Odin was unimaginably powerful, able to command the fury of thunder and lightning, and even destroy entire planets. And that was Odin in his twilight years, already walking in the shadow of death. While Hela was still in her prime, Ebony Maw ignored Black Dwarf's unease and slowly approached the newly fortified seal. He could feel the tremendous force radiating from it, a power so overwhelming that even someone as formidable as himself couldn't help but shudder. We should begin right away. The energy here is immense. I can barely hold it back. Just as Ebony Maw was momentarily distracted, Black Dwarf spoke from behind him, his voice heavy with concern. Useless. Ebony Maw's brows knit in irritation as he turned to look at his companion. He saw that Black Dwarf's skin was beginning to change in a disturbing way. growing almost translucent, a frosty sheen spreading across it. It looked as if he might collapse at any moment. Ebony Maw's gaze shifted to the metal case in Black Dwarf's hands. Even with the thick metal between him and its contents, he could sense the powerful energy leaking out from within. Though Ebony Maw's race possessed formidable physical strength, it was no surprise he could not resist the effects of gamma radiation. A thought flickered through Ebony Maw's mind, and his psychic power took on tangible form, lifting the metal case straight from Black Dwarf's grasp. Even with his potent sorcery, he struggled under the strain. Just moving the case was an enormous effort. At last, with a muffled thud, the heavy box landed before the seal. Ebony Maw stepped forward and waved his hand. The metal case began to shift, gears and mechanisms whirring as intricate patterns moved across its surface. Finally, producing a sharp click, the lid unfolded in 4 directions, revealing a transparent, crystalline cube within. A hidden mechanism raised the crystal into view. With all our technology, this is the best imitation of the heart of the universe we could produce. A mere half-finished replica, Ebony Maw mused, unable to hide a note of awe. Even so, its power is undeniable. Thanos' relentless ambition had driven them to study the Infinity Stones for years. At last, their advanced science had yielded a copy, of course. It was only a half-completed version, its energy wild and unstable. Yet even so, its might was boundless. To destroy a planet would be child's play. But all that power would now be spent here. Ebony Maw took a step back, his formidable mental energy enveloping the unstable crystal, guiding its power toward the ancient seal. The immense power of the cosmic gem radiated outward, but it was far from pure. In fact, it was rather chaotic, laced with a terrifying force of destruction. This imitation Infinity Stone carried the energies of several gems, with the Power Stone and Reality Stones. Forces being the most potent. The reason for creating this fake Infinity Stone was both precaution and research. Now, the gem's power erupted in its entirety. The force of the Reality Stone immediately altered the formidable seal laid down by Wang Yang. After all, the Reality Stone had the ability to reshape reality itself. Ebony Maw spoke calmly. Perhaps we only need to use a portion of its power. The rest can be reclaimed. Even as a replica, the stone was of great value to them, so naturally conserving as much of its power as possible was ideal. A thunderous boom echoed as the Reality Stone's energy rewrote the very fabric of reality. The powerful sealing force began to wane, yet to their astonishment it reformed itself. Another resounding blast shook the air. As the Reality Stone's energy faltered, the Power Stone's might surged forth, hammering at the seal that had already become difficult to withstand, shattering it further. What a terrifying seal! Even a might of a forged Infinity Stone can't destroy it. Ebony Maw frowned, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he witnessed the scene. He had thought it would be easy to break the seal, perhaps even reclaim the gem. But now the stone's energy was utterly depleted, and still the seal stood unbroken. Was this seal set by that Sorcerer Supreme? Cull Obsidian was just as incredulous. He'd just experienced firsthand the overwhelming force of the Infinity Stone, but now, seeing it fail to dissolve a mere seal, he could only imagine how powerful the seal truly was. "Let's go," Ebony Maw said, frowning. Since their attempt had failed, he saw no reason to linger. They had exhausted the stone's power, and still the seal remained. There was nothing more they could do. "We're just leaving like this. How are we going to explain this to Lord Thanos?" Cull Obsidian, ever straightforward, spoke with concern. The mere thought of Thanos' punishment sent a shudder down his spine, strong as he was. "Or do you intend to punch through the seal yourself? If even the Infinity Stone's power can't break it, then this seal's strength must far surpass what we first imagined." Ebony Maw paused, then continued, "For now, we can only return and look for another solution." Cull Obsidian wanted to protest further, but could only sigh in resignation. He pocketed the now dim Infinity Stone and picked up the case, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound broke the silence behind them. Both Ebony Maw and Cull Obsidian turned around involuntarily, only to see that the once impenetrable seal was now riddled with countless fractures. Countless streams of black mist, heavy with the aura of death and annihilation, seeped out from the cracks. It worked. "Let's go." A look of delight flashed across Ebony Maw's face. Clearly, the seal was indeed formidable. Merely relying on the power of this infinity stone alone was not enough to shatter it, but its strength had been diminished many times over. Inside, with Hela's relentless assault upon the seal, its structure began to crumble. Black Dwarf couldn't help but grin as well. Without wasting another moment, he hurried off with Ebony Maw, bathed in the glow of the spaceship. They were whisked away into the cosmos, with sharp splintering sounds. More and more cracks appeared in the seal as Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf departed. Dense black vapors poured forth, reeking of utter extinction and death. At this very moment, in his own room, Wang Yang, who was sitting cross-legged on his bed, suddenly opened his eyes. "What's going on? Why do I feel this sudden sense of dread? It seems to be connected to my sealing spell." Wang Yang frowned. His spell was supposed to be stronger than the seals cast by Odin and the Ancient One. In fact, both Odin and the Ancient One had assured him that Hela would never return in this lifetime. Why then was he feeling this ominous premonition? After all, it was his own magic. He was bound to sense if something was amiss. Raising his hand, Wang Yang drew a portal in the air. He stepped through, and in the blink of an eye found himself in Norway. No sooner had he arrived than he was overwhelmed by a thick, suffocating aura of death and annihilation. His array had already collapsed, and Hela, once trapped within the seal, was nowhere to be found. She had clearly escaped. Hela is gone. Asgard is finished. A look of helplessness crossed Wang Yang's face. He had done everything he could reinforcing the seal. But if Hela had broken free in the end, there was nothing more he could do to stop her. What's more, as long as Hela returned to Asgard, not even Odin in his current state could stand in her way, and Wang Yang doubted that he could either. "I never thought Hela would break out after all. She's probably headed for Asgard right now." Just then a voice tinged with complexity sounded from behind him. Wang Yang turned around, and to his surprise saw the Ancient One standing there, though he hadn't even noticed her arrival. "Supreme Sorcerer, you're here too." Wang Yang greeted her respectfully. "I just sensed my sealing magic being disrupted, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect things to turn out like this." The Ancient One's face was clouded with concern. She wasn't particularly worried about Asgard's fate. After all, it was Odin's private affair and had nothing to do with them. Even if Odin were slain by Hela, Kamar-Taj had no reason to intervene. Their duty was only to safeguard Earth. Everything else was outside their concern. But now, if Asgard were to fall at Hela's hands, it was likely Earth and Kamar-Taj would not be spared either. "What should we do now?" Wang Yang looked at the Ancient One with a frown and spoke. He had naturally realized it as well. "If it didn't stop Hela, Kamar-Taj itself would be defenseless. You should return to Kamar-Taj first, and have the masters guarding the sanctum stay on high alert, ready for battle at any moment. I need to go to Asgard and see for myself." The Ancient One lifted her head, clasping her small fan behind her back, her expression growing grim. "Supreme Sorcerer, it's too dangerous to go to Asgard," Wang Yang said with concern. "Let me accompany you. I need you to warn Kamar-Taj. Don't worry. If things get too perilous, I won't force my hand. And if I wish to leave, no one can stop me," the Ancient One replied calmly. Though Hela's power would only grow stronger in Asgard, the Ancient One had faced countless formidable beings before, and none had ever managed to detain her. She spoke with quiet confidence, not mere bravado. "All right, but please be careful, Supreme Sorcerer." Wang Yang understood someone had to alert the masters of Kamar-Taj and get them ready. The threat of Hela's attack loomed at any moment. The Ancient One opened a portal. On the other side was the divine palace of Asgard, but the air there was thick with the chill of death. It was clear Hela had already wrought havoc. In that moment, countless bolts of lightning converged across Asgard, mingling with the dark aura of death. The ground was littered with the bodies of Asgardian soldiers. Wang Yang. "See, didn't I say so? Just one fight, and the updates keep coming. Who want me to give the dog of an author another good beating?" Asgard, the palace of the gods. Loki's face beamed with delight as he gazed at the empty throne. Odin had been gone for a long time, and even Thor had disappeared during this period. At last, his ambitions were about to be fulfilled. He would become king of Asgard, step by step. Loki approached the throne. The seat he had yearned for all these years was now within arm's reach. He could scarcely believe it. Today, his dream would finally come true. He would be king of Asgard at last. Just as Loki was about to sit upon the throne, thunder crashed behind him, and a figure appeared in the great hall. The smile had not yet faded from Loki's face, but he instantly sensed a terrifying presence behind him. His heart jolted in shock. What a powerful aura! Odin has returned. The barrier has been broken. Odin's voice echoed solemnly. Nerves taut, Loki quickly forced a sheepish grin onto his face and stammered, "Father, you're back. I promise, I had no intention of approaching the throne." Loki truly hadn't expected this. He thought he would finally seize control of Asgard, only for Odin to return. At the very last moment, it seemed there was no choice but to proceed with the original plan. Let Odin fall under his magic, exile Odin to Earth. And once Heimdall was driven away, Asgard would be firmly in his grasp. He had been turning this plan over in his mind for a long time, never expecting that Odin would simply leave. He thought perhaps he could dispense with his schemes, but in the end, this plan was still needed. "Loki, there's no need to worry. This is your time to grow, and your magic is powerful," Odin said, glancing at Loki, his gaze luminous and clear. He could distinctly feel the seal within himself beginning to unravel. Loki wore a look of confusion. It seemed that nothing could be hidden from Odin, but Odin appeared not to mind at all. Instead, he looked at Loki with a gentle, fatherly smile. Although Loki was not his own son, he had inherited Frigga's magical talents. And that was a comfort. At least it was one less thing for Odin to worry about. He realized he would not live to see his sons grow up. He could sense that Hela's seal had already shattered. Even though the Ancient One and that young man had reinforced it, it still could not hold Hela back. Moreover, Odin was old now. He doubted he could withstand Hela's invasion much longer. Ragnarok was coming to Asgard. He had thought Hela would wait until he was gone before breaking free, but now there was no time for such thoughts. Odin turned away from Loki, raising his hand in an instant. The eternal spear Gungnir appeared, crackling with energy, a surge of thunderous power radiated from Odin's body. Above Asgard, lightning gathered in furious clouds, shrouding the palace in a stormy, electric haze, a sign of the tempest about to break. Feeling this overwhelming might pouring from Odin, Loki could not help but stumble backward in shock. Odin had always seemed calm, even frail, and Loki had begun to forget the true extent of his father's power. He had even dared to plot against Odin, dreaming of seizing the throne of Asgard. But now, confronted by such fearsome strength, Loki realized just how fragile, how small he truly was. With a sweep of his hand, Odin unleashed his power, tearing a rift in the very fabric of space. A blue fissure, mysterious and unfathomable. Odin's thunder-wreathed hand reached into the rift, and in a blink grasped something, pulling it back with a sudden force. A figure tumbled out, bewildered, staring in astonishment at the scene before him. "Father, what's happening?" asked the newcomer. It was none other than Thor. Thor's eyes widened in alarm at the sight of his father, wreathed in lightning, mighty as the storm. It had been so long since anyone had seen Odin unleash his true might, so long that many had forgotten just how powerful the All-Father truly was. Moments before, Thor had set out in search of Surtur, wary of the legends that foretold Ragnarok's coming. Now that he saw Odin himself taking action, his worries melted away. As long as his father intervened, what else was there to fear? "Thor, my son." Odin looked at Thor with fatherly affection, then continued, "War is upon us. Your sister Hela is about to return. Her power is immense, and its very source is Asgard itself. In my prime, perhaps I could have subdued her, but now even I cannot withstand her might. Now, I need you both to go to Midgard and seek the help of the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar-Taj. Remember, if the Sorcerer Supreme comes to our aid, there may yet be hope for Asgard." He finished speaking, not giving Thor and Loki a chance to respond. "Heimdall, send them away," Odin commanded. Heimdall stepped out from a rift in space nearby, and with a sweep of the rainbow's power, transported Thor and Loki to Midgard. "No, father, let me fight by your side." Loki looked bewildered, while Thor's face was anxious. He tried to step out of the Rainbow Bridge's reach, but in the next instant, the magic whisked him away, leaving him no chance to resist. Odin watched his sons depart, and a visible sigh of relief crossed his face. Turning to Heimdall, he said, "Heimdall, I entrust the people of Asgard to you. Take them to a safe world. I may no longer be able to protect them." Hearing Odin's words, sorrow clouded Heimdall's face. "Yes, great king, Though Heimdall longed to fight alongside Odin, he understood that his most important duty now was to guide and protect the people of Asgard. He set out to help the elders, the weak, and the ailing prepare for their journey. Meanwhile, Odin raised his eternal spear Gungnir. Once more, the destroyer armor shimmered into existence, wrapping itself closely around him as his battle attire. A formidable, terrifying aura burst forth from him, even at the edge of death. Odin's strength was beyond the reach of ordinary champions. He strode out of the palace, issuing a single command. Immediately, every soldier in the palace assembled before him. Clad in his armor, Odin stood at the vanguard of his troops. Though the soldiers didn't know exactly what was happening, a wave of anxiety swept through them all. Suddenly, a dense, chilling aura of death swept over the ranks. Many soldiers shuddered from head to toe as it washed over them. Before their eyes, countless shadows began to gather, writhing and swirling until they coalesced into a murky green mist. What is that? What a terrifying presence! Why is there such a dreadful force here? As Asgardian warriors, it had been a long time since they had felt such overwhelming power. After all, Asgard stands as the ruler of the 9 realms, worshipped by countless races. Yet at this moment, they all felt the chill of death, as though a dark presence was creeping closer, suffocating the air itself. Even with Odin standing before them, not a shred of safety could be found in their hearts. Well, Odin, are you here to welcome me home? Just then, a woman's voice drifted out from the depths of that deathly silence. All eyes turned as, from within the swirling emerald mist, a striking woman stepped forward. Dressed in leather, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, she exuded a cold and regal beauty. But despite her graceful appearance, a terrifying force pressed down on everyone present, making it nearly impossible to stand tall. Even the royal guard of the palace felt the icy grip of fear, their bodies frozen and tense. Odin's gaze grew heavy as he watched Hela sway her hips and approach. Even he remembered how fierce the struggle had been when he fought her in the past. Only with the greatest effort had he managed to defeat her. Hela, enough. Give up your ambition. I can give you Asgard, Odin declared, feeling the weight of Hela's growing power, a pressure that was already overwhelming him. Hela's return to Asgard had restored her strength. Her power and magic were surging back to their peak. Odin realized that even if he joined forces with the Ancient One, they might still be unable to halt Hela's advance. Hela let out a cold laugh. Odin, isn't it ridiculous? Back then, when you wanted to suppress me, you brought the Valkyries against me. And now, what do you have left? You're old, the Valkyries are gone, and you have no right to bargain with me. As she spoke, Hela swept her hands through her hair, which transformed into sharp black spikes. With a flick of her wrists, 2 long black swords materialized in her hands, crackling with the power of death and annihilation. In Asgard, her strength was boundless. Odin could not help but sigh. He knew that with Hela's return, there could be no peaceful resolution. With a heavy heart, Odin let out another sigh, then raised his eternal spear Gungnir and charged forward. Behind him, a wave of Asgardian soldiers surged into battle, but Hela was simply too powerful. Her divine might was overwhelming. Even clad in the destroyer's armor, Odin found himself no match for her. Hela's sword seemed endless. Each swing felled an Asgardian soldier, each movement bringing death ever closer. When Odin and Hela clashed, their titanic powers erupted, sending shockwaves that shattered the ground and tore buildings apart. Odin's body was quickly covered in wounds. Though Hela too bore many wounds, they were mere scratches compared to Odin's injuries, and worse yet, they began to heal almost instantly. Yet Odin began to feel his strength waning. As time went on, even the eternal spear in his hand, Gungnir, started to lose its luster. It was not that the divine weapon had grown weak, but rather that Odin's own life force was dwindling. His vitality flickered like a candle in the wind, its light uncertain and fragile. Odin, you are old now. It is my turn to conquer the cosmos. Hela sensed his weakness and shook her head in quiet disappointment. Spare Thor and Loki, Hela, Odin pleaded, retreating feebly, barely able to stand with the support of his eternal spear. If they are willing to submit to me, naturally I can spare their lives, Hela replied calmly. Odin, your end is inevitable. Hela strode toward him, her feelings complicated, Yet after so many years sealed away by Odin, she knew it was time to settle everything. Just then a powerful golden magical chain shot through the air, coiling itself tightly around Hela, the Ancient One. Odin cried out in astonishment as he saw who had arrived. Wang Yang, see? More updates, more tips. It's only fair to get your money's worth. Hurry up and update. You lazy author. Hela glanced at the golden chain wound around her waist, her brows knitting slightly. She turned to look at the woman in monk's robes, standing in the distance. The Ancient One. Odin repeated in shock, unable to hide his surprise at the Ancient One's unexpected appearance. A sorcerer of Kamar-Taj. I have felt your power before. You sealed me away as well. Hela glared at the Ancient One, her face dark with fury. She had been on the verge of breaking free from her prison when a new overwhelming force had reinforced the seal, finally cutting off any hope of escape. Hela, whatever else, Odin is still your father, the Ancient One sighed, casting a glance at Odin, whose life was nearly at its end. My father? Did he think of me as his daughter when he locked me away? And now he wants to remind me of our bond? Hela sneered coldly. With a flick of her hand, she sliced through the magical chain with ease. The Ancient One took a cautious step back, but Hela did not attack her. Instead, she turned her gaze back to Odin. She saw him slip into a golden portal. With a wave of her hand, a long sword shot out, aiming for Odin. But the portal vanished before it could reach him, and Odin was gone without a trace. Ancient One, you have a death wish. Hela's eyes burned with fury as she glared at the sorcerer. I haven't even had my revenge on Kamar-Taj, and yet you dare to show yourself before me? Hela had always planned to deal with Kamar-Taj, but everything would have to wait until she regained her strength. Conquering Asgard was only the first step. She had never expected the Ancient One to appear at this moment and thwart her attempt to kill Odin. Hela, I will be waiting for you. Facing Hela's furious wrath, the Ancient One remained calm, a portal opening behind her. In Asgard, Hela's power was unmatched. Even a weakened Odin was no match for her. To fight her here would be courting certain death. It was wiser to lure Hela to Earth. The Ancient One stepped back through the portal, and in that instant countless black swords shot toward her. But in the next moment, the portal snapped shut, leaving the swords slicing through empty air. A roar thundered across the sky. Anger flashed in Hela's eyes, but she only shook her head, then strode into the palace. She had not killed Odin, and even the Ancient One had retreated. But Asgard was already hers. She entered Odin's vault, shattering the floor to reveal a vast chamber beneath. Awaken, my army of the dead. Hela slammed her palm onto the ground, sending a wave of power surging out. The earth trembled as undead soldiers clawed their way up from below, kneeling before Hela in reverence. Follow me to conquer. Follow me to slaughter, she commanded. I shall raze Kamar-Taj to the ground. Hela roared, her voice echoing like a storm. A chorus of snarls and howls erupted from the undead ranks. Meanwhile on Earth, inside the New York sanctum, today Mordo was on duty in the sanctum. Ever since Caecilius' attack, the number of defenders had increased, ensuring no more surprises would catch them off guard. Suddenly, a terrible crash boomed overhead, shaking the entire building. The roof was smashed open, showering splinters of wood everywhere. Two figures crashed down into the sanctum, sending dust billowing through the air. For a split second, every sorcerer present was stunned. Then their faces hardened in anger. Was the New York sanctum really such an easy target to be assaulted again and again? Immediately, everyone conjured shields. Some even summoned powerful magical weapons, ready to tear apart whoever dared damage their sanctum. As magical energies gathered, Mordo's expression grew grim. He strode toward the place where the intruders had landed, determined to see who dared attack them so brazenly. At that moment, Loki and Thor were both bewildered. The Bifrost's aim had been wildly off this time, dropping them right into someone else's house. Peeking out, Loki saw a mob of people, magical energy swirling in their hands, all staring at him with open hostility. Clearly, these were not friendly faces. Though Loki had great confidence in his magic, even he forced an ingratiating smile under such circumstances. I just like to say this is all a misunderstanding. Would you believe me? He said with a wry smile, but not a single sorcerer so much as cracked a smile. Instead, they looked more than ready to strike. After all, Not long ago, Loki had instigated the Battle of New York, and now he'd gone and damaged their sanctuary. How could they possibly tolerate this? The magicians of Kamar-Taj surged forward at once, determined to show Loki just how formidable they were. But before they could act, Mordo stepped in, stopping the eager sorcerers in their tracks. "Loki, why did you invade Earth?" he demanded. Even as Mordo questioned him, he suddenly noticed Thor standing beside Loki. "Thor, god of thunder, you're here too. Why did you destroy our New York sanctum?" This is a direct challenge to Kamar-Taj. Mordo's expression darkened as he spoke. Loki began, but Thor had no patience. For explanations, he shouted, "We must see the Sorcerer Supreme." Thor snatched his hammer from the ground, urgency written all over his face. "The Sorcerer Supreme is not someone you can just demand to see," Mordo responded coldly. "Even if you're a prince of Asgard, you must be announced first. We must see her right away. Immediately." Thor insisted, his anxiety mounting. He still had no idea what had become of his father, and he couldn't afford to waste another second. "We have matters of great importance, matters that could threaten the safety of Earth itself." He pressed, but Mordo merely shook his head. "No. You will wait while we make our report. Only after the Sorcerer Supreme agrees can you meet her. And another thing. You'll both be responsible for repairing the damage to our sanctum. In the past, it was easy for culprits to slip away, but with these two caught red-handed, there would be no escape." Though Thor was powerful, a prince of Asgard, and one of the mightiest Avengers, Mordo showed not a hint of fear. "Damn it. You have no idea what's happening." Thor roared, frustration and anger boiling over. Even Odin was afraid, terrified, even, of what was coming. Thor couldn't imagine what could shake his father so, but Odin had told him to find the Sorcerer Supreme, and that was what he intended to do. No matter what's happening, everything must go according to the rules of Kamar-Taj. Mordo stood firm, shaking his head. No matter how desperate Thor was, he would not back down. After all, if anyone could see the Sorcerer Supreme, what order would remain? Seeing Mordo's continued resistance, Thor's face darkened and lightning flickered across his hammer. He was ready to fight. "Thor, do you intend to use force in Kamar-Taj?" Just then, a voice rang out. Hearing it, Thor turned his head and stiffened in surprise, his body freezing in place as Wang Yang stepped through a portal. "Wang Yang, I must see the Sorcerer Supreme," Thor exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. Mordo looked at Wang Yang with some hesitation and said, "These two fell from the sky, smashed through our sanctum, and now they want to meet the Sorcerer Supreme. Such nerve, after destroying our sanctum. They still want to see the Sorcerer Supreme." He suddenly turned to Wang Yang, surprise flickering across his face. "By the way, what are you doing here?" After all, Wang Yang rarely came to this place. "Oh, I'm here to inform you, Master Mordo. Hela is coming. Prepare for battle," Wang Yang announced directly. Thor and Loki, standing nearby, were both taken aback. Even Wang Yang knew about Hela. Mordo and the other sorcerers immediately grew serious, of course. They trusted Wang Yang's words. His status in Kamar-Taj was second only to the Sorcerer Supreme. In fact, to some of the new disciples, Wang Yang had already become something of a legend. "Everyone be on guard," Mordo ordered without hesitation. Wang Yang glanced at Loki and Thor. "Master Mordo, I'm taking these two with me. Is that all right?" "No problem. Take them," Mordo replied. Since Wang Yang had spoken, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Wang Yang nodded, then turned to Loki and Thor. "Come with me." Without another word, he stepped through a shimmering portal. Loki and Thor didn't hesitate. They followed Wang Yang through. Soon after, the three of them were sitting in Wang Yang's room. "Would you like something to drink?" Wang Yang asked calmly, settling onto a nearby sofa and regarding Thor and Loki with quiet composure. Loki and Thor glanced at the sofa behind them, then sat down as well. "Beer?" Loki spoke up immediately. Clearly he'd been to Earth more times than Thor. Two glasses materialized on the table before them, each brimming with beer. "We're here to ask the Sorcerer Supreme for help," Thor said, looking at the beer in front of him. He picked it up and took a hearty gulp, then turned to Wang Yang. "So, Master Wang Yang, we were hoping you could take us to see the Sorcerer Supreme." Thor's face was earnest, full of expectation as he looked at Wang Yang. "You're too late. The Sorcerer Supreme has already gone to Asgard," Wang Yang replied directly. He waved his hand, and the empty glass in front of Thor refilled itself with beer. "Already gone?" Thor stared at Wang Yang in disbelief. Then a look of joy spread across his face. He breathed a sigh of relief. If the Sorcerer Supreme was already there, perhaps Asgard still had hope. Don't be too quick to celebrate, Wang Yang said, shaking his head. Even with the Sorcerer Supreme there, I doubt it will change much. No one knew Hela's strength better than he did. He had glimpsed the devastation in Asgard through the Ancient One's portal. Hela had most likely already broken through, and there seemed to be no one left who could withstand her. Then what are we supposed to do? Thor frowned. Asgard is the source of Hela's power. As long as she is near Asgard, and the longer she remains there, the stronger she becomes. No one can defeat her, especially not in Asgard. Wang Yang glanced at Thor and Loki. Even in the movie, they had to let Surtur destroy Asgard, and in the end, both Hela and Asgard vanished beneath the waves. As for whether Hela truly died, no one could say for sure, but at the very least, without Asgard as her wellspring, even if she survived, she would never be as powerful again. Impossible. Our father sent us to seek the Sorcerer Supreme. There must be some way. Thor was in agony, too distraught to linger any longer. No, I have to return to Asgard. Can you even go back without the Bifrost? Wang Yang shot Thor a look. Thor had always relied on the Bifrost to travel between worlds, but now Asgard was under siege. Even if Heimdall were still there, he'd hardly have time for them. Hearing Wang Yang's words, Thor slumped helplessly onto the sofa. Don't you see it yet? Wang Yang's voice softened. Odin sent you both away to save your lives, here on Earth. At least we can weaken Hela's power a little. We can protect you. If you go back to Asgard now, you'd be walking to your deaths. Wang Yang shook his head as he spoke. No, I must return and save my people. Thor cried out, his voice raw with emotion. It's pointless, Wang Yang replied, his tone gentle but firm. Hela has already slaughtered Asgard. Even if you could go back, what could you possibly change? Nothing at all. He shook his head again, then glanced at Loki, who had been sitting quietly to the side. In this respect, Loki was far more pragmatic than Thor. Though he cared deeply for his family, he rarely showed it. When her mother died, Loki fell into despair. After their father's death, he seemed unchanged on the surface, but in truth he leaned on Thor more than ever. That was why when Thanos threatened them, Loki handed over the Infinity Stone without hesitation, hoping only to spare Thor's life. He himself met his end at Thanos' hands, strangled to death. Now, it was clear Loki understood there was nothing he could do to change things, so he simply sat on the sofa, making no move, and I suspect Hela has already brought her army of the dead to Earth. Wang Yang said quietly, a sense of foreboding in his voice. What? So soon? Loki gasped, the implications sinking in. If Hela was here, then her father must already. Tony's expression grew even grimmer. Let's go, Wang Yang said, looking at the two brothers. Only the one who tied the knot can untie it. Since they came looking for us, let's not hide. We'll let her find us. With that, Wang Yang opened a portal and stepped through. Though Thor and Loki were filled with a whirlwind of emotions, there was nothing they could do. All they could manage was to follow behind Wang Yang as he stepped into the portal. No matter where Wang Yang was taking them, their only desire was to confront Hela. As they passed through the portal, the group found themselves in Norway, the very place where Hela had once been sealed away. Wang Yang could sense a powerful aura gathering in the air. Clearly, Asgard was in the process of locking onto their location for a Bifrost transmission. It was only after sensing this presence that Wang Yang brought Loki and Thor here. If the battle broke out in Kamar-Taj, the sanctuary itself might be destroyed, whereas here the vast plains provided ample room. Suddenly, a fearsome rainbow beam shot down from the sky, striking the ground with a thunderous roar. The earth trembled, and a gale swept across the plains. As figures began to materialize where the light touched down, it was Hela flanked by her army of the dead. As the iridescent glow faded, more beams of rainbow light descended from above. With each crash, the ground shook again, and as the radiance vanished, the full extent of the undead army was revealed. Tens of thousands of skeletal warriors stood there stripped of flesh and blood, each one more menacing and terrifying than the last. Even though Wang Yang had prepared himself for this, the sight still left him momentarily stunned. All this just to take on Kamar-Taj, Thor, and Loki? What an overwhelming display, Wang Yang couldn't help but remark. As the trio took in the scene before them, Hela was also surveying the newcomers. You certainly resemble that old man, she said, fixing Loki with a piercing gaze. I'll give you a chance, Kneel to me, and perhaps I'll spare your life here and now. All right, in your dreams, the two answers burst out at the same time. Loki, ever the pragmatist, knew they stood little chance against her, swearing. Fealty hardly seemed like the worst option. After all, as long as one lived, there were always possibilities. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. Thor, on the other hand, would never bend. He'd rather break than yield. Kneel. Hela advanced toward them, her voice cold and commanding. Loki had no qualms about kneeling, but Thor responded instead by hurling his hammer straight at Hela. The mighty Mjolnir shot through the air with blinding speed, but Hela caught it effortlessly, her grip unyielding, impossible. Thor gasped. Shock etched across his face. Never before had anyone stopped. His hammer, not God's. Not even the Hulk with his monstrous strength. Yet here was Hela, holding it as if it were nothing. Did you know? Hela said, a wicked smile playing on her lips. This hammer was once mine too. Hela grasped Thor's hammer and began to speak slowly. Then with a sudden squeeze, she shattered it. Blinding white light burst out, and Mjolnir broke apart, splintering into pieces that fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Thor watched in stunned disbelief, and even Loki's face twisted in horror. He had always known Hela was powerful, but he never imagined she could be this strong. If you refuse to bow before me, then I have no choice but to send you to meet the old man. Hela's gaze swept over Thor, Loki, and Wang Yang. From Wang Yang, she could sense the power that had once sealed her away. As she took a step forward, a chilling aura seemed to spread from her, and the plants around her withered instantly. It was as if death itself accompanied her every move. Hela, this is Earth, not Asgard. Without your limitless power, do you really think you can kill us? Wang Yang stepped forward, his voice calm and steady. Beside him, Thor was still reeling from the loss of his hammer, rage and shock warring on his face. He had always known his sister was formidable, but this display was beyond anything he had imagined. Even away from Asgard, she could unleash such terrifying strength. Now he understood why Wang Yang once said that not even the Sorcerer Supreme could do much in Asgard. If Hela was already this powerful here, she would be unstoppable in her own realm. I serve him for so many years, Hela said, her eyes fixed on Thor and Loki. Yet in the end he abandoned his conquest and exiled and sealed me away. Now it's time for me to reclaim everything that was taken from me. Suddenly Hela turned to Wang Yang, as if recalling something important. Your aura. You and Odin sealed me together, didn't you? She asked coldly. And now you dare to protect them? Fury flared in her eyes as she swept her hands back through her hair, which twisted and hardened into countless razor-sharp spikes. A sinister black-green aura surged around her, growing ever stronger. Just when the three thought Hela was about to unleash her full power, she unexpectedly halted. No, she said, her voice cold and deliberate. Killing you outright would be far too merciful. I want you to experience what it truly means to wish for death. Legion of the Dead, tear them to pieces. With a sweeping gesture, Hela commanded her undead army. Once as still as statues, they began to stir, then charged forward with terrifying intent. Hela's army was made up of fallen Asgardian warriors from ages past, all now bound to her will. Though their bodies had died, they possessed strength even greater than before and retained all the powers they once wielded. Most terrifying of all, these undead legions were far more dreadful than any mindless zombie horde. After all, each of them possessed the power of death within their bodies. They were beings that could not die. At this moment, both Thor and Loki grew wary, focusing all their attention on what was about to happen. Just as they were about to make their move, Wang Yang pressed both palms against the ground. Boom! A surge of powerful magical energy rippled outward, spreading rapidly. In the next instant, countless scarlet chains snaked out beneath the undead legions, swiftly winding their way toward the enemy ranks. In a heartbeat, the undead army was entangled by the crimson chains. Crack, crack, crack. As the chains tightened with overwhelming force, the undead legions were shattered on the spot, completely unable to withstand the power Wang Yang had poured into those scarlet bonds. Thor and Loki exchanged a quick, sharp intake of breath. They had always known Wang Yang was powerful, but to see him wipe out a swath of undead with a single spell, this was beyond anything they'd expected. Still, the legions of the dead seemed endless. Hela watched the scene unfold, her expression untouched by worry. With a cold and arrogant gaze, she fixed her eyes on Wang Yang. Swish, after grinding down the first wave of undead. The scarlet chains whipped out again, coiling around the next. Soldiers that pressed near. This sorcerer truly is formidable. No wonder the Chitauri were defeated so easily during the last battle in New York. There was simply no match for him. Loki breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been up to them alone, he wasn't sure they could have handled Hellas' undead legions at all. But now Wang Yang's countless chains were crushing the enemy. Thor, however, paid his brother little mind. His gaze was fixed on Hela, face grim and uneasy, for some reason a sense. A foreboding weighed heavily on his heart. Creak, creak, creak. Suddenly a series of eerie, bone-cracking sounds echoed through the air. What's that noise? Loki frowned. Thor's eyes darted to the distance where the undead soldiers, those that had been crushed into fragments, were reassembling themselves. Piece by piece they knit together, then lurched awkwardly back to their feet. They had no fear of death, for death had already claimed them. Now, as if driven mad, they charged at Wang Yang and his companions with renewed ferocity. Surrounded by so many undead, escape was impossible. In the blink of an eye, the three of them were hemmed in on all sides, the living barrier drawing ever tighter. Even the scarlet chains could no longer guarantee victory. Tear them apart. Hela's voice rang out like the final judgment of death itself. What do we do now? Wang Yang, Thor, and Loki stood back to back, bracing themselves. Countless undead soldiers surged toward them, and all they could do was fend off the ones directly in front of them. From a distance, Hela watched coldly, waiting for her undead warriors to rip them apart. Hold them off! Loki's words spurred Thor to roar in defiance. They had no hope of reinforcements. Even Asgard itself had fallen. At that very moment, countless portals appeared beneath the feet of those undead soldiers, and one by one, they tumbled into the swirling gateways. Soon after, golden circles of light emerged near the sun, and undead soldiers began to rain down into the blazing star. They made no sound as their forms dissolved quietly into the sun's searing embrace. Meanwhile, a few passionate solar observers noticed something unusual that day. Tiny black specks seemed to dance across the sun's surface, but the sun's brilliance overwhelmed ordinary eyes, so most people could not see anything unusual, even when observing from Earth. While amateur astronomers naturally miss these details, countless scientific institutions around the globe, armed with their precise instruments, recorded a scene that left even seasoned researchers astonished. On the sun, countless golden portals shimmered, and shadows of figures dropped through them, only to be pulled irresistibly toward the sun's core. The sight was eerie, and it was clear these shadowy figures were no ordinary people. The observers noted that these figures seemed unfazed by the inferno, and in fact their presence dimmed portions of the sun ever so slightly. A subtle effect given the sun's vastness, but enough to draw serious attention. If anything would happen that could affect Earth, they had to be vigilant. As a result, special departments were established to study these phenomena in depth, determined to unravel the mystery behind these strange occurrences. Some even thought the golden portals looked oddly familiar, though they couldn't quite recall where they'd seen them before. Elsewhere, Wang Yang turned to look behind him. In the distance stood several formidable sorcerers. Wang Mordo and a handful of elite mages. They were few in number, but more than enough to handle the crisis. Master Wang, Master Mordo, what brings you here? Wang Yang asked in surprise. After all, he had deliberately led Loki and Thor away to keep Kamar-Taj out of harm's way. Grandmaster Wang Yang, we detected an extraterrestrial incursion here. Naturally, we had to come and see for ourselves. It seems we've arrived just in time. Wang replied with a smile. Wang Yang had warned them about Hellas' impending invasion, and they had long been prepared, but they hadn't expected Hela to bypass them entirely and head straight for Norway. Of course, they had to investigate for themselves, and as they arrived, they saw Wang Yang, Thor, and Loki holding back Hellas' onslaught, and facing countless undead soldiers. They watched as the undead were crushed under Wang Yang's scarlet chains, only to regenerate moments later. Faced with such terrifying foes, they knew drastic measures were needed. Without hesitation, they opened portals and sent the undead soldiers straight into the heart of the sun. No matter how powerful these undead warriors might be, not even they could withstand the sun's overwhelming might. Hela watched in shock as her mighty army of undead soldiers fell one by one through glowing portals on the ground, slipping from her grasp entirely as she lost all control over them. The suddenness of it all unsettled her. Since when had spatial magic become so easy to wield? Even for them, using teleportation required special artifacts. Odin needed the eternal spear, Heimdall the Bifrost. And yet, these humans who seemed so weak in her eyes actually mastered such sorcery. When had mortals of Midgard's wizardry become so formidable? Hela's expression darkened with uncertainty. Though her body was powerful, she was no stranger to magic either. In fact, she was a formidable sorceress in her own right. It was precisely because she understood magic that she knew how difficult such feats truly were. Spatial magic. The wizards of Midgard are indeed impressive, but do you really believe your magic can withstand my might? She declared, her voice echoing with a chilling intensity. A terrifying aura of death and annihilation surged from Hela, radiating outward with unstoppable force. As her power spread, the portals on the ground began to flicker and waver, destabilized by her dark energy and growing increasingly fragile under the onslaught. With a thunderous roar, the portals began to collapse, unable to endure the pressure. Waves of golden, destructive power exploded outward in all directions. The archmages and sorcerers maintaining the portals were struck by the backlash. Unable to withstand the collapse, blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. Yet Mordo and the other sorcerers were not the only ones to suffer. The undead soldiers of Hela's army fared no better. The fractured spatial rifts unleashed a devastating force, striking the undead mercilessly. They were battered by the overwhelming power, unable even to remain upright. Not even Hela's deathly magic could restore them. Something in the collision of spatial energy and death magic had changed the rules. Even Hela herself hadn't expected her own power to have such a disastrous effect on her undead legion. Her face grew grim. These were the very soldiers she had painstakingly gathered during her campaigns across Asgard. Now most of them had been hurled to the sun through the ruined portals, while the rest were rendered useless, no longer under her command. The losses were staggering. You all deserve to die, Hela snarled, her gaze sweeping over the sorcerers before finally fixing on Wang Yang. In her mind, he was the root of all her troubles. If not for Wang Yang, she would not have been trapped. Her undead army would not have been destroyed. If looks could kill, Wang Yang would have been torn to shreds 1,000 times over. Hela, your own hands destroyed your soldiers, Wang Yang replied calmly. If you're willing to leave now, we'll consider the matter settled. Kamar-Taj is only responsible for protecting Earth. As for other planets, whatever Hela wants to do with them is none of their concern. They simply can't manage it all. You're impressive. Perhaps you're the first person in thousands of years who's managed to hurt me in that sense. I must admit, I rather admire you. Hela took a deep breath, steadying herself and calming the anger that had flared within her. Unfortunately, you're about to become food for my Fenrir, she declared, shaking her head. Then amidst a dazzling rainbow light, an enormous shadow began to emerge. As the creature revealed itself, an overwhelming pressure radiated from its presence. A thunderous wolf's howl split the air, shaking the heavens. Moments later, piercing green eyes and a pelt of black fur surged through the rainbow light. It was none other than Hela's pet, the giant wolf Fenrir. Fenrir possessed tremendous power, enough to stand toe-to-toe with the Hulk in close combat. Its razor-sharp teeth could even pierce the Hulk's skin, a feat even Thanos himself could not accomplish. Faced with such terrifying might and crushing pressure, even Loki was seized by the urge to turn and run. A survival instinct etched deep into his bones. After all, as the god of mischief, putting himself in danger was never part of the plan. According to legend, Fenrir could devour the moon and was powerful enough to threaten even a supreme god like Odin. While the Marvel Universe's Fenrir might not quite reach those mythic heights, it was still a terrifying beast. The first creature ever to wound the Hulk, this giant wolf stood tens of meters tall. Every step it took made the ground tremble beneath its weight. One could only imagine how fearsome and oppressive its presence truly was. Wang Yang could already sense Loki edging backwards, an instinct that was second nature to him. As the god of tricks, Loki would never willingly risk his own neck. As for Wang Yang, he wasn't particularly worried about facing such a monster. After all, his own body was now as strong as the Hulk's. A familiar chime echoed in Wang Yang's mind. Ding! Powerful blood and flesh talent fragment detected. Giant wolf talent. Would you like to fuse? Wang Yang was momentarily stunned by the system's prompt. What exactly was the giant wolf talent? He was human after all, but if the system had detected it, why hesitate to fuse? Fuse, he commanded silently. As the fusion took place, Wang Yang felt a surge of immense strength swelling. Within him, this was the giant wolf's talent. While he wouldn't turn into a wolf outright, his body would become even more powerful and imposing, blending this with the power of a celestial. It's a perfect match. Wang Yang clenched his fists, feeling the energy surging through his veins, filling him with the urge to fight. Suddenly, crackling sounds reverberated as his body grew larger. Though even now, he was dwarfed by the mountain-sized Fenrir. Without hesitation, Wang Yang charged straight at the giant wolf. Loki, who had been preparing to slip away unnoticed, stopped in his tracks, utterly stunned by what he saw. Was this sorcerer out of his mind? Although Loki often prefers to fight with brute force, this is no ordinary opponent. It's the giant wolf Fenrir. This isn't a battle. It's practically volunteering to be wolf food. Wang Yang, are you out of your mind? Don't be reckless. We can take on the wolf together. Wang Yang, we're mages. Loki and Thor were both stunned into silence, while Wang Mordo and the other mages grew visibly tense as they witnessed this scene, unable to hide their anxiety. They hurriedly spoke up in protest. Yet whatever they said no longer mattered. Wang Yang had already reached Fenrir. Fenrir seemed to notice the little figure approaching and, without hesitation, opened its jaws wide and lunged straight for Wang Yang. Several elite mages, faced with this spectacle, averted their eyes, unable to bear watching any further. In their eyes, Wang Yang was an incredibly powerful mage. Yet here he was, courting death by standing before the giant wolf. A single bite from Fenrir would likely shatter even the strongest magical shields. Loki shook his head, thinking to himself, I never imagined this guy could be even crazier than Thor. Thor, meanwhile, looked ready to rush forward. Wang Mordo and the others were racked with worry. But at that very moment, Wang Yang leapt into the air. The ground rumbled beneath him as he shot forward like a cannonball and landed a solid punch right on Fenrir's head. Honestly, I'd love to add a 5th chapter today to thank all the friends supporting me, but my energy is limited. After a whole day of writing, 4 chapters is all I can manage.